The system detected that the host is short of money. The challenge system has arrived. Spend 1 trillion within a year. If the challenge fails, you will lose all the money. You will never be able to recover. If the challenge is successful, you will receive an additional 10 trillion. You are wandering around a car show, surrounded by sports cars worth millions. You can't help but sigh, feeling like you will never be able to afford these in your lifetime. At this moment, a prompt sounds in your mind: challenge task binding successful. You are given 1 trillion, but you must spend it within a year. If the challenge is successful, your account will receive an additional 2 trillion. Are you willing to take the challenge? You feel a surge of joy, knowing that you are already poor, so of course, you are willing to try. Without hesitation, you silently accept the challenge in your heart. In an instant, the money is transferred to your account, and your card is upgraded to a black card. Everything seems reasonable, and you don't need to worry about being investigated. You open your phone and see the balance of 1 trillion in your account. You are overjoyed. This is all real. At this moment, the prompt sounds again. Stage challenge activated. If you spend 100 million, you will receive a super gene potion that enhances strength, stamina, vision, hearing, and even reaches superhuman levels. If the challenge fails, the effects of the gene potion will disappear. If the challenge is successful, the effects will be permanent. You are thrilled. You didn't expect such a stage reward. You immediately head to the most expensive area of the car show, where a Bugatti Chiron is on display. The crowd is bustling, filled with admiration for this supercar. Wow, this is the 100 million Bugatti Chiron. It's so cool. The on-road price is 150 million. Only a tycoon can afford it. You think to yourself, but now you have 1 trillion. What you couldn't even dream of before is now within your reach. At this moment, a fat man pushes you aside, looking disdainfully at your cheap clothes. Move aside, poor kid. If you can't afford it, why are you standing so close? The girl next to him lights up and coaxes the fat man. Brother Pig, this car is so cool. Buy it quickly. I'll take a photo in the passenger seat and post it on my social media. It will be so impressive. The fat man is embarrassed. He knows he can't afford such an expensive car. He has bragged too much before, leading to misunderstandings from those around him. Brother, are you buying it? You have the means. The fat man quickly changes the subject, scanning the area. Can you even afford to be here? Go work instead of wasting the time of those who can afford it. You are unwilling to back down and retort, can you afford it? The fat man smirks. Who are you calling poor, kid? You respond angrily, I'm talking about you, fat and ugly, like a toad. The fat man is furious. Even if I don't buy the car, I'm still richer than you. You sneer, that's not necessarily true. Not necessarily? Kid, are you joking? Can you even afford it? That's ridiculous. If I can afford it, what will you do? Brother Zhu, is he from some wealthy family? The girl's confidence catches the woman's attention. Her eyes scan you up and down. You're so handsome. It would be great to spend the night with you. Compared to you, the fat man is just a toad. The fat man looks down on your cheap clothes. How can a poor kid like you afford it? You're just pretending. If you can afford it, I'll call you brother. If you can't, you'll roll out of here. I don't want you as my brother. I want you to call me grandpa. If you can afford it, I'll call you grandpa. If you can't, you'll bark like a dog and roll out of here. The people around are drawn to your argument, not believing you have the means to buy the car. After all, a car worth 100 million is something even a wealthy heir would think twice about. I know what I'm doing, you say coldly, staring at the fat man. Remember what you said. Don't run away. At this moment, a Bugatti staff member approaches, reminding you not to make noise and disturb other customers. You smile faintly. If I buy this car, will you still ask me to leave? The staff member is stunned, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Are you really buying it? The fat man laughs, mocking you. This kid is really good at pretending. But when the staff member asks if you are buying the car, you say directly, of course, I'll pay now. Can I drive it away immediately? The fat man sneers beside you, but he is not confident. Are you really buying the Chiron? The staff member looks astonished. He quickly calls the president, Jiang Chen. Soon, the president arrives. I heard you want to buy the Chiron? You nod. Calculate the total price. The total price for this car is 150 million, the president says. If you want a discount, I can negotiate. Without hesitation, you say, no need, just swipe the card. As the president takes out the POS machine, all eyes are on you. You enter the password, and a receipt prints out. The transaction is successful. Everyone around is stunned. It actually succeeded. The president is also surprised. Can I see the card? You smile slightly and take out the black card. Of course. Seeing this card, everyone is shocked. Even President Jiang Chen can't help but sigh, thinking to himself, this young man is truly a genius. No matter how successful I am, I can't compare to him. You hold the supreme black card. This card not only represents your wealth but also symbolizes your high status in society. Just by showing it, you can enjoy VIP treatment in many places. These are things money can't buy. Jiang Chen wipes the card with his expensive suit sleeve and hands it back to you. You think to yourself, when can I drive the car away? Jiang Chen responds, in half an hour. You look at the fat man beside you, signaling him to start calling. The fat man's face turns pale. He kneels down and shouts, Grandpa, not only because he lost the bet, but also because he realizes that offending you, a mysterious young master, is no small matter. He used to be the one who bullied others. Now, he is begging in a low voice, Grandpa, I was wrong. Please forgive me. You smile slightly. If you want me to forgive you completely, bark like a dog first, then roll out of here. The fat man nods and immediately starts performing. The onlookers cover their mouths and laugh. Everyone is filled with respect for you, thinking you must be from a wealthy family. Many beautiful girls come over to flirt with you, but you reject them directly. In the past, girls of this level were goddesses in your eyes, but now you are not interested. Half an hour later, the president comes over with a smile. Sir, the procedures are done. You can drive the car away now. You nod and drive the Bugatti Chiron towards the exit. You see the fat man lying on the ground, panting. You glance at the young woman beside him. You feel a sudden impulse and ask, Miss, would you like to ride in the passenger seat? She is stunned. This happiness comes a bit suddenly. The fat man whispers, don't go, but the young woman has already left with you. The fat man is furious, thinking about all the money he spent on this woman, now wasted. You drive the Chiron away. The young woman is both delighted and flattering. You're so handsome. How are you so rich? This car is so beautiful. I've never seen a better car in my life. You smile slightly. I don't really have anything to do with the fat man. He's just clingy. You drive towards Thompson Riviera. At this moment, the system's voice sounds. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first stage of the challenge. The gene potion has been issued. It is taking effect. You feel your body undergoing a transformation. Your strength increases, and your vision improves. You can clearly see small text hundreds of meters away. This gene potion is truly powerful. Soon, you arrive at the sales office of Thompson Riviera, the best place in the country. The staff sees you getting out of the Chiron and immediately greets you respectfully. Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a house? You nod. Do you have any available? The staff smiles and replies, yes, sir. Is it furnished? You ask, looking around. The staff tells you, there is one set, but the price is a bit high. You think to yourself, money is not a problem, and say, that's fine. Led by the staff, you come to the top floor of a building. The house is 1,200 square meters. The original owner's asking price is 450 million. You look around. The decoration style is exactly what you like, and the view is excellent. You secretly decide, I want to move in tonight. The staff says excitedly, the landlord said we need to sign the contract quickly. You immediately agree, no problem, let's sign now. After a series of procedures, the sky gradually darkens. The landlord sighs beside you, young man, you are really amazing at such a young age. I was lucky to earn some money, you sigh in your heart. I've only spent 600 million. There's still a long way to go to spend 1 trillion. At this moment, the staff gathers around to congratulate you. Welcome, boss, to Thompson Riviera. You clearly feel several young staff members flirting with you, but they don't meet your standards. At this time, a familiar voice came. The old classmate is really you. You look for the sound. A beautiful woman walked in. It is Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, how are you here? You asked, surprise. He also looked very confused. Why are you here? He is looking for his sister to play. Sister is a big internet celebrity, rented here. You smiled and said, I just bought a house. Want to go up to see? Willow such as smoke's eyes bright. Heart doubts, how and Thompson bought a house. In a few layers you answer. In the top floor of the Willow like smoke again staring eyes. Shocked in the heart, unexpectedly, you can buy such an expensive house here. Walk into the room wide, open living room at a glance. Furniture looks very luxurious. Willow Smoke asked you live alone. You nodded, yes, ready to buy a villa for parents in their hometown. Lu Ruyan seems to have some regrets. Parents prefer in the hometown. You ask if you want to stay and eat something. You want to talk with him more. In the past, you only dare to put the Willow as a goddess. Dare not touch. Now you have a $1 trillion bottom. You can go after it. Willow such as smoke is hesitant. Then his phone rang. Sister, I now take the past. He hung up the phone and said sorry. I have something left in my sister. He was ready to go out. Asked me to take it. Another day to disturb. You nod and signal him to go. Willow like smoke slowly walked to the door, and turned to add a WeChat convenient. Of course, you added contact information to each other. Lu Ruyan left. You made a phone call to your mother and wanted to share the joy of 1 trillion yuan with your parents. What's the matter, son? Is the living expenses not enough? The mother's voice is full of concern. You smiled and said, no, I have a great news to tell you. What was it? He couldn't wait to ask. I bought a lottery ticket last month and won $7 million. I want to send some to you. There was an instant shock on the other end of the line. You could hear them whispering. My son was telling the truth. After a long time, the mother said, son, this money can be a good plan. Don't spend parents. I want to wire you 2 million. We don't need much money. You can spend it yourself. You insist our house is getting old, it needs a new house, and dad's foot needs a doctor. Parents are very excited. Repeatedly confirmed that you are really heavy. It's getting late. Go wash up and go to bed. We'll talk tomorrow. When you wake up in the morning, you try to experience the enhanced body, and in a single jump, you can touch the roof of the house 3 meters high. Lifting hundreds of pounds of heavy bed is effortless. Feeling like Superman, with money and strength is really good. Today is Monday. When I went out, I hesitated whether to drive a new car to school, and finally decided to enjoy the magnificent life. Take the elevator down to the underground parking lot. You see a bunch of people around your car in the distance, rich people, taking pictures when they see the Bugatti Children of the Night. Oh, my God, it's the only one in the world, and I can't afford to spend it on it. Wang Sung circled around the car, surprised to see you. So young is the son of which family? He felt inferior for the first time. A car of more than 100 million is not the same, compared with the son of the night. He's got millions and millions of cars he can't sell. You did not expect to meet Wang Sung in such a place. Before he was his own envy of the existence. The beauty around often change. This is the life of a man. Waiting for a while, did not see these people have a trend of dispersing, but more and more gathered, and so on. The class will be late. Sorry everyone, I have to go to class. The owner? He's so young. He's the son of a family. Brother, this is your car. Yeah, it's my car. Everyone around was surprised. I heard the king on the top floor changed his landlord. It can't be you. I'm your confident answer. Just then, a hot woman walks up to you and asks, is this your car? Yes, very powerful. Can I add a contact information? Of course. You added contact with each other, just learned that she is Lu Ruyun's sister Lu Ruyun. When I drove to the school gate, I found a crowd of people in front of me and heard someone arguing. You look up and the security guard is apologizing to a rich kid named Zhang Jian, who was making a big deal out of it to show off his new Porsche 911. You think about it, you decide not to be a spectator, you walk up, it's a Porsche 911. It's just over $2 million. It's interesting. Zhang Jian's attitude makes you unhappy. What kind of car do you drive, a bicycle or an electric donkey? You point to the Bugatti in the back and say with confidence that I'm driving a Bugatti. The next day, Lu Yu woke up, and after washing up, he gently touched the scales of the world-destroying demon dragon, playing with his initial pet beast. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low growl, as if mumbling, and continued to sleep. Its slightly clumsy sleeping posture showed no trace of the aura of a demon dragon. Lu Yu, feeling bored, opened his phone. The first thing he saw was a message from Shen Nian Nian, vividly recounting what had happened in the dormitory last night. The slime's level has actually reached Awakening Tier 10, and its potential has even reached Star Level Tier 9? Lu Yu nodded, thinking to himself, not bad at all. It's worthy of being a slime that has awakened the devouring talent. As long as there are resources, it can grow stronger. By the end, Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. Shen Nian Nian mentioned that among her dormitory roommates, only Du Ruoyan did not have a contracted pet beast. In the next few days, Du Ruoyan would likely come to the mythical pet store to purchase an initial contracted pet beast. Good wine needs no bush. This business will come. Lu Yu was in no hurry at all. From time to time, he fed the world-destroying demon dragon dark source power, feeling the continuous feedback, and his beast taming space expanded under the dragon's response. Without any resources, relying solely on the feedback from the world-destroying demon dragon, my beast taming space has actually reached Awakening Tier 5, expanding to 500 square meters. Lu Yu thought to himself, compared to other beast tamers of the same level, Lu Yu's beast taming space was very special. It not only swirled with incredibly pure dark source power but also had an area 100 times that of other beast tamers at the same level. A beast tamer at Awakening Tier 1 has a beast taming space of only 1 square meter. Lu Yu's beast taming space, however, was 100 square meters. At Awakening Tier 5, the space naturally expanded to 500 square meters, nearly the size of 4 apartments. I estimate that in a few days, I will break through and become an extraordinary beast tamer. Lu Yu thought happily. With such hopeful thoughts, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Outside the pet store, a young man with an arrogant demeanor strode in. Luoze entered the mythical pet store and immediately looked around, his face flashing with a hint of disappointment at the ordinary decor. However, when he saw the world-destroying demon dragon, his eyes lit up. Luoze carefully examined Luyu, confirming that Luyu's level was only awakening level, and he immediately revealed an unrestrained expression, with a hint of disdain. Luyu frowned slightly, considering that guests are always welcome, and said, "Sir, may I ask what you need?" Luoze looked at the world-destroying demon dragon, unable to contain his admiration. Such a handsome world-destroying demon dragon perfectly matched Luoze's aesthetic. As a descendant of the Luo family, a beast-taming family in the Magic City, Luoze had received the most orthodox elite beast-tamer education since childhood and could see the extraordinary nature of the world-destroying demon dragon at a glance. It was definitely not just its appearance that matched his aesthetic. Within the body of the demon dragon, there seemed to be a terrifying dragon might that made Luoze feel a twinge of desire. Luoze unabashedly said, "Shopkeeper, this sub-dragon-type pet beast of yours is quite good. How about this? Name your price, and I'll buy it." Sub-dragon type? Luyu's expression was strange, as if he had heard a joke, and said, "This is not a sub-dragon type, but a demon dragon type that surpasses the giant dragon type, the true world-destroying demon dragon." Demon dragon type? World-destroying demon dragon? Luoze was slightly taken aback, looking at the restrained aura of the world-destroying demon dragon, and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I think you must be crazy. The top giant dragon type, when fully grown, is at the king level. Not to mention, the demon dragon type is on par with the divine dragon type. The demon dragon type, when fully grown, is a overlord. Your juvenile black dragon has reached awakening tier 10, yet its size is still so small. It's clearly a juvenile sub-dragon type." Narrow-minded, Luyu was too lazy to say more. The more Luoze looked at the world-destroying magic dragon, the more he liked it. He said, "You still haven't answered my question. Is this subspecies black dragon for sale or not? Name your price. I have plenty of money and can afford it." "Sorry, this is my contracted beast, not for sale." Luyu shook his head. "Really?" Luoze sighed slightly. He knew that a pet beast of such quality must be contracted. He then asked, "Do you have any other pet beast cubs here?" "Of course," Luyu replied, "but the prices might be a bit high." "I told you, I have plenty of money." Luoze frowned, noticing that the somewhat shabby pet shop had no display cases for any pet beasts, and he couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Would such a pet shop really have the pet beast he wanted? "The beast talent I awakened is B-level Black Flame. I prefer to contract a dark-type or fire-type pet beast. Do you have any here?" "I should clarify that I don't want low-level pet beasts with poor potential," Luoze said slowly, still holding onto a try-it-out attitude despite his inner doubts. "Naturally, we have some," Luyu said with an indifferent expression, casually taking out a container and placing it on the table. Luoze couldn't help but examine it closely, and his face darkened as he coldly said, "Are you trying to fool me?" "Our shop does not deceive anyone and will never play tricks on any customer," Luyu replied calmly. "Then what do you mean by this?" Luoze pointed at the container and angrily shouted, "Are you trying to pass off a lowly fire chicken on me? Do you think I would contract a fire chicken? Ha, a fire chicken. I wouldn't even want it on my dining table." "This is not an ordinary fire chicken," Luyu said with a hint of a smile, unfazed by Luoze's tone. "This is a fire chicken that can devour flames, even capable of consuming the exotic fires of the world, completely mastering the power of exotic fire. Just imagine, a fire chicken that controls the cold fire of a bone dragon and the evil demon flame. Isn't it destined to be invincible? Devouring flames, mastering exotic fire?" Luoze's heart trembled. If such a pet beast really existed, it would be a glorious and invincible path. When Luoze looked at the fire chicken, its silly and cute appearance, pecking at its own tail feathers from time to time, immediately made him dismiss the thought. He coldly said, "A fire chicken mastering exotic fire? What a lie! If such a pet beast existed, it would cost at least tens of millions. Even I couldn't afford it." Luyu seemed to realize something, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Oh, I see, so you're just a poor loser. You're looking for death." Luoze's face turned red, his anger barely contained, almost summoning his pet beast in an instant. He glanced at the world-destroying magic dragon beside him and said, "I absolutely will not buy this fire chicken. How about this, you release the contract on this black dragon subspecies, and I'll help you compensate for the damage of the contract release. I told you, the world-destroying magic dragon is my pet beast and absolutely cannot be sold. Can't you understand human language?" Luyu suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp. "If you're not sincerely looking to buy a pet beast, then get out of my shop." "What kind of attitude is that? I'm a customer." Luoze frowned, no longer able to endure. He instantly summoned his pet beast, a first-tier extraordinary black-feathered crow, releasing a powerful aura that corroded the air with dark power, making a sizzling sound. Luoze coldly said, "Do you know who I am to dare speak to me like this? It would be your honor if I were willing to contract your black dragon subspecies pet beast. Get lost, or die." Lu Yu's expression was icy. Roar! As if sensing its master's fury, the resting world-destroying magic dragon on the table suddenly opened its eyes, glaring coldly at Luoze and the black-feathered crow beside him. Rose felt his whole body stiffen as he gazed into the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon, as if he had seen the darkest terror in the world, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. "Black feather crow!" Rose shouted in panic. "Stop shouting," Lu Yu said indifferently. "Your black feather crow is about to die." Rose's heart sank, and he looked beside him to find the black feather crow entangled in boundless dark power, constantly eroding it. The aura of the black feather crow was also weakening. He looked at the world-destroying demon dragon, only to find that it did nothing. Just a glance was enough to instantly kill his proud black feather crow. Rose suddenly recalled Lu Yu's words. Could it be that this world-destroying black dragon is not a subspecies of black dragon, but a true demon dragon species? The thought of that possibility made Rose tremble in fear. Countless beast tamers, if they could contract a giant dragon, would undoubtedly become immensely powerful beast tamers. If they could master the complete method of cultivating giant dragons, it could even allow a family to rise to power. For example, the first beast-taming family in the Demon City, the Lu family, is one of the 3 major dragon-taming families in the Xia Kingdom. The descendants of dragon-taming families only contract giant dragons as their beasts, no longer calling themselves beast tamers, but rather dragon tamers. As for the demon dragon species, it is an existence that surpasses the giant dragon species. It is on par with the divine dragon species, representing the dark side of the dragon clan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The guardian dragon of my Xia kingdom is a divine dragon species beast. How could this young black dragon possibly possess a bloodline equivalent to that of the guardian dragon? Rose's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yet the scene before him infinitely corroborated Lu Yu's words. If it were not a demon dragon, how could it, with an awakened 10th tier realm, instantly kill the extraordinary black feather crow with just a glance? One must know that the black feather crow is always empowered by the B-grade beast talent Black Flame, and even when facing a formidable enemy of the 3rd extraordinary tier, it still has the strength to fight. Black feather crow, come back! Rose could no longer hesitate. If he delayed for a few more seconds, his black feather crow would truly die. Through the bond of the contract, Rose instantly recalled the black feather crow into the beast space, but his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could clearly sense that countless pitch-black source powers surged within the beast space, constantly penetrating the spatial barrier, and the entire beast space was filled with cracks, on the verge of collapse at any moment. What kind of power is this, that can forcefully destroy my beast space through the barriers of space? Rose was extremely anxious, and indescribable panic filled his heart, making him look at Lu Yu with fear, as if he were seeing a cruel demon god. When the pitch-black source power was exhausted, Rose looked at his battered beast space, his heart nearly bleeding. Just to repair the damage to the beast space, he would have to spend millions to purchase spatial resources. Rose looked deeply at Lu Yu, filled with regret for his offense, but he could not muster any anger. That was a demon dragon species. Normally growing to adulthood, it would be a dominant level. The gap was too great, making it impossible for Rose to feel any hatred. He dared not delay any longer and scrambled out of the pet shop. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon yawned, feeling utterly bored. That extraordinary black feather crow was suppressed with just a glance. Such a weak opponent truly made the world-destroying demon dragon lose interest, unable to even warm up. Lu Yu patted the head of the world-destroying demon dragon, feeling the rough and hard texture of its scales, and chuckled. "You, my friend, will eventually encounter strong enemies. Perhaps you will face off against a giant dragon." Roar! Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly opened its eyes wide, filled with anticipation, drooling slightly, as if saying, "Giant dragons are so delicious, when can I eat one?" Lu Yu was dumbfounded and chuckled. He remembered that the world-destroying demon dragon possessed the innate ability Demon Dragon, making it the nemesis of all dragon kind. Giant dragons? Divine dragons? They were merely resources for the world-destroying demon dragon to grow stronger. Magic City Beast Master University, first affiliated hospital. Luoze walked out with a pale face, his expression filled with lingering fear. "What a terrifying demon dragon," Luoze said in trepidation. "I almost died." He thought of that demon dragon, his body trembling uncontrollably, not daring to harbor even a hint of revenge. That was a demon dragon species, destined to grow into a ruler-level being, comparable to the divine dragon species. Lu Yu had contracted the world-destroying demon dragon, and Luo Zhe did not believe that Lu Yu's realm was merely at the surface level of awakening. An awakening level beast master could only contract beasts with a maximum potential of star level. A demon dragon with ruler level potential? It was likely that before the contract was even established, the beast master would explode. As for those beast masters from dragon ruling families, the reason they could contract giant dragons as their initial beasts was that they were completely bound to the giant dragon species through their beast mastery talent, and would only ever contract one giant dragon in their lifetime. Even so, only those who awakened an S-level dragon-type talent could contract a giant dragon species with king-level potential. He can't possibly have SS-level beast mastery talent, right? Luo Zhe shook his head, thinking, it's been at least 7 or 8 years since there was an SS-level beast mastery talent in Xia country, right? Luo Zhe stopped thinking further, holding a set of medical bills, feeling immense pain when settling the payment. The precious spatial resources and a large number of medicines, including treatments for auxiliary beast mastery, added up to over 5 million. That's 5 million. Enough to buy a star-level beast cub with 7th-tier potential. Luo Zhe took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret, wishing he could slap himself twice, thinking, why did I provoke him? He contracted a demon dragon. Just as Luo Zhe was about to leave the hospital, he unexpectedly met a pair of eyes that seemed to burn like cold flames. He felt his body stiffen, as if frozen by the cold flames. Luo Zhe recognized the person before him, his nominal elder brother, the next head of the Luo family recognized by the Luo family, Luo Tianyan. Luo Tianyan's qualifications were the strongest in the current Luo family, having awakened the A-level beast mastery talent Cold Flame. Fire-type beast mastery talent could only manifest specifically when it reached A-level, transforming into a type of exotic fire. To some extent, Luo Tianyan was an ability user wielding. Even without relying on beasts, Luo Tianyan's combat power was not to be underestimated. Among the third-year students at Magic City Beast Master University, Luo Tianyan was also among the top. The most crucial point was that Luo Tianyan was only 21 years old, yet he was already a star-level beast master. Brother, Luo Zhe was taken aback and could only bow respectfully. Faced with such an outstanding elder brother, even if Luo Zhe's heart was proud, he could only feel ashamed. Speak, who did this to you? Luo Tianyan said coldly, you are also a descendant of the Luo family. Since you were humiliated outside, I will help you regain your honor. The news of Luo Zhe fleeing into the hospital had already spread throughout Magic City Beast Master University. Many students were puzzled about who could have beaten Luo Zhe to such a state. As a second-generation Beast Master, Luo Zhe enjoyed a wealth of resources and was considered above average among second-year students. The black-feathered crow he contracted had the potential of star level, making it top tier. Luo Zhe and the black-feathered crow had even broken through to the extraordinary level. How could such a young extraordinary level beast master be beaten to the point of fleeing? And no need. Luo Zhe quickly shook his head, saying, brother, don't provoke him, our Luo family can't afford to offend him. Shut up, Luo Tianyan scolded, although our Luo family is not the most powerful family in Magic City, we are not to be bullied by anyone. Besides the top families, like the dragon-ruling family Lu family, who can make our Luo family afraid? Even our Luo family can't provoke them. Luo Zhe shook his head. Impossible. Luo Tianyan frowned and said, tell me, who exactly did you offend? A beast master who has contracted a demon dragon. Luo Zhe took a deep breath and said, with just one glance, my black feather crow was defeated, and even my beast space was nearly shattered by the dark source power. If the other party hadn't shown mercy, my beast space would have been destroyed long ago. What? A demon dragon? Luo Tianyan's expression changed in shock, unable to maintain his composure. The level of power was completely beyond his imagination. One glance to defeat a black feather crow, if the strength was strong enough, that could be easily done. But, to directly destroy the beast space through the beast contract? Such a terrifying method would make any beast master tremble in fear. For a beast master, the beast space is the absolute foundation. If the beast space is completely destroyed, no matter how high the level of the beast master, they would be reduced to nothing. Luo Tianyan let out a bitter laugh. Even he, no matter how proud, knew that only divine dragon or demon dragon level pets could achieve this. A beast master who has contracted a demon dragon, let alone the Luo family, even the 3 major dragon families would have to think twice. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Luo Tianyan suddenly said, Luo Zhe, lead the way. What? Luo Zhe looked stunned and asked, "Where to? Take me to meet that senior and apologize." Luo Tianyan scolded, "A beast master who has contracted a demon dragon, do you want to implicate the entire Luo family? There are no eternal enemies in this world. Don't you understand this principle?" Initially, when he heard that Luo Zhe was seriously injured, Luo Tianyan thought about helping Luo Zhe regain face and restore the Luo family's reputation. But now, that thought had completely vanished. A beast master who has contracted a demon dragon even the Luo family couldn't provoke. The strongest member of the Luo family was a king-level beast master. In front of an adult demon dragon, even a king-level master had no chance of winning. Luo Zhe's face turned pale as he realized that the other party's demon dragon was only in its juvenile stage, at the awakened level of 10, yet its power was so terrifying. What if it reached the growth stage or even the adult stage? An adult demon dragon is a ruler-level existence. A single breath of dragon fire could destroy a city. Luo Zhe had offended the other party. If the demon dragon reached adulthood and a ruler-level demon dragon came to take revenge, the entire Luo family would be buried with him. Just thinking about it made Luo Zhe shudder, and he quickly said, "I'll take you there right away." At that moment, Liu was calmly drinking tea, occasionally feeding the world-destroying demon dragon some dried fruit, when he suddenly noticed Luo Tianyan and Luo Zhe walking into the beast shop one after the other, and couldn't help but frown slightly. "I kindly spared your life and didn't destroy your beast space, and yet you not only don't show gratitude but also bring someone to cause trouble?" Lu Yu said coldly. "And no." Luo Zhe hurriedly bowed and said, "I wouldn't dare have such thoughts. I brought my brother here to represent the Luo family and apologize to the senior." "Senior? Apologize?" Lu Yu's expression was strange, and he didn't explain anything. Demon Dragon. Luo Tianyan looked at the resting world-destroying demon dragon on the table and felt that within the juvenile demon dragon lay the most profound and boundless darkness, causing the innate fire-cold flame within him to tremble slightly. Especially those tightly closed eyes gave Luo Tianyan a sense of heart palpitations. He couldn't imagine how terrifying and tragic it would be when the dragon's eyes opened. He would probably be instantly swallowed by darkness and burned to ashes. No wonder a single glance defeated the black feather crow. Luo Zhe ultimately has too narrow a vision to perceive the terror of this juvenile demon dragon. Luo Tianyan sighed inwardly. As Luo Zhe's words fell, he stepped forward, holding a gift box with both hands, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Senior, this is a platinum-level spatial resource, the Sky Crystal. This small token is meant as an apology from Luo Zhe for the offense, and I hope you will accept it. A great person like you can forgive the mistakes made by Luo Zhe." Platinum level, spatial resource, the Sky Crystal? Just this one piece is worth over several million. The greatest function of the Sky Crystal is to expand the beast space. Theoretically, as long as one possesses enough Sky Crystals, the beast space can expand infinitely. Lu Yu did not expect that Luo Tianyan would present a Sky Crystal right away. It was indeed incredibly generous. It seems the other party is sincerely apologizing. "Put it down." Lu Yu's mood improved significantly as he nodded, saying, "I had no intention of pursuing this matter, so you can rest assured. The senior is magnanimous, but my Luo family cannot be without a gesture." Luo Tianyan quickly shook his head and respectfully placed the Sky Crystal on the table. Luo Zhe stood by, at a loss. Luo Tianyan was the designated young clan leader of the Luo family, yet he could only treat Lu Yu with respect, adopting a junior's posture. Luo Zhe knew all too well that, in Luo Tianyan's judgment, Lu Yu was definitely not an awakened-level beast master, but rather a seasoned dragon master who had hidden his true strength. Roar the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly opened its eyes, a strand of pitch-black source power enveloping the Sky Crystal, using the contract to place the Sky Crystal into Lu Yu's beast space, and then continued to close its eyes and rest. Luo Tianyan broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, he had unconsciously looked into the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon. Even though the demon dragon did not release any power, Luo Tianyan felt his whole body stiffen and his scalp tingled. What a terrifying demon dragon! I am merely a first-tier star-level beast master, yet facing this awakened-level 10th-tier demon dragon, I am completely suppressed, unable to muster even a shred of fighting spirit. That pair of eyes, definitely the eyes of a demon dragon, harboring ultimate darkness, exuding great terror. Immeasurable. Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and said, "Senior, since you have opened a pet store, do you have any excellent pet cubs? I recently broke through to star level and am just about to open my third beast position. What talent have you awakened?" Lu Yu inquired. "Senior, I have awakened the A-level beast talent Cold Flame," Luo Tianyan replied respectfully. "Oh, Cold Flame?" Lu Yu chuckled lightly and said, "An A-level attribute talent can already be considered an extraordinary ability. Your Cold Flame talent should be regarded as a type of exotic fire, right?" "Senior has a keen eye," Luo Tianyan said sincerely. Unfortunately, my cold flame is a cold fire, and its compatibility with most fire-type pets is not high. I have searched many times and found it difficult to find a compatible pet. Just right, I have a pet here that is most compatible with you. Luyu laughed heartily, taking out a container again and said, "This fire chicken is yours for just 3 million. He was worried about how to sell the fire chicken. Although redeeming it required no points, if it remained unsold for a period, he would face system penalties that would deduct points. Yes, Luo Tianyan replied respectfully, "I will buy this fire chicken." Luyu's expression darkened slightly. With his insight, he could naturally see that Luo Tianyan's quick agreement hinted at something else, so he immediately scolded, "Do you think I'm joking with you? Do you think I'm making things difficult for you by selling you the fire chicken?" "I wouldn't dare," Luo Tianyan forced a bitter smile and said, "But the fire chicken is a bit too low level. Even an F-level fire-type beast master might not contract it. This fire chicken can naturally refine all flames for its own use, even exotic fire, including your cold flame." Luyu snorted coldly, pointing at Luo Zhe, and said, "I once wanted to sell the scarlet flame chicken to him, but he couldn't recognize its value and looked down on it. He insisted that I break the contract with the world-destroying demon dragon before he would stop angering me. If you don't believe in the potential of the scarlet flame chicken, you can release your cold flame and let the scarlet flame chicken devour and refine it. You'll know after a try." "Refine all flames, even the?" Luo Tianyan's heart trembled. He glanced at Luo Zhe and received a confirming response, instantly believing about 70 to 80%. To get a more definitive conclusion, Luo Tianyan released his innate, and the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees in an instant. Gugu the scarlet flame chicken sensed the presence of the cold flame and felt an irresistible attraction. It became extremely excited, breaking free from the container's constraints and swallowing the cold flame like a whale gulping water. In an instant, it refined it. Luo Tianyan's face turned as pale as paper as the formed by his beast-taming talent, the cold flame, was devoured by the scarlet flame chicken. Since the scarlet flame chicken was not the contracted pet of Luo Tianyan, it naturally caused a significant backlash. However, when the cold flame ignited on the scarlet flame chicken, Luo Tianyan was utterly shocked. It actually refined the cold flame. "What is this?" "This is the Flame Emperor." Luo Tianyan trembled with excitement, his face filled with joy, and hurriedly said, "Senior, I want to buy this scarlet flame chicken. I want to contract it right now, is that okay?" "Sure." Luyu had no objections. How could this be? Luo Zhe felt as if struck by lightning, regret filling his heart as he exclaimed, "It can even devour the cold flame and turn it into its own? What a terrifying talent!" Luo Zhe realized that this scarlet flame chicken, which refined, should have been his pet, but due to his short-sightedness, he missed it. As for the 3 million price tag, Luo Zhe had spent 5 million on medical expenses just to repair his nearly shattered beast taming space after a trip to the hospital. Watching Luo Tianyan hurry to make the payment, eagerly binding the beast contract with the scarlet flame chicken, there was no trace of the demeanor of the young master of the Luo family. Luo Zhe's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife, even affecting his injuries, causing a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, infinite regret surged forth, completely overcoming his pride. Bang! "Senior!" Luo Zhe suddenly knelt on the ground, his expression filled with immense pain, tears of regret uncontrollably streaming down as he cried out, "Please give me another chance. I have already repented. Please forgive me." Seeing Luo Zhe kneeling so humbly, even Luo Tianyan couldn't help but be moved. "It won't help even if you kneel." Luyu's expression was cold as he said, "I won't pursue your crimes, but that doesn't mean I forgive your offense. You should never have dared to set your sights on the world-destroying demon dragon." Luo Zhe was in immense pain but clearly understood that he had lost the chance to change his fate. "Luo Zhe, you can go back now." Luo Tianyan sighed and said, "You are already an adult. You must take responsibility for your actions. Remember, the senior is no longer pursuing your crimes. If you dare to have any other thoughts, I will kill you directly." "I understand." Luo Zhe seemed to have lost all vitality, respectfully bowing to Luyu and leaving like a walking corpse. "Senior," Luo Tianyan respectfully said, "the potential of the scarlet flame chicken is incredibly exaggerated. Its value is absolutely worth more than 3 million. I will remember this kindness, so please rest assured." He certainly didn't believe that Luyu was unaware of the true value of the scarlet flame chicken. The price of 3 million was merely an investment. Luo Tianyan was a smart person, he understood Luyu's intentions and was willing to appreciate them. Especially knowing that Luyu had contracted a young demon dragon, such a beast master destined to reach the pinnacle of beast taming. Only by accepting the investment in the scarlet flame chicken could he continue to strengthen their relationship. "It's nothing." Luyu shook his head slightly and smiled, "I may not need you to do anything. If you don't have enough strength, you can't do anything for me." Alright, since you've already contracted the Crimson Flame Chicken, you can leave now. Luo Tianyan looked at Luyu, then glanced at the world-destroying demon dragon, unsure of what he was thinking, and respectfully asked, Senior, since you have contracted the demon dragon, do you have any relation to one of the three great dragon families, the Lu family? The Lu family? Luyu's expression was inscrutable as he coldly replied, I have long since severed ties with the Lu family. Understood. Luo Tianyan did not dare to ask further and respectfully took his leave. However, a thought arose in his heart. Perhaps, the senior and the Lu family were not unrelated, but rather had a grudge. Even if it's a dragon family, offending a beast master who has contracted a demon dragon must be quite serious, Luo Tianyan thought to himself. After watching Luo Tianyan leave, Luyu's mind sank into the beast space, mobilizing his source power to refine the platinum-level resource Sky Crystal. For a beast master, the beast space was the foundation. The strength of the beast space would also bring about changes in realm. As the Sky Crystal continued to be refined, Luyu's beast space began to expand continuously. As a beast master with an awakened SSS level talent, the usual awakened first level beast space was only 1 square meter, but Luyu's was 100 square meters, a full hundredfold difference. After the world-destroying demon dragon reached the 10th awakening stage, it could no longer increase in level, and the dark hellish power it absorbed was all converted to nourish Luyu. Before refining the Sky Crystal, Luyu's realm had already reached the 5th awakening stage. As the Sky Crystal continued to melt, Luyu's beast space expanded again, from 500 square meters directly to 1,000 square meters. 10th awakening stage. It seemed to have reached some kind of bottleneck. The Sky Crystal was still being refined and integrated, but the beast space did not continue to expand, until it reached a true limit. Boom! The beast space erupted in explosive growth, expanding directly by 10 times. The area of the beast space was 10,000 square meters. Extraordinary first stage. Relying purely on absorbing the spatial source power of the Sky Crystal to elevate the beast master's level, this behavior is truly extravagant. Luyu shook his head with a smile, but he did not care. It was just a platinum-level Sky Crystal. With a slight thought, he opened the system space and directly purchased 30 diamond-level Sky Crystals. You have purchased Sky Crystals, diamond level, x30, consuming 300 points, current remaining 0 points. 30 Sky Crystals with a deeper hue fell into Luyu's beast space, and one of them instantly melted, causing Luyu's beast space to expand once again. Finally, it settled at 100,000 square meters. As expected of the diamond-level Sky Crystal, a high-level resource priced at 10 points each, to go from extraordinary first stage to extraordinary 10th stage, it only consumed 10% of one. Once I completely refine a Sky Crystal, I estimate I can directly break through to the star-level first stage. Feeling the vast beast space in his mind, Luyu was overjoyed. He could sense that he now possessed incredibly powerful strength, and even the SSS-level talent inscribed in his soul, Dark Hell, had grown exponentially. Luyu even discovered that the Dark Hell had split into 2 layers, with demonic energy rising and shadows sinking, transforming into a dual hell, with the upper layer being a demonic prison and the lower layer a dark prison. World-destroying demon dragon, Dark Hell. Through the connection of the beast contract, Liu continuously fed the incredibly pure dark source power from the dark hell to the world-destroying demon dragon. Countless dark source powers surged in, and the world-destroying demon dragon greedily absorbed and devoured them, converting all the dark source power into its own strength. The aura of the world-destroying demon dragon was continuously growing. In just an instant, it broke through to the extraordinary level. As long as Luyu breaks through to the star level, the world-destroying demon dragon will also break through, gaining even more terrifying power. The beast you contracted, world-destroying demon dragon, has broken through the extraordinary level and comprehended the red star level skill, Dragon Extermination Demon Soul. Dragon Extermination Demon Soul, red star level skill, turning boundless darkness into the servant of the demon soul, manifesting the dark dragon soul, exterminating the soul and slaying the dragon. The system prompt sounded, and Luyu was instantly overjoyed. After the world-destroying demon dragon broke through the extraordinary level, it actually comprehended a skill, and it was a red star level skill comparable to the Dragon Dark Domain. Dragon Extermination Demon Soul, exterminating the soul and slaying the dragon. Truly worthy of being the nemesis of dragons, the world-destroying demon dragon. Luyu couldn't help but sigh. Any dragon-type pet, even if it was a sub-dragon species, was a symbol of power. Pure giant dragons had created the 3 great dragon taming families, even standing independently from the Beastmaster system, known as dragon tamers, immensely noble. Divine dragons? They were even ranked as the guardian divine dragons of the Xia kingdom. However, whether it was sub-dragons, giant dragons, or the legendary divine dragons, in front of the world-destroying demon dragon, they would probably only end up as food. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was quite pleased, then looked at Luyu with a hint of pity, as if saying, I am a demon dragon, when can I eat dragon meat? As a demon dragon, it had never eaten a bite of dragon meat since its birth, which made the world-destroying demon dragon feel very embarrassed, almost not daring to call itself a demon dragon. One day, I will make you, the giant dragon species, eat to your heart's content. Luyu patted the head of the world-destroying demon dragon, suddenly recalling events from 12 years ago. That year, he was only 6 years old. Luyu, we adopted you because we saw the S-level dragon-type talent source within you. Your parents failed in the competition for the family head position and died. You, this abandoned child, what value do you have besides the trace of S-level dragon-type talent source? Extracting this trace of S-level dragon-type talent source is just enough for your brother. Don't you spoil him a lot? If you give your talent to your brother, you wouldn't be unwilling, right? Don't worry, after you lose your talent source, your future will be completely entrusted to your brother. Your brother will become an unprecedented dual S-level dragon-type talent holder, capable of contracting 2 top-tier giant dragons at the same time. He is destined to become the invincible dragon tamer of this era, revitalizing the name of our Lu family's dragon taming clan. As for you, after losing your talent source, just live your life as a waste. He did not start without the Beastmaster talent source, it was taken from him. That deeply etched pain, even after 12 years, still tightly marked Luyu's heart and soul, never forgotten. Many thoughts flashed by, turning into sighs. With Luyu's current extraordinary level strength, even if he contracted the world-destroying demon dragon, he could not shake the deeply rooted dragon-taming family. But Luyu believed that it wouldn't be long before he could look down from above, overlooking the dragon-taming family. Continue to cultivate, Luyu gently said while touching the head of the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt Luyu's emotions, its dark dragon eyes filled with determination. Time passed unnoticed in cultivation. Luyu suddenly realized that since he began to absorb and refine the void crystal, and then let the world-destroying demon dragon absorb and refine the dark source power, both the Beastmaster and the pet had jointly broken through to the extraordinary 10th level. Nearly 2 days had passed. During this time, the boundless dark power was absorbed by the world-destroying demon dragon. The source power of the SSS-level Beastmaster talent Dark Hell was undoubtedly the best cultivation resource for the world-destroying demon dragon at present. The level of the world-destroying demon dragon had also completely reached the limit of the extraordinary level. Extraordinary 10th level. In terms of strength, it had increased by more than 100 times. What surprised Luyu was that even though the world-destroying demon dragon had reached its current limit, it seemed that its aura was still continuously growing stronger. Is this the world-destroying demon dragon making its foundation even more solid? Luyu noticed this and was immediately overjoyed, thinking, perhaps, when I break through to the star level, the world-destroying demon dragon will break its realm shackles and instantly advance to the 2nd or even 3rd tier of the star level? Then, Luyu recalled that he had been cultivating for 2 days straight, during which not a single customer had visited. This was definitely not good news. Luyu couldn't help but sigh slightly, thinking, even though I opened the mythical pet store near the Beastmaster University in Demon City, being a newly opened pet store, business is still not very good. He opened his phone and found a message from Shin Yan. Shin Yan, store manager, my roommate has already set off for the mythical pet store. You must arrange the best pet cub for her. Below this message was a cute emoji of a cat stretching its paws. Luyu could easily imagine Shin Yan's beautiful face filled with playfulness as she sent the message, and he was pleasantly surprised, thinking, Shin Yan's roommate is already on the way? A couple of days ago, Shin Yan had mentioned that her roommate, Du Ruoyan, had not yet contracted an initial pet and had clearly expressed her intention to come to the mythical pet store to purchase one in the next few days. Du Ruoyan knew about the special nature of slimes, and it was almost a sure deal. I am now an extraordinary beast master and have opened my 2nd beast master position. Unfortunately, I currently have no points at all and cannot exchange for a pet comparable to the world-destroying demon dragon. Luyu shook his head, secretly lamenting, I need to sell at least 2 more pet cubs to gather 600 points. My 2nd pet must be comparable to the world-destroying demon dragon, right? Pets like slimes, little skeletons, and fiery chickens, although they also possess astonishing talents, will eventually realize their potential and strength. Compared to the world-destroying demon dragon, there is almost no comparability. Before long, Luyu clearly sensed a beautiful girl standing outside the mythical pet store. Du Ruoyan was wearing a light white shirt that outlined her youthful figure, and beneath her light pink skirt, her straight, fair legs were long and slender. She wore white over-the-knee socks paired with brown leather shoes, looking like a pure college student. Du Ruoyan looked at the sign of the mythical pet store, blinked slightly, and murmured with a hint of complaint, Nian Nian is really something, too focused on cultivating her beast space. She didn't even have time to accompany me here. Despite her slight grievance, Du Ruoyan knew that with Shin Nian Nian's current awakened level as a beast master, the level and potential of the slime had already been cultivated to the extreme. The awakened beast space was very fragile. If the slime became stronger, Shin Nian Nian's beast space would be the first to be affected and might even be on the verge of collapse. Only when Shin Nian Nian broke through to the extraordinary level of beast master could she continue to cultivate the slime. Shin Nian Nian had been accepted into one of the 3 major beast master universities in Xia country, the Demon City Beast Master University, and had contracted an extraordinarily potential slime. What reason did she have not to work hard? I'm really envious. Du Ruoyan pouted and said softly, the slime can become stronger just by devouring resources. It can directly devour water attribute resources and feed them back to the beast space. Some common water-type resources can have effects comparable to space-type resources. Nian Nian's breakthrough to the extraordinary level won't take too long. Du Ruoyan knew very well that contracting a pet like a slime could completely change a beast master's fate. Now, she stood at the door of the mythical pet store, facing an opportunity to change her destiny. With Du Ruoyan's personality, she usually carried herself with grace, but now she hesitated, feeling a hint of timidity. Suddenly, Du Ruoyan saw a tall and handsome young man standing in the pet shop, looking at her with a smile in his eyes. You must be Nian Nian's friend, right? Lu Yu said gently with a warm smile, you've been standing at the door for so long, aren't you planning to come in? Du Ruoyan met Lu Yu's gaze, feeling his teasing, and for some reason, her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly replied, I haven't been standing for that long. She rarely interacted with boys and quickly walked into the mythical pet shop. Du Ruoyan initially thought that since this pet shop named Mythical could cultivate pets like slimes, it must be a large pet shop. However, upon entering, she realized that the shop was indeed a bit small, with an area of less than 100 square meters, and it even looked somewhat shabby. Even the shop owner was not the middle-aged man she had imagined, but a tall and handsome young man like herself. This young shop owner exuded a gentle and friendly aura that made Du Ruoyan unconsciously want to get closer. When she looked directly into the young shop owner's eyes, her face slightly flushed, but she couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Those eyes seemed to contain an incredibly deep black hue. Lu Yu was slightly taken aback and quickly reined in his gaze. After breaking through to the extraordinary level, Lu Yu's awakened SSS-level beast mastery talent Dark Hell underwent a transformation, becoming a dual hell. After all, it was a legendary SSS-level talent, and Lu Yu did not know whether this change was good or bad. The transformed Dark Hell was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if it was hidden within the soul, a hint of it would still show. If one looked directly into Lu Yu's eyes, they would vaguely glimpse the existence of the Dark Hell. The left eye was the Demon Abyss, and the right eye was the Dark Abyss. As long as Lu Yu intentionally restrained his gaze, the Demon Abyss and Dark Abyss within his eyes would instantly vanish. I heard from Nian Nian that you haven't contracted your initial pet yet. Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, yes. Du Ruoyan came back to her senses and quickly replied, I only awakened my B-level beast mastery talent Holy Light before the college entrance exam, which can enhance the support abilities of pets. Support type? Huh? Lu Yu nodded and said, no wonder you haven't contracted your initial pet for so long. Support type pets are very rare, especially light type pets. Pets specializing in support abilities are many times rarer than necromancy type pet cubs. With Du Ruoyan awakening the Holy Light talent, she was destined to grow into a support-type beast master. This type of beast master holds a very high status in society. In the future, whether she becomes a medical beast master or takes on a support role in a beast master team, she will receive great attention. However, for a medical or support beast master, the path to growth is also very challenging. Just the first step of contracting an initial pet can stump many people. Actually, the school is already helping me arrange it, but light attribute support-type pet cubs are just too rare. There are a few freshmen who have awakened A-level support-type talents, and their priority is higher than mine, so they can only wait in line. There are also seniors from the second and third years ahead of them, several of whom are also support types, and they urgently need to contract support-type pets. Du Ruoyan explained, if they can only wait in line, then I have to wait even longer. Saying this, she felt a bit bitter. Watching her roommates contract their initial pets and continuously increase their strength, she felt unable to become a true beast master. Even though she usually appeared confident and cheerful, the anxiety and bitterness in Du Ruoyan's heart were known only to her. Lu Yu nodded slightly. The channels for purchasing pet beasts at the Magic City Beast Master University are actually the many large pet stores in the city. where one must wait in line for a long time to get a star-level potential auxiliary pet beast cub. Moreover, it specifically has to be a light attribute auxiliary pet beast cub? I'm afraid. After confirming Du Ruoyun's choice of major, the Magic City Beast Master University would only place an order, and the large pet stores would then begin to cultivate suitable cubs, right? In fact, most auxiliary pet beasts are monopolized by various prominent families and factions. Given the strategic position of auxiliary beast masters, those big families naturally band together to control the supply of auxiliary pet beasts to attract auxiliary beast masters to join. Any beast master team, or even a beast master legion, would see a direct increase in strength with the addition of an auxiliary beast master, becoming not only more valiant in battle but also free from worries. Additionally, auxiliary beast masters have another channel to contract suitable pet beast cubs, which is to join the military. Joining the army of the Xia Kingdom and becoming a military beast master means fighting against the brutally fierce alien legions. The death rate is terrifyingly high. Du Ruoyun raised her head slightly and asked in a low voice, "Shopkeeper, do you have any pet beast cubs that meet my requirements?" "Of course I do," Liu replied with a light smile. For other pet stores, even large ones, it might be difficult to obtain such a cub, or they might require advance reservations and timely breeding. However, for Liu, it posed no difficulty at all. With a thought, he took out a transparent container and placed it on the table. Du Ruoyun couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, but as she looked into the container, the greater her expectations, the deeper her disappointment. Inside the container was a completely green worm, wriggling continuously. "This is..." Du Ruoyun was momentarily speechless. Liu smiled and said, "That's right, this is a low-level insect-type pet beast, the green cotton worm." Du Ruoyun pursed her lips, looking into Liu's eyes, and ultimately couldn't muster any anger. Instead, she felt a hint of grievance and whispered, "Are you bullying me, shopkeeper?" She naturally recognized the green cotton worm. It was taught in high school textbooks that among many pet beasts, it could no longer be described as low-level, it was practically at the very bottom of the food chain. Any bird-type pet beast could treat the green cotton worm as food. Tens of thousands of green cotton worms might not yield even one that could grow to adulthood. Even among adult green cotton worms, only a very few could reach the first awakening stage. However, after cultivation, the green cotton worm has a chance to cocoon. Once it successfully cocoons, it will evolve into a green cotton butterfly, which can reach the third awakening stage in adulthood. Only the cocooned and evolved green cotton butterfly can be compared to slimes or little skeletons. One can imagine just how weak the green cotton worm species is. Liu didn't anticipate Du Ruoyun's reaction and chuckled. "This is not an ordinary green cotton worm, but one that can infinitely cocoon and evolve." Infinite cocoon evolution? Du Ruoyun was slightly taken aback. That's right. Liu held the green cotton worm in his hand. It was no thicker than a pinky finger, wriggling in his palm. This green cotton worm has a special growth type talent called cocoon. When you use different resources on the green cotton worm, once it absorbs to its limit, it will cocoon and evolve. Listening to Liu's words, Du Ruoyun's previously low spirits were reignited with excitement. She thought of the slime that Xin Nian had contracted, which also had a similar talent, right? In comparison, the green cotton worm's cocoon talent seemed even more intuitive and related to evolution. For pet beasts, a successful evolution would surely bring about a transformation. If this is a green cotton worm that can infinitely cocoon and evolve, then its future is absolutely immeasurable. Du Ruoyun's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "If I feed the Qingnian worm with light-type resources and use the beast mastery talent Holy Light to nurture it constantly, the Qingnian worm will cocoon and evolve into a light-type auxiliary beast?" "That's right." Liu nodded. Du Ruoyun fell into deep thought. If what Liu said was true, then this Qingnian worm was definitely the most suitable pet for her. In fact, one could say that any awakened beast master would not refuse to contract such a Qingnian worm. A Qingnian worm with the talent of cocooning already possessed infinite possibilities to some extent. As for deception, even if the Qingnian worm did not have this cocooning talent, since the Qingnian worm itself was too weak, not even at the first awakening stage, breaking the contract would only mean that within a month, she could not contract an initial pet. Du Ruoyun estimated that it would take her a few months to get in line, which would have almost no impact. She immediately made the decision to purchase the contract for this Qingnian worm. "Shopkeeper, how much is this Qingnian worm?" Du Ruoyun's pretty face was filled with seriousness. Even after making up her mind, the thought of contracting a Qingnian worm still felt somewhat absurd to her. When she thought of Xin Nian contracting the slime, her slightly wavering determination became firm again. Du Ruoyun thought to herself, when Nian contracted the slime, she must have felt something similar to what I'm feeling now? Liu smiled and said, "The Qingnian worm is priced at 3 million. Upon hearing this, Du Ruoyun felt it was incredibly strange. How could a Qingnian worm be associated with a price of 3 million? Du Ruoyun did not hesitate. After all, the price of the slime was also 3 million. Before coming to the mythical pet store, she had already prepared herself mentally and had the funds ready. Du Ruoyun's scholarship and savings added up to about 5 million. Even if she spent 3 million, she would still have 2 million left, which was more than enough to purchase light-type resources to cultivate the Qingnian worm. Du Ruoyun was extremely confident that as long as what Lu Yu said was true, any beast master would not hesitate for a moment when it came time to pay for such an infinitely cocooning and evolving Qingnian worm. Soon, the transaction was completed. Lu Yu's bank card had an additional 3 million. The balance in the card exceeded 12 million. Even in the precious land of the Magic City, this was considered a huge sum, enough to buy a house outright. Compared to the 12 million balance, the 300 system points credited made Lu Yu even happier. As long as he sold another pet cub, he would have enough points to exchange for a cub comparable to a world-destroying dragon, contracting it as his second pet. Qingnian worm. Du Ruoyun, with a complex and anxious heart, established a beast contract with the Qingnian worm. Feeling the information coming from the contract, her eyes grew brighter. The beast contract would not deceive her. Special growth-type talent, cocoon. Du Ruoyun took a deep breath and affirmed, the potential of the Qingnian worm is definitely not inferior to that of the slime. How is it? Are you satisfied? Lu Yu looked at her with great interest and smiled. Satisfied. Du Ruoyun's gaze shifted slightly, and she said softly, shopkeeper, thank you, I will take good care of the Qingnian worm. Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, now you know that I wasn't trying to bully you, right? Feeling Lu Yu's teasing gaze, Du Ruoyun's pretty face turned almost completely red. Remembering her previous doubts, she felt an indescribable guilt surge in her heart and said softly, I'm sorry, shopkeeper. It's fine. Lu Yu shook his head with a smile and said, I have no intention of blaming you. Your friend said my place was a black shop when she contracted the slime. Selling the Qingnian worm was undoubtedly the smoothest transaction so far. Indeed, having customers recommend and spread the word is currently the best business model. Lu Yu thought to himself, black shop? Du Ruoyun's face flushed red. She seemed to have questioned it as well. In the following time, Lu Yu, adhering to the principle of honesty, earnestly reminded Du Ruoyun of many important matters to pay attention to during the cultivation, cocooning, and evolution processes of the Qingnian worm. Du Ruoyun listened obediently, nodding from time to time like a little chick pecking at rice, and even took out her tablet to diligently take notes. After leaving the mythical pet store, Du Ruoyun first went to a trading company to purchase many light-type resources before taking the subway back to Magic City University. In the girls' dormitory, room 301, pushing open the villa's door, Du Ruoyun found the living room empty. Walking to the back courtyard, she saw Xin Niannian wearing a cute pink swimsuit, exposing her fair arms and thighs, with wet strands of hair sticking to her cheeks. The slime was swimming in the pool, and countless streams of water suddenly surged up, transforming into a slightly reddish current that soared over 10 meters high. The slime's control over the red water spear has become increasingly proficient, Du Ruoyun thought with a hint of envy. The red water spear was a golden level skill, usually only comprehended by pets with Manhwa level potential. Mastering the red water spear could even allow the slime to challenge extraordinary level pets. Not to mention, the slime had also comprehended the golden level skill water blue satin. The incredibly gorgeous water flow satin possessed immense strangling and piercing power, making it both offensive and defensive. At that moment, Xin Niannian noticed Du Ruoyun. She picked up the slime and walked out of the pool. Droplets of crystal clear water flowed down her fair skin. The slime was held tightly, almost struggling to breathe, and it wriggled back into the pool. I'm back, Du Ruoyun said as she stepped forward to hug her, letting the water droplets soak her shirt, clinging tightly to her youthful body, and smiled. Niannian, your slime has become stronger again. He. Xin Niannian was in a good mood and said, by the way, didn't you go to the mythical pet store? What cub did the store manager prepare for you? Even if Xin Niannian hadn't asked, Du Ruoyun would have generously shown it. She walked to the pavilion, her thoughts moving as she imprinted the summoning array on the stone table. Xin Niannian looked on with great anticipation but suddenly froze, watching the summoning array disappear, leaving only a small green worm. She couldn't help but exclaim, this is a Qingnian worm? Yes, Du Ruoyun nodded, carefully cradling the Qingnian worm in her palm, and softly said, the store manager said this Qingnian worm has potential comparable to the slime. The pets cultivated by the store manager really do not follow the usual path. Xin Niannian gently shook her head, unable to help but exclaim, I thought the slime was already exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect the Qingnian worm to be even more outrageous. I think so too, Du Ruoyun said softly, slightly pursing her lips, but the store manager is really nice. Although I had my doubts about him, he didn't mind at all. Yes, the store manager is very good, Shen Yanyan nodded repeatedly, revealing a hint of a smile as she exchanged a glance with Du Ruoyan. At that moment, the two beautiful girls reached a consensus. Zhang Yi walked over and, seeing the Qingnian worm cradled in Du Ruoyan's hands, blinked in surprise and said, Ruoyan, you didn't just buy a Qingnian worm from the mythical pet store, did you? Since it was purchased from the mythical pet store, it definitely isn't an ordinary Qingnian worm. Shen Yanyan said seriously, Ruoyan, this Qingnian worm must have some special talent, right? Du Ruoyan looked at the Qingnian worm with a gentle expression and said, the Qingnian worm can infinitely cocoon and evolve. I bought a lot of light-type resources, and with my beast-taming talent Holy Light, I should be able to evolve the Qingnian worm into a support-type butterfly pet. Infinite cocoon evolution? Zhang Yi exclaimed in shock. This special talent is already comparable to the slime's devour, right? Congratulations, Shen Yanyan said with a gentle smile. You don't have to wait for the school's arrangement. From now on, you will be an auxiliary beast master. Auxiliary beast masters generally have no combat power, but I will protect you well. Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, so are you going to start nurturing the Qingnian worm now? Du Ruoyan took resources from the beast space, and suddenly, a pure white light shone under the pavilion. Silver-level resource glowing leaf, gold-level resource healing grass, and a platinum-level resource clear lightstone? Zhang Yi exclaimed, these resources must be worth nearly 2 million, right? I spent 12 million, Du Ruoyan said softly. The shopkeeper said that during the first evolution of the Qingnian worm, it can better absorb resources while in the cocoon stage, so I was advised to buy more resources to help the Qingnian worm evolve. Saying this, she fed a glowing leaf to the Qingnian worm. Zhang Yi felt complicated. She looked at the Qingnian worm and couldn't see any difference from an ordinary Qingnian worm. Even the birds and beasts in the courtyard were stirring, and if it weren't for the slime isolating them with water blue silk, they would probably come over to prey on the Qingnian worm at any moment. Zhang Yi found it hard to imagine that such an ordinary-looking Qingnian worm could possess a cocooning talent comparable to Devour, capable of infinite evolution. Watching the Qingnian worm munching on the glowing leaf, Du Ruoyan showed an expression of anticipation. After finishing one glowing leaf, the Qingnian worm was full and lazily lay on the stone table. Is that it? Zhang Yi blinked. Then, she widened her eyes, realizing that the Qingnian worm began to spin silk and form a cocoon. Black iron level skill, spinning silk. This was also the Qingnian worm's only racial skill. Shen Yanyan exclaimed, the Qingnian worm is about to evolve. The Qingnian worm completely formed a pure white cocoon, wrapping itself entirely within. Du Ruoyan thought for a moment and released her beast master talent, Holy Light. Instantly, a sacred light radiated, perfectly enveloping the pure white cocoon. All other light-type resources were also shrouded in the Holy Light. Resources worth over 2 million continuously decomposed within the Holy Light, flowing into the pure white cocoon. The shopkeeper said that the first evolution takes at least an hour. Du Ruoyan said softly, the more resources there are, the longer it takes. The Qingmian worm's evolution might take 2 hours. So you have to maintain the Holy Light the whole time? Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, with your current strength, it would be hard to maintain your beast master talent for that long, right? Shen Yanyan said softly, I believe in her. Du Ruoyan closed her eyes, sensing the Qingmian worm's rising aura through the bond of the beast master contract, feeling that all the hard work was worth it. Time slowly passed. 2 hours later. Crack, crack. The cocoon is cracking. Zhang Yi exclaimed, is it about to break out? The Qingmian worm is about to evolve. Shen Yanyan said, staring intently at the cocoon. Zhang Yi's expression was strange. Normally, even if the Qingmian worm evolved into a Qingmian butterfly, it would only be on par with the slime or the little skeleton's Qingmian butterfly. She also had a contract with a butterfly-type pet, a mental-type illusion butterfly that could create illusions and had some charm abilities, making her more aware of how weak the Qingmian butterfly was among butterfly-type pets. Zhang Yi then thought that Du Ruoyan had even spent over 2 million worth of light-type resources for the Qingmian worm's evolution. If it took over 2 million worth of resources to evolve into a Qingmian butterfly, that would be absurd. Zhang Yi suddenly realized that the evolution of this Qingmian worm would definitely not be that simple. At the very least, it would definitely not evolve into a Qingmian butterfly. Crack! Finally, the cocoon completely shattered. From the crack, a pair of pure white butterfly wings seemed to be formed from gathered light, slowly stretching out, a multitude of smooth, pure white blossoms. This pure white butterfly, only the size of a palm, gently flapped its wings and flew onto Du Ruoyan's palm. On Du Ruoyan's delicate face, marked by fatigue and paleness, a look of relief appeared. She sensed the connection of the beast contract and knew the name of this pure white butterfly pet. Moonlight butterfly. Level. Awakening 10th stage? Zhang Yi sensed carefully, shocked. Ruoyan, quickly tell me, after the Qingmian worm evolves, What level of potential has it reached? Du Ruoyun softly replied, the potential of the moonlight butterfly is starry 10th stage. Starry 10th stage potential. Shen Yan exclaimed in surprise, your moonlight butterfly has a higher potential than my slime. Ling the moonlight butterfly sensed Du Ruoyun's weakness and slowly showered a large amount of holy light. Golden level skill, Holy Radiance. Jiang Yi exclaimed, it can heal injuries, soothe fatigue, and eliminate many negative effects. Even among golden level support skills, it's the most exceptional. And there's more. Du Ruoyun regained her spirit and chuckled softly. Ling the moonlight butterfly shed light, no longer in a holy color, but a faint silver. Golden level skill, Silver Moonlight. Jiang Yi was astonished. Under the silver moon, the thinking speed of the pet will become faster, and it will receive various enhancements. Strength and speed will be amplified. This is the most precious group enhancement skill. Ruoyun, congratulations. Shen Yan sincerely said, the moonlight butterfly has mastered 2 golden level support skills, Holy Radiance and Silver Moonlight. In the future, when you join any beast army, you will directly receive a large tilt of resources. To some extent, a powerful support beast master, especially one who understands group enhancement, is the core of a beast army. Although Du Ruoyun had just become a beast master, she already showed such potential, her future limitless. Du Ruoyun smiled with joy and softly said, my moonlight butterfly has no combat ability. Shen Yan laughed, don't worry, I will protect you. Eek! The slime jumped onto the stone table, indicating that its own strength should not be underestimated and that it would definitely protect the moonlight butterfly well. The moonlight butterfly landed on the slime's head, and Du Ruoyun and Shen Yan exchanged smiles. This scene could be called breathtakingly beautiful. In the corner of the courtyard, Shuing stood quietly, casting a deep glance at the slime and the moonlight butterfly. A wave of loneliness surged from her heart. She had never imagined that after years of effort, she had only managed to cultivate the steel wolf to the awakening 10th stage, yet in just a few days, she had been surpassed by Shen Yan and Du Ruoyun. Whether it was the slime or the moonlight butterfly, both were pets with limitless futures. In contrast, Shu Ying's steel wolf, which she once took pride in, now seemed so mediocre. In the outskirts of the demon city, a breeding slaughterhouse. Countless bloody scenes unfolded in the slaughterhouse. Yang Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, sitting beside the slaughtering platform with the little skeleton. The little skeleton held a pitch-black long knife, which was transformed from its necromantic aura. Golden level skill, Death Blade. Normally, the beings killed by the Death Blade would have their flesh and blood completely corroded. Yang Qing had been killing chickens in the slaughterhouse for 2 days with the little skeleton but dared not use the true power of the Death Blade, treating it merely as an ordinary slaughter knife. Yang Qing, this batch of meat chickens has arrived. You better be prepared, shouted a nearby ant, causing the other slaughter workers around to laugh. Yang Qing is an extraordinary level beast master. He has killed 100,000 chickens in the past 2 days. Do we still need to remind him? Hey, I heard that brother Yang Qing is a top graduate from the 2nd Beastmaster University in Magic City and runs a large pet store. Truly impressive for someone so young. Working with brother Yang Qing means I hardly have any workload left. But brother Yang Qing is generous, sharing his salary with us. Killing 100,000 chickens in 2 days. Brother Yang Qing's heart is colder than the knives in the slaughterhouse. You've been killing chickens for 10 years, and you still have the nerve to say that? The chicken slaughtering area of the entire slaughterhouse was filled with a lively atmosphere. Yang Qing smiled helplessly and said, brothers and sisters, today is my last day killing chickens. One of the slaughter workers couldn't help but say, brother Yang Qing, are you planning to stop? It's true, someone as extraordinary as you shouldn't be working in our slaughterhouse. No, Yang Qing shook his head, I'm planning to kill pigs. The many slaughter workers exchanged glances, unable to understand why Yang Qing, who had been killing chickens, would now switch to killing pigs. No beast master would choose such an undignified job. Killing chickens is already dirty enough, let alone slaughtering pigs? Yang Qing didn't explain and continued to work diligently for the day. In just 1 day, the little skeleton killed 100,000 chickens. When night fell, Yang Qing submitted a request to transfer to the pig slaughtering area. Considering Yang Qing's strength and the efficiency of the slaughtering, the request was quickly approved. After killing over 100,000 chickens, even if they were just ordinary meat chickens, the little skeleton's strength has reached the extraordinary 3rd tier. Yang Qing looked at the little skeleton beside him, completely unconcerned about the blood on him, and said happily, if I kill pigs for a few more days, then move on to slaughtering cows. Even use this as a springboard to obtain a slaughtering certificate, to go to a higher level slaughterhouse and slaughter a large number of awakened and even extraordinary ferocious beasts. He could already imagine that after slaughtering 100,000 pigs and 100,000 cows, the little skeleton's level would likely reach extraordinary 10th tier. If he slaughtered another 100,000 awakened ferocious beasts, not only would the little skeleton reach the starry 10th tier, but Yang Cheng would also break through to the starry level. The future is promising. Amidst the blood, Yang Cheng had no complaints, only hope for the future. Mythical Pet Store. Luyu looked at the messages on his phone, nodding from time to time. Do Ruoyun evolve the green cotton worm into a moonlight butterfly? Yang Cheng's little skeleton seems to be raised quite well, but Yang Cheng's actions are too bold, leaving the position of the large pet store manager to go directly to the slaughterhouse to kill chickens and pigs? Luyu was astonished. The evolution of the green cotton worm into a moonlight butterfly was certainly worth celebrating. Luyu could sense the joy and gratitude in Du Ruoyun's words. What truly surprised Luyu was that Yang Cheng actually took a job at the slaughterhouse. The little skeleton you contracted is the future skeleton emperor. I can't believe you can lower yourself like this. You were supposed to become a killing emperor, and now you're a butcher? Luyu chuckled and shook his head, sighing. However, the slaughterhouse can indeed maximize the little skeleton's killing talent, compensating for quality with quantity. Luyu was very optimistic about Yang Cheng's future. Contracting the little skeleton could change its fate. After all, Yang Cheng's own aptitude wasn't high. Even with the special data eye, it was just a C-level talent. This meant that Yang Cheng's cultivation speed would definitely not match that of a B-level talent. If Yang Cheng had awakened a B-level talent, he would have likely been admitted directly to one of the 3 top Beast Master Academies instead of graduating from the 2nd Beast Master University in Magic City. Of course, it was precisely because he awakened the C-level talent data eye that Yang Cheng chose to contract the little skeleton. In Luyu's view, Yang Cheng had an excellent temperament and had also contracted the little skeleton. Yang Cheng's path as a Beast Master has been completely opened, and his future is limitless. Luyu can fully foresee the scene where Yang Cheng slaughters millions of chickens, pigs, and cows, achieving enlightenment through slaughter and becoming a Minghua level, or even a Ryu level Beast Master. At this moment, Yang Cheng sent another message. Manager, a customer just contacted me, and I have already recommended them to the mythical pet store. Luyu is even more satisfied with Yang Cheng. This kid is quite savvy. What he lacks now is a customer base. In the future, the customers of Yang Cheng's pet store can completely be converted into my customer base. Luyu thought to himself with joy. Just as he was about to put down his phone and prepare to receive customers, Luo Tianyan also sent a message. Senior, my sister has just awakened her beast mastery talent, and I plan to take her to the mythical pet store. Is that okay? Luyu laughed heartily. Everything is getting better. Of course, Luyu replied immediately. He took a sip of tea to calm his excited heart, sitting in a soft chair, patiently waiting. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon absorbs the source power of the dark hell, making its realm even more stable. If it weren't for the restrictions of the beast mastery space, the world-destroying demon dragon could break through to the starry level at any time. Even with a diamond-level sky crystal, it would still take at least 5 days to break through, Luyu said, shaking his head slightly, reassuring. You'll be able to advance soon, so don't rush. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon nodded repeatedly. In fact, it was already very satisfied. From the inherited memories, the juvenile and growth periods of the world-destroying demon dragon are very long, often calculated in tens of thousands of years. After becoming Luyu's contracted beast, it had only been a few days, and the world-destroying demon dragon had already broken through to the extraordinary level, 10th tier. What more could it want? At this moment, outside the mythical pet store, Zhang Shorong stood at the door, frowning. If it weren't for Yang Qing's strong recommendation, Zhang Shorong would probably have turned around and left. Even so, when Zhang Shorong saw that the mythical pet store was so small, not even 100 square meters, he still felt slighted and couldn't help but feel a surge of unnamed anger. This Yang Qing, just an extraordinary level beast master, dares to mock me? Zhang Shorong snorted coldly. Even if you opened a large pet store, how dare you offend the Zhang family? What does a large pet store matter? The Zhang family is a century-old family in the Magic City, and their strength cannot be underestimated. The head of the family is even a Ryu-level beast master. As a member of the Zhang family, even if Zhang Shorong's status in the family is not high, his pride is still considerable. Although he is extremely displeased with the pet store recommended by Yang Qing, he has no reason to vent his anger on Yang Qing without first checking the situation. He had no choice but to endure his temper and walked into the mythical pet store. Upon seeing Luyu, Zhang Shorong's brows furrowed even tighter. are you the manager of this pet store? That's right, Liu smiled slightly. Although he sensed that Jiang Shorong's attitude was off, since he had opened this pet store, Liu naturally had professional ethics and knew that all visitors are guests. This customer, may I ask what you need? Jiang Shorong scrutinized Liu and said coldly, you, a wet behind the ears kid, not going to college, running a pet store? Is this mythical pet store a branch of Yang Qing's pet store? Yang Qing is one of my clients. Liu raised an eyebrow, knowing that Jiang Shorong was introduced by Yang Qing, and it seemed that Jiang Shorong was very dissatisfied with the mythical pet store. The mythical pet store has no relation to Yang Qing's pet store. If I had to say, the mythical pet store I operate currently only targets the highest-end pet market, Liu said solemnly. High-end pet market? Jiang Shorong scoffed. Your pet store is so small, how high-end can it be? The environment does not determine anything. Liu shook his head and said, since this is a pet shop, we should naturally judge it by the quality of the pet cubs for sale. What a cocky little brat, Jiang Shorong sneered. Liu remained non-committal and asked, what kind of pet do you wish to purchase, sir? Jiang Shorong thought of his family's mission and replied, I come on behalf of the Jiang family. We are preparing to expand into the pet breeding field and need a pet with high-quality genes that is unique to our Jiang family. I originally planned to go to Yang Qing's pet shop, but Yang Qing recommended I come here. A pet with high-quality genes? I certainly have those, Liu confidently nodded, feeling a bit surprised. This customer was not buying a pet for himself but for breeding, wasn't he? Liu recalled that many prominent families had their own exclusive pet species. For example, the Dragon Clan Lu family had the only friendship with the Red Dragon Clan in the Dragon Realm. Even their family totem was a giant crimson dragon. To some extent, an exclusive pet species represented a family's totem, and as long as the core direct descendants had the right talent, they would contract the family's exclusive pet. Even the Luo family had their own exclusive pet species, a highly valued elemental pet, the spirit of purple fire, which could easily elementalize. According to rumors, the Luo family seemed to occupy a special fire secret realm where the spirit of purple fire could be born amidst the purple flames. However, the potential of the spirit of purple fire was not high, even when mature. It only reached extraordinary level 10, which did not match Luo Tianyan's talent for cold flame, so Luo Tianyan did not contract the spirit of purple fire. You have pets with high-quality genes here? Jiang Shorong questioned. If so, then show me. Liu said nothing and took out a transparent container, placing it on the long table. Jiang Shorong glanced at it and felt a surge of anger, staring at Liu and coldly saying, I come on behalf of the Jiang family, do you dare to play tricks on me? Do you really think there's no one in the Jiang family? Isn't this pet of high quality? Liu frowned slightly. Jiang Shorong was furious, pointing at the transparent container and shouting, this is clearly a low-level goblin. How dare you say a goblin has high-quality genes? Jiang Shorong looked at the ugly, small green-skinned monster in the container, and the anger in his heart was impossible to suppress. Goblin. It is well known that goblins are not native pets of Blue Star but a foreign species from another realm. 300 years ago, a foreign passage opened in the Xia Kingdom, connecting to the world where goblins resided. The Goblin clan was overjoyed and commanded a million-strong goblin army to launch a massive attack on Blue Star through the foreign passage, intending to turn the entire Blue Star into a breeding ground for the Goblin clan. The entire Xia Kingdom fell into panic. When the Xia Kingdom's beast-taming army arrived, they were astonished to find that the million-strong goblin army was incredibly weak and almost unable to withstand a single blow. Adult goblin warriors only awakened at level 1. The rare goblin leaders awakened at level 2. Each goblin general commanded 100,000 troops and awakened at level 3. What surprised the Xia Kingdom's army the most was that the so-called strongest goblin emperor only had the strength of level 5 awakening. The invading goblin army was swiftly annihilated. The entire goblin nation became a subordinate race of the Xia Kingdom, with a status similar to that of slaves, primarily relying on goblins for the grueling underground mining labor. Just thinking about the future scenario where the exclusive pet species of the Jiang family in Magic City would be goblins, and even their totem would turn into goblins, made Jiang Shorong feel insulted, his face turning red. Jiang Shorong instantly summoned his pet, a 6th-level extraordinary Kanglan fox. At this moment, the fury in Jiang Shorong's eyes seemed ready to burst forth at any moment. What do you mean by this, guest? Liu frowned and said, don't you want to know the special qualities of this goblin? Not necessary. Jiang Shorong's voice was icy as he said, you had a chance to connect with my Jiang family in Magic City, and I already gave you that opportunity. But not only did you not cherish it, you also insulted my Jiang family. Liu's expression instantly turned cold as well. Just as he was about to say something, a young man with eyes like cold flames entered the pet shop, accompanied by a girl in a red long dress. The Jiang family of Magic City? What great authority! Luo Tianyan's voice was cold, and a frost-like chill quietly emerged. The Kanglin fox shrank back under the pressure of the cold flames, trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Sharon's body stiffened, and he looked at Luo Tianyan beside him, trembling as he said, "Young Master Luo, what brings you here?" He quickly bowed in greeting, not daring to show any disrespect. The Luo family was a prominent family in Magic City, and the head of the family was a king-level beast master. What is a king? In some small countries, a king-level beast master can already be called a king. They possess their own palace and army. Even in the Xia country, a king-level beast master truly ranks among the upper echelons, enjoying many privileges. Compared to the Luo family of Magic City, the Jiang family was nothing at all. In fact, many of the Jiang family's industries relied on the support of the Luo family to operate steadily. Magic City was a super first-tier city in the Xia country, and even though the Jiang family had a sun-level beast master as their pillar, there were still quite a few families like the Jiang family throughout Magic City. The Luo Tianyan before them was the future young master recognized by the Luo family, let alone Jiang Sharon, who was just a small manager of the Jiang family. Even if the head of the Jiang family were here, he wouldn't dare to offend him in the slightest. However, Luo Tianyan ignored him and walked straight up to Luyu, bowing respectfully and saying, "Senior." The girl in the red dress beside him blinked her bright eyes, quietly observing Luyu. Luo Jingqing was surprised to find that Luyu was completely different from the old man image she had imagined. He was a handsome and tall young man. When Luo Jingqing looked at the sleeping pitch-black demon dragon on the table, she couldn't help but take a few more glances, thinking, "This must be the demon dragon species my brother mentioned, right?" The eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon slightly opened a crack. Luo Jingqing's delicate body trembled slightly. Through that tiny gap in the eyes, she seemed to see the most terrifying dark hell in the world. Cold sweat began to seep out, slightly dampening her red dress, revealing her snow-white skin. When she came to her senses, she found that the world-destroying demon dragon's eyes seemed to have never opened, and she quickly averted her gaze. Luo Jingqing suddenly remembered that Luo Tianyan had once said that this pitch-black demon dragon could almost kill the black feather crow with just a glance. This demon dragon could even directly destroy the opponent's beast master space through the bond of the contract. "Senior?" Jiang Sharon looked at Luyu in disbelief, hardly believing his ears, and trembled as he said, "Young Master Luo, why do you call him senior?" "Shut up!" Luo Tianyan frowned slightly and said coldly, "Did I ask you to speak?" Jiang Sharon's face was filled with humiliation, but he dared not refute. If the head of the family knew that he had offended the young master of the Luo family, his fate would definitely not be good. Luo Tianyan looked down at him, indifferent, and said, "Your Jiang family really has great authority. Even Senior Lu is treated as a distinguished guest by my Luo family, and you dare to be so disrespectful?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Sharon's body trembled like a sieve. Even if he didn't understand the situation, at least he realized one thing: the young manager of the mythical pet shop was definitely someone he could not provoke. He remained bowed, not daring to raise his head. In such a posture, where was the previous arrogance? Luo Tianyan looked at Luyu and respectfully said, "Senior, this is my sister, Luo Jingqing." Luo Jingqing shifted her gaze away from the world-destroying demon dragon and bowed gracefully, saying, "You can just call me Jingqing, senior." "All right." Luyu nodded gently. Originally, when Jiang Sharon summoned his pet beast, wanting to unleash his anger, Luyu was already in a bad mood. The eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon were almost about to open instantly. After all, he had not only been offended but had also lost a guest. It wasn't until Luo Tianyan brought Luo Jingqing over that Luyu's mood improved a little. At least he could still sell a pet beast cub. Luo Jingqing looked at the container, instantly astonished, almost beginning to understand Jiang Sharon's anger. She had heard that the Jiang family was preparing to cultivate a family-exclusive pet beast species, using goblins as the family-exclusive species? Just thinking about it felt humiliating. Luo Tianyan also took a glance, his expression unchanged. After contracting the scarlet flame chicken, he dared not underestimate any pet beast cub cultivated by Luyu. A single scarlet flame chicken could refine. This goblin must also be incredibly special. "Senior, is this goblin for sale? I'll buy it," Luo Tianyan said immediately. Luyu, with a hint of a smile, replied, "You haven't even asked about the goblin's specific situation, and you want to buy it?" Luo Tianyan's attitude was sincere. "I trust you, senior." "Senior, I'm very curious. Does this goblin have any special traits?" Luo Jingqing asked curiously. Even Jiang Sharon couldn't help but look up. He vaguely sensed that this goblin might indeed be extraordinarily special. If not, how could the young master of the Luo family and the little princess of the Luo family value it so highly? Luyu retrieved the container, revealing a goblin that looked like a weak and ugly monster, standing somewhat nervously on the table. This goblin possesses a special talent. it can obtain qualifications and strength through breeding offspring. In other words, the more offspring the goblin has, the stronger and more potential it will become. Luyu chuckled softly, saying, most importantly, as the goblin's potential and strength continuously increase, the probability of producing high-quality offspring will also greatly rise, forming a very positive cycle. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, given time, won't this goblin be able to breed an incredibly powerful race? And the goblin itself will become the ancestor of this race, possessing strength that surpasses the entire group. Creating a race through breeding? Zhang Shorong's heart raced as he stared blankly at the weak and ugly goblin on the table, no longer feeling any contempt or disgust, even giving birth to a crazy thought. He wanted to contract this goblin. Zhang Shorong could already foresee that in order to cultivate an incredibly powerful race, all the resources of the Zhang family would tilt towards him. Not to mention, the stronger the overall strength of the created race, the goblin's potential and realm would also rise accordingly. This was simply an incredibly smooth path to becoming stronger. When Zhang Shorong came back to his senses, he found that both Luo Jingqing and Luo Tianyan's eyes were filled with eagerness. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, Zhang Shorong instantly woke up. Such a special pet beast, even if it was a goblin, was not something his Zhang family could possess. If Zhang Shorong bought it, the entire Jiang family would likely be doomed. Even if he contracted the goblin, he would have to break the contract. The goblin would definitely be taken away. The Beastmaster world has never lacked cruelty. Zhang Shorong couldn't help but feel an infinite regret in his heart. If he had set aside his arrogance and directly purchased the contract for the goblin, perhaps only the Jiang family would know the goblin's secret. Quietly breeding for decades, when it emerged, the situation would already be set. Senior, Luo Tianyan said sincerely, please, Senior, be sure to sell this goblin to my Luo family. He no longer acted in his personal capacity, but in the name of the entire Luo family. Luo Tianyan was acutely aware that once the Luo family purchased this goblin, the entire family might be bound to Luyu. He knew that Luyu might have grievances with the Lu family, one of the dragon sovereign families. So what? Not to mention, once Luo Tianyan raised the Crimson Flame Chicken, he would be able to take control of the Luo family. Even if the Luo family's power couldn't match the Lu family, with numerous connections and channels combined, self-preservation would not be a problem. Moreover, if the Luo family possessed a goblin, and could cultivate a powerful beast species, it would be the foundation of the family. The three great dragon sovereign families are so powerful, isn't it because they rely on the dragon species? A glimmer of ambition shone in Luo Tianyan's eyes. In the future, if we breed a goblin group comparable to the dragon species, my Luo family will be a force to be reckoned with against the dragon sovereign families. Do nobles and ministers not have their own lineage? Sure. Luyu had no objections. Since the goblin had already been exchanged, it couldn't be returned. Selling it to anyone else was also an option. Luo Tianyan was already loyal to him, and if he could make the Luo family dependent on him, Luyu would have no worries in Magic City. After thinking for a moment, Luyu said, however, you must arrange for a beast master to form a contract with the goblin. Can you do that? As he spoke, Luyu couldn't help but glance at Luo Jingqing beside him, wondering if the pairing of a beauty with a goblin was too strange. Luo Jingqing looked at the goblin with interest. As the legitimate daughter of the Luo family, she naturally had an eye for potential and knew that any beast cub was probably not as promising as the goblin. Even if it didn't match her beast master talent, it seemed there was still a possibility of forming a contract. Luo Tianyan blocked her gaze and said, I'll notify my trusted aide right now. Please wait a moment, Senior. Brother, Luo Jingqing said unhappily, why can't I form a contract with the goblin? Luo Tianyan looked at her seriously and said, Jingqing, the goblin is probably just something the senior casually cultivated. Do you really think the senior can't cultivate a beast cub suitable for you? From some details, Luo Tianyan could see that they placed immense importance on beast cubs that could change their fate, like the Crimson Flame Chicken and the goblin, while the young shopkeeper before them seemed to have never cared. Luo Tianyan had never regarded Luyu as a young person. Instead, he believed Luyu might be a powerful beast master reincarnated or someone who had crossed the barriers of worlds. If not, the dragon species Luyu had contracted and the extraordinary cubs he casually produced were simply inexplicable. A goblin, casually cultivated? Luo Jingqing blinked in surprise and asked, Senior, do you have other beast cubs here? Of course, Liu smiled slightly and said, what kind of beast cub do you want? Upon hearing this, Luo Jingqing immediately felt relieved and had no lingering attachment to the goblin. After all, the goblin was simply too ugly and had a breeding-type special talent. She didn't want to be staring at the breeding scene of a goblin all day, as it didn't match her image as a beautiful girl at all. Luo Jingqing pondered for a moment and said, I awakened the A-level beast master talent Ice Soul and want to form a contract with an ice-type beast cub, preferably one that can absorb foreign ice like my brother's Crimson Flame Chicken. As she spoke, Luo Jingqing also felt that her request was a bit excessive. Even if it could really be cultivated, it would probably take a long time, right? Sure. Lu Yu chuckled lightly, casually taking out a container from which a slightly cold aura seeped. Jiang Shorong, missing the opportunity to contract the goblin, was extremely curious about the beast cubs cultivated by Lu Yu. When he first looked at the transparent container, he felt it was utterly absurd. He hesitated and exclaimed, "This is an ornamental beast, an ice fox? An ice fox?" In the extreme cold of the north, the ice fox was purely an ornamental beast. Unlike slimes and little skeletons, although the ice fox can reach the third awakening stage as an adult, it cannot comprehend a single skill. In terms of combat power at the same level, the ice fox is definitely at the bottom. Jiang Shorong wanted to mock, but when he saw the serious expressions on Luo Tianyan and Luo Jingqing's faces, he suddenly realized that perhaps he was the clown. That's right, Jiang Shorong reacted, thinking, if even goblins can cultivate such special talents, how could the ice fox be an exception? This ice fox probably possesses an extremely special talent. Could it really absorb foreign ice for its own use, as Luo Jingqing requested? In some extreme environments, it is possible for foreign fire, foreign water, and even foreign ice and foreign thunder to be born, which is a normal natural phenomenon. Jiang Shorong had only heard of pet beasts absorbing foreign fire and foreign water powers to greatly increase their strength, but he had never heard of a pet beast being able to manipulate the many foreign fires and foreign waters born in nature. On the contrary, if a pet beast could refine foreign fire and foreign water, then in nature, there would be many foreign fires and foreign waters that could not be mobilized but possessed incredibly powerful forces. Wouldn't that be an endless source of strength for such pet beasts? Just thinking about it made Jiang Shorong feel exaggerated. He couldn't help but glance at Luo Tianyan, but met with a pair of cold eyes, which filled him with panic, and he quickly said, "Young Master Luo, I absolutely won't mention what happened today, please rest assured." Luo Tianyan did not respond and looked at Lu Yu, saying, "Senior, can this ice fox refine foreign ice?" "Clever." Lu Yu smiled, which saved him the trouble of explaining. At Luo Tianyan's gesture, Luo Jingqing had already activated her A-level beast taming talent Ice Soul, a stream of cold air containing the ultimate ice soul power swirling in front of her. Squeak the ice fox sensed the extreme attraction coming from the ice soul and could no longer hold back. It directly bit down on most of it. In an instant, it refined it. Luo Jingqing's pretty face turned pale, but she found that the ice fox in front of her had indeed refined the power of the ice soul, and its pure white fur was tinged with a hint of light blue. "Senior," Luo Jingqing said excitedly, "I want to purchase a contract for this ice fox, please help me." "Sure." Lu Yu had no reason to refuse, saying, "The price for the ice fox and goblin is 3 million each, a total of 6 million. Luo Tianyan paid directly. Looking at the bank card balance, it changed to over 18 million. The system points also increased by 600 points, directly reaching 900 points. Lu Yu's mood instantly improved. He suddenly realized that slimes, little skeletons, red flame chickens, blue cottonworms, goblins, ice foxes. By now, he had sold 6 pet beast cubs. Achievement unlocked, sold a total of 5 pet beast cubs. Reward, a random SSS level beast taming talent. Would you like to claim it? Yes/no. Lu Yu was extremely shocked. The second SSS level beast taming talent? Beast tamers who awaken 2 talents are indeed rare. 2 beast taming talents, both at the highest SSS level? That's simply against the heavens. Claim, Lu Yu said without hesitation. You have awakened the SSS level beast taming talent God-slaying heavenly fire. As the system prompt sounded, Lu Yu could clearly sense that a mark of SSS level talent, comparable to the dark hell, was engraved in his soul. A deep purple terrifying flame was gestating in his soul, exuding an aura that seemed capable of burning everything. SSS level talent, God-slaying heavenly fire. A terrifying heavenly fire that can even slay gods. Lu Yu was very satisfied, thinking, it seems that for my second beast, I don't need to contract a dark-type pet beast, I can completely choose to contract a fire-type pet beast. Compared to other attributes, the fire attribute is definitely the top in terms of destructive power. Not to mention, Lu Yu's current points are no longer the 600 points from before, but rather, 900 points. If the exchange is for a pet beast cub, a cub purchased for 900 points could potentially surpass the world-destroying demon dragon in terms of potential. Senior, Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Yu, feeling as if he was facing an incredibly scorching divine flame. The A-grade beast master talent Cold Flame engraved in his soul actually trembled involuntarily. Cold Flame, trembling in fear? It was as if he was facing a higher existence, almost ready to offer his devotion. Luo Tianyan couldn't comprehend, he felt the shivering of cold flame and bore an immense pressure, his body continuously oppressed, cold sweat covering his forehead. What's wrong? Lu Yu vaguely sensed something. With the SSS level status of the god-slaying heavenly fire, even a hint of its aura was beyond what an A-grade beast master talent could withstand. Moreover, Luo Tianyan's cold flame was also a fire-type talent. Before the god-slaying heavenly fire, there was only submission. As the aura of the god-slaying heavenly fire concealed itself, Luo Tianyan finally felt relieved, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Luo Tianyan was utterly convinced that Lu Yu had definitely awakened a highly advanced fire-type beast master talent. S level? SS level? Or perhaps, the legendary SSS level talent? Just leaking a hint of talent aura made my cold flame almost submit in fear? Luo Tianyan couldn't help but tremble, thinking, at least an SS level fire talent, or even possibly, SSS level. Thinking of that possibility, Luo Tianyan felt his breath quicken, not daring to ponder further. He bowed to Lu Yu as if nothing had happened. Lu Yu smiled slightly, he had a great appreciation for Luo Tianyan, knowing when to advance and retreat, understanding gains and losses. Such qualities were undoubtedly very precious. Little Ice Fox. After the transaction was completed, Luo Jingqing directly contracted the Ice Fox. Sensing the information from the contract, Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but slowly brighten. Holding the Ice Fox tightly, she was filled with hope for the future. Lu Yu chuckled and said, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "I'm so satisfied. Senior, you are truly amazing." Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled, her admiration almost overflowing as she excitedly said, "Senior, I can't imagine how you raised the Ice Fox. The Ice Fox that can refine exotic ice is exactly the same as the Scarlet Flame Chicken my brother contracted." Luo Tianyan shot her a reproachful glance. "Can't you be a bit more respectful towards a senior?" He quickly noticed that Lu Yu did not show any displeasure, which made him feel at ease. Indeed, Luo Tianyan thought, what a magnanimous senior. If it weren't for touching the bottom line, would he easily get angry? Not long after, a 16-year-old boy walked in. The boy was named Luo En, and he was the trusted aide called by Luo Tianyan. Luo Tianyan pointed at the goblin on the table and said, "Contract it." Yes, Luoen's expression remained unchanged, incredibly resolute, and he directly contracted the goblin. Sensing the information from the contract, his eyes filled with excitement as he knelt and said, "Thank you, young master, for the gift." Lu Yu was somewhat surprised and said, "He seems very loyal to you." With just one sentence from Luo Tianyan, Luoen unhesitatingly contracted a goblin. Such loyalty was quite rare. Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, "His name is Luoen, the illegitimate son of the previous family head. He and his mother have been wandering outside for years and only recently returned to the family." Luo Jingqing said, Luoen's mother was secretly executed by the legitimate wife of the previous family head. He returned to the Luo family with hatred. Listening to Luo Tianyan and Luo Jingqing's words, hatred unconsciously surfaced in Luoen's eyes. Lu Yu said nothing more and looked deeply at Luoen. As the abandoned child of the Long family, he could fully understand Luoen's situation. Luoen's enemy was the previous family head of the Luo family, perhaps a king-level beast master. Faced with such a powerful enemy, if Ron were willing to confront reality, he would have long realized that he had no chance of succeeding in his revenge. Contracting the goblin undoubtedly gave him a glimmer of opportunity for revenge. For this slim chance, he could only find ways to hide his hatred, walking on thin ice. "You don't have to thank me," Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, "This goblin was cultivated by Senior Lu. Even I, along with Jingqing, owe Senior Lu a great debt of gratitude." "Thank you, Senior," Ron said sincerely. Lu Yu gently shook his head, not responding further. Zhang Shorong looked at Luo Jingqing and even Ron, who had both contracted such excellent pet cubs, and thought about how he still had one contract slot left. Unable to contain himself, he quickly said, "Senior, I also want to buy a pet cub." "Not for sale," Lu Yu said coldly. "I was originally going to sell the goblin to you, but you missed this only opportunity." Zhang Shorong's face turned pale. He wanted to say something but was drowned in regret. Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Yu, lost in thought, an invisible killing intent unconsciously radiating from him. Zhang Shorong, feeling the cold killing intent, tensed up and trembled slightly. Zhang Shorong suddenly realized something. Did he know too many secrets? The goblin that grows stronger through reproduction, the Chiyen chicken and ice fox that can refine An, and the illegitimate son of the previous head of the Luo family, seeking revenge. In an instant, Zhang Shorong understood. He seemed to have already lost his chance to live. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to look any longer, casually waving his hand as if issuing an eviction order. With a slight movement of his mind, the entire pet shop was under his absolute control. Luo Tianyan, Luo Jingqing, Ran, and Jiang Shorong seemed to be lifted by an invisible force and were instantly pushed outside the pet shop. Luo Tianyan's expression was shocked. What was this invisible force? Run! Jiang Shorong hesitated not at all, immediately mounting the back of the Kanglan fox, which took off at its fastest speed. However, Jiang Shorong encountered Luo Tianyan again head-on. In front of a star-level beast master, the extraordinary Jiang Shorong wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The falling cold flames seemed to burn his soul. Inside the mythical pet shop, Lu Yu didn't care at all about Jiang Shorong's fate. If Jiang Shorong had been willing to listen to him a bit more or suppress his temper, when Luo Tianyan came over, he would naturally believe him and even have the chance to contract the goblin. From then on, his fate would be completely changed. Unfortunately, Jiang Shorong's actions made him lose everything. Self-inflicted wounds cannot be lived through. Lu Yu gently shook his head, showing no pity. He quickly cast these thoughts aside and then moved his mind slightly. A wisp of purple flames swirled in his palm. SSS level Beast Master Talent, God-Slaying Heavenly Fire. I currently have 900 points, which is enough to exchange for a second beast. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. If the Dark Hell is the strongest dark attribute talent, capable of creating a hell that even the Lord of Demons can easily imprison, then the God-Slaying Heavenly Fire represents the pinnacle of fire attribute talent. God-Slaying Heavenly Fire. This is an extremely brutal talent with the strongest destructive power. Even gods would be directly burned to death. To correspond with the God-Slaying Heavenly Fire, Lu Yu naturally needed to exchange for a fire-type pet cub. Lu Yu suddenly felt an infinite expectation. With 900 points, the exchanged pet cub, once grown, would be at the Holy Spirit level. In the system mall, as long as the price exceeds 500 points, they are comparable to the world-destroying demon dragon. Exceeding 800 points? Once grown, it would be at the Holy Spirit level. In terms of bloodline, it would be even more terrifying than the world-destroying demon dragon. 5,000 points? Grown, it would be a demigod. Truly, a divine offspring. Lu Yu had even seen beings that were gods from the moment of their birth. Unfortunately, the price was simply too high. He could only covet. As long as I keep running the mythical pet shop, I will eventually accumulate enough points to exchange for a divine beast cub that is born as a god. Lu Yu thought to himself. Then, he directly opened the system mall. After filtering through some keywords, he tentatively selected a few pet cubs whose attributes and prices perfectly matched. Purple Flame Emperor Bird, 900 points. Crimson Flame Dragon, 900 points. Azure Phoenix Flame Bird, 900 points. Red Lotus Flame Beast, 900 points. Lu Yu looked at the system mall, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, and began to think deeply. Crimson Flame Dragon, let's just give up. I have already contracted the Apocalypse Dragon of the Demon Dragon species. The Crimson Flame Dragon belongs to the Divine Dragon species. Although it is strong enough, it is inherently incompatible with the Apocalypse Dragon, and keeping them together would create negative effects. The Crimson Flame Dragon would find ways to hunt the Apocalypse Dragon. Conversely, the Apocalypse Dragon would also be unable to help but want to completely devour the Crimson Flame Dragon. Lu Yu immediately eliminated one option. The Apocalypse Dragon is a dragon abandoned by its kind. The Crimson Flame Dragon, however, is a noble of the dragon race. The two could be considered natural enemies. Let's eliminate the Red Lotus Flame Beast as well. It's just too ugly. The Red Lotus Flame Beast resembles a turtle beast, with its shell covered in shallow pits resembling volcanic craters. Lu Yu's aesthetic sense was normal. He simply couldn't accept it. The Azure Phoenix Flame Bird seems good, but the Azure Phoenix Flame Bird is more inclined towards pure-hearted individuals? My compatibility is slightly low. Lu Yu shook his head slightly. He had already contracted the Apocalypse Dragon and awakened the SSS level Dark Talent Dark Hell. Being pure-hearted had nothing to do with him. If the compatibility was off, it would definitely create negative effects, severely impacting the effectiveness of his beast-taming talent and the growth of the pet. Contracting a pet was always an incredibly serious matter. Finally, Lu Yu looked at the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird is actually an elemental life form? Lu Yu was immediately overjoyed as he read the introduction of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. He made a decision right away. Purple Flame Emperor Bird, directly exchange. You have exchanged for the pet cub Purple Flame Emperor Bird, deducting 900 points, remaining points 0. The system's prompt sounded, and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, entirely composed of pale purple flames, with extremely clear fiery feathers and a tail made of purple flames that gently drooped, slowly appeared before Lu Yu, exuding an unparalleled elegance and beauty. Chirp! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird tilted its head, casting a somewhat bewildered gaze. So magnificent. Lu Yu took a deep breath. This purple flame emperor bird was truly extraordinarily magnificent. It possessed a beauty that transcended its race, even exuding an indescribable sanctity. If it were in ancient times, it would be considered a national totem, and there would even be rumors that the person chosen by the purple flame emperor bird would become an emperor. Any being facing such a noble and splendid purple flame emperor bird would probably feel utterly ashamed. Lu Yu noticed that the body of the purple flame emperor bird seemed to sway gently, its entire form appearing incredibly ethereal. This meant that the body of the purple flame emperor bird was truly composed entirely of purple flames. In battle, all the purple flames that made up the purple flame emperor bird could be released at will, and even recalled with a thought, with almost no consumption. As long as a wisp of purple flame remained, the purple flame emperor bird would never fall. Purple flame emperor bird attributes: fire, elemental level, awakened first stage potential, Holy Spirit second stage talent. 1. Flame spirit. As an elemental life form, the purple flame emperor bird is composed of purple flames. As long as there is a wisp of purple flame present, it will exist eternally. 2. Purple flame, the lord of all fires, capable of absorbing all fire-related resources and refining all exotic flames, infinitely strengthening itself. The purple flame never extinguishes and can be summoned at any time. 3. Imperial bird. The purple flame imperial bird symbolizes imperial power and is an incredibly noble being. Any being with lesser potential than the purple flame imperial bird will be suppressed by its aura. Skills: 1. Flame feather, purple crystal level skill, releases a feather made of purple flames, possessing powerful destructive and cutting power. 2. Flame soul, crimson star level skill, the boundless purple flame collapses and condenses into the form of the flame soul emperor, greatly enhancing all attributes. 3. Purple flame domain, crimson star level skill, constructs a burning flame domain that can suppress, scorch, and incinerate all enemies within. 4. Flame burial, crimson star level skill, instantly releases all flames, completely incinerating the enemy's body, soul, and even any traces of existence. Status: healthy, not contracted. Looking at the attributes of the purple flame imperial bird, Lu Yu's heart became incredibly fiery. This is too strong. The potential of a second-tier Holy Spirit, as long as it reaches maturity and fully develops its potential, can naturally reach the second tier of Holy Spirit. Lu Yu was very satisfied with the potential level of the purple flame imperial bird. It should be noted that a Holy Spirit level beast is already the strongest existence on the surface of Blue Star. For example, the national divine dragon of the Summer Kingdom is only a first-tier Holy Spirit. In the vast Blue Star, only 6 of the most powerful human kingdoms possess national divine beasts at the Holy Spirit level. Once the purple flame imperial bird grows up, it will surely surpass the national divine dragon of the Summer Kingdom. At that time, as long as Lu Yu raises his arm, he can establish a 7th kingdom comparable to the 6 major kingdoms, with the purple flame imperial bird as the totem, ascending to become a high and mighty emperor. The purple flame imperial bird has as many as 3 talents? Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, thinking, the talent flame spirit is the racial talent of the purple flame imperial bird as an elemental life, composed entirely of purple flames. As long as a wisp of flame remains, the purple flame imperial bird will be eternally immortal. The talent purple flame can absorb all fire-related resources, even exotic flames for its own use. The talent imperial bird? It is even more of an imperial qualification, naturally carrying imperial might. As long as the potential is less than that of the purple flame imperial bird, it will be suppressed. In Lu Yu's view, the 3 talents of the purple flame imperial bird are simply invincible. When he looked at the skills of the purple flame imperial bird, he felt an overwhelming shock. Only 1 purple crystal level skill, and the other 3 skills are all crimson star level? Lu Yu was astonished. Even the world-destroying demon dragon, at the awakened first tier, only has 1 crimson star level skill. The other 3 skills are all purple crystal level. Not to mention, the only purple crystal level skill of the purple flame imperial bird is equivalent to its normal attack, releasing a feather of blazing flames to cut and burn the opponent. With the talent of the purple flame imperial bird as an elemental life, the released flame feather can be recalled at any time. If it instantly releases hundreds or thousands of feathers, such power is already comparable to a crimson star level skill. The purple flame imperial bird actually has a second form. Once it releases the crimson star level skill Flame Soul, it will transform into the Flame Soul Emperor, instantly skyrocketing in power. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel. The subsequent purple flame domain is directly comparable to the world-destroying demon dragon's Dragon Dark domain, which is a very powerful domain skill. When he saw the last skill of the purple flame imperial bird, he felt dry in the mouth and his heart raced. Crimson star level skill, Flame Burial. instantly releases all purple flames, incinerating the opponent's body, soul, and even all traces of existence. Lu Yu took a deep breath, thinking, if it were another fire-type pet, using this flame burial skill would leave it in an extremely weakened state, even if it doesn't die. However, the purple flame emperor bird is an elemental life form. Every wisp of purple flame carries a soul imprint, and each wisp can be retracted at any time. This desperate skill has nearly no consumption? Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. He already understood how extraordinary the purple flame emperor bird was. Contract. Directly contract. The purple flame emperor bird, sensing the bond of the beast contract, affectionately landed on Lu Yu's shoulder. The intensely blazing purple flames did not make Lu Yu feel even a hint of heat. Instead, he felt very warm. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low growl, suddenly feeling a sense of relief as that suffocating feeling vanished. Before Lu Yu officially contracted the purple flame emperor bird, the extraordinary level 10 world-destroying demon dragon felt an invisible pressure facing the awakened level 1 purple flame emperor bird, only able to exert 90% of its strength. Until the contract was established, the relationship between the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird became that of partners. Under Lu Yu's deliberate control, the royal pressure of the purple flame emperor bird no longer affected the world-destroying demon dragon, and that invisible suppression dissipated. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt very wronged. Its proud bloodline and talent were actually suppressed by the purple flame emperor bird. The self-esteem of the demon dragon was quietly damaged. Lu Yu smiled helplessly and said, once I sell another pet, I'll buy you resources to enhance your bloodline potential. Roar roar! Only then did the world-destroying demon dragon nod in satisfaction, gently rubbing its head against Lu Yu's palm. The purple flame emperor bird looked at the world-destroying demon dragon, its eyes filled with a noble aura, flashing with interest as it landed on the demon dragon's head. No matter how the world-destroying demon dragon struggled, the purple flame emperor bird would not come down. Roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon displayed a pitiful expression. Although the purple flame emperor bird's strength was not strong at the moment, it would eventually improve. Among the same level, the purple flame emperor bird's strength would definitely surpass that of the world-destroying demon dragon. The world-destroying demon dragon could only yield, otherwise, it would suffer in the future. Lu Yu shrugged helplessly, indicating he could do nothing. Although he could directly command, why interfere with the interaction between pets? He glanced at the purple flame emperor bird and couldn't help but feel surprised. The appearance of the purple flame emperor bird was undoubtedly very noble and luxurious. Was it actually a scheming character? In contrast, the world-destroying demon dragon, with its handsome and fierce appearance, always projected a powerful and imposing image, yet at this moment, it looked like a punching bag. Purple flame emperor bird, come here. Lu Yu waved his hand, and as the purple flame emperor bird flew into the air, he directly summoned the SSS-level beast talent god-slaying heavenly fire. The heavenly fire, also purple, made the purple flame emperor bird feel an infinite desire. In terms of level, the god-slaying heavenly fire was countless times higher than purple flame. Even gods would be slain. Threads of god-slaying heavenly fire continuously merged into the body of the purple flame emperor bird, which immersed itself in the process of absorbing the god-slaying heavenly fire, causing the color of its feathers to deepen slightly. It wasn't until the purple flame emperor bird reached awakened level 10 that Lu Yu stopped the active supply. From then on, the purple flame emperor bird would have to absorb the source power of the god-slaying heavenly fire on its own to break through its realm. Compared to the immediate combat power of the pets, Lu Yu wanted to fully develop their potential. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon looked outside the pet shop and suddenly let out a low growl. Its dragon eyes were filled with indifference. Lu Yu looked over and vaguely sensed a gust of wind passing by, which then vanished without a trace, and couldn't help but frown, saying, "Did you notice something?" Roar! Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon's gaze was icy, indicating that it had just sensed the aura of a giant dragon. That gust of wind was controlled by the giant dragon. As a demon dragon, its sensitivity to the giant dragon clan would never be wrong. Is it the gaze of a giant dragon? Lu Yu's expression was cold, and he instantly deduced the truth. In Xia country, only the 3 major dragon-controlling families had a stable way to contract giant dragons. Among the 3 major dragon-controlling families, only the Lu family was located in Magic City and had a connection to Lu Yu. Finally unable to sit still? Lu Yu revealed an interested expression and said with a smile, "The world-destroying demon dragon, perhaps you can have your first taste of dragon meat." Roar! The eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon were filled with desire. Magic City, city center. In a luxurious villa with a garden full of various plants, a fierce giant dragon, entirely crimson and nearly 20 meters long, was lazily resting. Lu Hongda walked in quickly, looking at the red dragon that exuded a powerful aura, and couldn't help but show a look of awe. As a member of a dragon-controlling family, Lu Hongda, who served as the steward under the family head, was well aware that this red dragon was the beast of that family head. Even the head of a dragon-controlling family could only contract one giant dragon. In terms of the number of contracted beasts, dragon controllers were far fewer than the orthodox beast masters. However, any dragon controller held a very noble status. After all, the dragons contracted by dragon controllers were at least of the giant dragon species. Any giant dragon could crush several beasts of the same level and easily challenge those above its rank. As a member of the Lu family, Lu Hongda had also contracted a giant dragon. It was a gale dragon, which was at the Manhwa level upon reaching adulthood. He himself was a starry 8th level beast master, and the gale dragon was naturally stuck at the starry 10th level. Even so, facing a true Manhwa level beast, the gale dragon could easily win. Lu Hongda respectfully bowed to the massive red dragon, walked to the pavilion in the garden, and said, "Madam." Under the pavilion sat a noble woman dressed in luxurious clothing, her appearance well maintained, with a light and elegant makeup. She was Su Yaji, the current head of the Lu family. "Speak," Su Yaji said, glancing at her manicured nails, her tone indifferent. "Over the years, I've only tasked you with one thing, to monitor that little beast, Lu Yu. His parents' assets have always been unaccounted for. Do you have any leads?" Lu Hongda felt a bit suffocated and respectfully knelt on the ground. He was well aware of how cruel this noblewoman could be. "Reporting to Madam, I have no leads regarding Lu Yu's parents' assets," Lu Hongda quickly said. "What I want to report is that Lu Yu has opened a pet shop near the Magic City Beast Master University. Lu Yu himself has also reawakened his beast-controlling talent and has contracted a subspecies black dragon." "What?" Suyaji suddenly stood up, her eyes flashing with cold killing intent, and said coldly, "Not only has he awakened his beast-controlling talent, but he has also contracted a subspecies black dragon? What on earth has happened to Lu Yu? His talent origin was clearly extracted. Ha, he still dares to contract a subspecies black dragon as a pet. This is simply an insult to our Lu family's bloodline." Lu Hongda did not dare to say that, based on his observations, the dragon Lu Yu had contracted was very likely a giant dragon species, or even a bloodline of a demon dragon. Suyaji slowly took a step forward, her expensive high-heeled shoes stepping on Lu Hongda's head, and said coldly, "No matter what Lu Yu's parents left behind, since he dares to become a beast master, he cannot be left alive. Do you understand?" Lu Hongda respectfully replied, "I will kill Lu Yu tonight. No matter what secrets he is hiding, I will find them and present them to you, madam." Night fell. Lu Yu rested on the sofa, the world-destroying demon dragon lying beside him, its head resting on his arm, incredibly obedient. The purple flame emperor bird rested on the dragon's back, its luxurious tail feathers draping over the sofa. Suddenly, bang! The glass door of the pet shop shattered into pieces. Lu Yu slowly stood up, his gaze as cold as ice. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low roar, its eyes filled with extreme violent killing intent, fixated on the middle-aged man riding the swift wind dragon outside the pet shop. Lu Yu recognized this person, the steward of the Lu family, a lineage of the Dragon Master family, Lu Hongda, a powerful dragon master of the 8th rank in the Starry Realm. Lu Yu directly recalled the purple flame emperor bird into the beast space. The bird had only just awakened to the 10th rank, and facing an 8th rank dragon master, it could easily be harmed. Lu Yu looked at Lu Hongda and revealed a faint smile, saying, "Are you that impatient?" During the day, Lu Hongda had already shown his presence. By night, he had come directly with the giant dragon. He truly was unwilling to waste even a moment. Lu Yu. Lu Hongda stood on the back of the swift wind dragon, looking down at Lu Yu standing at the entrance, and said coldly, "After you left the family, you could have lived a normal life. You could have gone to a liberal arts college, and the family would no longer concern itself with a pitiful ant like you. But you should never have awakened your beast-taming talent, foolishly thinking you could become a beast master. How arrogant! Thinking you can control everything, and when you discover something beyond your control, you can't wait to come and destroy it?" Lu Yu found it amusing and sneered, "One of the 3 great dragon families, the Lu family. Since I left the Lu family, I have long made up my mind that one day, I will bring about the complete destruction of the Lu family." Destroy the Lu family? Lu Hongda seemed to hear a huge joke, coldly saying, "Just based on you? A waste who has had his talent source extracted? The Lu family dares to extract my talent source?" Lu Yu scoffed. "I may not know how you awakened your beast-taming talent, but you must have paid an unbearable price. Let me guess, did you pledge your loyalty and faith to an angel? Or perhaps, did you trade your soul to a demon?" Lu Hongda stared at Lu Yu, trying to find a flaw in his expression. The extraction of the talent source was not irreversible. In the vast world of beast taming, there existed infinite possibilities. If it weren't for Lu Yu becoming a beast master, making Su Yaji feel a hint of threat, Lu Hongda wouldn't have come directly to kill him. Lu Hongda noticed that Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged and looked at the world-destroying demon dragon beside him, revealing a look of realization, saying, "I understand now, you offered everything to the demon dragon, becoming its most loyal servant, am I right? What does it matter to you?" Lu Yu frowned, his tone cold. Even if Lu Hongda was just one of the stewards of the family head's lineage, even if the current family head, that nominal adoptive father, came to inquire, Lu Yu would not explain a single word. "You should not be involved with the demon dragon." Lu Hongda released a chilling killing intent, coldly saying, "You should know that dragons and demon dragons are arch enemies. After you left the Lu family, the family head is not without tolerance. He is still willing to spare you a way out. Your collusion with the demon dragon is a betrayal of the Lu family, a betrayal of the dragon clan." "Betrayal?" Lu Yu laughed, his expression extremely cold. He recalled the scene from 12 years ago when his talent source was extracted, coldly saying, "I have said it before, I will bring about the complete destruction of the Lu family. I have never felt that I am a member of the Lu family. As for the dragons, perhaps, in your eyes, the dragon clan is a high and mighty race, but to me, they are nothing but food." "Impudent!" Lu Hongda was furious, unable to contain his killing intent any longer, coldly saying, "Daring to think of destroying the Lu family and still daring to blaspheme the dragon clan, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Even without the mistress's orders, I will ensure you have no place to be buried." Roar! The swift wind dragon let out a roar. It too understood Lu Yu's words, its dragon eyes flashing with intense killing intent, countless gusts of wind swirling around it, making the swift wind dragon appear incredibly majestic, as if it were a lord of the winds. Countless blades of wind crystallized in an instant. Lu Yu's expression was calm as he faced hundreds of wind blades, remaining incredibly composed. Lu Hongda curled his lips into a slight smile and laughed. "I've been monitoring you all along. Even if you've awakened your talent and contracted the offspring of the demon dragon, you have just become a beast master, right? Against my Gale dragon, you won't have the slightest ability to resist. Is that so?" Lu Yu replied indifferently, staring directly at Lu Hongda. "Gale dragon? One of the weakest dragon species, merely a low-grade ingredient." "Shut up!" Lu Hongda was instantly enraged. The Gale dragon was indeed one of the weakest among the dragon clan, only reaching the first tier of the moon realm when fully grown. However, contracting a dragon was Lu Hongda's greatest pride. How could he allow such an insult? The power of beast mastery surged in an instant. B-grade talent, hurricane. Hundreds of wind blades became even more violent, spiraling towards Lu Yu as if they wanted to shred him into pieces. Die! Lu Hongda's killing intent was palpable, but he suddenly froze. Why did Lu Yu remain unfazed in the face of the incoming wind blades? Why was he not afraid? Why did he not tremble? Why did he not beg for mercy? How could he be so calm? In those pitch-black eyes, there was even a hint of disdain. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Lu Hongda's pupils contracted in shock. This is the demon dragon. In his line of sight, a pair of massive black bone wings completely enveloped Lu Yu. Hundreds of wind blades collided and sliced, yet left no trace on the bone wings. When the bone wings spread, Lu Yu stood indifferently in place. Behind him stood a demon dragon, towering over 10 meters, exuding a terrifying and dark aura. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a roar filled with infinite killing intent, its eyes brimming with extreme brutality. Lu Hongda trembled slightly, as if he saw the ultimate darkness in the demon dragon's gaze. Lu Yu slowly took a step forward, coldly stating, "Lu Hongda, since you are aware of what happened back then I will use the most violent means to make you completely perish." Boom! Endless dark source power vanished into the night. In a radius of several kilometers, regardless of the element or energy, everything instantly became incredibly violent. In the boundless darkness, Lu Hongda regained some awareness. Staring at the terrifying scene that resembled hell, his mind froze, and his body trembled uncontrollably. "Domain, this is the dragon's domain," Lu Hongda exclaimed. "The demon dragon offspring you contracted, how could it possess the dragon's domain?" The demon dragon offspring is at most comparable to the dragon species, and this one is merely at the 10th tier of the extraordinary level. The dragon's domain can only be mastered by true divine dragons and demon dragons. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and that fear completely consumed his heart. "When did I say that I contracted the offspring of a demon dragon?" Lu Yu replied indifferently, "Remember, this is a demon dragon species, one that feeds on dragons, the world-destroying demon dragon." Countless violent darkness completely engulfed Lu Hongda. Roar! The Gale dragon attempted to manipulate the wind elements but found that all the wind elements were suppressed. It could not summon even a trace of power. Even For the Gale Dragon, moving became a luxury. When it tried to struggle, it met a pair of cold and brutal dragon eyes, and the sharp, fierce claws pierced through the Gale Dragon's skull, dragon blood splattering from the wound. Roar! The Gale Dragon's consciousness faded, but in its last moments, it saw the world-destroying demon dragon open its blood-filled maw, continuously sucking in the dragon blood it had spilled, and the indifferent and brutal dragon eyes even revealed a hint of satisfaction. In despair, the Gale Dragon completely perished. On the other side, Lu Hongda fell to the ground, his body in tatters, corroded by the dark aura to the point of being unrecognizable, with not a single piece of intact skin left. Lu Hongda stared blankly at the dead Gale Dragon, feeling the dissolution of the Beast Master contract. When he saw the world-destroying demon dragon devouring the flesh and blood of the Gale Dragon, Lu Hongda's pride as a dragon master was trampled into pieces. Lu Yu looked down at Lu Hongda and slowly said, "Die." He lifted his foot, aimed at Lu Hongda's head, and stomped down hard. Until his death, Lu Hongda could not believe that he would be crushed so easily by Lu Yu. Achievement unlocked, killed a Beast Master enemy. Reward, random red star level resource. Claim reward? Yes/no, random red star level resource? Lu Yu's mind shook violently. Any red star level resource is second only to the Xianya level, far more precious than diamond or purple crystal level resources. In the system mall, exchanging for a red star level resource costs at least 500 points. Claim. Lu Yu chose to claim without hesitation. He looked at the world-destroying demon dragon not far away, secretly hoping. If possible, Lu Yu naturally wished that the randomly obtained red star level resource would be suitable for the world-destroying demon dragon. You have obtained the red star level resource, Heart of the Demon. Heart of the Demon, red star level resource, containing all the dark insights of an adult demon lord throughout its life. When used on a dark-type pet, depending on the degree of absorption of the insights, it can allow one or more dark-type purple crystal level skills to evolve into red star level. Lu Yu immediately checked the system mall and found that the Heart of the Demon was priced at exactly 500 points. He would need to sell 2 pet cubs to earn 600 points. Just by killing Lu Hongda, he obtained a red star level resource worth 500 points, which was perfectly suitable for the world-destroying demon dragon. This was definitely an unexpected delight. Not far away, Roar the world-destroying demon dragon let out a satisfied burp. The several-meter-high Gale Dragon had already been devoured by it for the most part. The world-destroying demon dragon comfortably shrank its size, transforming back into a half-meter-high young dragon form. Lu Yu walked over, collected the remaining body of the Gale Dragon, and said helplessly, "I'll keep the rest of the dragon meat for you. If you get hungry, just go eat it in the beast space." He also breathed a sigh of relief. The promised dragon meat feast was finally coming to fruition. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon affectionately rubbed against Lu Yu's thigh, comfortably squinting its eyes. The taste of the Gale Dragon was indeed quite good. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly, quickly tidying up the scene. Looking at the damaged street, he couldn't help but frown slightly and directly called Luo Tianyan, saying, "I got into a fight in front of the pet store, and the ground is quite damaged. Come over and handle it, I'm going to rest first." He ignored Luo Tianyan's reaction, hung up the phone, yawned, and walked through the shattered glass door, casually waving his hand to restore the glass door as if nothing had happened. In the area of the pet store, he was invincible, capable of doing many incredible things. 10 minutes later, Luo Tianyan arrived at the pet store entrance, riding the tall Crimson Flame Wolf King. He saw the tightly closed glass door of the pet store and had no complaints. When Luo Tianyan saw the nearly ruined street, exuding a pungent smell of blood, his heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed in shock, "What a terrifying battle, to have destroyed the street like this." As he stepped inside, he felt an extreme darkness, and his mind became incredibly oppressive, thinking, "What a terrifying dark aura. Did the senior's demon dragon make a move? Wait, this is..." Luo Tianyan saw the pool of blood that stretched 10 meters and gently touched a bit with his finger, shocked. "This is purebred dragon blood. This is the blood of the Gale Dragon from the dragon species. It seems there are also some leftover bits of flesh." He instantly imagined the scene of battle. There was not a trace of the blood of the demon dragon on the ground, indicating a one-sided crushing defeat. After the Gale Dragon was forcefully defeated, it became the blood food of the world-destroying demon dragon. Just thinking about it made Luo Tianyan feel a surge of fear, and he was incredibly grateful that he had brought Luo Zhe to apologize and later established contact with Lu Yu. Otherwise, if the Luo family had provoked such a brutal enemy, they might face complete annihilation in the future. The Gale Dragon. Is it really from the Lu family, one of the dragon-controlling families? Luo Tianyan seemed to realize something and fell silent, thinking, it seems that the senior and the Lu family are in a life-and-death struggle. Since he had already chosen a side, Luo Tianyan would not regret it, After all, no matter how strong the Lu family was, they could not allow the dragons they raised to flow out. In contrast, Luoyu could truly change Luo Tianyan's fate. Unless it's the top-tier dragon species, otherwise it can't compare to my scarlet flame chicken. Luo Tianyan shook his head, thinking, top-tier dragon species, that is a precious dragon that only the highest levels of the Lu family can contract. As long as I have a little time, once the scarlet flame chicken absorbs various and grows, even among the same level, it might still have the strength to fight against a top-tier dragon species. Not to mention, the Luo family also had Luo Jingqing, who had contracted an ice fox comparable to the scarlet flame chicken, capable of absorbing and refining for its own use. Moreover, there was Luowen's contracted goblin, which would surely create an incredibly powerful race. Luo Tianyan could fully foresee that in the future, the Luo family, with the support of the three, would grow into a powerful family comparable to the dragon-controlling families. How could he regret it? Luo Tianyan no longer hesitated, dialing a phone call to have the Luo family send people to clean and repair the streets, mainly beast masters who had contracted water and earth-type pets. After a night of busy work, the entire street was as clean as new, as if nothing had happened. Senior, the task you entrusted to me has been completed. Luo Tianyan respectfully bowed to the pet shop and then turned to leave. The next day, Luoyu slowly woke up, realizing that the world-destroying demon dragon was not beside him, but in the beast space, guarding the remaining half of the Gale dragon's body. Whenever it felt hungry, it would gnaw on some dragon meat, showing an incredibly satisfied expression. Caw! The purple flame emperor bird was quite disdainful, keeping its distance. Luoyu was speechless, thinking, is the world-destroying demon dragon a bit possessive over its food? He reached out with his mind to touch the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! Upon sensing Luoyu's intent, the world-destroying demon dragon immediately showed a look of surprise and flew away from the Gale dragon's body. It seems I misunderstood the world-destroying demon dragon. Luoyu couldn't help but smile. With the appearance of the world-destroying demon dragon, how could it be possessive over food? Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was about to leave the beast space. Wait! Luoyu's mind moved, retrieving the demon heart, floating it in front of the world-destroying demon dragon's eyes. The still thumping, terrifyingly dark heart made the world-destroying demon dragon feel an overwhelming desire. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon raised its head, revealing a pitiful expression, as if to say, Master, are you really going to give this to me? Go ahead and eat. Luoyu smiled, haven't you always wanted to increase your strength? This demon heart can enhance your skill level. As long as all your skills reach the red star level, with a little more effort, breaking through to the first stage of the Holy Spirit level should not be a problem. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was incredibly excited. Holy Spirit level. It couldn't help but glance at the purple flame emperor bird. If its potential reached the Holy Spirit level, even among the same level, it would not be weaker than the purple flame emperor bird. In the eyes of the world-destroying dragon, it was the initial pet of Luoyu, the big brother in the beast-taming team. How could it be weaker than the later purple flame emperor bird? It had to stand tall. But, Luoyu was about to say that this heart of the demon was, after all, the culmination of a demon lord's insights, filled with an extreme will of darkness and brutality, so he needed to be cautious when absorbing it. The world-destroying dragon, unable to contain its impatience, directly opened its fierce dragon mouth and swallowed the heart of the demon. Instantly, countless cruel, bloody, and violent insights from a demon lord regarding the path of darkness surged into the soul of the world-destroying dragon. Roar! The world-destroying dragon let out a low growl, its pair of pitch-black dragon eyes flashing with pain and brutality. Luoyu felt quite helpless. He hadn't even finished his sentence when the world-destroying dragon swallowed the heart of the demon, immediately suffering the backlash from it. Any demon lord was synonymous with cruelty and brutality, inherently in tune with the demon realm, easily comprehending its rules. They were favored by the demon realm, possessing their own lordly territory, commanding countless demons, and could open the dimensional passage to the demon realm with a thought, invading and slaughtering other worlds at will. The price of a demon lord's offspring in this system was as high as 570 points, only 30 points lower than the world-destroying dragon. This meant that the status of a demon lord was almost on par with the world-destroying dragon, both existing at the same level, with adulthood being a dominant level 10. Luoyu had read in his high school history textbook that 300 years ago, when the passage to the demon realm opened, unlike the instant annihilation of goblins, the opening of the demon realm passage led to a demon war that nearly destroyed a powerful nation comparable to the Xia kingdom. That demon realm passage was opened in the ancient Elven kingdom, causing endless slaughter and even creating a fallen race in the demon realm, the Dark Elves. Even after sealing the dimensional passage, the ancient elven kingdom could not bear the losses of war, having lost too many powerful beings, and under the lack of successors, it completely declined. The heart of the demon, as an incredibly precious red star-level resource, contained a demon lord's insights into everything dark. Among them were too many brutal emotions, which even the world-destroying dragon could hardly bear. Roar! Even as its will was tainted, the world-destroying dragon still triggered the battle instinct of the dragon, wanting to resist the demonic will left within the heart of the demon. The dragon's dark domain instantly unfolded, the deep black source power circulating within the domain, ultimately converging upon the world-destroying dragon's body. Even so, the world-destroying dragon still felt an unbearable burden, with endless brutality and evil swirling in its dragon eyes. Boom! A towering and brutal dragon soul emerged from the world-destroying dragon. It was the red star-level skill, Dragon Soul, that the world-destroying dragon could comprehend only after breaking through the extraordinary level, capable of annihilating souls and slaying dragons. Luyu could clearly see a large amount of brutal demonic power enveloping the dragon soul, as if it were whispering and polluting. Since the birth of the world-destroying dragon, only a few days have passed. Liu couldn't help but sigh, but the heart of the demon contains the insights of a demon lord accumulated over thousands of years. With the extraordinary level 10 strength of the world-destroying dragon, the difficulty of completely refining it is still considerable. He quickly made a judgment. For the world-destroying dragon to completely refine the heart of the demon, it would take at least half a month. During this period, it would have to endure unspeakable pain. He had long anticipated this. The dark attribute was inherently the most cruel and brutal. To completely refine a red star-level dark resource, how could there be no cost? Luyu took a deep breath, and a pair of pitch-black eyes revealed extreme darkness, as well as extreme demonic intent. A terrifying dark hell instantly emerged, completely suppressing the demonic power emitted by the heart of the demon, even the fragmented demon soul. Even the demon lord, with its profound demonic intent, appeared as weak as an ant in the face of the dark hell. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly awakened, filled with a sense of fear. Eat! Luyu sighed helplessly, pouring the now much gentler demonic source power, after refining the dark hell, into the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was incredibly delighted, crazily absorbing the demonic source power and the vast insights contained within, occasionally looking at him with joy, as if to say, the master is truly amazing. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, the world-destroying demon dragon closed its eyes, its dragon body and soul wrapped in the demonic source power, as if it were a terrifying demon from the abyss, undergoing some wondrous transformation. As the last trace of the demon's essence was completely absorbed by the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a satisfying low roar, its eyes resembling those of a demon, filled with evil and brutality, while its pitch-black, fierce dragon body was entwined with an incredibly dark aura. The world-destroying demon dragon you contracted has completely refined the Crimson Star-level resource heart of the demon, and Dark Dragon Eye has transformed into Evil Dragon Eye. Dragon Body has transformed into Demonic Dragon Body. Evil Dragon Eye, Crimson Star-level skill, an eye containing endless evil intent, embodying the brutality and ferocity of the evil dragon. A single glance can annihilate souls and inflict endless mental pollution. Demonic Dragon Body, Crimson Star-level skill, boundless dark power and demonic power surge into the dragon body, embodying the ultimate evil, an incredibly powerful terrifying dragon body. Luyu looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Refining a heart of the demon had created two Crimson Star-level skills, namely Evil Dragon Eye and Demonic Dragon Body. Even the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to have undergone some change, its fierce black dragon body tainted with a hint of sinister madness. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon, feeling its own transformation, couldn't help but show a simple smile, grinning widely, already imagining the scene of establishing dominance in Luyu's beast-taming team in the future. Those who come later? Absolutely non-existent. Luyu looked at the state of the world-destroying demon dragon and couldn't help but sigh helplessly, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the world-destroying demon dragon had not been affected, only its lifeform had undergone a slight change, but its intellect remained unaffected. The heart of the demon has been completely refined and purified by me. Where could there still be any negative effects? Luyu realized, gaining a deeper understanding of the SSS-level beast-taming talent Dark Hell, feeling that this beast-taming talent was truly extraordinary. Let alone the demon lord, perhaps any being that wields darkness would only face complete suppression in the presence of the Dark Hell. The only regret was that the world-destroying demon dragon's destruction dragon breath had not undergone a transformation and remained at the purple crystal level. According to Lu Yu's sensing, the destruction dragon breath had also absorbed a considerable amount of demonic essence, reaching the threshold for transformation. With the growth of the world-destroying demon dragon, it would eventually undergo a transformation. The world-destroying demon dragon rubbed against Lu Yu's waist, its mouth watering as it looked at him eagerly, as if to say, "The demonic essence is so delicious, does the master have any more?" None left. Lu Yu replied irritably, "You should focus on cultivating destruction dragon breath first. While there's still some residual power from the demonic essence, transform destruction dragon breath to crimson star level." Roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt a bit dejected. Once you transform destruction dragon breath to crimson star level, you'll be ahead of the purple flame emperor bird in terms of skills, Lu Yu said with a slight smile. The purple flame emperor bird still has one skill at the purple crystal level. Roar! The world-destroying dragon widened its eyes, instantly filled with fighting spirit, and entered Lu Yu's beast-controlling space, recklessly unleashing its destructive dragon breath, with all the residual waves absorbed and suppressed by the dark hell. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. There was actually one thing he hadn't mentioned. The flame feather of the purple flame emperor bird seemed to be a purple crystal level skill, but the special nature of the purple flame emperor bird as an elemental life form destined the power of the flame feather to be comparable to that of a red star level. However, it was a good thing that the world-destroying dragon was so easy to fool. Watching the world-destroying dragon's arduous training, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Who would dislike having a pet that was too strong? The strength of the world-destroying dragon could only get better. Roar! Inside the beast-controlling space, the world-destroying dragon continued to unleash its dragon breath without restraint. Each breath contained the ultimate intent of destruction, capable of instantly killing a star-level pet. As the world-destroying dragon continued to adapt, the destructive dragon breath, besides the violent intent of destruction, also faintly carried a trace of demonic intent. Lu Yu estimated that once the world-destroying dragon fully integrated this demonic will, the purple crystal level skill destructive dragon breath would truly undergo a transformation. The extraordinary level 10 beast controlling space had reached 100,000 square meters. Such a vast beast controlling space was already comparable to an ordinary level 10 moonlight. Naturally, accommodating the world-destroying dragon and the purple flame emperor bird was not a problem. At this moment, the purple flame emperor bird was not far away, quietly watching the world-destroying dragon's hard training. Occasionally exuding elegance and splendor, it resembled a princess. However, Lu Yu could see that the regal nobility unconsciously emanating from the purple flame emperor bird was more like that of an emperor. Elemental life forms are considered the most mysterious forms of life. People only know that elemental life is born in nature. Rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, and thunder and fire can all give rise to consciousness, thus becoming elemental life. Lu Yu pondered continuously, thinking, the purple flame emperor bird is undoubtedly a powerful life born from, transformed into a pet. However, the temperament of the purple flame emperor bird is truly too special. Perhaps there are other factors in its birth? He stared intently at the purple flame emperor bird, many thoughts flashing through his mind. Caw! The purple flame emperor bird blinked and flew onto Lu Yu's shoulder, its head adorned with a strand of luxurious purple feathers gently rubbing against Lu Yu's cheek. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, touching the clearly defined flame feathers of the purple flame emperor bird, as if they were works of art, all his thoughts dissipating. He could clearly feel that the innocence and naivety emanating from the purple flame emperor bird truly regarded him as a father, and this emotion was incredibly real. That was enough. In Magic City, the Luo family. In the courtyard of a villa, Luo Tianyan. Luo Jingqing was kicked out and shouted angrily from behind the fence, "What right do you have to kick me out? I am your sister." Cough cough. Luo Tianyan stood on the other side of the fence, unable to suppress a cough, awkwardly saying, "I have important matters with Luo and you are not suitable to stay here." Ha! Luo Jingqing snorted disdainfully, "What important matters? Isn't it just to help the goblin pony drive a big car to breed with those extraordinary, even star-level female beasts? Do you really think I don't understand anything? Alright, you're the smartest, okay?" Luo Tianyan said helplessly, completely hit by Luo Jingqing's words. For this sister, Luo Tianyan had spoiled her since childhood. During her rebellious phase, she still appeared as a refined young lady in public, and many family elders praised Luo Jingqing highly. However, Luo Tianyan knew that as long as they were at home, Luo Jingqing would show her spoiled side. Luo Jingqing had just turned 18 this year and had awakened an A-level beast-controlling talent that was not inferior to his own, stepping onto the path of a beast master, and she had blossomed into a beautiful young woman. For Luo Tianyan, the admiration he once had for her in childhood was no longer there, leaving him quite melancholic. Although Luo Tianyan felt helpless, he couldn't bear to speak harshly to his sister and sighed. In any case, you're still young. You can't see the scene of goblins reproducing yet, understand? I'm not that young anymore. Luo Jingqing huffed, unconsciously puffing out her chest, which not only had some weight but also trembled slightly, saying, "It's just beast reproduction. I don't even care to watch it." Luo Tianyan was too lazy to argue with her and said seriously, "The goblin's special talent can create a tribe. Once I become the head of the family, the tribe created by the goblins will be the foundation of our Luo family. You, a little girl, should stop causing trouble, okay?" "Got it." Luo Jingqing pouted. "What about my ice fox? I can't just raise goblins and ignore my little ice fox, right?" "Don't worry, I've already ordered exotic ice and exotic fire from the family's resource hall. Whether it's the ice fox or the crimson flame chicken, they'll both be nurtured today." As Luo Tianyan spoke, he glanced at his phone and happily said, "The resources for exotic ice and fire have arrived." "Really?" Luo Jingqing showed a look of surprise and instantly summoned her pet ice fox, heading straight to the Luo family's resource hall with it. However, Luo Tianyan did not follow and turned back to the courtyard, which still bore many signs of chaos. The Crimson Flame Wolf King immediately approached him. Luo Tianyan glanced at the goblin and couldn't help but show a look of pity. The goblin lay sprawled on the ground in a big letter shape, as if it had lost all vitality, looking even weaker, with deep black circles under its eyes and lips so dry they were about to crack. Not far from the goblin were 5 extraordinary female pets and 3 stellar-level female pets. These female pets belonged to different species: monkey, pig, wolf, tiger. Among them was also an extreme ice lizard of the sub-dragon species. If it weren't for the suppression of the Crimson Flame Wolf King, the goblin would never have succeeded. Luo Tianyan felt helpless. The goblin's race was simply too weak, and no pet would look at it. These few female pets were already considered not to resist too much. After taking specific medications, the bellies of these female pets slightly bulged, showing visible signs of shame and anger. Even Luo Tianyan couldn't help but show an apologetic expression, saying helplessly, "Once the goblins grow up, they will definitely treat you well." The few female pets ignored him. Goblins getting stronger? How could that be possible? Luo Tianyan said nothing. Many beast tamers had a very simple view of mate selection, naturally admiring stronger beings. In the future, when the goblins grew to the level of Manhwa, Ryu, or even king level, these female pets that first bore offspring for the goblins would surely not regret it. "Young master," Luo En approached and respectfully saluted. "Make sure all the prepared resources are used. It would be best for these female pets to give birth to cubs today," Luo Tianyan ordered. "Yes," Luo En respectfully replied and used the prepared special resources that could accelerate the formation of the cubs on the successfully pregnant female pets. The goblin's special talent is called reproduction. When the potential and strength are lower than that of these female pets, the offspring born will inherit the mother's race. Conversely, purebred goblins will be born, inheriting the goblin's potential. Luo En explained seriously, as long as they are the offspring of goblins and possess goblin blood, their potential and strength will feed back a portion to the goblins, allowing them to become infinitely stronger. Luo Tianyan already knew about the goblin's special talent, but he was still amazed by the miraculous reproduction talent, which seemed to defy the rules of beast reproduction. After these pets give birth to their young, the cubs are directly sent to the pet shop under the Luo family or allowed to be contracted for free by the geniuses of those affiliated families. Luo Tianyan said in a deep voice, "In the early stages, we must invest without hesitation to help the goblins grow quickly. And your beast master level also needs to be improved. You cannot limit the growth of the goblins. Do you understand?" "Yes." Luo En nodded respectfully, looking at Luo Tianyan, a firm and grateful look flashing in his eyes. If he hadn't become Luo Tianyan's trusted aide, he might never have had the chance for revenge. Now, having contracted the goblins, he just needed to wait for them to grow a bit before he could fully expose the goblins' special talents to the Luo family and quickly become stronger by leveraging the family's resources. At that time, even if the former family had intervened, it would be of no use. "You don't need to thank me," Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, "just know that if it weren't for Elder Lu, you would never have had the chance to contract the goblins. Even I was able to contract the Crimson Flame Chicken only because of Elder Lu's favor, which gave me the opportunity to become a top beast master." As he spoke, a glimmer of hope flashed in Luo Tianyan's eyes. He was very clear about his own talent. Awakening an A-level beast master talent could be considered genius, but it was only with the Luo family's full support that he had the chance to become a king-level beast master before his life ended. Once he became king-level, the path ahead would be completely cut off. Contracting the Crimson Flame Chicken allowed Luo Tianyan to see the opportunity to achieve top kingship and even break through to the overlord level. As the designated young master of the Luo family, Luo Tianyan was very clear-headed. He deeply understood that no matter how high your potential, it must be transformed into strength to be meaningful. The Luo family is not a monolith, and my position as young master is not yet secured. Before I have sufficient strength, the special nature of the crimson flame chicken, goblins, or ice foxes must not be leaked, Luo Tianyan said seriously. Luo En respectfully agreed and looked solemnly at the female pet not far away, whose belly was constantly growing, hoping that after these cubs were born, the potential of the goblins would be enhanced. You go take care of those pets. I will have the Crimson Flame Wolf King assist you nearby, Luo Tianyan said with a serious expression. He saw Luo Jingqing approaching with a spatial container and went straight to meet her. Brother! Luo Jingqing showed an excited expression, quite joyful, and said, "You actually exchanged for 6 types of exotic ice and 6 types of exotic fire? Among them, the most precious exotic fire and exotic ice even rank on the exotic fire and exotic ice lists. Even if they are at the bottom of the list, they are still incredibly precious. You've used up all your contributions in the family, right?" She knew that as long as they were on the list, whether it was exotic fire, exotic ice, or exotic thunder, they possessed power comparable to A-level talents. Many exotic fires, exotic ices, etc., even if they couldn't be refined and used, could enhance pets, and absorbing them could strengthen their foundation, providing a greater chance to comprehend the principles of exotic fire and exotic ice, thus gaining skills. Indeed, I've used them all up. Luo Tianyan took the spatial container, which was surprisingly divided into 12 compartments, each storing a type of exotic fire or exotic ice, 2 extreme powers that would not come into contact within the container. He sighed, having exchanged for these 12 types of exotic fire and exotic ice had completely exhausted his contributions. Even in the outside world, spending tens of millions might not be enough to buy these exotic fires and exotic ices. Exotic fire list, 97th place, Heart of Earth Fire. Exotic ice list, 99th place, Purple Profound Extreme Ice. Luo Jingqing said excitedly, I didn't expect my ice fox to refine the Purple Profound Extreme Ice on its first absorption of exotic ice. Luo Tianyan shook his head and said, Jingqing, the Heart of Earth Fire and Purple Profound Extreme Ice are both prepared for Elder Lu. I will take these 2 types of exotic fire and exotic ice out separately and send them to Elder Lu. Ha! Luo Jingqing was a bit stunned and couldn't help but say, Brother, these are precious exotic fire and exotic ice that rank on the exotic fire and exotic ice lists. You actually want to give them away? Jingqing, you need to understand the value of the Scarlet Flame Chicken, Ice Fox, and Goblin. Luo Tianyan's expression was extremely serious as he said, You, like me, come from the Luo family and should have some insight. However, I've never seen a pet like the Scarlet Flame Chicken or Ice Fox that can absorb and refine exotic fire and ice. Trust me, if Elder Lu directly collaborates with the Luo family, the selling price of the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox will definitely exceed $1 billion. Luo Jingqing fell silent, knowing that every word Luo Tianyan said was indeed true. The higher one's position, the more one could see the value of the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox, especially the Goblin, which was even more valuable than the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox. In contrast, the selling price for the Scarlet Flame Chicken, Ice Fox, and Goblin was only $3 million. Luo Jingqing reluctantly glanced at the Purple Profound Extreme Ice in the container and finally said softly, Brother, let's give the Scarlet Heart Earthfire and Purple Profound Extreme Ice to Elder Lu. Very well, Luo Tianyan said gently, even if we give away this Scarlet Heart Earthfire and Purple Profound Extreme Ice, we still have 5 other lower-tier exotic fires and ice that can be refined by the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox. Besides, we have both Awaken A-level Beast Master talents, and we can make it onto the exotic fire and ice rankings, so there's no need to belittle ourselves. Brother, I'm not reluctant. I'm very grateful that Elder Lu let me contract the Ice Fox. Luo Jingqing said playfully, besides, this Purple Profound Extreme Ice was bought by you. You want Elder Lu to remember my kindness, right? Luo Tianyan smiled and said indulgently, as long as you know. Next, the 2 of them activated their summoning arrays and released the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox. The Scarlet Flame Chicken refined the Cold Flame, and the Ice Fox refined the Ice Soul. These were both exotic fire and ice that could make it onto the rankings. The Scarlet Flame Chicken, mastering the Cold Flame, and the Ice Fox, mastering the Ice Soul, reached extraordinary first level and awakened third level, respectively. Let's begin. Luo Tianyan smiled slightly. He then opened the compartments of the spatial container one after another, and the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox eagerly began to devour and refine the exotic fire and ice within. The aura of the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox grew stronger, but it also became increasingly chaotic. No way! Luo Tianyan's eyes widened in shock. The Scarlet Flame Chicken is using Cold Flame as the core to merge with the other 5 refined exotic fires. The Ice Fox is doing the same, using Ice Soul as the core to merge into a more powerful exotic ice? Luo Jingqing couldn't help but gasp. The changes in the Ice Fox undoubtedly exceeded her expectations. Luo Tianyan sighed. It seems that the potential of the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox is far beyond what we perceive. It seems even more powerful and exaggerated. As they continued to refine and merge, Luo Tianyan suddenly saw a silver exotic fire emerge from the Scarlet Flame Chicken. Feeling the information transmitted from the Beast Master contract, Luo Tianyan exclaimed, "This is Secret Silver Cold Fire." The Secret Silver Cold Fire ranked 82nd on the exotic fire list. The Ice Fox has also merged into Blue Soul Extreme Ice. This is the Blue Soul Extreme Ice ranked 89th on the exotic ice list. Luo Jingqing was incredibly shocked. She sensed carefully and suddenly found that her A-level Beast Master talent Ice Soul had actually received feedback from Blue Soul Extreme Ice, subtly becoming even stronger. Luo Jingqing looked at Luo Tianyan and saw his silver eyes filled with shock. She realized that Luo Tianyan had undergone the same change. After a long time, Elder Lu has truly bestowed upon us a great fortune. Luo Tianyan, while excited, couldn't help but smile wryly. I can feel that the exotic fire refined and merged by the Scarlet Flame Chicken will make my Beast Master talent Cold Flame even stronger. When the exotic fire of the Scarlet Flame Chicken becomes strong enough with all the feedback, my Beast Master talent might even evolve to S level. Luo Jingqing could not calm down for a long time and said softly, "Any Beast Master who awakens an S level talent is truly a child of destiny, destined to become a ruler. Who would have thought that simply contracting a pet beast could lead to the transformation of one's Beast Mastery talent?" Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and sighed. I once thought that the Crimson Heart Earthfire and the Purple Mysterious Extreme Ice were already great gifts. But, compared to the creation bestowed by Senior Lu, what do the low-ranking Crimson Heart Earthfire and Purple Mysterious Extreme Ice amount to? If in my lifetime, I could transform into an S-level talent, an S-level ice talent could rank in the top 10 on the ice ranking. Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but show a look of longing. At this moment, the realm of the Crimson Flame Chicken had already reached the extraordinary level 10, with potential reaching the Moon Abyss level 10. The Ice Fox's level was Awakened level 10, with potential at Starry Sky level 10. After all, the exotic ice that the Ice Fox fused with was of the lowest grade. If it were to fuse with higher grade exotic ice, the Ice Fox's potential would exceed Starry Sky level, which Luo Jingqing's Beast Mastery space could not accommodate. Moon Abyss level potential? Extraordinary level 10 strength? Luo Tianyan shook his head and smiled, not caring at all. Compared to the evolution of Beast Mastery talent to S level, it's not worth mentioning. The enhancement of potential and strength ultimately has a trace to follow. But the evolution of Beast Mastery talent? There are almost no precedents. The few examples that can be referenced all used at least Purple Crystal level or even Crimson Star level resources to achieve transformation. Purple Crystal level resources can only be used by Ruler level Beast Masters. Crimson Star level resources? Even the National Divine Dragon, that kind of Holy Spirit level existence, may not have many opportunities to use them. Jingqing, I will personally visit Senior Lu. You should practice well at home and strive to break through to extraordinary level as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Ice Fox refines another type of exotic ice, your Beast Mastery space may very well shatter, Luo Tianyan said seriously. Got it. Luo Jingqing nodded obediently while holding the Ice Fox. Senior Lu, Luo Tianyan placed the spatial container on the table and said respectfully, "This is the Crimson Heart Earthfire and the Purple Mysterious Extreme Ice, which are listed on the exotic fire and exotic ice rankings. Please accept them, Senior Lu." This isn't a holiday. Why are you giving gifts? Lu Yu asked, somewhat puzzled. He naturally knew about the exotic fire and exotic ice rankings, and besides them, there were also the Thunder ranking, Treasurewood ranking, Divine Wind ranking, and so on. The Crimson Heart Earthfire and Purple Mysterious Extreme Ice, ranked on the lists, are valued equivalent to a Platinum level resource, or even the top tier of Platinum level resources. Platinum level resources are usually only eligible for use by Sun level Beast Masters. As an extraordinary level Beast Master, Lu Yu should ideally use Bronze level resources for the best cost effectiveness. However, in the system mall, the lowest level resources, which are Platinum level, are priced at 1 point of contribution. Limited by Lu Yu's system permissions, he currently only has access to the lowest level, so the system mall is not complete, and there are no exotic fire or ice resources for sale. As for purchasing, with his less than 20 million funds, not to mention whether there are channels, according to market prices, he could only afford a single Crimson Heart Earthfire. If he used the Luo family's channels, he might have the opportunity to buy a piece of Purple Mysterious Extreme Ice. In other words, this time Luo Tianyan's gift was more valuable than the previous compensation, the Platinum level Sky Crystal, worth at least 20 million. Of course, Liu could exchange for a large number of sky crystals at any time, but he could not exchange for the Crimson Heart Earthfire unless he continuously completed achievement tasks to enhance his system permissions. Consider this a slight repayment of a favor to my senior. Jingqing and I discovered that after the Crimson Flame Chicken and Ice Fox refined the exotic fire and ice, they could actually feed back into our beast mastery talent, and over time, it could even lead to the evolution of our beast mastery talent. Luo Tianyan said sincerely, at that time, the price of the Scarlet Flame Chicken and Ice Fox was only 3 million. How could we not know about your investment in us, senior? This small gift is just a token of our appreciation. You need not feel any burden. Listening to Luo Tianyan's words, Lu Yu gradually understood. It can actually allow the beast master talent to evolve? Lu Yu was somewhat surprised, then sighed slightly, thinking, my beast master talent is already at the highest SSS level. I wonder if there is still a possibility for evolution. After thinking carefully, he took Luo Tianyan's gift and said, then I will accept it. I hope you won't dislike it, senior. Luo Tianyan bowed slightly. How could I dislike it? Lu Yu shook his head. Luo Tianyan delivered the gift and soon took his leave. His visit was indeed just to deliver the gift, and he came in person to express his respect. Looking at the Scarlet Heart Earthfire in the container, Liu was quite satisfied, as the Scarlet Heart Earthfire could be used by the Purple Flame Emperor bird. In contrast, the Purple Shin Extreme Ice was completely useless. Liu didn't mind wrapping the Scarlet Heart Earthfire with the God-slaying Heavenly Fire as he took it out. The Scarlet Heart Earthfire should have been an incredibly violent strange fire capable of triggering a volcanic eruption, yet at this moment, it was exceptionally docile, curling up into a ball. The Purple Flame Emperor bird sensed Liu's intent and quietly flew over, looking at the Scarlet Heart Earthfire with a glimmer of desire in its eyes. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Judging by the Purple Flame Emperor bird's reaction, the Scarlet Heart Earthfire seemed to have quite an effect on it. Lu Yu initially thought that since the Purple Flame Emperor bird had been absorbing the source power of the God-slaying Heavenly Fire, it should have no desire for a low-tier strange fire like the Scarlet Heart Earthfire. Had he misjudged? Sensing the Purple Flame Emperor bird's desire, Lu Yu naturally wouldn't be stingy and directly fed the God-slaying Heavenly Fire along with the Scarlet Heart Earthfire to the Purple Flame Emperor bird. The Purple Flame Emperor bird was very pleased, directly absorbing the Scarlet Heart Earthfire and beginning to refine it. Observing the Purple Flame Emperor bird, Lu Yu finally understood that the effect of the Scarlet Heart Earthfire on the Purple Flame Emperor bird was not significant. However, at the core of the Scarlet Heart Earthfire, there was a wisp of core fire source. As long as the fire source was not extinguished, the Scarlet Heart Earthfire could continuously regenerate. Refining this wisp of fire source could complete the purple flame. The aura of the Purple Flame Emperor bird grew stronger and stronger. Boom! A breakthrough? Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. He could sense that the Purple Flame Emperor bird did not actively break through but had reached the limit of awakening level, naturally breaking through its realm. Extraordinary level. The beast you contracted, Purple Flame Emperor bird, has broken through to the extraordinary level and comprehended the Red Star level skill, True Form of the Flame Bird. True Form of the Flame Bird, Red Star level skill, Boundless Purple Flame Super Frequency Reorganization, transforming into the true form of the Flame Bird, greatly increasing the number of flames it can control. The system prompt came. Lu Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Besides the Flame Soul Emperor form, the Purple Flame Emperor bird actually possessed a third form, the Flame Bird. When he looked at the Purple Flame Emperor bird, he found that its size was indeed a bit small, only about 20 centimeters. If it displayed the true form of the Flame Bird, its size would probably increase tenfold, and the amount of purple flame it could control would naturally increase many times. Given the special nature of elemental life, the larger the purple flame it could control, the stronger the destructive power of the Purple Flame Emperor bird would be. The key point was that under the Flame Bird form, the scale at which the Purple Flame Emperor bird could fuse the God-slaying Heavenly Fire would also greatly expand. This Flame Bird form seems very powerful, Liu sighed, taking a moment to glance at the Annihilation Demon Dragon, which was still practicing hard in the Beast Master space, and couldn't help but show a hint of pity. In the face of pure talent, no matter how hard you try, it seems you can't catch up. The Purple Flame Emperor bird and the Annihilation Demon Dragon are both my pets? Then it's all good. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. The Purple Flame Emperor bird landed on Lu Yu's shoulder, its noble eyes sparkling with satisfaction at the taste of the Crimson Heart Earthfire, occasionally glancing at Lu Yu with a hint of desire. You'll have it in the future, don't worry. Lu Yu felt quite helpless and suddenly thought of the world-destroying demon dragon he had contracted, which loved to eat dragon meat, specifically that of the giant dragon species. In the future, it might even want to eat the meat of divine dragons. The Purple Flame Emperor bird was even more exaggerated, feeding on. Just feeding you two will make me go broke. Lu Yu took a deep breath, feeling the arduous challenges of raising pet beasts. At the most helpless time, he had contracted the two most noble pet beasts. Caw, the purple flame emperor bird didn't mind. Elemental life was born between heaven and earth, and even without, it could directly absorb the world's elemental energy. Moreover, the purple flame emperor bird could also absorb the god-slaying heavenly fire. SSS grade, god-slaying heavenly fire, was much more delicious than the crimson heart earth fire. Even though it was at the top of the rankings, it couldn't compare. If it weren't for the core fire source of the crimson heart earth fire being greatly beneficial to the purple flame emperor bird, it might not even eat it. Lu Yu stored the purple Shen extreme ice carefully. He had no use for this, but he wouldn't complain about having too many treasures. Just collecting resources of this level would bring a sense of accomplishment. He glanced outside the pet shop and noticed that there were significantly fewer students on the road than usual, and couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking, has the Magic City Beast Master University already started classes? After calculating the time, it seemed that the military training had long since ended since the start of the semester. Even the freshmen had to officially start classes now. The vast majority of freshmen have probably contracted their initial pet beasts, Lu Yu thought. It will definitely be harder to sell pet beast cubs next. He picked up the purple flame emperor bird, thinking that since there were no customers at the moment, he might as well raise the purple flame emperor bird's level first. As for the customers at the pet shop, Lu Yu glanced over and estimated that there wouldn't be much business today. He had long given up on walk-in customers. Only recommendations between customers were the right way. Caw! The purple flame emperor bird absorbed the god-slaying heavenly fire, its level continuously rising, and it immediately showed a satisfied expression. Magic City Beast Master University. Starry Teaching Building, Public Course Classroom. Dear students, this is your first class after entering Magic City Beast Master University. You are all the cream of the crop who stood out in the college entrance examination, so I won't go into too much detail about the basic knowledge. I believe most of you have contracted your initial pet beasts. In the first class, we will directly discuss pet beast battles. Students who have contracted their initial pet beasts, please raise your hands. I will select two from those who raise their hands to come up and demonstrate a pet beast battle, and then I will explain it to you in detail. Lu Luochan stood on the podium, looking at the full classroom before her. Her already stunning face carried a hint of gentle charm, captivating all. She wore a well-tailored professional dress, with her long, straight legs wrapped in black stockings, glimmering slightly under the pure white light. As the youngest beautiful instructor at Magic City Beast Master University, Lu Luochan was 26 years old and already a 6th-tier Beast Master of the Manhwa level. Lu Luochan also graduated from Magic City Beast Master University and directly became an intern instructor at her alma mater, only officially becoming a full-time instructor this year. This public class was not only the first class for the hundreds of freshmen in the classroom after entering Magic City Beast Master University, but also her first class since becoming an instructor. Lu Luochan saw that most of the students had raised their hands, with several boys excitedly standing up. The Pet Beast Battle course was already the most popular among students, and with the stunning beauty of Lu Luochan teaching, the joy of both combined was irresistible. Students, please sit properly in your seats. Lu Luochan smiled gently, her gaze sweeping across the classroom, pointing to a girl and then a boy, saying, "Let's have these two students come up for a beast battle." As her words fell, the classroom immediately buzzed with chatter. Isn't the girl Lu teacher pointed out Du Ruoyun, one of the 4 campus flowers from Dorm 301? Dorm 301, huh? Our Magic City Beast Master University selected 10 campus flowers among the freshmen, and Dorm 301 has 4 of them. It's so unfair. Why am I not a girl? Du Ruoyun is so beautiful. I really love that neighborly girl vibe. It seems she has awakened her talent in the support system. At the very least, she can join the Beast Master Corps in the future. Her prospects are limitless. Wait, Du Ruoyun is a support system Beast Master. How does she have any combat power? Damn! The boy Lu teacher pointed out is actually Yen Xiaopeng, ranked in the top 3 among this year's freshmen, just behind Lu Su and Gu Tian, these 2 Dragon Masters. Yen Xiaopeng? I've heard of him. Didn't he awaken the A-level beast talent armor transformation? He can give his contracted beasts a layer of armor that withstands all damage, so his contracted beasts focus entirely on absolute output. Yen Xiaopeng's initial beast Frenzied Blade Werewolf has recently broken through to the extraordinary first level. Numerous discussions filled the air. With Lu Luochan's mental strength, she could clearly discern the situation and immediately felt something was off. In a corner of the classroom, Shen Nian gloatingly said, "I told you to raise your hand. now you're in trouble, right? Du Ruoyan felt a bit stage fright and said softly, I didn't expect that out of nearly 100 students raising their hands, I would be chosen. Your opponent is Yin Xiaopeng, the extraordinary first-level frenzied blade werewolf. It will definitely chop your moonlight butterfly's wings off. Shin Yanyan covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh no, you're still gloating. Du Ruoyun panicked and said, you have to help me think of a way. It's simple. Shin Yanyan raised an eyebrow and said, I'll go up instead of you, won't that work? Is that okay? Du Ruoyun was still a bit flustered. Did you notice that Lu teacher seems a bit flustered too? Shin Yanyan whispered, this is Lu teacher's first public class. If I go up instead of you, I'm also helping her out. She definitely won't refuse. I'm counting on you, Nyan. I said I would protect you. Then I'll help heal the slime. The slime is very strong. How could it possibly get hurt? Just wait and see. After a brief exchange, Shin Yanyan stood up and walked over. The classroom in the Starry Sky teaching building was very large, with a spacious battle arena that could accommodate battles between star-level beast masters. If the level were any higher, it would be impossible to battle indoors. With the destructive power of the Manhwa level or even the Ryu level, even if the walls could hold, the doors and windows would be instantly shattered. Bulletproof glass would be useless. When Shin Yanyan stood on the battle arena, many students widened their eyes, realizing that the one standing on the arena was not Du Ruoyun at all. Lu teacher. Shin Yanyan smiled lightly and said, my roommate is a support system beastmaster. She just contracted her initial beast recently, so can I help her out? Of course. Lu Luochan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, gratefully glancing at Shin Yanyan, then looking at Yin Xiaopeng on the other side, saying, this student, you have no objections, right? None. Yin Xiaopeng's gaze shifted between Shin Yanyan and Du Ruoyan, noticing that both girls were stunningly beautiful, one a pure beauty type and the other a neighborly girl type. No matter who he battled, as long as there was some interaction, it would be a gain for him. His mind stirred, and he summoned the frenzied blade werewolf. The frenzied blade werewolf was not a native beast of Blue Star but had descended from a foreign space. Unlike goblins, the potential of the frenzied blade werewolf is truly at the star level. The frenzied blade werewolf wields two sharp blades, exuding an extraordinary aura, which it suddenly releases. This classmate, please summon your pet beast, Yin Xiaopeng said politely. Okay. Shin Yanyan nodded, and a white summoning array appeared on the ground. As the array disappeared, all the students in the venue couldn't help but widen their eyes. Did I see that wrong? Is this an illusion? A slime? The school beautician actually summoned a slime? I must be dreaming. A student from the Beastmaster University in Magic City actually contracted a slime. Isn't this ruining her future? It's over, slime versus frenzied blade werewolf, and the opponent is still at the extraordinary first level. One slash, and the slime will probably be cut in half. Even Lu Luochan was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but say, this classmate, are you sure you want the slime to battle the frenzied blade werewolf? Teacher Lu, I'm still an awakened level beast master, and I've only contracted one slime as my pet beast. Shin Yanyan smiled slightly. Lu Luochan was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say, feeling as if the sky was about to fall. Originally, having a support-type beast master was already considered a classroom accident. Who would have thought that Shin Yanyan, who took over, was even more heavyweight, actually contracting a slime? My god, even a college beast master wouldn't contract a slime. This classmate, Shin Yanyan, right? Yin Xiaopeng frowned slightly and said, I advise you to step down. I'm not interested in battling a slime. It will only weaken the battle spirit of the frenzied blade werewolf. Sorry, I don't want to step down. Shin Yanyan shook her head slightly. Did I not make myself clear? Yin Xiaopeng's voice had turned somewhat cold as he slowly said, what I mean is, the slime you contracted is not worthy of battling me, do you understand? Yin Xiaopeng's attitude caused an uproar in the audience. What kind of attitude is that? How dare he be so disrespectful to the goddess Nian? What goddess? Just because she's pretty? In the Beastmaster world, strength is paramount. Shin Nian contracting a slime, isn't that ruining her future? I support Yin Xiaopeng. There are many pretty girls in liberal arts colleges. Would you go to a liberal arts college to find a girlfriend? I suggest school beauty hurry up and step down. A slime against a frenzied blade werewolf? It's just self-humiliation. Du Ruoyan, sitting in her seat, was anxious, her pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help but say, stop talking, Nian slime is very strong. Unfortunately, no one paid her any attention. A girl sitting nearby couldn't help but sneer, a slime is strong? Why don't you say the cotton moth is strong too? Du Ruoyan was momentarily speechless. She actually wanted to say that the cotton moth was also strong, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She rarely managed to argue with others. A slime is not worthy of battling you? Amidst the chaotic voices, Shin Yanyan remained calm and said, we're all freshmen. I'll teach you the first lesson. never underestimate any beast. Ridiculous. Yan Xiaoping laughed in anger. He was enraged and instantly released his A-level beast master talent, armor transformation. Heavy water. Shen Yanyan also went all out. Yan Xiaoping was an extraordinary level beast master, and with the extraordinary level beast master space releasing his talent, even though it was also an A-level talent, the amplification was far beyond Shen Yanyan's talent, heavy water. However, Shen Yanyan had more confidence in the slime. As the talents of the two beast masters activated, a layer of illusory transparent armor enveloped the frenzied blade werewolf, but no one doubted the defensive power of this armor. On the other side, the water flowing around the slime seemed to become even thicker, yet it did not affect the slime's control, still flowing freely. Bang! The frenzied blade werewolf sensed Yan Xiaoping's anger, and its eyes revealed a murderous intent. This race is known for its violent killings, and the two long knives are stained with much blood, even releasing a murderous aura. Silver level skill, murderous aura? Shen Yanyan made a judgment and said slowly, but can you break through the slime's defenses? A large amount of water flowed into existence, protecting the slime within. The fierce murderous aura was completely isolated. This is a silver level skill, water flow ribbon. It is well known that slimes only have one black iron level skill, softness. Isn't it said that slimes can't even learn bronze level skills? Could it be that Shen Yanyan specially trained the slime, forcing it to learn water flow ribbon? No. Are you blind? That's not water flow ribbon. It's clearly a gold level skill. Water blue ribbon. Gold level skill? That's a high level skill that can only be learned by a pet with moonlight level potential. The entire audience was shocked. In their assumptions, the slime should have no resistance and would be killed instantly. Perhaps with one strike, even the automatic protection of the Beast Master space couldn't save the slime's life. However, the scene before them far exceeded their expectations. The slime actually had the power to protect itself and, for some reason, had comprehended a gold-level skill. Among the hundreds of students present, except for Du Ruoyun, no one had a contracted pet that could comprehend a gold-level skill. The maximum potential of a beast master at the awakening level is only star level. Water blue ribbon. Lu Luochan was incredibly shocked. She immediately recognized the skill used by the slime. That's why she was even more astonished that the slime could learn water blue ribbon, which completely exceeded her understanding. All-around protection? Yan Xiaoping was also shocked, but as one of the combatants, he didn't have much time to think. Since he was participating in the Beast Master battle, he had only one thought. Win! Raging Blade Wolf, charge in! Yan Xiaoping said coldly. In his eyes, there was still a flicker of disdain. Even if it learned water blue ribbon, so what? The slime is still a slime. A trash pet with the highest potential of awakening level 3, whether in basic attack power, defense, or even speed, is far inferior to the Raging Blade Wolf. Moreover, the Raging Blade Wolf's level is extraordinary first tier. Protection? Shen Yanyan smiled slightly and said, Slime, strangle it. The gathered water flow instantly dispersed, transforming into hundreds of satin-like azure streams, rushing from all directions to strangle the Raging Blade Wolf. Applying the heavy water talent, the exceptionally heavy water flow displayed an incredibly swift momentum. Shatter! As the words fell, the Raging Blade Wolf had already swung its dual knives, slashing at the rushing water flow. Swish, swish, swish. A large amount of water flow was cut off, flowing to the ground. Only a few strands of water satin crossed the curtain of blades, binding the Raging Blade Wolf, but they could not break through its armored defense. Yan Xiaoping said with a hint of mockery, Is this all you've got? You lost, Shen Yanyan said slowly. Lost? Yan Xiaoping was slightly taken aback. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed the water flowing on the ground suddenly surged, revealing a touch of crimson. The scarlet water continuously gathered, forming a red water dragon. Gold-level skill, red water spear. Lu Luochan exclaimed, realizing that the slime had comprehended 2 gold-level skills and was using water flow so skillfully. She even suspected that it might be some kind of water element life that had taken on the form of a slime, but upon careful perception, she confirmed that this was clearly a slime. I will lose. Yan Xiaoping sneered, even if you have a trump card, even if the frenzied blade werewolf can't defend in time, so what? My armor transformation is an A-level talent. Driven by a transcendent beast control space, you can't even break through my defenses. Crack! He hadn't finished speaking. The crimson water dragon had already pierced through the transparent armor on the frenzied blade werewolf. If not for the misalignment, the frenzied blade werewolf would have had a large hole opened in its body. Even so, blood was gushing from the werewolf's waist, turning the water on the ground an even deeper red. Yan Xiaoping looked at the scene before him in disbelief. The shattered armor brought a slight backlash, constantly reminding him that he had already lost this battle. The frenzied blade werewolf, which he was so proud of, had actually lost to a slime. His seemingly indestructible armor had been easily penetrated. Impossible. Yan Xiaoping shouted angrily, "You only contracted a slime. How could you possibly win against me?" "I told you not to underestimate any beast," Shen Niannian said slowly. "The beast control world is filled with infinite possibilities. Even a slime, can you be sure that one day it won't be comparable to a dragon?" She suddenly thought of that handsome, tall young man and whispered, "A slime beating a dragon, isn't that exciting?" "Is that exciting?" Yan Xiaoping didn't feel it was exciting at all. He had been defeated by a slime, and if it weren't for the opponent's mercy, even the contracted frenzied blade werewolf would have been severely injured. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Yan Xiaoping just wanted to find a crack to hide in. When he saw that harmless slime again, he couldn't help but ponder Shen Niannian's words. A slime that can beat a dragon? Yan Xiaoping was momentarily speechless. He had wanted to retort, after all, dragons were a powerful symbol, easily able to challenge levels above their own, even crossing great boundaries to suppress their opponents. But then he thought, this slime was clearly at the awakened level, and upon closer sensing, he realized it was at the 10th tier of awakening, which was also a level challenge, even crossing great boundaries to defeat the frenzied blade werewolf. What Shen Niannian said seemed not false. The entire classroom, after a few seconds of silence, suddenly erupted into an uproar. What the hell? A slime defeated the frenzied blade werewolf? This is too fantastical. The frenzied blade werewolf is a first-tier transcendent. If it defeated the frenzied blade werewolf, doesn't that mean Shen Niannian's slime is at least in the top 5 among this year's freshmen? No, this slime seems to be stronger than me. Can someone tell me how this slime was raised? Even the geniuses of the Magic City Beast Control University couldn't understand why a slime would be so strong. Could it really be a special cultivation that led to a transformation? If it could be cultivated, with the vast population of slimes, why had there never been news proving that slimes had cultivation value? Nian, you're amazing. Du Ruoyan came down and looked at the frenzied blade werewolf beside her, softly asking, "Is your frenzied blade werewolf injured? Does it need treatment?" Yan Xiaoping's pride had nowhere to go. Seeing the injured and embarrassed frenzied blade werewolf, he nodded, "Sorry to trouble you, thank you." "Now you're polite?" Shen Niannian snorted lightly. Yan Xiaoping awkwardly scratched his head, "Sorry." He had already realized that Shen Niannian's strength was even greater than his. If he remained arrogant, wouldn't he just be a clown? Du Ruoyan smiled slightly, and the moonlight butterfly appeared from the summoning array, pure white light cascading down, quickly healing the frenzied blade werewolf's injuries. "Golden level skill, holy radiance!" Lu Luochan exclaimed in surprise, "This classmate, does your butterfly beast have the potential of a Manhwa level white moon butterfly? But wasn't the white moon butterfly completely extinct along with its larval form, the moonlight worm? In the long era of beast taming, many pet species have completely disappeared. Some entirely new species, however, will be born. This is not the white moon butterfly, but the moonlight butterfly." Du Ruoyan cradled the moonlight butterfly in her palm and softly said, "The moonlight butterfly evolved from the Qingmian worm." "The moonlight butterfly evolved from the Qingmian worm?" Lu Luochan was somewhat dumbfounded, clearly not believing Du Ruoyan's words, signaling Shen Niannian, Du Ruoyan, and Yan Xiaoping to leave. Next, she focused on explaining the battle, especially how Shen Niannian used the water blue silk as a distraction, quietly setting up a water field, with the killing move Red Water Spear lying in wait for a lethal strike, which earned her great praise from Lu Luochan. After a class, Lu Luochan looked at her students' serious expressions and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied gentle smile, then announced the end of class. After class, Lu Luochan felt increasingly uneasy. She had checked a lot of information but found no records about the moonlight butterfly. Lu Luochan specifically sought out Shen Niannian and Du Ruoyan, sincerely saying, "I just thought about it, even a slime can defeat a mad blade werewolf. So it's not hard to understand that the Qingmian worm can evolve into the moonlight butterfly." Du Ruoyan smiled and said, "Teacher Lu, I didn't expect you to be willing to believe it. In the world of beast taming, there are infinite possibilities." Lu Luochan gently shook her head and said, "Do you know? Our beast taming civilization seems prosperous now, but tens of thousands of years ago, there was a beast taming civilization that had reached its peak." "The civilization of the last era?" Du Ruoyan blinked. Lu Luochan continued, "That beast taming civilization that reached its peak had a profession that was no less than that of a beast tamer, called cultivator. In today's society, cultivators are already very rare. If a cultivator is extremely skilled, they might be able to cultivate slimes and Qingmian worms. It is rumored that the most powerful cultivators can even cultivate a loach into a dragon." "Cultivating a loach into a dragon? How is that possible?" Du Ruoyan looked incredulous. Shen Niannian whispered, "If you take the history elective, you would know that what Teacher Lu said is all true. However, the profession of cultivator has indeed been lost. In today's society, cultivating pet beasts relies more on big data analysis and various trial and error, lacking much theoretical support. Could it be the shopkeeper is actually a cultivator? Du Ruoyun suddenly thought of something and said firmly, if it's the shopkeeper, then not to mention a loach, even a worm could be cultivated into a dragon, right? The shopkeeper? Lu Luochan was quite puzzled. Shen Nian explained, the slime we contracted and the Qing Nian worm that evolved into the moonlight butterfly were all purchased from an off-campus mythical pet shop. The shopkeeper of that pet shop is very likely the cultivator you mentioned. She thought of her slime, Du Ruoyun's Qing Nian worm, and the little skeleton. The special talents possessed by these pet cubs all had a common feature, which was that they could defy fate. To endow the slime, Qing Nian worm, and little skeleton with such incredible special talents, isn't that comparable to the means of the strongest cultivator? Extraordinary level 10. Lu Yu retracted the god-slaying heavenly fire, looking at the purple flame emperor bird that had reached extraordinary level 10, and couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt the aura of the purple flame emperor bird, and surprisingly, it was also at extraordinary level 10, instantly causing its mindset to collapse. Facing the purple flame emperor bird, even without the suppression of imperial might, it felt an invincible sense. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was filled with grief and anger. Is it really that impressive to be a stronger innate race? The world-destroying demon dragon believed that one day, Lu Yu would cultivate it to be even stronger. Caw! The purple flame emperor bird tilted its head. Why does it feel like the big brother dragon is a bit strange? It gently landed on the back of the world-destroying dragon and comfortably rested. Roar! The world-destroying dragon wanted to cry but had no tears. Can't you consider my feelings when you're lying on me? Don't you care at all about the dragon's feelings? So wronged. JPG. Lu Yu smiled helplessly and could only pat the world-destroying dragon's head, which was considered a form of comfort. Outside the pet shop, a silver supercar stopped at the entrance. Long, straight legs wrapped in black stockings extended from the open car door, and Lu Luochan, dressed in a sexy business outfit, stepped out. She took off her sunglasses and looked at the sign of the mythical pet shop, nodding. This should be the place, Lu Luochan confirmed. As she slowly walked into the mythical pet shop, the first thing she saw was a half-meter-tall black dragon standing aggrieved next to a handsome young man. On the black dragon's back, a slightly petite purple phoenix was leisurely resting. As if sensing Lu Luochan's arrival, the phoenix slowly spread its wings and flew onto the handsome young man's shoulder. Lu Luochan's gaze, once it touched the purple phoenix, never left it again. From the purple phoenix, Lu Luochan felt an overwhelming imperial might. She was shocked to discover that she couldn't move at all, and there was even a vague feeling that if the purple flame emperor bird did not allow it, even summoning a magic circle would become a luxury. Lu Luochan's body stiffened, her eyes always following the purple flame emperor bird, her gaze trembling uncontrollably. It was as if she was on a pilgrimage. Under the imperial might, Lu Luochan's reactions became sluggish, until the summoning magic circle emerged under her instinctive drive, and the source power of the beast taming space surged, allowing her to regain her ability to move. She looked at the purple flame emperor bird in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Luochan was very sure that the purple flame emperor bird had not actively released any power. The purple flame emperor bird did nothing. Its mere existence had controlled Lu Luochan for several seconds. If this happened in battle, those few seconds of control would likely be enough to lead to her demise. Lu Luochan couldn't even imagine what kind of noble and invincible form the purple flame emperor bird would take if it truly released its power. Lu Yu glanced at Lu Luochan and, with a slight thought, put away the purple flame emperor bird. Sorry, I startled you, Lu Yu said with an apologetic smile. It was indeed the purple flame emperor bird's failure to restrain its power that caused Lu Luochan to be affected by the imperial might, and he softly added, the purple flame emperor bird still cannot fully control its innate power. That imperial might, is it actually a kind of innate ability? Lu Luochan couldn't help but be astonished, but then felt it was only natural, as she hadn't sensed any fluctuations of power, as if that imperial might was inherent to the purple flame emperor bird. Besides innate ability, there was no other possibility. Yes, Lu Yu nodded. The purple flame emperor bird's innate ability emperor bird naturally carries imperial might. As long as the potential is not higher than that of the purple flame emperor bird, it will be subjected to invisible suppression. Even the world-destroying dragon, whose potential is only 2 tiers lower than the purple flame emperor bird, would be suppressed to only 90% of its strength. Lu Yu estimated that a pet with king-level potential would probably only be able to exert 70% of its strength in front of the purple flame emperor bird. If it were a sun-level potential, at most, it could exert 30% of its strength. Lu Yu also didn't expect that the imperial might of the purple flame emperor bird could also affect beast tamers, actually suppressing a Manhwa-level beast tamer to the point of being almost unable to move. This phoenix pet actually awakened an innate ability? Lu Luochan was amazed and thought to herself, to awaken an innate ability, apart from a personal mutation, one can only rely on the favor of heaven. The origin of the world in Blue Star is very powerful. Unless one has king-level potential, it is impossible to gain the favor of heaven. As a 6th-tier beast master of the Manhwa level, Lu Luochan is knowledgeable and aware of many secrets. Among the 3 contracted pets she has, the one with the highest potential has even reached the 10th tier of the daylight level. Even so, none of Lu Luochan's 3 pets have awakened any kind of talent. Lu Luochan has heard some rumors. It is said that the Goblin Emperor who invaded Blue Star back in the day received the unique favor of the world will in the Goblin realm and awakened a special talent. This talent is called domination and allows control over the mind. After the Goblin Emperor submitted to the Xia Kingdom, he was forcibly cultivated to the daylight level, dominating many foreign beast masters and even other races, acting as spies, infiltrating the other 5 nations and the realms of other races. A daylight level pet played a strategic role at the national and even racial level. One can imagine the extraordinary nature of the domination talent. Unfortunately, the potential of the goblin race is simply too low. The resources required to cultivate one to the daylight level could instead cultivate hundreds of king-level pets or even produce a sovereign. When Lu Luochan learned of this, her first reaction was that the Goblin Emperor was probably the weakest daylight level in history, right? The talent of domination is so powerful? Lu Luochan shook her head in regret, feeling it was a pearl cast before swine. Wasn't the Goblin Emperor just a goblin? To awaken such a powerful special talent was truly a waste. If the National Divine Dragon awakened the domination talent, the Xia Kingdom could even unify Blue Star. Lu Luochan pondered. She then thought of the noble purple flame emperor bird, realizing that its potential was definitely not low, and combined with that mysterious imperial might, it might have the possibility of ruling the world in the future. Many thoughts dissipated. Lu Luochan looked at Lu Yu and said seriously, I am a mentor at the Beastmaster University in Magic City, named Lu Luochan. I learned from Shin Nian and Du Ruoyun that the slime and moonlight butterfly were actually cultivated by you? Pretty much, Lu Yu shrugged and said, but I only provide the pet cubs. The slime and the green cotton bug can transform into or evolve into the moonlight butterfly, all thanks to Shin Nian and Du Ruoyun's cultivation. It has nothing to do with me. He felt a bit pleased. It seemed that this guest was recommended by Shin Nian or Du Ruoyun. Lu Luochan did not believe it at all. From her interactions with Shin Nian and Du Ruoyun, she found that these 2 girls not only had beautiful appearances but were also exceptionally talented. If the slime and green cotton bug had no special qualities, how could they have formed contracts with them? Looking across the vast blue star, the number of slimes and green cotton bugs was in the billions. Why did only Shin Nian's slime and Du Ruoyun's green cotton bug grow up? I want to ask. Lu Luochan hesitated but ultimately asked, Are you a breeder? Breeder? Lu Yu was a bit taken aback. He had read some historical materials and knew of the existence of breeders. That was a profession from the previous era, holding an extremely noble status, even surpassing that of beast masters. He thought for a moment and then said, If you think so, then I can be. Lu Yu suddenly remembered that the system had not only a mall module but also a breeding module. Once his permissions increased and the breeding module opened, being known as a breeder didn't seem bad? Lu Luochan was completely thrown off by Lu Yu's response. What did he mean by if you think so, then you can be? It's not about what you think, but what I think. She took a deep breath, her white shirt wrapped around her upright figure slightly undulating, and slowly said, This is a pet store, right? I haven't contracted a 4th pet yet. Do you have any suitable pet cubs for me? Of course, we do. Lu Yu's eyes brightened. They finally got to the main topic. After Lu Luochan entered, her thoughts had been a bit complicated. He was still thinking about how to steer the conversation. May I ask what your needs are? Lu Yu smiled slightly. I have awakened the A-level beast master talent Dragon Wings, which allows the contracted pet to have a pair of flying dragon wings during battle. The wings themselves also possess considerable cutting ability. Lu Luochan's expression was somewhat complex, but her voice was very gentle as she said, If I contract a dragon-blooded pet, it can greatly enhance the dragon wings of the dragon-blooded pet. In fact, all the pets I have contracted are sub-dragon species with dragon bloodlines. A-level talent, dragon wings? Lu Yu was somewhat surprised and asked, What is your relationship with the Lu family, one of the 3 great dragon master families? Lu Luochan hesitated slightly and shook her head, saying, I don't want to talk about it. Lu Yu said nothing. He had seen the dark sides of those big families before. Moreover, he and Lu Luochan were just meeting for the first time, and matters concerning the Lu family were clearly her secret, so he couldn't pry too much. Lu Yu thought for a moment, then directly took out a container holding pet cubs, chuckling lightly. since you have contracted 3 sub-dragon pets, would you be interested in contracting a real dragon? A real dragon? Luluo-chan's delicate body trembled, and her soft, charming eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you have dragon cubs for sale?" How could she not be shocked? The Xia Kingdom had 3 great dragon master families that almost completely monopolized the dragon species. Want to contract a dragon species? Sure, as long as you sign a contract, pledge loyalty to the dragon master families, and become a guest of one of the 3 great dragon master families, you can contract a dragon species pet. If you had previously contracted other pets, you would have to dissolve that contract. After all, how proud and greedy are dragon species? Any dragon species would require a binding with a type of beast master talent. Unless you awaken 2 types of beast master talents, you can only contract 1 dragon species. Other than that, you could only contract 1 dragon species, or it would be considered blasphemy. If you couldn't accept that and still wanted to contract a dragon species, you would have to venture into the wilderness, risking being hunted by adult dragons, to contract a newly born dragon cub. Besides these 2 methods, there was actually one more way. That was to contract a sub-dragon species, pouring countless resources into attempting to purify the dragon bloodline to 100%, which would naturally allow it to evolve into a dragon. This method was actually the most difficult. Purifying the dragon bloodline to 100% was nearly impossible. Many king-level beast masters who tried to cultivate a true dragon would get stuck at a bloodline concentration of 99%. For example, Liu Yu's ex-girlfriend Bai Yuewei, despite contracting a sub-dragon species fire lizard, Liu Yu never thought Bai Yuewei could cultivate the fire lizard into a fire dragon. This path was simply too difficult. Luluo-chan, as a 6th-tier moonlight-level beast master, had little hope that the 3 sub-dragon species she contracted could evolve into true dragons. She only positioned the cultivation route of the 3 sub-dragon pets directly towards the strongest dragon species, such as the golden dragon and the gem dragon. The most powerful dragons reached king-level 10th tier upon maturity. If she could purify the bloodline concentration to 99%, she could at least have the potential of a king-level 1st tier, right? This was all of Luluo-chan's hopes. Now, upon hearing that she could contract a real dragon, Luluo-chan naturally understood it as Liu Yu wanting to sell her dragon cubs. Dragon species? You underestimate me too much. Liu Yu's expression was calm as he pointed to the world-destroying demon dragon beside him and chuckled. This pet I contracted is the world-destroying demon dragon. As you can see, this is a true demon dragon species pet. Dragon species? Just food for the demon dragon. Demon dragon species. Luluo-chan's heart trembled slightly. She looked at the world-destroying demon dragon beside Liu Yu, and although she didn't sense anything unusual, she felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. What's going on? Luluo-chan suddenly felt that among the 3 sub-dragon type pets in the beast-controlling space, the strongest sub-dragon pet had reached the 10th level of Manhwa, and at this moment, they were all trembling. It was as if they had seen their natural enemy. An invisible fear was shared with Luluo-chan's heart and soul through the beast-controlling contract. Luluo-chan took a deep breath, resisting the fear in her heart, but her eyes grew brighter. The demon dragon lineage. That was a bloodline comparable to that of a divine dragon. If she could contract a demon dragon, Luluo-chan gently shook her head, not daring to hope for it. Yet she felt a longing, that even if it was just a direct descendant of a demon dragon, it would probably be comparable to the strongest types of giant dragons. As Luluo-chan looked at the pet cub in the container with immense excitement, her excitement quickly turned into utter astonishment. Looking at the container, a red koi fish was leisurely swimming. She was dumbfounded. Where was the promised demon dragon descendant? What was this koi fish? Was it tonight's dinner? Shopkeeper, did you take the wrong one? Luluo-chan asked tentatively. Liu Yu took a careful look and said, I didn't take the wrong one. Ah, Luluo-chan's eyes widened, unable to help but say, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a red koi, right? Isn't this a farmed edible fish? An adult red koi is only at the 1st level of awakening. She simply couldn't understand. She could accept it not being a giant dragon type, not being of demon dragon blood, but it should at least be a sub-dragon type, right? What was this red koi? This is not an ordinary red koi. Liu Yu chuckled lightly and said, have you heard of the fish leaping over the dragon gate? Fish leaping over the dragon gate? Luluo-chan said in astonishment, isn't that the strongest opportunity for dragon descendants in ancient legends? As long as they leap over the dragon gate, any creature, whether it's a loach or a koi, will completely transform into a dragon. It seems you are quite knowledgeable. Liu Yu's eyes were filled with admiration. Luluo-chan looked at Liu Yu, then at the red koi in the container, her face full of disbelief. You can't be saying that this red koi can leap over the dragon gate and truly transform into a dragon, right? Exactly. Liu Yu didn't hold back his praise at all, saying, not only are you knowledgeable, but you're also very wise. Yes, this koi will completely transform into a dragon as long as it leaps over the dragon gate. Leaping over the dragon gate and completely transforming into a dragon. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Lu Luochan sighed helplessly, feeling a wave of powerlessness rise within her. Any creature that leaps over the dragon gate can transform into a dragon. But the dragon gate has long since disappeared, not appearing for hundreds of thousands of years. How can this red koi transform into a dragon? It seems, dear guest, that you still don't quite believe it. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. Do you know that this red koi has awakened a special talent that can construct an ancient dragon gate? Construct an ancient dragon gate? How is that possible? Lu Luochan's expression was shocked. The ancient dragon gate has long since vanished. How could it possibly be constructed? Anything is possible. Lu Yu remained calm, smiling. This red koi has awakened a special talent called Leap Over the Dragon Gate, which allows it to absorb resources to construct a dragon gate that only it can pass through. Once it leaps over the dragon gate, this red koi will completely absorb the dragon gate and transform into a powerful dragon bloodline. Does this red koi really possess a special talent? Lu Luochan couldn't help but tremble. Any pet with a special talent inherently has a high cultivation value. For example, the Goblin Emperor, which can reach the 5th level of awakening, was cultivated to the solar level solely because of a domination talent. Not to mention, the special talent awakened by this red koi is a growth type. This type of growth talent may not provide powerful combat strength or special bizarre abilities, but it allows the pet itself to grow infinitely. Lu Luochan suddenly remembered Shin Nianyan's slime and Du Ruoyun's moonlight butterfly. If they possess special growth talents, it seemed everything could be explained. Of course, Lu Yu casually said, in fact, if you continuously provide enough resources, this red carp will build a dragon gate without limits, and one day, this red carp will transform into a true divine dragon. Lu Luochan felt a bit dizzy, looking at the red carp in the container, increasingly convinced that what Lu Yu said was very likely true. Shopkeeper, name your price. Lu Luochan took a deep breath and said, I'll buy this red carp. A fair price, 3 million, Lu Yu said with a gentle demeanor, but he felt a bit pleased inside. Finally sold another pet cub. 3 million in hand, 300 points credited. How delightful. Upon hearing this, Lu Luochan hesitated a bit. It wasn't that 3 million was too expensive, but rather, too cheap. A pet cub that could evolve into a divine dragon, standing shoulder to shoulder with the national divine dragon, was only priced at 3 million? If it were priced at 300 million, after some struggle, Lu Luochan might even consider taking a loan from the bank. The price of 3 million made Lu Luochan feel unreal. This is too cheap, Lu Luochan couldn't help but say. Are you sure you're not deceiving me? Lu Yu frowned slightly, his tone becoming a bit cold. I've already explained the uniqueness of the red carp. If you don't believe it, I won't force you. Lu Luochan became a bit anxious and quickly said, Buy. I'll buy it. She was genuinely worried that if she angered Lu Yu, he might refuse to sell. Lu Luochan scolded herself inwardly. Lu Luochan, you really are big-chested and brainless. Whether it was the purple flame emperor bird or the world-destroying demon dragon, the peculiarities they exhibited indicated that Lu Yu was definitely not simple. Being able to contract a demon dragon species and wield the imperial might of the phoenix, how could he be an ordinary beast master? How could he deceive her? On the contrary, after patiently explaining and treating her gently, Lu Luochan's instinctive doubts were, in fact, an insult. Lu Luochan was afraid Lu Yu would change his mind, so she directly swiped her card to pay and picked up the red carp. Lu Yu said nothing. He knew Lu Luochan's reaction was quite normal. At least she didn't curse the black shop, just felt the price was too low. As for this, Lu Yu had no way to change it. He couldn't alter the system's pricing. He just hoped that after his authority increased, he could have the right to set prices himself. Watching his savings increase by another 3 million and his points by 300, Lu Yu's mood improved quite a bit. Contract. Lu Luochan directly established a beast contract with the red carp. She felt the attributes of the red carp, her consciousness lingering on the talents section for a long time, her excitement making her body tremble slightly. Special talent, leap over the dragon gate. Lu Luochan exclaimed excitedly, as long as I absorb resources of a single attribute, I can leap over the dragon gate an unlimited number of times and gain dragon bloodline? If I absorb resources of multiple attributes, can I even gain multiple attributes? Looking at the red carp in her arms, she couldn't calm down for a long time. After settling down, Lu Luochan solemnly bowed to Lu Yu and apologized. Shopkeeper, I shouldn't have doubted you just now. Please forgive me. She maintained her bowing posture, but Lu Yu did not respond for a long time. She couldn't help but look up anxiously, only to see Lu Yu turning his head away, absent-mindedly scratching his cheek with his finger. Lu Luochan looked down and realized that while she was bowing, Her ample chest had actually popped a button off her shirt. She had taken her apology too seriously and completely failed to notice. Through the opening of her shirt, not only could one see the soft and deep curves, but also the edges of black lace. Even Lu Luochan couldn't help but blush. In a state of panic, she quickly covered her chest, revealing a helplessly charming appearance. Lu Luochan looked outside the store and whispered, "Manager, I have spare clothes in my car. Could you help me go get them?" She handed over the keys to her supercar, sincerely saying, "Please." Lu Yu reluctantly took the keys. With people coming and going outside, he didn't want Lu Luochan, a girl, to go out and be seen by others. Not to mention, rumors might spread by tomorrow. What kind of pet shop owner would use beauty to coerce? Wouldn't that ruin his reputation? Thinking of that possibility, Lu Yu felt a wave of fear and walked sternly to the silver supercar, looking at it with a hint of envy. In this world, supercars were also luxury items, priced around several million. Lu Yu had even heard that the top-tier supercars could be implanted with smart chips, turning into mechanical life forms, possessing both supercar and mecha forms, and could form contracts with beast masters. True mechanical life was the forefront of technology in this world, and a supercar mechanical life form would cost at least hundreds of millions, which Liu could never afford. He opened the car door and indeed found a bag in the passenger seat. Upon opening it, he discovered spare clothes that emitted a faint fragrance. Blue. Liu glanced at it, closed the bag, and returned to the store, handing the bag to Lu Luochan. Lu Luochan's pretty face flushed slightly as she looked at Lu Yu with a hint of grievance, her charming eyes revealing a gentle intent that almost no man could resist. However, Lu Yu remained calm. Lu Luochan went to the bathroom and quickly changed her clothes. She was no longer in professional attire but wore a light blue long dress that accentuated her soft and charming temperament to the fullest. Her pretty face turned slightly red as she thought, "He won't see, right? What I'm wearing underneath is also blue, and it's a complete set." "All right." Lu Yu's expression was steady, as if nothing had happened, and he chuckled, "Since you've contracted the red carp, do you have any thoughts on its cultivation?" When it came to pet cultivation, Lu Luochan didn't think much further. She knew that the young manager before her might be an extremely skilled cultivator. Even a few pointers from him could benefit her for a lifetime. The 3 sub-dragon-type pets I previously contracted are of gold, water, and wind attributes. The cultivation route for the red carp definitely won't overlap with them. Lu Luochan pondered for a moment and said seriously, "I plan to directly use resources of the lightning attribute to build a dragon gate for the red carp, allowing the evolved red carp to possess the lightning attribute and transform into a thunder dragon. Lightning attribute, the most yang and strong, with destructive power comparable to fire." Lu Yu nodded in approval and said, "That's a pretty good cultivation route." "I think so too." Lu Luochan smiled gently and suddenly said, "Manager, I have a request." Go ahead," Lu Yu said, somewhat surprised. Lu Luochan's expression turned serious as she said, "I want the red carp to leap over the dragon gate in the mythical pet shop. I'm willing to pay 5 million as a venue fee. Is that okay?" "Venue fee? Sure." Lu Yu had no objections. Just providing a venue could earn him 5 million. He wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Moreover, he wouldn't take that 5 million for nothing. As long as he was in the mythical pet shop, Lu Yu was absolutely invincible and could protect the red carp during its leap, ensuring that nothing unexpected would happen. Lu Yu also realized that the so-called venue usage was just an excuse. Lu Luochan's true intention was probably to have the red carp successfully leap over the dragon gate in front of him, right? He could completely understand that. After leaping over the dragon gate, the red carp would definitely evolve into a dragon. Such a crucial matter required her to prepare thoroughly, not allowing any accidents to occur. "Thank you," Lu Luochan said joyfully. She directly transferred 5 million with her card and left the pet store, preparing to purchase a large amount of resources to build the dragon gate for the red carp. Lu Yu felt a bit regretful. This 5 million deposit clearly could not be recognized by the system, and naturally, he could not earn any points. 26 million in savings. Looking at the balance on his bank card, Lu Yu's mood instantly improved. The first commercial bank of Magic City. As the largest public state-owned bank in Magic City, the First Commercial Bank of Magic City offers the fairest prices for purchasing and selling various resources, including precious ores and materials from fierce beasts. All students and mentors from the Magic City Beast Taming University enjoy certain discounts at the First Commercial Bank. For example, Lu Luochan, as a mentor at the Magic City Beast Taming University, has a discount limit of 100 million at the First Commercial Bank, allowing her to enjoy a 30% discount on any resources purchased within that limit. As for students, they have a discount limit of 10 million with a 20% discount. This kind of discount can even be converted into cash. If she doesn't plan to purchase resources, Lu Luochan can cash out 20 million every year. For students, they can cash out 1 million. However, very few people would do this. After all, nurturing pets requires a constant expenditure of resources, and cashing out directly would be a significant loss, as they would eventually need to spend it elsewhere without enjoying the discounts. Lu Luochan was in a particularly good mood, wandering through the luxurious bank, exploring various resource shops. As a 6th-tier beast tamer, and a beautiful mentor at the Magic City Beast Taming University, many salespeople respected Lu Luochan and actively helped her choose suitable resources. Lu Luochan mainly purchased a large amount of lightning-type resources, spending 50 million, and even bought several platinum-level lightning resources. As for dragon-type resources, she initially wanted to buy some and contacted the store manager, but received a disdainful reply: dragon-type resources? Not needed. The so-called dragon-type resources are merely scraps from the giant dragon species, such as dragon blood and dragon meat. The giant dragon species hasn't even leaped over the dragon gate, so these so-called dragon-type resources are not qualified to be used to build the dragon gate. Looking at the manager's reply, Lu Luochan couldn't help but tremble. Yet she felt it made a lot of sense, and her awe of the giant dragon species unconsciously dissipated by half. Giant dragon species? Lu Luochan gazed into the distance and softly said, just as the manager said, the 3 great dragon taming families have deified the giant dragons to maintain their family's prestige. Strip away those halos. What are giant dragons after all? She thought of her own background. The Lu family, one of the dragon taming families. In Lu Luochan's impression, the Lu family seemed like deities. Now, with all the halos fading away, she felt a sense of clarity. The noble dragon taming families? Lu Luochan murmured. Compared to the manager, what do they amount to? No matter how strong the dragon taming families are, they can never touch the dragon gate in their lifetime. Once I cultivate the red carp into a dragon, there will come a day when I will pull the lofty dragon taming families down from their pedestal. After counting the large amount of lightning-type resources she purchased, Lu Luochan followed Lu Yu's suggestion and bought a considerable amount of black iron, bronze, silver, and gold-level resources, ensuring that the red carp could absorb them progressively. The last 5 platinum-level lightning resources she bought were not particularly rare, but they were strongly recommended by Lu Yu. According to Lu Yu, the rarity of resources is merely a definition of the beast tamer civilization. When constructing the dragon gate, what matters is the concentration of energy and its purity. Rather than wasting funds on rare lightning-type resources, it is better to purchase more common lightning-type resources, saving money to buy a couple more, which can help the red carp's initial evolution into a higher dragon form. Lu Yu's unique insight opened Lu Luochan's mind, her eyes slightly brightening as she softly said, the world is full of ignorance, determining value based on the degree of appreciation, yet neglecting. Resources are only about suitability. The manager's perspective is truly profound. Although I am a mentor at the Beast Master University in Magic City, there is still much for me to learn. With a sense of reverence for Lu Yu, Lu Luochan returned to the mythical pet store with a large amount of thunder-type resources. As she slowly walked in, she found that the internal space of the mythical pet store had suddenly increased 100-fold, and she couldn't help but blink her watery eyes in confusion, asking, "Am I lost?" "You are not lost," Lu Yu's voice came. Lu Luochan saw Lu Yu, who appeared calm and seemingly unfazed, while her inner shock continued to surge, thinking, could it be that the manager has contracted a powerful space-type pet, specifically expanding the internal space of the pet store 100-fold to allow the red carp enough space to construct the dragon gate and transform into a dragon? Little did she know, Lu Yu possessed invincible abilities within the pet store, and expanding space was merely a trivial matter. However, maintaining the expansion required him to constantly divide his focus, so he usually didn't bother with it. Considering Lu Luochan had spent 5 million, he made this exception. Let's begin. Okay. Lu Luochan displayed all the thunder-type resources she had purchased, categorizing them by their levels, with the black iron level resources being the most abundant, decreasing in quantity thereafter. The red carp is different from the slime. The slime can endlessly devour resources and has a strong capacity. The red carp is also not the same as the green cotton worm. When the green cotton worm cocoons, its state is particularly special and can also absorb resources infinitely. Lu Yu looked at the large amount of resources laid out on the ground, his expression very calm. He was accustomed to high-end resources, having used the red star level resource, the heart of the demon, on the world-destroying demon dragon, so naturally, he showed no change in expression. Lu Luochan didn't think that Lu Yu, with his displayed status, would have any particular thoughts about these resources. Listening to Lu Yu's words, Lu Luochan learned about the special traits of the slime and the green cotton worm, endlessly devouring resources, and also evolving through cocooning. Lu Luochan was shocked. These two special talents were no less than the red carps jumping the dragon gate. Lu Yu glanced at her and slowly said, "The red carp needs to construct the dragon gate, and the foundation of the Dragon Gate must be solid. The higher the Dragon Gate, the higher the level of resources it needs to absorb. The initial level of the red carp is too low. It must start absorbing from black iron level resources, otherwise, it could easily explode. Understood. Lu Luochan nodded. After remembering some precautions, she realized that compared to the slime and the green cotton worm, the red carp she had contracted seemed to be more fragile. Lu Luochan felt fortunate that it was in the mythical pet store that the red carp was constructing the Dragon Gate. If it were elsewhere, the loss of resources in constructing the Dragon Gate wouldn't matter much, but if it harmed the red carp's foundation, she would surely regret it for life. Blub the red carp blew bubbles and, under Lu Luochan's expectant gaze, began to absorb some relatively mild thunder-type resources, unconsciously flashing with electric light. Lu Luochan slightly raised her head and noticed that above the red carp, numerous electric lights gathered together, actually forming an incredibly tiny archway. You can sequentially throw the various resources into that thunder archway, Lu Yu reminded. It was also his first time seeing a Dragon Gate, and he couldn't help but marvel. The ancient Dragon Gate was indeed magical, and even a miniature Dragon Gate seemed to contain boundless insights into the Great Path. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon looked at the miniature archway, its dragon eyes suddenly becoming somewhat dazed, instinctively revealing its true form, a massive dragon body over 20 meters tall fully materializing. Even when facing the Gale Dragon, the world-destroying demon dragon only manifested a body of over 10 meters. Now, however, it had completely revealed its demonic dragon form, and its evil, pitch-black aura danced wildly in the pet shop. Lu Yu frowned slightly, restraining the power of the world-destroying demon dragon to prevent it from affecting the transformation of the red carp. Demon dragon! Lu Luochan looked at the true form of the world-destroying demon dragon, feeling an overwhelming shock, and couldn't help but say, a transcendent 10th-tier demon dragon, yet it doesn't stir a shred of battle intent in me. She was utterly convinced that even her strongest pet, a sub-dragon species at the 10th tier of the Manhwa level, would have little chance of winning against the world-destroying demon dragon. Is this what a demon dragon species is like? She murmured. Don't get distracted, Lu Yu said with a hint of reproach, seriously adding, as long as you properly nurture the red carp, it will eventually evolve into a divine dragon species. He had one more thing to say, even if it evolved into a divine dragon, it would likely still be on the world-destroying demon dragon's menu. There is a difference between divine dragon species and demon dragon species. The weakest divine and demon dragons, when fully grown, are at the first tier of the overlord level. The world-destroying demon dragon, being the strongest of the demon dragon species, is already at the 10th tier of the overlord level in adulthood, and possesses two special talents, making it a true embodiment of darkness. Can the red carp also evolve into a divine dragon? Lu Luochan had no doubts at all. She adjusted her mindset, no longer focusing on the changes of the world-destroying demon dragon, and began to seriously invest resources into the miniature Dragon Gate. The miniature Dragon Gate seemed like a furnace. Any thunder-type resources thrown in would be instantly dissolved, allowing the miniature Dragon Gate to grow continuously. As Lu Luochan took a deep breath and, with her pure white hands, sequentially tossed 5 pieces of platinum-level thunder-type resources into the Dragon Gate, the miniature Dragon Gate grew larger, astonishingly reaching 10 meters high. This is a small Dragon Gate, Lu Yu assessed softly. As long as it leaps over the Dragon Gate, the red carp will evolve into an existence comparable to the top-tier giant dragon species. Red carp, Lu Luochan said slowly. Do the red carp blew a bubble, diving into it and leaping toward the Dragon Gate. As the red carp approached the Dragon Gate, it became increasingly infused with the aura of dragons. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon stared at the red carp. It was tempted. Lu Yu felt speechless, relieved that he had isolated the world-destroying demon dragon. Otherwise, under its imposing presence, the red carp would truly have no chance of leaping over the Dragon Gate. The world-destroying demon dragon had gained too many insights from the Dragon Gate. It was now fixated on the red carp, wanting to satisfy its craving while also wishing to observe the true transformation into a dragon, hoping to gain the most fundamental understanding of dragons. The moment of transformation would evolve the ordinary spirit into a breathtaking scene of becoming a dragon. Ordinary beings, even if they witnessed the leap over the Dragon Gate, would gain no insights. The world-destroying demon dragon was different. It was already the top-tier demon dragon species and had absorbed a demon heart, gaining the lifelong insights of a demon lord. With a lofty perspective, the world-destroying demon dragon even attempted to thoroughly analyze the process of transformation into a dragon. The process of becoming a dragon is the most core secret of the dragon race, considered the essence of the dragon race. The world-destroying demon dragon actually sought to delve into the essence of dragons. How arrogant was that? Lu Yu, however, was pleased to see it happen. If the world-destroying demon dragon truly managed to analyze it, even if it was just a tiny bit, it would instantly possess the potential of a Holy Spirit level. Boom! As the red carp got closer to the small dragon gate, the resistance it faced grew heavier. Manager, what should we do? Lu Luochan panicked, anxiously saying, the red carp won't fail to leap over the dragon gate, right? It won't, Lu Yu shook his head. This dragon gate is a manifestation of the red carp's talent. The heavy resistance will eventually turn into support. That's good. Lu Luochan seemed to have taken a calming pill and immediately calmed down. She now trusted Lu Yu very much. However, Lu Yu chuckled lightly. If you want to help the red carp, there are ways to do so. Lu Luochan's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, Store manager, what should I do? As a beast master, she naturally wanted to help when her pet faced difficulties. Lu Yu slowly said, use your beast master talent, dragon wings. Indeed, allowing the red carp to gradually adapt and ultimately break through all difficulties to evolve into a dragon was the orthodox choice. However, before the red carp leaped over the dragon gate, it was still Lu Luochan's pet, bound by the closest contractual relationship. Isn't it only natural for a beast master to help their pet evolve? Lu Yu also wanted to verify this. Perhaps with the enhancement of dragon wings, the red carp would undergo some unimaginable change after crossing the dragon gate. Okay. Lu Luochan had no doubts about Lu Yu's judgment and immediately activated her A-level beast master talent, dragon wings. Suddenly, a pair of crimson bone wings appeared on the back of the red carp. The pressure from the dragon gate was surprisingly borne by the bone wings to a large extent. Lu Luochan knelt on the ground, enduring the pressure from the dragon gate, but her eyes shone slightly as she suddenly said, Red carp, jump over. Boom! The red carp flapped its dragon wings and suddenly leaped over the dragon gate. Lu Yu looked up and noticed the change in Lu Luochan, softly saying, crossing the dragon gate, it's not just the red carp that will transform into a dragon. What? Lu Luochan was somewhat stunned. Perhaps. Lu Yu slowly said, you will also transform into a dragon. Roar! The power of the entire dragon gate continuously flowed into the red carp. With the red carp's status, it could not perfectly absorb the entire source of dragon power from the dragon gate. The dissipated part surged into the dragon wings on the back of the red carp. Lu Luochan felt the pressure suddenly decrease, and a gentle crimson light enveloped her. My beast master talent seems to be evolving? She couldn't believe it, and after sensing it several times, she finally confirmed it. Lu Luochan's eyes were filled with shock. Talent evolution. Such a thing had only occurred a handful of times throughout the history of the Xia Kingdom. Lu Luochan had never imagined that this kind of heaven-defying opportunity would appear in her own life. The beast master talent she had awakened was already A-level. If it evolved further, S-level? Lu Luochan's eyes brightened. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yu, only to find that his eyes held pure admiration, devoid of any impurities, as if her heart had been struck hard. The evolution of beast master talent, this kind of extraordinary opportunity, would surely evoke endless jealousy and even resentment from anyone watching. Yet Lu Yu's gaze was purely one of appreciation. Lu Luochan suddenly thought that her ability to trigger the evolution of her beast master talent was also under Lu Yu's guidance. Memories involuntarily surfaced in her mind. You are my daughter, the only legitimate bloodline of the Lu family. But why have you only awakened an A-level talent? A-level, dragon wings? With the powerful physique of a giant dragon, why do you need to enhance it with dragon wings? Ridiculous. How laughable. Among the three great dragon master families, the Gu family has an S-level dragon master in this generation. The Lu family has even produced an unprecedented double S-level talent dragon master. In contrast, my Lu family, the only legitimate bloodline, has only awakened an A-level talent? Your existence will only tarnish the name of my Lu family. Those beatings and resentments seemed to still echo in her ears. Lu Luochan couldn't help but ask herself, if her beast master talent evolved to S-level, would she still return to the Lu family? No, I won't. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Boom! Behind Lu Luochan, a pair of crimson dragon wings suddenly appeared. Beneath the dragon wings, a flood dragon slowly emerged, with a fierce dragon head, long dragon horns, and sharp dragon claws. It was a form completely different from that of a giant dragon. Like a snake, like a scale, like a dragon. S-level beast master talent, Shadow of the Flood Dragon. Lu Luochan instantly knew the name of her talent and its heaven-defying effect. With the blessing of the Shadow of the Dragon, if it is a sub-dragon species, it will instantly possess battle power comparable to that of a giant dragon species. If it is a giant dragon species, it will instantly be comparable to the top giant dragon species. Lu Luochan was extremely excited. When the dragon gate dissipated, under the chaotic thunder, a red dragon, almost identical to the shadow of the dragon, coiled out from the thunder. Red Thunder Dragon attributes: Thunder, Dragon level, Extraordinary 6th stage potential, Monarch 4th stage talent, Leap Dragon Gate skills. 1. Thunder Cannon. 2. Dragon Wings. 3. Thunder Dragon Shadow. 4. Red Thunder Dragon Soul status: Healthy, Contracted. Congratulations. Luyu glanced at the attributes of the Red Thunder Dragon after its evolution and congratulated Lu Luo-chan. This time, the evolution through the Dragon Gate was undoubtedly very successful. With a potential of Monarch 4th stage, this is completely a top giant dragon species, second only to the most elite, such as the superclass giant dragons like the Golden Dragon and the Gem Dragon. Compared to the Red Dragon and Green Dragon, it is definitely much stronger. Lu Luo-chan had only purchased 50 million worth of thunder resources, wanting to evolve into the top giant dragon species all at once, which was unrealistic. Red Thunder Dragon. Lu Luo-chan looked at the Red Thunder Dragon in front of her, which had reached several meters in length and displayed a dragon form. Although she was overjoyed, she was somewhat confused and asked, although the evolved Red Thunder Dragon is indeed very strong, its form is completely different from that of a giant dragon species. The evolved Red Thunder Dragon is not a giant dragon species. Luyu smiled slightly and said, "You should refer to it as sub-dragon species." Sub-dragon species? Lu Luo-chan was somewhat puzzled. The dragon race is also divided into many factions, such as giant dragons, which have forms like huge lizards. There are also sub-dragons, which have forms like snakes. Luyu explained, if the Red Thunder Dragon evolves to the Overlord level potential, it will evolve into a being comparable to the Divine Dragon species or the Demon Dragon species, but with a completely different form, the True Dragon species. True Dragon species. Lu Luo-chan's heart trembled. She suddenly remembered that there seemed to be records in ancient texts that the True Dragon was in existence not inferior to the Divine Dragon. In the era when true dragons roamed, the dragon race was divided into two factions, and the demon dragons had not yet been despised. It was only after many powerful true dragons gradually left Blue Star that the dragon race began to fight among themselves, and the demon dragons were expelled from the dragon realm. Can the Red Thunder Dragon evolve into a true dragon? Lu Luo-chan's heart raced. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly let out a low growl. Lu Luo-chan was stunned and asked, "What happened to it?" Roar! The Red Thunder Dragon, sensing the pressure from the world-destroying demon dragon, couldn't help but show a fearful expression. Even after evolving into a sub-dragon, it still could not muster any fighting spirit in the face of the world-destroying demon dragon. This was a difference in life levels. Sub-dragons and demon dragons were completely two different levels of species. Luyu showed a look of satisfaction and slowly said, after the evolution of the Red Thunder Dragon, it seems my demon dragon is also about to undergo a transformation. Any special talent cannot be defined by level. The process of leaping through the Dragon Gate, even for the world-destroying demon dragon, has great benefits. Unfortunately, the Dragon Gate constructed by the Red Thunder Dragon only allows it to leap through. No other dragon species can seize the results. Although the world-destroying demon dragon cannot leap through the Dragon Gate, it itself is the top demon dragon, very close to the essence of dragons. The moment the dragon's gaze touched the Dragon Gate, the world-destroying demon dragon fell into enlightenment, gaining a wealth of insights into the essence. Especially during the process of the Red Carp leaping through the Dragon Gate and transforming into the Red Thunder Dragon, it allowed the observing world-destroying demon dragon to fall into the essence of the dragon realm and its enlightenment. Behind the world-destroying demon dragon, an incredibly majestic world phantom quietly emerged. In that vast world, countless powerful and majestic divine dragons were roaring madly, hating a demon dragon, yet able to summon the essence of the dragon realm. Noisy! Lu Yu's expression turned cold. He waved his hand casually, and the boundless supreme power within the pet shop instantly scattered the many prying eyes of the divine dragons from the vast world. This scene left Lu Luo-chan utterly shocked. In the phantom of the dragon realm, every divine dragon's shadow made her feel invincible, at least at the level of a dominator, and among them were quite a few divine dragons of the Holy Spirit level, casting their gazes down. With so many divine dragons, if they were to descend upon Blue Star, even the 6 great powers joining forces might not be able to resist. Yet, Lu Yu casually waved his hand and dispersed the many gazes? Just how strong is he? Lu Luo-chan carefully sensed and found that Lu Yu's realm was indeed only extraordinary. But how could she dare to define him as extraordinary? Could it be a strong person reborn? Lu Luo-chan thought of a possibility and mused. Could it be that the shopkeeper is a powerful beast master from the previous era, and also a top-tier breeder, reborn in this era across the river of time? Even a trace of his power would not fear the dragon realm? She increasingly felt that the possibility was extremely high. Boom! The vast phantom of the dragon realm suddenly pressed down. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon wore a face of defiance. No matter how it usually acted spoiled in front of Lu Yu, as a bloodline of the strongest demon dragon, it would not change at all. At this moment, the world-destroying demon dragon bore the weight of the dragon realm, continuously drawing from the endless source of power within it. It was unclear how much time had passed. When the phantom of the dragon realm completely dissipated, an infinite darkness suddenly erupted from the world-destroying demon dragon. It was as if the lord of the demon dragons had descended. The dragon's eyes slowly opened. A wisp of Holy Spirit aura instantly spread. The Pechu contracted, world-destroying demon dragon has its potential raised to the first level of the Holy Spirit, awakening the talent Holy Dragon. The purple crystal level skill Breath of Destruction has transformed into the red star level skill Breath of Breaking the Realm. Holy Dragon, a sacred demon dragon, its aura is both holy and demonic. Any enemy locked onto by the world-destroying demon dragon will endure endless holy and demonic pressure. Breath of Breaking the Realm, a red star level skill that releases a destructive aura capable of shattering realms. After refining a trace of the dragon realm's source, the world-destroying demon dragon did not evolve, but its potential level completely transformed, reaching the first level of the Holy Spirit. Although it was only a one-level increase, it represented the gap between Dominator and Holy Spirit, a vast difference. With the potential of the Holy Spirit level, the world-destroying demon dragon gained the favor of the dragon realm and directly awakened its third talent, Holy Dragon. From the description, the talent Holy Dragon is of the same type as the imperial bird of the Purple Flame Emperor bird. The Purple Flame Emperor bird can release the majesty of the Emperor, while the world-destroying demon dragon can release holy and demonic aura, pressuring all enemies. Additionally, the skill Breath of Destruction, which the world-destroying demon dragon had diligently practiced, finally transformed into the red star level Breath of Breaking the Realm, its power becoming even more terrifying, capable of shattering a realm. Roar roar! The transformed world-destroying demon dragon returned to its half-meter tall form, harmlessly walking to Lu Yu's side. Lu Luochan looked at the world-destroying demon dragon and found it hard to connect it with the terrifying demon dragon that had perfectly combined evil and holiness just moments ago. The red thunder dragon remained hidden behind Lu Luochan, fearing being noticed by the world-destroying demon dragon and becoming its blood meal. Alright, Lu Yu glanced at the outside world, where the crimson sunset was casting its afterglow, and said, "It's dark now, and this shop is about to close." Lu Luochan finally reacted, putting away the red thunder dragon, and sincerely said, "Shopkeeper, thank you." "No need." Lu Yu chuckled lightly. The world-destroying demon dragon observed the dragon gate and gained benefits even greater than the red carp. Of course, after the red carp leaped over the dragon gate, it defied fate and transformed into a dragon. In contrast, even if the world-destroying demon dragon did not observe the dragon gate and could not obtain the source of the dragon realm, it was still a powerful demon dragon and would eventually transform. Lu Luochan said nothing more, only bowing deeply. When she lifted her head, she found Lu Yu's gaze slightly wandering. She quickly lowered her head to take a look and saw that her dress hadn't torn, but her pretty face couldn't help but flush slightly. After leaving the mythical pet shop, Lu Luochan, driving a supercar, couldn't help but slam on the gas pedal. The supercar roared and sped away under the setting sun. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low growl. It was in a good mood. Its potential had risen to the first tier of the Holy Spirit, just one tier below the Purple Flame Emperor bird. It had also comprehended a third talent, capable of contending with imperial might. With this, the gap between the world-destroying demon dragon and the Purple Flame Emperor bird had narrowed infinitely. If they were to fight, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Caw! The Purple Flame Emperor bird appeared, tilting its head, not quite understanding the world-destroying demon dragon's meaning. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. The world-destroying demon dragon had an extremely strong fighting spirit, which was undoubtedly a good thing. However, the Purple Flame Emperor bird was rather laid back and had no intention of competing for status with the world-destroying demon dragon. He clapped his hands and walked to the bathroom to wash his hands, only to find a complete set of clothes in the laundry basket, a matching set of black lace lingerie placed right on top. Lu Yu instinctively averted his gaze and couldn't help but mutter, "Just one button popped open. Why do you need to change your underwear too?" He could only attribute it to the compulsive habits of beautiful women. Lu Luochan returned to her dormitory at Magic City University. The large standalone villa was occupied by only her. Lu Luochan lazily lay on the sofa and suddenly realized that her work clothes, including her lace stockings, seemed to have been left in the bathroom of the mythical pet shop. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush and murmured, "The manager wouldn't think I left them there on purpose, would he?" She had never had a boyfriend, and faced with such a situation, she didn't know how to respond, so she honestly sent a message to Luyu, saying, "I left my clothes in the bathroom." Luyu quickly replied, "I've collected them for you, you can come pick them up next time." Luo-chan thought for a moment and typed, "I really forgot." "I forgot to remind you," Luyu replied, "take good care of the Red Thunder Flood Dragon. I look forward to seeing the true dragon of Red Thunder." Luo-chan's eyes sparkled with longing. A true dragon. That was an existence comparable to divine dragons and demon dragons. Once grown, it would be a ruler, cultivating a true dragon. Even the three great dragon families couldn't achieve that, right? Although Luo-chan was filled with infinite longing, she also knew that her ability to cultivate the Red Thunder Flood Dragon, and even potentially a true dragon in the future, all stemmed from Luyu giving her the opportunity to contract the red koi. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Soon, the phone rang as well. Luo-chan glanced at the caller ID. It was the president of Magic City University, Duan Shanghua. Duan Shanghua had taught at Magic City Beast Master University for over 50 years. 50 years ago, he was a true king-level Beast Master. For Luo-chan, Duan Shanghua was someone she owed a great deal to. 8 years ago, Luo-chan was admitted to Magic City Beast Master University, far away from the imperial capital where the Lu family resided. Duan Shanghua held Luo-chan in high regard and even took her as a disciple. The pets Luo-chan contracted, aside from the initial pet with a potential of 10 stars, the second and third pets she contracted were both of sun-level potential, comparable to some weaker dragon species. Many of her pets were contracted with the help of Duan Shanghua. For Luo-chan, Duan Shanghua was not just a president but a family member who was like a teacher and father. She quickly answered the phone and immediately got up to open the door. Duan Shanghua looked like an ordinary old man with white hair and beard, his murky eyes filled with kind light, leaning on a cane, his slightly hunched back making his steps unsteady. Yet, this very old man had taught countless renowned and powerful beast masters and had suppressed countless ferocious beasts within thousands of miles around Magic City. In terms of strength and prestige, he was not at all inferior to the current governor of the Magic City. Duan Shanghua, with Luo-chan's assistance, sat down on the soft sofa, his kind gaze resting on Luo-chan's eyes as he gently asked, "Luo-chan, how did you feel about your first class today?" "I felt great," Luo-chan replied with a smile, always obedient in front of Duan Shanghua, lacking any of the mature charm of an older sister. She softly said, "I discovered two geniuses. The teacher should pay more attention to them." "Oh?" Duan Shanghua became interested, stroking his beard and saying, "For you to think they are geniuses, I would like to hear more." Luo-chan said seriously, "They are both freshmen from dormitory 301, Shin Nian and Du Ruoyun. I know them." Shin Nian awakened the A-level talent Heavy Water, and Du Ruoyun awakened the rare B-level support talent Holy Light, which is as important as an A-level talent. Duan Shanghua said gently, "However, B-level and A-level talents are merely the threshold for entering Magic City University. Do they have any special qualities?" Shin Nian has contracted a slime that awakened a special talent for infinite growth by devouring resources. Du Ruoyun's contracted Moonlight Butterfly was originally a green silkworm but awakened a special talent for infinite cocoon evolution, which is how it evolved into a moonlight butterfly. Luo-chan explained, gently pursing her lips. In terms of talent, they may not be the strongest among this year's freshmen, but after contracting the slime and the moonlight butterfly, their future potential is limitless. Special growth-type talent? Duan Xianghua's eyes flickered. With his knowledge and experience, he naturally understood the extraordinary nature of such special talents. Any beast master who contracts such talented beasts, as long as they do not perish midway, will at least become a king-level beast master in the future. There is even a considerable probability of achieving overlord level. A king-level beast master can already serve as a provincial governor. An overlord-level beast master? That is an existence that can be considered a national treasure. Is the information accurate? Although Duan Shanghua believed Luo-chan, he couldn't help but ask again. "It's accurate." Luo-chan hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "Actually, I also contracted a beast that is no less than the slime and the moonlight butterfly. Initially, it was just a red carp that had not even awakened to the first level, but it has now evolved to king-level potential." "What?" Duan Shanghua stood up in shock, his cane falling to the side, his eyes flashing with astonishment as he eagerly said, "Quick, let me see it." Luo-chan had never seen Duan Shanghua like this. He was usually calm and composed, but now he was losing his composure. It was easy to imagine how precious special talents were. Even an old king-level beast master could not remain calm. she quickly realized that special talents were inherently rare and required the favor of the world to awaken. Not to mention, the leap through the dragon gate was a growth-type special talent. With a slight thought, she summoned the Red Thunder Dragon, its several-meter-long body winding through the living room, its red bone wings not flapping but easily hovering in mid-air. This is a dragon species. Duan Shangwa's voice trembled slightly as he said, dragon species and true dragon species have long left Blue Star and gone to the vast universe. You actually contracted a dragon species. At that moment, he had no doubt left about Lu Luochan's words. If it were not for a special growth-type talent, how could a dragon species beast like the Red Thunder Dragon, which had never been recorded, evolve? Next, Lu Luochan demonstrated the abilities of the Red Thunder Dragon to Duan Shangwa and played the video of today's class, watching the slime defeat the Berserk Blade Werewolf at a higher level. Duan Shangwa's expression was incredibly complex. Is this still a slime? Duan Shangwa couldn't help but exclaim, and that moonlight butterfly, how similar it is to the green silkworm. But in terms of ability, it is 100 times stronger. Lu Luochan said softly, speaking of which, it is thanks to the favor of Shen Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun that I was able to contract the Red Carp and evolve into the Red Thunder Dragon. Next, Lu Luochan introduced the mythical pet shop. She did not mention the speculation about the rebirth of the strong, nor the transformation of the world-destroying demon dragon after the arrival of the dragon realm. Duan Shangwa exclaimed, "Are you saying that the slime, the moonlight butterfly, and your Red Thunder Dragon were all cultivated by the owner of that mythical pet shop?" "Yes," Lu Luochan replied softly. "Teacher, that owner sold me the red carp for only 3 million. This indicates that selling pet cubs is not the reason he opened the pet shop. He might want to create a series of genius beast tamers and, through continuous planning, eventually establish a force." This was the conclusion Lu Luochan reached after her analysis. "So what do you think I should do?" Duan Shangwa looked at Lu Luochan, his expression serious. Even he felt an immense mystery surrounding that owner. He didn't even have the thought of testing him. "I don't recommend testing. Moreover, the owner is truly a good person," Lu Luochan said with a gentle smile. "I suggest that you let trusted young beast tamers go to the mythical pet shop to purchase and contract pet cubs. As for those you don't trust, I'm sure you won't let them get involved to avoid offending the owner." "I will consider your suggestion." Duan Shangwa took a deep breath and sighed. "It's a pity that I, your teacher, am getting old and can no longer contract any pets, otherwise, I would also go buy pet cubs." Lu Luochan looked at the kind old man, feeling a deep sadness in her heart. Duan Shangwa had left too many injuries in his youth. Even in his old age, he still allowed contracted pets to enter the army and fight against many alien races. Over the years, he had only one pet left. As for the beast taming space, it was almost shattered and would not last for many years. The old man had dedicated his life to the Xia kingdom. The only thing he felt guilty about was those pets that had died in battle. "Teacher," Lu Luochan suddenly felt an impulse and said, "My beast taming talent has evolved to S level." Lu Luochan looked at the old man until he showed a look of comfort, gently stroking her hair. "Because you contracted the Red Thunder Dragon, right?" Duan Shangwa said with a kind smile. "Since ancient times, why have growth-type special talents been pursued by countless beast tamers? When you cultivate the Red Thunder Dragon to the Overlord level, even if you only have F-level talent, you will evolve to SS level." Duan Shangwa had already guessed Lu Luochan's evolution of beast taming talent based on various information and the change in her aura. What truly comforted him was that Lu Luochan was willing to inform him. "What about SSS level?" Lu Luochan couldn't help but ask. "What SSS level is there?" Duan Shangwa shook his head and said, "At least in this era, no one has ever awakened SSS level beast taming talent. But ancient texts record, any beast tamer who awakens SSS level talent, without exception, becomes a god." Lu Luochan's heart trembled violently. SSS level beast taming talent had never appeared in this civilization era? She naturally did not doubt that Duan Shangwa, given his position, could know many secrets. Until Duan Shangwa got into the business car, Lu Luochan's mind was still echoing the old man's extremely serious voice. The beast-taming civilization of the last era was destroyed by a god-level beast tamer with SSS-level talent. Luochan, remember what I said. If someone can awaken SSS-level beast-taming talent, after he becomes a god, there may only be two possibilities: to take Blue Star to the starry sky, or to destroy the entire world. If you are fortunate enough to encounter it, you must befriend it. Not just for you, but for the entire human beast-taming civilization. It is incredibly important. She couldn't calm down for a long time, but suddenly a thought emerged. Is the shop owner an SSS-level talent? Lu Luochan pondered for a long time, and the more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed, secretly thinking, very likely. Even if it's not SSS level, at least it's SS level. In Lu Luochan's view, since Luyu could cultivate pets like the red carp, slime, and green cottonworm, it was unreasonable for him not to have SS-level talent. Lu Luochan even suspected that the SSS-level beast master who destroyed the last era's civilization might be that mysterious shop owner. Mythical pet shop. Lu Yu sat on the sofa, showing a contemplative expression. Pets that have awakened special growth-type talents can actually drive the evolution of the beast master's talent during their growth and evolution? Lu Yu couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't written in the system's data. He suddenly understood why Luo Tianyan had suddenly given gifts, and even offered ranked N. It seemed that Luo Tianyan and his sister Luo Jingqing's beast-taming talents, even if they hadn't evolved to S-level, were probably showing signs of evolution. Dog system, is your brain broken? Such a defiant pet cub, you're selling it for 3 million? Lu Yu couldn't help but curse, feeling heartbroken. He was absolutely certain that even if the price was set at 1 billion, beast masters wanting to buy it would still break through the threshold of the mythical pet shop. Definitely can't give it away for free. Lu Yu took a deep breath, secretly thinking, for those I don't like, I won't sell no matter the price. Those who know gratitude, like Xin Yan Yan, Yang Qing, they can be sold. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He quietly generated a thought. Perhaps, I can establish a force? Lu Yu pondered, feeling that the feasibility was extremely high, secretly thinking, this force must have a very high threshold. Forget it, the threshold doesn't matter, even if they are useless, I can still cultivate them. The most important thing is loyalty, their character must be assessed well. After thinking for a long time, he hadn't truly decided, just established a framework. He suddenly moved his thoughts, and the pet shop that had expanded 100-fold returned to less than 100 square meters. Maintaining the spatial expansion of the pet shop required Lu Yu's constant focus, and since he was now preparing to sleep, he naturally wouldn't continue to maintain it. Before resting, Lu Yu opened the system panel to check the achievement tasks. Among the many achievement tasks, there were operational achievements, such as selling the first pet cub, accumulating sales of 5 pet cubs, which Lu Yu had already completed. The achievement rewards were also very generous, directly granting a random SSS-level beast-taming talent. There were also kill-type achievements, such as defeating the first beast master enemy, which Lu Yu had also completed. After killing the dragon master Lu Honda, he obtained an incredibly precious red star-level resource, the Heart of the Demon. A more advanced kill achievement was to defeat 5 beast master enemies. Similar achievements included defeating powerful alien races and slaying large numbers of ferocious beasts, but the standards were higher. At least defeating a king-level alien or slaying tens of thousands of ferocious beasts would count towards the task criteria. The many achievement tasks were diverse, with relatively harsh conditions for completion. However, Lu Yu saw that there was one achievement task he could complete at any time. Own the first shop that belongs to you? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. He couldn't see the rewards for this achievement task, but after completing 3 achievement tasks, he had awakened 2 types of SSS-level beast-taming talents, namely Dark Hell and Godslaying Heavenly Fire. In addition, he had also obtained a top-tier red star-level resource, the Heart of the Demon. Given the system's generosity, this achievement task's reward would surely be extraordinary. When he first opened the store, he simply took over the old pet shop without even renovating it, just changing the sign. The storefront of the pet shop was, of course, rented. The monthly rent was 50,000. In Magic City, such rental prices for shops were considered normal. Lu Yu estimated that the average price per square meter for shops near the Beastmaster University in Magic City was around 150,000. With his current savings of 28 million, he could easily acquire the ownership of the mythical pet shop storefront. Lu Yu chuckled softly, thinking, 28 million in savings can't buy the flesh and blood of a dragon species, nor can it buy a few exotic flames. If used to purchase a storefront, directly converting it into system rewards, wouldn't that be delightful? The next day, after finishing his morning routine, Lu Yu sent a message to the shop owner named Zhang Shanha, expressing his intention to purchase the shop. He stated directly that he was willing to offer 17 million to buy the shop. Considering the current average price of 150,000 per square meter, the total area of this shop was 98 square meters, making the total price 14.7 million. In reality, offering 15 million would have made many shop owners willing to sell. The real estate market in Magic City was not doing well. The entire real estate market, including various industries in Magic City, was monopolized by many prominent families. Many businesses were struggling, and shop rents had been continuously dropping. In recent years, even housing prices had shown a downward trend. Lu Yu's offer of 17 million was undoubtedly very high, showing enough sincerity in face. He thought Jiang Shanhe would gladly agree, but unexpectedly, the other party did not respond directly and instead replied, "The price of 17 million is still a bit low. Let's discuss the specific price when I get there." Lu Yu thought for a moment and replied, "Boss Jiang, the price of 17 million is already very high. Jiang Shanha quickly responded, I already said, the price of 17 million is not enough. Let's discuss the specific price when I get there. Can't you understand human language? Luyu did not reply again, putting his phone down, but his brows furrowed tightly. I hope you know your place. Luyu's expression turned slightly cold. He was no longer the college entrance examination failure from a few days ago who hadn't even awakened his beast master talent. At that time, Luyu had to rely on the inheritance left by his parents to open this mythical pet shop. Now, Luyu was already an extraordinary 10th-tier beast master, having contracted the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, with combat power comparable to a Manhwa-level beast master. It should be noted that a Manhwa-level beast master could be a deputy mayor in some small cities. Putting aside combat power, Luyu had sold 7 pet cubs one after another, which had helped him initially build a network. If you don't know your place, don't blame me. Luyu's gaze turned cold. Luyu patiently waited in the shop. However, Jiang Shanha was still delayed. It wasn't until the afternoon that Luyu sent a message urging the other party to come quickly. If Jiang Shanha was truly busy, they could set another time. After a few minutes, Jiang Shanha finally replied, I have something to do right now. Since we need to talk, let's do it today. You stay in the shop, and I'll be there soon. If I arrive and you're not there, wasting my precious time, then we won't talk anymore. Luyu did not reply, but a cold expression unconsciously spread across his face. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. When Luyu looked outside the pet shop, he saw 2 boys who looked similar, clearly brothers, walking towards the pet shop side by side. Customers? Luyu's eyes brightened. In front of customers, he completely forgot about Jiang Shanha. It wasn't worth letting such a person affect his mood. Outside, Duan Dongguan looked at the sign of the mythical pet shop and said to his younger brother beside him, Brother, this is the mythical pet shop that Grandpa mentioned, right? Duan Shiwu nodded, excitedly saying, Grandpa said that the owner of this pet shop is definitely a true expert, and the pet cubs raised here are considered extraordinary. We both have only awakened B-level beast taming talent, and if we want to catch up with the geniuses in our family, we must choose the best initial pet. Duan Dongguan hesitated, saying, I think this pet shop looks a bit shabby. Can it really raise quality pets? What do you know? Duan Shiwu retorted, Great talents often hide in plain sight. A true expert wouldn't care about the environment. Do you know Shin Nian Nian? I know. Duan Dongguan nodded and said, I heard that Shin Nian Nian contracted a slime and defeated a first-tier berserker wolf with it. I really don't know how she raised that slime. Oh, my foolish brother. Duan Shiwu said proudly, I already asked Shin Nian Nian, and the slime she contracted was bought from the mythical pet shop. Not just the slime, but Du Ruoyun's moonlight butterfly also came from the mythical pet shop. No way! Duan Dongguan exclaimed, shocked, the slime and the moonlight butterfly were both raised by the owner of this pet shop? That's turning decay into wonder. No wonder even Grandpa holds this pet shop in such high regard. Let's go, Duan Shiwu said with anticipation. If we can contract a pet cub comparable to the slime, even Grandpa will be pleased. Duan Dongguan was equally excited. As the grandsons of Duke Duan, Duan Dongguan and Duan Shiwu had very high expectations for their initial pets. After entering the Magic City Beast Taming University, even though they had started formal classes, the 2 brothers had not yet contracted a satisfactory initial pet. Knowing that the slime came from the mythical pet shop, combined with the fact that their authoritative grandpa held the shop in such high esteem, the 2 brothers, who had grown up in a large family and received the most elite education, would not look down on it in the slightest. When Duan Dongguan and Duan Shiwu walked into the mythical pet shop, their eyes were filled with anticipation and respect. Duan Dongguan looked at a handsome young man of his age approaching and couldn't help but say, Hey, we're here to buy pet cubs. Can you call your owner out? I am the owner, the handsome young man said gently. Ha! Duan Dongguan's mouth dropped open, stammering, Why you're the owner? But you're so young. If you said you were a student at the Magic City Beast Taming University, I would believe it. I'm not a student. Luyu shook his head slightly. Duan Shiwu, seeing Luyu's calm demeanor, quickly said to Duan Dongguan, Bro, say less. Just because the owner is young doesn't mean he lacks ability. Don't look down on him. I'm sorry, owner, Duan Dongguan quickly responded. I just didn't expect that the owner, whom even Grandpa holds in such high regard, would be so young. I meant no offense, please don't take it to heart. Luyu chuckled, finding the brother's attitude quite refreshing. Your grandpa? He asked, somewhat surprised. Luyu didn't remember any elderly customers among those he had served. Duan Shiwu mentioned their grandpa, revealing a proud expression as he said, Our grandpa is the president of the Magic City Beast Taming University, Duke Duan. We came to buy pets at Grandpa's special request. Luyu was somewhat astonished. Duke Duan. He was certainly familiar with that name. Once upon a time, he He had ambitions of getting into the Magic City Beast Taming University, but he only managed to get into a liberal arts college, regrettably falling short. Lu Yu naturally understood the deeds of Minister Duan, and for this old man who had made countless sacrifices for the Xia kingdom, he held only the purest respect. I also have great respect for Principal Duan, Lu Yu said with a slight smile, but even if you are Principal Duan's grandson, I won't offer a discount. No need for a discount, Duan Dongwen quickly replied. We have brought enough money. As long as the quality of the pet beast cubs is good enough, there will definitely be no bargaining. Lu Yu nodded. He was merely being polite. He hadn't yet grasped the pricing power of the pet beast cubs, and even if he wanted to offer a discount, it wouldn't be possible. He then asked, what are your needs? Duan Dongwen sighed and said, I awakened a B-level beast taming talent, accelerated growth. This beast taming talent is only suitable for assisting the growth of pet beast species, and I feel it doesn't even deserve the B-level rating. Duan Shiwu quickly added, I awakened a B-level beast taming talent, rending destruction. It can grant the contracted pet beast the attack characteristics of Tear and Annihilation, which is quite a good main attack talent. Your talent is much better than mine, Duan Dongwen sighed, looking enviously at his younger brother. The talent Rending Destruction was considered top tier even among B-level talents. The attack characteristics it conferred were extremely perfect and could greatly enhance the combat power of the pet beasts. In contrast, Duan Dongwen's accelerated growth gave him a sense of shame just from its name, often leaving him feeling lost about the future. After graduating from the Beast Taming University in Magic City, would he have to take over the family pet beast industry? Every day would be about delivering cubs, using his beast taming talent, and watching the cubs grow under its influence? Such a future was something Duan Dongwen simply couldn't accept. This guest, you need not belittle yourself, Lu Yu chuckled softly. Accelerated growth can be rated as B-level by the Blue Star Will, so its strength is certainly not low. Have you ever considered that among the many beast taming schools, the one with the most terrifying combat power is the Mass Troop School? Mass Troop? Duan Dongwen's eyes widened. He had certainly heard of it. The reputation of the Mass Troop School was the most fearsome among the beast taming schools. A beast tamer from the Mass Troop School often brought forth a tide of beasts, a terrifying wave that destroyed all enemies. I certainly thought about going for the Mass Troop School. With my beast taming talent, I could accelerate the growth speed of pet beast troops. However, the pet beasts suitable for the Mass Troop School announced by the Xia Kingdom now have at least sun-level potential. Duan Dongwen sighed, I just awakened my beast taming talent, and with the awakened level beast taming space, I simply can't accommodate such pet beast cubs. If I wait until later to switch schools, the time wasted in the early stages cannot be made up. On this point, the guest need not worry, Lu Yu said with a light smile, since I dare to say it, there will be pet beast cubs suitable for the guest to contract, and that are also suitable for the Mass Troop School. Really? Duan Dongwen was incredibly excited and quickly said, thank you, shopkeeper. Duan Shiwu looked at his older brother, unable to hide his envious expression. That was the Mass Troop School. Although it required a massive investment of resources, many beast tamers who specialized in the Mass Troop School, like dragon tamers, often only contracted one pet beast for their entire lives due to the enormous resources consumed. But all the drawbacks paled in comparison to the combat power of the Mass Troop. A beast tamer commanding tens of thousands of pet beast troops would be an absolute weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield against other races. Lu Yu turned to Duan Shiwu and said, as for this guest, the B-level talent Rending Destruction you awakened is more suitable for contracting pet beast cubs with extreme destructive power, which can maximize their destructive capabilities. Yes. Duan Shiwu's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly, that's exactly what I was thinking. As long as the destructive power reaches its limit, attack is defense, and one will not fear any enemy. Until Lu Yu mentioned himself and even planned a growth path for himself, Duan Shiwu's envy instantly vanished. No matter how strong the violent soldier style was, it was not suitable for him. Among the many beast master factions, only what suits oneself is the best. Duan Dongwen curled the corner of his mouth into a slight smile and said, my foolish brother, you still don't understand. In front of the countless soldier types of the violent soldier style beast masters, no matter how strong your destructive power is, you will be completely overwhelmed by the army of pet beasts. Ha! Duan Shiwu sneered and said, brother, the one who doesn't understand is you. In the face of absolute destructive power, no matter how many soldier types you have, even if they gather into a legion, what can you do? I will kill all the legions. You know nothing. Duan Dongwen was anxious and shouted, do you even understand the value of a single person forming an army? Tisk tsk, I think you don't understand what it means to fight 1 against 10,000, to destroy heaven and earth, Duan Shiwu retorted without backing down. Fine. Duan Dongwen angrily said, wait until I cultivate the soldier type legion, let's see how your pet beasts fight against me. Then let's battle. Who's afraid of whom? Duan Shiwu snorted coldly. Lu Yu watched the two brothers argue and couldn't help but cover his forehead, helplessly saying, "You two haven't even contracted your pet beasts yet. How are you going to fight?" Duan Dongwen smiled awkwardly and said, "Ahem, sorry, manager, we lost our composure." Duan Shiwu showed an expectant expression and quickly said, "Manager, hurry up and take out the pet beast cubs. We can't wait any longer." "Okay." Lu Yu nodded with a smile. He thought for a moment and took out two transparent containers, placing them on the long table. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu could no longer restrain themselves, quickly walking to the front of the containers, looking into them with immense anticipation. The next moment, both brothers showed expressions of astonishment. "Wait, where are the pet beast cubs?" Duan Dongwen was confused and said, "I was destined to have tens of thousands of violent soldiers. Where are the pet beast cubs to form the legion?" "Yeah, where are the pet beast cubs?" Duan Shiwu was completely dumbfounded and said, "There's nothing in this container. Where is my initial pet beast that is destined to destroy heaven and earth?" Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. They looked closely. It seemed there was nothing in the container. Lu Yu said with great interest, "Take a closer look. The pet beast cubs are in the container. They definitely won't run away." Hearing Lu Yu say this, the two brothers had no choice but to carefully observe the containers, not missing any corner. "Found it!" Duan Dongwen exclaimed, pointing at the transparent inner wall of the container. "There's an ant here. This ant is so small that I completely overlooked it." "I see it too. There's an ant in the container," Duan Shiwu quickly said. The two looked at each other, then at the ants in their respective containers, both completely dumbfounded. Two ants? This was completely unrelated to the excellent pet beasts they had imagined. Duan Shiwu forced a smile and said, "Manager, you aren't joking with us, are you? These two little ants really have nothing to do with pet beast cubs." Duan Dongwen was extremely anxious and quickly said, "Manager, please hurry up and take out the real pet beast cubs. We brothers can't handle this kind of joke." "I'm not joking." Lu Yu chuckled lightly and said, "These two ants are the cubs you are going to contract, and they are the most suitable pet beast cubs for you." "Ah." Duan Dongwen's mouth dropped open, almost big enough to fit an egg, and he couldn't help but say, "Manager, these two ants are so weak and hard to notice with the naked eye. Do they even have a chance to awaken to the first level in their lifetime? How are we supposed to contract them?" Duan Shiwu fell into deep thought, recalling the slimes, moonlight butterflies, and his grandfather Duan Shangwa's serious admonitions, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Shopkeeper, could it be that these two ants have some special significance?" Duan Shiwu suddenly realized that perhaps these two ants were not what they seemed. Maybe they possess some abilities beyond their understanding? "You're very clever," Lu Yu praised Duan Shiwu, noting that the younger brother among the two clearly had a higher IQ and better emotional management. Duan Dongwen quickly caught on as well, showing a serious listening expression alongside Duan Shiwu. Lu Yu chuckled, "The two ants in front of you have awakened a special growth-type talent called engraving." "Special growth-type talent? Engraving?" Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu exclaimed in unison. "That's right," Lu Yu smiled, "this special talent engraving can imprint a complete evolution route on the ants." "Wow!" Duan Shiwu was shocked. "Does that mean that whatever form I want the little ant to evolve into, it will directly evolve into that form? So if I want the little ant to evolve into a violent beast-type pet, it can easily do that?" Duan Dongwen also realized, his face filled with astonishment. "In theory, it can evolve into any form. However, the evolution route must be reasonable, otherwise, problems can easily arise." Lu Yu pointed to two spatial containers, smiling, "To meet your needs, I've already imprinted a complete evolution route for you. You can take a look." Saying this, he took out two A4 sheets and pushed them in front of the two brothers. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu each took a sheet. Looking at the text on it, their expressions filled with immense shock. "My ant can ultimately evolve into an ant queen with a potential of level 10 overlord. It can easily breed demon god ants, breaking army ants, sky ants, and other king-level units." Duan Dongwen looked at the almost invisible, seemingly faint ant in the container, his eyes ablaze with excitement. "Worker ant, giant crocodile ant, sword-cutting ant, demon god ant, with the final form being the sky-splitting ant, also with a potential of level 10 overlord, wielding the terrifying cutting power that can split the sky." Duan Shiwu held the container tightly, staring intently at the little ant inside, quickly saying, "Shopkeeper, I want to contract it." Yes. Duan Dongwen immediately said, "Shopkeeper, name your price. We'll pay right now." "These two ant-type pet cubs are priced at 3 million each," Lu Yu chuckled, "a total of 6 million. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu did not hesitate, each swiping their cards for 3 million. Immediately, they formed a beast contract with the little ants in front of them. At the moment the contract was formed, both Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu could sense a wealth of information flowing in from the contract connection. From the weakest worker ant form, continuously evolving to the ultimate form of level 10 overlord, the specific resources required for each evolution form appeared in their minds. To their delight, they realized that no matter how precious the resources needed for evolution were, they clearly understood them all. This meant that even if they wanted to evolve the ant cubs to their final forms in the future, whether it be the ant queen or the sky-splitting ant, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to obtain the evolution resources. With Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu's knowledge, they naturally understood that the high prices of many evolution resources were not a concern. The most worrying thing was that the evolution resources had completely gone extinct. The evolution of pets was undoubtedly a very meticulous matter. Any slight error could lead to total failure. If the corresponding evolution resources became extinct, even if they found substitutes, it would ultimately be different, and the success rate of evolution would greatly decrease. In the worst-case scenario, it could even sever the evolution route of the pet entirely. Store manager, thank you. Duan Shiwu said sincerely, the evolution route of the must have been specially chosen by you, right? I have channels to buy any kind of evolution resources. This means, as long as I have enough funds, the little ant will definitely evolve into a with the potential of a dominant 10th tier. In the future, my little worker ant will definitely evolve into an ant queen, without any bottlenecks. Duan Dongwen expressed his gratitude. I can't thank you enough for your care, store manager. Lu Yu smiled. Both of these little worker ants had awakened the engraving talent and were matched with a large number of evolution routes. He had only selected the two most suitable evolution routes. No need to thank me. Cultivating these two little guys well is the greatest repayment to me. Lu Yu showed a gentle demeanor and said softly, you two must not waste their talents, understand? Understood, the two replied in unison. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Since he had sold 2 ant cubs and had taken the trouble to select the 2 most suitable evolution routes, he naturally hoped that these 2 ant cubs, as well as Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, could grow smoothly. Although the decision to establish a force was still not perfect, Lu Yu was already consciously laying the groundwork. In the near future, when many plans converge, perhaps an invincible force that would shock the entire Blue Star would completely surface. He was quite fond of the 2 brothers, especially since they were the grandsons of the president of the Beastmaster University in Magic City. This identity was not ordinary. As for why they knew about the mythical pet store, Lu Yu guessed it should be Lu Luochan who informed Duan Shanghua, but he didn't know how much Lu Luochan had told him. The more Duan Lao knows, the closer his relationship with Lu Luochan is. Lu Yu pondered slightly but was not worried. Duan Lao was a respected elder, and having his 2 grandsons frequent the mythical pet store was a clear gesture of goodwill. How could he not know? Even if there was a hint of testing, it was within the range Lu Yu could accept. After Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu each contracted an ant cub, they carefully placed it in the Beastmaster space, nurturing it with source power at all times, fearing that the fragile little ant would suddenly perish. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The ant cubs they contracted were the weakest in their initial forms among the many cubs he sold. In terms of strength, they were probably only 1/10,000th of an awakened first tier, truly insignificant. However, regarding future potential, they were by no means weak. If they could evolve into an ant queen or in the future, it would not be the end. They could continue to engrave even higher evolution forms. This point, Lu Yu did not disclose, lest the 2 aim too high. On the vast Blue Star, the evolution route to the dominant 10th tier was already the most top tier. If it were any higher, even if their grandfather was Duan Shanghua, it would be hard to protect them. At this moment, ring ring ring, the phone rang. Lu Yu took it out to see that the caller ID was Jiang Shanha. After answering, Jiang Shanha's voice came through. I've arrived at the entrance of your pet store. Come out and pick me up. Jiang Shanha's tone was filled with entitlement, his voice sounding like fat squeezing his vocal cords, extremely unpleasant. Lu Yu frowned slightly and said, you can come in by yourself, I'm in the store. I told you to come out and greet me, can't you understand? Jiang Shanha cursed angrily, do you still want to buy my shop? Lu Yu replied coldly, I told you to come in by yourself, I don't want to repeat myself. Fine. Jiang Shanha was furious. Lu Yu, do you think I haven't seen your information? A college entrance exam failure, not even a beast master. Even if you have a bit of money, you absolutely shouldn't have dared to provoke me. The call ended. Soon, Jiang Shanha dragged his plump body through the door of the mythical pet shop. His face was filled with anger as he quickly walked up to Lu Yu and coldly said, You are Lu Yu, right? The rental contract you signed before is now void. Get out of my shop immediately. In the face of Jiang Shanha's fury, Lu Yu remained calm and composed, looking at him with indifference, and slowly said, Are you sure you want to terminate the rental contract? Why can't I terminate the contract? Jiang Shanha sneered, The contract never stated that if I unilaterally terminate it, I would have to pay any price. So, you want my pet shop to go out of business, right? A hint of coldness appeared in Lu Yu's eyes. Meaning that gaze, Jiang Shanha felt his heart nearly stop, incredulously staring at the darkness and demonic aura that emerged in Lu Yu's eyes. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming chill, as if the terror of life and death could descend at any moment. So what if I do? Jiang Shanha forced himself to steady his mind. He was also a transcendent-level beast master, and his mental fortitude was not bad, yet he was still frightened by that fleeting extreme darkness. He said, if you want to continue operating, that's not impossible. Just bring out 30 million, and I'll sell you this shop. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh in anger. He thought his offer of 17 million was already quite sincere. He didn't expect the other party to be so ungrateful, asking for 30 million right off the bat. Lu Yu quickly realized that Jiang Shanha had clearly investigated him based on the contract signing information. Jiang Shanha arrogantly believed he had everything figured out. He thought Lu Yu must have a large inheritance and was completely defenseless, wanting to extort a sum. After a moment of contemplation, the sequence of events became clear to Lu Yu. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in his pitch-black eyes. 30 million? Duan Dongwen couldn't help but exclaim, this shop is worth at most 15 million. You just doubled it? You fat pig, are you out of your mind for money? Duan Shiwu stepped forward, his voice laced with coldness. Who gave you the guts to speak to the shop owner like that? You two brats, what are you even? Jiang Shanha sneered, this is my shop, I can offer whatever price I want. What shop owner? If he can't afford 30 million, this pet shop will be completely shut down tomorrow. I really don't understand how you can be so arrogant. Duan Dongwen looked at Jiang Shanha and couldn't help but say, are beast masters today really this brainless? Jiang Shanha was extremely proud. I am a transcendent level beast master of the 6th rank. You two brats are probably still at the awakened 1st rank, right? Transcendent 6th rank? Duan Shiwu said with a half smile, so you're just a little pauper. Shut up! Jiang Shanha shouted angrily, you have no idea how powerful a transcendent 6th rank is. Alright, Duan Shiwu said impatiently, looking at Lu Yu beside him. Shop owner, may I help you deal with this? Handling such a small character would dirty your hands. Go ahead. Lu Yu nodded. He looked at Jiang Shanha and felt a bit of disdain. Although they were both transcendent 10th rank, he and Jiang Shanha were clearly not on the same level. Uncle Chen, Duan Shiwu shouted. It won't matter who you call. Jiang Shanha looked at Lu Yu, knowing that Lu Yu had no intention of offering 30 million anymore, and immediately said, from now on, you can start moving your things out. The previous rental contract is completely void. Is that so? Lu Yu's expression was indifferent. He quietly watched as Jiang Shanha's hefty body was lifted by a giant bear. A middle-aged man in a suit stood next to a giant bear, his posture elegant like a servant, creating a stark contrast with the rugged giant bear. Jiang Shanha struggled continuously. When he looked back, his pupils constricted. Behind him, the terrifying giant bear exuded an incredibly violent aura. Mingyue level. How is that possible? Jiang Shanha's voice trembled. When he glanced at the suited servant beside the giant bear, he felt an indescribable fear. This servant clearly possessed immense strength, yet he appeared in a subordinate's posture. Jiang Shanha had spent 10 years stuck at the extraordinary 10th level, and after his path as a beast master was cut off, he began to acquire real estate. He was acutely aware of the noble status of a Mingyue-level beast master, yet here he was, appearing merely as a servant? Young master, the middle-aged servant saluted. How should we deal with this person? Duan Shiwu suddenly recalled that just moments ago, a flash of killing intent had clearly crossed Lu Yu's eyes, and he waved his hand, saying, just kill him. Understood. The middle-aged servant, Uncle Chen, nodded gently. As Duan Shiwu's bodyguard, Uncle Chen only needed to follow orders. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Shanha was filled with terror and hurriedly said, you want to kill me? Don't you care about the laws of Xia country? Even a small character like you dares to exploit loopholes in the law. Do you think I would care? Duan Shiwu sneered. Grandfather said that we only need to protect those worth protecting. What qualifications do scum like you have to talk to me about the law? After saying this, Duan Shiwu turned directly to Lu Yu and said, Shopkeeper, I will expedite the process and ensure you obtain ownership of this shop within today. I believe that even if grandfather knew, he would support me. Lu Yu nodded casually. He naturally understood how large families operated. The Duan family had some principles. If it were Luo Tianyan handling the matter, regardless of Jiang Shanha's character, he would not escape death, and might even be tortured to death. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu quickly took their leave, and Uncle Chen, with the giant bear, carried away Jiang Shanha's hefty body. Along the way, Jiang Shanha cried and begged for mercy, but no one paid him any mind, and he could not break free from the giant bear's grip. He stared blankly at the two brothers of the Duan family, his fearful gaze ultimately converging on Lu Yu. That Lu Yu is just a young kid who opened a pet shop. How could he have such a powerful background? Jiang Shanhe lamented. Why am I so unlucky? He did not realize that the Duan brothers would not help casually, having only contracted 2 ant tribe cubs. They already owed Lu Yu a significant favor. In the eyes of the Duan brothers, even if they did not intervene, Lu Yu could likely resolve the situation easily. After all, the shopkeeper had entered their grandfather's sight. Such a person surely had connections. Lu Yu was no longer concerned about what would happen next. As the sun set in the west, Duan Shiwu sent a message that the matter had been resolved. Lu Yu shook his head lightly. In the world of beast taming, strength was paramount. All power ultimately stemmed from formidable strength. Jiang Shanhe, an extraordinary 6th-level beast master, dared to be so arrogant. After hitting a hard wall, no one could save him. If I had no strength and no background, I would probably be oppressed by such people too, Lu Yu thought coldly, showing no pity. As evening approached, the law firm's staff arrived with numerous documents to transfer the ownership of the shop. After signing his name, Lu Yu took a deep breath. He felt as if the air in the pet shop had become much fresher. Achievement unlocked. Own your very first pet shop that truly belongs to you. Reward, Xianyao level resources, domain crystal core. Claim reward? Yes/no. He looked at the system prompt that appeared. Lu Yu was shaken to the core, almost unable to believe his eyes. This time, the system reward was actually a specific Xianyao level resource? Looking across the entire blue star, this was the highest level of resource. Xianyao level resources corresponded to demigods. Claim it, directly claim it, Lu Yu said immediately. You have obtained the Xianyao level resource Domain Crystal Core. Domain Crystal Core, the source crystal core that can only be born from the destruction of a domain, containing the purest world power, can merge with the Beast Master space to create the prototype of a world. Lu Yu looked at the crystal core shimmering with colorful light in the Beast Master space, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart. It's actually a treasure that can only be born from the destruction of a domain. After merging with the domain crystal core, the Beast Master space can be shaped into the prototype of a world? Lu Yu's breath quickened, filled with extreme joy, thinking, even a Holy Spirit-level Beast Master cannot escape the structure of the Beast Master space. Only by reaching the demigod level can the Beast Master space transform into the prototype of a world. This means that my Beast Master space will possess an essence comparable to that of a demigod? He naturally understood what this meant. As long as I become a king-level Beast Master, the Beast Master space can manifest, not only bestowing endless power to the Beast Master but also directly suppressing opponents. Lu Yu was incredibly excited, thinking, once I break through to king level, with the enhancement of the world prototype, I will possess incredible power. The suppression power of the Beast Master space itself will also reach its peak, even able to directly crush other king-level Beast Master spaces. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly mobilized a large amount of source power, wrapping the domain crystal core and directly absorbing it into the core area of the Beast Master space. As the domain crystal core began to melt, it gradually integrated into the Beast Master space. Lu Yu's Beast Master space was not only undergoing a frenzied transformation but also rapidly expanding. In an instant, it expanded from 100,000 square meters to 1 million square meters. Starry Level 1. Within the Beast Master space, a full 30 diamond-level sky crystals had completely melted, merging into that domain crystal core. The Beast Master space continued to expand, and in the blink of an eye, it reached 10 million square meters. When the breadth reached its peak, Lu Yu distinctly felt that the Beast Master space began to feel heavier, the spatial barriers becoming thicker. Even, Lu Yu saw that within the Beast Master space, soil and clouds were successively born. A large amount of soil transformed into the earth. Numerous clouds formed the sky. On the ground, wild grass grew. Above the sky, it was incredibly blue. This is the prototype of a world. Lu Yu took a deep breath, thinking, compared to the Beast Master space completely transforming into the prototype of a world, my Beast Master level rising to Starry Level 10 is nothing at all. That's right. During the process of merging with the Domain Crystal Core, Lu Yu naturally reached Starry Level 10. The cost was not small, as at least 10 diamond-level sky crystals were completely consumed. As for the remaining 20 sky crystals, they were absorbed by the Domain Crystal Core, helping it fully integrate into the Beast Master space. With 20 sky crystals, it probably allowed the Domain Crystal Core to dissolve by 2%, turning my Beast Master space into the prototype of a world. Lu Yu pondered for a moment, thinking, if I want the Domain Crystal Core to completely dissolve, I'm afraid I need 1,000 sky crystals, or I need to reach Holy Spirit level myself, and then I can naturally digest this Domain Crystal Core. As a Xianyao level resource, The minimum threshold for using the domain crystal core was actually Holy Spirit level. If it weren't for Lu Yu awakening 2 SSS level talents, and the status of the Beast Master space itself being quite extraordinary, along with the support of numerous sky crystals, he would not have been able to use this domain crystal core at all. Within the Beast Master space, roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was immersed in the changes of the world. As Lu Yu's realm broke through to the starry level, the bottleneck restricting the world-destroying demon dragon's advancement also dissipated. A powerful and profound aura spread out. Starry level, 3rd stage. Clearly just having broken through, yet it had reached the starry 3rd stage. Screech! The purple flame emperor bird was not to be outdone, with endless purple flames spreading in the Beast Master space. Boom! In an instant, it broke through. Starry level, 2nd stage. Compared to the world-destroying demon dragon, the accumulation of the purple flame emperor bird was slightly lacking. After all, the world-destroying demon dragon not only used the heart of the demon but also comprehended the ancient dragon gate, absorbing a trace of the dragon realm's essence, which was a much better condition than the purple flame emperor bird. Even so, the purple flame emperor bird's level had also reached the starry level, 2nd stage. In terms of combat power, it might not necessarily be inferior to the world-destroying demon dragon. At this moment, system prompts appeared. The contracted pet world-destroying demon dragon has broken through to the starry level and comprehended the red star level skill, Dragon Realm Projection. The contracted pet purple flame emperor bird has broken through to the starry level and comprehended the red star level skill, Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage. As the system prompts came in, Lu Yu's eyes brightened. After the breakthroughs of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, they indeed both comprehended a red star level skill. He immediately began to check. Dragon Realm Projection, red star level skill, summons a projection of the Dragon Realm, can enhance oneself and suppress opponents. The deeper the understanding of the essence of dragons, the more solid and powerful the summoned Dragon Realm Projection becomes. If one can truly comprehend the essence of dragons, they can completely master the Dragon Realm. Lu Yu was instantly stunned. His eyes were filled with astonishment. You call this a red star level skill? Lu Yu exclaimed. Indeed, red star level skills could only be comprehended with Holy Spirit level potential. However, the Dragon Realm Projection comprehended by the world-destroying demon dragon was simply too outrageous. It could summon a projection of the Dragon Realm. The Dragon Realm. Among all realms, it is one of the most powerful domains, comparable to the existence of the demon realm. Countless powerful dragons, even divine dragons, live in the Dragon Realm. Sub-dragons? They can't even find the door to the Dragon Realm. The Dragon Realm nurtures countless dragon clans, and its world essence is immensely grand. Summoning a trace of the Dragon Realm Projection to enhance oneself would likely push the world-destroying demon dragon's combat power to an incredibly terrifying level. If using the Dragon Realm Projection to directly suppress an enemy, Lu Yu couldn't even imagine what kind of powerful enemy could bear the Dragon Realm. Not to mention, if the world-destroying demon dragon one day completely masters the essence of dragons, it could use this skill as a key to take control of the Dragon Realm and become the master of the Dragon Realm. In the Dragon Realm, countless powerful giants and magnificent divine dragons. If they were to know that the Demon Dragon Clan, once expelled from the Dragon Realm, has a chance to become the master of the Dragon Realm, they would probably be utterly enraged. Lu Yu couldn't help but think. Roar, roar! The world-destroying demon dragon joyfully roared, extremely satisfied with its current strength and the comprehended skill, Dragon Realm Projection. Lu Yu estimated that the world-destroying demon dragon's ability to comprehend Dragon Realm Projection should be related to its observation of the Dragon Gate, which led to the projection of the Dragon Realm descending. He had long sensed the clues. The world-destroying demon dragon's third talent, Holy Dragon, was clearly a powerful talent obtained due to the favor of the Dragon Realm. Since it had already received favor, it seemed reasonable for the Dragon Realm to bestow another red star level skill, right? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Yu began to check the new skill of the purple flame emperor bird. Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage, red star level skill, summons endless azure purple flames that fall to the ground. Compared to the world-destroying demon dragon's Dragon Realm Projection, the purple flame emperor bird's Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage seemed somewhat conventional, and even the skill's introduction was very brief. However, Lu Yu felt an infinite sense of destruction from the words. The boundless heavenly flames fall. Is it not comparable to the legendary forbidden spell? When it comes to destructive power, under the pilgrimage of heavenly flames, could there be a single piece of intact land? This is the true destruction of heaven and earth. Lu Yu's gaze instantly locked onto the 4 characters Tsong Tian Ziyan. He immediately took out his phone and searched for list of strange fires. 1 2 3 4 5. Indeed. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Song Tianzi ranked second on the list of strange fires. He had suspected this before. However, there were quite a few purple strange fires on the list, which prevented him from confirming it. It wasn't until he saw the purple flame emperor bird comprehend the pilgrimage of heavenly flames that Lu Yu was completely certain that the true form of the purple flame emperor bird's flames was the Song Tianzi, which ranks second on the list of strange fires. Song Tianzi, second only to the first-ranked Hong Xingjin. In terms of destructive power, it can be said to be the strongest in the world. In fact, Song Tianzi is already recorded in historical documents as the strongest strange fire that can be born on Blue Star. After all, the first-ranked Hong Xingjin is a terrifying strange fire that can only be born at the core of the sun. At least, in this era of Beast Master civilization, they have never glimpsed the divine might of Hong Xingjin, and even his Song Tianzi is derived from records of the previous era. It is said that Song Tianzi was born from the will of Blue Star, representing certain authorities of the heavens. Even if it is a legend, it is enough to explain some issues. In fact, among the top 3 strange fires on the list of strange fires, only Qinglian Shanghua has a traceable origin, with a slim chance of being found. Judging from the strength, the top 3 strange fires are at least comparable to SS-level Beast Master talents. Lu Yu pondered slightly. The strange fires in the top 20 are all comparable to S-level Beast Master talents. I just don't know how my SSS-level God-slaying heavenly fire compares to the first-ranked Hong Xingjin in terms of strength. Having clarified part of the origin of the purple flame emperor bird, Lu Yu was certainly very satisfied with the pilgrimage of heavenly flames. When the boundless Song Tianzi descends, it cannot be described as a forbidden spell, but rather, the wrath of the heavens. Chirp! The purple flame emperor bird retracted the terrifying purple flames it was emitting, lightly landing on Lu Yu's shoulder, comfortably stretching its fiery wings, gently brushing against Lu Yu's cheek. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The purple flame emperor bird, representing the authority of the heavens, was so affectionate and dependent on him. This scene was truly strange. Then, he summoned the world-destroying demon dragon. The world-destroying demon dragon looked at the purple flame emperor bird, a proud look flashing in its eyes. It had already begun to anticipate the future where it would completely dominate the dragon realm, becoming the ruler of the dragon realm, with the purple flame emperor bird as its sister, transforming into a totem before the dragon throne. At that time, the stronger the purple flame emperor bird's strength, the more it would highlight the majesty of the ruler of the dragon realm. Just thinking about it made the world-destroying demon dragon feel secretly pleased. Suddenly, roar! The world-destroying demon dragon looked towards the outside of the pet shop and let out a low growl, as if facing a great enemy. It could sense that the newcomer possessed an incredibly terrifying strength. Even the world-destroying demon dragon felt an indescribable sense of threat. Chirp! The purple flame emperor bird spread its fiery wings, quietly shielding Lu Yu behind it. Lu Yu spoke softly, "Don't be nervous." He looked towards the entrance, where a kind-looking old man with white hair, leaning on a cane, slowly walked in. The old man took each step very slowly, yet there was a faint harmony with the space around him. In the blink of an eye, the old man was in front of him, speaking in a kind, aged voice, "Manager Lu." "Principal Duan." Lu Yu smiled and nodded. The kind old man before him was none other than the principal of the Magic City Beast Master University, Duan Shanghua. Lu Yu had long anticipated Principal Duan's arrival. Before this, Duan Shanghua had already conveyed enough goodwill by sending his 2 grandsons to purchase pet beast cubs. Even the transfer of the shop could be resolved on the same day, which was likely due to Duan Shanghua's personal intervention. The president of the Magic City Beast Master University personally intervening in a small matter of shop transfer would surely shake the entire Magic City legal office, making it an urgent matter to resolve. Lu Yu naturally did not think that Duan Shanghua's arrival would harbor any malice. The world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, however, did not let their guard down. It had nothing to do with goodwill or malice, but purely because Duan Shanghua's strength was too formidable. If they did not remain fully vigilant, they would likely be caught off guard when an unexpected event occurred. Lu Yu, however, did not mind. As long as he was in the pet shop, he was absolutely invincible, so why should he be on guard? Nevertheless, he appreciated the intentions of his own pet beasts and gently touched the heads of the demon dragon and the emperor bird, conveying his feelings of comfort. Although Duan Shanghua had learned some information, when he truly saw Lu Yu, his emotions were still quite complex. Duan Shanghua still could not imagine that the owner who had cultivated so many precious pet beast cubs was actually a young man. When he locked eyes with Lu Yu, he felt a tremor in his soul. Those eyes, filled with extreme darkness and boundless demonic intent, instantly reminded him of the great terror when the worlds will descended during the battle against the demon realm. Yet he found that Lu Yu's demeanor was very gentle, as if he were a refined gentleman, showing no trace of demonic intent. Shopkeeper Lu. Duan Shangwa was about to say something. His personal visit to the mythical pet shop was actually to represent the Xia kingdom and to win over Lu Yu. Duan Shangwa hoped that Lu Yu could contribute to the strength of the Xia kingdom. Lu Yu seemed to see through his intentions and leisurely said, "Principal Duan, since you have come to the mythical pet shop, are you here to purchase pet beast cubs?" Upon hearing this, Duan Shangwa was momentarily stunned. Purchase pet beast cubs? After so many years of intense battles, coupled with the continuous fall of contracted pet beasts, Duan Shangwa's beast master space had long been in a state of near ruin. After becoming the president of the Magic City Beast Master University, he was even in a semi-retired state. How could he still contract pet beasts? Duan Shangwa sighed and shook his head, slowly saying, "I appreciate the shopkeeper's goodwill, but my beast master space is nearly shattered and cannot be repaired, so I won't be purchasing any pet beast cubs." Lu Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Principal Duan, who told you that if the beast master space is shattered, you cannot contract pet beasts?" Duan Shangwa was taken aback. Isn't this the truth? Even high school textbooks clearly state this. In the world of beast masters, this is almost an ironclad rule. Duan Shangwa suddenly realized something, and his aged voice became incredibly dry as he exclaimed in shock, "Shopkeeper, do you have a way?" Of course, Lu Yu nodded lightly. To ordinary people, a series of contract breakages and the damage to the beast master space from backlash were almost incurable injuries. To Lu Yu, however, a shattered beast master space was merely that. What was a mere fatal injury? With a thought, he immediately took out a container. He undoubtedly held great respect for Duan Shangwa. For the strength of the Xia kingdom, Duan Shangwa had made too many sacrifices. A king-level beast master could contract 6 pet beasts. Throughout his life, Duan Shangwa had successively contracted and cultivated 10 king-level pet beasts. Of these 10 king-level pet beasts, 9 had died on the battlefield against foreign races. Every time a pet beast died in battle, Duan Shangwa would cultivate a new pet beast with a heavy heart. Over the decades, the 9 successive passive contract breakages had brought about a powerful backlash that had devastated Duan Shangwa's beast master space beyond recognition. He was not unable to contract pet beast cubs again. It was just that no matter what pet beast he contracted, it would be impossible for them to survive in the shattered beast master space, and it would only add a greater burden to the beast master space. Even the last pet beast of Duke Duan has not returned to the beast space for decades, always stationed within the Magic City Beast Master University. This time, Duke Duan came without bringing any pet beasts. As a king-level 10th tier beast master, he possesses immense power and is a king-level combat force in his own right. If he only considered self-preservation, he wouldn't need to rely on the power of pet beasts at all. Faced with such an elderly man, Liu felt a bit reluctant. He didn't want to see the man languish like this until he reached the end of his life years later. He could see that the old man's life force had already been worn down to the extreme, and he could fall at any moment, merely holding on with his strong will. When Duke Duan received a positive response, his withered heart seemed to see a glimmer of hope. When he saw the container, the old eyes involuntarily flashed with astonishment. Duke Duan clearly saw that there was an unremarkable seed inside the container. He naturally understood that this seed was equivalent to the juvenile form of a plant-type pet beast. As long as it was a life form with consciousness, it could be contracted as a pet beast, and wise plants were no exception. Duke Duan was not surprised. It was just that the aura emitted by this seed was far too weak. He instantly judged that even if this seed took root and sprouted, growing to adulthood, it would at most possess the strength of a third-tier awakened level. This is a seed of the lowest level plant-type pet beast flourishing tree. Lu Yu explained directly, of course, this seed is not ordinary. Like the ant tribe juvenile contracted by your 2 grandsons, it has awakened the special talent engraving, which allows it to engrave any evolution route in its bloodline. Saying this, Lu Yu produced an A4 sheet of paper. Duke Duan took the paper to examine it, and shock immediately appeared on his aged face. Flourishing tree, floating tree, boundless tree, can ultimately evolve into the void ancient tree with the potential of a 10th tier overlord? Duke Duan exclaimed in shock. Principal Duan, you don't need to cultivate the flourishing tree into the void ancient tree, just cultivate it to the potential of a king-level 10th tier suppressing sky giant tree. Lu Yu nodded. As long as you contract with the suppressing sky giant tree, once it takes root, it will naturally help you suppress the shattered beast space. Everything you are worried about is not a big deal. Duke Duan had no doubts about Lu Yu's words, and his aged eyes kept lighting up. Then, they dimmed. I appreciate the shopkeeper's kindness, but it's not necessary. Duke Duan shook his head and said, I no longer intend to contract any pet beasts. Why? Lu Yu asked in confusion. He had already exchanged for the flourishing tree and directly implanted a specific evolution route. Yet now, he said he didn't want to buy it? He didn't plan to contract any pet beasts in the future? If it were someone else, Liu would have pointed at their nose and said, "What the hell are you being so pretentious for?" But facing the elderly man before him, Liu fell silent, vaguely guessing. "I personally sent 9 pet beasts to the battlefield. They are all my children, yet I could do nothing. Even in some of the most dangerous battlefields, I would actively let them take the lead." Duke Duan's eyes gradually filled with guilt as he slowly said, "In these decades, I have come to understand that I am not truly righteous, I am just too selfish. I did not choose them between the Xia kingdom and the pet beasts. Even if I could contract pet beasts and change my fate, it would be too cruel for the pet beasts I contract. Since this seed has such excellent qualifications, those young beast masters are the best fit for it, aren't they?" Liu looked at Duke Duan, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Only by truly interacting with this elderly man did he slightly sense the inner world of the old man. He was resolute to the extreme, yet now he was filled with confusion. Decades ago, the channels between worlds opened. Among the 6 great nations, the newly risen and least profound Xia kingdom bore the brunt, enduring the greatest pressure. At the time of national ruin and family loss, the Xia kingdom established 5 defensive lines on the battlefield against foreign races. In just a few years, the first defensive line collapsed. The second defensive line held for less than 2 years. The third defensive line lasted less than a year. The fourth defensive line fell in less than half a year. Faced with the survival of the nation, even the race, any beast master had to inevitably accept the call to enter the battlefield against foreign races. Duan Shangwa also wanted to be selfish, but his position forced him to make sacrifices. The principal need not blame himself. Liu shook his head slightly and said seriously, "A gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. The relationship between beast masters and their pets is one of mutual understanding. I believe that when you sent the pets to the battlefield, you certainly did not wish for them to be injured or even killed. It's just that the pressure on the front lines was too great back then, and you had no other choice, did you? The battlefield against foreign races is too cruel, like a meat grinder, where 10 die without survival." Duan Shangwa's expression was complex as he sighed, "I survived by luck, so I became the principal of Magic City University. But more of my compatriots died on the battlefield against foreign races, and they are only referred to as martyrs. No one remembers their names anymore. So, there's no need to blame yourself." Liu shook his head and said, "Principal Duan, the reason you need to make sacrifices ultimately boils down to one reason." "What reason?" Duan Shangwa was slightly taken aback. "You are not strong enough." Liu said slowly, "If you were strong enough to make all foreign races tremble in fear, even to the point of surrendering, ceding land, or becoming slaves, the entire Xia kingdom would not need any sacrifices. Not strong enough?" Duan Shangwa let out a bitter laugh and said, "My awakened beast master talent is A-grade battle heart, which can grant pets the heart of a berserker. I have exhausted my potential to reach the 10th tier of the king level with an A-grade beast master talent. Even if I want to become stronger, the next step is the overlord level, and I have no hope left. The overlord level is truly a national treasure. Even Duan Shangwa would not dare to hope for it. Even if the flourishing tree could evolve into the void ancient tree, possessing the potential of the overlord 10th tier. But a king-level beast master is already a powerful figure standing at the top. With national resources tilted in their favor, it is not that difficult to cultivate a pet with overlord level potential. Even so, beast masters who break through to the overlord level are rare. Duan Shangwa was already old, aware that he had little potential left, and did not want to waste this precious pet cub. "Principal Duan, do you know that having the suppressing void giant tree to suppress the beast master space will make breaking through realms much simpler? The suppressing void giant tree can even draw power from the void to actively assist in the expansion of the beast master space." Liu looked directly at the old man and said calmly, "Moreover, the suppressing void giant tree can never leave the beast master space. If the suppressing void giant tree falls, you will likely not escape unscathed either. Besides, with pet cubs like the flourishing tree, I can cultivate as many as I want. All the concerns you have actually do not exist." He made it very clear. As long as the suppressing void giant tree evolved, all the problems Duan Shangwa faced would be easily resolved. Unable to break through realms? The suppressing void giant tree, or even the void ancient tree, will directly help you refine the power of space. Any bottleneck will disappear. The suppressing void giant tree directly binds to the beast master space. If the suppressing void ancient tree falls, the beast master space will also completely shatter. Truly a case of life and death together. With that said, if Duan Shangwa still had reservations, Liu did not intend to persuade him further. Ultimately, no matter how much he respected the old man, if Duan Shangwa did not purchase the seeds of the flourishing tree, who knew if they would rot in his hands? Duan Shangwa stared blankly at the container, his aged eyes flashing with many emotions. It was unclear how much time had passed. In the end, I am still old, not as clear-sighted as the shopkeeper. Duan Shangwa smiled freely and said, if I were to contract the town-silencing giant tree, or even the void ancient tree, and still couldn't become a hegemon, it would only mean that I am indeed a useless old thing. Shopkeeper, name your price. I will buy this seed of the flourishing tree. Lu Yu chuckled and nodded, saying, a fair price, 3 million. Duan Shangwa had long anticipated the price of 3 million. He did not question it, did not haggle, nor did he show any intention of raising the price, directly swiping his card to pay. Lu Yu watched as Duan Shangwa completed the payment, then revealed a delighted smile. Achievement unlocked, sold a total of 10 pet beast cubs. Reward, a random SSS level beast master talent. Claim reward? Yes/no. Liu took a deep breath and said, claim, directly claim. Why did he actively promote to Duan Shangwa, insisting that the other party must purchase the pet beast cubs? The reason was simple. Before selling the seeds of the flourishing tree, he had already sold 9 pet beast cubs. At this point, he finally reached a total of 10 pet beasts, triggering the achievement task. The reward for this achievement task was also within Lu Yu's expectations, a random SSS level beast master talent. Why should Lu Yu hesitate? Naturally, he claimed it directly. You have awakened the SSS level beast master talent source of life. At that moment, Liu clearly sensed that deep within his soul, at a height equal to that of the dark hell and the god-slaying heavenly fire, a pale green supreme talent was imprinted upon him. Lu Yu instantly understood the effect of this beast master talent. Source of life symbolized the supreme law of life. Just a hint of the source of life could completely heal all injuries. Not only that, if he contracted plant-based life, he could cultivate it into a god of life, mastering the supreme law of life. Under the source of life, there would be no diseases, no pain, and even death would be eliminated. Lu Yu glanced at Duan Shangwa. He could clearly perceive that the other's body was already filled with cracks, a projection manifestation of the beast master space. Lu Yu even had a feeling that as long as he released a hint of the source of life, Duan Shangwa's nearly shattered beast master space, all the injuries accumulated over 100 years, would be healed in an instant. Ultimately, Lu Yu did not do so, merely watching calmly. After selling the seeds of the flourishing tree, Duan Shangwa's injuries were destined to heal. There was no need for him to take unnecessary action. In silence, Lu Yu awakened the SSS level beast master talent source of life, while Duan Shangwa only felt that Lu Yu's aura seemed softer, more filled with youthful vitality. He could not even imagine the existence of the source of life. Duan Shangwa made a phone call, and soon an assistant from the business car outside walked up to him, continuously recording something before quickly driving away. I just had my assistant go purchase resources, Duan Shangwa explained. I plan to directly evolve this seed into the town-silencing giant tree and then contract with it. He looked at the seed in the container, his murky eyes becoming much clearer, filled with anticipation. Duan Shangwa did not expect that he would contract and awaken the engraving talent of the pet beast cubs just like his grandson, but he was incredibly certain that this day would be the moment he changed his fate. The existence of the town-silencing giant tree would be completely engraved into his beast master space, even into his soul. Before long, the assistant returned with a spatial container, quickly walking into the pet beast shop and then slightly bowing as he left. So fast? Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. Duan Shangwa seemed to see Lu Yu's confusion and smiled. I directly requisitioned resources from the first trading company in the Demon City, which is why it was so quick. As for how much funding is needed, I will supplement it later. Lu Yu suddenly remembered that Duan Shangwa seemed to have a certain share in the first trading company in the Demon City. He felt a pang of jealousy. That was the first trading company in the Demon City. Its market value, hundreds of billions. Even 1% of the shares would exceed several billion. The most important thing was that having a certain share also meant a change in status. He quickly calmed down, watching Duan Shangwa meticulously nourish the seeds of the flourishing tree with resources, not sparing his beast mastery source power at all, as if caring for a child, filled with a benevolent expression. With the investment of numerous resources, the flourishing tree soon began to take root and sprout, but it was not rooted in the soil. Instead, it was rooted in the space itself. At this moment, the flourishing tree had actually evolved. Floating tree. Its potential was extraordinary tier 10. The floating tree species possessed both space and plant attributes, naturally rooting itself in the void. Duan Shangwa looked at the floating tree and couldn't help but express his admiration. Space-type beasts were extremely rare. Even the lowest-tier space-type beasts could only be born in the cracks between worlds or even in outer space. Any beast master would yearn to contract a space-type beast. The reason was simple. The mastery of beasts in space itself was equivalent to the innate talent of the beast master, and it was the innate talent of the space system. Any beast master who raised a space-type beast would not experience any stagnation. However, space-type beasts were too scarce. Even a beast master who truly awakened the space-type talent might face a lifetime of not being able to contract a suitable beast. Our Xia country's research on space is still too shallow, Duan Shangwa secretly lamented, glancing at Lu Yu, who remained calm, as if evolving a space-type beast was nothing remarkable. This mindset made Duan Shangwa feel mysterious and unpredictable, and he sighed slightly. Indeed, Duan Shangwa thought to himself, this evolutionary route for space must have been personally researched by the shopkeeper. How could the second evolutionary form with extraordinary Tier 10 potential cause any emotional fluctuations for the shopkeeper? Perhaps it has long been commonplace? He did not stop, feeling the thoughts emanating from the floating tree, with a benevolent smile, continuously investing resources. These resources were precious space-type resources, yet Duan Shangwa showed no signs of reluctance, as if they were free, allowing the floating tree to absorb them. Soon, the floating tree evolved into the boundless tree, possessing potential at the starry Tier 10. Duan Shangwa still did not pause, breaking Sky Giant Tree, until it evolved into the Sky Giant Tree. Even though it was still a seedling, it had already reached several meters in height. Duan Shangwa looked at the remaining platinum-level space resources in the spatial container, and even a few diamond-level resources. Without any hesitation, he fed them all to the seedling of the Sky Giant Tree. Boom! The space trembled. The Sky Giant Tree swayed continuously, its life form undergoing an enormous change. It was unclear how long had passed, but the trembling space gradually calmed down, as if it had been suppressed, and even the air became heavy. The emerald green branches and leaves stretched out freely. If one looked closely, the tips of the branches and leaves seemed to vanish. However, Lu Yu knew that the branches and leaves had penetrated into the void, entering the invisible spatial cracks, frantically drawing on the power of space. This exhilarating evolution eventually came to an end. In the beast shop, the branches and twigs that stretched out freely were no longer the low-level flourishing tree, nor the floating tree, but the suppressing Sky Giant Tree. Its potential was King Tier 10. Its strength had directly reached Starry Tier 6. Lu Yu even felt that as long as the town-silencing giant tree completely refined the residual spatial power within, reaching the 10th tier of the sun level would definitely be no problem, and it might even directly reach the first tier of the monarch level. The various spatial resources used by Duke Duan were simply too valuable. Contract. Duke Duan knew that he could not delay. The newly evolved town-silencing giant tree was undoubtedly the best time to establish a contract. If the town-silencing giant tree were to take root completely, it would require a great deal of effort to move it into the Beast Master space. The town-silencing giant tree was very close to Duke Duan. From the moment it took root and sprouted, it had been in contact with him and had consumed a large amount of precious resources. Its life form had undergone infinite leaps. As soon as Duke Duan's mental power touched it, the town-silencing giant tree accepted him, and the Beast Master contract was instantly established, with the town-silencing giant tree being collected into the Beast Master space. Feeling the town-silencing giant tree gradually taking root, the entire Beast Master space began to stabilize. Even though it was still broken, with the presence of the town-silencing giant tree, it would eventually be completely sorted out and restored to its most prosperous state. A hint of color appeared on Duke Duan's aged face. Although he still looked like a frail old man, he radiated an incredibly vigorous vitality from within. Duke Duan could already foresee that it would no longer be a dull color, but an infinitely bright future. He looked at Lu Yu, gratitude appearing in his eyes. At this moment, Duke Duan finally remembered his purpose for coming, his aged face carrying an extremely serious expression. Manager Lu, do you have any intention of coming to the Beast Master University in Magic City? You want me to go to the Beast Master University in Magic City? Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He still clearly remembered that 2 months ago, during the college entrance examination, he had an unrealistic fantasy of wanting to apply to the Beast Master University in Magic City. Considering that he hadn't even awakened his Beast Master talent, he ultimately gave up and only applied to 2 third-rate Beast Master universities. When the college entrance examination results were released, he didn't get into either of those third-rate universities, only a liberal arts college, recognizing Lu Yu's excellent liberal arts scores, actively sent him an admission invitation. How long had it been since then? The president of the Beast Master University in Magic City actually personally invited him to enroll? If it had been 2 months ago, even in a dream, such a scene wouldn't have appeared, right? Is President Duan inviting me to enroll? Lu Yu thought for a moment and decisively said, the Beast Master University in Magic City is great, but I'm sorry, I refuse. The mythical pet shop had already entered the right track, and he himself was a star-level Beast Master. Now, becoming a student at the Beast Master University in Magic City clearly conflicted with Lu Yu's career plan. As long as he followed the steps, he was destined to become a Holy Spirit-level beast master, with the confidence to establish the seventh great nation. What could the Magic City University teach him, even if it was one of the three major beast master universities in Xia country? Even if President Duan personally invited him, Lu Yu would still firmly refuse, with no other possibilities. Enroll? President Duan was somewhat confused and quickly said, "Manager Lu, you misunderstood." "Ha? What did I misunderstand?" Lu Yu asked, puzzled. "Aren't you inviting me to enroll in the Magic City University?" "I admit, the Beastmaster University in Magic City is excellent, being the top Beastmaster University, having produced countless powerful Beastmasters for Xia country. Unfortunately, the Beastmaster University in Magic City is not suitable for me." President Duan was even more confused. He couldn't quite understand Lu Yu's thoughts. Why would he invite Lu Yu to be a student? Given the miraculous qualities Lu Yu had displayed, it meant that he must be a top-level cultivator. Inviting a top cultivator to be a student at the university? That was simply an insult. With President Duan's experience, he would never do such a thing. However, he did not know that failing the college entrance examination was indeed Lu Yu's regret, and under the preconceived notion, he naturally thought so. President Duan did not delve deeper and said seriously, "Manager Lu, I am not inviting you to enroll as a student. I am willing to offer you a position as a full professor, but the title of professor still needs to be reviewed, which will take some time. You can start as a mentor, how about that?" Full professor? Lu Yu was taken aback. The faculty titles at the Beastmaster University of Magic City are divided into 4 levels: intern mentor, formal mentor, associate professor, and full professor. An intern mentor must be at least a Manhwa level beast master to hold the position. A formal mentor can only be a few Manhwa level, like Lu Luochan. Normally, only a Ryu level beast master can become a formal mentor. As for the associate professor title, one must be at least a Ryu 10th tier beast master to qualify for the assessment. Above associate professor is the full professor, representing the pinnacle of educational titles, which requires a Juanwan level beast master to participate in the assessment, and even then, passing is not guaranteed. Principal Duan's promise of a full professor title is naturally not based on Lu Yu's beast master realm, but rather on Lu Yu's extraordinary beast cultivation techniques. In the current age, where the profession of beast cultivator is nearly lost, having a top-tier beast cultivator hold the title of full professor is more than sufficient. Of course, the full professor title involves too much. Even Principal Duan, as the head of the Magic City University, needs to follow procedures and suppress various voices to get it approved. With Duan Shangwa's prestige and power, he could easily make a decision, but it requires some time. Thus, he promised a formal mentor position, hoping to use it as a stepping stone for Lu Yu to attain the full professor title without it seeming too abrupt. Duan Shangwa sincerely said, "The title of formal mentor is only temporary. The full professor title will be approved soon. This promise will not change. I hope the store manager will consider it seriously." He had never regarded Lu Yu as a junior. With Lu Yu's displayed cultivation techniques, combined with his unusual composure and the obviously powerful world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird as his 2 beasts, Duan Shangwa had already contemplated several possibilities. Whether it was a strong person being reborn, an ancient one awakening, or an outer god descending, he would only choose to win them over. Not to mention, Lu Yu had a debt of gratitude to Duan Shangwa himself, as well as to his 2 grandsons and disciple Lu Luochan. If it weren't for the full professor title, Duan Shangwa could have offered even more, perhaps even the position of vice principal. If store manager Lu doesn't agree, I can discuss with old Su and old Mo about possibly freeing up a vice principal position, or I could step down myself, which would also create a vacancy. Duan Shangwa pondered deeply. He looked sincere and quietly awaited Lu Yu's response. To hold a mentor position at the Beast Master University of Magic City, and then be able to directly advance to the full professor position? Lu Yu fell into deep thought. He was naturally tempted, but he also knew there were risks involved. He thought to himself, what risk? If he could become a mentor at the Beast Master University of Magic City, or even a full professor, would he still worry about the sales of his beast cubs? Rather than passively waiting for customers to come, it would be better to take the initiative, personally select customers, and grant them opportunities. I agree. Lu Yu nodded and said, however, I can only accept the title and name. Teaching and lecturing cannot conflict with the business of my beast shop. No problem. Duan Shangwa breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, the position of formal mentor is only temporary. The treatment I offer you is directly on par with the full professor level, and you will have great autonomy. Once the full professor title is officially granted, you can even apply for research funding from the Summer Kingdom. Listening to Duan Shangwa's explanation, Lu Yu truly realized the generous treatment being offered. Just the research funding alone meant he could apply at any time for research funds worth hundreds of millions, even billions. These enormous research funds can even be directly used by Lu Yu to cultivate his own pet beasts. As long as the strength of the pet beasts increases, these funds will not be wasted. Not to mention the salary, plus performance bonuses and dividends. Every month, the Magic City Beast Master University sends Lu Yu tens of millions in compensation. In addition, the treasure vault of the Magic City Beast Master University, the library filled with countless skill manuals, and the unique secret realms will all be open to Lu Yu. Correspondingly, the teaching indicators he needs to fulfill are hardly anything. It wasn't until Duan Shangwa left that Lu Yu came back to his senses. My identity seems to be different now? Lu Yu was slightly stunned, and then a wave of joy surged up, thinking to himself, I failed the college entrance examination, didn't get into university, yet I become a mentor at one of the 3 top universities? Fate is truly unpredictable. After pondering for a long time, Lu Yu understood that it was precisely his demonstrated cultivation ability that had earned him Duan Shangwa's recognition, willing to go against the tide and grant him the highest level of treatment. In contrast, the responsibilities Lu Yu needed to bear were minimal. At the Magic City Beast Master University, in a garden, against the backdrop of a serene scene with a small bridge and flowing water, Lu Luochan, dressed in a light yellow dress that accentuated her alluring figure, was breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Luochan approached the butler and stated that she was there to visit Principal Duan. The butler informed her that Principal Duan had not yet returned and that she could wait in the garden for a while. Lu Luochan said nothing, sitting under the pavilion, gazing at the gently flowing green water, and fell into deep thought. The teacher must have gone to meet the store manager, she murmured. I wonder how it will go? Although Lu Luochan knew that Duan Shangwa would handle it flawlessly, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. When she lifted her head, she saw a shimmering light in the open space of the garden, emanating an incredibly profound aura. That is, the light of evolution. Lu Luochan's eyes narrowed. In the open space of the garden, beside Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, each was accompanied by an ant-type beast. Lu Luochan walked over and noticed that the ant beast next to Duan Dongwen was more inclined towards the ant queen posture, even bringing along what seemed to be a nest made of soil, with its head poking out from the entrance. The ant beast beside Duan Shiwu was equally peculiar, displaying a humanoid form, as if wearing a fierce battle outfit, wielding dual swords, exuding an incredibly sharp killing intent. Lu Luochan's arrival naturally caught the attention of Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu. Sister Lu, Duan Dongwen's eyes lit up. What brings you here? I came to find your grandfather. Lu Luochan smiled slightly. She had become Duan Shangwa's disciple 8 years ago, and at that time, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu were just 10-year-old kids. She had watched them grow up. She chuckled. What are you two doing? I just saw the light of evolution. Are these 2 ant-type pet beasts the ones you just evolved? That's right. Duan Shiwu grinned. Sister Lu, come and take a look. I finally managed to evolve the little ant into a sword-cutting ant. Sword-cutting ant? Lu Luochan was somewhat puzzled. Is this an evolutionary form you discovered? I've never heard of an ant-type species called sword-cutting ant. It's not something I discovered. Duan Shiwu shook his head. This is the evolution route planned by the store manager. This is the 3rd form of the little ant. Sister Lu, let me tell you, when we first contracted the little ant, it was only as big as a grain of sand. I was really afraid I would accidentally crush it. Thankfully, it has successfully evolved now. Store manager? Lu Luochan's eyes widened. She suddenly realized that she had developed a great interest in the ant-type pet beasts contracted by Duan Shiwu and Duan Dongwen, especially when she heard that the initial form of the sword ant was a tiny ant the size of a grain of sand. She couldn't help but be a bit stunned. A grain of sand. Isn't that just an ordinary ant? Can this even be contracted? Duan Dongwen pushed his brother aside and hurriedly said, Sister Lu, look at mine first. This is the ant queen, a pet beast of the berserker type, a unique existence across the entire blue star. Ant queen? Berserker type? Lu Luochan was even more confused. She naturally knew about the berserker type, but wasn't a pet beast of the berserker type supposed to have at least a sun-level potential? Such a pet beast was not something a beginner at the awakening level could contract. The ant queen has a potential level of star level tier 10. It can breed 3 types of ant troops, the giant crocodile ant, the hunting ant, and the flying ant. These 3 types correspond to melee, ranged, and aerial combat. Duan Dongwen noticed Lu Luochan's expression and became even prouder, saying, among them, the giant crocodile ant is the previous form of the sword ant. Sister Lu, don't be fooled by how good the sword ant seems. As long as my ant queen evolves again, it can breed sword ants. Saying this, Duan Dongwen provocatively looked at Duan Shiwu and said, My foolish brother, the sword ant you worked so hard to cultivate, my ant queen will soon be able to breed tens of thousands. Shut up, you don't know anything. My sword ant is not an ordinary bloodline, but the king of sword ants. Duan Shiwu's face turned red as he said, as sword ants, your bred berserker-type sword ants would probably need to unite hundreds to threaten my sword ant. Moreover, you can't even breed sword ants right now. Look, you're getting anxious again. Duan Dongwen smiled proudly and said, I know you're not convinced, but you should know that the berserker type is the strongest beast-taming faction. No matter how you struggle, it's useless. Sister Lu, you come and judge. Duan Shiwu looked at Lu Luochan and said, my sword ant is not bad either. It also has a potential level of star level tier 10 and has comprehended several golden level output skills. Ordinary sword ants probably only comprehend silver level skills. Isn't that the king of sword ants? Is the ant queen really that impressive? My sword ant will definitely take it down. Listening to the two brothers argue, Lu Luochan felt a bit dizzy but also gained a lot of useful information. She slowly said, the ant queen and sword ant you contracted were both purchased from the mythical beast shop? Yes. The two brothers answered in unison. Sister Lu, how do you know about the mythical beast shop? Duan Shiwu asked, puzzled, and suddenly thought of a possibility, saying, could it be that you also bought a pet beast cub from the mythical beast shop? That's right. Lu Luochan smiled slightly. She wanted to say that it was their grandfather who sent them to the mythical beast shop, which originated from her. Looking at the two brothers, Lu Luochan knew that since they had contracted their initial pet beasts from the mythical beast shop, their futures were indeed limitless. Moreover, with Duan Shanghua as their grandfather, at least in recent years, they would definitely grow steadily, and perhaps in a short time, one of them could become a star-level beast tamer. A few years later, it might even be a moon-level. Years? Lu Luochan felt a pang in her heart. She knew very well that Duan Shanghua's time was running out. He wouldn't live for many more years. By then, her immensely respected teacher would also leave her. Sister Lu, what pet beast did you contract? Quickly release it so we can see. Duan Dongwen's excited voice came from beside her. Lu Luochan collected her thoughts and smiled, saying, okay. Boom! The Crimson Thunder Dragon appeared. Looking at the majestic and serpentine Crimson Thunder Dragon, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu both widened their eyes. Compared to the still-growing Ant Queen and Sword Ant, the Crimson Thunder Dragon absolutely crushed them in both strength and potential. Duan Dongwen couldn't help but say, is this the king? His extensive knowledge allowed him to clearly sense the aura of a ruler emanating from the Red Thunder Dragon. This meant that the Red Thunder Dragon possessed king-level potential. Is this a top-tier dragon species? Duan Shiwu exclaimed excitedly, Sister Lu, you can finally contract a true dragon species. This is not a dragon species, Lu Luochan replied with a soft laugh, this is a top-tier dragon serpent species. As soon as she finished speaking, the two brothers were left speechless in shock. They both knew that dragon serpents, and even true dragon species, had long since left Blue Star for the vast depths of the starry sky. When they recalled that this Red Thunder Dragon was clearly purchased from the mythical pet shop, their doubts vanished completely. With the shopkeeper's abilities, even an incredibly weak little ant could be cultivated into a powerful violent pet ant queen, as well as the extremely sharp sword-cutting ant. The evolution route was incredibly perfect, and there was even a dominant 10th-tier evolution form. With the shopkeeper's abilities, it wouldn't be surprising to cultivate a dragon serpent species, right? Forget it. Duan Shiwu shrugged and said, it's pointless to compare with you, you're too weak. If we're going to compare, let's compare with the Red Thunder Dragon. Your Ant Queen is still far behind. Duan Dongwen wore a proud expression and said, you better break through to the extraordinary level before me, or else when I evolve the Ant Queen again, I can give birth to sword-cutting ants. At that time, someone will definitely be embarrassed, but I won't say who. Damn, you're ruthless. Duan Shiwu couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, you absolutely cannot break through to the extraordinary level faster than me. That's hard to say. Duan Dongwen looked at the Ant Queen, his gaze softening, and instantly summoned his innate origin, directly pouring it into the Ant Queen. What are you doing? Duan Shiwu exclaimed. Can't you tell? Duan Dongwen laughed. I want to completely fuse my innate origin with the Ant Queen. This way, the Ant Queen and I will share glory and loss, achieving the highest compatibility. From now on, whether it's me or the Ant Queen, our growth speed will be greatly enhanced. Is it really necessary for you to go this far just to beat me? Duan Shiwu said with a complex expression, if you completely fuse your innate origin, you won't be able to contract other pets in the future. If the Ant Queen falls, you will no longer be a beast master. Duan Shiwu could naturally see Duan Dongwen's actions. After all, this kind of operation of fusing innate origins had a more representative example. Dragon Masters. The dragon species, backed by the dragon realm, had an equal relationship with beast masters, and the condition for forming a beast contract was to fuse innate origins. Therefore, dragon masters could only contract one dragon species. Unless one possessed two types of beast mastery talents, could they contract two dragons. The drawbacks of fusing innate origins were obvious, but the benefits were not small. Both the pet and the beast master's growth speed would be greatly enhanced, and the compatibility would reach its limit. The physical quality, mental strength, and so on, returned by the contracted pet would be higher than that of ordinary beast masters. In Duan Shiwu's view, as the legitimate grandson of the Duan family, Duan Dongguan naturally wouldn't lack resources. Even if he took the most resource-consuming violent path, he wouldn't go this far. I'm not the same as my grandfather. Duan Dongguan's expression suddenly became resolute. If one day the Ant Queen dies in battle, what does it matter if I no longer become a beast master? As soon as he finished speaking, even Lu Luochan couldn't help but be moved. She truly didn't expect that this boy, who usually seemed a bit dull, would have such profound awareness. All right, not far away, Duan Shangguo walked over quickly, laughing loudly, as expected of my grandson. Lu Luochan hurriedly approached and said with concern, "Teacher, please walk slowly. Your health." "What's wrong with my health?" Duan Shangguo stretched his body and said with a smile, "Thanks to shopkeeper Lu, I'm doing incredibly well now." Until the loved ones were by his side, Duan Shangguo, who had regained control of his fate, finally revealed a look of joy. Lu Luochan looked at the seemingly healthy old man, who appeared calm and composed, but suddenly froze, tears shimmering in her bright, beautiful eyes. In that moment, Lu Luochan's heart was filled with boundless joy. "Teacher, you're finally okay." Duan Shangguo looked at the tearful Lu Luochan, unable to suppress a sigh. After leaving the Yulong family, Lu Luochan had severed all ties, and Duan Shangguo was her only relative. Duan Shangguo's health had always been a thorn in Lu Luochan's heart. The fear of losing a loved one tormented her constantly. Until now, that worry and fear had finally dissipated from Lu Luochan's mind. "You don't doubt it at all? For example, I might be lying to you?" Duan Shangguo looked at Lu Luochan, his aged face revealing a rare softness. "I won't." Lu Luochan wiped her tears and smiled lightly. "Since you said it was the store manager who helped you, it can't be fake." Teacher's injuries were so severe that they nearly cost him 300 years of life. "I'm afraid only the store manager has a way to solve it." Duan Shangguo, intrigued, said, "Then guess how the store manager solved it?" Lu Luochan pondered and said, The store manager sold a high-level resource that just happened to be able to repair the beast space? The beast space was nearly shattered, and if there were extremely high-level spatial resources, there was still hope for repair. However, to repair a king-level beast space, at least a purple crystal-level spatial resource was needed, especially since Duan Shangguo's injuries were more severe, requiring at least several purple crystal-level spatial resources, or even a red star level. Even in the Xia country, it would be impossible to obtain such precious resources for a king-level beast master. Even a single purple crystal-level resource would exhaust all of Duan Shangguo's current merits. Duan Shangguo chose not to exchange them, using his merits instead to protect his family. Although Lu Luochan was quite talented, she couldn't guess the answer. "Wrong." Duan Shangguo laughed heartily. "The store manager had me contract a tree." As he spoke, an incredibly vast beast space suddenly appeared in the sky. It seemed to block out the sun, and this was just a shrunken form, merely a part of the beast space. Lu Luochan, Duan Dongguan, and Duan Shiwu all clearly saw that inside the beast space, a giant green tree had taken root, visibly growing at an astonishing speed. "This is the town sky giant tree, which will completely suppress my shattered beast space. Given time, my beast space will truly return to its peak state," Duan Shangguo said softly. "So, you don't need to worry about me anymore. A king-level beast master has a lifespan of at least 500 years. I still have 300 years left. Thanks to the store manager." Lu Luochan came back to her senses, revealing a heartfelt smile. She suddenly thought of that young and handsome figure, a blush unconsciously creeping onto her stunning face, her feelings very complex. There was gratitude, excitement, reassurance, and a sense of relief. Duan Shangguo, however, noticed a hint of other emotions and said softly, "By the way, I invited Manager Lu to come to Magic City University as a mentor, and he agreed. From now on, you two will be colleagues." He didn't mention that he invited Lu Yu to be a full professor. It was a significant matter, and if it got out, it could easily affect future operations. "Really?" Lu Luochan's eyes lit up. Her first thought was to remind Lu Yu to bring her clothes when he started. Lu Luochan felt too embarrassed to go back to the mythical pet shop just to retrieve her changed clothes. "The manager is going to be a mentor?" Duan Dongguan exclaimed in delight. "Then I want to be the manager's student." "Me too, I must attend the classes," Duan Shiwu immediately said. At this moment, No one really cares that Lu Yu's actual age is only 18. Even fewer people think it's inappropriate for Lu Yu, a failed college entrance exam candidate, to serve as a mentor at one of the 3 major Beast Master academies, the Beast Master University of Magic City. Mythical Pet Shop. Lu Yu was meditating. The so-called meditation was actually a method for Beast Masters to enhance their mental strength and expand their beast space. Until he became a star-level 10th tier Beast Master, he had also contracted a star-level 3rd tier world-destroying Demon Dragon and a star-level 2nd tier Purple Flame Emperor Bird. It was only then that Lu Yu suddenly realized that since becoming a Beast Master, he had never meditated before. On a whim, he decided to try meditating for the first time. The most basic meditation method is to visualize one's own beast talent, which not only improves the compatibility with the source of the talent but is also a way to enhance the power of one's own talent. In the meditation scene, Lu Yu found himself in an endless void, with a dark hell divided into the demon prison and the dark prison beneath his feet, and before him was a divine fire that seemed capable of burning the stars. At the center of his brow was a strand of endless emerald green, radiating the most extreme essence of life. During the meditation, Lu Yu's understanding of his own talents suddenly deepened. 3 SSS level beast talents. Lu Yu took a deep breath and thought, normally, as long as one awakens a single talent, one can become a beast master. But what about me? I awakened 3 SSS level beast talents, each representing a different attribute. The dark hell is the epitome of darkness. The divine fire is the strongest flame. The essence of life? It represents the laws of life. My current use of beast talent is merely to draw upon the source power to nourish my pets, allowing the world-destroying Demon Dragon and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird to grow faster, which is undoubtedly a great waste of my SSS level talent. Lu Yu pondered, perhaps I can refer to Dragon Masters. Directly fuse my beast talent with the corresponding pets. For example, let the world-destroying Demon Dragon completely merge with the Dark Hell, making it the King of Hell. Or, let the Purple Flame Emperor Bird fuse with the Divine Fire, and it will gradually master the power to slay gods. Many thoughts collided in his mind. Lu Yu's eyes gradually brightened. Given the system's nature, he would likely awaken other SSS-level beast talents in the future, so he need not worry about not having spare contract slots. Naturally, Lu Yu wanted to maximize the effects of his beast talents. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would only be able to contract 3 supreme pets for life. Even if he couldn't contract other pets, with the world-destroying Demon Dragon, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, and the soon-to-be-contracted 3rd pet, Lu Yu was destined to be invincible in this world. The 3rd pet. Lu Yu contemplated. That's right, he was preparing to contract a 3rd pet. Breaking through to star level naturally opened up the 3rd beast slot. Lu Yu had also awakened a 3rd SSS level beast talent, the essence of life. Whether it was plant-based or life-based, both were within Lu Yu's contracting range and could perfectly match the SSS level talent essence of life. I now have 1200 points, and the pets I can exchange for will even be more outstanding than the current world-destroying Demon Dragon and Purple Flame Emperor Bird. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Roar! Chirp! In the beast space, the world-destroying Demon Dragon and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird sensed Lu Yu's thoughts and immediately protested. The world-destroying Demon Dragon was genuinely anxious, not minding Lu Yu contracting a 3rd pet, but it absolutely could not be stronger than it. The world-destroying Demon Dragon had worked hard to become strong, reaching a level comparable to the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. If Lu Yu contracted an even stronger pet, wouldn't it fall to 2nd place, or even 3rd? Just thinking about it made the world-destroying Demon Dragon feel powerless. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird, on the other hand, found it amusing and joined in the mischief with the world-destroying Demon Dragon. Lu Yu smiled awkwardly and comforted, if nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to contract a plant-type pet beast, taking root in the Beast Master space. With a plant-type pet beast stationed in the Beast Master space, my breakthrough speed will increase significantly, and you won't have to worry about being stuck at your current level. Isn't that a good thing? Roar! The world-destroying Demon Dragon pondered the scene Lu Yu described, and its eyes suddenly lit up. It had been stuck at its level for a long time. If Lu Yu's breakthrough speed could always stay ahead of the world-destroying Demon Dragon and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, wouldn't they have no bottlenecks and could grow stronger without limits? Even if they reached the limit of their potential, Lu Yu would surely help them enhance their potential and even evolve into stronger life forms. Chirp! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird, however, showed little interest. It didn't care about being stuck at a level. After all, as long as it kept absorbing the god-slaying heavenly fire, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird could grow stronger. In terms of competitiveness, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird wasn't that strong either. Lu Yu thought for a moment and said seriously, plant-type pet beasts can cultivate and grow various resources, such as spiritual fruits and spiritual plants. In the future, if we open up dozens or hundreds of acres of resource points in the Beast Master space and plant many precious plant resources, we won't have to worry about food. Chirp, roar. The purple flame emperor bird and the world-destroying demon dragon exchanged glances, completely captivated. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. After contracting the purple flame emperor bird and the world-destroying demon dragon, aside from the world-destroying demon dragon consuming the blood and flesh of the Gale dragon, he had mostly been directly absorbing the god-slaying heavenly fire and the source power of the dark hell. As for Lu Yu, the Beast Master, he was too lazy to cook and ate takeout every day. If he could grow a large amount of precious spiritual plant resources, with delicious spiritual fruits to eat every day, not to mention the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, even Lu Yu would be very much looking forward to it. Consensus reached. Lu Yu said excitedly, in that case, let's start choosing the most suitable plant-type pet beast. Lu Yu was undoubtedly very eager for the contract with a plant-type pet beast. Plant-type beasts, aside from a few vine-type life forms, generally had the characteristic of being immovable. They weren't completely immobile, but every time they moved, it would cause irreparable damage. Despite this negative trait, plant-type pet beasts were still sought after by many powerful beast masters. The reason was simple: as long as one contracted a plant-type beast, such as the sky-settling giant tree or the primordial spirit giant tree, and took root in the beast master space, they could easily suppress and organize the beast master space. The growth speed of the beast master would be greatly enhanced. The difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks would also be significantly reduced. It was said that many powerful beast masters who reached the overlord level, even without awakening life-type beast talents, would contract a plant-type beast to better break through to the overlord level. Lu Yu wanted to contract a plant-type beast, and part of that was indeed to consider breaking through bottlenecks. Although he didn't lack beast master crystals, the breakthrough to a higher realm seemed like just a one-level increase, but it was actually a tenfold difference. Even Lu Yu would be stuck for a long time every time he broke through. From the 10th level of the extraordinary to the star level, he was stuck for about 5 days. Lu Yu estimated that to break through to the Moonming level, he would be stuck for at least half a month. If he were to break through to the Sun level, it would take more than a month. This speed was simply too slow. Lu Yu was very dissatisfied. Just right, the third SSS level beast master talent he awakened was the life divine source, which was most suitable for contracting life-type and plant-type pet beasts. So, contracting a powerful plant-type pet beast was a natural thing. Moreover, a beast master space suppressed by a plant-type pet beast would be more stable and stronger than others of the same level. Once breaking through to the king level, one can externalize the beast space, with plant-type beasts stationed within, easily crushing any beast space that is not suppressed by plant-type beasts. Lu Yu immediately opened the system mall and began to carefully filter through the options. He currently had 1200 points, and when it came to contracting pet beast cubs, he naturally would not be stingy at all, directly using 1200 points as the standard, ultimately selecting several powerful plant-type beasts. Mother Tree of Spirits, 1200 points. Holy Star Tree, 1200 points. War Giant Tree, 1200 points. Ancient Tree of Life, 1200 points. Looking at the system introduction, Lu Yu was extremely excited. Each plant-type beast he selected was immensely powerful. If it weren't for the lack of contract slots and insufficient points, he would even want to contract them all. The Mother Tree of Spirits, an adult is at the third tier of the Holy Spirit, is the ancestral tree of the spirit race. As long as the Mother Tree of Spirits is willing, by consuming certain resources, it can even create a spirit tribe. Lu Yu couldn't help but be shocked. There were also spirit races on Blue Star. The ancient spirit kingdom established by the spirit race was, hundreds of years ago, one of the powerful nations comparable to the Xia kingdom. After the war of demon invasion, the ancient spirit kingdom gradually fell silent. It is rumored that all the spirits of the ancient spirit kingdom were created by a primordial divine tree. To this day, the figure of the primordial divine tree has long since disappeared. It is unknown whether it left Blue Star or fell. Perhaps, the primordial divine tree that created the ancient spirit kingdom on Blue Star is actually a mother tree of spirits? Lu Yu couldn't help but think. If the guess is true, it would indeed be a tremendous archaeological discovery. If I contract the mother tree of spirits and cultivate it in the future, wouldn't I be able to smoothly take over the ancient spirit kingdom and turn it into my own vassal state? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. He felt that there was great potential. Lu Yu set aside the idea of contracting the mother tree of spirits and then looked at the other plant-type beasts he had filtered. The Holy Star Tree, an adult is also at the third tier of the Holy Spirit, takes root on a planet, and can even help a planet gradually recover its spiritual energy, even gathering a large number of meteors, spatial fragments, etc., allowing the status of this planet to gradually rise. Lu Yu was immediately shocked and said, "This holy star tree has attributes of space plus plant type, and in terms of status, it is even higher than the void ancient tree." Unfortunately, the best living environment for the holy star tree is not any kind of realm, nor is it the beast space, but a planet. Although it was extremely regrettable, he could only exclude the holy star tree. Since there were choices, he naturally wanted to select the most suitable one. However, Lu Yu unconsciously had a thought, secretly saying, "Perhaps I can also exchange for a plant-type beast that has awakened the engraving talent, inscribe the evolution route of the holy star tree on it, and plant it on blue star." With the holy star tree taking root, the future blue star might even achieve a world elevation. The more Lu Yu thought, the more he felt it was possible. He gathered his thoughts and filtered again. The war giant tree is one of the very few plant-type beasts suitable for the mass army style. Although the mother tree of spirits can create a spirit tribe, it only uses the spirit tribe to manage territory. In contrast, the war giant tree can create a large number of war demon trees and plant war beasts, feeding on the chaos of war. Lu Yu took a careful look. Although he felt that the war giant tree was also a very excellent plant-type beast, he ultimately felt a sense of incongruity. The growth method of the war giant tree had a very low compatibility with Lu Yu's cultivation philosophy and the SSS beast talent source of life. Despite the strength of the mass army style, Lu Yu did not hesitate for a moment and directly gave it up. Next, Lu Yu looked at the final ancient tree of life. For the ancient tree of life, just by its name, Lu Yu knew that this plant-type beast was absolutely the highest match with the SSS level talent source of life. Whether to contract it, however, would only be truly known after further examination. The ancient tree of life is a life born from the manifestation of the laws of life, naturally in tune with the laws of life, mastering the ultimate use of life. Wherever the ancient tree of life is, it will be far from death, and everything will be vibrant with life. The ancient tree of life can take root anywhere, primarily managing its own realm of life, and also possesses the ability to nurture life and contract dependence. Lu Yu kept watching, his desire growing deeper in his eyes. Indeed, the mother tree of the elves is very excellent. After contracting the mother tree, one could even control the ancient elven kingdom in the future. However, the ancestral divine tree that created the elven race back then is ultimately not the same as the mother tree exchanged through the system. The ancient elven kingdom has long since declined. Today, the ancient elven kingdom faces suppression from various nations and is surrounded by external enemies. The demon realm is always eager to descend upon Blue Star again, turning the entire elven race into dark elves. Even if the ancient elven kingdom were still thriving, as long as I contract the mother tree, I could control the ancient elven kingdom. I would still choose to contract the ancient tree of life. Lu Yu's expression was serious, thinking, world-destroying demon dragon, purple flame emperor bird. As long as I grow strong, I can easily establish the seventh kingdom. Why inherit? The ancient tree of life is a divine life born from the laws of life, with the highest compatibility with my SSS level beast taming talent source of life. He could list many reasons not to contract the mother tree of the elves, yet he could not find a single reason to give up contracting the ancient tree of life. Lu Yu immediately made a decision. Ancient tree of life, exchange. You have exchanged for the beast cub ancient tree of life, deducting 1200 points, remaining points 0. The system prompt came. Lu Yu looked at the beast space, where the ancient tree of life seed, exuding strands of the purest life aura, was incredibly green, and his breathing involuntarily became rapid. Ancient tree of life attributes, life system, plant system level, awakening stage 1 potential, Holy Spirit stage 3 talent, 1. Divinity, a divine life born from the laws of life, naturally has a high compatibility with the laws of life, can absorb life force, and grow and evolve infinitely. 2. Nurturing, the ancient tree of life has the authority to nurture life. As long as it extracts a wisp of life aura and consumes certain resources, it can nurture any life with a potential level not higher than that of the ancient tree of life. 3. Dependence, any life nurtured will become a dependent of the ancient tree of life, viewing the ancient tree as the ancestral god, offering absolute loyalty and fervent faith. Skills, 1. Plant growth, Crimson Star level skill, any plant catalyzed by the life aura of the ancient tree of life will grow in the healthiest manner. 2. Life domain, Crimson Star level skill, constructs a domain filled with life aura. Any life within the domain will have all injuries healed and all negative states removed. 3. Law's Edict, Crimson Star level skill, using insight to evoke the laws of life, transforming into an edict. With the Law's Edict, overall strength will receive explosive enhancement. 4. Ancient Tree Projection, Crimson Star level skill, the ancient tree of life can project itself in any form beyond its territory. Depending on the distance of projection, The projection can possess all the strength comparable to the main body. 5. Star cutting grass, Crimson Star level skill, can cultivate the companion plant star cutting grass. A single grass can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. Status, healthy, uncontracted. This is too strong. Lu Yu looked at the attributes of the ancient tree of life, his breathing becoming incredibly heavy. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming shock. The introduction to the system mall is ultimately quite brief. It wasn't until the ancient tree of life was truly exchanged that various attributes appeared before Lu Yu's eyes. Only then did he deeply understand that the ancient tree of life is not merely a pure divine life. For him, the ancient tree of life is an extremely pure auxiliary beast master. Theoretically, the ancient tree of life itself does not possess strong combat power. However, the ancient tree of life nearly masters the laws of life. It can absorb life energy to grow and evolve infinitely, and it can also give birth to any life. Any life that is birthed will become the dependence of the ancient tree of life, offering absolute loyalty, even faith. In the world of beast masters, the power of faith is an extremely precious resource. Even demigod-level beings will crave it immensely. Why does the demon realm want to invade Blue Star and various other realms? One reason is that the demon gods at the top of the demon realm want to turn Blue Star and other realms into a magical kingdom of their own faith. The ancient tree of life can directly give birth to life and turn the birth life into its own followers. Lu Yu can already envision that in the future, his beast master space will undoubtedly become the divine kingdom of the ancient tree of life, filled with countless races of life, offering the most devout faith to the ancient tree of life. The many races birthed will also become the foundation of the ancient tree of life, forming the divine kingdom's army to conquer various realms. As the beast master of the ancient tree of life, the development of the divine kingdom actually helps Lu Yu suppress and expand the beast master space. The many divine kingdom armies? They are even Lu Yu's private property. The three great talents of the ancient tree of life: divinity, birthing, and dependence. They complement each other, paving an incredibly magnificent path to becoming a god. Lu Yu was immensely shocked, thinking to himself, no wonder it is a divine life born from the laws of life. The potential of the Holy Spirit level is merely superficial. The true potential is actually becoming a god. Furthermore, the skills of the ancient tree of life are all at the red star level, which is considered standard for Holy Spirit level potential. However, Lu Yu saw clues from the skills of the ancient tree of life. This is purely an auxiliary system. Plant growth is the most orthodox resource technique. With the status of red star level, ordinary black iron level and bronze level spirit plant resources will probably sprout, take root, and mature in an instant. Silver level and gold level spirit plants won't take more than a few seconds. Platinum level and diamond level? They will surely mature quickly, allowing for harvest after harvest. Only purple crystal level and even red star level spirit plants require the ancient tree of life to cultivate seriously, ensuring survival rates while accelerating maturity. It must be noted that truly precious spirit plant resources, such as the most famous red star level spirit plant Jugwa from Blue Star, contain pure power, taking 500 years to grow, 500 years to bloom, 500 years to bear fruit, and 500 years to mature. From seedling to harvest, the growth cycle is 2,000 years. Lu Yu estimates that with the plant growth catalysis of the ancient tree of life, perhaps the growth cycle of Jugwa can be shortened by 100 times, maturing and being ready for harvest in just 20 years. As for the next level diamond level spirit plants, it is estimated that they can be cultivated from seedling state to maturity in about 2 months. A diamond level spirit fruit sells for 10 times more than red heart ground fire and purple mysterious extreme ice. You won't get one for less than 100 million. Lu Yu was very excited, thinking, can I make at least 100 million in 2 months? No, a spirit plant wouldn't only bear one fruit, would it? Planting a diamond-level spirit plant means at least several hundred million in profit in 2 months. Lu Yu couldn't help but look forward to the scene in the future where his beast master space is filled with many precious resources. Plant growth, producing numerous resources, can supply the world-destroying magic dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Even Lu Yu, as a beast master, can benefit, undoubtedly making it an extremely top-tier auxiliary skill. Red star level skill, domain of life. Like the dragon dark domain and purple flame domain, it belongs to domain skills but has no offensive capability. What replaces it is the ultimate healing and purifying power. Law's decree. It is also a red star level auxiliary skill. Under the law's decree, it will grant partners or dependents the most extreme power enhancement. Lu Yu took a deep breath. He increasingly felt that the decision to contract the ancient tree of life was incredibly correct. The ancient tree of life did not need any attack capabilities. the world-destroying dragon and the purple flame imperial bird had already reached their peak. If the life domain and law's decree were applied, the power of the world-destroying dragon and the purple flame imperial bird would completely shatter the limits and reach an incredible realm. As for the last red star level skill, compared to the other three skills, it seemed slightly inferior. However, Luyu could see the clues. It could project any form, which was undoubtedly a cloning technique. The ancient tree of life could not move, but with the ancient tree projection, it could create projections, further manifesting faith, allowing the auxiliary abilities of the ancient tree of life to extend beyond its territory. In this way, the ancient tree of life would have no flaws and could be considered truly perfect. As for the last red star level skill of the ancient tree of life, it could cultivate and grow the companion plant life star cutting grass, a single blade of grass capable of cutting through the sun, moon, and stars, possessing the most extreme attack power. As a dependent of the ancient tree of life, the star-cutting grass was absolutely loyal to it. If a large number of star-cutting grass could be cultivated, even as an auxiliary pet, the ancient tree of life would not necessarily be weaker in combat power than the world-destroying dragon and the purple flame imperial bird. Looking at the tree species floating in the beast space, exuding pure life energy, Liu felt immensely satisfied. Contract. Directly contract. He immediately extended his mental power and formed a contract with the tree species of the ancient tree of life. The SSS-level talent source of life activated instantly, generously infusing the purest life source power into the tree species. Above the core area of the beast space, where the domain crystal core had not yet completely melted, the tree species of the ancient tree of life quietly descended, rapidly taking root and sprouting with the nourishment of the source of life. The incredibly green seedlings began to grow vigorously. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters. It continued to grow until it reached over 10 meters high, its crown shading the sky, before slightly slowing its growth speed. Luyu suddenly noticed that the root system of the ancient tree of life seemed to have wrapped around the domain crystal core, crazily absorbing the world source power from it. The bottleneck of awakening to the 10th tier vanished in an instant. At this moment, the ancient tree of life seemed to be completely merging with the beast space. After the ancient tree of life broke through to the extraordinary level, with each tier increase, its compatibility with the beast space increased by 1 point. By the time it reached the extraordinary 10th tier, the ancient tree of life and the beast space were indistinguishable from each other. Luyu discovered that the connection between the ancient tree of life and the beast space had completely fused. The body of the ancient tree of life could hardly separate from the beast space. Under this ultimate fusion, Luyu's beast space enjoyed all the benefits. He had a feeling that perhaps within a week, he would break through again and reach the Manhwa level. I just broke through to the 10th tier of the star level not long ago, and now I'm preparing to break through again? Luyu chuckled in disbelief, more filled with endless joy. Who would complain about their realm breaking through too quickly? Luyu's rapid breakthrough was not only due to the suppression and sorting of the ancient tree of life but also related to his absorption of the mysterious resource domain crystal core and his own possession of 3 SSS-level beast taming talents. With such favorable conditions, if it still took years to break through a major realm, he might as well jump into a river. The Petchu contracted, ancient tree of life, has broken through to the extraordinary level and comprehended the red star level skill, 1000 Star Vine. 1000 Star Vine, red star level skill, can cultivate the companion plant 1000 Star Vine, containing the true meaning of the stars. A single vine can dominate the starry sky. The system prompt sounded. Luyu was slightly taken aback. After the ancient tree of life broke through to the extraordinary level, it unexpectedly comprehended a companion skill similar to star cutting grass. 1000 Star Vine? A single vine that can press across the starry sky? If the star-cutting grass leans more towards cutting and strong attacks, then the 1000 Star Vine leans more towards binding and suppression. The star-cutting grass and 1000 Star Vine complement each other. If they are further enhanced by the law's decree and are within the life domain, to what extent will these two companion plants become powerful? Luyu couldn't help but glance at the world-destroying demon dragon beside him, feeling pity for it. The ancient tree of life, exchanged for 1,200 points, is indeed more formidable than the world-destroying demon dragon, which costs 600 points. Not only does it start with 5 red star level skills, but it can also balance support, output, and resource supply. I declare that the ancient tree of life is the most perfect pet. Luyu commented. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was almost in tears. Why is it so miserable? Fortunately, the ancient tree of life is only at the extraordinary level, still some distance from the starry level. Roar, roar! The world-destroying demon dragon made up its mind that before the ancient tree of life catches up, it must become stronger, absolutely making the ancient tree of life aware of who was the most powerful and reliable existence among Lu Yu's contracted pets. At this moment, Master, a crisp and soft voice entered Lu Yu's mind. Lu Yu was surprised to find that above the incredibly lush crown of the ancient tree of life, endless green light was gathering, eventually transforming into a young girl in a green dress. She had long green hair, and her light green eyes seemed to contain endless vitality. Her arms and legs, not yet covered by the dress, were delicate and fair like soft jade. The girl looked only 16 years old, barefoot and lightly stepping on the crown of the tree, gently pursing her lips in a smile, exuding an alluring charm. Lu Yu immediately realized that this girl's image was likely the projection created by the ancient tree of life. Unlike the main body, as the projection or avatar of the ancient tree of life, the girl was not restricted by the beast taming space. She not only possessed all the abilities of the ancient tree of life but could also freely move back and forth in the beast taming space. "Are you the ancient tree of life?" Lu Yu asked with a gentle smile. He could feel a warm aura from the girl, a close connection brought by the beast taming contract. "Yes." The girl smiled sweetly and said softly, "You can call me Inu. This is the name I received when I was born from the laws of life." "And you?" Lu Yu murmured. The moment he spoke, a connection distinct from the beast taming contract was established between Lu Yu and the girl Inu. A wisp of aura appeared in Inu's hand, and she sweetly smiled at Lu Yu, saying, "Master, Inu is my true name. I will accept this wisp of aura. If in the future, Master is in danger, I will use this aura to revive you." Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. True name? He recalled that in his high school textbooks, there was knowledge about theology that mentioned true names. It was said that the deities of various realms all have a true name. Calling upon a deity's true name would establish a connection with them. If the true name called upon was linked to a demon god or evil god, it could even trade one's soul to the other in exchange for a change in fate. Lu Yu did not expect that the ancient tree of life in you, with a potential of a Holy Spirit level 3, could actually possess a true name in advance. It should be noted that even the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame imperial bird did not have a true name before reaching demigod or even divine level potential. It was precisely because of the true name that Lu Yu had not named the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame imperial bird, waiting until their potential reached demigod level. Naturally, a world would grant them a true name. Indeed, Lu Yu quickly understood. What is the growth path of the ancient tree of life, different from that of the gods? Without a true name, one cannot anchor existence. Naturally, one cannot believe to become a god. "You can actually revive me?" Lu Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Reviving ordinary beings, like the nurtured dependents, he could still understand. But to revive a contracted beast master? That was simply unbelievable. "Yes." Inu slightly pursed her lips and said, "However, I still cannot touch the master's 3 SSS level beast master talents. If revived, the master would likely just be an ordinary person. But Inu will absolutely not abandon the master." Inu's clear eyes carried a hint of guilt. It seemed she felt guilty for her own lack of ability. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. If he couldn't be revived along with the 3 SSS level beast master talents, then this ability to revive was indeed of no use to him. It could only be said that he had added a layer of insurance for himself. All right. Lu Yu looked at the newly refreshed beast space, filled with boundless life force, and at the ancient tree of life in the center, which had already grown to over 100 meters tall, feeling quite good. "I'm going to rest now. And you should familiarize yourself with your current power. Tomorrow, I will prepare some spirit plant seeds and some life sequence auras of different races for you. I will need your help then," Lu Yu said softly. And Yu was a bit shy and said quietly, "Master, my current form is a clone, and it actually has the same status and senses as the main body. I think it would be fine if the main body stays in the beast space while the clone stays outside, right?" "Of course, that's fine." Lu Yu smiled and said, "You have already merged with the beast space, your permission shouldn't be much different from mine, so you should be able to come and go freely." Not just in you, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird also had the permission to enter and exit the beast space at will. Lu Yu had long since gotten used to being visited by his pets every day. "I'm afraid the master won't agree." And you seemed a bit anxious, like a delicate little deer in the forest. After receiving Lu Yu's consent, her eyes brightened slightly, and she joyfully said, "Then I can go out now." The mythical pet shop. Lu Yu laid the sofa flat, turning it into a simple bed. He lay on the sofa, covering himself with a blanket, when he suddenly found a soft girl snuggling into his arms. Lu Yu was a bit dazed. The girl form of Inu held him tightly in the blanket, curling up in Lu Yu's embrace, showing a look of peace. "Master." Inu's pretty face turned slightly red as she softly said, "Before you contracted me, I had been sleeping in seed form for millions of years. I won't move around or disturb you, please don't chase me away." okay? Looking into the girl's light green eyes and feeling the loneliness and fear of darkness contained within, Liu ultimately softened his heart. Don't worry, I won't chase you away. Liu shook his head slightly and said softly, you won't be lonely anymore. And you nodded heavily, holding him even tighter. Morning. Liu, like an octopus, lifted Yu, who was almost suffocating him, and placed her on one side of the sofa. He took several deep breaths to recover. You promised not to move around, Liu said helplessly, sighing. I almost suffocated to death. And you brought her legs together, obediently staying in the corner of the sofa, giggling. Master, I didn't realize I was holding on so tightly. I'm sorry. Liu looked at Yu and couldn't really get angry. Instead, he was somewhat amazed. Yu was a clone of the ancient tree of life, inheriting all the abilities of the ancient tree. Within her seemingly petite body was condensed all the power of the ancient tree, which was over 100 meters tall. Even without any offensive skills, she could suppress fierce beasts of the same rank purely with her strength. And you noticed that Liu was silent and immediately felt a bit flustered. Barefoot, she walked to the bathroom and prepared the toiletries for Liu, even squeezing the toothpaste for him. Master, please don't be angry, and you said softly, I won't do it again next time. Can you wash up first, okay? Alright, I'm not angry anymore. Liu couldn't help but sigh. He was almost unable to distinguish between the two. Had he contracted a plant-type beast, or was he raising a daughter? With Yu's presence, the entire mythical pet shop was quietly filled with vibrant life. After some understanding, Liu learned that Yu had been born millions of years ago. In the form of a seed, Yu had existed for a long time, spending her days in solitude. During this long time, Yu was not completely asleep. She had been absorbing inherited memories. It wasn't just the life ancient tree in Yu, in fact, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird also had inherited memories. The inherited memories of the world-destroying demon dragon came from the ancestors of the demon dragon clan. The inherited memories of the purple flame emperor bird came from the will of the heavens and the countless experiences of the purple flame over the years. As for the life ancient tree in Yu, her inherited memories came from the laws of life, filled with countless images of life from birth to destruction. In terms of inheritance, as the life ancient tree, Yu undoubtedly surpassed the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. The evolutionary path of the life ancient tree was even predetermined. As long as she nurtured her kin step by step and absorbed the power of faith, one day, Yu would evolve into the tree of life, taking root in the divine realm and enjoying the faith of all living beings. In the beast-taming space, clusters of silver grass thrived around the life ancient tree. Under the effect of plant growth, these star-slicing grasses grew rapidly, reaching extraordinary level 10 in the blink of an eye, on par with the life ancient tree. According to Yu's introduction, the status of these star-slicing grasses was Crimson Star level, and their potential level was even higher than that of the life ancient tree, capable of reaching the Holy Spirit level 10 at most. However, the star-slicing grass had no special talents and not many powerful skills, only possessing a Crimson Star level skill, Star Slice. And you could cultivate up to 100 star-slicing grasses, and their level could not exceed that of the life ancient tree. As of now, Yu had initially cultivated 10 star-slicing grasses, all at extraordinary level 10. If the life ancient tree advanced, these star-slicing grasses would also break through. 100 star-slicing grasses? Liu took a deep breath. He could already imagine the terrifying scene of 100 star-slicing grasses simultaneously unleashing the Crimson Star level skill, Star Slice, with a horrifying sword aura spanning the starry sky. Who said the life ancient tree had no combat power? Just the accompanying plant, star-slicing grass, had terrifying combat strength. If enhanced by the law's decree, even the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird wouldn't dare to say they would win for sure, right? Not to mention, besides the star-slicing grass, the life ancient tree had another accompanying plant, Thousand Star Vine. Liu was astonished to see that around the life ancient tree, clusters of dark purple vines, resembling the colors of a starry night sky, were continuously rising from the ground. As they swayed, the entire beast-taming space seemed to be suppressed. The sky, the earth, and even the air were filled with a sense of heaviness. A full 10,000 star vines, all at extraordinary level 10, stood like loyal guards, surrounding the life ancient tree. The status of the 1,000 star vine was equivalent to that of the star-slicing grass. At most, only 100 could be cultivated, and it also came with a Crimson Star level skill, Star Suppression. It could suppress and bind everything. Liu could foresee that if within the territory of the life ancient tree, probably no living being could escape unscathed, right? Master, and you said softly, in my inherited memories, there are many precious spiritual plants' life energies. If you want to reproduce them, it will require consuming my life source power. With my current level, I can at most cultivate platinum level spirit plant seeds in a short time. If I want to cultivate diamond level, amethyst level, or even crimson star level seeds, it will take a much longer time. No worries. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. After all, you are only at the extraordinary level, which is considered the juvenile stage. Forcing the cultivation of life at this stage is not beneficial for you. If you want to cultivate life, you should at least wait until you reach the king level. As for the spirit plant seeds, I can easily buy platinum level and diamond level seeds directly, without consuming your life source power. Life source power is very precious. Lu Yu estimated that, given in Yu's current level, the life source power required to cultivate a platinum level spirit plant seed would probably be enough to mature several platinum level spirit plants directly. Why consume one's own foundation for something that can be solved with money? Lu Yu still had a balance of 31 million, as well as a piece of purple profound extreme ice ranked on the other ice list, worth over 10 million, so buying some spirit plant seeds was naturally not a problem. For such trivial matters, Lu Yu didn't intend to let Luo Tianyan handle it. Since there was not much business in the store, he decided to take Yu out for a stroll and conveniently solve the seed issue. Looking at the sweetly smiling Yu, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a bit breathless. He couldn't quite understand the concept of a million years of silence. He only knew that Yu, as his pet, needed his companionship very much. The first resource trading company in the Demon City. Speaking of which, it was Lu Yu's first time here. The myriad of dazzling goods left Lu Yu feeling dizzy. Many beast tamers were wandering around the trading company. With Lu Yu's star-level realm, he really didn't stand out here. He even saw several sun-level beast tamers buying resources in the trading company with their pets. There were also wealthy second-generation beast tamers throwing money around in the trading company, purchasing various precious resources. Only in the first trading company of the Demon City could the extravagance of the city be truly showcased. Compared to purchasing resources for cultivating pets, the so-called entertainment to death hardly costs much. Vaguely, Lu Yu also sensed the aura of a king-level presence, which flashed by in the trading company. No wonder it's the Demon City. It truly is a place of hidden talents, Lu Yu secretly sighed. Although he was born and raised in the Demon City, he left the Lu family at a young age and then used the money left by his parents to go to school step by step. Since opening the pet store, he had basically stayed indoors, immersed in the cultivation of pets and the improvement of beast taming levels. Master, and Yu timidly said from behind, there are so many people here. Remember to stay close to me, Lu Yu chuckled, don't get lost. And Yu followed closely, gently holding Lu Yu's pinky finger, and whispered, this way, I won't get lost. Lu Yu could feel that Yu seemed very afraid of the unfamiliar environment, especially of being utterly alone, which might be the reason she had existed in seed form for countless years. Just holding hands was fine, he naturally let her be. After all, Yu had formed a contract with him, so he could only pamper her. Spirit Plant Specialty Store. Lu Yu saw a spirit plant shop with many newly sprouted spirit plant seedlings, and more seeds, usually extracted from the remaining fruit pits after consuming spirit fruits. The price of these seeds was only 1/1000th of the mature spirit fruits, so they were not expensive. Lu Yu even saw several types of diamond-level spirit plant seeds. In comparison, the price of seedlings was much higher, equivalent to the price of resources of the same level. This was a normal phenomenon, after all. The seedlings had already been cultivated to survive, and as long as they didn't do anything foolish, they could be cultivated to maturity, just with varying yields. Seeds, however, were different. The survival rate was extremely low. From the moment of purchase, one had to bear a great risk, so the price naturally couldn't be high. Lu Yu thought for a moment. The World Destruction Demon Dragon was of the Dark and Dragon types, while the Purple Flame Emperor Bird was of the Fire and Elemental types. He only needed to purchase the corresponding spirit plant seeds. As for the survival rate, with the ability of the ancient life tree, what was there to worry about? Even if things went poorly, Lu Yu himself had awakened the source of life, and coming back to life was not out of the question, let alone nurturing the seeds to sprout. Boss, I want to buy 1,000 seeds each of extreme dark grass, dark spirit fruit, crimson flame flower, and white fire flower, Lu Yu said immediately. In addition, give me 100 seeds of hell tree and purgatory tree. The shop owner, a middle-aged man with a small mustache, nearly squinted his eyes with joy upon hearing Lu Yu's request and said with a smile, please wait a moment, dear customer. He was naturally delighted. The 6 types of spirit plants Lu Yu mentioned were all platinum grade. Even though the price of the seeds was only 1/1000th of the mature resources, Lu Yu was still asking for 4,200 seeds. That was equivalent to 2 pieces of platinum grade resources. Half an hour later, the small mustached owner finally gathered the seeds, packed them in a spatial container, and approached Lu Yu with a bow, saying, dear customer, the total is 1 million. Let me round it off for you, a special price of 32 million. I am a mentor at Magic City University. I can get a 30% discount, right? Lu Yu suddenly said. That's correct. The small mustached owner nodded. However, the customer needs to present identification and go through the verification process in the business system to confirm the discount eligibility. Even with a 30% discount, he wouldn't lose anything, the business would cover it. No problem. Luyu took out his identification and watched as the small-mustached owner scanned it at the computer interface. How is this possible? The small-mustached owner exclaimed in shock. 50% off? This. Luyu was somewhat surprised. It turned out he was getting a 50% discount instead of 30%? As a mentor at Magic City University, it seems the discount is 30%, while associate professors get 40%, and full professors get 50%. Luyu quickly understood. At that time, Duan Shanghua had promised that he would temporarily hold the position of mentor, but his treatment was directly aligned with that of a full professor. It seemed that after Duan Shanghua returned, he quickly implemented the benefits. The small-mustached owner approached respectfully, returned the identification, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, "Your discount rate is 50%, and the limit is 1 billion. Within the 1 billion limit, you can enjoy a 50% discount. The price of these seeds is 32 million, so after the discount, it's 16 million. Swipe the card," Luyu said with a slight smile. As the card was swiped, Luyu, who had been acting as the store manager, also enjoyed a wave of shopping pleasure. He collected the 4,200 seeds but noticed that Inyu had quietly tugged at his sleeve, seemingly reluctant to leave. Then, Luyu heard Inyu's voice in his mind. "Master, I sense a purple crystal-grade spirit plant seed." Inyu walked into the store and began selecting seeds. She quickly found a few wilted seeds in a corner and carefully cradled them in her hands. Then, mimicking Luyu, she asked playfully, "Boss, how much for these 5 seeds?" The small-mustached owner stared at the wilted seeds in Inyu's hands, momentarily stunned, and said, "Customer, these seeds are all wilted and have no chance of survival. Are you sure you want to buy them?" "Absolutely." And Inyu nodded firmly. The small-mustached owner thought for a moment, considering Luyu's 50% discount, and realized that his identity must be quite distinguished, so he abandoned the idea of overcharging. "These seeds are all purple crystal-grade spatial spirit plant deep space fruit tree seeds, but, forget it, these seeds are completely wilted and have no chance of survival. I was going to throw them away anyway." With a wave of his hand, he said generously, "Just take them as a gift." "Yay!" And you smiled sweetly, "Thank you, Uncle Beard." "Ha, no need to thank me, just a few seeds." The little bearded boss scratched his head and smiled, saying, "As long as you 2 customers visit my shop more often, I would be very grateful." Luyu smiled and said, "We definitely will." He looked at the 5 purple crystal-level seeds in Inyu's hand and suddenly felt a thrill of having struck gold. 5 purple crystal-level seeds, and they were the spatial-type spirit plant deep space fruit tree, which could bear purple crystal-level deep space fruits. Planting the deep space fruit tree in the Beast Master space could produce a suppression effect comparable to that of plant-type pets, and it could also draw a large amount of spatial power from the void. In terms of value, these 5 seeds were worth as much as a diamond-level resource, and the other party just gave them away. As for the issue of whether they could be grown, since Inyu didn't say anything, it meant they could be easily cultivated. After leaving the spirit plant specialty store, Liu placed all the seeds he had purchased into the Beast Master space, allowing the ancient life tree to manage them uniformly. Soon, these seeds were planted in an orderly manner. If it were an ordinary Beast Master space, it would probably be impossible to plant anything except for some special seeds. However, Luyu's Beast Master space was different. It had integrated the domain crystal core and had initially possessed some true domain characteristics, such as sky, land, and climate changes. With a large amount of life source power falling, the entire Beast Master space became vibrant, with seedlings of dark grass, dark spirit fruit, crimson flame flower, and white fire flower gradually thriving. Even the relatively difficult-to-survive Hell Tree and Purgatory Tree seeds quickly sprouted tender shoots, showing a pitch black and crimson hue, respectively. These 2 spirit plants were diamond level. Although Luyu was generous, he only bought 100 seeds each, as they were indeed too expensive. Furthermore, the ancient life tree was only at the extraordinary level of the 10th tier, and cultivating so many spirit plants was about its limit. If there were any more, the burden would be too heavy and would affect the growth of the ancient life tree. What concerned Luyu the most were the 5 independently planted deep space fruit tree seedlings located in the center, which were absorbing strands of spatial power and growing every moment. With the ancient life tree's ability to cultivate spirit plants, it won't be long before these spirit plants can be harvested. Liu looked forward to it. When the time for harvest came, he would have another source of income. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to worry about the resources needed to cultivate the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Having resolved the seed issue, Liu took Inyu to eat at a nearby commercial street, rarely opting for takeout. They planned to return to the mythical pet store in the afternoon. Sensing that in the Beast Master space, the world-destroying demon dragon was fiercely training with the Purple Flame Emperor bird, trying to hone its combat skills. The Purple Flame Emperor bird was initially very reluctant, but couldn't resist the world-destroying demon dragon's persistent persuasion, and since there was nothing else to do, it simply acted as a sparring partner. The ancient life tree was quietly cultivating spirit plants and nurturing the plant familiars it had created. The star-cutting grass and thousand-star vine were becoming increasingly sharp and substantial. Watching such a flourishing scene, Liu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, sipping tea in the pet store. Before he finished a cup, and Yu lightly sipped and poured him another 7/10 full. It was quite pleasant. Ha! Liu was a bit surprised. Is there a customer? He quickly glanced at his phone, and there was no message about introducing a customer, which made his eyes light up. Could it be a walk-in? Although he had given up on walk-ins, would Liu ever complain about having too many customers? Xin Xuanjie stepped into the pet store, looking at the somewhat outdated decor, and immediately frowned, saying to Liu, who came to greet him, "Are you the manager of this pet store?" Xin Xuanjie thought, since he was already here, he might as well visit a few more pet stores. He would surely find a suitable pet cub. He is already 28 years old this year and has been working in society for 9 years. Xin Xuanjie had originally extinguished the thought of becoming a beast master, but unexpectedly, a few days ago, he suddenly awakened his beast taming talent. This made his already quiet heart instantly become passionate. In today's society, who doesn't want to become a beast master? Even an awakened level beast master has a much easier time finding a job than an ordinary person. Once he breaks through to the extraordinary level, he could even hold a management position in a company. A star-level beast master? Whether in civil service or entrepreneurship, it would be a green light all the way. In fact, many important positions require one to be a beast master to be eligible. Xin Xuanjie had faced too many setbacks. Over these 9 years, he had barely saved up over $1 million, bought a house in his hometown, and had little left. If there is a pet beast I desire, I would not hesitate to sell my house back home. Xin Xuanjie made up his mind. I am. Liu smiled lightly and nodded, saying, "This guest, may I ask what you need?" Xin Xuanjie took a deep breath and replied, "I have awakened the sea-level beast taming talent Spirit Wood. I want to contract a plant-type or life-type beast cub. Do you have any here?" He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Plant-type and life-type beasts are relatively rare. In nature, after the revival of spiritual energy, plants usually have 2 evolutionary paths, with most evolving into weakly conscious spiritual plants, becoming a type of resource. Only a very small portion evolves into plant life. In terms of rarity, plant life is second only to elemental life, and it is extremely rare to see. Of course, there are. Liu thought for a moment and quickly took out a container. There really is? Xin Xuanjie's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly leaned in, his expression suddenly turning strange as he frowned and said, "Are you sure this is a plant-type beast?" "Absolutely." Liu smiled. "Bullshit." Xin Xuanjie cursed, saying, "Do you really think I have no knowledge? This is clearly an ordinary willow sapling. I can't sense a trace of life energy. Is this considered a plant-type beast?" I said, "Absolutely." Liu frowned slightly and said, "This willow sapling has awakened a special growth-type talent blood refinement. It can refine the blood of different creatures to extract their genes, thus exploring the most perfect evolutionary path. If this willow sapling isn't considered a plant-type beast, then no plant in the world qualifies." "Special growth talent?" Xin Xuanjie sneered, saying, "I've never heard of beasts awakening talents. Do you think I'm completely ignorant about beast taming?" Liu looked at him, already too lazy to argue. So far, almost all the guests he had received were students from the Beast Master University in Magic City, or their mentors and principals. It was the first time he had encountered someone as ignorant and self-righteous as Xin Xuanjie. "This willow sapling is priced at 3 million. Liu said indifferently, "If you want to buy it, just swipe your card. If you don't want to buy, please don't cause trouble." "Thank you." 3 million? Xin Xuanjie was dumbfounded and angrily said, "Black shop. This is purely a black shop. I will report you to the Beast Master Association." "Do as you please," Liu said lightly. "Also, since you say this is a black shop, aren't you afraid you won't be able to walk out?" As soon as he finished speaking, the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly appeared, its body engulfed in purple flames, towering over Xin Xuanjie with a cold gaze. Its dragon eyes seemed to contain extreme demonic intent. Xin Xuanjie was instantly frightened pale, scrambling to escape without daring to look back. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon snorted coldly. If it weren't for Liu's instructions, it would have definitely eliminated this guy. "Alright, let's go back." Liu touched the scales of the world-destroying demon dragon. As the dragon returned to the Beast Master space, he turned his gaze to the pet container on the table, feeling a wave of worry. He couldn't help but sigh softly, thinking, this plant-type beast cub is really hard to sell. I hope it doesn't end up rotting in my hands. Plant-type beasts were already very rare. Moreover, beast masters who awaken life-type or plant-type talents were even fewer. Awakening a life-type talent means you directly go into the support category. Lu Yu shook his head inwardly and said, plant-type talent? That's even rarer. Besides, plant-type beasts are almost immobile. You can't contract several plant-type beasts and expect to reach the king level. The beast master space needs to be externalized to have combat power, right? Most plant-type beasts, under the beast master system, ultimately felt too awkward. Every time they were summoned, it caused significant damage, so even if one awakened a plant-type talent, they would seek out the rarer vine beasts to contract. Lu Yu had a feeling that the blood refinement talent he exchanged for the willow sapling might really end up rotting in his hands. Forget it. He shook his head slightly, thinking, the system's deadline is a week. If no customers buy it in the next few days, I'll ask Principal Duan and Luo Tianyan if they have any customers. The worst-case scenario would be selling it to other customers. Surely, they wouldn't refuse. Especially Duan Shanghua. Contracting another blood refinement willow tree would speed up the healing of the beast master space. Not to mention, Duan Shanghua was already at the king level, so the drawbacks of plant-type pets wouldn't exist for him. Unable to move? With the beast master space externalized, he could strike wherever he pointed. Moreover, Duan Shanghua's beast talent, the A-grade battle heart, was very versatile and applicable to a wide range of contracted beast types. If possible, I still shouldn't sell it to them, Liu thought to himself. The beast cubs he sold were all the best. Why should he rush to give them to others? If a customer was willing to buy and could earn Lu Yu's approval, he naturally wouldn't resort to such a low tactic. Regardless, Lu Yu's mood was still very unpleasant. He took out the willow sapling, planted it in a pot, and even took a few drops of the leftover dragon blood from the Gale Dragon to feed the willow sapling. Under the blood refinement talent, the willow sapling quickly absorbed the dragon's blood, and a gentle breeze began to flow around it, exuding a faint dragon might. This willow tree might even grow into the god of willows in the future. Lu Yu sneered, selling for just 3 million. What's the difference from giving it away? The chance to change your fate is right in front of you, yet you don't recognize its worth. Beast Master Association. Xin Xuanjie took a deep breath, recalling his embarrassing experience of rolling and crawling out of the mythical pet store, and couldn't help but feel his face flush with anger. Once again firming his resolve, Xin Xuanjie walked into the Magic City Beast Master Association, found the front desk receptionist, and immediately said, I want to file a real name report. A real name report? The receptionist looked a bit confused and asked, who do you want to report? I want to report a pet store. I suspect this pet store is a black shop. The prices do not meet the standards set by the association, and they treat customers extremely rudely. Xin Xuanjie said angrily. Oh. The receptionist nodded, took out a form, and said, if it's a real name report, please fill out this form first. If you want to know the results quickly, just wait in the reception area for a bit. Xin Xuanjie took the form, and despite the receptionist's indifference, he didn't dare to voice any objections. In the Magic City Beast Master Association, even a front desk receptionist was an extraordinary level beast master, not someone he could provoke. After filling out the form, Xin Xuanjie submitted his identification and waited in the reception area, drinking several cups of tea. After a long while, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked up to Xin Xuanjie. This man was none other than Luo Yan, the supervisor of the Beast Master Association in the Magic City. He smiled at Xin Xuanjie and said, excuse me, citizen, are you here to file a real name complaint against the mythical pet store? That's right. Xin Xuanjie stood up angrily and said, I want to report them. Please handle this pet store quickly and don't let such a low-quality pet store continue to pollute the market. Low quality? Pollute? Luo Yan frowned and said, citizen, do you know? The president of the Magic City Beast Master University, Duan Shanghua, specifically came to our association yesterday to remind us that this mythical pet store is the highest quality pet store in the entire Magic City, and that we should give them the green light. Even though you are filing a real name complaint, it will be hard to convince anyone. What? President Duan? Xin Xuanjie was stunned. No matter how ignorant he was, he knew who President Duan was. He was the backbone of the entire Magic City. Luo Yan said softly, of course, if you still want to insist, I will submit this real name complaint document. However, our branch in the Magic City cannot resolve this, it must be decided by the headquarters. Listening to Luo Yan's words, Xin Xuanjie's face turned completely pale. He realized that the seemingly shabby pet store was actually an existence he could not afford to offend. Not to mention that as an ordinary person, even dealing with the mythical pet store required the headquarters of the Beast Master Association to intervene. Forget it, forget it. Shin Shuanjie quickly said, maybe I made a mistake. I've decided to withdraw this real name complaint, is that okay? Of course. Luo Yen smiled and said, I just thought there might be some misunderstanding, which is why I explained it to you. Of course, if you confirm that this is not a misunderstanding, you can come back to file a real name complaint at any time. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Shin Shuanjie was terrified and hurriedly took back the complaint document, bowing and saying, sorry for bothering you. Watching Shin Shuanjie leave, Luo Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. President Duan had specifically instructed him yesterday, and today there was a real name complaint. It was hard for him as the association's supervisor. Fortunately, Shin Shuanjie was perceptive enough to realize that the people related to the mythical pet store were not ones he could provoke, and he wisely withdrew the complaint. The mythical pet store? Luo Yan pondered for a moment and thought, it can even be praised by President Duan. Perhaps there really are some excellent pet cubs. My son has recently awakened his beast mastery talent, so he could go buy a pet cub. On the other side, Shin Shuanjie hurriedly left the Beast Master Association. His feelings were extremely complicated. As a small person, he suddenly realized that the background of the mythical pet store was so formidable, and that the store manager seemed to have no reason to deceive him. With Duan Shanghua's style, if the mythical pet store only deceived people, how could he specifically instruct the Beast Master Association to give them the green light? Special growth talent. Shin Shuanjie began to gather information and found that only authoritative research websites had the corresponding knowledge, and he had to pay to access it. Gritting his teeth, he directly paid 2,000 yuan to read the paper. Special growth type talent. Only a very small number of pets can awaken this terrifying talent. Any pet that awakens this talent, as long as it doesn't fall midway, has a great chance of becoming a king-level or even a dominator-level creature in the future. The more Shin Shuanjie read, the more shocked he became. Such a formidable pet cub, and it's a plant type, is only priced at 3 million? He immediately made a decision. No matter the cost, he had to buy that willow sapling. Even if I sell my house back home, I can at most gather 1 million yuan, which is still a long way from 3 million. Shin Shuanjie took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I can only go to the bank for a loan. With the property as collateral and my own sea-level beast taming talent, I can definitely secure 3 million in funding, enough to buy that willow sapling. Mythical Beast Pet Shop. Luyu sat on the sofa, bored, looking outside. By the glass wall, there was a potted sapling of the blood-refined willow tree, which he found increasingly displeasing. To promote this willow sapling, several customers had come in the past few days, all of whom were scared away by the sapling. A single willow sapling was priced at 3 million, and they boasted about some special growth talent, clearly a black market shop, causing the customers to flee immediately. Lu Yu felt no regret. If these customers couldn't even accept the willow sapling, they probably wouldn't choose to buy any other beast cubs either. More beast cubs would just rot in his hands, leading to even greater losses. As the week-long deadline approached, Liu began to feel a bit anxious. He had no points left. Not only had he failed to sell any beast cubs in the past few days, but the willow sapling was also going to rot in his hands, which would be a huge loss. Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. Outside the transparent glass of the pet shop, a girl slowly crouched down. She wore a simple light-colored floral dress, and her black hair fell simply over her slender shoulders. The girl's expression was incredibly serious as she stared intently at the willow sapling in the glass, her bright, clear eyes flickering slightly before dimming again. Li Rui felt she was truly a failure. Even though she was already an 18-year-old young woman, she couldn't do anything right. She failed the college entrance exam, her beast-taming talent hadn't awakened, and after working for 2 months in the Magic City during the summer, she had only earned 9,000 yuan, which was taken away by her foster mother. Her foster mother said, "I've raised you this big, how hard it has been. You worked for 2 months and only earned 9,000 yuan. Why are you still so reluctant to hand it over?" Li Rui looked at her foster mother's harsh face, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. After the summer vacation, many classmates went to enroll in Beast Taming University. Li Rui, however, had bought a train ticket back to her small hometown and packed her bags overnight. Before leaving this bustling city, Li Rui suddenly thought that she hadn't properly seen this university town that all students yearn for. Magic City Beast Taming University. A prestigious institution gathering countless talented individuals. Li Rui had heard that as long as one graduated from Magic City University, they would at least be a star-level beast tamer. In Li Rui's small hometown, a star-level beast tamer was already a truly significant figure. At the entrance of Magic City Beast Taming University, Li Rui initially wanted to pretend to be a student and sneak in, but was told by the security guard that she needed to scan her face for identity verification. She could only helplessly stand outside the school gate, looking at the towering institution. A gate seemed to separate her from her fate. Li Rui stared for a long time, lost in thought, and slowly walked along the commercial street. Until she reached the entrance of the mythical beast pet shop, she immediately saw the willow sapling emitting a hint of blood color and couldn't help but crouch down to look at it quietly. She felt as if she could sense an invisible resonance. "Are you unwanted too?" Li Rui said softly. As if understanding her words, the willow sapling gently swayed, seemingly responding. Li Rui shook her head gently. She could naturally tell that this was a plant life, but since she hadn't awakened her beast taming talent, she feared she would never be able to contract a beast in her lifetime. So, Li Rui slowly stood up, only to see across the glass a handsome young man, with a sunny smile, nodding at her. She also saw the young man pick up the potted willow sapling and walk to the entrance of the pet shop. "Do you really like it?" the young man said gently. "I'm the owner of this pet shop, and I permit you to touch it." "Ah, is it really okay?" Li Rui was quite surprised. For some reason, the young man's voice calmed her down. Unconsciously, she reached out her small hand and gently touched the branches and leaves of the willow sapling. That faint resonance seemed to become clearer. Li Rui's breath caught in her throat, and just as she was about to reluctantly withdraw her hand, she found the handsome young man's large hand already covering hers. "This guest," Lu Yu said slowly, "did you not hear the voice of this willow sapling?" "Ah." Li Rui, forgetting her shyness, suddenly realized, thanks to Lu Yu's reminder, that the resonance was becoming increasingly obvious. She could vaguely hear a tender voice. The willow sapling was softly calling. It wanted her blood. Blood? Li Rui looked at the willow sapling, many thoughts flashing through her mind, and softly said, "If you want it, then take it. After all, my blood isn't worth cherishing." Splash! The willow sapling quietly swayed. Li Rui clearly saw the willow sapling raise a branch and swipe across her palm. The calloused palm was instantly cut open. Vivid red blood gushed out, soaking the willow sapling and completely dyeing it blood red. Li Rui lost too much blood, and her already pale face became even paler. But she felt no panic, nor did she feel any pain. Li Rui simply watched the willow sapling quietly, sensing the joy it radiated, and couldn't help but smile. "Little tree, drink the blood, and grow up quickly," she said softly. At that moment, Li Rui heard the voice of the handsome shopkeeper again. "This guest, although I don't know what qualifications you have, you actually resonated with the blood-refined willow tree and even want to actively contract with it. It seems you have a deep connection with this willow sapling. Are you really not considering buying it?" Panic finally appeared on Li Rui's face. She shook her head repeatedly, flustered. I don't have any money. Besides, I haven't awakened the beast taming talent, so I can't contract with it. Money is not a problem." Lu Yu smiled slightly, staring at her intently, and said softly, "As for the beast taming talent, are you really sure you don't have the beast taming talent?" Li Rui felt a bit confused. In the next moment, the blood filtered through the willow sapling quietly flowed back. Boom! Li Rui felt countless streams of blood gathering in her mind, ultimately forming a mark. Looking directly at this mark, Li Rui instantly knew that this was her innate beast-taming talent. A-level beast-taming talent, blood cry. Li Rui had no time to feel joy before she noticed a large amount of vital energy gathering, continuously merging into the talent mark. When she came to her senses, this talent mark had already transformed. S-level beast-taming talent, true blood of immortality. Li Rui was in a panic, her heart filled with joy, shock, and confusion. She had never thought that she would awaken a beast-taming talent, and it was an S-level talent representing dominator qualifications. "You awakened an S-level talent, right?" Lu Yu chuckled. "I know that your original talent should have only been A-level, but you received recognition, and it consumed dragon blood to allow your talent to transform into S-level. Are you going to let down its expectations?" Li Rui looked at the willow sapling in Lu Yu's arms and felt a connection that was no less than a beast contract had already been established. This connection could only occur if the compatibility reached its limit. Lu Yu didn't even mention that if Li Rui chose to contract the blood-refined willow tree, her beast-taming talent would likely involuntarily merge with the blood-refined willow tree. From then on, Li Rui would lose the opportunity to contract with other pets. However, Lu Yu believed that neither Li Rui nor the blood-refined willow tree would care, right? "Shopkeeper." Li Rui was almost in tears, feeling embarrassed as she said, "I don't have any money. I only have this." She rummaged through her belongings, gathering coins and cash, totaling just over 500. Holding the 500 in coins, Li Rui appeared extremely awkward, her pretty face flushed red, her eyes filled with desolation. Li Rui's grades in the humanities were excellent, so she naturally guessed that the young willow tree seedling was extraordinary and quite valuable. She probably wouldn't be able to afford it in her lifetime. "Didn't I say it before?" Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, "Money is not a problem, I can lend it to you. This blood-refined willow tree is priced at 3 million, and I can lend you 3 million. So, if you had 3 million, would you still choose to contract it? Yes, I must contract it, Li Rue said eagerly, her voice low. But 3 million is too much, I can't pay it back. Then you can work to pay off the debt. Liu laughed heartily and said, just in time, I need another staff member at my store. Would you like to apply? I would. Li Rue quickly replied, whatever the manager wants me to do, I'll do it. I'm very diligent. Then it's settled. Liu Yu smiled and immediately drafted a contract for Li Rue to sign. As her name was signed, a notification appeared. Achievement unlocked. First official employee acquired. Reward, random red star level resource. Claim reward? Yes/no. The system's prompt sounded. Claim it. Directly claim it. Liu Yu said immediately. He had anticipated the system's prompt. Signing an official employee for the pet store was one of the achievement tasks. Since Li Rue arrived, he had sensed the unusual activity of the blood-refined willow tree. Liu Yu naturally speculated that there might be a high compatibility between the blood-refined willow tree and Li Rue. For the willow tree seedling, in the vast blue star, there was probably no beast master more suitable than Li Rue. He naturally went with the flow and made Li Rue an employee of the mythical pet store, thus completing the achievement task, and the reward was incredibly generous, a highly valuable red star level resource. You have obtained the red star level resource, True Dragon Source Blood. True Dragon Source Blood, a drop of blood containing the most primal power of the true dragon species Qiulong. Any being that consumes it can choose to transform into a true dragon species. Demonic dragon species and divine dragon species will absorb some characteristics of Qiulong. True dragon species will fall into madness and chaos after consumption. It's actually a drop of true dragon source blood? Liu Yu's eyes widened in shock. Even among the resources left from the previous era, true dragon source blood was one of the most precious. It was said that the national divine dragon of the Xia kingdom truly broke through the limitations of the divine dragon species and ascended to the Holy Spirit level after consuming a drop of true dragon source blood. With the Holy Spirit level national divine dragon, the Xia kingdom was able to rank among the 6 great nations. From the description of true dragon source blood, the effects of this precious resource indeed lived up to its reputation. If the world-destroying demonic dragon consumed it, it would gain some characteristics of Qiulong. It should be noted that even among many true dragon species, Qiulong was the strongest in terms of body strength, almost without exception. If it could possess the characteristics of Qiulong, the body strength of the world-destroying demonic dragon would reach an incredible level. Liu Yu immediately put away the true dragon source blood, planning to use it for the world-destroying demonic dragon when he had some free time. Having learned from the lesson of the heart of devouring demons, he dared not let the world-destroying demonic dragon consume the true dragon source blood on its own. He had to escort it throughout the process to prevent the young world-destroying demonic dragon from being eroded by the dragon's will contained in the true dragon source blood. Manager? Li Rue tilted her head. Liu Yu came back to his senses and said, aren't you going to take a look at the contract first? Oh, Li Rue suddenly realized, having already signed her name, she then began to check the terms of the contract. Liu Yu smiled helplessly. If it weren't for him, Li Rue would have truly been deceived. The contract terms he set were actually very strict. It stipulated that Li Rue must work at the mythical pet shop for 20 years. The annual salary was 150,000, with a monthly salary of 12,500, all after tax. Over the course of 20 years, the total salary would amount to 3 million, paid directly to the employee. If there was a breach of contract, 10 times the salary would have to be returned. Liu Yu estimated that the likelihood of Li Rue breaching the contract was extremely low. After all, the salary was just the most superficial benefit. As an employee of the mythical pet shop, the benefits Li Rue could enjoy in the future would be beyond her imagination. If new employees were hired later, their treatment would likely be on par with Li Rue's, neither increasing nor decreasing, just enough to contract a pet cub. Li Rue read through the contract and couldn't help but say, "Manager, this contract is fine, and the benefits are too good. As long as there are no issues," Liu replied with a light smile and a nod. There wouldn't be too many formal employees at the mythical pet shop. If he hadn't seen that Li Rue's character met the standards, he wouldn't have signed her on. As for the benefits, Li Rue was currently an S-rank beast master, and a monthly salary of 12,500 was practically a bargain. After confirming everything, Liu directly transferred the 3 million salary. Li Rue felt as if she were dreaming. However, before the 3 million had even warmed up, it was transferred back to buy the blood-refining willow sapling, and she immediately established the beast contract. Special growth-type talent, blood refining? Li Rue was shocked, but more so delighted, and softly said, "Little Willow, your talent is so amazing, and you chose me. I will definitely not let you down." Li Rui directly fused her S-rank Beast Master talent Undying True Blood with the Willow Sapling. The potential of the Willow Sapling immediately reached Star Level 10, and its strength also reached Awakening Level 10. This was the limit that Li Rui could currently bear. Lu Yu naturally wouldn't dissuade her. In his view, allowing the pet to fully integrate with the Beast Master talent was a broad road. It would definitely not be worse than the path of contracting multiple pets. If it were inferior, how could the status of a Dragon Master be so esteemed? The Blood Willow that Li Rui contracted was definitely not inferior to that of a dragon species. "Manager, is there anything I need to do now?" Li Rui asked timidly. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and said, "I'll transfer you some money, you can go buy some groceries to cook? I'll help you arrange a place to stay later, and you can eat here at the shop. If any pet cubs are sold, I'll also give you a commission." "Okay." Li Rui's eyes sparkled, and she quickly went out to buy groceries, her steps light and airy. Lu Yu also saw that after Li Rui left, she pinched her tender thigh hard, letting out a cry of pain, but then she laughed happily. "Master!" And you hung her whole body on Lu Yu's back and said softly, "Last time you instructed me to make tea from the tender leaves of the 1,000-star vine. I've already prepared it." "Really?" Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Ever since opening the pet shop, he had been spending every day there and had developed a tea addiction. Unfortunately, the tea leaves were of the lowest quality, and he really didn't feel much. Upon seeing the star-cutting grass and 1,000-star vine, Lu Yu immediately had an idea. The star-cutting grass was definitely out of the question. Even if made into tea, it would probably be terrible. The 1,000-star vine, however, was quite good. Although it wasn't a tea plant, its tender leaves contained spiritual energy, and after many processes, it could definitely be made into very high-end tea. If we were to talk about the highest-end tea, it would definitely be made from the tender leaves of ancient life trees. Before Lu Yu could bring it up, and you looked at him pitifully, making it impossible for Lu Yu to speak, so he could only settle for second best. He. And you took out a tea box and said softly, "I've been busy for a long time, and I've infused it with quite a bit of life force. It definitely won't disappoint you, master." She gracefully began to brew tea, quickly pouring a cup filled to 7/10 for Lu Yu. Hoo. And you blew on the steam rising from the teacup and brought it to Lu Yu's lips, softly saying, "Master, please have a taste." Alright. Lu Yu couldn't refuse, so he took a sip, and his eyes immediately lit up. He felt an incredibly rich aroma burst in his mouth, as if he were drifting in the ocean of life, free from any sense of restraint. Meeting Inyu's expectant gaze, Lu Yu understood that Inyu must have gone through many rigorous processes and worked very hard to create this tea to handle the heaviness of the tender leaves of the Qianqing vine. "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Yu stroked Inyu's long hair and smiled. "It's really delicious." Let me try too." And you pressed her cheek against Lu Yu's hand and took a sip from his teacup, her eyes slightly squinting as she softly said, "It really is delicious. Let's let Xiao Rui try it later." At that moment, Li Rui returned with a big bag of ingredients. "Manager, I'm going to cook now." She greeted them and walked into the kitchen, where soon a rich aroma began to waft out. Seeing Inyu holding the teacup, Li Yu went to the kitchen, and soon Li Rui's exclamation could be heard. This is too delicious." Li Rui's eyes brightened. "And you asked, is it good? Have another sip." I'll do it myself. Don't move, or the food will burn." Lu Yu watched the two girls playfully bickering in the kitchen and couldn't help but chuckle. He rested his head on his hand and looked out at the setting sun, only to see a figure appear outside the glass door. Xin Xuanjie had wandered around the pet shop but didn't see the pot of willow sapling, and he immediately panicked. He rushed into the pet shop and questioned Lu Yu, "Where's that willow sapling? You didn't sell it to someone else, did you?" Since leaving the Beastmaster Association, Xin Xuanjie had taken his property deed to the bank to mortgage for a loan. 3 days later, the loan was approved for 3.5 million. During these days, Xin Xuanjie often came to the mythical pet shop, watching the willow sapling grow and even take on a bloody hue, which further confirmed his suspicions. He was almost certain that the special talent blood refinement was indeed real. When the loan came through, Xin Xuanjie couldn't wait to return to the mythical pet shop, only to find that the willow sapling was gone. Faced with Xin Xuanjie's questioning, Lu Yu remained indifferent and casually said, "That's right. It's already been sold to someone else. Do you have any objections?" Xin Xuanjie was momentarily speechless. What could he say? Behind the mythical pet shop was Principal Duan from Magic City University. Principal Duan's position was second only to that of a dominant beastmaster, almost reaching the pinnacle of power. As an ordinary person, even if Xin Xuanjie awakened a sea-level talent, how could he afford to offend him? "Do you have any plant-type beasts comparable to the willow sapling?" Qin Shuanjie quickly asked, I've gathered enough money now, and as long as it's not worse than the willow sapling, I'll pay with my card right away. Yes, Liu replied casually, I have as many young ones like the willow sapling as you want. Then I'll buy it. Qin Shuanjie said immediately, money is not a problem. Can I take a look first? Hearing Qin Shuanjie's words, Liu couldn't help but laugh, saying, You say you want to buy, but you want to see it first? That's right. Qin Shuanjie nodded. Liu maintained his smile, but the sarcasm was quite evident. But why should I sell it to you? You opened the door for business, and as a customer, I have a clear intention to buy. Why won't you sell it to me? Qin Shuanjie blurted out. He vaguely realized something, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. You are a customer of the pet shop, and I am supposed to sell you a pet cub? Liu suddenly stood up, looking down at him, and said coldly, Ridiculous. What qualifications do you have to contract the awakened blood refinement talent of the willow sapling? Just because of your sea-level beast taming talent? Just because you have to scrape together 3 million, and might even need a loan? Each word was like a sharp sword, thoroughly piercing Qin Shuanjie's dignity. He wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Ever since he read the paper, Qin Shuanjie knew that this was his only chance to change his fate. But he never imagined that he had already missed this opportunity the moment he crawled away. Manager, the meal is ready. Li Rui came over with a plate, cheerfully saying to Liu. Liu smiled slightly and said, Xiao Rui, show us your beast taming talent. Although Li Rui was puzzled, she obediently activated her talent. Instantly, an endless sea of blood filled the entire pet shop. Qin Shuanjie was horrified. He never expected that this seemingly timid girl had awakened such a high-level beast taming talent. Was it B-level? Or A-level? Or, thinking of that possibility, Qin Shuanjie couldn't help but tremble. Did you see that? Liu said with interest. She is the beast master contracted with the willow sapling and is now an employee of my shop. The beast taming talent she awakened is S-level undying true blood. Most importantly, she is the beast master personally chosen by the willow sapling. With each word he heard, Qin Shuanjie's embarrassment deepened. Regret filled his heart and soul. Manager, can't you give me another chance? Qin Shuanjie pleaded almost desperately. A chance? Liu shook his head and said, I already gave you one, but you didn't cherish it. What I am willing to give you is a chance. Once I am unwilling, no one can expect to get even a sliver of opportunity from me. Qin Shuanjie was utterly desperate, having already collapsed to the ground. When he met Liu's indifferent gaze, he realized he had no more chances left and could only leave in a daze. Manager, he looks so pitiful, Li Rui couldn't help but say. Pitiful? Liu said cheerfully, laughing, if he weren't pitiful, he would have bought your little willow tree long ago. Ah, Li Rui was taken aback and quickly said, then he is not pitiful at all. Ha ha ha. Liu laughed heartily and said, let's go, it's time to eat. Li Rui nodded repeatedly. This dinner was mostly just Liu and Li Rui eating, and you sat quietly beside Liu, peacefully sipping tea. Li Rui's cooking skills were quite good, although it was all home-cooked food. It was evident that she put in a lot of effort, and Liu was very touched, finally not having to eat takeout. Sister and you, Li Rui asked curiously, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? I don't need to eat, and you said softly. Ah, Li Rui blinked, somewhat confused, and said, everyone has to eat. Didn't I tell you? And you said with a mischievous smile, I am not human. Imagining the scene of Li Rui being so surprised that she dropped her bowl and chopsticks did not happen. Li Rui's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, could it be that Sister and you is from the elf race? The textbook says that elves are all very beautiful, which fits Sister and you perfectly. Liu nodded and said, elf race? You can think of it that way. He didn't plan to reveal anything about the ancient tree of life. After all, before reaching the king level, others wouldn't be able to know about the existence of the ancient tree of life. The elf race seemed like a very good explanation, and you looked at Liu with a hint of resentment. What elf race? If she wished, she could even create an entire elven race as her own kin. However, the tree of life was still too weak now, unsuitable for giving birth to a multitude of life forms. Even the star-cutting grass and 1,000 star vines, she had only nurtured 10 of each. In terms of rank, even the highest-ranking ancestral elf among the elven race could not compare to the tree of life in the slightest. An elven race, Li Rui whispered, no wonder Sister in you is so beautiful, her skin is so nice, it looks like you could squeeze water out of it. She's so much prettier than me. And you chuckled lightly, Rui is also very cute. Once your beast master level improves, many flaws will disappear. With your good foundation, maybe even the store manager will be infatuated with you. Li Rui's eyes widened, her pretty face turning rosy as she hurriedly buried her head in her food, giggling. The food is really delicious. Ahem. Liu coughed, straightening his expression. By the way, I'm going to teach at the Beastmaster University in the Demon City tomorrow, so I'll leave the pet shop in your hands." "The store manager is still a mentor at the Beastmaster University in the Demon City?" Li Rui's eyes lit up, filled with admiration. "The store manager is so young, feels like he should be my peer. I didn't expect he would be a mentor. I wanted to go into the Beastmaster University today, but I couldn't get in at all. There will be opportunities in the future for you to visit." Liu smiled. He had just received the notification. Duan Shanghua had only inquired whether he would be teaching, and Liu had directly agreed. Now that Li Rui was working at the pet shop, he didn't have to worry about it being unattended even if he left. If a customer came, they could wait in the shop. If they didn't want to wait, Liu didn't mind. At most, he would sell one less pet cub, but the other party would have lost a chance to change their fate. "Master, can I go?" And Yu blinked her eyes, looking pitiful. Just as Liu was about to say no, and Yu had already taken his hand, pressing against him with a pitiful expression. He had no choice but to say, "All right, tomorrow little Rui will be in the shop, and you can come with me." "Yay!" And Yu giggled. So envious. Li Rui looked a bit dazed, then said seriously, "Store manager, sister and you, don't worry. When you're not here, I will definitely manage the pet shop well." Night fell. After arranging accommodation for Li Rui, Liu returned to the pet shop, washed up, and covered himself with a blanket. And Yu curled up in Liu's arms like a little cat, her fair and tender little hands holding him tightly. In the dim light, Liu could see Yu with her eyes tightly closed, seemingly trembling slightly. He sighed gently, holding Yu close, and closed his own eyes. After selling the willow sapling, Liu earned 300 points. He was going to teach at the Beastmaster University in the Demon City tomorrow. Having only been a student himself, he had no teaching experience, so it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Naturally, he needed to prepare lessons. Liu directly opened the system shop but did not exchange for pet cubs. Instead, he locked onto knowledge resources, and a dazzling array of knowledge resources appeared before him. 7-star Breeder Inheritance, 300 points. Holy Spirit Beast Master Inheritance, 300 points. Memory Inheritance of the Elven Mother Tree, 300 points. Many precious knowledge resources were actually memory crystals of inheritance. Unlike the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird, and the tree of life, which were born with inherited memories and naturally did not need these memory inheritances, Liu was different. Before the mythological pet shop opened, he had only a broader knowledge base than the average college entrance examination candidate. He had also only been a beast master for less than half a month, leaving him little time to learn much knowledge. The memory inheritance of a 7-star breeder is worth as much as that of a Holy Spirit level beast master, both costing 300 points. Liu couldn't help but sigh. A 7-star breeder actually corresponds to a dominator-level beast master. In terms of status, a 7-star breeder is comparable to a Holy Spirit level. In any era, the status of a breeder far exceeds that of a beast master of the same level. Unfortunately, in this era, the inheritance of breeders has been completely severed. Even low-star breeders, such as 1-star and 2-star breeders, are valued by the state. As long as you exchange for a legacy crystal, you can inherit all the experience and knowledge of a 7-star breeder or a Holy Spirit level beast master. Liu smiled slightly, thinking, since everyone considers me a top breeder, why not just become a top breeder directly? He never hesitated. Immediately, he exchanged. You have exchanged for the inheritance of a 7-star breeder, deducting 300 points, remaining points 0. Under Liu's control, a completely transparent crystal quietly merged into his soul. The lifetime experience and knowledge of a 7-star breeder, how vast it is. A dominator-level beast master may not become a 7-star breeder in their lifetime. Conversely, a 7-star breeder can easily advance to dominator level. Why did the beast civilization of the last era thrive to its peak? Breeders played an extremely important role in it. The 7 major breeding laws, 6 major resource matching rules, 9 major realm theorems. Liu was instantly overwhelmed by a sea of knowledge. In his dreams, he seemed to become an apprentice breeder, constantly interacting with various pet species under the guidance of his teacher, spending every day in training and teaching. Starting as an apprentice breeder, he gradually revealed extraordinary breeding talent, eventually gaining the favor of one of the strongest nations of the era, the Beastmaster Empire, and securing a spot in the Empire's top academy for breeders, gradually coming to prominence. Decades later, he had entered the highest god-making project of the Beastmaster Empire, becoming one of the inconspicuous breeders, even though he had already reached 6-star breeding standards. In the god-making project, he continuously absorbed knowledge, constantly improving under the guidance of many 8-star and even a few 9-star breeders. He had infinite hopes for the future, believing that his future achievements would not only be as an 8-star beast master but even aspire to the highest 9-star beast master. He was the most gifted of this generation, a 7-star breeder renowned throughout the nation, a participant in the God-making project, adorned with countless halos. Until the God-making project succeeded, and that demon god emerged from the cultivation vessel. The demon god descended upon the world, slowly saying, "At this moment, the demon realm must be established." Thus, an immensely vast plane emerged from the void, pressing down. He suddenly realized that in front of a true deity, let alone a 7-star breeder, even an 8-star breeder, or even a 9-star breeder, would be as humble as an ant. When he met the gaze of the demon god, his soul and even his true spirit shattered in an instant. His life thus came to an end. Damn! Lu Yu suddenly woke up. The memories in his mind gradually faded, leaving only some shallow impressions, but the knowledge and experience were still imprinted in his mind. The civilization of the last era actually created a true demon god? Lu Yu felt an extreme shock, thinking, that demon god must be the ancestral god of the demon realm, right? I remember that ancestral god seems to still be in the demon realm, just trapped in slumber. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Lu Yu deeply remembered the figure of that demon god. Terrifying, domineering, that was true invincibility. I'm still very weak now, Lu Yu sighed slightly. Demon god, that is an existence related to the realm of gods. He is still a star level 10 beast master now. There is an infinite distance from such beings. However, Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, I should now be able to call myself a 7-star level breeder. In terms of knowledge and experience, he has already reached the level of a 7-star breeder. However, due to his realm, Lu Yu may not be able to truly exert the level of a 7-star, which makes him a bit regretful, secretly thinking, no wonder those 7-star breeders certified by the Breeder Association must also be a Dominator level beast master. If one's realm is not at the Dominator level, it is indeed impossible to fully utilize knowledge and experience. Regarding this, Lu Yu did not mind. Even the level of a 6-star breeder is completely sufficient. He even suspected whether there were any 5-star breeders on the entire blue star. Perhaps, his breeding level has already surpassed the world? The next day, after Lu Yu woke up, as per usual, he lifted Yu up. And Yu smiled shyly. She had just had a dream and couldn't help but kick her small white feet, hitting Lu Yu's calf. With the power condensed from the ancient tree of life, she almost kicked Lu Yu's leg to the point of breaking, causing him to grimace in pain. How can you still laugh? Lu Yu said irritably, I almost ended up in a wheelchair. No way, and Yu said softly, I have the life domain. I can help my master heal, and there won't be any injuries left. Lu Yu looked at her, speechless. Master, please don't be angry, and Yu opened her arms, hugged Lu Yu's neck, and said softly, I promise it won't happen again next time. You better keep that promise. Lu Yu huffed, placing Yu on the sofa before turning to wash up. When he came out, Yu had changed her appearance again, elegantly brewing tea by the coffee table, saying, Master, please have some tea. Lu Yu had no choice but to take the teacup and take a small sip. It must be said that the tea made from the tender leaves of the 1,000-star vine has top-notch flavor and spiritual energy. Lu Yu thought for a moment and smiled. Yu, I have a task for you. What task? Yu asked, puzzled. Make tea from the tender leaves of the star-cutting grass as well, Lu Yu said with interest. Make sure to handle it well, and don't ruin the flavor. Do you understand? Got it. Yu sighed slightly. This job is not easy. Lu Yu found it amusing. After merging the memories and experiences of a 7-star breeder, he knew how to handle the tender leaves of the star-cutting grass. However, this was a small punishment for Yu, and he did not plan to help. Manager, sister Yu. Li Rue clocked in on time, greeting them with full energy. Just in time, Lu Yu smiled and said, the pet shop will be under your watch. We are about to head out. Don't worry, I've got this. Li Rue confidently patted her small bun. Let's go. Lu Yu walked straight out of the pet shop, with Yu obediently following behind. Soon, the summoning array appeared. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon transformed into a 10-meter-tall figure, with Lu Yu and Yu riding on its back, instantly taking flight, with countless fallen leaves being swept up by the fierce wind. Li Rue blushed, hurriedly pressing down her fluttering skirt, but her eyes were filled with envy as she softly said, Magic Capital Beast Master University. I really want to see it with my own eyes. Magic Capital Beast Master University. Breaking news! Have you heard? There is a public class today, and the instructor is said to be new and only 18 years old. Oh my god, a freshman is only 18, and he has already become an instructor at the Magic Capital Beast Master University? What the heck? An 18-year-old instructor? Our Magic Capital University's beautiful instructor Lu Luochan is considered very young among instructors, and she is already 26. I also heard that this young mentor was personally appointed by Principal Duan. It is said that Principal Duan will come to attend this open class in person. Principal Duan? Is that true? Isn't he about to retire? He actually wants to come and listen to the class himself. I really don't know who this young new mentor is, to be valued so highly by Principal Duan. I mean, could he be Principal Duan's illegitimate son? Shut up! What kind of person is Principal Duan? How could he use his power for personal gain? If you dare to spread rumors again, I'll challenge you to a life and death duel. For a moment, the entire Magic City Beast Master University was in an uproar. Countless students, even mentors, couldn't help but become curious. What extraordinary qualities does this young mentor possess? In the Starry Building, mentor's office. Luo-chan, it seems this young mentor hasn't checked in yet. Have you seen him? Mu Rongfeng found a topic and walked into Luo-chan's office, smiling confidently. In my opinion, this young mentor probably doesn't have much strength. He's most likely someone with connections. Luo-chan glanced at him, continuing to handle her work, but her heart stirred. Is the manager finally coming to teach the first class? I've seen him, Luo-chan replied. Mu Rongfeng was about to say something when he was taken aback. You've seen him? He suddenly remembered that Luo-chan was Principal Duan's prized disciple, and it was normal for them to have met since the young mentor was also arranged by Principal Duan. Yes, Luo-chan smiled softly, her demeanor becoming gentler as she said, he's very outstanding and quite handsome. Among the younger generation of the Blue Star, there probably isn't anyone more exceptional than him. Mu Rongfeng was dumbfounded. He had never expected Luo-chan to give such a high evaluation. In Mu Rongfeng's impression, Luo-chan had always been gentle yet distant, keeping her distance from everyone. Yet, Luo-chan was also very knowledgeable and exceptionally talented, which made Mu Rongfeng even more infatuated. I didn't expect Luo-chan to have such a high opinion of the new young mentor. Mu Rongfeng pretended to be casual and said, I'll definitely go observe and learn from his open class today. Go ahead, Luo-chan said casually, then suddenly added, by the way, don't call me Luo-chan, I'm afraid he might misunderstand. Mu Rongfeng's expression instantly froze. Boys' dormitory, room 208. Brothers, this new young mentor is quite the hot topic. I absolutely have to see this open class, Nie Ziyun exclaimed excitedly, shouting to his other roommates in the villa's living room. The other two students in the dormitory responded enthusiastically. Only the young man on the sofa, who was indifferently reading an ancient book, remained silent upon hearing this. Sugu, Nie Ziyun leaned over and chuckled. Aren't you curious about what kind of strength that young mentor has? He's the same age as us, both 18. Strength? The young man reading looked up indifferently, sneering, what do you think? Nie Ziyun's expression froze as he suddenly realized that when it came to the strength of peers, who could compare to the indifferent young man before him? Since the age of 6, he had awakened 2 types of S-level beast mastery talents, both of which were S-level. The unprecedented owner of dual S-level dragon talents, he contracted his first dragon species at the age of 7, which was the top-tier dragon species, the golden dragon. By the age of 8, the young man was already an extraordinary dragon master and had contracted a second dragon species, the holy dragon, which was no less impressive than the golden dragon. At 10, he broke through to the starry level. Now, at 18, he entered the Magic City Beast Master University with the top score in the National College Entrance Examination. It is said that as long as one enters the Magic City Beast Master University, graduation is guaranteed to be a starry-level beast master. But no one knew that before the college entrance examination, the young man had already surpassed the starry level to become a moonlit-level dragon master. Such an extraordinary genius, whether in talent or strength, was enough to look down upon all mentors. Under the brilliance of the young man, any favored child of heaven would become dim, like a firefly compared to the bright moon. In fact, since entering the Magic City University, the young man had not attended a single class, always following a certain associate professor for study. Nie Ziyun chuckled self-deprecatingly. How could such a genius care about a mentor's public class? Lu Su's expression was indifferent as he turned and asked, is there anything else? And no, nothing. Nie Ziyun shook his head and said, if Brother Su isn't going, then let's just the 3 of us go. If Brother Su isn't going, then I'm not going either. Well, I guess I won't go either. It's nothing special. The other 2 roommates observed Lu Su's expression and quickly spoke up. Nie Ziyun said nothing. The 2 roommates from dorm 208 were all thinking of pleasing Lu Su, while he was the only one thinking of equality in relationships, seriously saying, then I'll go take a look and tell you when I come back. Lu Su seemed not to have heard, his gaze remaining fixed on the book. Until the other roommates returned to their rooms, Lu Su's fingers traced the ancient book as he spoke in a voice that no one could hear. The dragon language magic of the previous era is sealed in this ancient text, Why can't I draw out the power of dragon language magic? Lu Su seemed completely immersed in it, not paying attention to anything external. The golden light of the imperial path and the pure white sacred light swept across the ancient book, and a page quietly turned. Daylight Tower. In the public classroom. This young mentor has quite the setup. He actually opened a public class in Daylight Tower. This classroom can accommodate thousands of students and mentors, and the empty demonstration platform is very spacious. Isn't this the first time the public classroom in Daylight Tower has been used this semester? I hope I can learn something useful in this public class. Breaking news! It is said that this young mentor is the object of admiration for Mentor Lu. Wow, that's quite explosive. Next time you spread rumors, please investigate thoroughly. As many students entered, there were not only ordinary students but also many prominent figures from Magic City University. Wow, Shin Yen Yen and Du Ruoyun. Those are my goddesses? They actually came to attend the class? Luo Tianyan is here too. I heard he recently contracted a fire chicken, capable of controlling. If trained well, he would truly be invincible. A fire chicken controlling? What kind of rumor is this, so outrageous? Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu are here too? Of course, they are the grandsons of Principal Duan. This young mentor was personally appointed by Principal Duan. How could they not come to support? I heard that Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu recently contracted the initial pet of the Ant Clan, especially Duan Dongwen, who supposedly contracted a violent soldier-type pet. Another ridiculous rumor. Why are there so many rumors flying around Magic City University lately? An awakening-level beast master contracting a violent soldier-type beast? Do you think that's possible? What nonsense! The slime that can crush the Mad Blade Werewolf and the Moonlight Butterfly evolved from the Qingmian worm have been exposed. Is it so strange to have a violent soldier-type ant clan and a fire chicken that controls? In the public classroom, many students and even mentors gradually took their seats. Even Lu Luochan came, sitting in a front-edge seat, quietly waiting. Like a gentle goddess's projection, she drew countless gazes. Soon after, a young man with a cold expression slowly walked in. Many students couldn't help but exclaim, "It's actually the third-year student ranked first, the Moonlit Level Tier 3 Luo Hong." It is said that Luo Hong once claimed he would challenge the newly appointed young mentor, believing the other party was unworthy of their position. Luo Hong's expression was cold and stern, as if he had long been accustomed to the attention of the masses. Under the gaze of many odd eyes, he sat in the center of the front row. This position also offered the best view. We're both third-year students, yet I'm only at the extraordinary 10th level, while senior Luo Hong is already at the 3rd level of the Manhwa rank. It's infuriating how people can be so different. What do you know? Senior Luo Hong's beast taming talent is undoubtedly the strongest in our cohort. He awakened the S-rank talent Gengjin. The contracted beast of Senior Luo Hong has the highest quality and is an extremely rare metal life form. It exists in the forms of sword, armor, and wings. When all three metal life forms are summoned at once, I can't even imagine how powerful Senior Luo Hong will be. In terms of strength, Senior Luo Hong is fully qualified to be a mentor. After graduation, if Senior Luo Hong is willing to stay at the school, he'll probably be directly promoted. No wonder Senior Luo Hong dares to challenge the new mentor. His talent and strength are exceptional. If I were Senior Luo Hong, I wouldn't hold back either. The whispers around him had no effect on Luo Hong. Luo Hong, Luo Tianyan sat in the back row, looking at Luo Hong in the front row, unable to hide his apprehension. As a fellow third-year student, Luo Tianyan ranked among the top of his cohort. At the start of the third year, he had already broken through to the starry level, meeting the graduation standard. But being in the same cohort as Luo Hong felt like a star overshadowed by the moon. Luo Tianyan's expression turned resolute as he murmured, "Luo Hong, one day, I will surpass you." He had contracted a fire chicken, capable of absorbing for his own use, even feeding back into his beast taming talent, allowing it to evolve. As long as the talent evolution succeeded, he would truly possess an S-rank talent. With both having S-rank beast taming talents, the fire chicken's potential was not inferior to that of the top dragon species, making it possible to surpass Luo Hong. "Just give me a little more time." Luo Tianyan's gaze deepened, but he quietly smiled and said softly, "What a pity, with your talent, if you contracted a beast cub nurtured by the shopkeeper, I would surely be at a loss." "Alas, you actually want to challenge the shopkeeper, you really don't know what you're getting into." He withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes, patiently waiting. On the other side, Shin Niannian and Du Ruoyun sat together, their expressions filled with anticipation. "Niannian, why hasn't the shopkeeper come yet?" Du Ruoyun couldn't help but ask. "Yesterday the principal told us that the shopkeeper would hold an open class today. I almost couldn't sleep. I came early to secure a spot. The shopkeeper won't be late, right? He shouldn't be, right?" Shin Niannian blinked and smiled, that senior seems to be challenging the shopkeeper. Do you think he can win? How is that possible? Du Ruoyun snorted lightly. The shopkeeper is invincible. But, if the shopkeeper's beast gets injured, I'll let the moonlight butterfly help him heal. How could the shopkeeper possibly get injured? Shen Nian pouted. Don't say such things. He. Du Ruoyun suddenly said, alright, let's worry about whether the shopkeeper will blame us for our slime and moonlight butterfly still being at the awakened level. Shen Nian paused, forcing herself to say, it's only been a few days. Still being at the awakened level is perfectly normal, okay? Besides, the slime and moonlight butterfly are already at the awakened 10th level. The main reason is that our beast taming space is expanding too slowly, which has delayed the growth of the slime and moonlight butterfly. Du Ruoyun looked at Luo Hong in the front row and couldn't help but say, if only we also had S-rank beast taming talents. Stop dreaming. Shen Nian sighed. S-rank talents are 1 in a million. B-rank talents are 1 in 10,000. And A-rank talents are 1 in 100,000. We should be content. By the way, Du Ruoyun suddenly thought of something and whispered, didn't you say last time that the store manager's ex-girlfriend is also at our school? Do you think she will come to the open class? Look, Shen Nian gestured to a spot not far away and said, by you away, she is the store manager's ex-girlfriend. I tell you, she thought the store manager didn't awaken the beast taming talent and left him without hesitation. Little did she know, the beast taming talent the store manager awakened is very likely to be beyond SS level. Bad woman. Du Ruoyun looked over and saw Bai Yuewei sitting very close to a boy, immediately showing a look of disdain, huffing, she must be regretting it now, right? Absolutely. Shen Nian chuckled and whispered, if I were the store manager's girlfriend, I wouldn't want to break up. Du Ruoyun's eyes were full of disdain as she lightly huffed, Nian, I find you really good at daydreaming. I'm just saying, I didn't say I wanted to pursue the store manager. Shen Nian's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully pushed her good friend, annoyed. What do you know? Do you believe that when I take a shower tonight, I'll let a slime splash you in the face? I'll be good, please let me go. Du Ruoyun said pitifully, I can't beat you. The two girls had a playful scuffle and then looked at the empty podium, not knowing what they were thinking. Shen Nian couldn't help but glance at Bai Yuewei a few more times. Although she spoke disdainfully of Bai Yuewei, she was very envious inside. After all, Bai Yuewei's boyfriend for 3 years in high school was that store manager. Even if they broke up, at least she had it for a short time. In contrast, what about her? Shen Nian often chatted with Lu Yu, who would politely reply and sometimes even be quite humorous, helping her solve many problems, but that was all there was to it. Shen Nian didn't dare to fantasize about the pet store anymore. The gap in talent was just too great. In recent days, Shen Nian had also made up for a lot of knowledge about beast taming, knowing that S-level beast taming talent definitely didn't have the terrifying power of Dark Hell. There was only one explanation, SS level, or even SSS level. Shen Nian was very clear that no matter what realm Lu Yu was in now, he was destined to become a dominant beast master in the future, possessing the highest power in the entire Xia country. This budding feeling of excitement hadn't taken root yet, and it was likely to wither away. Now it's good, the store manager has directly become a university mentor, at least at the Manhwa level, right? Shen Nian shook her head slightly. In the corner of the open classroom, Bai Yuewei felt the gazes of Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun and couldn't help but frown, but she didn't meet their eyes. Instead, she turned her head away. Yuewei, what's wrong? Mu Yuan asked with concern, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to take you back to the dorm? I'm fine. Bai Yuewei shook her head, pursing her lips. She glanced at Mu Yuan beside her, a sophomore she met after enrolling, an extraordinary 6th-tier beast master who had awakened A-level talent, considered one of the best in the sophomore year. Since the beginning of school, Mu Yuan had been pursuing Bai Yuewei, and at first, she was indeed a little moved. But after returning from the mythological pet store, that flicker of excitement had completely faded. No matter how Bai Yuewei looked at it, she could only come to one conclusion, Mu Yuan and Lu Yu were not comparable at all. The gap was just too big. The difference in talent was already enormous. Lu Yu was also far ahead in terms of pet resources. If he contracted beast cubs similar to slimes or little skeletons, his future achievements would definitely be limitless, especially after hearing that Shen Nian's slime had defeated the Mad Blade Wolf at a higher level, becoming a prominent figure in the university. Bai Yuewei, in her midnight dreams, felt deep regret. This attention, this glory, should have been hers. Bai Yuewei even heard that Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun had gained Principal Duan's recognition. This made her even more unbalanced. She wanted to apologize to Lu Yu, but all the contact methods had long been blocked, and she was the one who deleted them first. As for going directly to the mythical pet store, thinking of Lu Yu's resoluteness at that time, She couldn't make up her mind, and there was even a hint of expectation. Perhaps Lu Yu's resoluteness back then was just a ploy to lure her in? What if he would take the initiative to find her? "The mentor is here," a student suddenly exclaimed. Bai Yuewei quickly looked over, and she was also very curious about that mysterious young mentor. How could it be him? Bai Yuewei bit her lip tightly, her heart trembling involuntarily as she unconsciously distanced herself from Mu Yuan. Lu Yu. How could he be a mentor at Magic City University? Lu Yu walked into the lecture hall and immediately spotted Lu Luochan near the door, smiling politely before heading to the podium. He rode the world-destroying demon dragon, charging through, attracting countless gazes. It wasn't until he arrived at the entrance of Magic City University that he put away the world-destroying demon dragon and started walking, asking for directions a few times, naturally arriving a bit late. Standing at the podium, Lu Yu first glanced at the students attending the class, nodding slightly to Shin Yanyan, Du Ruoyan, Luo Tianyan, Duan Dongguan, and Duan Shiwu. Lu Yu also noticed Bai Yuewei in the corner, as well as the somewhat attentive Mu Yuan beside her. Even Bai Yuewei's subconscious act of distancing herself from Mu Yuan did not escape his notice. He pretended not to see and directly shifted his gaze away. Bai Yuewei? He didn't care at all. Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. He noticed a hint of hostility coming from the center of the front row. After a brief glance, he thought nothing of it. He was well aware that many second and third year students present were older than him, and being a mentor at the age of 18 would naturally attract some hostility. How could there be hostility towards the mentor? Lu Yu felt a bit helpless as he looked towards Lu Luochan. Morong Fong was staring at him, occasionally glancing at Lu Luochan, seemingly quite unwilling. Lu Luochan's gaze wandered, her charming face slightly flushed. This scene was almost too much for Morong Fong to maintain his composure. Lu Yu was momentarily confused. What was going on? Considering the class time, Lu Yu had to put aside his curiosity. "Hello, everyone. Since this is our first meeting, let's introduce ourselves." Lu Yu withdrew his gaze, laughed heartily, and said confidently, "My name is Lu Yu, and you can call me Teacher Lu. I teach pet cultivation at Magic City Beast University. If any students want to take this course, you can choose to enroll. Of course, I don't have much time to mentor students, so the spots are limited, only until the end of this class." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianyan instantly stood up and said, "Teacher Lu, I want to enroll in your course." "Me too. I do as well." Shin Yanyan and Du Ruoyun stood up one after another. "And us two brothers." Duan Dongguan and Duan Shiwu raised their hands simultaneously, their faces filled with excitement. The students in the classroom were momentarily dumbfounded. At this moment, the five who confirmed their enrollment in pet cultivation were all prominent figures at Magic City University. Luo Tianyan was undoubtedly a standout among the third-year students. Shin Yanyan and Du Ruoyun, having contracted a slime and a moonlight butterfly respectively, were absolutely top-tier in their freshman year. The two brothers, Duan Dongguan and Duan Shiwu, were even the grandsons of Principal Duan, which was no small background. How could these five decide to enroll in the course together? In the corner, Bai Yuewei bit her lip tightly and suddenly stood up, saying, "I want to enroll too." "Yuewei, you." Mu Yuan found it hard to breathe. He didn't think Bai Yuewei believed Lu Yu had real talent. From what he knew about Bai Yuewei, she probably thought Lu Yu was handsome and capable, wanting to create an opportunity to interact with him, right? Mu Yuan had been pursuing Bai Yuewei for almost half a month, without even touching her hand, and recently he had become unusually indifferent, to the point where he was about to give up. As a result, Bai Yuewei wanted to take a course with a same-age male mentor? Beast cultivation? Isn't this a basic skill for beast tamers? Similar courses were countless at the Beast Tamer University in Magic City. Lu Yu glanced at Bai Yuewei, directly ignoring her, and said softly, "Let's set 5 spots for now. Other students who want to take the course can wait for the next expansion." At that moment, many students couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Bai Yuewei's position. There were 6 students deciding to take the elective course, but only 5 spots were set. The only one excluded was Bai Yuewei. Bai Yuewei's face turned pale. She even wanted to explode in anger, to make her relationship with Lu Yu public, to embarrass him. All these emotions churned within her. But the moment she met Lu Yu's indifferent gaze, all her feelings completely calmed. What kind of eyes were those? They seemed to contain extreme darkness, yet burned with boundless flames. A fine bead of sweat suddenly appeared on Bai Yuewei's forehead as she sat down, still shaken. "Teacher Lu." A soft voice quietly sounded. "Oh, does Teacher Lu have something to say?" Lu Yu asked with interest. Although it was the first class, both the students and the mentor were familiar with him, making it very smooth and effortless. Feeling the many gazes, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel pleased, imagining that after this class, many students would probably be interested in beast cultivation, right? At that time, if a few students promoted it, would the mythical beast shop lack customers? Luo-chan, you. Mu Rongfeng wanted to say something. Luo-chan directly ignored him and said softly, I'm also very interested in Teacher Lu's course. I just wonder if mentors can take electives? As soon as she finished speaking, many students, even mentors, couldn't help but show shocked expressions. Luo-chan was known for being aloof among the mentors at the Beast Tamer University in Magic City, keeping her distance from everyone, and her academic level was impeccable. Yet she would actively propose to take a course from a young mentor? That's not allowed. Luyu smiled helplessly and said, however, since Teacher Lu is interested, I can reserve a spot for you. Then thank you, Teacher Lu, Luo-chan said with a slight smile. No one noticed that the cold young man sitting in the center had an increasingly indifferent expression. That's enough. Luo-han suddenly stood up and said coldly, what young mentor? What beast cultivation? In the end, isn't it just a matter of connections? The Beast Tamer University in Magic City is one of the top 3 universities. How can someone like you stir up trouble here? The cold words instantly ignited the atmosphere in the classroom. That's right, isn't it just a matter of connections? From the age perspective, what's the difference from a freshman? How can this even be a mentor? It's one thing for Shin Nian and Du Ruoyun to look at him differently, but even Teacher Lu. I'm heartbroken. I support Senior Luo Hang. We must crush this guy. Looking closely, Lu Yu's level is clearly only at the star level 10. 18 years old at star level 10, although that's impressive. But among our freshman class, Lu Su is a moon level dragon tamer. If Lu Su didn't choose to be a mentor, why should Lu Yu? Wait, his surname is Lu? Could it be related to the dragon tamer family? Numerous voices of doubt reached his ears. Lu Yu remained unfazed. As a 7-star breeder, how could he fear doubts while teaching a course on beast cultivation at the University of Magic City? Lu Yu looked at the cold Luo Hong in front of him and said, that's right. Luo Hong said coldly, in terms of realm, you are even inferior to me. As for talent, you are merely a star level 10, while our freshman Lu Su from the Beast Tamer University in Magic City is a moon level dragon tamer. You can't even compare to a freshman. What qualifications do you have to be a mentor? Lu Su, huh? Lu Yu said with interest, chuckling lightly. I originally didn't plan to come to Magic City University as a mentor. It was President Duan who personally invited me that I agreed to take on the mentor position. The fact that President Duan personally invited him made Luo Hang's expression freeze for a moment. Luo Hang took a deep breath and said coldly, even if President Duan invited you, your star level 10 realm has not reached the minimum threshold for a mentor. To treat realm as an absolute standard is simply superficial. Lu Yu gently shook his head. Then, he looked around with a curious smile and slowly opened his palm. A purple flame slowly emerged. This is a wisp of flame from my contracted beast. Lu Yu said with a calm smile, if anyone doubts my strength, feel free to come up and try to face this wisp of flame. As long as you can withstand it for 1 second, I will gladly give up this mentor position. What the hell? This is too arrogant. A wisp of a beast's flame, and he claims it can suppress everything? As long as he can withstand it for 1 second, he will give up the mentor position. He is just a star level 10 beast tamer, and his contracted beast must also be star level, definitely not moon level. Where does he get his confidence? Tisk TSK, could it be that he can't withstand the pressure and wants to resign? Luo Hang, I support you. Hurry up and extinguish that wisp of flame. The crowd was in an uproar. Duan Dongguan and Duan Shiwu exchanged glances, unable to discern what was special about this wisp of purple flame. Suddenly, Duan Shiwu noticed Luo Tianyan not far away, staring at the wisp of purple flame, drenched in cold sweat, and couldn't help but ask, Senior Luo, do you see something? My contracted red flame chicken is terrified. Luo Tianyan's pupils contracted as he whispered, the red flame chicken can refine all strange fires, yet it is currently filled with fear. That wisp of purple flame is definitely a terrifyingly powerful strange fire. What the hell? Duan Shiwu was instantly speechless, looking at the wisp of purple flame, unable to help but say, Luo Han will definitely try it, right? TSK, someone is probably going to be unlucky. Even if he gets burned to death, he deserves it. Duan Dongguan sneered, how dare he question my grandfather and the store manager's strength? He is simply too ignorant. Damn it, when my queen ant grows up, I will definitely have the ant army beat Luo Hang up. Luo Tianyan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his eyes reflecting the wisp of purple flame, and an involuntary thought crossed his mind, his face filled with horror. Purple flame. Purple flame. It can't possibly be that kind of ultimate strange fire, right? He looked at Luo Hong ahead, a hint of pity unconsciously appearing in his eyes. If it really is that kind of ultimate strange fire, once it truly erupts, even the special materials of the Daylight Building, with all its formations, would be completely destroyed. Luo Tianyan naturally wouldn't be afraid. He believed the seniors would control their power well, but some people would definitely pay the price for their ignorance. Utterly ridiculous. Luo Hong sneered. He slowly walked up to the vast podium, a long sword appearing in his hand, and a layer of armor covering his body, with a pair of golden wings emerging from his back. At this moment, Luo Heng's posture even surprised Lu Yu, who said, "You contracted 3 types of metallic life? Sword form, armor form, and golden wing form? It seems you are not without some standards." Luo Heng's expression was cold as he pointed his sword at the purple flame in the air and said lightly, "But you should never, ever underestimate me. A wisp of purple flame claiming to suppress everything? Wait until I break this wisp of purple flame, and I will personally battle you." Many students couldn't help but show expressions of excitement and anticipation. Metal life is a type of elemental life, yet it lacks the characteristics of elementalization, known for its hardness and sharpness. Luo Hong awakened the S-rank beast master talent Gungjin and contracted 4 metal life forms as his pets. Except for the 4th pet, which he hadn't cultivated, the other 3, long sword, armor, and golden wings, were all powerful pets he had carefully nurtured. With the 3 metal pets enhancing him, Luo Hong seemed like a war god, seamlessly coordinating the 3 pets, resulting in a geometric increase in combat power. With his full combat power activated and the S-rank Gungjin talent constantly boosting him, he dared to fight even against the 7th-tier Manhwa. With Luo Heng's pride, he naturally wouldn't acknowledge what Lu Yu had said earlier, that as long as he could withstand the suppression of the purple flame, he would willingly give up the position of mentor. He wanted to shatter the purple flame with his own hands, suppress all of Lu Yu's pets, and trample Lu Yu underfoot, declaring to everyone that the Beastmaster University of Magic City was sacred and inviolable, a place that no one seeking fame could touch. "Your sense of justice is commendable," Lu Yu said with a faint smile, "but unfortunately, your brain isn't quite up to par." Luo Hong ignored him and swung his long sword down in an instant. Z. Luo Heng's expression changed drastically. It wasn't until the long sword fell that he suddenly realized that this wisp of purple flame was burning, causing the surrounding space to continuously shatter and heal. Before the long sword even touched the purple flame, it was swept away by the shattered space. Crack! The tip of the long sword instantly turned to powder. Luo Heng's face turned pale, even the sword body shattered, undoubtedly causing him great backlash. "Go," Lu Yu said lightly, with a malicious smile, "feel it well, this is the wrath of heaven." Whoosh! A wisp of purple flame suddenly descended. Luo Hong couldn't help but look up, feeling an endless blaze burning on him, his armor cracking, and his golden wings melting. And no way! Luo Hong was filled with immense fear. At that moment, he seemed to see the embodiment of heaven. That pure purple flame even invaded his soul, threatening to burn his soul, his beast master space, and his proud S-rank talent Gungjin to ashes. "No!" Luo Hong shouted in terror. The fear of death nearly shattered his will. In less than a second, it felt as if he had gone through a cycle of reincarnation. When Luo Hong came to his senses, he saw Lu Yu's intrigued expression and the incredibly complex gazes of his classmates. Luo Heng's steel sword, iron wall armor, and golden wings are all Manhwa-level metal pets. In just an instant, the purple flame descended, and they all melted, instantly killed, unable to even protect their beast master. Luo Hong is actually begging for mercy. Has his soul been burned? This is too terrifying. If he hadn't reined in his power in time, Luo Hong would probably have turned to ashes in an instant. What the hell? You call this a star-level 10th tier? Even a Manhwa-level 10th tier or a sun-level beast master might not withstand this terrifying purple flame, right? The students present felt a wave of fear. At this moment, no one questioned it anymore. Just a wisp of purple flame was so overwhelmingly powerful. If the beast that wielded the purple flame personally appeared, how terrifying would that be? Many classmates looked at the purple flame hovering above Luo Heng's head, which, even after retracting all its power, seemed to exude a breath of death. The scattered remnants on the ground, the broken steel sword, iron wall armor, and golden wings, were infinite proof. Huff, huff, huff. Luo Hong gasped for breath in pain. He was utterly convinced that if it weren't for the protection of the Beast Master space, these 3 metal lives would have been completely annihilated. No, even the Beast Master space can't protect them. Luo Hong suddenly realized that if Lu Yu hadn't shown mercy, he wouldn't have needed even a second to be completely obliterated. He recalled his earlier disgraceful behavior, and his cold expression turned completely red. "Actually, you don't need to beg for mercy," Lu Yu said with a light smile. "I am the mentor, and you are the student. I won't stoop to your level." Luo Hong wanted to say something, but an overwhelming pain and weakness washed over him. His vision darkened, and he fainted. So fragile? Lu Yu shrugged, feeling bored. Master, and Yu's voice entered his mind. Do you need me to help him heal a bit? I've controlled my power. He won't die. Besides, class time is limited. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back. Lu Yu chuckled. Let him go to the infirmary by himself. This is the Magic City Beast Master University, and there are plenty of powerful healing beast masters around. Well, okay. And Yu nodded. He looks so pitiful, but he's so weak. Even the Imperial Bird Sister couldn't control that wisp of purple flame. It was just the natural power it emitted, and he couldn't withstand it. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. The purple flame Imperial Bird, what an existence. It seemed like a wisp of purple flame, but it was the Tsang Tian purple flame, ranked second on the. It represented the wrath of the heavens. This mentor, Lu Yu looked towards Morong Fong not far away. Could you help by taking this student to the infirmary? I still have class to teach. Morong Feng's expression changed as he met the gazes of many in the classroom, and upon seeing that wisp of purple flame, he questioned whether he could withstand it. In terms of strength, Morong Feng was indeed a bit stronger than Luo Heng, being a 7th-tier beast master, but his strength was still limited. After all, he didn't have an S-level talent. All right. Morong Feng gritted his teeth, helped Luo Heng up, and summoned a flying pet beast to rush to the infirmary as fast as possible. All right. Lu Yu retracted the purple flame and smiled. I suppose no one else wants to try now, right? A silence fell over the crowd. The students exchanged glances, not saying a word. Trying to face the purple flame? Even Luo Han was taken out in an instant. They were even less of a match. Since no one has any objections, Lu Yu smiled softly and said gently, let's officially start the lesson. The classroom was silent for a second. Wow! The applause erupted warmly. Although it was a bit cruel to Luo Han, no one cared about him anymore. Since they decided to challenge, they had to bear the consequences. Teacher Lu had already shown mercy and even let Teacher Morong take him to the infirmary. What more could they want? All right. Lu Yu raised his hand, and the applause came to an abrupt stop. The students and even the mentors were almost all captivated. A female student stood up, her face full of admiration. Teacher Lu, you are so young yet so powerful. Why did you choose to teach beast cultivation? I feel like you could directly teach beast battle. Her words received recognition from many classmates. In the Magic City Beast Master University, beast battle was the most popular course. This student's question is very representative. Lu Yu nodded and said, however, beast battle cannot solve everything. If you cultivate your pet beast to be strong enough, your enemies will only fear you. At that point, you won't even have a chance to battle, will you? So cool. The girl's eyes sparkled, almost mesmerized. Humph. Shin Yen Yen scoffed, really capable, daring to question the store manager. It's Teacher Lu now. Du Ruoyan looked at Lu Yu on the podium and said softly, after today, I'm afraid many girls will have a crush on the store manager. The store manager is really too strong. Shin Yen Yen couldn't help but say, I even doubt if he's really a star level. With such terrifying strength, even if you said he was a day level, I would believe it. As long as you cultivate your pet beast to be strong enough, your enemies will only fear you? Du Ruoyun sighed, I'm afraid only the store manager is qualified to say such things. When it comes to nurturing abilities, no one can compare to the store manager. On the podium, Lu Yu spoke eloquently. The knowledge points he was teaching were basically the fundamentals of nurturing. With the profound understanding of a 7-star nurturer, even the basic knowledge allowed the hundreds of students in the classroom to benefit greatly. They immediately felt even more sympathy for Luo Heng. Not only was he severely injured, but he also missed this precious class. It seems like class is about to end. Discussing basic nurturing theories feels a bit unrealistic. Not knowing how long he had been talking, Lu Yu glanced at the time and smiled. How about this? I'll invite 2 students up to personally nurture each other's pets. Students who want this opportunity can raise their hands enthusiastically. Of course, those who chose my class will be given priority. As soon as he finished speaking, many students eagerly raised their hands. Looking at the enthusiastic students, Lu Yu smiled. Why is everyone raising their hands? However, opportunities are limited, so let's go with these 2 students. Shin Yen Yen and Du Ruoyun, right? Shin Yen Yen and Du Ruoyun exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. They quickly stood up and walked towards the podium. Whether it was the slime or the moonlight butterfly, due to their small size, they usually stayed close to Shin Yen Yen and Du Ruoyun. Seeing them go on stage, many students couldn't help but be astonished. It wasn't that they doubted any underhanded dealings, but the levels of the slime and the moonlight butterfly had both reached awakening level 10, with potential also at star level 10. In terms of both realm and potential, they had reached the current level's limit. Before Shin Yen Yen and Du Ruoyun broke through to the extraordinary level Beast Master, Was there any room for further nurturing of the slime and the moonlight butterfly? Teacher Lu, why don't you change the students? A girl stood up again and said, we all know that the slime and the moonlight butterfly can no longer be nurtured unless they break through to the extraordinary level. That's right, a boy exclaimed excitedly. Teacher Lu, help me nurture my pet. My pet has plenty of room for growth in both potential and realm. Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun also realized. Yes, the pets they had contracted had already been nurtured to their current peak. To continue growing stronger, there was only one way: they had to break through to the extraordinary level. Store manager. Teacher Lu, Shen Yan Yan couldn't help but say, why not give this opportunity to someone else? Yeah, Du Ruoyun said anxiously, this is your first public class, Teacher Lu. In response to the two girls' suggestion, Liu simply returned a reassuring glance. Everyone, please remain calm, Liu said with a light smile. You just said that the slime and the moonlight butterfly can no longer be nurtured, right? Definitely. The girl quickly replied, it's well known that the pets contracted by an awakening level beast master can only reach a maximum of awakening level 10 and star level 10 potential. It absolutely cannot exceed that. Wrong. Liu smiled lightly. What is this well known? The world of beast masters has infinite possibilities. The first thing you need to do is break through your own cognitive barriers, understand? The girl was instantly stunned. Break through cognitive barriers? But this has been an ironclad rule passed down among beast masters for thousands of years. Any beast master attempting to contract a moonlight level or even higher potential pet ends up in a very tragic situation. The girl felt confused. Liu smiled slightly. Before becoming a 7-star nurturer, he had also believed this was an ironclad rule. However, once a nurturer reaches 5 stars, they can turn decay into wonder, let alone a 7-star? In terms of status, a 7-star nurturer is comparable to a Holy Spirit level beast master. Since it's a limitation, why can't it be broken? Liu chuckled lightly. At this moment, an old man holding a resource container walked into the classroom. Students, the old man said gently, I am also very interested in what Teacher Lu said about breaking limits. Wow! The room erupted in astonishment. Principal Duan personally came? Wow! Teacher Lu has such great power that Principal Duan brought resources himself to demonstrate the process of nurturing pet beasts? Even Principal Duan is so interested in Teacher Lu's class? Did you notice that Principal Duan seems to have aged quite a bit? Liu stepped forward, took the resource container, and poured everything out. These were the specific resources he had specially instructed. The students and even the mentors present couldn't help but investigate. They were all astonished. Why are all these resources bronze level? And there are quite a few black iron level resources? Teacher Lu wouldn't rely on these low-level resources to nurture slimes and moonlight butterflies, would he? Let's take a moment of silence for the slimes and moonlight butterflies. What use are these low-level resources? Liu observed the expressions of the students and mentors and couldn't help but smile. As you can see, these resources are all the lowest black iron and bronze level resources, yet they are the most suitable for the current slimes and moonlight butterflies. At this moment, Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun stood gracefully beside him, like a beautiful landscape. Liu arranged the various resources in a specific way, with the weight precise to the gram, and said softly, classmates Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun, could you please combine these two types of resources, integrate them into the beast space, and then feed them to the slimes and moonlight butterflies? Can you do that? Shen Yan Yan blinked slightly, hesitated, but still took the many resources. Even she couldn't help but doubt whether these low-level resources would really be useful, even after precise combination. She had previously nurtured slimes and fed them quite a few resources, naturally reaching the 10th tier of the star level. After that, any resources fed would only be returned to the beast space. However, Shen Yan Yan was more willing to believe Liu, nodding, okay. Just as she placed the many resources into the beast space, a lot of information suddenly appeared in her mind. Refinement method? Shen Yan Yan was a bit confused. She was about to say something when she met Liu's slightly smiling gaze, and her words abruptly stopped as she began to seriously study this refinement method. Du Ruoyun naturally received the same treatment, also obtaining a refinement method, though it was slightly different from Shen Yan Yan's. Liu naturally wouldn't explain that this was one of the achievements of the nurturers from the previous era. The refinement method was divided into 9 levels, and what he taught Shen Yan Yan and Du Ruoyun was naturally the most basic level. Liu had specially tailored the nurturing resources, and this basic refinement method was sufficient. Facing the varied gazes of the crowd, Liu remained calm. Suddenly, the aura of the slimes and moonlight butterflies seems to be getting stronger? Someone exclaimed. Equaling a hazy light instantly enveloped the slimes and moonlight butterflies. Their aura became increasingly profound. In an instant, they broke through. Extraordinary first tier. Even the potential level instantly broke through its limits, reaching the first tier of the Manhwa level. This scene left the students and mentors present in utter shock. It really broke through? Not just the realm, but even the potential seems to have become stronger. Can nurturing pet beasts really reach this level? I heard that nurturers from the previous era could turn decay into wonder. Could it be that Teacher Lu is actually a nurturer? Our Xia country also has nurturers, and they often appear on television, owning their own research institutes. But I can assure you, they absolutely cannot do this. Even Principal Duan's eyes flickered with disbelief as he slowly said, Manager Lu, Teacher Lu, you have truly exceeded my expectations. For thousands of years, the laws of the Beast Master realm have been broken by you. Nothing is impossible. Lu Yu gently shook his head, looking at the still surging energy of the slime and moonlight butterfly, and softly said, after breaking their limits, the slime and moonlight butterfly will also help Beast Masters break through their realms. Boom! Boom! Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun's auras suddenly changed. The beast space expanded wildly. Extraordinary first stage. When the two girls opened their eyes, their faces were filled with disbelief. They had actually been directly propelled to a breakthrough by the slime and moonlight butterfly's advancement. This scene left everyone present in utter shock. The breakthrough of the Beast Master realm was actually this simple? Even Duan Shanghua felt a surge of heat in his previously calm heart. If his beast space were to fully recover, could he also request Lu Yu to help cultivate his pets, using their breakthroughs to drive the ultimate expansion of the beast space? With Duan Shanghua's realm, if he were to break through again, dominant level? Duan Shanghua couldn't help but gasp. If this could really be achieved, the entire Magic City, even the Summer Kingdom, would be completely shaken. Manager, Shen Yanyan said excitedly, thank you, call me teacher at school. Lu Yu said with a hint of reproach, then smiled and asked, how does it feel to be extraordinary? It's amazing. Shen Yanyan nodded repeatedly and said, and the refining method. Shoo, Lu Yu winked and casually said, that's a secret. Shen Yanyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stopped speaking. Du Ruoyun stood quietly beside her, with the moonlight butterfly perched on her shoulder. The evolution of the green cotton worm into the moonlight butterfly is quite impressive. Lu Yu chuckled and said, take good care of it, I have high hopes. Du Ruoyun's eyes brightened slightly as she nodded and said, I will. I look forward to your return to the mythical pet store when you are ready to contract your second pet, Lu Yu said gently. Why did he deliberately choose Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun? It was simply because he couldn't bear to see the two girls stuck at the awakening level 10th stage. As long as Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun broke through to the extraordinary level in their first year, they would definitely receive scholarships and naturally return to the mythical pet store just to contract their second pet. I've put in too much for performance. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. Of course, it was also for the effect of the public class, trying not to let Principal Duan's tens of millions in salary go to waste. After comforting the two girls, Lu Yu stood beside the podium and said with a light smile, well then, this class ends here. Class dismissed. As soon as the words fell, without the constraints of discipline, the students instantly began to speak freely. Incredible! No wonder Teacher Lu is so young yet already a university mentor. I feel like Teacher Lu doesn't even take the university mentor position seriously. If it weren't for Principal Duan personally inviting him, he might not even take the mentor position. Did you see? Principal Duan respects Teacher Lu a lot. My God, when I was 18, I was still proud of my little achievements. Teacher Lu has made Principal Duan look at him differently. Teacher Lu must be a cultivator. He's probably better than those so-called cultivators in the Summer Kingdom. Next, Teacher Lu might start several research projects, and our Magic City Beast University's academic level in beast mastery might soar because of this. I'm so envious of Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun. Why wasn't it me who went up there? Have you noticed? Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun have only been beast masters for less than half a month, and they are already at the extraordinary level. At this growth rate, they might break through to the star level in their first year. In their second year, they might even have the chance to break through to the moon level. So envious, jealous, and frustrated. Lu Yu listened to his classmates' excited discussions, only chuckling lightly without paying much attention. In the corner, Bai Yuwei watched Lu Yu's carefree figure walk out of the classroom, her pretty face turning even paler, her tightly bitten lips slightly oozing blood. Yuwei, what's wrong with you? Do you really like Teacher Lu that much? Mu Yuan couldn't help but say, I admit, Teacher Lu is very outstanding. But precisely because he is so excellent, he is not someone you can have. Can't you see that? Bai Yuwei, lost and despondent, whispered, do you know? Lu Yu was once my boyfriend. Ha! Mu Yuan sneered, saying, ex-boyfriend? If Teacher Lu really was your ex-boyfriend, how foolish would you have to be to break up with him? Bai Yuwei, I thought you were a decent girl, but I realize I was mistaken. I didn't expect you to be so good at delusion. Bai Yuwei wanted to say something, but her heart was filled with bitterness. She regretted immensely. If she hadn't suggested breaking up back then, she could have contracted a pet comparable to a slime, and every breakthrough in her realm would have been without bottlenecks. Especially Mu Yuan's words pierced her pride infinitely. But he really was my ex-boyfriend. Why won't you believe me? Bai Yuewei said bitterly. You're really crazy. Mu Yuan coldly left. Bai Yuewei shook her head repeatedly. She didn't care about Mu Yuan, just felt regret. I actually thought that by becoming a student at the Beast Master University in the Magic City, I had separated myself from Lu Yu's class. Bai Yuewei whispered, perhaps he was right, I really have gone mad. She trembled slightly as she opened her phone screen, found the contact from her blacklist, and clicked on the friend request. Ding dong! Bai Yuewei hurriedly looked, only to find that the friend request had already been rejected. She still didn't believe it and clicked the request again, only to find she had been blocked. Is it really like this? Bai Yuewei smiled sadly and walked out in despair. In the corridor of the Yaori building, Lu Yu seemed to be the center of attention, with Principal Duan on his left and Lu Luochan on his right, along with many excited and enthusiastic classmates behind him. The moment when the slime and moonlight butterfly's potential and strength broke through simultaneously could almost be recorded in history. How could they not be excited? He opened his phone and saw that Bai Yuewei had sent a friend request, with a note, Lu Yu, I regret it. Can we go back to how we were before? Lu Yu frowned slightly and directly rejected the request, conveniently blocking her. In the school infirmary, Lu Shui wore a sexy professional outfit that outlined her incredibly hot figure, her light golden, smooth long hair tied into a high ponytail, revealing her smooth and slender neck. Over her professional outfit, she wore a white lab coat, and with her white-framed glasses, she exuded both sexiness and an air of restraint. Morong Feng gazed at Lu Shui with infatuation, especially captivated by her alluring charm that combined sexiness and restraint, making it hard for him to look away. Lu Shui seemed unaware of Morong Feng's gaze, her face serious as she looked at Luo Han lying on the hospital bed, along with the severely damaged sword, armor, and wings beside him. The more she examined, the more alarmed Lu Shui became, taking a deep breath and saying, Did Luo Han provoke a daylight-level beast master? Daylight level? Morong Feng shook his head, saying, How is that possible? The one who defeated Luo Han is actually a star-level beast master of the 10th rank. Absolutely impossible. Although I can't discern the level of the remaining embers, I can see that Luo Heng's injuries are very severe. He should have died directly in battle but was forcefully left alive. Moreover, those remaining purple flames are still forcibly sustaining Luo Heng's life. Lu Shui's expression was resolute as she slowly said, those purple flames do not resist any healing methods. If someone wants to secretly harm classmate Luo Han, even if the opponent is a 10th tier beast master of the Manhwa level, these residual purple flames will instantly annihilate the attacker. Morong Feng couldn't help but feel a chill. He had indeed entertained such thoughts on the way here. After all, he could see that Lu Luochan seemed to have an unusual attitude towards Lu Yu. If something were to happen to Luo Han on the way, Lu Yu, as the teacher, would also bear an inescapable responsibility. After careful consideration, Morong Feng ultimately abandoned this plan. If Luo Han were to die, he would also face an investigation. Morong Feng never expected that Lu Yu's thoughts were so meticulous, and that the control over the beast's power was so exquisite, capable of easily extending life and defending against attacks. Classmate Luo Han should be fine, right? Morong Feng couldn't help but ask. Although he was dissatisfied with Lu Yu casually commanding him in front of many classmates, he certainly did not want anything to happen to Luo Heng. Luo Han came from the southern Luo family, which had a king-level beast master in the family. Of course, he's fine. Lu Shui gently shook her head and quickly summoned her beast. It was a girl radiating a green glow, with a tender yet stunningly beautiful face, flashing a gentle expression. Elf tribe. Morong Feng took a deep breath. He naturally knew that Lu Shui had contracted an elf, and it was a high-ranking nature spirit from the elf tribe. Fully grown, it would be at the day level. The nature spirit that Lu Shui had contracted had not yet truly matured, but it had already been cultivated to the 10th tier of the Manhwa level. It is worth mentioning that Lu Shui had only contracted a nature spirit, having formed a core contract, and her A-level beast master talent Heart of the Elf had completely merged into the soul of the nature spirit. Because of this, the growth rate of this nature spirit was so fast that even at the age of 23, Lu Shui had reached the 10th tier of the Manhwa level. With just one opportunity, both Lu Shui and the nature spirit would break through to the day level. As the pure healing power of the nature spirit continuously flowed into Luo Han, as well as into the three beasts, sword, armor, and wing, many injuries gradually improved. Sword, armor, and wing also gradually regained their completeness. However, their breath was significantly weakened. Luo Han slowly awakened, clutching his painfully throbbing head, and asked in confusion, Teacher Morong, Teacher Lu, how did I end up here? did you forget? Morong Fong said helplessly. You wanted to challenge the new instructor Lu Yu, but Lu Yu only released a wisp of purple flame and completely suppressed you. Do you remember now? I remember. Luo Heng's face turned red as he recalled the disgraceful scene he had shown in the classroom, losing all composure in the face of the threat of death, leaving only fear. He suddenly realized that his so-called pride, indifference, and even his immensely proud talent, as well as his strength far surpassing that of his peers, were all insignificant in front of that young instructor. Lu Shui said softly, I have restored the life force of the three beasts you contracted, sword, armor, and wing, but their bodies have been burned severely, and they still face the risk of demotion. If you want to completely heal them, you must feed them a large amount of precious metal resources, otherwise, all three beasts will be demoted, and you may not be able to maintain your Manhwa level. I understand. Luo Heng's expression was bleak. As the legitimate son of the southern Luo family and a holder of S-level beast master talent, he certainly would not lack resources. He just found it hard to emerge from the humiliation of being easily defeated. Awakening S-level talent? I can accept that I can't compare to Lu Su. After all, he has dual S-level talents and is a dragon master. Luo Heng couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. I can't compare to Lu Yu. Teacher Lu, I can also accept that. But why is the gap so vast? Just a wisp of purple flame, and I was instantly defeated. If he used all his strength, I would probably turn to ashes in an instant, right? You don't need to belittle yourself. Lu Shui said softly, above S rank, there is SS rank, and even the elusive SSS rank talent. Since you understand that there are always people better than you, I don't want to see you so severely injured next time, being carried to the infirmary. Teacher Lu Yu is indeed too strong. Luo Hong recalled his pet beast, looking at the still devastated beast space, unable to stop sighing. Wait, Lu Shui's expression changed slightly, unable to help but ask, did you just say that the new young mentor is named Lu Yu? Is he about 18 years old and looks a lot like Lu Su? Lu Shui's background was not a secret. She came from the only elven family in the Demon City. In the entire Xia country, there are 3 major dragon-taming families and 3 major elven families, each possessing stable contracts with giant dragons and channels for contracting elves. Although the combat power of elves is not comparable to that of giant dragons, the ancient elven kingdom once stood tall on Blue Star, so this race is naturally not far behind. Among the elven race, the oldest and most noble ancestral elves can even reach the Holy Spirit level upon maturity. The direct royal bloodline is that of the ancestral elves, which can reach the overlord level upon maturity, comparable to the divine dragon species. The next level down, the royal direct bloodline, can reach the monarch level upon maturity, comparable to the top giant dragon species. The natural elf contracted by Lu Shui is not of direct bloodline, but rather a branch, yet it can still reach the 10th tier of the sun phase upon maturity, which is already a very high potential. Not to mention, the elven race has a stable bloodline promotion route. If recognized in the ancient elven kingdom, one could even enter the ancestral land of the ancient elven kingdom to receive the inheritance of the ancestral elves. If it weren't for the arrival of the demon realm back then, which shattered the ancestral land of the ancient elven kingdom, with the foundation of the ancient elven kingdom, it would not have fallen into decline. The elven families and dragon taming families have competition, but there is also a lot of cooperation. Lu Shui clearly remembers that when she was 11, she vaguely heard her elders mention that the Lu family of the dragon taming family had produced a peerless talent in this generation, who was Lu Su. At the same time, there was also a scandal. Lu Su's cousin, a child named Lu Yu, seemed to have a flawed and broken talent source, unable to awaken the beast taming talent for life. Thus, Lu Su was directly appointed as the young family master. In contrast, Lu Yu seemed to have vanished, suspected of being expelled from the Lu family. I must say, Morong Fong pondered, his eyes growing more astonished, that new mentor Lu Yu, upon closer inspection, really does resemble Lu Su by about 70%. It really is him. Lu Shui felt a shock in her heart, thinking, he actually came back? He is even at Demon City University, becoming the youngest mentor in history. Lu Su is also at Demon City University. If the two of them meet, just thinking about it made Lu Shui's heart tremble. The waste of that year now possesses strength almost comparable to the sun phase. The Lu family, how proud they are. They even think they are the leaders among the 3 major dragon taming families. Lu Shui murmured, if in this generation, Lu Yu and Lu Su join forces to take control of the Lu family, perhaps they could truly make the Lu family the leader. Unfortunately, you have let down Lu Yu. Now that Lu Yu has returned, he has shown such terrifying talent and strength. So, what choice will you make? Will it be to admit mistakes and recruit? Or, eradicate? In the boys' dormitory, room 208. In the spacious villa living room, Nye Ziyun was describing with great excitement. You don't know, that arrogant Luo Han wants to challenge Mentor Lu, thinking that Mentor Lu is only 18 years old, younger than many second-year seniors, and is completely unworthy of his position. Mentor Lu only released a wisp of purple flame, and it completely defeated Luo Hang. With the 10th tier of the star phase, he easily crushed the 3rd tier of the moon phase. Next, Mentor Lu demonstrated on the spot what true pet cultivation is. My god, the slimes and moonlight butterflies cultivated by Shen Yin Nian and Du Ruoyun have reached the limits of the awakening level, yet Mentor Lu directly cultivated them to the extraordinary level, even achieving the potential of the Manhwa level. Even Shen Yin Nian and Du Ruoyun broke through to the extraordinary level. They have only been beast masters for less than half a month and they directly reached the extraordinary level. Nie Ziyun's eyebrows danced with excitement. When he looked at his two roommates, he found them staring at him as if he were a fool. Nie Ziyun, are you stupid? Zhang Juanxin couldn't help but say, I admit the story you told is exciting, but this is just too unrealistic. Not to mention anything else, the fact that Shen Yin Nian and Du Ruoyun broke through to the extraordinary level is absolutely impossible. Yeah, Tan Xiangyu also said, even Su Go, after contracting the Golden Dragon back then, took a year to break through to the extraordinary level. Although there was a solid foundation, breaking through from the first level of awakening to extraordinary level in half a month is just unbelievable. As he said this, Tan Xiangyu couldn't help but glance at the indifferent young man sitting on the sofa, fearing that his words might provoke the other person's displeasure. You don't believe it? Nie Ziyan took a deep breath and said, the forum has already exploded. You can take a look at the forum, and you'll immediately know the truth. Do I still need to fabricate such a lie? Tan Xiangyu and Zhang Juanxin exchanged glances, both opening their computers and logging into the Magic City University forum, looking at the pinned posts and numerous hot threads, until they saw that newly appointed young mentor, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes. What the hell? Nie Ziyun, what you said is actually true. You tell me, this Mentor Lu is only 18 years old? Damn, I just turned 18 too. But I feel like with just one glance from Mentor Lu, I could be killed in an instant. Tan Xiangyu, are you trying to flatter yourself? Luo Hong was almost killed by a wisp of purple flame. Can you withstand a single gaze? I regret it. Why didn't I attend this public class? If I had the chance to go on stage and let Mentor Lu help me cultivate, maybe I would be extraordinary level by now. One step fast, every step fast. This year's freshmen, apart from Su Ge, Shen Yin Nian and Du Ruoyun are probably the strongest. Tan Xiangyu and Zhang Juanxin kept discussing, their eyes filled with amazement and shock. Su Ge. Nie Ziyan looked at the indifferent young man and couldn't help but say, aren't you going to take a look? With your talent and strength, you could completely choose to take Mentor Lu's course and learn that kind of heaven-defying pet cultivation method. No. Lu Su raised his eyes and said indifferently, you already mentioned it, right? That Mentor Lu is very young, the same age as us. That's right. Nie Ziyu nodded. Lu Su curled his lips into a slight smile and said arrogantly, since he is a peer, how could he surpass me? My talent, Lu Su, is already the strongest among my peers. What is worth my learning is at least at the associate professor level, or even at the level of Principal Duan. A young mentor, perhaps he has obtained the inheritance from ancient times or even from the last era. Is such a person really worth my learning? He was naturally extremely proud. Possessing two types of S-level beast master talents, he had already broken through to the Manhwa level before the college entrance examination, and in terms of strength, he was many times stronger than Luo Han, who also had S-level talent. Lu Su was already prepared. As long as he thoroughly understood dragon language magic, he could start helping the Golden Dragon and the Holy Dragon break through to the Daylight level. As for himself, he could break through to the Daylight level at any time. He was just solidifying his foundation, trying to completely merge the two types of S-level talents into an invincible SS-level dragon talent in the world. S-level talent, Holy Dragon Shadow. Lu Su's gaze was deep, and he thought to himself, the S-level talent I awakened is only the S-level Golden Dragon Shadow. The Sacred Dragon Shadow did not originally belong to me. These two S-level talents ultimately have a vague sense of repulsion. At this thought, memories involuntarily surfaced in Lu Su's mind. It was 12 years ago. That year, Lu Su was also 6 years old. The young Lu Su followed his more mature brother, Lu Yu, every day, and the two brothers seemed like the closest of family. Until Lu Su awakened the S-level beast master talent Golden Dragon Shadow, Lu Yu was detected to possess the S-level talent source of Sacred Dragon Shadow within him. This discovery shook the entire Lu family. All the high-ranking members of the Lu family immediately sealed off all news, believing that Lu Yu and Lu Su would lead the Lu family to become the leaders among the three great dragon master families, controlling more resources in the dragon realm. A sudden change occurred. Lu Yu's talent source was extracted and transplanted into Lu Su. Thus, Lu Su, who possessed dual S-level dragon talents, bore all the glory of the Lu family. Lu Yu, who lost his talent source and became a waste, was discarded like a piece of trash. Considering the direct bloodline, Lu Yu could still live as an ordinary person. According to the original trajectory, he would normally attend a liberal arts college and, after graduation, become an ordinary screw in society, completely stripped of the qualification to call himself a member of the Lu family. Few knew that on the day before Lu Yu's talent source was extracted, the young Lu Su discovered two ancient books in the Lu family's library. One of the ancient books recorded ancient dragon language magic. The other ancient book recorded the secret of dragon shadow fusion. Dual S-level dragon shadow talents could fuse into an SS-level dragon talent that far surpassed S-level, considered the strongest. Thus, Lu Su's father, the current head of the Lu family, happened to discover these two ancient books. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Su's gaze became even more indifferent. He had long made up his mind to eliminate all repulsion with his own strength and ultimately achieve the feat of S-level talent fusion. Only in this way could Lu Su's self-esteem surpass that of his older brother, who was mature like an adult at the age of 6. Nie Ziyun couldn't help but say, "Brother Su, I sincerely recommend it. Mentor Lu Yu is really amazing. Electing Mentor Lu Yu's course will definitely be a great benefit." He looked at Lu Su, his eyes full of urgency. Nie Ziyun knew very well that the elective spots for Lu Yu's course were extremely limited, and he could never compete with other students. If it were Lu Su, it would be different. That young mentor would surely not refuse a genius like Lu Su to become his student, right? Nie Ziyun wanted to say something else, but he met a pair of indifferent yet infinitely sharp eyes, the left eye flickering with a golden hue, while the right eye was pure white, even the pupils covered in white light. Ha, ha! Nie Ziyun's face was filled with terror as Lu Su grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air, his entire face turning red from suffocation. He looked at Lu Su in fear, feeling a sense of despair rising in his heart. "Su, brother Su, what's wrong with you?" Nie Ziyun managed to speak with difficulty. Lu Su's expression was as cold as ice, and he enunciated each word. "What did you just say, that mentor? What is his name?" "Brother Su." Tan Xiangyu hurriedly stepped forward, panicking. "The mentor's name is Lu Yu. You have to put Nie Ziyun down. If this goes on, he's going to die." Lu Su ignored him, still staring at Nie Ziyun. Nie Ziyun struggled to speak. It's Lu Yu." Boom! Lu Su casually threw Nie Ziyun aside, his gaze extremely cold yet containing a hint of sickly excitement, and he whispered, "Brother, you actually came back? Ziyan, it seems you have abandoned the glory of the Yulong family. You have even become a mentor at the Magic City University. You are still the same, always silent, looking down on me. I really can't help it. I want to tear you apart." They took the elevator all the way up. In the spacious elevator, there were only 3 people, Lu Yu, Duan Shanghua, and Lu Luochan. The other students, out of respect for the 3, did not squeeze into the elevator. After hesitating for a long time, Duan Shanghua finally couldn't help but ask, "Manager Lu, what is the highest level of pet beast you can cultivate beyond the limit?" As soon as these words were spoken, even Lu Luochan couldn't help but have her gaze flicker. She naturally knew the deeper meaning behind Duan Shanghua's question. Duan Shanghua also had a pet beast, and it had reached the king level, 10th tier. One more step, and it would be at the overlord level. But that small step was enough to trap countless prodigies. Even Duan Shanghua, at the king level 10th tier, had almost been stuck for a lifetime. Lu Yu met Duan Shanghua's aged gaze and chuckled lightly. "Principal Duan doesn't need to ask. If you want to cultivate a pet beast, just come to the mythical pet shop to find me." Duan Shanghua was somewhat taken aback, but he saw that Lu Yu's eyes were filled with calmness. The esteemed principal was momentarily speechless. Lu Yu said nothing. With his 7-star level as a cultivator, if he spent some time, he could even cultivate a overlord level 10th tier pet beast to the Holy Spirit 1st tier. Why was the status of cultivators so high in the previous era? A 7-star cultivator's status was comparable to that of a Holy Spirit level beast master. The reason was here. Some overlords who could never break through to the Holy Spirit level, if they could gain the favor of a 7-star cultivator, would basically be able to break through to the Holy Spirit level. Besides resources, a 7-star cultivator also needed to spend a lot of time and could not cultivate Holy Spirit level beasts in bulk. Due to the constraints of his realm, Lu Yu could only exert a 6-star level of cultivation. Even so, Lu Yu could cultivate a king level 10th tier pet beast, and at most, he could raise it to the overlord level. Although Principal Duan held a high position and was strong in his own right, he was ultimately just at the king level 10th tier, which happened to be within Lu Yu's capability. Really? Lu Luochan was even more excited and couldn't help but say, "Please, manager, you must help the teacher cultivate the pet beast." She knew how long Duan Shangwa had been stuck at the king level, always resenting his insufficient strength, only able to let his contracted pet beast fight to the death on the battlefield against other races. "Not yet." Lu Yu shook his head. "Why not?" Lu Luochan was slightly taken aback and said, "In terms of resources, the teacher will definitely prepare well. The teacher also has a pet beast, with both realm and potential at the king level 10th tier. It should meet the conditions. It's not a matter of realm or potential." Lu Yu looked at Duan Shangwa and said seriously, "Although Principal Duan has contracted the Jinkong giant tree, if I'm not mistaken, the current realm of the Jinkong giant tree should only be at the Manhwa level, right? With the Manhwa level realm, it cannot completely suppress or repair Principal Duan's nearly shattered beast space." Manager Lu is right. Duan Shangwa's expression dimmed slightly as he said slowly, "In my current state, if Manager Lu forcibly helps me cultivate a pet beast, it would be harming me. The beast space would instantly shatter completely, and even the Jinkong giant tree would not be able to suppress it. How could this be?" Lu Luochan couldn't help but feel disappointed. She wanted to see Duan Shangwa break through to the overlord level more than anyone else. "There's no need to worry." Lu Yu smiled lightly. "With the ability of the Jinkong giant tree, as long as it breaks through to the Riyao 10th tier, and spends a little time, it can completely repair Principal Duan's beast space. I can help Principal Duan customize a cultivation plan specifically for the Townkong giant tree. In just 7 days, the Townkong giant tree will be able to break through to the Daylight 10th stage." As the words fell, both Duan Shangwa and Lu Luochan reignited their hope. Moreover, there was more shock than anything else. Even though Duan Shangwa himself held the rank of a king, with the king-level beast mastery source power, the efficiency of cultivating a new pet beast would be quite fast. But to let the Townkong giant tree break through from the Moonlight level to the Daylight 10th stage in just 7 days, this growth speed was simply too exaggerated, wasn't it? It should be noted that although the Townkong giant tree has a complete evolution route, its next evolutionary form is comparable to the Void Ancient Tree form of the Divine Dragon and Demon Dragon species. Many precious resources, even Duan Shangwa would not be able to gather in a short time. If he wanted to gather them, it would require an enormous cost, and perhaps the entire family's wealth would be consumed in the process. Lu Yu would not change the life form of the Townkong giant tree. He would simply teach according to the material and formulate the most suitable cultivation plan for the Townkong giant tree. In the previous era, this was also the most basic way for cultivators to make money, requiring little time while earning a large amount of wealth. Countless beast masters, in pursuit of a targeted cultivation plan, were even willing to pay 50% or more of their wealth. Principal Duan said very seriously, "On a chosen day, I will personally go to the mythical pet store." However, Lu Luochan showed a hesitant expression. Lu Yu saw her thoughts and chuckled lightly. "Do you want the Red Thunder Flood Dragon to grow faster? Do you want the 3 contracted sub-dragon species pet beasts to evolve into true dragon species?" It was as if the devil was whispering. Lu Luochan's eyes were filled with desire. "I want to," she said immediately. Lu Luochan had no doubt that even cultivating the sub-dragon species into true dragon species was undoubtedly an incredibly unbelievable task, with difficulty reaching its peak. The bloodline of the dragon species was extremely domineering. The vast dragon realm directly expelled all subdragon species, even the subspecies of divine dragons, showing great disdain for the subdragon species, believing that such lowly mixed-blood creatures could never become true dragons. However, Lu Luochan knew that Lu Yu had easily cultivated a red carp into the flood dragon species Red Thunder Flood Dragon, so cultivating a subdragon species with already high dragon blood content into a true dragon species would be no difficulty at all. Looking at Duan Shangwa and Lu Luochan, Lu Yu smiled casually and said, "I look forward to your arrival." After a conversation, the elevator doors opened. Duan Shangwa's expression suddenly became confused as he said softly, How did he come? Lu Su?" Lu Luochan was also puzzled. Although it had only been half a month since the school started, Lu Su's name for arrogance had already spread throughout the entire Magic City University. Despite Lu Su's extreme arrogance, even believing that only mentors at least at the associate professor level were qualified to teach him, no one found it strange. Even Lu Luochan thought it was only natural. No one would treat Lu Su as a junior. After all, Lu Su's strength surpassed that of most mentors. At just 18 years old, he had already reached the Moonlight 10th stage. Moreover, he had contracted 2 top-tier dragon species. At this moment, Lu Yu also looked into the distance, where a young man with a calm expression stood on the lawn, his back straight, exuding a noble aura reminiscent of a giant dragon. "Is that Lu Su?" Lu Yu chuckled with interest. Lu Luochan was worried that Lu Yu wouldn't recognize him and was about to introduce him. But when her gaze shifted, she saw Lu Su slowly walking over, directly standing in front of Lu Yu, revealing a very complex expression. "You." Know each other? Lu Luochan couldn't help but be shocked. Of course we know each other, Lu Yu said, looking into the distance with an interested expression. Lu Luochan was momentarily speechless. She knew it well. Ever since Lu Su enrolled, he had never left the school. So, how did they get to know each other? Duan Shanghua's gaze shifted between Lu Yu and Lu Su, their somewhat similar appearances prompting many thoughts, and he couldn't help but sigh, saying, I didn't expect that rumor about the Lu family to be true. Lu Luochan's eyes widened in shock. She was aware of many secrets and quickly connected the dots. 12 years ago, the abandoned child of the Lu family's direct line was clearly Lu Yu. Brother. Lu Su looked directly at Lu Yu, concealing the complexity in his eyes, and said softly, You have finally returned. Yes. Lu Yu maintained a calm demeanor and smiled lightly. You doing well lately, brother? Lu Su did not respond, still wearing a detached expression, but suddenly turned cold and said, I really don't understand why you can still awaken your talent. Why can you still become a beast master? Is it so strange? Lu Yu continued to smile lightly and casually said, Actually, I have a question I wanted to ask you in person. What question? Lu Su frowned slightly. Nothing much, I just wanted to ask. Lu Yu's expression suddenly turned icy, and he said harshly, Is my beast master talent useful? Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. Lu Su's pupils constricted. His eyes shifted involuntarily into golden pupils and sacred pupils, yet he still couldn't capture Lu Yu's figure. When he came to his senses, he was shocked to find Lu Yu had grabbed his neck and lifted him high, a terrifying strength emanating from his neck, almost tearing Lu Su's dragon-like body apart completely. A sudden change occurred. Neither Duan Shanghua nor Lu Luochan had ever imagined that Lu Yu would suddenly explode with such force. What was even more unexpected was that with Lu Su's strength, he couldn't react at all. What kind of terrifying physical quality was this? As a dual S-rank dragon talent holder, he was also a 10th-tier dragon master contracted with a golden dragon and a sacred dragon. Just the physical quality feedback from the beast master contract, combined with the enhancement from the beast master talent, made Lu Su's physical quality comparable to that of a dragon of the same level. No matter how dangerous the battle situation, Lu Su would never be without the ability to protect himself. At this moment, Lu Su was easily grabbed by Lu Yu by the neck, even being humiliatingly lifted. With his legs dangling in the air, how embarrassing was that? My foolish brother. Lu Yu held Lu Su, enjoying the humiliation on his face, and laughed. Is the legacy of the last era worth your all-in bet? Dragon Shadow Fusion? Ridiculous. After merging with the 7-star level breeder inheritance, Lu Yu naturally absorbed a wealth of knowledge, including information related to dragon masters, such as dragon language magic and dragon shadow fusion. Among them, dragon language magic was a lost ability of the dragon race, created by the true dragon species. Since the true dragon species left Blue Star, dragon language magic gradually faded away. After all, this was not an ability imprinted in the bloodlines of giant dragons, divine dragons, or even demon dragons. As for dragon shadow fusion, it was a result studied by breeders, gradually classified as a forbidden technique of the Empire. Feeling the fate aura of dragon language magic emanating from Lu Su, as well as the gradually merging dual dragon shadows, how could Lu Yu not make a judgment? Lu Su still stared at him intently, struggling to articulate, is it really that ridiculous? You still haven't answered my question. Lu Yu seemed not to see the summoning array that had appeared behind Lu Su, which was the contracted giant dragon sensing the danger from the Beast Master, actively breaking through the limitations of the Beast Master space to appear. Answer me. Lu Yu smiled lightly and said, is my Beast Master talent useful? Shut up. Boom. Behind Lu Su, 2 massive dragons suddenly emerged from the summoning array. Roar. The golden dragon and the holy dragon were both roaring, and the terrifying dragon might was instantly released, as if it had become tangible, violently crashing towards Lu Yu. The dazzling golden and pure white dragon shadows quickly merged into the bodies and souls of the golden dragon and the holy dragon, and that dragon might immediately surged even more fiercely. Lu Su revealed a mocking smile, watching Lu Yu under the impact of the terrifying dragon might, like a small boat on the verge of capsizing amidst a tsunami, his golden and white pupils reflecting endless coldness. Lu Yu. Lu Su said coldly, all these years, I have known you were still alive, living the life of an ordinary person. I could have killed you, but I didn't. You should be grateful that you can continue to live like a rat. But why? Do you still have to appear? Do you know? The moment I saw you, I could hardly suppress my killing intent. Roar! The golden dragon roared, but suddenly a layer of white light enveloped it, a blessing from the holy dragon, granting the golden dragon even more terrifying power. In this state, even facing a sun-level beast master, the golden dragon could still fight and win. Aren't you asking? How good is your beast master talent? Lu Su's expression was calm, as if he had completely forgotten the earlier embarrassment and humiliation, with a proud smile, he softly said, "I can now answer you, the answer to this question." Lu Yu's body swayed under the impact of the dragon might, as if it would topple at any moment, yet his expression remained calm, coldly looking at Lu Su. Lu Su slowly approached, his left eye was golden, beside him was the noble golden dragon, his right eye was holy, and beside him was the exalted holy dragon. He seemed like the son of a dragon descending from the dragon realm, proud and invincible. "If it weren't for your holy dragon shadow, I would never have been able to contract a holy dragon in my life. Do you know? The holy dragon is an extremely rare support-type dragon species. With the blessing of the holy dragon, my golden dragon can easily defeat a sun-level opponent." Lu Su stared directly, suddenly laughing loudly. "Your beast master talent is really too useful." After a round of words, Lu Su kept staring at Lu Yu, wanting to see even a trace of fear, hatred, or jealousy in the other's eyes. But there was none. Lu Yu's gaze remained very calm, so calm it seemed to be filled with pity. This gaze completely enraged Lu Su. Boom! He suddenly waved his hand, and the golden dragon, enhanced to the extreme, instantly charged out. Its enormous body almost completely overshadowed Lu Yu's figure. In the final scene, Lu Su saw Lu Yu gently raise his hand, extending a finger. At the tip of his finger, a wisp of purple flame swirled. Lu Su suddenly recalled that a post on the forum mentioned that during today's public class, Lu Yu had instantly defeated the third-tier Luo Hang with just a wisp of purple flame. "Do you think I'm some kind of waste like Luo Hong?" Lu Su said disdainfully, coldly, "With that weak flame, it can't even break through the golden dragon's defense. The golden dragon has my enhanced golden dragon shadow, and even the holy dragon's holy protection." Lu Yu slightly raised his head and said softly, "Have you ever felt the wrath of the heavens?" Boom! That wisp of purple flame quietly dispersed. It instantly transformed into a purple flame pillar, burning a hole through the body of the golden dragon. The so-called holy protection and golden dragon shadow were shattered in an instant. Roar! The golden dragon let out a mournful cry, its entire body flying backward, and the golden dragon breath it was about to unleash abruptly stopped. How is this possible? Lu Su's eyes widened, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. In the next moment, an infinite fear suddenly arose in his heart. Behind Lu Yu, a pitch-black demon dragon, larger than even the golden giant dragon, quietly emerged. The terror of this demon dragon was almost indescribable, its body towering over 30 meters high, with dragon eyes resembling the pupils of a devil, and its dark, menacing form shimmering with a metallic sheen. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon growled, instantly catching up to the retreating golden giant dragon. The golden giant dragon, feeling the terrifying suppression from its bloodline, continuously roared in fear and fled. Then, howls! The world-destroying demon dragon extended its claws, and with the terrifying strength enhanced by the red star-level skilled demon dragon body, it instantly grasped the golden giant dragon's wing, its claws sinking deep into the flesh of the golden giant dragon. Rip! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly exerted force, violently tearing off the wing that shimmered with golden light. Roar! The golden giant dragon endured the excruciating pain, but in the next moment, it saw the demon dragon, far larger than itself, stuffing the torn-off wing directly into its mouth, crushing and swallowing it in just 2 bites. Such a brutal scene made the golden giant dragon completely lose its will to fight, only wanting to escape. Lu Su's face turned pale. He could hardly imagine that the pitch-black demon dragon contracted by Lu Yu could exert bloodline suppression over the golden giant dragon. The golden giant dragon was already a top-tier dragon species, an adult at the king-level 10th tier. This was a powerful dragon that the Lu family had brought from the dragon realm at great cost. Demon dragon species. Lu Su instantly understood, and an endless jealousy arose in his heart. Unknowingly, Lu Yu had once again surpassed him, leaving Lu Su feeling extremely unbalanced. In the next moment, when Lu Su saw the golden giant dragon's wing being torn off and even swallowed by the world-destroying demon dragon, only terror remained in his heart. He suddenly remembered. The demon dragon species feeds on divine dragons. Even divine dragon species would feel fear when encountering a demon dragon. All demon dragons were traitors of the dragon realm, the evil dragons expelled by the dragon race. The demon dragons were banished to the demon realm, never to see a glimmer of light again, living in darkness all day long. The entire demon dragon clan always harbored hatred, resentment, and bitterness towards those dragon races that lived comfortably in the dragon realm, enjoying all the good things. The world-destroying demon dragon was no exception. Rip! As Lu Su hesitated, the world-destroying demon dragon fell into a frenzy. It brutally tore off the other wing of the golden giant dragon, devouring it cleanly. The golden giant dragon, having lost an entire pair of wings, seemed to have lost all dignity as a top-tier dragon species. Countless dark source powers swirled around, the air was torn apart, the ground shook and collapsed, leaving deep bloodstains on the golden giant dragon's body. Roar, the world-destroying demon dragon, with a face full of intoxication, slowly approached the body of the golden giant dragon, gently sniffing the aroma of the spilled blood, with remnants of the wing stuck in the gaps of its sharp dragon teeth, mixed with dragon saliva dripping onto the golden giant dragon's face. It looked as if a golden giant lizard was painfully lying in a pool of blood, its golden dragon eyes wide open, filled with ultimate fear. The golden giant dragon could hear its own heart pounding so fiercely it felt like it would shatter. At the same time, it could hear the world-destroying demon dragon's delighted breathing, so close. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon then lifted the golden giant dragon, violently tearing off a dragon leg, savoring the deliciousness of the golden giant dragon's flesh spreading in its mouth, involuntarily squinting in pleasure. In contrast, the golden giant dragon seemed like a toy that had been broken, casually played with by the world-destroying demon dragon. Such a powerful scene crashed into Lu Su's heart and soul. Ah! Lu Su kept roaring, and endless heartache surged up, almost tearing him apart. The golden dragon. That was the first beast he had contracted, a companion he had grown up with. Yet now it was being torn apart, devoured. Even if Lu Su's temperament was indifferent, at this moment he felt as if his heart had been brutally stabbed. Especially when Lu Su sensed the painful thoughts coming from the golden dragon, he could even faintly feel its resentment towards him, questioning why he had provoked such a terrifying demon dragon. Why had he provoked the natural enemy of dragons? Lu Su couldn't explain. He too felt an immense humiliation and pain. The beast control formation appeared. The golden dragon was drawn to the formation, trying to forcefully return to the beast space. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon roared, still gnawing on the golden dragon's leg, unable to help but want to stop it. With the power of the demon dragon, it could easily destroy the beast control formation. Lu Su became anxious, but then saw the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly stop its movements, allowing the golden dragon to return to the beast space. He was somewhat stunned. Brother! Lu Yu slowly stepped forward, walking directly in front of the sacred dragon, and softly said, I remember, our relationship when we were young was actually very good. I was quite indulgent towards you. Lu Su's expression froze, feeling even more humiliated, yet he couldn't find the words to refute. Lu Yu was not wrong. Yes. In the end, Lu Su forced out a word. But, Lu Yu said indifferently, you took away my innate source. Lu Su looked at his brother in front of him, his expression dazed. He found it hard to understand. Lu Su could naturally see that the world-destroying demon dragon should have directly stopped the golden dragon from returning to the beast space. As a demon dragon, it indeed had that capability. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Su's mind, but in the end, he still didn't say a word. Lu Yu appreciated the other's expression and slowly said, you must be very confused, right? Why did I let you take back the golden dragon? Why? Lu Su clenched his fists. He was very clear that Lu Yu was humiliating him, but he had no choice to wait for support. He had to buy time. The reason is very simple. The golden dragon cannot die yet. Lu Yu chuckled lightly and said, the golden dragon is completely bound to your S-level talent Golden Dragon Shadow. If the golden dragon dies, your S-level talent Golden Dragon Shadow will be downgraded. Lu Su's confusion deepened instantly. Then, an unnamed anger rose from his heart. At this point, what are you still pretending for? You don't still think you're my brother, do you? Lu Su said in a low voice. You have long been expelled from the Lu family. No. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. You've misunderstood me. Then what do you mean? Lu Su frowned. Think about it. You took away my innate source, right? If I just take back what belongs to me, I'm just doing the same thing as you. Lu Yu gently touched the sacred dragon's scales, and the sacred dragon showed an expression of immense fear. Already intimidated by the terrifying world-destroying demon dragon, not daring to make any movements, allowing Lu Yu to stroke its dragon head. So, Lu Yu met Lu Su's complex expression and smiled lightly. I not only want to take back Sacred Dragon Shadow, but even your Golden Dragon Shadow. I will take it all. Only by making you experience that kind of despair will you truly repent, won't you? Are you humiliating me? Lu Su said angrily. If you can do it, then go ahead and try. Lu Yu, however, ignored him. Feeling the many gazes coming from the Sunlight Tower, as well as the attention of Duan Shangwa and Lu Luochan, he stroked the sacred dragon, a gentle look appearing in his eyes. Do you know? Lu Yu said softly, if you hadn't robbed me of my talent, this sacred giant dragon should have been the one to sign the unique core contract with me. You are the Golden Dragon Shadow, destined for battle, and I am the Sacred Dragon Shadow, destined to be the guardian. We could have pushed the Lu family to its most glorious position. So, what exactly do you want to say? Lu Su roared, having long lost his reason. From the moment Lu Yu had him by the throat, until the golden dragon was defeated, injured, and fled, he had already lost all initiative. Can't you understand? Lu Yu said indifferently, in the near future, I will take all your talents and completely destroy the Lu family. By then, you will have nothing. He would never pity Lu Su, but he wouldn't kill him just yet. Sooner or later, he would personally take everything from Lu Su and ensure the complete destruction of the Lu family. By then, Lu Su would have nothing. Only in this way could the grievances of the past decade be settled. A 7-star breeder can already turn decay into wonder. Lu Yu said calmly, robbing talents? It's not impossible. In the inherited memories, the beast-taming civilization of the previous era was far more chaotic than the current 6 nations. Many beast tamers and breeders were so proud that they had dug the path of beast taming to its extreme, completely losing their reverence, even daring to create demon gods. What Lu Yu regretted was that even if he wanted to rob talents, he had to be well prepared in advance. It doesn't matter. Lu Yu looked at Lu Su, secretly thinking, let you struggle for a while longer, let you taste hope before I ruthlessly trample it. You want to destroy the Lu family? Lu Su laughed as if he had heard a joke. With you, do you even have the right to threaten the destruction of the Lu family? Lu Yu still ignored him, as the world-destroying demon dragon behind him extended its dragon claw, lifting the terrified sacred giant dragon. Roar! Rip! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly tore, ripping off the sacred giant dragon's wings, and instantly, pure white blood flowed everywhere, the sacred aura almost turning into mist. You dare? Lu Su roared, but was bound by a sense of helplessness, unable to do anything. The sacred giant dragon, specialized in support, although its own combat power far exceeded the same rank, what resistance could it have against the world-destroying demon dragon? It was simply like an ant. I won't kill the sacred giant dragon, after all, when I was young, I once hoped to contract it. Lu Yu said, as for these dragon wings, they are purely what the world-destroying demon dragon wants to eat, and I certainly won't let it suffer. Crack, crack. The world-destroying demon dragon enjoyed eating the dragon wings, casually throwing the broken sacred giant dragon into the summoning array. As for you, Lu Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he instantly appeared in front of Lu Su, once again gripping his throat, saying, you just watch how I completely destroy the Lu family, and how you become a stray dog. Lu Yu! Lu Su shouted hysterically, don't be too arrogant. One day, I will rise above you. I will merge with the dragon shadow, and I will cultivate the divine dragon species. I will make you crawl at my feet, and make you regret all the humiliation you've inflicted on me. I give you a chance. Lu Yu looked down at him, softly saying, even if you can do it, by that time, you probably won't even have the qualification to look up at me. Impudent! A loud shout came. Lu Yu looked up at the sky. There was a terrifying giant dragon, entirely crimson, as if bathed in flames. Solar level 10th rank. The blazing flame dragon. Guardian, huh? Lu Yu's expression was calm, having anticipated this. Lu Su, as the only designated next head of the dragon-taming family Lu family, was also the only unparalleled genius in the Lu family's 1,000-year history to be born with a double S-level dragon talent. How could he not have a guardian? The blazing giant dragon, at the 10th level of the sun phase. Even when facing a first-level king-class powerful pet beast, it still has the strength to fight. This is the dragon species. An unimaginable body strength, nearly ultimate elemental control, a tenacious and fierce dragon soul. It seems to gather all the advantages of a perfect pet beast. In front of the Sunlight Tower, Lu Luochan stared blankly, her mind completely filled with the image of Lu Yu forcefully crushing Lu Su. Especially the strength of the world-destroying demon dragon overpowering the golden giant dragon and the holy giant dragon made Lu Luochan feel an immense terror. The red thunder flood dragon I contracted is still far from the store manager's world-destroying demon dragon. Lu Luochan couldn't help but shake her head, but suddenly remembered the world-destroying demon dragon's figure bearing the weight of the dragon realm, and instantly understood a bit. Then, she recalled. That day, the store manager casually waved his hand, causing the furious phantoms of countless dragon species, even divine dragon species, in the dragon realm to instantly dissipate. Perhaps, Lu Luochan murmured, the store manager hasn't used his full strength yet, just playing with Lu Su. Although Lu Su is the most outstanding among the first-year students at the Magic City Beast Tamer University, Lu Luochan had no intention of showing favoritism. After all, from the interactions between Lu Yu and Lu Su, she had figured out that Lu Su had actually stolen Lu Yu's innate talent. Perhaps, the store manager is carrying many humiliations, reaching the end of the river of the world, and then flowing back against the current. Lu Luochan thought to herself. When she saw the blazing giant dragon descend, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. 10th level of the sun phase. Blazing giant dragon. This is not a wild dragon species, but the only dragon species that is fused with the innate talent of a dragon tamer. In terms of strength, it must be able to challenge beyond its level. Its combat power is comparable to the weakest king class. Even the weakest king class cannot be defeated by the star level. Lu Luochan took a deep breath and thought, no matter what identity the store manager has, or what kind of status, he cannot make the world-destroying demon dragon cross the two major realms of the moon level and sun level to defeat the blazing giant dragon. In the corridor of the Sunlight Tower, Du Ruoyun stared blankly into the distance, murmuring, Lu Su was actually the store manager's brother, and the store manager was even deprived of his talent when he was young. Even so, Shen Yanyan's eyes turned slightly red as she said softly, the store manager still displayed his talent and grew to the point of easily crushing Lu Su. Lu Su, what first genius of the Magic City, in front of the store manager, is simply not worth mentioning. When Du Ruoyun and Shen Yanyan saw the blazing giant dragon descending from the sky and felt the terrifying aura emanating from it, their faces turned pale, and they felt an extreme sense of oppression. It's over. The blazing giant dragon at the 10th level of the sun phase. Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun couldn't help but feel anxious, but they couldn't do anything, not even approach the battlefield. With their recent breakthrough to the extraordinary level, they couldn't withstand even the aftermath of the battle in such a situation. Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun could only silently pray for Lu Yu. With the arrival of the blazing giant dragon, Lu Su seemed to regain his confidence, staring intently at Lu Yu, many thoughts flashing through his mind. Lu Yu, this is the end. Lu Su took a deep breath and said coldly, no matter how you contracted the demon dragon species, your realm and the demon dragon's realm ultimately only reached the star level. That demon dragon species is only at the 3rd level of the star level. In the face of the blazing giant dragon at the 10th level of the sun phase, there is absolutely no chance of victory. Is that so? Lu Yu remained calm, smiling as he said, brother, I originally gave you a chance. After all, I didn't plan to kill you right now. But why don't you cherish this opportunity? You should think about how to keep yourself alive. Lu Su scoffed. He sensed numerous gazes coming from all directions of the Sunlight Tower and the corridors of the tower, but Lu Su didn't care at all. In his view, no matter how devastating his defeat was, as long as he could completely kill Lu Yu, he would still be the most dazzling genius of the Monster Beast University in Magic City. Immediately, Lu Su fixed his gaze on Lu Yu. He wanted to detect a hint of panic or fear in those pitch-black eyes, but he found that those eyes remained very calm, silently watching him. Why? Lu Su nearly ground his teeth in frustration. If Lu Yu remained unafraid until death, then what did his previous humiliating defeat and torment amount to? You've been stalling for time, thinking I wouldn't know? I just don't care. Lu Yu said indifferently, is the flame dragon of the sunlight level 10 your reliance? Young Master Lu Yu. An old man in a gray robe slowly landed on the back of the flame dragon, which roared as it descended behind him. The old man looked at the collapsed ground and the flowing dragon blood that radiated a golden and pure white hue, and his expression changed drastically. When he first heard Lu Su's urgent summons, he hadn't considered this aspect at all. After arriving and feeling the brutality of the scene, the old man suddenly realized how terribly Lu Su had been defeated. This entire defeat stemmed from the young figure before him. That sense of familiarity seemed to penetrate to the bone. Lu Qing's mood instantly became incredibly complex. He still clearly remembered that 12 years ago, these two young men representing the future of the Lu family were so close, like brothers. Until that one command was issued, Lu Qing personally went to the small courtyard where Lu Yu was, bringing him before the family head. He watched as that flash of pure white brilliance, the source of talent, was directly extracted and absorbed into Lu Su. It has indeed been a long time. Lu Yu smiled slightly. He naturally recognized Lu Qing but showed no concern, saying, Grandpa Cheng, are you going to protect him? Young Master Lu Yu. Lu Qing slightly bowed, saying, I am young Master Lu Su's guardian, and protecting young Master Lu Su is my duty. Is that so? Lu Yu's expression was indifferent as he chuckled. Then you can leave, take this waste Lu Su and roll back to the Lu family. He seemed quite magnanimous, willing to spare Lu Su's life. Upon hearing this, both Lu Qing and Lu Su's expressions changed. Lu Qing said in an aged voice, Young Master Lu Yu, you are no longer a member of the Lu family. Although I still call you Young Master, I will not listen to you. True enough. Lu Yu seemed quite helpless, laughing. After all, Lu Su is the heir of the Lu family, isn't he? Exactly. Lu Qing said lightly, since young Master Lu Yu has awakened the Beast Master talent and contracted a dragon species, then let's go back with me. I believe with young Master Lu Yu's strength, the family head will be lenient in punishing you for everything you've done to young Master Lu Su. After that, young Master Lu Yu can return to the Lu family, and everyone will be happy. Lu Yu looked at the old man before him, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he sighed. Lu Qing, you really are getting old. Lu Qing's expression changed slightly. Young Master Lu Yu, do you not think this is a happy ending for everyone? As long as you are willing to accept punishment, it will be good for everyone, won't it? How domineering. Lu Yu shook his head and suddenly said, Lu Qing, have you forgotten that I once stood on the back of the flame dragon and went to the family head's residence? That day, my source of talent was extracted. And what right do you have to pretend to be a good person again? Lu Qing was taken aback. He was a direct subordinate of the current family head and naturally had to obey the family head's orders. From the results, hasn't young Master Lu Yu already awakened a new beast master talent? You have also contracted a black dragon with this agreement. Lu Qing suddenly said, Young Master Lu Yu, you are ultimately of the Lu family bloodline. If it weren't for the dragon blood flowing within the Lu family, how could you awaken your dragon affinity? You should be grateful to the family. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Lu Yu laughed in anger, saying, Do you know that I let you leave as a final opportunity, wanting to settle accounts later? After all, I really dislike trouble. But, since you insist on seeking death, I am willing to fulfill your wish. As he spoke, a drop of blood suddenly appeared in Lu Yu's hand. Boom! A majestic aura suddenly burst forth. Roar! The flame giant dragon let out a frenzied roar, its crimson eyes fixed on that drop of blood, its entire body ablaze with energy and flames. What is this? It can actually stir the dragon blood within the flame giant dragon? Lu Qing's aged eyes widened in shock and joy, exclaiming, I have a feeling that if the flame giant dragon swallows the drop of blood, it will instantly break through to the king level. Even, there is a slight possibility that the flame giant dragon could transform into the legendary divine dragon species. Lu Qing was already old, 230 years this year, his potential completely exhausted, and his lifespan nearing its end, with only a few decades left to live. Now, he saw a glimmer of a breakthrough opportunity. Once the flame giant dragon broke through to the king level, Lu Qing, who had formed a core contract with it, would also have a great chance to break through at the same time. As long as I become king level, I will be at the top of the Lu family, my status almost comparable to that of the family head. Lu Qing's breathing quickened. Master Chang, Lu Su's eyes were fervent, saying, Quickly kill him. My golden dragon and holy dragon have sensed the opportunity to evolve into divine dragon species. The chance for the Lu family to rise is right now. Lu Qing glanced at Lu Su, nodding on the surface, but in his heart, he was dismissive. Compared to the prosperity of the Lu family, how could it compare to the temptation of breaking through to the king level? Even if he seized the drop of dragon blood, no matter what Lu Su said, he would only use it for his own flame giant dragon. It seems, Lu Yu chuckled, that you really want this drop of true dragon source blood. He admired the greedy expressions on Lu Qing and Lu Su's faces, casually feeding the drop of true dragon source blood to the world-destroying demon dragon beside him, which had long been drooling. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon opened its mouth and directly swallowed the drop of true dragon source blood. Roar! Seeing the world-destroying demon dragon consume the drop of true dragon source blood, the flame giant dragon was utterly enraged, its already crimson eyes turning even bloodier. It went completely mad. The flame giant dragon could sense the extreme allure emanating from that drop of true dragon source blood, a bloodline tremor it had never felt before. As long as it consumed that drop of blood, it would surely undergo a transformation. Not only would its realm break through in an instant, but its bloodline would also be optimized. But that drop of true dragon source blood was directly devoured by that pitch-black demon dragon. The aura emanating from the world-destroying demon dragon already made the flame giant dragon feel immense disgust, and at this moment, it could no longer suppress its killing intent. Roar! The flame giant dragon charged forward. Lu Yu, you are seeking death. Lu Qing's gaze turned extremely cold, saying, Since you let that black dragon swallow the drop of source blood, I will let the flame giant dragon completely devour your black dragon, and all its power will still be absorbed by the flame giant dragon. Master Chang. Lu Su was also incredibly furious, believing that drop of true dragon source blood should have belonged to him, immediately saying, Just kill that black dragon, and I will let the golden dragon and holy dragon share it. Lu Cheng nodded but did not give a concrete reply. His gaze towards the world-destroying black dragon was filled with greed. When Lu Qing turned his gaze towards Lu Yu, it was filled with a chilling intent to kill. How dare you use such a precious treasure without permission? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Lu Qing gritted his teeth in anger. In his mind, Lu Yu was still that useless person whose innate source had been extracted. Such a precious treasure could not be used by a waste. You really are daydreaming. Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, wanting to devour the body of the world-destroying demon dragon and absorb the power of that drop of true dragon's blood? Shouldn't you have asked me first? How will you protect it? Lu Qing mocked coldly. The black dragon you contracted is currently refining that drop of source blood. As a dragon master, your only contracted giant dragon can no longer fight. Lu Yu, you are still too young and too foolish. Right now, you have completely lost your power to resist. Is that so? Lu Yu chuckled softly, then looked ahead. The flame giant dragon flapped its crimson wings and descended in an instant. Lu Qing's expression grew increasingly excited, as if he could already see the flame giant dragon completely devouring the world-destroying demon dragon. A giant dragon species actually wants to devour a demon dragon? Lu Yu found it strange and couldn't help but laugh. What a reversal of fate! Just as Lu Qing was about to retort, his expression suddenly changed. Screech! The noble purple flames seemed to fill the sky. From the purple flames, the majestic phoenix slowly emerged. Endless purple flames surrounded the imperial bird like an infinite army, transforming into hundreds of fiery feathers that shot out in an instant. Roar! The flame giant dragon's expression changed slightly. The omnipresent terrifying purple flames made it feel a sense of crisis. With a loud roar, the flame giant dragon suddenly unleashed a breath of dragon fire, a platinum-level dragon breath technique called flame dragon breath. The crimson and dark purple flames seemed to merge completely. Boom! Countless purple flames erupted from within. A large amount of purple flames still surrounded the purple flame phoenix, like eternally loyal soldiers that would never betray. The purple flames have strengthened? Lu Su was shocked and said, those purple flames actually devoured the flame giant dragon's red dragon fire. How is that possible? The flame giant dragon's red dragon fire is a platinum level skill. Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim, and aren't you a dragon master? Why did you contract an elemental fire bird? When did I ever say I was a dragon master? Lu Yu replied calmly, as for why I can devour flames, the reason is simple. The flame giant dragon's red dragon fire is simply too low level. Low level? Lu Qing was somewhat stunned. A platinum level dragon fire was actually called low level? Not just the dragon fire, Lu Yu said indifferently, the flame giant dragon you contracted is also very low level. Screech! Boom! The purple flame phoenix spread its wings, resembling the emperor of the heavens, releasing an incomparably noble majesty. Under the imperial might, all beings of lesser rank were suppressed. Roar! The flame giant dragon was instantly bound by the imperial might, as if its bloodline, dragon fire, dragon soul, and dragon body were all shackled by invisible chains. This was the imperial shackles. Lu Yu remained calm, facing the purple flame phoenix with a potential of level 10, while the flame giant dragon's potential was only at level 2 of the Holy Spirit. In terms of strength, it was at least suppressed by 40%. The current flame giant dragon could only be compared to a slightly stronger level 10. Compared to a first-level monarch, there was almost no comparability. Lu Yu's gaze was deep, but he did not feel that victory was assured. After all, behind the flame giant dragon, there was still a powerful dragon master. I didn't expect that the elemental fire bird you contracted could actually suppress the combat power of the flame giant dragon, and the degree of suppression is so exaggerated, Lu Qing sighed, then suddenly said, however, it ultimately ends here. The elemental firebird of the starry level 2, no matter how excellently trained, absolutely has no chance against the blazing giant dragon at the 10th level of the solar level, enhanced with the beast mastery talent. He extended his hand, old and withered like a dry branch, yet ethereal flames quietly ignited upon it. B-level talent, illusory flames. That is the flame of illusion, the flame of the soul. The aura of the blazing giant dragon seemed to suddenly break through its limits. The illusory flames and the crimson flames quietly merged. Under the cover of the crimson soul flames, the blazing giant dragon suddenly revealed its most ferocious side. It growled low, swallowing numerous crimson soul flames into its belly, and its entire dragon body became even more majestic. Bang! The muscular blazing giant dragon slowly landed on the ground, shaking the already broken earth, causing it to collapse, stirring up layers of dust, which were melted into fine magma by the high temperature. Not a bad form. The soul's illusory flame? Huh? It seems I need to show a bit of my true ability. Lu Yu said calmly, chuckling lightly, purple flame emperor bird, transform into flame soul. Boom! Screech! The purple flame emperor bird spread its wings, its body quietly dissipating, transforming into a purple flame that covered the sky, collapsing infinitely into a highly noble shadow of the emperor bird. Each feather seemed like a finely crafted work of art, especially the long tail feathers, which were surrounded by boundless purple flames. Zila! The space was burned and shattered. Above the sky, a hollow quietly emerged. This hollow was long and deep, resembling an eye. That is, the eye of the sky. A noble soul of purple flame walked out from the eye of the sky. She possessed the most luxurious and elegant beauty, dressed in a purple royal robe, extending her long, jade-like hand, seemingly wanting to grasp the blazing giant dragon in her palm. What is this? Lu Qing was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had never seen such a terrifying form and could not imagine this was a scene caused by a starry-level pet. Lu Yu did not answer, only gently uttered 2 words, "And you, coming, master." And Yu appeared behind him, her delicate jade hand wrapped around Lu Yu's neck, gently hanging on his back, casually releasing countless life essences. Numerous auras gathered, transforming into a piece of tender green leaf. A piece of tender leaf? Lu Qing felt puzzled, frowning and saying, "What can this piece of tender leaf do?" Tender leaf? Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh, saying, "This is the decree of the laws." Whoosh, as the tender leaf fell onto the purple flame emperor bird. The noble emperor's shadow behind the purple flame emperor bird suddenly surged. Lu Su. Lu Yu looked at Lu Su not far away, chuckling, "If you want to call for help, feel free to do so." Lu Su's expression changed. Since the appearance of the true dragon source blood, he had sensed Lu Qing's greed and directly informed his mother. No matter what, the world-destroying demon dragon and that drop of true dragon source blood could only be enjoyed by the giant dragon he had contracted. Just thinking about the golden giant dragon and the holy giant dragon being able to come over to devour the world-destroying demon dragon, and having the chance to transform into a divine dragon species, Lu Su couldn't help but tremble with excitement. However, when the purple flame emperor bird summoned its emperor form, under the incomparably terrifying pressure, Lu Su felt something was amiss, especially as that piece of tender leaf fell. The aura of the purple flame emperor bird made Lu Su unable to even muster the heart to resist. That noble purple figure seemed like the emperor of the mortal world, wielding the authority of the sky. To see it, like an emperor descending. Feeling Lu Yu's mocking gaze, Lu Su clenched his fists, remaining silent, secretly thinking, "As long as my mother arrives, Lu Qing will not be able to seize my opportunity. As for you, Lu Yu, you can only die." "All right." Lu Yu's gaze shifted, finally looking at Lu Qing, saying, "Lu Qing, you can die now." "I die?" Lu Qing seemed to have heard a joke, his aged face filled with a mocking smile as he coldly said, "Lu Yu, even if it means being punished by the family, I will kill you here." Lu Yu did not respond. What need was there to reply to the words of a dead man? He raised his hand and gently waved it down. Flame, burial. In the sky above, that eye of the heavens slowly closed, as if in pity. The noble shadow of the emperor slowly approached the blazing dragon. The dragon's eyes suddenly narrowed, feeling the incomparably terrifying pressure emanating from that emperor's shadow, as if it would completely burn away everything in the world. Roar! At that moment, the blazing dragon was afraid. Even its noble dragon bloodline trembled under the purple flames. It was as if that was not a noble emperor's shadow, but the most terrifying shadow of death, descending upon it. The blazing dragon was suddenly caught. A hand as delicate as purple jade quietly grasped the body of the blazing dragon. The blazing dragon released endless dragon flames, but they were absorbed by that emperor's shadow, making the opponent's aura even more violently scorching. Then, that stunning purple flame empress slightly closed her eyes. Boom! The boundless purple flames of the heavens suddenly exploded. The space collapsed, the earth trembled, and the heavens were in pity. The blazing dragon, located at the very core of the purple flame explosion, had its resilient body instantly burned to ashes, and its proud dragon head became shattered. As the dragon soul emerged, it could not escape the burning of the purple flames, completely succumbing to it, as if an ordinary piece of firewood had turned into fuel for the purple flames. How is this possible? Lu Qing's eyes widened as he felt the demise of the blazing dragon, the dissolution of the core contract, the extinction of the B-grade beast taming talent Void Flame, and the collapse of the beast taming space. Such a scene, akin to the end of the world, made Lu Qing feel an immense absurdity, as if he were trapped in a dream. Lu Qing's soul was continuously weakening, leading him to mistakenly believe this was a sign of waking from a dream, and he couldn't help but close his eyes, hoping that dreams would eventually awaken. If this isn't a dream, how could the blazing dragon I have carefully nurtured for 200 years, reaching adulthood, not be Lu Yu's opponent? Lu Qing's mind gradually fell silent. How could a blazing dragon of the 10th rank lose to a 2nd rank elemental firebird? I already said. Lu Yu slowly walked in front of Lu Qing, grasped Lu Qing's neck, and lifted him up directly, smiling, "You can die now." Suddenly, he exerted force. Crack! Lu Qing's eyes widened as he felt his neck snap in an instant, the pain sweeping through his soul, reminding him that this was not a dream. Then, consciousness faded. This elder of the dragon-taming family Lu family, a direct descendant of the family head's line, who was just a step away from ascending to the elder position, thus perished. Next, Lu Yu's expression shifted slightly, smiling, "It's your turn now." Feeling the gaze upon him, Lu Su's body trembled. He could not understand why Lu Yu's strength was so formidable. The world-destroying demon dragon that Lu Yu had nurtured could easily crush the 10th rank golden dragon of the Moon Sea and the holy dragon, trampling Lu Su's dignity into the ground. The purple flame empress bird he had nurtured had also forcefully killed the 10th rank blazing dragon. Where exactly was Lu Yu's limit? The blazing dragon is dead? Lu Luochan's expression froze slightly, feeling it was somewhat absurd. She could see that Lu Yu had not used that power which could annihilate the dragon's phantom from beginning to end. He had only sent out his pet, that noble purple flame empress bird, which, at the 2nd rank, had forcefully counterattacked and killed the blazing dragon. Manager Lu, this is simply beyond reason. Duan Shanghua sighed and said, is this the power of a top-tier breeder? In the last era, there were many top-tier breeders. If every top-tier breeder had cultivation abilities as monstrous as Manager Lu's, just how powerful was the beast-taming civilization of the last era? This old man had been watching the battle all alone. When Lu Su was suppressed and humiliated, Duan Shanghua had no intention of intervening. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Shanghua had to acknowledge that Manager Lu's importance was far beyond that of Lu Su. In his view, after 100 years of hard training, Lu Su might break through to the overlord level, becoming the strongest in the Xia kingdom, perhaps even surpassing Duan Shanghua himself at this moment. But Lu Yu was different. With the many precious beast cubs cultivated by Lu Yu, the entire beast-taming University of Magic City, and even the Xia kingdom, would continuously produce king-level and even overlord-level beast-tamers. A top-tier breeder would be valued in any of the 6 nations. When the flame dragon descended, Duan Shanghua initially wanted to intervene directly but quietly noticed the calm gaze that Lu Yu cast over. Duan Shanghua found it hard to understand. Even if Lu Yu was a top-tier breeder, he had not yet fully grown. The 10th tier of the starry-level beast-tamer, while elite, was still far from the 10th tier of the sun level, until the Eye of Heaven appeared, and the decree of the laws was issued. That purple, noble emperor's shadow, recognized by the laws of life, could greatly borrow the power of the law's origin to enhance itself to the extreme. Thus, the flame dragon fell. Lu Qing also died as a result. Only then did Duan Shanghua realize that the 10th tier of the starry level was ultimately just the most superficial appearance. A top-tier breeder can only be called so at the 7-star, 8-star, or even 9-star level. Duan Shanghua said softly, a 7-star breeder's status is comparable to that of a Holy Spirit-level beast-tamer. In the last era, the beast-taming civilization reached its peak, yet the status of top-tier breeders remained incredibly noble. It couldn't be without reason. He suddenly understood. Sun-level 10th tier? The flame dragon? It was merely an act of rebellion. In the corridor of the sun-level building, hooray! Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun hugged each other excitedly. The manager is amazing. What flame dragon? Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Shen Yanyan huffed, I shouldn't have worried about the manager. The manager is much smarter than us. How could he not have confidence? That's right. The manager must be strategizing, which is why he is battling that flame dragon. Du Ruoyun said softly, what beast tamers, they seem just so. Luo Tianyan stood not far away, his eyes filled with longing, secretly thinking, with the 2nd tier of the starry level, to kill a 10th tier of the sun level in an instant. Even with the assistance of a beast tamer, this achievement is terrifying enough. He wasn't too surprised, only feeling it was to be expected. After all, that is the azure sky purple flame, ranked 2nd on the blue stars, almost the first of the. Luo Tianyan smiled slightly. Shen Yanyan was somewhat puzzled and said, but the manager's annihilation demon dragon should be of the same strength as the imperial bird. Why let the imperial bird fight instead of the annihilation demon dragon? The demon dragon should be on the verge of a breakthrough, right? Du Ruoyun speculated. Could it be that the manager predicted that there would be stronger enemies coming next, so he let the annihilation demon dragon advance on the spot? The two women exchanged glances. The Lu family. The manager himself is the abandoned child of the Lu family, though the Lu family is blind to his talents. But the Lu family is one of the 3 major beast-taming families and is also a top family in Magic City. Shen Yanyan couldn't help but say, the manager has slain the flame dragon, and that old man's status is clearly not low. The Lu family will definitely not let this go easily. In Du Ruoyun's eyes, a hint of worry flashed by, and then she seemed to think of something, softly saying, don't worry, this is Magic City University, covered by a dominant-level magic formation, a place of absolute safety. The store manager can even subdue a 10th tier sun level, unless a king-level beastmaster personally arrives, otherwise, there is no way to threaten the store manager. A king-level beastmaster cannot pass through the magic formation without permission. Shen Yanyan's eyes lit up. Boom! 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 Above the campus of Magic City Beastmaster University, the shadow of the magic formation appeared. A pitch-black dragon shadow emerged high in the sky. Duan Shanghua rose into the air, his expression cold as he said, Madam Su, your son is safe, please go back. Suyaji stood atop the black dragon, a terrifying aura belonging to the king level suddenly pressing down, sternly saying, Lu Qing is dead. Duan Shanghua, you have such audacity to dare kill Lu Chang? Duan Shanghua was about to retort. Lu Yu gently touched the body of the world-destroying demon dragon, suddenly realizing that the world-destroying demon dragon had quietly opened its demonic dragon eyes, having completely absorbed the true dragon's source blood, and softly said, Principal Duan, let her in. Duan Shanghua hesitated, but that's Su Yaji, a true king-level dragon master. No problem. Lu Yu smiled and said, just right, I haven't seen this esteemed foster mother in a long time. Lu Yu slightly raised his head, looking at the massive black dragon shadow isolated by the magic formation in the sky. The terrifying dragon might seem to penetrate the formation, pressing down. The intense pain from 12 years ago still lingered in his mind. The talent of a beastmaster is derived from the deepest part of the soul. The source of talent is even integrated with the soul, inseparable. Forcibly extracting the source of talent means the division of the soul, a terrifying pain that life cannot bear. Lu Yu still clearly remembered the despair that came from the heart when the source of talent was extracted. When he sought help, he could only see a pair of cold eyes. Su Yaji looked down at him, filled with the arrogance of a superior, holding a pure light orb in her hand, representing the source of talent of the sacred dragon shadow. Lu Yu, this source of talent will unleash its true power as Su-er grows stronger. As for you, with no support in the Lu family, what qualifications do you have to awaken S-level talent? Living your life as an ordinary person, in the most humble posture, that is your fate. Su Yaji's cold words still echoed in his mind. Lu Yu slightly closed his eyes, but a hint of hatred curved his lips. My dear foster mother, you must be impatient outside the magic formation, right? You must want to turn me to ashes immediately, eliminating all risks, right? I hope that your proud king-level black dragon, when it becomes a servant, you can still remain cold. Lu Yu then looked at Duan Shanghua, unable to help but frown slightly. As the principal of Magic City University, Duan Shanghua certainly did not want a king-level dragon master to enter Magic City University with hostility. This was undoubtedly contrary to Lu Yu's goal. Even if Principal Duan disagrees with the foundation of the Lu family of dragon masters, there might still be a way to break through the magic formation of Magic City University, Lu Yu pondered slightly. Outside the magic formation, from the back of the black dragon, a stunningly beautiful, graceful noblewoman slowly descended. She was Su Yaji, the current head of the Lu family, one of the three major dragon master families. Stubborn and unyielding, Su Yaji's already limited patience was completely exhausted. Duan Shanghua, if you obediently open the entrance to the formation, I will still respect you a little. Su Yaji said coldly, do you really think I have no way? As her voice fell, a token suddenly appeared in Su Yaji's hand. The aura emanating from this token was strikingly similar to that of a formation. As a highly prosperous dragon riding family, the Lu family was based in the Magic City, so how could they not have a certain level of control over the Magic City Beast Master University? More than 1/5 of the professors at Magic City University came from the Lu family. Not to mention, there were many professors who had risen through the ranks by relying on the Lu family. It was just a token that passed through a formation. Although obtaining it required a very complex process, there were only a few tokens within the entire Lu family. Yet, after Su Yaji used it, she showed no signs of reluctance. She looked at the gradually cracking formation barrier, her face filled with cold laughter. Roar! A black dragon, with a king-level second stage realm and a massive body spanning dozens of meters, descended like a pitch-black meteor. Bang! Just the impact of its landing caused the ground to sink deeply. It even triggered the underground formation, causing the barrier to automatically manifest. Su Yaji looked at Lu Yu, her expression suddenly turning icy, and said indifferently, Lu Yu, I don't know how you awakened your beast master talent. Lu Hongda should have been killed by you, right? I didn't expect you to even kill Lu Qing. After Lu Hongda's death, Su Yaji had investigated and found some connections to the Luo family. Considering Lu Hongda's status, it wasn't worth conflicting with the Luo family, so she planned to wait for a critical moment to bring it up in exchange for some benefits. Now, however, it was clear. Lu Yu had likely been lying in wait all along, perhaps awakening his talent by chance after being expelled from the Lu family, becoming a beast master, and then seizing some opportunities to grow. Lu Yu had even subdued Lu Qing, and with Lu Hongda's star-level strength, he naturally couldn't escape unscathed. Do you regret it? Lu Yu asked with interest. Regret? Su Yaji seemed to have heard the most absurd joke, laughing heartily yet coldly, and said, no matter how exceptional your talent is, it cannot compare to Su-er. Moreover, as long as you are killed, all threats will cease to exist. How arrogant. Lu Yu shook his head and chuckled. Aren't you curious why I could have isolated the black dragon outside the formation, yet chose to let Principal Duan activate the formation? Why? Su Yaji was momentarily taken aback. Upon careful thought, she realized it was indeed somewhat suspicious. In Su Yaji's view, since Lu Yu had been lying low for so many years, he must have a very deep mind and a character that planned before acting. With the protection of Duke Duan, Lu Yu could have directly teleported away. Why face her directly? Lu Yu's realm was clearly only star level, while she was king level. With such a vast gap, she could easily manifest the Beast Master space and crush Lu Yu into powder, leaving him with no place to die. The world-destroying demon dragon eye contracted feeds on dragon kin. Lu Yu chuckled lightly, looking at the imposing black dragon, and said, "This king-level black dragon, as food for the world-destroying demon dragon, barely qualifies." As soon as the words fell, roar! A tremendous aura suddenly enveloped the world-destroying demon dragon. The red star-level resource True Dragon Source Blood was completely refined. Star level 10. The increase in realm was merely the most inconspicuous change after the world-destroying demon dragon refined the True Dragon Source Blood. Once the realm reached star level 10, the foundation of the world-destroying demon dragon was still accumulating wildly. The beast you contracted, world-destroying demon dragon, has completely refined the red star-level resource True Dragon Source Blood, gaining the True Dragon species Qiu Long characteristics, and its potential has risen to Holy Spirit level 3. The system prompt sounded. Once the potential reached Holy Spirit level, every change in rank would greatly enhance the basic combat power of the beast. Even if the world-destroying demon dragon had not comprehended any skills, due to the potential level rising to Holy Spirit level 3, its own combat power had suddenly increased by at least several times. Lu Yu, you don't really think that by contracting the demon dragon species and cultivating it to the starry level 10, you can defy me, do you? Su Yaji sensed the change in the world-destroying demon dragon, feeling the oppressive aura, yet a mocking smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth as she elegantly said, "I thought you would struggle, but in the end, an ant is just an ant." Starry level 10? Ridiculously laughable. No matter how powerful the demon dragon species was, in Su Yaji's eyes, the realm of starry level 10 was no different from that of an ant. Is that so? Lu Yu remained calm. He slightly closed his eyes. Quietly, he activated the Imperial Star Refinement Method. This refinement method is of the red star level. It is one of the core inheritances of a 7-star level beast master. Boundless dark power surged into the body of the world-destroying demon dragon in an extremely special and exquisite manner. Countless accumulated foundations were unveiled, and many hidden potentials were activated. The restrictions of the beast contract seemed to be lifting. The bottleneck of the realm was loosening, and the vast amount of accumulated foundation was continuously merging into the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. Su Yaji's pupils constricted, revealing an expression of disbelief. She clearly sensed that the aura of the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly surged tenfold, and even its realm broke through. "Have you gone mad?" Su Yaji sneered. "If I'm not mistaken, it seems you haven't established a core contract with this demon dragon, right? Without a core contract, you dare to let this demon dragon break through to the moon level, exceeding your own beast space by a large realm? That's simply self-destructive." Lu Yu's realm was starry level 10, and so was the world-destroying demon dragon. If the world-destroying demon dragon forcefully broke through, it would undoubtedly destroy the beast space, causing irreparable damage. Even Su Yaji had to admit that Lu Yu had contracted a demon dragon species, and his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. If he could escape, Su Yaji would surely lose sleep over it. But she never expected that Lu Yu would do something so foolish, willingly sacrificing his future for a momentary boost in power. "Lu Yu, you are truly extremely foolish," Su Yaji mocked. In reality, even a top-tier beast master would not casually allow their contracted beast to exceed their own realm by a large margin. The pressure on the beast space would undoubtedly be immense, easily affecting advancement. Typically, both the beast space and the contracted pet would reach the limit of their levels before using the refinement method to allow the pet to break through, thus driving the beast master to also break through. Compared to the future of the beast master, the change in power brought by a forced breakthrough was nothing at all. Self-destructive? Lu Yu said calmly, "It's just exceeding the beast space by one large realm. What pressure could there be?" The beast space created by 3 SSS level talents was already hundreds of times stronger than the same level, even more exaggerated, almost a qualitative change. Not to mention just letting the world-destroying demon dragon break its limits. Even if the purple flame emperor bird and the ancient tree of life broke their limits and advanced to the moon level, Lu Yu could easily bear it. Moreover, within Lu Yu's beast space, the ancient tree of life was always suppressing. The reason he hadn't allowed his pets to break their limits before was simply because he didn't know the method. Now that he had accepted the inheritance of the beast master and mastered the refinement method, Lu Yu would not let his pets continue to be stuck at their realms. Roar! The aura of the world-destroying demon dragon truly reached the moon level. After using the true dragon source blood, the endless accumulated foundation was now fully realized, transforming into the realm of the world-destroying demon dragon. Moon level 3, moon level 5, finally stabilizing at moon level 7. Following the beast contract, the immense pressure sank down. In the beast space, the branches and leaves of the ancient tree of life swayed. That overwhelming pressure flowed through the trunk and roots of the ancient tree of life, continuously transmitting into the beast space, but was directly dispersed. This is a beast controlling space with hundreds of times the strength of the same level, easily withstanding the scattered contract pressure. Such a scene would surely shock any beast master beyond measure. However, for Lu Yu, who had awakened 3 types of SSS level talents and contracted the ancient tree of life, it was nothing at all. He felt incredibly relaxed. The pet beast you contracted, world-destroying demon dragon, has broken through to the Manhwa level and comprehended the red star level skill, Dragon Slaughter. Dragon Slaughter, a red star level skill, through which all dragon clans killed by the world-destroying demon dragon will have their dragon souls, even the essence of dragons, extracted and transformed into servants of the world-destroying demon dragon. The system prompt sounded. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but smile, thinking, this newly comprehended red star level skill Dragon Slaughter is clearly derived from the talent Demon Dragon. It directly plunders dragon souls and even the essence of dragons? The slain dragon clans will even become servants. He looked up ahead at the massive black dragon still hovering in the air, its smile even more radiant, thinking, having a king-level black dragon as a servant? Not bad at all. Manhwa level 7? Suyaji's mind shook violently, exclaiming, the magic dragon species at Manhwa level 7 has a realm nearly 1 major level higher than yours. Why hasn't your beast-controlling space collapsed? She stared intently at Lu Yu, trying to detect a hint of something, but found Lu Yu's expression unchanged. Not only did the beast-controlling space not collapse, but there wasn't even a hint of abnormality, as if contracting a Manhwa level 7 magic dragon with a star level 10 didn't pose any pressure at all. How strong is his beast-controlling space? Su Yaji found it hard to believe. Mother, Lu Su said solemnly, don't be intimidated by him. Even if the magic dragon species is cultivated to Manhwa level 7, what of it? The black dragon you contracted is a king level 2. That's right. Su Yaji came back to her senses. The gap between King Level 2 and Manhwa Level 7 was immense. Even if the world-destroying demon dragon refined the true dragon's source blood and broke through to Manhwa Level 7, it still had no chance of winning. Su Yaji stared at the world-destroying demon dragon beside Lu Yu, sensing the aura emanating from it that instinctively repulsed her, and couldn't help but frown, coldly saying, Lu Yu, you dare to contract a magic dragon species, betraying the glory of the dragon-controlling family. Are you really not afraid of the divine dragons in the dragon realm punishing you? Dragon realm? Lu Yu smiled indifferently, saying, as a member of the dragon-controlling family, you probably have never seen the Dragon Realm, right? Suyaji frowned slightly. The Dragon Realm was one of the strongest domains, and the conditions for traveling to Blue Star were extremely harsh, so she naturally had never been to the Dragon Realm. So what? Suyaji sneered. The next moment, her pupils constricted, almost unable to believe the absurd scene unfolding before her. Roar! The pitch-black eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to contain a world. Behind the world-destroying demon dragon, the space began to collapse, the sky trembled continuously, and the clouds cracked apart. The domain membrane containing infinite dragon essence broke through the barrier of the blue sky and white clouds, slowly revealing a corner. The Dragon Realm has descended. Red star level skill. Dragon Realm projection. On the world-destroying demon dragon, the sacred and demonic intentions seemed to overlap. It bore the projection of the Dragon Realm, and a vast amount of Dragon Realm source power surged into the world-destroying demon dragon's body, exuding an incomparably majestic aura. The world-destroying demon dragon showed an expression of enjoyment, the Dragon Realm projection becoming its shadow, seemingly merging into one. At this moment, even the king-level black dragon felt an immense sense of pressure, especially that sacred and demonic combined aura, which made the black dragon feel a bloodline suppression. Its entire strength could only be exerted to 70%. The bloodline trembled, and even the dragon soul, in front of the Dragon Realm projection, was almost unable to suppress its excitement, completely surrendering. Sensing the will of the black dragon and witnessing the unmatched figure of the world-destroying demon dragon before her, Suyaji felt her heart tremble, her eyes filled with disbelief. You clearly contracted a demon dragon species, so why can the demon dragon species gain the recognition of the Dragon Realm and even summon projections from it? Suyaji was utterly flustered, and indescribable anger surged from her heart, as if her long-held beliefs had been tarnished, and she exclaimed in fury, the demon dragon is clearly a forsaken dragon, completely expelled from the Dragon Realm. Why would the dragon realm still recognize the demon dragon species? What exactly have you done? Forsaken? It is clearly the divine dragon that has usurped the authority of the dragon realm. Lu Yu's expression was cold as he slowly approached Tsuyaji, indifferent as he said, I don't want to explain too much. I believe that dying under the suppression of the dragon realm, the black dragon you contracted would feel honored, right? Tsuyaji's expression changed. She sensed the existence of the dragon realm's projection and felt as if her very soul was being suppressed. That overwhelming terror and the instinctive submission were absolutely genuine. If she were only facing a 7th-tier pet beast, even if it were a demon dragon species, Tsuyaji would have great confidence in easily subduing it. But what she faced now was the incomparably vast dragon realm. Even a mere projection was not something a king-level black dragon could contend with. At this moment, Tsuyaji had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. Sur, we need to go. Tsuyaji hurriedly said, there are even more powerful king-level beings in the family. And there are even top-tier kings that have reached the 10th tier of king level. Tsuyaji descended with great momentum, intending to leverage the power of the Lu family to force the Beastmaster University in the Demon City to compromise. Yet she had never considered that she would choose to flee in such a disgraceful manner. It's too late. Lu Yu's expression remained indifferent. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon's pupils constricted. A strand of pitch-black light seemed to solidify and fiercely pierced into the black dragon's eyes. Tsuyaji instantly lost her connection to the black dragon, her eyes widening in shock. The world-destroying demon dragon had managed to completely daze the king-level black dragon with just a glance? At this moment, the black dragon had undoubtedly lost its ability to resist, left to be slaughtered at will. She couldn't imagine what kind of skill that glance represented, to possess such terrifying power. Lu Yu, don't force me. Tsuyaji lost all elegance, unable to summon the black dragon back to the Beastmaster space. Even though she could teleport away like Lu Su, the black dragon would be left behind. The black dragon had signed a core contract with Tsuyaji. If the black dragon fell, her Beastmaster space would also be on the verge of collapse. Even if it could be repaired in the future, her Beastmaster talent would be wasted, and there would be no possibility of any breakthroughs, forever remaining at the 2nd tier of king level. Tsuyaji had grown up in the Lu family, essentially a child bride to the current head of the Lu family, and she had awakened the A-level Beastmaster talent Dark Cloud. She was only 40 this year, quite young compared to the long lifespan of king-level Beastmasters, and there was even a glimmer of hope for her to break through to the Overlord level in the future. Tsuyaji could not accept that her future would be at risk of being severed. Tsuyaji, my dear foster mother. Lu Yu's expression was relaxed as he smiled. I won't kill you just yet. I will make your Beastmaster space completely shatter, turning you into a thorough waste. Only then will you be tormented day and night by regret, won't you? It was as if the whisper of a devil. It completely shattered Tsuyaji's defenses. Boom! Tsuyaji nearly went mad, instantly unleashing her A-level Beastmaster talent Dark Cloud. Immediately, towering layers of pitch-black clouds enveloped the black dragon's body, then completely merged into the black dragon itself. Roar! The black dragon briefly regained consciousness, only to find itself surrounded by absolute darkness. Countless dark source powers transforming into tiny pitch-black dragons, frantically devouring the black dragon's body and soul. Bang! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly appeared before the black dragon, its body transforming into a terrifying height of 70 or 80 meters. The already enormous king-level black dragon seemed to shrink in comparison. The black dragon, in a state of panic, realized that it was being suppressed. The dragon realm projection carried by the world-destroying demon dragon was continuously releasing the heaviest suppressive force, while the endless source of dragon power surged into the body of the world-destroying demon dragon, amplifying everything about it. The demon dragon's fierce claws pressed down hard on the black dragon's head, while another claw gripped the black dragon's arm and yanked it violently. Rip! Dragon blood splattered. The world-destroying demon dragon savored the moment, feasting on the black dragon's claws. As a dragon of the dark attribute, the black dragon's body had the best taste for the world-destroying demon dragon, causing it to reveal an expression of enjoyment, while not giving the black dragon a chance to resist. It tore off one of the black dragon's arms, and even the pitch-black dragon wings on its back were ripped away. Tsuyaji watched as the black dragon's body became increasingly mangled. The black dragon she had once been proud of was now roaring in terror and begging for mercy, and Tsuyaji felt her own pride being trampled into the ground. When she looked at Lu Su beside her, she found his pupils constricted, his whole body trembling slightly, as if triggered by some psychological shadow, and a sense of clarity emerged. Perhaps before she arrived, Lu Yu had tortured her son in the same way. Lu Yu, Tsuyaji said furiously, you stop this at once. Why should I? Lu Yu replied indifferently. What do you want? Name your conditions, Su Yaji said immediately. The more she watched the black dragon being tormented, the more pain she felt. Even a hint of regret began to surface. If she had taken Lu Su away as soon as she arrived, would they have suffered this? You can't afford it, Lu Yu suddenly said. However, your black dragon is not bad. As a servant of the demon dragon, it is qualified. Su Yaji was about to say something when her face suddenly turned pale. Boom! The dragon realm projection behind the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly detached from it and pressed down on the black dragon. The suppressive force of the dark dragon realm also reached its peak. The black dragon was simultaneously subjected to the suppression of the dark dragon realm and the dragon realm projection, causing its bones to shatter instantly, and its entire body collapsed to the ground. The world-destroying demon dragon slowly approached, looking down at the king-level second-tier black dragon. It raised its dragon claw. The power of the demon dragon's body reached its peak. Rip! The black dragon's head was pierced through. No! Su Yaji's face lost all color. She felt the contract breaking, her innate source disappearing, and the beast control space cracking continuously. Run! Su Yaji was filled with immense sorrow, regret flooding her heart. But she was, after all, a battle-hardened king-level beast master. She knew that everything was beyond recovery now. The only urgent matter was to escape, at least to preserve the beast control space, so that in the future, she could contract with other giant dragons and at least maintain her king-level status, even if she was slightly weaker than other kings of the same level. Who would care? As long as she still had king-level combat power, Su Yaji would still be a high and mighty presence in the Lu family of dragon masters and in the entire Xia country. Su Yaji was about to activate the teleportation stone in her mind when she suddenly realized that the collapse of the beast control space could not be stopped. Countless pure dark source powers surged into the beast control space through the contract connection. Su Yaji, Lu Yu chuckled softly and said, "Do you know what true despair is?" Shut up! Su Yaji was furious but also filled with despair. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and saw the solidified dragon soul slowly rising from the lifeless body of the black dragon. The soul of the black dragon looked at Su Yaji, and the power of the contract seemed to re-emerge, which filled Su Yaji with extreme joy. She hurriedly said, "Black dragon, you're not dead. I will re-establish the contract with you right now." She had no time to think further, and with the forced establishment of the beast contract, Su Yaji instantly summoned the soul of the black dragon back. Feeling the stability of the beast space, Su Yaji smiled from the heart, a joy of surviving a disaster. Suddenly, boom! Su Yaji spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as paper, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her beast space had actually been destroyed by the black dragon itself. As the beast space shattered completely, Su Yaji's aura continued to fade. Daylight level, moonlight level, star level. In the end, even the awakening level could not be maintained. Su Yaji's level had completely returned to zero. She was no longer a noble dragon master but had fallen to an ordinary person. The soul of the black dragon slowly emerged, landing in front of Lu Yu and the world-destroying demon dragon, and then respectfully knelt down. Like the most humble servant. "Mother!" Lu Su exclaimed. He felt Su Yaji's aura. That overwhelming feeling of being unable to resist had completely dissipated, leaving only weakness. Su Yaji also seemed to have lost the meaning of life, slumping to the ground in a daze. It had been less than 30 minutes since she arrived at the Magic City Beast Master University. Yet she had experienced the great ups and downs of life. Not only had the core contract's king-level black dragon fallen, but she had also become a servant of the world-destroying demon dragon. Moreover, Su Yaji's beast space, which could have been saved and had a chance to recover, was destroyed by the black dragon she trusted the most. This sense of despair plunged Su Yaji's soul into the abyss. The store manager really killed the king-level second-tier black dragon. Lu Luochan took a deep breath, feeling that the scene before her was too bizarre, almost impossible to happen, and couldn't help but say, even the current matriarch of the Lu family, Su Yaji, has now become useless. That king-level second-tier black dragon seems to have completely become a servant? Whether it was the crushing defeat of a higher-level challenge or the end of the battle, it deeply shocked Lu Luochan's heart, especially since Lu Luochan also noticed that the black dragon, now a servant, seemed to have not lost any aura, but rather had increased, being subdued and becoming a servant, yet becoming stronger? Incredible, Lu Luochan murmured. Store manager Lu Duan Shanghua's expression was complex as he said, "Now that the matriarch of the Lu family has become useless, what do you plan to do?" Earlier, Duan Shanghua had advised Lu Yu, and he had made up his mind that if Lu Yu really encountered danger, even at the cost of worsening the destruction of the beast space, he would extend a helping hand. But he never expected that the world-destroying demon dragon not only summoned the dragon realm projection, but that terrifying gaze and powerful dragon body were both holy and demonic. The black dragon was forcefully subdued. Duan Shanghua looked at the soul of the black dragon, which appeared incredibly loyal, and felt a chill run down his spine. "Lu Yu, I want you dead." Lu Su's eyes were filled with immense hatred as he said, "One day, I will make you regret what you did today." Annoying. Lu Yu casually slapped him, sending Lu Su flying 10 meters. However, Lu Su quickly got up, still staring at him with intense hatred. Lu Su. A weary figure walked up to Lu Su's side. He was an associate professor at the Magic City Beast Master University, Lu Su's direct mentor, Lu Tianhe. Lu Tianhe was a collateral bloodline of the Lu family, rumored to be the illegitimate son of the previous generation's family head, and thus the brother of the current family head Lu Tianfeng, Lu Yu's nominal uncle. In terms of circumstances, Lu Tianhe and Lu Yu were somewhat similar, both not included in the Lu family's genealogy. Unlike Lu Yu, Lu Tianhe, although not recognized, still maintained a good relationship with the Lu family. "Teacher." Lu Su gritted his teeth. "Lu Yu, can I protect him if I step in?" Lu Tianhe said sincerely. Lu Yu looked at Lu Tianhe, his expression somewhat complex. 12 years ago, when his innate source was taken from him, he vaguely heard voices of opposition and pleas, but they were directly suppressed by Lu Tianfeng and Su Yaji. Later, upon reflection, he realized that the one who opposed and pleaded was this nominal uncle, Lu Tianhe. Lu Tianhe could have broken through to the king level, but due to his previous opposition, he remained at the 10th tier of the solar level. With such strength, he could only serve as an associate professor at Magic City University. In the Lu family, he was simply not enough. As an illegitimate child, Lu Tianhe might also want to return to the Lu family and reclaim everything that belonged to him, but he no longer had the ability to do so. "Yes," Lu Yu nodded and said, "however, I won't allow you to take them away, you must use the teleportation stone directly." Although he agreed, he didn't want Lu Tianhe to get too entangled with Lu Su and Su Yaji. Otherwise, when it came time for reckoning in the future, he might be a bit lenient. "All right." Lu Tianhe looked at Lu Yu gratefully, then turned to Lu Su and said, "You heard him, use the teleportation stone to leave immediately." Lu Su wanted to say something, but upon meeting Lu Tianhe's disappointed gaze, he felt a heavy stone block his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Lu Su, in a daze, walked to Su Yaji's side, and took a deep look at Lu Yu, as if to deeply imprint today's humiliation into his soul. Then, with a slight movement of thought, the teleportation stone activated, and the space trembled. The figures of Lu Su and Su Yaji slowly faded away. Lu Yu looked at Principal Duan and said, "Principal Duan, are you satisfied with this handling?" Duan Shanghua's expression was complex. He naturally knew that even if Su Yaji became a useless person, allowing her and Lu Su to leave together was partly due to Lu Tianhe's reasons, but it also considered Duan Shanghua's presence. After all, this was Magic City Beast Taming University. Losing a Lu Qing was inconsequential, but if both Lu Su and Su Yaji died here, Duan Shanghua would likely be held accountable. After a few more exchanges, Liu looked towards the solar tower not far away, his brows furrowing slightly, thinking, "It seems that the fermentation of influence still requires some time." Why was he making such a big show and showcasing his strength? It was merely to complete system achievements. Among the many system achievements, there were indeed tasks related to influence. As long as he gained more and more recognition, his influence could continue to expand until the achievement was completed and rewards were obtained. "Lu Yu, it's been over a decade since we last met, and you've grown so much. Plus your strength has become so formidable," Lu Tianhe couldn't help but say. There was a hint of softness in his eyes, as if he was slowly merging Lu Yu with the child from 12 years ago. "And you," Lu Yu said slowly. And you, standing beside Lu Yu, carefully examined Lu Tianhe, then unleashed pure life source power, and a small life domain immediately unfolded. Lu Tianhe was momentarily stunned, feeling the boundless life source power pouring into his body, healing the hidden injuries within him. Even the damaged beast taming space was continuously mending. After a long while, Lu Tianhe's aura changed. He had a feeling that as long as he wanted, he could break through to the king level at any time. Lu Tianhe looked at Yu in shock, unable to imagine that this beautiful girl, like a fairy, possessed such incredible healing power. Over the years, Lu Tianhe had long given up on the idea of healing his hidden injuries, accepting that the 10th tier of the solar level was his limit, but now he was healed and had regained the possibility of breaking through to the king level. 12 years ago, you pleaded for me, Lu Yu said. The hidden injuries you suffered for me back then, I will help you heal now. Plus, letting Su Yaji and Lu Su go is a favor, and from now on, we are even. Lu Tianhe was silent for a long time. Soon, he let out a deep sigh. If the family head knew that the lady has become a useless person, and the contracted king-level black dragon has become a servant, even Lu Su has been severely injured. Lu Tianhe suddenly had a thought, secretly wondering, will he regret his past indulgence and acquiescence? In the Demon City, Lu family. In a manner, Lu Tianfeng sat with great authority in the position of family head, and in the conference hall were more than a dozen king-level elders of the family. Over the past 12 years, due to Lu Su's double S-level dragon talent, Lu Tianfeng's position as family head was incredibly stable. Everyone knew that Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su were set to serve 2 consecutive terms as family heads. The term of the family head lasts at least 200 years. Most importantly, with Lu Su's talent, there was a significant possibility of breaking through to the overlord level. Among the 3 great dragon riding families, there was only one overlord level combat power, and it was not a dragon rider, but a giant dragon that had broken through to the overlord level. Compared to the long lifespan of dragons, the lifespan of beast tamers is too short, and beast tamers themselves are too fragile, making them easy to die in battle. If Lu Su breaks through to become an overlord level dragon rider, the Lu family will surpass the other 2 dragon riding families, which is something everyone in the Lu family eagerly hopes to see. Of course, Lu Tianfeng could completely control the Lu family. His own strength and cunning were not to be underestimated. He himself was a king-level 6th-tier dragon rider, awakened with the S-level beast-taming talent Boundary Fire, and had contracted the most orthodox giant dragon species of the Lu family, the Red Dragon, and was of royal blood from the Red Dragon clan. In theory, a royal red dragon is comparable to the top giant dragon species, capable of reaching king-level 10th tier in adulthood. Unlike the Black Dragon contracted by Suiji, the Red Dragon contracted by Lu Tianfeng, at the moment of breaking through to king level, received the favor of the will of Blue Star and awakened the talent Heavenly Crimson Dragon Flame. The Heavenly Crimson Dragon Flame ranks 9th on the exotic fire ranking. To some extent, this is equivalent to an S-level beast taming talent. When Boundary Fire and Heavenly Crimson Dragon Flame merge, they are not inferior to the top 5 on the exotic fire ranking. Strength, status, power. Even the direct bloodline is so outstanding. Lu Tianfeng had long possessed everything that ordinary people could hardly imagine, standing at the top of society. Lu Tianfeng frowned slightly. He sensed a spatial fluctuation, the unique fluctuation of a teleportation stone. In the vast Lu family, it was rare to have a teleportation stone as a protective item. Lu Tianfeng suddenly thought that today Suiji seemed to have left the Lu family in a fit of anger. Could it be that Ji encountered danger? Lu Tianfeng frowned, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. He glanced around at the elders present, slightly cupped his hands, and then vanished without a trace. In the manner, the figures of Lu Su and Suiji slowly appeared. Lu Su supported Suiji, concerned as he said, "Mother, are you alright? Let go of me." Suiji shook off Lu Su's hand and unsteadily walked towards the villa's entrance, but she had barely taken 2 steps before she stumbled and fell to the ground. The shattering of the beast taming space and the complete drop in her realm left Suiji severely injured, almost on the brink of collapse. The most critical point was that Suiji's mentality had already collapsed. She had become a useless person, and not only had her contracted black dragon died, but its dragon soul had also become a servant. As a dragon rider, Suiji was naturally very proud, but she could only watch helplessly as her contracted black dragon became a servant, her self-esteem continuously trampled upon. She looked at her son but could not feel the past comfort and affection. Instead, a trace of disgust emerged deep in her eyes. "If you hadn't provoked him, the black dragon wouldn't have become a servant," Suiji said softly. "The glory of the dragon realm has been tarnished. I am guilty." "Mother," Lu Su said painfully, "the root cause of all this is Lu Yu. As long as we kill him, the black dragon will definitely return." "What if it returns?" Suyaji shook her head and said, "I am already a useless person. My innate source has dissipated, my beast control space is shattered, and my realm has completely fallen." "Heh, is this what Lu Yu felt back then? I truly regret it. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have transplanted Lu Yu's innate source. If I had done nothing, Lu Yu would have contracted the sacred giant dragon, and you would have contracted the golden dragon. Our Lu family could still thrive." Lu Su couldn't help but grit his teeth. He said softly, "Mother, do you really think so? I already regret it." Suyaji slightly closed her eyes. 2 lines of clear tears flowed from her eyes, continuously falling to the ground. "You cannot understand this feeling, falling from the heights of a king to the dust. I have given so much, but what about you? Your beast control talent is still double S rank, not SS rank. Why, after all these years, have you not fused the dual dragon shadows? You useless waste." She completely lost her reason. Each word felt like steel needles piercing into Lu Su's soul. Suyaji did not seek Lu Su's understanding. This feeling of complete downfall could never be understood by someone who had not experienced it. "Mother, I know I was wrong." Lu Su shed tears, gritting his teeth and said, "I will eventually fully fuse my talent. As long as I have the SS rank dragon shadow talent, I will surely achieve the level of a hegemon. At that time, I will avenge you and let Lu Yu taste what you are feeling today." Suyaji gently caressed Lu Su's face, smiling lightly. "Sir, I hope you do not forget your words at this moment. She slightly closed her eyes, as if making a decision. Help me back, she said softly. Lu Su nodded heavily, supporting Su Yaji and taking her back to her room. As Lu Su turned back, he met a pair of stern eyes. Lu Tianfeng said in a deep voice, Speak, what exactly happened? Father. Lu Su's face was filled with guilt and hatred. He said softly, Mother, has become a useless person. What? Lu Tianfeng's eyes widened in anger. Say it again. What exactly happened? I encountered Lu Yu at the Beast Control University in Magic City. Lu Su recounted the events. The more Lu Tianfeng heard, the heavier his mood became. He forcibly suppressed his anger and said slowly, You mean, Lu Yu's realm is star level, but his strength is comparable to king level? Even Lu Tianfeng, who had seen much, could hardly believe Lu Su's words. To match king level at star level, could such a monstrous beast master truly exist? Lord Qing was suppressed, and the black dragon contracted by Mother has also become a servant. Even Mother's beast control space has completely shattered, her cultivation wasted. Lu Su's eyes were filled with fear and resentment. I don't know what means Lu Yu used. Perhaps he made a deal with the Demon Dragon clan. Lu Yu once said he would destroy the Lu family. With the means he has shown now, it is not impossible. How dare this brat? Lu Tianfeng was furious. He is still a member of the Lu family, yet he dares to plot against the Lu family? Even if his innate source was taken back then, it was all for the prosperity of the Lu family. Why is he unwilling to sacrifice himself for the glory of the Lu family? Creak. The door opened. Suyashi walked out slowly, holding a box in her arms. Sewer. Her eyes were slightly red as she opened the box, revealing a pale golden crystal. This is a Dragon Realm stone. After using it, you can descend into the Dragon Realm. You should no longer stay on Blue Star, only the Dragon Realm is where you belong. I hope that when you return, you can make Lu Yu pay the price he deserves. Lu Su stared blankly at the crystal stone. He naturally recognized the Dragon Realm stone. Many king-level dragon tamers from the Lu family, whose realms and lifespans had reached their limits, would typically use the Dragon Realm stone to directly enter the Dragon Realm, seeking the opportunity for their final breakthrough. Lu Su had thought that he would never be able to use the Dragon Realm stone in his lifetime, and that he would not encounter any bottlenecks in the future, even when he grew up to become a dominant double-S talent dragon tamer. By that time, even the divine dragons in the Dragon Realm would have to look at him differently. When Lu Su slightly raised his head and met Suyaji's vacant gaze, he felt a pang in his heart. All right. Lu Su took the Dragon Realm stone and held it tightly. The Dragon Realm stone, huh? Lu Yu sat on the back of the black dragon, watching the image that appeared before him with great interest. Roar the world-destroying demon dragon shrank from nearly 100 meters tall back to half a meter, comfortably staying by Lu Yu's side, with dark source power maintaining the image. According to Lu Yu's instructions, the world-destroying demon dragon implanted a trace of dragon dark source power into both Lu Su and Suyaji, allowing it to monitor their movements at all times. The Dragon Dark Domain was a red star level skill. Even a trace of Dragon Dark Source power was essentially comparable to a Holy Spirit level. Therefore, Lu Su and Lu Tianfeng were completely unaware. As for Suyaji, having become a useless person, it was even more impossible for her to notice. How interesting, Lu Yu chuckled lightly. The Dragon Realm Stone, like the Teleportation Stone, was essentially a type of teleportation stone, but it could cross realms. If ordinary teleportation stones were considered the lowest level of diamond-grade resources, then this Dragon Realm stone was the top existence among diamond-grade resources. Of course, the Dragon Realm was rich in such resources, making it relatively precious for beast tamers from Blue Star. After all, it could directly teleport to the Dragon Realm. Compared to Blue Star, the Dragon Realm was the most suitable domain for dragon tamers and giant dragons to grow. Even ordinary beast tamers, if they could teleport to the Dragon Realm, would have the chance to contract with giant dragon species and become noble and powerful dragon tamers. Lu Su wanted to become stronger quickly, and the only way was to go to the Dragon Realm. Roar roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was somewhat drooling. That was the real Dragon Realm. Surely there were countless giant dragons and even divine dragons in the Dragon Realm, right? If it could enter, wouldn't it be able to feast? Just thinking about it made the world-destroying demon dragon unable to contain its excitement. You have quite the ambition. Liu shook his head and laughed, saying, with your current strength, you're only comparable to a king-level 4th tier. In a dragon realm filled with countless giant dragon species and a large number of divine dragon species, your strength is not enough. The king level was the dividing line for strong individuals. The difference between each tier of king level 10 was enormous. For example, Suyaji, with the A-level beast taming talent Dark Cloud, could make the black dragon temporarily comparable to a king level 3rd tier, but that was all. In contrast, the world-destroying demon dragon's basic strength was already comparable to a king-level 4th tier. The gap between the 3rd and 4th tiers was significant, marking the critical levels of early and mid-king levels, with a huge difference. Lu Yu had calculated carefully, considering the skill characteristics of the world-destroying demon dragon. After all, they were all red star level skills. Coupled with 3 special talents, it could fight against a king level 5th tier. This was the current limit of the world-destroying demon dragon. It's a pity that this black dragon has not received the favor of any realm, so it naturally has not awakened any talent. Lu Yu looked at the black dragon soaring beneath him, feeling a bit regretful, thinking, if the black dragon had awakened a talent, its combat power would likely not be limited to this. It wouldn't be so simple for the world-destroying demon dragon to suppress this black dragon. I might even have to reveal Dark Hell. Throughout, Lu Yu had not shown his beast-taming talents. Whether it was Dark Hell, God-slaying Divine Fire, or Life Divine Source, they were all unprecedented SSS-level beast-taming talents. With the integration of the 7-star Breeder Legacy, Lu Yu gradually realized just how extraordinary the SSS-level Beast Master talent truly is. Looking back at the previous era, the Beast Master civilization had reached its peak, with countless powerful Beast Masters, including many at the Dominator and Holy Spirit levels, and even a few demigod-level Beast Masters. Among these powerful Beast Masters, many awakened S-level talents, and even SSS-level talents, but not a single one awakened the SSS-level Beast Master talent. It was as if this level of talent was merely an ethereal legend. In contrast, Lu Yu had awakened 3 types of SSS-level talents. This made Lu Yu instinctively reluctant to expose his Beast Master talents on a large scale. The reason he confronted the Lu family in public was partly to express his feelings directly, and partly to expand his influence and achieve system accomplishments. SSS-level talent has far-reaching implications, Lu Yu pondered. At least for now, it's best not to make a big deal out of it. He couldn't help but smile. If he used the SSS-level Dark Hell to empower the world-destroying demon dragon, let alone a 5th-tier king-level Beast Master, he was confident he could take on even a 10th-tier top Beast Master. As of today, Lu Yu truly possessed the power to protect himself. Even without relying on the invincible power of the pet shop, he was confident he could walk safely on Blue Star. Lu Yu casually waved away the image before him. He really didn't care how the Lu family would deal with him. Under absolute power, any conspiracy or scheme was nothing but a pile of dirt. Black Dragon, accelerate. Lu Yu patted the king-level Black Dragon beneath him. Roar. The Black Dragon lowered its head, its demeanor extremely respectful, its speed seemingly breaking through limits, even causing a sonic boom, but it was isolated by dark power, making the ride on its back feel incredibly comfortable. Lu Yu gently stroked the head of the world-destroying demon dragon and chuckled, "Before you become stronger, I might just ride this black dragon." Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon tilted its head. It looked a bit dumbfounded. If it were to become stronger, would it still be reduced to a mount? No way. Woo woo. Roar roar. The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly thought of something and protested vehemently. Lu Yu stroked his chin and chuckled. "Are you saying that if I defeat even stronger dragon species, or even divine dragon species, and turn them into dragon servants, I won't lack mounts?" Roar roar roar. The world-destroying demon dragon nodded repeatedly. A proud look appeared in its pitch-black dragon eyes, as if to say, "Isn't this demon dragon very clever? Praise me. You're quite smart," Lu Yu said with a laugh. "It seems I'll have to visit the dragon realm in the future." Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon tilted its head. Is this a trip to the dragon realm for supplies? Although it had obtained the bodies of the 10th-tier flame giant dragon and the 2nd-tier black dragon, with the world-destroying demon dragon's appetite, it wouldn't last long. There must be more reasons than that, Lu Yu smiled and said. The divine dragon species on Blue Star are few and far between, and one of them is the national divine dragon of the Xia Kingdom. After all, I am part of the Xia Kingdom. If the national divine dragon doesn't cause me trouble, I can't possibly go looking for it, right? Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon seemed to understand. So, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled as he chuckled. Having a divine dragon as a mount doesn't seem bad. I definitely have to visit the dragon realm in the future. Roar roar. The world-destroying demon dragon nodded repeatedly. It knew one thing. As long as it reached the dragon realm, wouldn't that be an all-you-can-eat buffet? Dragon meat to its heart's content. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but feel excited, its desire to grow stronger intensifying. Only by becoming strong enough to not fear the many divine dragons of the dragon realm could it step into the dragon realm. The mythical pet shop is located near the Beastmaster University in the Demon City. It's actually not far. The real large area belongs to the Beastmaster University in the Demon City. As one of the three major Beastmaster academies, Magic City University occupies a vast campus. Luyu rode on a king-level black dragon for quite a while before finally leaving Magic City University, faintly seeing the outline of the mythical pet shop. He was about to command the black dragon to land at the mythical pet shop. Achievement unlocked. Influence reached 100 points. Reward: breeding system activated. Claim reward? Yes/no. The system prompt suddenly sounded. Luyu showed an expression of immense surprise, thinking, "It seems that my overwhelming dominance over Lu Su at Magic City University, my forceful defeat of the 10th tier flame giant dragon, and even my strong suppression of the king-level black dragon are gradually starting to take effect, which is why my influence has finally reached the standard." Despite the influence value being only a mere 100 points, Luyu knew very well how difficult it was to achieve this 100 points of influence. Claim it directly, Luyu said immediately. Breeding system activating. 10%, 50%, 80%, 100%. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the breeding system. Magic City Beastmaster University. At this moment, the entire Magic City University was in a frenzy. As one of the three top-tier academies, only true genius Beastmasters were qualified to enroll and become students there. The minimum admission standard was also a B-level Beastmaster talent. In addition, cultural course grades had to meet the standard. Every year, tens of millions of college entrance examination candidates in the entire Xia country competed for the extremely limited spots in the three top-tier academies. Out of tens of millions of candidates, fewer than 2,000 could gain admission to the three top-tier academies, making it a rare achievement. Any student at Magic City University, if not excelling in both character and academics, at least possessed extraordinary talent and remarkable learning ability, and they were often proud and rarely sincerely admired others. Only today, the sudden emergence of a young mentor ignited the already buzzing Magic City University shortly after the semester began. Breaking news! Our youngest mentor in the history of Magic City University, perhaps also the strongest and most talented mentor ever. I didn't expect Mentor Lu's background to be so complicated. What strongest freshman? In front of Mentor Lu, Lu Su is nothing, completely outclassed. The most terrifying part is that even Lu Su's protector Lu Qing, and Lu Su's mother, the current matriarch of the Lu family Su Yaji, a true king-level dragon master, are not even a match for Mentor Lu. Mentor Lu's realm is actually at the 10th tier of the Starry Realm. I seriously suspect that Mentor Lu is hiding his true level. When Mentor Lu arrived, it seemed he was riding on his contracted magic dragon. And when he left, he was riding on the king-level black dragon that had become his servant. That is a king-level black dragon, yet it could only become a mount. Who has the connections? I really want to enroll in Mentor Lu's breeding course. The elemental divine bird and the world-destroying magic dragon contracted by Mentor Lu are probably all nurtured by him personally. I just want to learn 1% of what Mentor Lu knows, and I would be satisfied. The entire Magic City University was set ablaze. A large number of students revered him, while many others simply did not believe it. With the battle videos exposed on the campus forum, those skeptical students had no choice but to believe. Influence continued to rise. At the same time, many students and even mentors were worried. Luyu had already dealt with the matriarch of the Dragon Master family. The Lu family would not let this go easily. In the principal's office, Lu Luochan sat across from Duan Shanghua, worriedly saying, "Teacher, can we negotiate with the Lu family?" "I have already spoken with Manager Lu." Duan Shanghua shook his head and said, "Manager Lu said it would be best not to interfere, he has his own plans." But, Lu Luochan hesitated, saying, "But that's the Lu family." On the surface, there are quite a few king-level 10th-tier dragon tamers, and they have been inherited for thousands of years. Who can know if the Lu family has hidden any overlord-level dragon tamers in the dragon realm? Duan Shanghua sighed slightly. He naturally had concerns in this regard. The three major dragon tamer families all have traditions. As long as their level or lifespan reaches the limit, they will be transported to the dragon realm. No one knows how powerful the forces of the three major dragon tamer families are in the dragon realm. Although any dragon tamer who reaches the dragon realm no longer belongs to human civilization but rather to the management of the dragon realm. However, their origins do not change. If the dragon tamer family truly faces destruction, who can say that the hidden dragon tamers in the dragon realm won't take action? "I have already questioned the store manager once," Duan Shanghua said slowly. "Manager Lu undoubtedly possesses strength equal to mine, or even far surpassing mine. He himself is a top-tier nurturing master. As long as he is willing, he can instantly attain a status far beyond mine. If that day truly comes, Manager Lu will certainly not be in danger. A top-tier nurturing master is something that all 6 nations would fight over, a status equivalent to a national divine dragon. Lu Luochan's breath suddenly caught. She realized that the young and handsome store manager could easily attain a position unrivaled on Blue Star. As long as Lu Yu is willing, he could rise to the top of the Xia kingdom and become the national nurturing master. He definitely wouldn't be willing, right? Lu Luochan couldn't help but think. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came. Come in, Duan Shanghua said in a deep voice. Soon, Shen Yanyan, Du Ruoyan, Luo Tianyan, as well as Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, each walked in. Principal, the five said in unison. You five are all young talents valued by Mentor Lu, and your potential is extraordinary. Duan Shanghua looked around at the five present and said slowly, if I'm not mistaken, the contracted beasts you have all awakened a kind of special growth type talent, right? Shen Yanyan, Du Ruoyan, and Luo Tianyan exchanged glances. Clearly, Duan Shanghua had hit the nail on the head. As for Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, being Duan Shanghua's grandsons, there was no need to ask further. Yes, Shen Yanyan said. The slime I contracted has awakened the growth talent Devour. No need to tell me, Duan Shanghua said in a deep voice. You only need to know one thing. Since you have contracted the beasts nurtured by Mentor Lu, your fates are destined to be rewritten. Rewrite fate. Shen Yanyan took a deep breath and said, we have known this for a long time. Not only that, Duan Shanghua said in a deep voice. Do you know how special the special growth talent really is? Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and said seriously, Principal, after I contracted the fire chicken, I felt my beast taming talent is undergoing a transformation. Although it hasn't truly transformed, there is a trend. Is this the peculiarity of the special growth talent? As he finished speaking, the other four showed expressions of shock. Can it really allow the beast taming talent to transform? Du Ruoyun exclaimed. Then can my B-level holy light also transform? In fact, Lu Luochan stepped forward and said, my beast taming talent has already transformed into S-level. As soon as her words fell, a crimson dragon shadow instantly appeared behind Lu Luochan. The students present, all geniuses from Magic City University, could naturally tell that this was clearly an S-level beast taming talent. It is well known that the talent Lu Luochan awakened was only A-level dragon wing. Now, that S-level pressure was definitely not fake. Everyone present was excited and shocked, especially Luo Tianyan, who truly confirmed that the beast taming talent could transform. He seemed to envision the scene of the A-level talent Cold Flame transforming into S-level. Only Shen Yanyan, despite being equally shocked, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. S-level talent? She thought to herself, I'm so far from the manager's talent. Shen Yanyan had seen Lu Yu exhibit his beast taming talent. The boundless dark hellish scene, though shrouded in darkness, felt devoid of evil. That grand and majestic sight was almost imprinted in Shen Yanyan's heart and soul, never to be forgotten. Students, Duan Shanghua stood up, his demeanor extremely serious, and said, your futures are already limitless. You must know, as long as you contract a beast with an awakened growth-type special talent, your beast taming talent will continuously grow and can ultimately evolve to SS level. SS level. The students present were all shaken to their core. They naturally did not doubt that Duan Shanghua was the president of Magic City University, a respected and knowledgeable figure throughout the entire Xia country. Since Duan Shanghua had said so, it could not be false. If the S-level beast taming talent could still be aspired to, then any SS-level talent, once born, was destined to be a prodigy among prodigies. Looking across the entire Blue Star, with hundreds of billions of humans, many of whom were mixed blood, the awakening rate of beast taming talent was about 50%. This meant that in the vast Blue Star, there were over 100 billion beast tamers. With such a large base, the number of beast tamers who awaken SS-level talent did not exceed 200, and that was a figure accumulated over thousands of years. This was truly 1 in a billion. Moreover, any beast tamer who awakened SS-level talent, as long as they could grow smoothly, would undoubtedly be at least at the overlord level. Hearing Duan Shanghua's account, not to mention Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyan and the others, even Lu Luochan, who already knew, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. That was SS-level beast taming talent. Whether in Xia country or extending to the entire 6 nations, in the vast human beast taming civilization, SS-level talent was the highest qualification. President Duan, are you saying that all of us here have the opportunity to evolve our beast taming talent to SS level? Luo Tianyan was shaken and couldn't help but ask. Not just you. Duan Shanghua replied gently, including myself. Did the president also contract a beast cub cultivated by the manager? Shen Yanyan's eyes lit up. For some reason, the kind yet always somewhat authoritative President Duan suddenly felt more approachable. That's right, Duan Shanghua said softly. I contracted the sky-settling giant tree cultivated by Manager Lu, which can completely evolve into a potential overlord-level void ancient tree. Thanks to Manager Lu, my beast taming space is not only about to be restored but also has the hope of breaking through to the overlord level. Luo Tianyan's pupils constricted. He was well aware that Duan Shanghua had extremely deep connections and prestige in the political, military, and even business circles. Previously, when Duan Shanghua's beast-taming space shattered, he had long given up on advancing. Many connections and prestige were tacitly left to his family. Luo Tianyan couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying power would be unleashed if Duan Shanghua broke through to the overlord level with the accumulated reputation. Perhaps the status of the Duan family would instantly be on par with any beast-taming family. The Void Ancient Tree? Luo Tianyan's mind raced. With the senior's cultivation ability, if the sky-settling giant tree evolves into the Void Ancient Tree, it would definitely not be a weak one among the overlords. It might even challenge beyond its level. At that time, even those old overlords who hold supreme power in Xia country would have to show great respect to President Duan. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Luo Tianyan slowly asked, "President, you brought us juniors who have received the favor of Senior Lu here. It shouldn't just be to inform us about the special growth-type talent, right?" Upon hearing this, Shen Niannian and Du Ruoyun also looked over. This was their first time coming into such close contact with a person of Duan Shanghua's stature. Although they were quite excited, there was not much tension. Of course, it's not just that. Duan Shanghua looked at Luo Tianyan with appreciation and smiled. More importantly, it's to affirm your future. In terms of potential for the future, you are already on par with Lu Su from the first year. Although Lu Su was easily crushed by Lu Yu, the opponent was the store manager, and everyone present would not underestimate Lu Su in the slightest. Before this, Lu Su was considered one of the most outstanding first-year students in the history of the Magic City Beastmaster University. Only a very few SS-level talents could overshadow Lu Su. In fact, many associate professors and even full professors had commented on Lu Su, believing that once he fused two types of Dragon Shadow talents, he would definitely evolve into a true SS-level talent, joining the ranks of the strongest qualifications in human civilization. The few of them exchanged glances, all listening intently. Duan Shanghua continued, "Based on your potential, I have decided to grant you the highest scholarship at the Magic City Beastmaster University, which is the Special Scholarship. The Special Scholarship is distributed in 3 installments, corresponding to the Extraordinary Level, Star Level, and Moon Level. Extraordinary Level, you can receive a scholarship of 10 million. Star Level, you can receive a scholarship of 100 million. Moon Level, you can receive a scholarship of 500 million. The total amount for the special scholarship is 610 million. Duan Shanghua smiled and said, "Shen Niannian and Du Ruoyun are now extraordinary level beast masters and can receive the first tier of the extraordinary level scholarship, which is 10 million. As for Luo Tianyan, you are currently at the star level and can receive a scholarship of 100 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Niannian and Du Ruoyun both showed an unmistakable joy. 10 million in scholarship was undoubtedly a huge sum for them. For any extraordinary level beast master, it was enough to support them in breaking through to the star level. Now, with Shen Niannian and Du Ruoyun both receiving the special scholarship, it meant that once they broke through to the star level, they would receive another 100 million in scholarship. What if they broke through to the moon level? The scholarship would directly reach 500 million. Even Luo Tianyan, who came from a prominent family, couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. He was very clear about what a huge sum this was. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Luo Tianyan couldn't help but say, "Principal Duan, even for the Magic City Beastmaster University, it would be difficult to decide on several special scholarship spots at once, right? As far as I know, the university only decides on one special scholarship spot each year. You don't need to worry about that." Duan Shanghua said gently, "In previous years, the special scholarship spots were chosen from several S-level talented beast masters. This year's special scholarship was originally meant for Lu Su, but I decided to retract it. His beast master talent was, after all, obtained through seizing. As for your special scholarship, a genius destined to evolve into an SS-level talent, what's so surprising about a special scholarship?" "Yes," Luo Tianyan nodded. He didn't want to delve deeper. Duan Shanghua was practically a one-man show at the Magic City Beastmaster University, and deciding on a few special scholarship spots was really not a big deal. A special scholarship spot represented a financial expenditure of 600 million. This was indeed a huge sum. Even for a day-level beast master, it was not a number to be underestimated. What about for a monarch level? Then it wouldn't be much at all. Not to mention that Duan Shanghua was a 10th tier monarch level, the top tier monarch level beast master, who had accumulated countless prestige, achievements, and connections. Even if Duan Shanghua personally covered the financial gap, it wouldn't be much for him. "Grandpa, do we have one too?" Duan Dongwen's eyes lit up and said, I want to cultivate a queen ant. It costs a lot. In school, hold a position. Duan Shanghua helplessly said, you naturally have your own merits. Besides your identity as my grandson, you are also students of Magic City University. Since you have contracted the young beasts nurtured by the store manager, your potential is certainly not lacking, and you deserve this special scholarship. Yes, Principal Duan Dongwen said cheerfully. He was determined to pursue a path of overwhelming power, and even the early-stage ant queen required resources that were hundreds of times more than nurturing a beast of the same level. Even though Duan Dongwen was a direct descendant of the Duan family, the beloved grandson of Duan Shanghua, his small treasury had been burning through resources crazily just to cultivate the ant queen to the awakened 10th level and to nurture hundreds of ant-type soldiers. With the many ant-type soldiers under the ant queen's command, they could form battle formations. It is no exaggeration to say that after spending a fortune, Duan Shiwu's contracted sword-cutting ant could no longer compete with him. Duan Shiwu helplessly glanced at his older brother and thought, my foolish brother, even if you signed a core contract, you are destined to only contract one beast. As soon as I break through to the extraordinary level, I can go to the mythical beast shop and ask the store manager to contract a second beast, or even a third beast. At that time, with several powerful beasts working together, how much advantage will your overwhelming power still have? Duan Dongwen noticed Duan Shiwu's gaze and met it without backing down, their eyes clashing as if sparks were about to fly. This pair of twin brothers had long been accustomed to competing with each other, and the others were already used to it. Alright, Duan Shanghua said gently, come over to sign and receive your scholarships. Yay! Shen Nian giggled and was the first to step up to sign, saying, thank you, Principal Duan. When will the scholarship be issued? I'm planning to go to the store manager to contract a second beast. It should be issued tomorrow, Duan Shanghua said with a kind smile. I suggest you continue to contract water-type beasts. It might speed up the evolution of your beast taming talent. Shen Nian nodded repeatedly, saying, I got it. Next was Du Ruoyan, and Duan Shanghua also gave some advice, still recommending that she stick to pure support-type beasts while also training a bit in output-type light beasts, at least to have some self-defense capability. How precious is the advice of a king-level beast master? Du Ruoyun naturally listened humbly. As for Luo Tianyan, he specialized in fire-type beasts. Duan Shanghua thought for a moment and said seriously, you should have contracted a crimson flame wolf king and a white flame snake, right? Yes, Luo Tianyan said, feeling very good after receiving the special scholarship, nodding. The crimson flame wolf king has evolved once, and its strength is at the starry 3rd level, with potential at the abyss moon 6th level. As for the white flame snake, it is much stronger than the crimson flame wolf king, with potential at the abyss moon 9th level and strength at the starry 5th level. Even though he had contracted the crimson flame chicken, Luo Tianyan would not neglect the training of the previously contracted crimson flame wolf king and white flame snake, as they had been his companions for a long time. Don't neglect the training of the beasts you contracted earlier, Duan Shanghua said slowly. Perhaps with your abilities, you cannot train them to the level of the crimson flame chicken or slime. But what if store manager Lu intervenes? Principal Duan means that as long as we take the previously contracted beasts to the store manager for personal training, they have a chance to undergo a transformation? Luo Tianyan exclaimed in shock. You must have caught a glimpse of store manager Lu's nurturing abilities during the open class, Duan Shanghua said softly. Store manager Lu can easily endow the lowest level beasts with the rare and extraordinary growth type special talents, allowing your contracted beasts to undergo a transformation. How difficult can that be? Lu Luochan, standing nearby, suddenly recalled Lu Yu's devil-like whispers. Will the 3 sub-dragon species I contracted truly transform into real dragon species, or even divine dragon species? She couldn't help but think. In the past few years, Lu Luochan had dreamed of cultivating a true dragon species. How difficult it was to cultivate a sub-dragon species into a true dragon. Looking across the entire Xia country, there were very few who could achieve this. The more ignorant one was, the more one would believe in the legends of sub-dragons being cultivated into true dragons. Whenever Lu Luochan recalled that saying, she unconsciously chose to believe it. She was acutely aware that in the face of Lu Yu's extraordinary cultivation abilities, any doubts were futile. Only absolute belief was a form of respect for Lu Yu. Not to mention Lu Luochan, even Duke Duan wanted to ask Lu Yu to cultivate his only king-level pet beast, but unfortunately, the beast space was still too fragile, so he had to put it on hold for now. I understand, Luo Tianyan said with a complex expression. Deep down, he actually knew that with Lu Yu's abilities, cultivating the pet beasts he had previously contracted would undoubtedly be a piece of cake, but he had never mentioned it. Similarly, on a subconscious level, he instinctively believed that the Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake he had contracted were not worthy of being personally cultivated by Lu Yu. He felt inferior. Now, Luo Tianyan realized this and felt immense shame for the Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake he had contracted. No matter how much it costs, I will ask the senior to personally cultivate you. Luo Tianyan made up his mind. As for Shin Yanyan, Du Ruoyan, Duan Dongwen, and Duan Shiwu, although they were surprised, they did not share the same thoughts as Luo Tianyan and Lu Luochan. As the lucky ones who had just become beast masters and contracted with Lu Yu to cultivate pet beast cubs, the beasts they had contracted were relatively easy to cultivate, making their path smooth. After resolving the scholarship issue, Duke Duan watched as several students destined for great futures left the principal's office one after another, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, smiling as he said, "These students may be the most monstrous geniuses during my decades-long tenure as principal. Once they grow up, they will surely shock the entire Xia country, right?" "Definitely," Lu Luochan said with a light smile. In the past, there was only one special scholarship a year, but this year, there are directly 5, and each one is hard to part with. Duke Duan looked at Lu Luochan, a hint of softness in his eyes, and said gently, "Luochan, you really want to cultivate the 3 sub-dragons you contracted into true dragons, don't you?" Lu Luochan was momentarily taken aback, but she eventually nodded gently. "Then go ahead," Duke Duan said with a light laugh. "I have already transferred 200 million to your account." Lu Su contracted 2 true dragons, which is enough to shake the Xia country. If you contract 4 true dragons, I can't wait to see the expressions of those old-timers from the dragon-riding families. Lu Luochan's heart trembled violently as she discovered that her account indeed had an additional 200 million, leaving her with a complex expression. "Teacher," she said somewhat awkwardly, "in order to let the red carp leap over the dragon gate and evolve into the red thunder flood dragon, Lu Luochan had nearly spent all her savings." Duke Duan seemed to see through his daughter's awkwardness, waving his hand as a generous father would, making Lu Luochan feel both embarrassed and warm from the bottom of her heart. But she was ultimately not Duke Duan's biological daughter. Her instinct was to decline. "This is considered my private sponsorship," Duke Duan said with a kind smile, taking out a contract. "This is the contract for this year's outstanding mentor. Although your teaching results haven't come out yet, you have contracted the Red Thunder Flood Dragon and even evolved an S-level talent. It wouldn't be right for you to still have the same treatment as before." Lu Luochan wanted to say something, but she couldn't resist that kind gaze and silently signed the contract. Offering 5 special scholarship spots along with an outstanding mentor contract amounted to expenditures in the hundreds of millions. Even with Duke Duan's status, he would still bear a certain amount of pressure. But as Lu Luochan thought about it, she was no longer the Lu Luochan of the past and would never disappoint the expectations of Minister Duan. Moreover, Lu Luochan was also very much looking forward to it. What kind of expression would those old geezers from the Lu family, as well as her obsessive father, have if they knew she had contracted 3 giant dragon species and 1 flood dragon species? Mythical Pet Shop. After Lu Yu left, Li Rui focused entirely on managing the shop. She first cleaned the pet shop until it was spotless, then threw the clothes Lu Yu had changed out of into the washing machine, and blushingly hand-washed her intimate garments before putting everything into the dryer. "Ha!" Li Rui let out a long breath, thinking to herself, "I wonder what the manager and sister and you are like at the Beast Taming University in Magic City?" Soon, she couldn't help but feel down, sitting on the sofa, hugging her fair and delicate calves, with her head buried in her knees. "If I had met the manager earlier, I could have gotten into Magic City University, right? I really want to hear the manager's lectures. They must be very interesting, right? Mentor Lu. Hee, the manager must look especially handsome at the podium, right?" Many chaotic thoughts surged in Li Rui's mind. She sank her consciousness into the beast taming space, where blood energy surged within the small space, and a blood-dyed young willow sapling took root at the very center of the beast taming space. "Little Lu," Li Rui said softly, "grow up quickly." The blood willow gently swayed, as if responding. She daydreamed like this until the afternoon when she finally saw the first customer of the day. She unconsciously sized up the customer in front of her, the professional skirt accentuating an incredibly hot figure, with long legs covered in sheer black stockings subtly revealing flawless, supple skin. Even the black and red high heels hinted at a certain allure. On her stunning face, she wore thin-framed glasses, adding a touch of forbidden allure. Li Rui instinctively averted her gaze, realizing that in front of this woman, she felt incredibly immature, an indescribable sense of inferiority rising within her. "Where's your manager?" Lu Shui glanced at the mythical pet shop and felt a bit disappointed. If she hadn't known that this pet shop was opened by Mentor Lu, she wouldn't have thought it was anything special. "I'm sorry." Li Rui pulled her thoughts back and said softly, "Our manager is not in the shop yet. If the customer wants to purchase a pet cub, please wait a moment." "Oh," Lu Shui nodded and said, "Then I'll wait here." She knew that at this time, Lu Yu should still be at Magic City University, so she naturally wasn't in a hurry. Sitting leisurely on the sofa, she noticed a set of tea utensils on the table and said, "By the way, pour me a cup of tea." "Oh, okay." Li Rui found the tea box, carefully took out 2 tea leaves, placed them in the cup in front of Lu Shui, and then poured in hot water. Lu Shui frowned slightly. It was just tea leaves. Was it really necessary to be so stingy? Just as she was about to say something, her expression changed dramatically. As the hot water collided with the tea leaves, an indescribably rich tea fragrance surged wildly from the cup. This is. Lu Shui's eyes widened. She could hardly believe her senses. As a direct descendant of one of the 3 major elven families, Lu Shui had even visited the ancient elven kingdom and tasted the most precious tea made from the tender leaves of the elven tree. Any elven tree, once it reached maturity, could reach the king-level 10th tier, being one of the foundations of the ancient elven kingdom. If Lu Shui weren't a direct descendant of the elven family, she would never have had the chance to taste the tea from the elven tree. That tasting was enough to be etched in Lu Shui's memory for a lifetime. Even the taste of elven tea paled in comparison to the exquisite fragrance that erupted at this moment. Li Rui seemed to sense Lu Shui's confusion and said softly, "Our manager said this tea is made from the tender leaves of the thousand-star vine. Please enjoy it, dear customer." This kind of tea, Li Rui has naturally tasted before. However, the tea she tasted only had 1 leaf. Any more than that would be unbearable. After tasting it, Li Rui's realm directly broke through to the 6th stage of awakening. Once her realm stabilized, Li Rui could continue to taste tea. She felt a bit envious but managed to suppress it. "Qianqing vine?" Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback, quickly pulling up information on her phone, her eyes widening in disbelief. The data showed that Qianqing vine is a plant life that takes root on broken meteorites, reaching the level of Holy Spirit when fully grown. The Qianqing vine spends its life drifting with meteorites, absorbing nutrients from other meteorites to continuously strengthen itself. A fully grown Qianqing vine can even suppress smaller planets. "You mean, this is tea made from the young leaves of Qianqing vine?" Lu Shui exclaimed in shock. "That's what the shopkeeper said." Li Rui gently pressed her lips together, reminding this guest, "If you don't drink it soon, it will get cold." Oh. Lu Shui took a deep breath, seriously lifting the cup containing only 2 leaves, which looked rather meager, and took a gentle sip. She pressed her lips tightly together, feeling the purest life force crashing against her body, that extreme freshness even flooding into her soul. Lu Shui's body became rigid, her delicate hand unconsciously resting on her thigh covered in sheer black silk, staring incredulously at the teacup. Just from that one sip, her realm actually began to loosen, on the verge of breaking through the 10th stage of Manhwa, reaching the level of Riyao. Without hesitation, she disregarded the principles of tea tasting and drank the tea in one go. So close to. Lu Shui carefully sensed it, but ultimately could only sigh in regret. She was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through, yet stuck at the final bottleneck. She couldn't help but look longingly at the girl in front of her, but could never bring herself to say the words "one more cup." At that moment, Lu Shui was acutely aware of how precious this tea was. It might truly come from Qianqing vine. How extravagant to serve tea made from Qianqing vine. Lu Shui couldn't help but think. At that moment, roar! A dragon's roar came from outside the door. Li Rui's eyes lit up, softly saying, "The shopkeeper is back." Lu Shui also stood up, only to see a pitch-black giant dragon, dozens of meters tall, slowly landing outside the mythical pet shop. She instantly recognized it as the black dragon contracted by the matriarch of the Lu family. The aura of a 2nd stage king level was unabashedly released, making Lu Shui's breathing difficult. On the back of the black dragon, a young and handsome man leaped down, followed by a small black dragon. As the handsome young man walked into the pet shop, the king-level black dragon respectfully knelt on the ground, as if worshipping a deity, utterly humble. How can the tea from Qianqing vine have hallucinogenic effects? Lu Shui's mind was shaken. She couldn't believe that this king-level black dragon, exuding a familiar aura, was actually kneeling humbly on the ground, like a servant. "It's not an illusion." Li Rui blinked and said, "The shopkeeper is back. But it's a bit strange. How did the shopkeeper seem to have tamed a black dragon? Do you know what kind of existence that black dragon is?" Lu Shui took a deep breath and said, that's a king-level black dragon. Your shopkeeper tamed a king-level black dragon, and it's kneeling like a servant? If this isn't an illusion, then what is? Just looking at the black dragon made Lu Shue's heart tremble, wishing she could escape immediately. If that terrifying woman from the Lu family found out that she had seen the black dragon in such a humble state, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ha! A king-level black dragon? Li Rui's eyes brightened as she looked at the handsome young man approaching, sincerely saying, "The shopkeeper is amazing." "It's nothing special." Lu Yu smiled, gently tidying up Li Rui's scattered hair, and said softly, "Xiao Rui, do you want to ride the black dragon for a spin? Riding a black dragon is really cool. Can I?" Li Rui was pleasantly surprised but a bit hesitant, whispering, maybe I should pass. This sister said the black dragon is a king level, right? Wouldn't it be too humiliating for me to ride a king level black dragon? It's fine, this black dragon is currently the servant of the world-destroying demon dragon. Liu chuckled lightly. You are an employee of the mythical beast shop. The black dragon is just a servant. It would be its honor for you to ride it. Do you understand? Saying this, Liu would not take no for an answer and place Li Rui in front of the black dragon. The black dragon respectfully knelt, its pitch-black wings tilted to one side. With a flutter of nerves, Li Rui stepped along the dragon's wing and onto its back. As the fierce wind surged, the black dragon spread its wings and flew. Liu was not worried about Li Rui's safety. The Liu family was temporarily quiet, and even if there was real danger, Li Rui was an employee of the mythical beast shop. In the event of danger, with just a thought, she could teleport back to the shop. Lu Shui stared blankly at the outside world. A level-awakened beast master was actually riding a king-level black dragon, soaring through the sky. What troubled Lu Shui the most were Lu Yu's indifferent words. A king-level black dragon as a servant? Lu Shui could not remain calm and couldn't help but say, "This is the black dragon under Suyaji's core contract. How could it become your servant?" Lu Yu looked a bit puzzled and said, "You don't know? I remember that Magic City University should have a campus for him." After becoming a mentor, Principal Duan sent a lot of information, including detailed profiles of most students, as well as mentors, associate professors, and even professors. Lu Yu had naturally looked over the relevant information about this medical room mentor and knew that she came from an elven family and had contracted a royal nature spirit, her beauty rivaling that of Lu Luochan. Lu Shui fell into deep thought and then opened the campus for him to start checking. The beautiful eyes behind her thin-framed glasses filled with shock the more she looked, and she sat helplessly on the sofa, unable to calm down for a long time. Lu Shui came to the mythical beast shop to seek cooperation. The elven family and the dragon riding family had both cooperation and competition. Lu Shui hoped that Lu Yu could work for the elven family. At this moment, she found it hard to express her recruitment intentions. Just thinking about it made Lu Shui blush. A young beast master who had forcefully suppressed a king-level dragon rider, let alone Lu Shui being just a direct descendant of the elven family. Even the head of the Lu family would have to weigh their own worth before trying to recruit him, right? As the black dragon landed, Li Rui nervously walked down along the dragon's wing. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon growled. The black dragon nodded respectfully, shrinking its body to transform into a 3-meter-tall pitch-black giant dragon, resembling a statue, kneeling at the entrance of the mythical beast shop. Using a king-level black dragon as a gatekeeper? Lu Shui was speechless for a long time. Only then did Lu Yu turn to Lu Shui, and he had some interest in this somewhat aloof and beautiful mature woman, smiling, "Dear guest, what can I do for you today? Whether it's purchasing beast cubs or nurturing beasts, our shop can accommodate." Lu Shui was slightly taken aback. She really had no need to purchase beast cubs. After all, she had formed a core contract with a nature spirit and could not possibly contract other beasts. As for beast nurturing, Lu Shui unconsciously recalled Lu Yu's incredible nurturing methods in the public class video, which could break limits, and she couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. It just needs a chance, and the nature spirit can break through to the solar level. Lu Shui thought to herself, perhaps this chance is right now. Lu Yu was not in a hurry. Li Rui had already started pouring tea, and a fresh aroma wafted up from the teacup. He calmly sipped his tea, waiting for Lu Shui's reply. Master Lu. Lu Shui made a decision and directly summoned her pet beast, a 10th-tier natural spirit, and softly said, "I would like to ask you to help cultivate my natural spirit." Sure. Lu Yu looked at the natural spirit with great interest. As a member of the spirit race, it was indeed incredibly beautiful, but compared to an Yu, it still had a long way to go. Its realm is 10th tier, and its potential is 6th tier, right? Lu Yu nodded and said, "As a royal natural spirit, it's not bad." Just not bad? Lu Shui widened her eyes, feeling somewhat unconvinced. After contracting the natural spirit, she had completely infused the A-grade talent, Heart of the Spirit, into it. A natural spirit with the Heart of the Spirit would gradually transform its mindset towards that of the ancestral spirit, getting closer to true nature. Sooner or later, the natural spirit would break through its limits and possess even more terrifying potential. Lu Shui asked herself. She had cultivated the natural spirit very well, almost flawless. What else could it be? Lu Yu glanced at her. It must be said that when Lu Shui was slightly unconvinced, the undulating mountains were indeed a sight to behold, complemented by her thin-framed glasses and tightly pressed lips, exuding a sense of restraint. Then tell me, where has the natural spirit not been cultivated well? Lu Shui couldn't help but ask. Even knowing Lu Yu's cultivation ability, perhaps the strongest in the world, Lu Shui was also very proud of her cultivation of the natural spirit and would not easily back down. Facing Lu Shui's doubt, Lu Yu frowned slightly and said slowly, "This guest, have you misunderstood something?" "What?" Lu Shui raised an eyebrow. "What I just said, that you cultivated it well, was just a polite remark," Lu Yu said indifferently. Lu Shui's eyes widened. "Polite remark?" "That's right," Lu Yu said slowly. "What I mean is, your cultivation of the natural spirit is simply a mess, and you have wasted the natural spirit's top bloodline." Lu Yu's words pierced Lu Shui's heart like steel needles. She looked incredulous. Was her cultivation of the natural spirit a waste? "I clearly made the natural spirit fuse with the A-grade talent, heart of the spirit," Lu Shui couldn't help but say. "Who else could achieve this besides me?" "Oh, is that so?" Lu Yu seemed to just realize it and said slowly, "I was just about to mention this. You made the natural spirit fuse with the heart of the spirit, but what happened afterward? You don't think that's a complete fusion, do you? The fusion degree between the natural spirit and the heart of the spirit is at most only 5%. 5%? Lu Shui gasped, angrily saying, "I clearly made the natural spirit completely fuse with the heart of the spirit. The core contract is the best proof." "How shallow." Lu Yu chuckled lightly. "If it really had completely fused, why hasn't the ancestral spirit bloodline within the natural spirit awakened?" As he spoke, Lu Shui's heart shook violently, almost unable to believe her ears. The natural spirit actually has the bloodline of the ancestral spirit? At this moment, Lu Shui could clearly hear the sound of her own racing heartbeat. The ancestral spirit. That was the origin of all spirits. The first spirit. In the legends of the ancient spirit kingdom, the spirit mother tree initially created only one ancestral spirit, and after consuming a large amount of source power, it created many ordinary spirits before falling into a long slumber. The ancestral spirit matured into a holy spirit level. In the ancient spirit kingdom, races with the bloodline of the ancestral spirit could be part of the royal family. Lu Shui had never thought that the natural spirit she had contracted actually possessed the bloodline of the ancestral spirit. Once the bloodline awakened, it would rise to the ranks of royalty. As a contract holder of the royal elf, Lu Shui would possess an unparalleled status among the three major elf families and even within the ancient elf kingdom. "Teacher Lu," Lu Shui took a deep breath and said slowly, "can you awaken the bloodline of the ancestral nature elf?" She looked at Lu Yu nervously, fearing a negative answer that would shatter this dream. "Yes," Lu Yu replied casually. Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback. She truly did not expect Lu Yu to agree so nonchalantly. It was as if awakening the bloodline of the ancestral elf was merely a trivial task for him, something easily accomplished. "Wait," Lu Shui gradually regained her composure and hesitated. "If the nature elf possesses the bloodline of the ancestral elf, as the core contract beast master, how could I not sense it? Are you really sure that there is not a trace of the ancestral elf's bloodline within the nature elf?" Lu Yu's expression remained indifferent. "The little deer is merely a royal nature elf, not a royal family member," Lu Shui declared firmly. "There is absolutely no ancestral elf bloodline within her." The little deer was the name Lu Shui had given to the nature elf after forming the contract. "Are you still deceiving yourself?" Lu Yu's gaze sharpened slightly as he said slowly, "Royal? Imperial? The ancestral elf is the sole ancestor of the ancient elf kingdom. Any elf race, even the most ordinary elf at the bottom, has the bloodline of the ancestral elf within them, don't they?" Lu Shui's pupils trembled violently. She looked at the young man before her in disbelief and stammered, "So, what you mean is that the ancestral elf bloodline you speak of is not some hidden bloodline, but rather a trace so thin that it is almost undetectable, something anyone would overlook?" "Exactly," Lu Yu nodded. "Teacher Lu, are you mocking me?" Lu Shui took a deep breath and said, "A trace of ancestral blood so thin that it cannot be detected, no matter how many resources are invested, it is absolutely impossible to awaken. This has long been a consensus. The so-called consensus is meant to be broken." Lu Yu laughed heartily and said, "Who told you that a bloodline so weak cannot be awakened? Even if only a trace remains, it still contains the will of the ancestral elf." Lu Shui fell silent. She looked at the young man before her and felt increasingly unable to see through him. She truly could not understand where Lu Yu's extraordinary confidence came from. "All right," Lu Yu said with a light smile, "make your choice. Do you want to entrust the nature elf to me for training?" He looked at Lu Shui with great interest, appreciating her conflicted and struggling expression, which seemed to freeze in place. Okay. Lu Shui slightly raised her head, her thin-framed glasses resting on her face, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. She recalled the incredible things Lu Yu had shown at Magic City University, whether it was his extraordinary nurturing ability or the terrifying combat power of the beast he had contracted. It all seemed to infinitely validate the unusual nature of the handsome young man before her. In the end, Lu Shui chose to believe and entrusted the core contract nature elf to Lu Yu's hands. How long will the training take? Lu Shui asked. I'll come back in a few days. You can just wait here, Lu Yu said casually, signaling the nature elf to follow him as he lifted the curtain behind him. Lu Shui was slightly taken aback. She had not noticed any space behind the pet shop when she came. Despite her confusion, Lu Shui ultimately did not voice her questions and quietly waited on the sofa, the worry on her face lingering. This sister, Li Rui smiled sweetly and said, "Trust the store manager, you definitely won't be wrong." Lu Shui returned a smile, but it seemed very forced. The nature elf was her core contract beast. If anything went wrong, her entire life could be ruined. Lu Shui and the little deer had lived together since childhood, and she had long regarded the little deer as her sister, naturally not wanting anything to happen to her. Moreover, relying on just a trace of imperceptible ancestral blood to awaken the ancestral bloodline seemed too far-fetched, right? Amidst her worries, time seemed to slow down. Lu Yu slowly walked out. Behind him followed a stunningly beautiful elf girl with a naive expression. Lu Shui suddenly stood up and approached the elf girl. Before she could carefully investigate, an immense life force surged into Lu Shui's body through the beast contract connection. Boom! Lu Shui's aura suddenly changed. Breakthrough, daylight level. She was shocked, having directly broken through to daylight level? After reaching the 10th tier of the moon phase, it had taken Lu Shui a year just to seek the opportunity. She never expected that in just a few minutes, she would gain this opportunity and successfully break through. Sensing the contract feedback, Lu Shui quickly looked at the elf girl and began to investigate carefully. The realm is daylight 10th tier? At first glance, Lu Shui felt an extreme disbelief, unable to believe her own perception. Just a few minutes ago, the natural elf's realm was still only at the moon phase 10th tier. In an instant, it had broken through a major realm? Not to mention the time, just the resources required to cultivate a natural elf to daylight 10th tier was an astronomical figure. Potential. Lu Shui murmured, continuing to investigate, but her pupils shook violently as she whispered, the potential is Monarch 10th tier? If the realm breaking through to daylight 10th tier was something she could barely maintain her composure over, seeing the natural elf's potential reach Monarch 10th tier made Lu Shui feel as if her mind had been struck by a sudden surprise, leaving her dazed, her delicate features flushed. No, Lu Shui murmured, this is no longer a natural elf. She suddenly raised her head, looking at the young shopkeeper with a very complex expression. She is indeed not a natural elf. Lu Yu nodded and said softly, she has awakened the bloodline of the ancestral elf and has completely fused with the heart of the elf, evolving into a subspecies of the ancestral elf, the source elf. As he spoke, an extremely rich life aura surged from the elf girl. Lu Shui's expression was complex. She could naturally sense the incredibly rich ancestral elf bloodline and the inseparable heart of the elf. The elf girl's heart had been completely replaced by the heart of the elf. Lu Shui could clearly perceive every thought of the elf girl. This was the closest connection. Lu Shui even had a feeling that the heart of the elf was by no means the end. The fully fused heart of the elf could completely influence other parts of the elf girl's body, until the entire body transformed into the most original elf form. One day, it might even transform the elf girl's soul. At that time, the elf girl would become the purest elf, wielding the most original power of nature. And my A-level beast master talent, Heart of the Elf, will also evolve. Lu Shui realized this and couldn't help but look at Lu Yu, only to find him calm and composed. It was as if he knew all the changes but didn't care at all. How is it? Lu Yu smiled and said, are you satisfied with this cultivation? Satisfied. Lu Shui nodded repeatedly. Her current appearance formed a stark contrast with her tempting yet abstinent aura, and then she said, if I'm not mistaken, Mentor Lu, you have completely integrated a trace of the ancestral elf's bloodline into the little deer's essence, right? As the little deer's realm increases, the concentration of the ancestral elf's bloodline will also continue to rise, until it transforms into the purest ancestral elf. Lu Shui analyzed this, but although she noticed it, she felt increasingly incredulous as she narrated. This was a theoretical plan, yet it was fundamentally impossible to achieve. It seems you are quite perceptive, Lu Yu shrugged. In reality, even if Lu Yu accepted the inheritance of a 7-star breeder, it would still require a significant amount of time, and the difficulty was extraordinarily exaggerated. However, he had expanded his influence at Magic City University to the extent that the system's breeding module was activated. When Lu Yu used the system's breeding module, an almost omnipotent space would appear, where the flow of time could be accelerated to the extreme, and Lu Yu's breeding ability would be amplified, allowing him to achieve breeding plans that ordinary people could hardly imagine. The natural spirit Little Deer, after evolving into a life source spirit, had stayed in the breeding space for a long time, absorbing a vast amount of natural power and completely merging with the bloodline of the ancestral spirit, naturally reaching the 10th level of the solar phase. It is worth mentioning that simply opening the breeding space does not require consuming points, so Lu Yu had no cost in cultivating the natural spirit into a life source spirit. What pleased Lu Yu the most was that he had a certain degree of autonomy regarding the fees for breeding, although the acquisition of points still followed the system's rules. Since the guest is very satisfied with the breeding, we should discuss the issue of fees, Lu Yu said with a light smile. This guest, how much do you think this breeding is worth? How much is it worth? Lu Shui fell into deep thought. The realm of the natural spirit had risen from the initial 10th level of the dark moon to the 10th level of the solar phase. As for potential, it had increased from the 6th level of the solar phase to the extremely exaggerated 10th level of the monarch. Lu Shui could imagine that as long as she continued to expand the beast control space and reach the 10th level of the solar phase, Little Deer would instantly break through to the first level of the monarch. At that time, she would also receive feedback and break through to the monarch level. Just the cultivation in terms of realm and potential was a price that Lu Shui could not afford. Any pet beast with monarch level potential is valued in the hundreds of millions. Indeed, as the legitimate daughter of a spirit family, Lu Shui herself was a highly valued auxiliary healing beast master, so she naturally did not lack money. 200 million was still within reach. But she asked herself, just the cultivation in terms of realm and potential was absolutely worth more than 200 million. At the very least, if Lu Shui were to cultivate it herself, from formulating the cultivation plan to purchasing precious resources and the final cultivation of Little Deer, without at least 600 million in funds, it would be absolutely impossible for her to cultivate the natural spirit to such a level and potential. The most difficult to improve was actually the potential level. With potential at the first level of the monarch, it was already worth over 100 million, let alone the 10th level of the monarch? She thought carefully, and it seemed that the 10th level of the solar phase was still an added bonus. Realm and potential were just one aspect. The natural spirit evolving into a life source spirit, a trace of ancestral blood was infinitely expanded, transforming into the source bloodline of the life source spirit, and the A-level talent heart of the spirit had reached a true 100% fusion level. As the life source spirit continued to grow, it would completely evolve into an ancestral spirit, and Lu Shui's beast mastery talent would also continuously evolve. Each of these matters could not be measured in monetary terms. Lu Shui couldn't help but feel ashamed. She had previously questioned Lu Yu. With his breeding ability, to say that I did well in breeding is simply an unattainable compliment. Lu Shui's feelings were complex, and she thought, but I still have my doubts. How ridiculous. She shook her head slightly and continued to ponder. But no matter how she thought about it, she could not set a price for this breeding. The future of the life source spirit had been completely changed, destined to evolve into an ancestral spirit. In the future, the spirit ancient nation might even revere the life source spirit as an emperor, and Lu Shui's status would rise accordingly. This was clearly an immeasurable favor. Lu Shui pondered for a long time and said softly, Instructor Lu, I can't set a price. I still have 230 million, so let's use that as a deposit for now. Once the life source spirit grows, I will repay this kindness. Lu Yu looked at Lu Shui, seemingly with a hint of appreciation, slightly changing his view of this aloof woman, and chuckled, then let's symbolically take 200 million. For Lu Yu, sometimes money was just a number. But if a guest paid nothing, wouldn't that make Lu Yu's nurturing seem very cheap? Only by making the other party genuinely invest, even feeling that they could never repay it, could he achieve his goal. All right, Lu Shui sighed in relief, looking at Lu Yu with gratitude, and said softly, then I'll pay 200 million first. One day, I will repay your kindness, Instructor Lu. After saying this, she felt much lighter. She directly deducted 200 million from her account. Although only 30 million remained, it brought Lu Shui some peace of mind and boundless hope for the future. Our fate has completely changed. Lu Shui gently stroked the life source spirit Little Deer, whose tender yet stunning face radiated confidence as she said, You were once of the royal family of nature spirits, but you are destined to rise to the top of the ancient spirit kingdom and even lead it back to prosperity. Are you satisfied with such a future? Little Deer nodded gently. She had never liked to talk and rarely showed emotional fluctuations. At this moment, however, a glimmer of anticipation flashed across her face. Lu Yu looked at the additional 200 million in his account and felt very good. Moreover, he had also gained 1,000 points. It seems that nurturing a pet beast yields significantly more points than selling the most basic pet beast cubs. Lu Yu was quite pleased. To earn 1,000 points, he would have to sell more than 3 free pet beast cubs from the system shop. He had already made a profit from nurturing a single pet beast. Of course, it wasn't that selling pet beast cubs didn't earn points. Liu could also exchange for high-end pet beast cubs with a clear price in the system, which would yield tenfold returns once sold. However, Liu estimated that no one could afford them. After all, even the cheapest pet beast cub in the system had the potential of a ruler tier and possessed at least one growth-type talent. Such excellent pet beast cubs in their initial state would be unaffordable even for the top-tier king-level beast masters, who might go bankrupt trying to buy them. Achievement unlocked. Completed a pet beast nurturing. Reward, a random red star level resource. Claim it? Yes/no. As expected, Liu smiled slightly and said, claim it. Directly claim it. You have obtained the red star level resource Stellar True Flame. Stellar True Flame, a red star level resource. Within the core of a star, there is a chance to give birth to a powerful, containing the purest essence of the star. Looking at the system's prompt and the flickering orange burning in the beast space, Liu's face showed an expression of disbelief. It's actually the Stellar True Flame, ranked first on the list. Liu was shocked and thought, even the Tsung Tian Purple Flame must bow to the Stellar True Flame, ranking second. If the Purple Flame Emperor Bird devours this Stellar True Flame, it will surely undergo a complete transformation. With the levels of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, the world-destroying Demon Dragon, and the Ancient Tree of Life, even if Liu activated the system's nurturing module, he couldn't easily nurture them. At least, without any cost in the basic nurturing mode, even with time accelerated to the extreme, it could only raise the realms of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, the world-destroying Demon Dragon, and the Ancient Tree of Life, but could not affect their potential levels. The potential of the Holy Spirit level could no longer be improved with the resource level of the basic nurturing mode. To further enhance potential, resources must be of a sufficiently high level and highly compatible. Just like the True Dragon's source blood is the most compatible with the world-destroying Demon Dragon, this star's True Flame is also the most suitable resource for the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. Once it devours the star's True Flame, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird will surely undergo a transformation. What a great gain! Liu revealed a delighted smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly opened the cultivation space and placed both the Purple Flame Emperor Bird and the star's True Flame inside. Caw! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird immediately swallowed the star's True Flame, which was so hot that even space could not withstand its temperature, and twisted. The star's True Flame was continuously melting, and that extreme power of the surged wildly into every strand of the purple flame within the bird. Orange and purple flames intertwined endlessly. Time passed, though it was unclear how long. In the cultivation space, a large amount of compatible ordinary power continuously flowed into the body of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, neutralizing the celestial purple flame and the star's true flame. The realm of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird was also constantly rising. Starry Stage 5, Starry Stage 8, Starry Stage 10. In an instant, the realm of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird reached its current limit. Limit? Liu smiled slightly and said softly, "Isn't the so-called limit meant to be broken?" The Imperial Star Refinement method suddenly activated. All the pressure was easily borne by the Beast Master space. Boom! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird instantly broke through. Abyss Moon level. After the breakthrough, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird absorbed all the power in the cultivation space, reaching Abyss Moon Stage 3, and only then did it truly begin to absorb the star's true flame. Abyss Moon Stage 7. Liu looked pleased. The realm of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird is now equal to that of the world-destroying Demon Dragon, yet it is still not the end. Boom! Even without transforming into elemental life like the star's true flame had developed a certain consciousness, unwilling to have its fire seed origin refined, and was engaged in a final desperate struggle. Countless blazing true flames splashed wildly. Caw! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird's eyes turned cold. A dared to defy? Under the Imperial might, countless purple flames, including the star's true flame, collapsed wildly, transforming into purer. Many reassembled into a more noble and majestic flame bird, stretching its wings as if to rule this world. At this moment, the star's true flame had even had its fire seed origin completely refined. The realm of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird also reached Abyss Moon Stage 10. The beast you contracted, Purple Flame Emperor Bird, has successfully refined the red star level resource star's true flame, potential breaking through to Holy Spirit level 5. The purple crystal level skill Flame Feather has transformed into the red star level skill Purple Flame Reverse Feather. The beast you contracted, Purple Flame Emperor Bird, has broken through to Abyss Moon level 10, comprehending the red star level skilled miniature star. Purple Flame Reverse Feather, red star level skill, releases feathers that fuse the powers of celestial purple flame and star's true flame, possessing incredible burning and destructive power. Miniature star, red star level skill, creates a miniature star with supreme power. When the Purple Flame Emperor Bird left the system's cultivation space, the star's true flame was completely refined, becoming a part of the Purple Flame Emperor bird. In the Beast Master space, the Purple Flame Emperor bird scattered a strand of purple flame, which seemed to gather the wrath of the heavens and the most unstable fiery characteristics of the stars, even burning the space into cracks, slowly melting under the extreme high temperature. Such might was simply exaggerated. The Purple Flame Emperor bird, which had completely refined the star's true flame, had its only purple crystal level skill flame feather transformed into the red star level skill purple flame reverse feather, with its burning and destructive characteristics enhanced to the extreme. As for the cutting characteristics that originally belonged to flame feather, they seemed trivial in comparison. They were directly omitted by the system. After breaking through to Abyss Moon level, the Purple Flame Emperor bird comprehended another red star level skilled miniature star. Without a doubt, this red star level skill is a derivative of the stellar true flame, which left Luyu feeling immensely shocked. With the structure of a star and the operation mode of the flame source power that is almost law-like, even the smallest star, once it truly erupts, will be nearly destructive. Luyu couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the cultivated Purple Flame Emperor bird was even closer to world destruction than the world-destroying demon dragon. Purple Flame Emperor bird attributes: Fire, Elemental level, Abyss Moon level 10 potential, Holy Spirit level 5 talents, 1. Flame Spirit, 2. Purple Flame, 3. Emperor bird skills, 1. Purple Flame Reverse Feather, 2. Flame Soul, 3. Purple Flame Domain, 4. Flame Burial, 5. True Form of the Flame Bird, 6. Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage, 7. Miniature Star Status, Very Healthy, Contracted. Luyu examined the attributes of the Purple Flame Emperor bird and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. With a realm of Abyss Moon level 10 and a potential of Holy Spirit level 5. It also possessed 3 special talents and 7 red star level skills. With the current strength of the Purple Flame Emperor bird, it could probably easily crush an ordinary king level opponent, right? Luyu felt quite pleased. At this point, he already possessed 2 king level combat powers. As for Luyu himself, his realm was only star level 10. In the Beast Master space, the world-destroying demon dragon looked at the nearly invincible, noble figure of the Purple Flame Emperor bird, which seemed to represent destruction, and felt utterly helpless. After refining the true dragon blood, the world-destroying demon dragon had finally become stronger, enough to crush ordinary king-level opponents. Yet, facing the Purple Flame Emperor bird, it felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Chirp! The Purple Flame Emperor bird suppressed its power and naturally landed on the head of the world-destroying demon dragon, gently spreading its wings like a work of art, resembling a noble empress. Luyu couldn't help but chuckle. He could indeed let the world-destroying demon dragon enter the system's cultivation space, but it probably wouldn't have much effect, at most raising its realm to Abyss Moon level 10, while its potential, talents, and skills wouldn't change. The Purple Flame Emperor bird's rapid strength increase was still due to the effect of the Stellar True Flame. The Stellar True Flame is the number 1, except for the top-tier realms like the Dragon Realm, Demon Realm, and Heavenly Realm where super-tier are born. The Stellar True Flame is the strongest in the world. I'll reward you with suitable resources next time, and I'll specially open the cultivation space for you, Luyu reassured. Luyu can now unconditionally open the system's cultivation space 10 times. If a guest pays for it, it will be refunded once. Luyu opened it once for the Purple Flame Emperor bird, leaving 9 opportunities remaining. If all opportunities are wasted, he would need to pay. Each time the cultivation space is opened, it costs 100 points. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon nodded pitifully. Luyu laughed. Stop pretending. The Purple Flame Emperor bird surpasses you in strength with just 1 refined red star level resource. You have refined 2 red star level resources. He had no intention of blaming it. The bloodline of the world-destroying demon dragon was inherently inferior to that of the Purple Flame Emperor bird and the ancient Tree of Life. It was only after refining the heart of the demon and the true dragon blood that it managed to make up for it. World-destroying demon dragon attributes: Dark, Dragon level, Abyss Moon level 7 potential, Holy Spirit level 3 talents, 1. Darkborn, 2. Demon Dragon, 3. Holy Dragon skills, 1. Breath of World Breaking, 2. Evil Demon Dragon Eye, 3. Demon Dragon Body, 4. Dragon Dark Domain, 5. Demon Dragon Soul, 6. Dragon Realm Projection, 7. Dragon Slaughter Status, Very Healthy, Contracted. From the attribute panel, the world-destroying demon dragon is actually not much inferior to the Purple Flame Emperor bird. Talents and skills are of the same level. Only the potential is quite lacking. The gap in Holy Spirit level potential is significant at every tier. Compared to the purple flame emperor bird, the advantage of the world-destroying demon dragon lies in the fact that it is a true dragon species, possessing the rare attribute of dragon type. It has no weaknesses in both close combat and ranged attacks, making it an almost perfect life form. In contrast, the purple flame emperor bird falls short in close combat. Only in ranged combat can it crush the world-destroying demon dragon, representing two different areas of focus. Contracting and nurturing beasts with different cultivation directions allows beast tamers to have more tactical options. So far, it seems no one has been able to make me use my full strength. Luyu shook his head and then withdrew his thoughts. Inside the mythical beast shop, although it seemed like a long time had passed since nurturing the purple flame emperor bird, in reality, the flow of time in the nurturing space could be infinitely accelerated. No matter how long it took, only a moment had passed outside. At this moment, Lu Shui had just completed her payment, and her account instantly decreased by 200 million, leaving only 30 million. Yet, she felt no regret at all. Instead, she felt deep gratitude towards the handsome young man before her. Lu Shui was not someone who forgot kindness. Lu Yu's cultivation of little deer was enough to change their fate, yet he only charged 200 million without any hint of coercion or expectation of repayment. What a generous heart that was. Instructor Lu Shui took a deep breath and said earnestly, "One day, I will cultivate little deer to be excellent enough. At that time, I hope to gain your recognition, Instructor Lu." "I look forward to it," Lu Yu replied with a gentle smile. Watching Lu Shui leave, Lu Yu sat on the sofa, feeling quite bored. Li Rui obediently poured tea, and the fresh fragrance of the thousand-star vine filled the beast shop. "Master," and you appeared beside Lu Yu, naturally linking her arm with his, her delicate body almost pressing against him as she softly said, "I think I'm ready to break through." "Really?" Lu Yu showed a delighted expression. En Yu's true form was the ancient life tree, and she was his third contracted beast, currently at the extraordinary 10th level. Compared to the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, which had continuously broken through to the Manhwa level, there was undoubtedly a significant gap. As a plant-type beast, the growth cycle of the ancient life tree was extremely long. Among the three beasts Lu Yu had contracted, the world-destroying demon dragon, which had a long lifespan, took 1,000 years to reach adulthood from its juvenile stage. The purple flame emperor bird was even more exaggerated. As an elemental type, it had almost no concept of time, requiring 5,000 years to reach adulthood. In comparison, the growth cycles of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird were nothing when compared to the ancient life tree. The ancient life tree alone took an incredibly long time just to reach the seed stage. From rooting and sprouting to reaching adulthood, it took 300,000 years. For plant-type life forms like the ancient life tree, the mother tree of spirits, and the holy star tree, experiencing the changes of eras and the shifts of civilizations was quite normal. Lu Yu had just awakened the SSS-level talent source of life, which had a high compatibility with the ancient life tree. By nourishing the ancient life tree with the power of the source of life, he was able to help it grow to the extraordinary 10th level in just a few days, even with limited resources. He hadn't expected the ancient life tree to be ready to break through so soon. Once it broke through, it would reach the starry level. Lu Yu looked at Yu and said softly, "The current strength of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird is already thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than yours. Am I being a bit biased by letting you break through to the starry level?" "Master is not biased at all," and Yu replied softly. "After all, among the beasts contracted by Master, only I can always stick close to you." "It's different," Liu shook his head and said, "the current strength of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird is too strong. Even if you break through to the starry level, it would be difficult for you to assist effectively." "That's true," and you said, feeling a bit down. "Even the ancient tree of life, possessing extraordinary auxiliary abilities, is not inferior in status to the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. In a situation where there is a huge gap in realms, even if one releases the law's decree, the amplification won't be very high. Don't worry." Lu Yu gently rubbed Yu's delicate little nose and chuckled, "I won't be biased." With that, he immediately opened the system shop and began to filter for suitable red star level resources for the ancient tree of life. Red star level resources have a minimum price of 500 points. After a search, Lu Yu finally locked onto 3 types of red star level resources suitable for plant and life systems. Wood bud crystal, 500 points. Heavenly water, 500 points. Life source crystal, 600 points. Among these 3 red star level resources, the life source crystal is undoubtedly the most compatible with the ancient tree of life, as it is a primordial crystal born from the dispersal of the law of life. Lu Yu pondered. As for the wood bud crystal, it is also very compatible with the plant system. Heavenly water? Although it is a water system resource, the plant system can absorb it perfectly. After deep contemplation, Liu finally made a decision, saying, "Exchange for the life source crystal. You have exchanged the red star level resource life source crystal, deducting 600 points, remaining points 400. The system prompt sounded. After exchanging for the life source crystal, Liu was left with only 400 points, not enough to exchange for another red star level resource. The operation of the mythical pet shop also requires circulating points. It's possible that there are wealthy king level or even overlord level individuals specifically coming to purchase pet cubs with high potential. Liu thought for a moment and silently resolved, unless necessary, I shouldn't spend all my points in the future. At least I should keep some for emergencies. After exchanging for the life source crystal, Liu smiled slightly at Inu. The cultivation space opened. Liu was curious about how the cultivation space would nurture the ancient tree of life, which, as a plant-type life, is the most difficult to move among plant life. It couldn't just be directly relocated, could it? He never expected that the cultivation space would instantly become ethereal, perfectly overlapping with the position of the ancient tree of life within the beast space. Not only the ancient tree of life, but even the 10 starry vines and 10 star-cutting grasses cultivated by Anu were perfectly accommodated within. The cultivation space was filled with an incredibly pure life source power. Under Liyu's intent, this life source power was not absorbed by the starry vines or star-cutting grasses. Instead, it surged towards the ancient tree of life as if all streams were returning to the sea. The starry vines and star-cutting grasses were companion plants of the ancient tree of life. As long as the level of the ancient tree of life increased, the starry vines and star-cutting grasses could easily be cultivated to become stronger. At this moment, allowing the starry vines and star-cutting grasses to absorb the life source power was undoubtedly a very wasteful act. Master, and you stood atop the crown of the ancient tree of life, looking up as if she were the most beautiful fairy, somewhat dazed. You should return to your original form, Liu instructed. We'll talk after the cultivation is complete. Okay, and you nodded earnestly. Liu smiled. He knew that any life would instinctively want to grow stronger. And Yu was not competitive, but she didn't want Liu to feel burdened. After all, Liu had contracted 3 pets, all of which consumed resources. Liu saw through this and decisively decided to cultivate Yu. As Yu merged with the ancient tree of life, the ancient tree, now reaching a height of 500 meters, began to grow wildly with a large amount of life source power as its foundation. In an instant, it broke through to the Starry Level 3, Starry Level 6, Starry Level 10. The shackles of the Starry Level were practically non-existent for the ancient tree of life. Breaking through to the 10th level of the Starry Realm, and you began to accumulate his foundation once again, which was also a necessary process. However, Liu was unwilling to wait and directly projected the exchanged Crimson Star level resource, the Life Source Crystal, into the nurturing space with his thoughts. This Life Source Crystal was only the size of a fist, its entire body resembling light green jade, crystal clear and exuding an incredibly rich life source power. And you, however, keenly sensed that within this life source crystal, there was actually a strand of the law of life imprisoned. As a plant life born from the law of life, the ancient tree of life undoubtedly craved the law of life. If one day, the ancient tree of life could completely accommodate the law of life, it would surely become an immensely towering god of life. Feeling the extreme attraction emanating from the life source crystal, and you could no longer maintain his calm, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Master, is this for me? What are you talking about?" Liu chuckled in surprise, saying, "Of course it's for you. Hurry up and refine it." "Okay," and Yu obediently replied. A strand of life energy wrapped around the life source crystal, directly merging it into the trunk of the ancient tree of life. At this moment, the ancient tree of life had already exceeded a height of 1,000 meters, with a trunk diameter of 200 meters, taking on the form of an incredibly lush giant tree. In comparison, the life source crystal appeared very small, yet at the moment of fusion, it erupted with an extremely pure source of life. A large amount of life source power escaped, instinctively wanting to flee from everything that sought to absorb it, but was isolated by the nurturing space, unable to escape at all. Liu was somewhat amazed, thinking, this life source crystal, surprisingly, has also developed a faint consciousness, just like the true flame of the stars. Crimson star level resources, if one does not possess sufficient strength or willpower, there is a great risk just in refining them. For example, the world-destroying demon dragon almost failed when it initially refined the heart of the demon. Fortunately, Liu helped suppress the demonic thoughts, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Luyu carefully observed and found that the ancient tree of life did not need assistance, and he suddenly realized, thinking, after all, Manhwa has existed in seed form for millions of years. In terms of willpower, it naturally won't be lacking. Luyu did not just stand by, he slightly closed his eyes and, using his experience as a 7-star level nurturer, helped the ancient tree of life refine this life source crystal. Although the time flow in the nurturing space could accelerate to an infinitely fast pace, the ancient tree of life within it would indeed experience a relatively long period of time. Manhwa had once existed in solitude for millions of years, and Luyu did not want her to continue being lonely. With Luyu's mental assistance, the numerous escaping life source powers surged uncontrollably into the ancient tree of life, which quickly refined them. The height of the ancient tree of life surged once again, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Finally stabilizing at 5,000 meters. Even the trunk's diameter reached an exaggerated 800 meters. At this moment, the ancient tree of life's realm had reached the 6th level of the moonlit realm. The beast you have contracted, ancient tree of life, has refined the crimson star level resource life source crystal, and its potential has broken through to the 5th level of the Holy Spirit. The beast you have contracted, ancient tree of life, has consecutively broken through the starry realm and the moonlit realm. It has comprehended the crimson star level skills Life Guardian and Life Fruit. The system prompt came. Luyu couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. After nurturing, the ancient tree of life's realm had directly risen from the 10th level of the extraordinary realm to the 6th level of the moonlit realm. Even its potential level had increased from the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit to the 5th level. Although it seemed like only a 2-level increase in potential, when converted into the exchange price for a pet beast cub, it was definitely worth more than a 600-point premium. Consecutively breaking through 2 major realms, the ancient tree of life has indeed comprehended 2 crimson star level skills. Luyu immediately began to check. Life Guardian, crimson star level skill, constructs an invisible barrier containing the law of life, providing absolute defense for any life. Any form of attack, assassination, or even negative status cannot affect you before the barrier shatters. Life Fruit, red star level skill, communicates the laws of life, transforming the power of the laws into red star level resources. Life Fruit. Just a glance left Luyu's mind shaken to the core. Life Guardian is an absolute defensive barrier. Any attack, even negative status, can be completely isolated. Luyu's heart trembled, thinking, as for the Life Fruit, it is truly a divine skill of the support system. It can directly forge red star level resources, the Life Fruit. He was well aware that even among red star level resources, the Life Fruit is considered the highest grade, with a price of 1,000 points in the system mall. Most importantly, the Life Fruit is the most adaptable resource. Any attribute of the Holy Spirit can directly consume it. Moreover, the seed of the Life Fruit can allow the ancient life tree to continue to cultivate, rooting, and sprouting into the next level life tree. The derived life tree is equivalent to a clone of the ancient life tree, capable of infinitely expanding the life domain. Ancient life tree, Manhwa, attribute, life system, plant system level, Manhwa 6th stage potential, Holy Spirit 5th stage talent, 1. Divinity, 2. Nurturing, 3. Kinship skills, 1. Plant growth, 2. Life domain, 3. Law command, 4. Ancient tree projection, 5. Star cutting grass, 6. 1,000 star vine, 7. Life guardian, 8. Life fruit status, very healthy, already contracted. Looking at the attributes of the ancient life tree, Luyu couldn't help but deeply sigh. If Manhwa were not a support type, she could truly crush the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Luyu was also very glad to have contracted the ancient life tree. The role of the support system is undoubtedly unquestionable. Whether it is cultivating plants, nurturing fruits, or enhancing combat, without a doubt, and you can achieve the utmost. The cultivation is complete. With a slight movement of his mind, the cultivation space immediately vanished, and the suppression power of the ancient life tree reappeared in the beast master space, along with an incredibly pure source of life, rampaging wildly within the beast master space. The many plants planted in the beast master space, such as dark grass, dark spirit fruit, red flame flower, and white fire flower, these 4 types of platinum level spirit plants, instantly transition from the seedling stage to maturity, ready for harvest at any time. The longer growth cycle plants, the purgatory tree and hell tree, corresponding to the fire and dark systems of diamond level spirit plants, also soon entered maturity, their crowns filled with bright red and pitch black fruits. Even the purple crystal level spirit plant deep space fruit tree was now growing wildly, lush and vibrant, drawing in a large amount of spatial power from outside the beast master space, transforming into buds with a flickering transparent sheen. Manhwa's stunning figure flew out from the ancient life tree, resembling a carefree fairy, cheerfully harvesting the many mature spirit plants, quickly filling a large basket. Despite her level increasing, and Yu's appearance remained unchanged, still the beautiful visage of a 16-year-old girl, though her pure white, delicate legs seemed to have subtly elongated. And Yu's youthful face still looked tender, but she seemed to have grown a bit taller. Master, and Yu held a large basket of crops, which was actually a spatial container filled with platinum-level spirit plant resources, with each type having 1,000 plants. Additionally, the fruits of the diamond-level spirit plants, the purgatory tree and hell tree, were also harvested in the thousands. The value of these many resources is undoubtedly extremely exaggerated. However, Lu Yu had no thoughts of selling them. The initial decision to plant these spirit plants was to cultivate the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Given the efficiency with which the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird consume resources, these resources may seem abundant, but in reality, they might not last long. With these spiritual plant resources, I won't have to use my system points to exchange for treasures. Lu Yu felt quite pleased. The 3 contracted pets had all broken through to the Manhwa level, and he himself was about to break through as well. At that time, he would definitely contract a 4th beast. He still hoped to accumulate some points, so that when the crucial moment to exchange for pet cubs arrived, he wouldn't find himself short on resources. However, the contracted pets had an exaggerated demand for high-level resources, making it difficult for Lu Yu to save up points. Cultivating the life ancient tree was indeed the right decision. Lu Yu's eyes lit up as he thought, as long as Yu continues to cultivate high-level spiritual plants, an endless supply of spiritual plant resources can be produced to support other pets, creating a virtuous cycle. Most importantly, after the life ancient tree broke through to the Manhwa level, it comprehended the Chixing level resource life fruit, which could continuously create an abundance of Chixing level treasures. In comparison, the 600 points for the life source crystal brought countless times the return. It's a pity that the deep space fruit tree, as a Zijing level spiritual plant, still needs quite a bit of time to gradually mature. Lu Yu felt a bit regretful, then said, with so many high-level resources, what more could I want? At least, before the destruction demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird break through to the monarch level, I probably won't lack resources. Master, how should we handle these spiritual plant resources? And Yu asked softly. Since the spiritual plants were all planted by you, naturally, you will manage all the resources. Lu Yu smiled gently. If the destruction demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird need resources, you can allocate them as you see fit. Can you do that? Yes. And Yu nodded repeatedly, then looked a bit disappointed, saying, however, the condensation of life fruit requires gathering enough power of laws. At my current level, it will take at least 10 days to condense one. Once I break through to the daylight level, it should be shortened to 5 days. If I break through to the monarch level, I could probably condense one in about 2.5 days. That's already very good. Lu Yu praised. This is an incredibly precious Chixing level resource. Being able to condense one in 10 days is undoubtedly extraordinary. He couldn't help but imagine. Once he broke through to the monarch level, it would only take a little over 2 days to condense a life fruit. What if it were at the overlord level? Wouldn't that mean one could condense one every day? The most terrifying part was that the potential level of the life ancient tree was 5th stage Holy Spirit level. If it broke through to the Holy Spirit level, even if the life fruit was a Chixing level resource, it could probably be condensed at will, right? And Yu giggled and said, Master, have you noticed anything different about me? She twirled in the air, showcasing herself. You've grown a bit taller? Lu Yu chuckled. Correct. And Yu exclaimed happily, I should be able to reach your shoulders now. Hee. In the future, if I want you to carry me, I won't need to jump anymore. Congratulations. Lu Yu smiled helplessly, then said, by the way, gather the seeds of those mature spiritual plants and plant them again. You've worked hard. It's not hard at all. And Yu opened her palms, and a large number of seeds swirled within, quickly flying to various places in the beast space. After rapidly taking root, a large amount of life energy was released, and these spiritual plant seeds began to sprout slowly. Watching the flourishing scene in the beast space, Lu Yu felt very gratified. Roar! The destruction demon dragon landed with a flap of its wings, eagerly looking at the spatial container. Ever since the spiritual plants were planted, it had been looking forward to a bountiful harvest. When the destruction demon dragon saw Yu, it immediately noticed the change in her. The destruction demon dragon cast its gaze upon the towering life ancient tree, which stood 5,000 meters high, and instantly, its entire body drooped. It can sense that the bloodline of the ancient tree of life seems to far exceed its own. As for the realm, it is only one level away, almost indistinguishable. If the ancient tree of life were not a support type, its combat power would likely far surpass that of the world-destroying dragon. Roar! The world-destroying dragon felt incredibly dejected. The ancient tree of life is a support type, and its role for beast tamers is irreplaceable. In that case, isn't it the most useless among the contracted beasts of Luyu? Screech! The purple flame emperor bird slowly descended but showed no signs of greed. It was already at the 10th level of the underworld moon and could not break through again. With a star-level beast taming space, even if it could withstand the pressure of a higher-level sun-level beast, the beast taming contract would be overwhelmed, leading to cracks. Luyu smiled and said, "And you, start distributing the resources." And you took out 2 spatial containers, dividing the resources into 2 portions, giggling. The left side has dark grass, dark spirit fruit, and hell tree fruit, all belonging to Brother Dragon. The right side has red flame flower, white fire flower, and purgatory tree fruit, all belonging to Sister Purple Flame. She pushed the 2 containers forward, proudly saying, "You can eat whenever you want." Luyu couldn't help but laugh, and you was very generous, showing no signs of wanting to take control. Roar, roar, roar. The world-destroying dragon's eyes lit up and immediately pounced on its spatial container, directly pulling out a large amount of dark grass and dark spirit fruit, stuffing them into its mouth, along with a few hell tree fruits. Completely left behind by the purple flame emperor bird and the ancient tree of life, the world-destroying dragon vowed to turn its sorrow into appetite. As long as it ate enough, it would eventually have the chance to surpass Master. And you slightly pursed her lips and said softly, "In 10 days, when the first life fruit condenses, can we give it to Brother Dragon?" Roar, roar. The world-destroying dragon, with its mouth stuffed full, widened its dragon eyes, filled with surprise. It takes at least 10 days for you to condense a life fruit. Knowing this, the world-destroying dragon felt more hopeful every day. It was always looking forward to the condensation of the life fruit. By then, it would not only surpass the purple flame emperor bird but at least be on par with it. Night fell. Luyu lay on the sofa, holding Yu in his arms, and fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, Luyu frowned, feeling that breathing had become difficult. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find a delicate little foot pressing down on his face. Luyu took a deep breath and lifted Yu up. And you said playfully, "Master, I didn't mean to." Saying this, she stretched out her white as jade arms, hugging Luyu, her long jade legs wrapping around him even more. The beautiful girl was like a clingy little bear, hanging on Luyu's waist. "Get down," Luyu said expressionlessly. "No, and you acted spoiled, Master, I don't want to get down." Luyu felt utterly helpless but had to let Yu hang on him. He went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, and Yu still didn't get down, mimicking Luyu's actions and carefully brushing her white teeth. All done. Coming out of the bathroom, Luyu put Yu down, sat on the sofa, and suddenly said, "Didn't I give you a task last time to make tea from the tender leaves of the star-cutting grass?" And you seemed a bit flustered and said softly, "Master, give me a little more time, it will be ready soon." She showed a pleading expression, clearly not wanting to disappoint Luyu. Luyu's heart softened, and he said helplessly, "As long as you promise to sleep better next time, I'll tell you how to make tea from the star-cutting grass, how about that?" "Yay!" And Yu exclaimed happily, "I promise. Master, hurry, and tell me." Luyu's promise to Yu was not something he truly hoped for. It was merely an excuse to organize the relevant knowledge in his mind and transmit it through the connection of the contract. And Yu, who received part of the inherited memories, showed a look of realization and exclaimed, "The cultivators of this world indeed have their unique insights." "Master, I understand. The essence of tea production is a method of turning spiritual plants, even the leaves of plant life, into a resource." Luyu chuckled, "Although you have inherited memories, the predecessors of the ancient life tree wouldn't teach you these things, would they? Most of the content in the inherited memories consists of various life sequence information and how to cultivate different spiritual plants, even how to nurture life." And you pondered, "As for the processing methods of these resources, that's something for the affiliated races to consider. My current affiliated races are only the star-cutting grass and the thousand-star vine. With your current realm, it's still too early to nurture affiliated races." Luyu gently patted Yu's head and said, "Wait until you break through to the king level before considering the matter of affiliated races. You still have plenty of time to decide what kind of affiliated race to nurture. I think the ancestor elf would be great." And Yu's eyes lit up. The affiliated ones of the elf mother tree are usually ancestor elves. Our ancient life tree clan typically nurtures primitive wood spirits, which are no less than ancestor elves. It's so hard to choose. For the ancient life tree, choosing an affiliated race is like imprinting a crimson star level skill on oneself. Races like the ancestor elf and primitive wood spirit are all life forms that are close to nature. Whether it's the ancient life tree or the elf mother tree, these races are the first choice when it comes to nurturing affiliated ones. Unlike the star-cutting grass and thousand-star vine, the ancestor elves and primitive wood spirits nurtured are truly independent lives, possessing complete talent and skill systems, capable of building a civilization. Unlike the beast-taming flow of the violent army, the ancient life tree nurtures affiliated races not for war, but for the development of territory. Moreover, nurturing affiliated races is also to develop followers, thereby refining the power of faith and embarking on the path to divinity through faith. And you was only at the 6th level of the moon phase and still had a long way to go before reaching the king level, so there was naturally no rush to nurture affiliated races. Even if the ancient life tree could easily nurture them, the beast space at the 10th level of the starry sky could not accommodate a large number of beings. Time flew by quickly. Until noon, the mythical pet shop finally welcomed customers. Outside, the portly Luo Yan stood at the entrance of the mythical pet shop, accompanied by a thin young boy, his son Luo Beiqian. Luo Beiqian followed Luo Yan reluctantly, complaining, "Dad, are you sure this pet shop can sell a pet cub worthy of me?" "Absolutely," Luo Yan confirmed repeatedly and then said, "This mythical pet shop has the approval of Principal Duan. Don't you want to get into the beast taming University of Magic City? Your beast taming talent is up to standard, but your theoretical grades are really poor. However, you awakened your beast taming talent earlier than your peers. As long as you can contract an excellent pet cub, your chances of getting into the beast taming University of Magic City will increase significantly. Principal Duan approves?" Luo Beiqian's eyes widened. A shabby pet shop like this is probably on the verge of closing down, right? That's the principal of Magic City University. How could he approve such a rundown pet shop? Your old man is the supervisor of the Beast Taming Association. Do you think I would lie to you? Luo Yan sighed. Once we go in, you need to keep your temper in check and not offend anyone. Understand? Yes, yes, yes. Luo Beiqian answered impatiently, too lazy to listen to Luo Yan's advice, and immediately stepped inside, calling out loudly, "Is anyone here? Where's your shopkeeper?" A charming young girl stood before Luo Beiqian, causing his gaze to momentarily freeze. He felt that the girl in front of him was completely different from the girls he usually saw in high school. The girl appeared pure and vibrant, yet her aura carried a hint of tranquility, especially her pair of eyes, which seemed to contain a deep, blood-like hue. "Two guests," Li Rui said with a slight smile, very appropriately. "May I ask what you need?" Luo Yan frowned at his son and quickly said, "I'm preparing to buy a pet beast cub for my son." Although he was a sun-level beast master, he didn't dare to be arrogant in the mythical pet beast shop. Not to mention, just the name of Principal Duan was enough to make him cautious. Luo Beiqian came back to his senses and quickly said, "I awakened the B-level beast master talent Thick Earth and want to contract a cub of a soil-type pet beast with a potential of star level 10. Is that possible?" "Please wait a moment," Li Rui said with a slight bow. Luo Beiqian's gaze remained fixed on Li Rui. He saw her walk directly to the sofa and whisper something to a handsome young man. Soon after, the handsome young man stood up with a smile and walked over. "I'm sorry," the handsome young man said with a light laugh. "We don't have any pet beasts with star level 10 potential in this shop." Luo Beiqian's expression clearly froze for a moment, unable to help but say, "Star level 10 potential is the best configuration for a novice beast master. Since you opened a pet beast shop, you must have some, right? Even if you really don't, you can order from other pet beast shops or breeding centers." "Sorry, we really don't have any," Lu Yu said with a helpless expression. "You must be the manager of this pet beast shop, right?" Luo Yan said in astonishment. "Logically speaking, even if you don't cultivate them, you should have channels to obtain pet beasts with star level 10 potential." "There are indeed channels, but this shop does not sell such pet beast cubs." Liu shook his head slightly. "If he were to sell such pet beast cubs, Yang Qing's pet beast shop would definitely supply them." He then said, "The pet beast cubs we sell are of a higher-end variety. Just bring out the pet beast cubs." Luo Beiqian glanced at Li Rui, unconsciously puffing out his chest, and said, "As long as the pet beast cubs are excellent enough, I will definitely buy." "Please wait." Lu Yu nodded and then took out a transparent container. Luo Yan's gaze shifted over, but his expression instantly turned to one of shock. "I want to see just how high-end the pet beasts you mentioned really are." Luo Beiqian leaned in, almost hugging the transparent container, searching inside. Finally, in a handful of soil, he found a wriggling earthworm, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "This is an earthworm?" Luo Beiqian exclaimed, his face filled with incredulity, a sense of anger from being belittled rising within him as he shouted, "I'm going to take the entrance exam for the Beast Master University in Magic City next year, and you want me to contract an earthworm?" Luo Beiqian was 17 years old this year, a student at the 3rd high school in Magic City, but his grades in cultural and theoretical subjects were a complete mess. However, as a second-generation beast master, his father, Luo Yan, was a sun-level beast master, which meant that if Luo Beiqian awakened his beast master talent, he would at least be sea-level. Luo Beiqian did not disappoint Luo Yan's expectations, awakening the B-level beast master talent Thick Earth, which allowed the soil-type source power of pet beasts to become denser, a pretty good talent. In Luo Beiqian's view, having awakened a B-level talent, he was above many top students in his class, simply a child of destiny. he would definitely be able to get into the Beast Master University in Magic City. Wasn't it just a matter of time? Who knows? He might even be specially recruited. What's wrong with this earthworm? Luyu seemed puzzled and said, if you contract this earthworm, not only will you be able to apply to the Magic City Beastmaster University, but Principal Duan will also grant you a special scholarship. He usually chatted with Shin Nianyan, Du Ruoyan, Luo Tianyan, and others, so he naturally knew about their special scholarships. Are you bragging? Luo Beiqian said angrily, don't think I don't know. The special scholarship at Magic City Beastmaster University only has one spot each year. The special scholarship represents a cash reward of hundreds of millions. Since he decided to apply to Magic City University, Luo Beiqian had naturally done his research. Any new student admitted to Magic City University would automatically receive a third-class scholarship, a one-time payment of 2 million in cash. Even students who awakened an A-level talent could only receive a second-class scholarship, which was already quite good. Only a few exceptionally outstanding individuals could receive a first-class scholarship with a total reward close to 100 million. As for the special scholarship, it was almost legendary. No matter how arrogant Luo Beiqian was, he didn't dare to fantasize about receiving a special scholarship. Is it really that strange? Luyu shrugged and said, our shop has also received several students from Magic City University, and without exception, they all received special scholarships. Shopkeeper, Luo Yen took a deep breath and said seriously, I came here because I heard your shop has gained Principal Duan's favor and should have something special. But I didn't expect you to use Principal Duan's name and even mention the special scholarship. Principal Duan has a century of reputation, and you are about to ruin it. The most ridiculous part is, I want to contract a soil-type pet beast with a 10-star potential, and you bring out an earthworm. Luo Beiqian said coldly, are you insulting me? This earthworm isn't even low-level, it's complete trash. This earthworm is trash? Luyu frowned slightly and said coldly, this is an earthworm that contains the bloodline of a true dragon. As long as it is continuously cultivated, the bloodline of this earthworm will be purified and evolve into a ground dragon, an earth dragon, and even a Tianyan true dragon. If you can't recognize its value, then please leave, our shop cannot serve you. True dragon bloodline? Evolving into a ground dragon, earth dragon, Tianyan true dragon? Luo Beiqian sneered and said, even if you want to scam me, there's no need to fabricate such a clumsy lie, right? Besides, the true dragon species has long been extinct. How could the bloodline of a true dragon be carried by an earthworm? Shopkeeper, I mean no offense, Luo Yen said solemnly, I will report this matter to Principal Duan truthfully, so please think carefully. Since you don't believe it, then forget it. Luyu looked at the two with a rather helpless expression. He always spoke the truth. Why did no one believe him? Luyu then looked at the small earthworm in the container, feeling the true dragon bloodline within it, and couldn't help but feel it was undervalued, thinking, people are so superficial, they can't see your astonishing potential. What 10-star potential is simply incomparable. Seeing that Luyu was too lazy to argue, Luo Beiqian seemed to have seized the loophole, picked up the container holding the earthworm, and said coldly, an earthworm pretending to be a true dragon. Why don't I just step on this earthworm and see if it has true dragon blood flowing through it? Stop! Luo Yen shouted in a deep voice. He was always calm in his actions, but he didn't expect his son to be so impulsive. Even if the facts were in front of them, Luo Yen hadn't reported to Principal Duan yet and hadn't received confirmation from him. How could he conflict with the pet beast shop? Before Luo Yen could act, he found his vision filled with infinite blood, as if an endless sea of blood had descended, and the delicate girl's eyes were crimson, tightly gripping Luo Beiqian's wrist. Crack! The wrist broke with a sound. Li Rue, as if waking from a dream, stood there in a panic. Luo Beiqian let out a painful scream, wanting to call for his father, but saw his father standing there in a daze, as if his soul had been extracted. Dad! Luo Beiqian wailed. Shut up! Luo Yen gritted his teeth and angrily said, you ungrateful child. Dad, what's wrong with you? Luo Beiqian was sweating from the pain, unable to believe that his usually gentle and indulgent father would scold him like this. Ungrateful child, just because you awakened a B-level talent, you're getting all smug. Luo Yen scolded. This girl, however, has awakened an S-level talent. Even so, she's just a clerk at this pet shop. Luo Yen was filled with shock. As a seasoned Sun-level beast master, he had seen several types of S-level talents, and in terms of might, they were comparable to the Blood Sea released by Li Rue. A genius who awakened an S-level talent, yet worked as a clerk in this pet shop. No matter how much Luo Yen doubted, he felt something was off. With many thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo Yen had a sudden idea, his gaze instantly falling on the transparent container. Perhaps what this young shopkeeper said was not false at all? S-level. Luo Beiqian was shaken to his core, recalling the surging blood sea from earlier, and he believed it to some extent, a sense of inferiority rising within him. Shopkeeper. Luo Yan bowed slightly and said, I want to buy this earthworm pet, is that okay? Luo Beiqian could not accept it any longer. Was he really going to contract that weak little earthworm? Sorry, Luyu said indifferently, not for sale. He carefully put away the transparent container. Luo Beiqian's earlier actions had nearly angered him. Li Rui's instinctive reaction had prevented Luyu from getting angry in time. Luyu said softly, don't blame yourself. But, Li Rui said a bit dejectedly, I broke his wrist. He had it coming. Luyu shrugged. Put. Li Rui didn't expect Luyu to respond like that, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling much lighter in heart, she said softly, but, shopkeeper, the pets you raised haven't been sold. They don't know what's good. There will always be those who do. Luyu didn't care at all. When he looked outside, he saw two pure and beautiful figures walking together. Shopkeeper. Shen Yanyan was still on the street, waving her hand cheerfully to greet him. Du Ruoyan walked alongside her, shyly biting her lip, occasionally glancing over with an expectant look. They had mentioned to Luyu long ago that they would come to buy pet cubs today, so they were naturally very excited. Welcome. Luyu directly bypassed Luo Yan and Luo Beiqian, walking straight up to them. Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyan were among the earliest customers of the pet shop, providing Luyu with initial startup funds, so he naturally gave them enough attention. Shen Yanyan stood at the door, looking at the black statue on the left, and exclaimed, Shopkeeper, why did you order a black dragon stone sculpture? It looks quite realistic. It really does. Du Ruoyan's eyes lit up. She was not a second-generation beast master. She came from a scholarly family, with her father being a calligrapher and her mother an artist. Growing up in such an environment, she had a keen interest in art. Du Ruoyan examined the black dragon stone sculpture, her expression becoming increasingly strange until she gently touched it, feeling the warmth coming from the scales. This is real? Du Ruoyan was shocked. Luyu casually said, of course it's real. This is a king-level black dragon. Shen Yanyan exclaimed, Shopkeeper, what a big deal this is, using a king-level black dragon as a guardian beast. Isn't that too extravagant? A king-level black dragon is just like that. Luyu smiled and said, want to ride the black dragon for a couple of laps? It's free. Yay! Shen Yanyan's eyes brightened, pulling Du Ruoyan, who had taken half a step back, and said with a smile, then we'll trouble the shopkeeper. Du Ruoyan felt a bit scared but couldn't resist her good friend, so she could only stand by shyly. Watching the interaction between the two girls, Luyu's mood improved. He gently patted the black dragon stone sculpture, which seemed to come back to life. A pair of pitch-black dragon eyes slowly opened, and the menacing dragon wings appeared to pierce the sky. Boom! The 2-meter-high black dragon stone sculpture instantly swelled dozens of times, transforming into a terrifying 30-meter-high black dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura, yet humbly prostrating on the ground. It wasn't until Shen Yanyan pulled Du Ruoyan onto the dragon's back along its wings that Luo Yan, who was in the pet shop, finally reacted, trembling uncontrollably, the fat on his body quivering, fear filling his heart. How could he not recognize the origin of this black dragon? This is the king-level black dragon bound by Madame Su's core contract. Luo Yan's heart trembled. How could this young shopkeeper use it as a stone sculpture for guarding? Is the world going crazy? Ladies, Liu watched the black dragon flap its wings, then turned coldly and said, since the business cannot be done, please leave. Luo Beiqian's heart was in turmoil. When he arrived at the mythical pet shop, he had noticed the black dragon stone sculpture but hadn't paid much attention. It wasn't until the sculpture transformed into a real king-level black dragon that he felt an aura of terror he had never experienced before. Luo Beiqian's body stiffened, panic and fear filling his heart. It was only when his father Luo Yan mentioned that it was the king-level black dragon bound by the matriarch of the Dragon Master family that Luo Beiqian finally realized he had caused trouble. To have a king-level black dragon guarding the door? Such a bold move was completely beyond Luo Beiqian's imagination. Meeting Luyu's indifferent gaze, Luo Beiqian's body trembled uncontrollably. He finally realized that this young shopkeeper was someone even his father could not provoke. Shopkeeper, Luo Yan panicked and said, please do not be angry. My rebellious son has been spoiled. I will discipline him properly. Please give the shopkeeper another chance to let this rebellious son contract that earthworm pet. I already said, Liu frowned slightly and said, I won't sell it. Do you not understand? He found it quite strange, in the beast-taming world where strength is respected, as long as one demonstrates sufficient power and an incredibly deep background, even a beast master like Luo Yan would feel fear. Luo Beiqian's previous actions had undoubtedly offended Luyu, but Luyu was not so narrow-minded. He simply did not want to sell a pet to Luo Beiqian. As the head of the Beast Master Association in the Magic City, Luo Yan had his own way of survival, How could he dare to offend someone like Lu Yu? Just a king-level black dragon was enough to instill deep fear in Luo Yan. Moreover, Lu Yu was also connected to that principal Duan. Luo Yan no longer doubted the uniqueness of the earthworm pet. Someone of Lu Yu's stature would not fabricate such a clumsy lie to deceive him. Rebellious son, kneel. Luo Yan angrily scolded, with a hint of self-reproach in his eyes. It's my fault for being too lenient with you all this time, which has fostered your character. Luo Beiqian was somewhat stunned, unable to believe his father would have such an attitude towards him. Before he could react, an irresistible force pressed down on him. Luo Beiqian suddenly realized that the beast-taming world had such a strict hierarchy. His usually gentle father, as a sun-level beast master, only needed to release a hint of his aura to make him kneel. With a thud, Luo Beiqian knelt on the ground, his forehead uncontrollably pressed tightly against the floor. He wanted to say something but found that under the sun-level aura, he couldn't utter a single word. Luo Yan took a deep breath, as if making a certain decision, and took out a box from the spatial container he carried with him, respectfully saying, "Manager, this is a precious diamond-level resource, crustal gravel. Please accept it." Luo Beiqian's head immediately lifted, staring intently at the box, almost unable to breathe. This diamond-level resource, crustal gravel, was something Luo Yan had spent a great deal of effort to obtain at an auction, intending to use it to cultivate an initial pet beast for Luo Beiqian after he broke through to the extraordinary level. Now it had become an apology. Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. Luo Yan's apology was so smooth, it opened Lu Yu's eyes. After thinking carefully, he realized that although he didn't think much of a diamond-level Earth-type resource, integrating it into the beast space could accelerate the maturity of many spiritual plants and crops. Lu Yu reached out to take the crustal gravel and placed it directly into the beast space. He suddenly noticed that Luo Beiqian's eyes turned red. Lu Yu found it amusing, discovering that managing this spoiled second-generation heir was quite interesting. As for Luo Beiqian's thoughts, it was of no concern. At this moment, Luo Beiqian's heart was already filled with regret. Seeing Lu Yu accept the apology, Luo Yan let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear, and turned to see the king-level black dragon descending, its terrifying aura filling the entire pet shop, feeling even more fortunate about his choice. This king-level black dragon could probably cause all of Luo Beiqian's contracted pet beasts to perish in an instant with just one breath. Even though Luo Yan was the supervisor of the Beast Association in Magic City, if he dared to provoke a king-level existence, as long as he wasn't killed in the Beast Association, no one would care. Roar! The black dragon crouched on the ground. It then transformed back into a stone sculpture, retracting all its aura. So powerful. I didn't expect the speed of a king level to be this fast. It's at least several times the speed of sound, right? Shen Nian said excitedly, no wonder it's a dragon species, it's truly formidable. I want to contract a dragon species too, it's so cool. This black dragon seems to be the servant of the world-destroying demon dragon now. Du Ruoyun's face flushed slightly. The feeling of soaring in the sky was hard to resist, especially the sensation of riding a king-level black dragon made her heart race, and she whispered, who would have thought that such a powerful black dragon would be easily subdued by the manager's contracted demon dragon? Need I say more? The manager's contract is with a demon dragon species that is above the dragon species, comparable to a divine dragon. Shen Nian huffed, even the dragon species is merely food for the demon dragon. Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun were somewhat reluctant to leave and soon walked into the mythical pet shop. Shen Nian saw Luo Beiqian kneeling on the ground and was somewhat surprised, but quickly deduced what had happened. In her bright eyes, there was a hint of emotion. Junior, questioning the manager is actually not a problem. I found it hard to believe at first too. Shen Nian reminisced, softly saying, with the manager's temperament, he wouldn't be angry just because of a doubt. You must have done something else to provoke the manager's anger, right? Luo Beiqian remained silent. Shen Nian's words undoubtedly made him realize his own foolishness more deeply. If it weren't for Luo Beiqian feeling humiliated and wanting to crush the earthworm pet beast, the manager wouldn't have been angered. Luo Yan's expression was complex, but he ultimately said nothing. Lu Yu directly ignored the two and chuckled. Aren't you two looking to contract a second pet beast? Do you have any special requirements? I want a water type. I'm looking for a support type. Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun exchanged glances and spoke in succession. All right, Lu Yu nodded. The requests from Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun were relatively simple, only requiring attributes or cultivation routes. He thought for a moment, then took out 2 transparent containers and placed them in front of Shen Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun. Luoyan's mind stirred, and he immediately activated his perception, his eyes widening in shock. This counts as a pet beast? Luoyan was astonished, unable to believe his perception. A water blue turtle? Even if it's an adult, at most it's only awakened to the 2nd level. The king of water blue turtles is only awakened to the 3rd level. Isn't this weaker than a goblin's pet cub? And that white feather dove, isn't it just a purely ornamental pet? If it weren't for the pressure of the king-level black dragon still rippling in Luoyan's heart, he would have almost questioned it again, but at this moment, he decisively chose to remain silent. A water blue turtle. Shen Nian Nian's eyes lit up. So cute. In the transparent container, the little turtle, entirely azure, tilted its head curiously looking at the outside world, its silly appearance hitting Shen Nian Nian's cute spot. She immediately hugged the water blue turtle, the trickling water wetting the fabric on her chest, but she didn't mind, joyfully saying, "Shopkeeper, does this water blue turtle have any special qualities?" "Not particularly special," Liu casually replied. "This water blue turtle has a trace of pure bloodline from the vast sea giant turtle within it. As you continue to nurture it and feed it various water-type resources, that trace of bloodline will gradually awaken, eventually evolving into a true vast sea giant turtle." Vast sea giant turtle? Shen Nian Nian was somewhat confused. Impossible. Luoyan lost his composure, saying, "The vast sea giant turtle is the most powerful beast in the boundless sea, a terrifying Holy Spirit-level beast. How could this ordinary water blue turtle possibly evolve into a vast sea giant turtle?" "You have quite an eye," Liu seemed to appreciate it, smiling. "The vast sea giant turtle is Holy Spirit level when it matures. However, that vast sea giant turtle has not left any bloodline descendants, and the water blue turtle's vast sea giant turtle bloodline is purely due to the water blue turtle's own special talent." "What talent does the water blue turtle have?" Shen Nian Nian asked in surprise. "As long as I nurture it step by step, can it evolve into a vast sea giant turtle?" "A special growth-type talent, bloodline purification. This special growth-type talent has a higher probability granted by many domain origins compared to other talents, allowing for infinite purification of its own bloodline." Liu chuckled lightly. "So, I directly implanted a trace of the vast sea giant turtle's bloodline into the water blue turtle, which is the most suitable evolution path for it. Of course, even if the bloodline is purified to the extreme, relying on the bloodline purification talent, it can still continue to refine the bloodline. This means the future of the water blue turtle will have no end, and it might even evolve into a higher evolutionary form of the vast sea giant turtle. That said, once it evolves into a vast sea giant turtle, wanting to continue purifying the bloodline would be in the realm of Holy Spirit level, further enhancing its potential. To enhance Holy Spirit level potential, at least Red Star level resources would be needed. Looking across the entire Blue Star, Red Star level resources are incredibly rare. This was clearly not something extraordinary beast tamers like Shen Nian Nian and Du Ruoyun should be considering. So amazing? Shen Nian Nian was shocked. The more she looked at the water blue turtle, the more delighted she became, saying, "Shopkeeper, I'll buy this water blue turtle. Is it still the original price?" "That's right," Liu smiled. "A special price, 3 million. Okay, I'll swipe my card now." Shen Nian Nian was very excited, immediately swiping her card for payment, directly forming a beast contract with the water blue turtle. Feeling the information coming from the contract, she couldn't help but hug the water blue turtle tightly. The water blue turtle struggled in Shen Nian Nian's arms, almost gasping for breath, but it couldn't break free and had to resign itself, letting its head droop down. Seeing Shen Nian Nian contract the water blue turtle, Luoyan was speechless. He really didn't expect that someone who looked so young and tender, yet had broken through to the extraordinary level, would actually contract a water blue turtle. Luoyan recalled Lu Yu's words from earlier, yet felt it was only natural. If it really is a special growth-type talent, who would refuse to contract with it? Luoyan sighed slightly, but suddenly realized something and looked at Lu Yu, asking, "Manager, that earthworm pet beast from earlier, does it also have a special growth-type talent?" "That's right." Lu Yu nodded and said, "The talent of the little earthworm is the same as that of the water blue turtle." Luoyan's face was filled with bitterness. He naturally understood the extraordinary nature of growth-type talents. Once contracted, it would completely change one's fate. He finally understood why Li Rui, who awakened an S-level talent in the mythical pet shop, was only a staff member and did not enter the Magic Capital Beast Master University as an exception. The 3 top universities usually offer special admissions for geniuses with S-level talents. If Li Rui had gained Lu Yu's favor and evolved into an S-level talent, then everything would make sense. Compared to the Magic Capital Beast Master University, staying by such a manager's side was undoubtedly a better choice. Luoyan looked at Luo Beiqian with a complicated mood and couldn't help but sigh deeply, thinking, "You have no idea what you missed." "Manager." Du Ruoyan looked at the container, seemingly worried that the white-feathered pigeon would fly away, and didn't dare to reach out to touch it. She said softly, "Is this white-feathered pigeon the same as Nian Nian's water blue turtle?" "That's right, this white-feathered pigeon has also awakened the growth-type special talent bloodline purification." Lu Yu smiled and said softly, "Of course, the white-feathered pigeon itself doesn't have any bloodline. If left to purify its own bloodline, its growth speed would become very slow. So, I implanted a trace of the glazed sacred bird bloodline into the white-feathered pigeon. This gives the white-feathered pigeon an infinite future, and it could even evolve into a true glazed sacred bird." Glazed sacred bird? Du Ruoyun was confused. She looked at Lu Yu for help, a bit dazed. "You guys." Lu Yu chuckled helplessly and said, "Speaking of which, you both are still taking my pet cultivation course, right? You don't even know about the vast sea giant turtle and the glazed sacred bird. Don't say you're my students in the future." Du Ruoyun's face turned slightly red as she stammered, Nian Nian and I didn't take the beast appreciation course, so we didn't know. It's normal for us not to know." Shin Nian Nian giggled and said, "Besides, if we're a bit slow, it just gives teacher Lu more room to teach, right? Don't make being a fool sound so refreshing." Lu Yu said with a helpless expression, "Outside of Magic Capital University, don't call me teacher. I don't have students as foolish as you." Shin Nian Nian blinked and suddenly found the helpless manager quite interesting. Luo Yen stared intently at the white-feathered pigeon in the container, his face filled with disbelief, and couldn't help but say, "Manager, you just said, this white-feathered pigeon actually has the bloodline of the glazed sacred bird? Hey, do you know about the glazed sacred bird?" Shin Nian Nian's eyes lit up. "The glazed sacred bird, that's the totem of the sacred beast empire." Luo Yan's tone trembled slightly as he said, "The glazed sacred bird holds a higher status than the national divine beasts of the 6 human kingdoms. It possesses the ultimate healing and support abilities, commanding the fierce beast legion of the sacred beast empire. If it weren't for the glazed sacred bird's inherently kind nature, the war between the sacred beast empire and the 6 human kingdoms might have lasted another 300 years. The totem of the sacred beast empire? Du Ruoyun couldn't help but be shocked. The sacred beast empire is not widely known in human civilization. Many ordinary people, including high school students, only know that beyond the borders of the 6 kingdoms, there exists an incredibly powerful fierce beast nation on the vast, boundless land. As students of Blue Star University, knowledge about the sacred beast empire is essential. 1,000 years ago, human civilization not only had to face various alien races from other realms but also engaged in fierce wars with the ferocious beasts of the Blue Star. The Beast Empire was established 1,000 years ago when many spirit-level ferocious beasts united to create a kingdom of ferocious beasts. Numerous incredibly powerful spirit-level ferocious beasts formed the Beast Totem, ruling over this immensely powerful kingdom. Du Ruoyun never expected that the glazed sacred bird was actually one of the totems of the Beast Empire. Doesn't that mean that after Ruoyun contracts the white feather dove, she might even evolve into a true glazed sacred bird in the future? Shin Nian's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "The glazed sacred bird can be revered as a totem in the Beast Empire, commanding the ferocious beast army. If Ruoyun evolves into the glazed sacred bird in the future, she could also command the beast army in the Xia kingdom." Du Ruoyun was somewhat dumbfounded. Even the most gifted auxiliary beast masters wouldn't dare to think about commanding the beast army of the Xia kingdom, right? Theoretically, auxiliary beast masters have the greatest role in the beast army, but auxiliary types ultimately lack combat power. In today's world of beast taming, especially in the military, strength is paramount. If she can really evolve into the glazed sacred bird, that would be an auxiliary beast of spirit level. Shin Nian snorted lightly. Even the national divine beasts would crave the enhancement of the glazed sacred bird, easily challenging higher levels and facing multiple opponents. Hee, I want to hold onto Ruoyun's thigh tightly. Saying this, Shin Nian joyfully hugged Du Ruoyun, with the water blue turtle caught in the middle, nearly suffocating. "Little turtle, you don't know how to appreciate your blessings," Lu Yu thought to himself. "It's not that exaggerated." Du Ruoyun felt a bit shy, her pretty face slightly flushed, but she couldn't help but feel hopeful. If she could really evolve into the glazed sacred bird, commanding the beast army didn't seem impossible. "What do you think?" Lu Yu chuckled. "Do you want to contract this white feather dove?" "Yes." Du Ruoyun nodded eagerly. "A fair price, 3 million, Lu Yu said approvingly. Although Lu Yu seemed to offer a choice, he had selected the young beasts that were most suitable for the customers. With the experience of a 7-star breeder, how could he not have judgment? Even the earthworm beast chosen for Luo Beiqian could eventually evolve into a true dragon of heavenly rock, and with the B-level beast talent thick earth, as long as it was on the ground, it would be nearly invincible. But the other party did not cherish it. As Du Ruoyun swiped her card to pay, she contracted the white feather dove. 300 points were credited. Luyu's total points once again reached 1,000 points. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yan had already dragged Luo Beiqian away. Even though Luo Yan knew about the special nature of the earthworm beast, he didn't dare to cling to it. He was acutely aware of what kind of terrifying connections Luyu's breeding ability could create. On the street, Luo Beiqian looked at Luo Yan, unwillingly saying, "Dad, why do you want me to kneel? I just wanted to see if that earthworm really contains the bloodline of a true dragon." Slap. Luo Yan slapped Luo Beiqian's face, exasperated. "Do you really think my daylight level strength can run rampant in the magic city? In this vast magic city, only king level can claim kingship, and the overlords hide in the shadows. You can't even imagine how deep the waters are here." Dad. Luo Beiqian was stunned. "In any case, you can no longer contract that earthworm beast. You've missed an opportunity to change your fate." Luo Yan took a deep breath and said, 3 days later, the first commercial firm in the Magic City will hold an auction. At that time, I will take you to participate in the auction, allowing you to contract a suitable beast. Before that, you should reflect well at home. Do you understand?" Understood. Luo Beiqian nodded reluctantly. At the mythical beast shop, Shen Nian hugged the water blue turtle, and the white feather dove stood on Du Ruoyun's shoulder, both of their faces beaming with smiles, very satisfied with the contracted beasts. As the tea leaves collided with the hot water, an incredibly fresh aroma filled the pet shop. So fragrant! Shen Nian's eyes lit up. She picked up the teacup, which contained only a single tea leaf, yet it radiated a beautiful emerald green. After taking a gentle sip, she felt as if her body and mind were purified, a joy emanating from her soul, causing her long legs, clad in tight jeans, to unconsciously cross. Du Ruoyun also began to taste it, immersed in the essence of the thousand-star vine, shyly pressing down on her thighs beneath her short skirt. So delicious! Du Ruoyun exclaimed in surprise. It even seems that the beast master space has become more stable and expanded quite a bit. I'm already at the extraordinary 3rd stage. I'm at the extraordinary 4th stage. Shen Nian blinked and said, "Shopkeeper, such precious tea leaves. You actually let us drink them, how generous. Are they really that precious?" Luyu chuckled lightly, admiring the slightly flushed faces of Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun. "It's just tea leaves made casually. The thousand-star vine, as a companion plant of an Yu, was initially planted with 10 stalks. As an Yu broke through to the 6th stage of the underworld moon, she could support more companion plants, so the number of thousand-star vines and star-cutting grasses was increased to 30. Just like the tea leaves from the thousand-star vine, they were indeed made casually by an Yu. The similar tender leaves could not be harvested completely. Moreover, it would not affect the growth of the thousand-star vine or the star-cutting grass. Nourished by the source of life, the 30 stalks of thousand-star vine and 30 stalks of star-cutting grass had also reached the 6th stage of the underworld moon, possessing not only immense strength but also an incredibly exaggerated regeneration ability. Even if uprooted, as long as there was a bit of root system left, they could regrow and sprout. The tea leaves from the thousand-star vine, viewed from a worldly perspective, were indeed considered quite precious. However, Luyu did not care. Shen Nian was the first customer of the pet shop, and Du Ruoyun's shy demeanor was also very endearing, so Luyu naturally would not be stingy. "With your realms, 1 tea leaf is already the limit." Luyu chuckled. "The first brew of tea contains over 90% of the life source power. If you add more hot water later, although it won't have much effect, the flavor will last a long time." Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun naturally had no objections. They both felt a slight heaviness, clearly not having fully digested the benefits of this cup of tea. "Shopkeeper." Shen Nian seemed to think of something and suddenly said, "I want you to help me cultivate a slime and a water blue turtle. Is that okay?" Upon hearing this, Du Ruoyun was also a bit tempted and quietly said, "And my moonlight butterfly and white feather dove." "I wouldn't recommend it," Luyu casually replied. "The beasts you have contracted are currently only at the awakening level and the extraordinary level, and they already have a clear growth path. As long as you provide enough resources, they can continue to grow without needing me to cultivate them." "But, wouldn't it be faster if the shopkeeper cultivated them?" Du Ruoyun said softly. "It's just that we might not be able to afford the price." "The price is not a big deal." Luyu shrugged. The system set a base price of 10 million for cultivation, and given the wonders of the cultivation system, 10 million was undoubtedly very cheap. "As I said, the beasts you have contracted have already undergone the best cultivation," Luyu said seriously. "Unless you are already at the star level, or even the underworld moon or day level beast masters, and have contracted an awakening level beast cub, I would help you cultivate the beast cub to save time. Otherwise, with the strength of your current beast master space, even if cultivated, the highest would only be the star level 3rd stage, which is undoubtedly a waste." You can actually cultivate directly to the star level 3rd stage? Du Ruoyun exclaimed in surprise. How much time could that save? Alright, Shen Nian said softly, since the shopkeeper has said so, we shouldn't rely too much on the shopkeeper's abilities. We are still just extraordinary level beast masters, and we are considered beginners. We definitely need to build a solid foundation and not aim too high. Du Ruoyun nodded repeatedly. It's good that you understand. Lu Yu smiled lightly and nodded. In fact, there was one thing he hadn't mentioned. Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun were both destined to join the force he was establishing in Lu Yu's plan. He naturally hoped that Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun could stand on their own rather than just relying on him. Once they truly grew, Lu Yu would certainly not hesitate to nurture them. Among the various levels, Awakening level and Extraordinary level can only be considered as beginner beast masters. Star level, Moon level, and Day level are the true entry points into the path of beast mastery. Only by becoming a king level, or even a dominator level, or even a Holy Spirit level beast master can one be considered a true powerhouse. Lu Yu said with a light smile, if you want me to help you cultivate your beasts, then you should first break through to star level. It will take us a long time to break through to star level. Shen Nian pouted, saying softly, many seniors take at least 2 years to break through from extraordinary level to star level. 2 years is indeed a long time. Du Ruoyun looked at Lu Yu and said softly, by then, the store manager will definitely be at least king level, right? The gap will be even bigger. What are you talking about? Lu Yu chuckled, you two have contracted 2 beasts, both of which have awakened the growth-type special talent. As long as you cultivate well and believe in your own beast mastery talent, you will soon evolve to S level, and your training speed will definitely be faster than S level. It won't be that fast. Shen Nian said helplessly, in the entire Magic City University, there are hardly any students who have awakened S-level talent. It's just that your compatibility isn't enough. Lu Yu patted the shoulder of the girl beside him and smiled. She is a staff member in my store and has contracted a Blood Willow. Her compatibility with the Blood Willow is very high, and her beast mastery talent has already evolved to S level. Li Rui looked at Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun with admiration. They were both students of Magic City University, and Li Rui really wanted to get into Magic City University. Li Rui then looked to the side but suddenly felt no envy. Staying by the store manager's side seemed to be countless times better than entering Magic City University. That's right. Li Rui cooperatively displayed her beast mastery talent, and instantly, the blood of the undead spread out. That eerie and ominous aura made Shen Nian and Du Ruoyun's pretty faces involuntarily pale. It really is S-level talent. Du Ruoyun exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect that besides Teacher Lu, there would be someone whose beast mastery talent evolved to S-level. Store manager, do you still need staff here? Shen Nian suddenly said, I also want to work in the store. Is that okay? I want to too. Du Ruoyun quickly added. Li Rui's expression froze, and she suddenly became nervous. We don't need anyone for now. Lu Yu chuckled, this pet store has such limited space, how could we possibly hire more people? Upon hearing this, Du Ruoyun and Shen Nian both felt regretful. Li Rui, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. She secretly glanced at Lu Yu. Although Yu was usually around, at least she still had many opportunities to be alone with the store manager. Even if I don't match up to the store manager, as long as I can occasionally be alone, I would be satisfied, Li Rui thought somewhat sadly. Lu Yu's expression shifted slightly, his gaze turning to the door, and he smiled. It seems that another customer is about to arrive. Senior. Luo Tianyan walked into the mythical pet store and respectfully bowed. Come over and have a cup of tea first, Lu Yu said casually. Okay. Luo Tianyan sat down a bit awkwardly and took a cup of tea to sip. He immediately felt an extremely sharp aura erupting within his soul, but it did not cause any harm. Luo Tianyan immediately felt that the A-level beast master talent he had awakened, Cold Flame, seemed to be stirring, as if it would undergo a transformation at any moment. Senior, what kind of tea is this? Luo Tianyan exclaimed in shock. It has such a remarkable effect? This is a special tea made from the tender shoots of the star-cutting grass, Lu Yu replied with a light smile. Among all the guests so far, only you, with your awakened beast master talent Cold Flame, are suitable to endure the baptism of the true meaning of star-cutting. The tea made from the 1,000-star vine and star-cutting grass is already considered a very precious resource, each with its own distinct characteristics. The solid suppression of the 1,000-star vine can make the beast master space more stable, offering excellent applicability. As for the star-cutting grass, even after special processing, it retains that unique true meaning of star-cutting, making it very suitable for more aggressive talents, with a chance of causing such talents to undergo transformation. Luo Tianyan's Cold Flame is indeed a type that excels in battle. Shen Yanyan's heavy water and Du Ruoyun's holy light do not fall into this category. Even drinking the tea made from star-cutting grass would make it difficult to endure the baptism of the true meaning of star-cutting. Star-cutting grass? Du Ruoyun asked in confusion. What is that? It's normal for junior sisters not to know, Luo Tianyan replied slowly. It's a plant life from the starry sky, reaching the 10th tier of the Holy Spirit level when mature, with the sharpest characteristics capable of shattering stars. Senior actually made tea from the tender leaves of the star-cutting grass. That's quite a feat. You really are well informed, Lu Yu praised. In his view, Luo Tianyan's understanding of the star-cutting grass was somewhat biased. The star-cutting grass is an extremely extreme plant life that can only comprehend one skill, star-cutting, but can bring it to the utmost limit. Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyun exchanged glances, both feeling a lack of knowledge, secretly resolving to immerse themselves in the library after returning to Magic City University to make up for various knowledge gaps. Senior. After finishing a cup of tea, Luo Tianyan said solemnly, "May I ask if you could help me cultivate my pet beast?" As soon as he finished speaking, he directly summoned his pet beast. A giant wolf engulfed in red flames and a white snake with a strange fire burning on its head appeared. They were the Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake. As for the Scarlet Flame Chicken, Luo Tianyan knew that its growth path was already perfect, so he naturally wouldn't trouble Senior Lu with its cultivation. Of course, Liu replied with a light smile. This is one of the services we provide. He looked over the Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake with some approval. Luo Tianyan had only recently broken through to the star level, yet he had cultivated the Scarlet Flame Wolf King to the 3rd tier of the star level and the White Flame Snake to the 5th tier, with both having the potential of the moon level. In terms of talent and effort, Luo Tianyan was not lacking. As a genius from Magic City University, he was undoubtedly qualified. Luo Tianyan's methods of cultivating the Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake were commendable, showing many signs of cultivation, and even the Scarlet Flame Wolf King had evolved once, gaining the Wolf King's will. Still too immature, Lu Yu sighed inwardly. However, for a star-level beast master to cultivate them to this extent is already quite impressive. He waved his hand at the Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake. Wu hissed. The Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake obediently followed. Luo Tianyan nervously grasped the teacup, but couldn't help but feel hopeful, thinking, if Senior personally cultivates them, to what level will the Scarlet Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake be raised? When he came back to his senses, he noticed 3 envious gazes. What's wrong? Luo Tianyan asked, somewhat stunned. Du Ruoyun softly said, it's nothing, just very envious of you, Senior. Alright, Shen Yanyan sighed, our realms are too low. The shopkeeper said he would only help cultivate pet beasts if we break through to the star level at least. I just reached the awakening level. Li Rue pursed her lips. She had just become a beast master. Although she could drink tea every day and her beast space was improving daily, she was still stuck at the 10th stage of the awakening level. A breakthrough to a higher realm required 10 times the foundation. Li Rue didn't know when she would break through to the extraordinary level. As for the star level, that was even further away. I just barely met the senior's standards. Luo Tianyan said helplessly, speaking of which, I should be envious of you. You all became beast masters just a few days ago and already broke through to the extraordinary level. It took me almost half a year to break through to the extraordinary level back then. Hee, it's all thanks to the store manager. Shen Yan said cheerfully, who told the store manager to pamper us. The store manager helped cultivate the slime and moonlight butterfly, which is why we broke through to the extraordinary level. Du Ruoyan said softly, the store manager said that kind of cultivation is just the most basic, completely different from his current cultivation business. That kind of cultivation is actually just the most basic? Luo Tianyan was shocked. He remembered very clearly that during that public class, the senior combined the lowest level resources, yet the slime and moonlight butterfly all broke through their limits. That kind of tailored resource integration maximized the effects of various resources. Looking across the entire Xia country, perhaps only the senior could achieve that. Such cultivation was actually just the most basic? Luo Tianyan couldn't help but look towards the pet shop, thinking, I wonder how the senior will cultivate the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake? Regarding the cultivation of the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake, even Luo Tianyan, as the contracted beast master, deeply understood that he had no right to offer any opinions. Luo Tianyan also believed that Senior Lu's cultivation plan was definitely the best. The curtain lifted. Lu Yu walked out slowly, holding 2 transparent containers. Senior. Luo Tianyan immediately stood up. Shen Yan, Du Ruoyun, and Li Rue were also curious and gathered around. Lu Yu placed the containers on the table and smiled lightly. They have been cultivated. This. Luo Tianyan's expression changed. He could feel that the beast space was receiving a massive amount of feedback. Luo Tianyan's aura suddenly surged. From the second stage of the star level, he directly broke through to the 10th stage. It seemed he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the moonlight level. Luo Tianyan's face was filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "The source power feedback from the contract with the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake actually allowed me to break through 8 stages in a row, and I was almost at the moonlight level?" Not just Luo Tianyan, Shen Yan and Du Ruoyan were also shocked. This breakthrough speed was simply beyond reason. Shen Yan and Du Ruoyan couldn't help but imagine that if they broke through to the star level in the future and had the store manager personally help with cultivation, would they also be able to advance easily? Lu Yu's demeanor was calm, seemingly unconcerned about Luo Tianyan's breakthrough, and he smiled. "Aren't you going to take a look at your pets?" "Yes." Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and looked at the container on the left, which held the Crimson Flame Wolf King. Feeling the information coming from the contract and combining it with the changes in the Crimson Flame Wolf King, Luo Tianyan was so excited that his body trembled slightly. "Senior, hurry up and tell us," Shen Yan urged anxiously. "How is the cultivation?" "The Crimson Flame Wolf King's realm is now at the 10th stage of the star level. Its potential is King level 6. Luo Tianyan exclaimed in ecstasy. Not only that, the Crimson Flame Wolf King has also evolved. Its current form is the Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf. King level 6? Shen Yan gasped. From moonlight level potential, it directly cultivated to king level 6? How is that possible? That's incredible. Du Ruoyan marveled. A pet with king level potential is worth a fortune and can change a beast master's fate, yet the store manager cultivated it so easily. The White Flame Snake has also evolved. Luo Tianyan looked at another container, and after sensing it carefully, he almost believed he was in a dream. He slowly said, "The current White Flame Snake has evolved into the Blazing Winged Snake. Its realm is at the Starry 10 stage, and its potential is King 7 stage. The growth of the Blazing Winged Snake is even more exaggerated." Shen Yan was momentarily speechless and softly asked, "Manager, how did you do it? I'm curious too." Du Ruoyan's eyes brightened slightly. "It's very simple." Lu Yu smiled and said, "The Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake both belong to beasts with very mixed bloodlines. From the many mixed bloodlines, I discovered that the Crimson Flame Wolf King has a trace of the Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf bloodline, while the White Flame Snake has a trace of the Blazing Winged Snake bloodline. So, I guided these two bloodlines out, completely replacing the original bloodlines, and supplemented them with a large amount of flame source power, which allowed the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake to complete their evolution." "Is it that simple?" Shen Yan blinked slightly. "Simple, my foot." Du Ruoyan tapped Shen Yan's head and said helplessly, "Just selecting the highest level bloodline from the many mixed bloodlines is already something that cannot be done with current technology. Not to mention guiding one of the highest level bloodlines, expanding it with flame source power, and transforming it into a complete bloodline. It's simply impossible. How did you suddenly become so smart?" Shen Yan asked in surprise. "I took the manager's course, of course I had to prepare in advance," Du Ruoyan said somewhat shyly, "but time is limited, so I didn't prepare much." "Incredible." Luo Tianyan sighed, looking across the entire blue star. Perhaps only the manager can achieve this. He opened the container, and the even larger Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf and Blazing Winged Snake appeared in the pet shop, instantly making the air much hotter. Luo Tianyan quickly put away the Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf and Blazing Winged Snake to avoid damaging the displays of the mythical pet shop. The Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf and Blazing Winged Snake can only be considered king-level bloodlines, and cultivating them to King 6 stage or King 7 stage potential is already the limit. Lu Yu said somewhat reluctantly, "These two bloodlines are already the strongest among many mixed bloodlines. If you want me to cultivate the Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf and Blazing Winged Snake next time, it's best to implant a trace of a Dominator level or even a Holy Spirit level bloodline." Lu Yu had cultivated Lu Shue's Nature Spirit, which directly evolved into a Fate Source Spirit, reaching King level 10 stage potential. With the bloodline of the Ancestor Spirit, even just a trace, it was enough to raise the upper limit. In comparison, the Reverse Flame Celestial Wolf and Blazing Winged Snake were far inferior, as they were originally King 1 and 2 stage bloodlines. Lu Yu had put in a lot of effort to elevate them to King 6 and 7 stage. Luo Tianyan was momentarily speechless. Dominator level bloodline? Holy Spirit level bloodline? If it was just implanting a trace, he indeed had a way. However, Luo Tianyan noticed the implication in Lu Yu's words. As long as there is a trace of a Dominator level bloodline or even a Holy Spirit level bloodline, can you guide it out, and even allow the pet to completely evolve into the final form of the bloodline? Luo Tianyan felt an immense shock. Such a heaven-defying cultivation ability seemed to have no limits. Feeling the tangible presence of the reverse flame celestial wolf and blazing winged snake in the beast master space, even the crimson flame chicken seemed to dim in comparison, which made Luo Tianyan unconsciously generate immense hope for the future. Contracting 2 pets with king-level potential at the starry level, even the direct descendants of the Dragon Master family did not have such treatment. All right, Luyu sat on the sofa, calmly sipping tea, and smiled. Luo Tianyan, how do you think I should price the cultivation of the reverse flame celestial wolf and blazing winged snake? The price for a single cultivation session needed to be at least 10 million. However, Luyu had absolute autonomy over the final pricing. As long as it is not less than 10 million, any number will do. Luyu naturally hoped the price would be as high as possible, otherwise, it would seem too cheap. In the memories of his inheritance, that 7-star breeder charged exorbitant fees every time they cultivated, even draining the entire wealth of a dominant family. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyan fell silent. How to set the price? He shook his head and said, Senior, I cannot set a price. The Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake were both contracted beasts of his and would not break the contract. The cost of cultivation would naturally far exceed the price of the same level of cubs. If Luo Tianyan were to cultivate, the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake would never reach the level of the Inferno Sky Wolf and the Blazing Winged Snake. If calculated, the cultivation cost for the Inferno Sky Wolf and the Blazing Winged Snake would be at least over 1 billion. Just not less than 10 million, Liu said casually. How much you pay specifically is up to you. Understood. Luo Tianyan nodded. In his view, the senior did not care about money, he just needed an attitude. Even if I have 2 billion, I wouldn't choose to pay it all at once. Luo Tianyan pondered, only by owing the senior more favors, and repaying those favors in the future, will I gain more importance from the senior. Moreover, if I repay over 1 billion, that money probably won't be of much use to the senior. As a direct descendant of a large family, Luo Tianyan knew well that many precious treasures could not be measured by money. The resources that could be bought with money were at most of the purple crystal level, and they were extremely rare, mostly just spirit plant seeds. They could only be bought at auctions. Diamond-level resources were basically the highest level of resources that could be purchased with money. Luo Tianyan asked himself, did diamond-level resources really have any use for the senior? Just to cultivate a magic dragon, he didn't know how many diamond-level or even purple crystal-level resources would be consumed. I still have 350 million on me, so I'll pay 300 million. Luo Tianyan made a decision. He swiped his card. With 300 million credited, Lu Yu's account balance directly exceeded 500 million. The 2 cultivations also made Lu Yu's points reach an astonishing 3,000 points. The selling price of a pet cub with Holy Spirit Tier 10 potential in the system mall is exactly 3,000 points. Lu Yu's eyes brightened, thinking, above Holy Spirit Tier 10 is demigod level potential. Even a pet cub with demigod Tier 1 potential requires 5,000 points. He sighed a little. Even after completing 3 cultivations, he was still 2,000 points short of purchasing a pet cub with demigod level potential. No rush. Lu Yu shook his head slightly. He was about to break through to the Manhwa level, at which point he would have an additional contract slot. However, Lu Yu was not in a hurry for the contract of the 4th pet. The first 3 pets I contracted correspond to an SSS level beast taming talent. Lu Yu thought for a moment, thinking, in the future, I might even completely integrate the SSS level talent into the contract, converting it into a core contract. There's no reason that when contracting the 4th pet, I can't enjoy an SSS level talent exclusively without competing for the source power of the talent. Upon careful consideration, it seemed that the 3 SSS level talents all came from the achievement task of selling pet cubs. The next achievement requires selling 20 pet cubs. I have already sold 13 cubs, so I'm very close. Lu Yu pondered, selling more cubs is undoubtedly the most reliable method. Of course, I don't rule out that other types of achievement tasks might also reward random SSS level talents. Until Xin Yanyan, Du Ruoyun, and Luo Tianyan left, Lu Yu remained deep in thought. The guests are still too few, and I still need to sell 7 pet beast cubs to complete the next stage of the pet beast sales achievement. Lu Yu's expression was helpless, thinking to himself, but I'm about to break through. He looked inward at the beast master space, where the ancient life tree, towering at 5,000 meters, was almost pressing against the top of the beast master space. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Yu's beast master space was naturally 100 times larger than the same level, it truly wouldn't be able to accommodate the ancient life tree. Even so, it was still very strained. If the ancient life tree were to break through another level, it would indeed be restricted by the beast master space. Surrounding the ancient life tree, 30 star chain vines suppressed the surroundings, while 30 star cutting grasses shattered the space. With countless spatial forces surging in through the broken spatial cracks, only to be suppressed and absorbed by the star chain vines into the beast master space. The roots of the ancient life tree extended deep into the beast master space, wrapping around a mysterious world resource, the domain crystal core, continuously refining the power of the crystal core and integrating it into the beast master space. Logically, the domain crystal core needed a large amount of high-level sky crystals to integrate into the beast master space. By now, those 30 diamond-level sky crystals had long been completely refined. If it weren't for the assistance of the ancient life tree, just the expenses of purchasing sky crystals would be unbearable for Lu Yu. Only the ancient life tree, this ultimate plant life, could suppress the current beast master space and refine the domain crystal core. At the crown of the ancient life tree, the purple flame emperor bird was resting, with deep purple and crimson flames swirling unconsciously at its chest. That was the fusion of the azure sky purple flame and the stellar true flame, about to give birth to the most powerful. Lu Yu estimated that once the most powerful was born, the purple flame emperor bird might evolve. At the edge of the beast master space, the world-destroying demon dragon leaned against the spatial membrane, continuously releasing power into the air, all of which was easily borne by the beast master space. The world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird, the ancient life tree. The three contracted beasts of Lu Yu had all far surpassed the star level now. Constant feedback poured into the beast master space, pushing it closer to its limits, rendering the bottleneck of its realm almost non-existent. Then let's break through. Lu Yu's thoughts stirred. Boom! The entire beast master space began to expand wildly. Lu Yu's beast master space already had a base area that was 100 times larger than the same level. At the 10th tier of the star level, it had reached an astonishing 10 million square meters. With the breakthrough of the realm, the beast master space expanded wildly again. 100 million square meters. Manhwa first tier. Even the height reached over 10,000 meters. The once 5,000 meter tall ancient life tree was almost about to break through the limits of the beast master space, completely probing into the void. The current height of the ancient life tree, 5,000 meters, was no longer sufficient. It could only reach 30% of the height of the beast master space, 100 square kilometers. Lu Yu was overjoyed. For the same level of beast master space, a Manhwa first tier could have 1 square kilometer, which was already quite good. Lu Yu's beast master space, however, was a full 100 times that. In terms of volume, it was more than 10,000 times that of the same level. In the future, when I break through to the king level, with a beast master space manifesting at over 10,000 times the volume, even if it's a dominator level beast master space, I would dare to challenge it. Lu Yu was very much looking forward to it. He was still at the Manhwa level, but he firmly believed that with his growth rate, it wouldn't take half a year to definitely break through to the king level. Boom! The domain crystal core, under the absorption of the ancient life tree, quietly melted a small portion, about 5% dissolved. Yet it caused Lu Yu's beast master space to begin expanding wildly again. 200 square kilometers. 300 square kilometers. It expanded all the way to 400 square kilometers, and only then did this exaggerated expansion speed slowly come to a halt. Manhwa 4th tier. Lu Yu was overjoyed. Roar, roar, roar. The world-destroying dragon is located in the beast master space. Feeling the infinite expansion of the space, it was immediately stunned, and even more incredibly delighted. The master has finally broken through. This means that it will no longer be restricted by the contract and can break through its realm once again. Sensing the thoughts of the world-destroying dragon, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Your current realm is only at the 8th level of the Manhwa stage, and you still have quite a distance to go before breaking through to the daylight level, so don't aim too high." With the maturity of many platinum and even diamond-level spiritual plant resources, the world-destroying dragon's meals these past 2 days have all been platinum-level resources, paired with the meat of the flame giant dragon, occasionally eating a few hell tree fruits and some flesh of the king-level black dragon. Life is quite enjoyable. With numerous resources and the nourishment from dragon meat, the world-destroying dragon's level naturally increased by 1 stage, reaching the 8th level of the Manhwa stage. Roar, roar, roar. The world-destroying dragon expressed its dissatisfaction, stating that as long as it consumed the first life fruit condensed from the ancient life tree in the next 9 days, breaking through to the daylight level would definitely not be a problem. Perhaps it would even break through to the daylight level before the purple flame emperor bird and the ancient life tree. The world-destroying dragon conveyed its thoughts and became excited. "By that time, I will definitely open a cultivation space for you," Lu Yu chuckled. He didn't expect the world-destroying dragon's reasoning to be quite clear. Roar! The world-destroying dragon received the affirmative response and immediately let out a satisfied roar. In the demon city, the Luo family. "Brother, you're back." Luo Jingqing, dressed in a red dress, sat innocently at the stone table in the pavilion, not far from the enclosure where the pet beasts were kept. occasionally hearing some embarrassing beast roars. "What are you doing here?" Luo Tianyan's expression changed slightly, helplessly saying, "Eavesdropping? I was just curious." Luo Jingqing defended, "It's not fair that you all won't let me watch. I want to see how goblins get stronger. You're just a little girl, I really don't know what you're thinking every day." Luo Tianyan sighed slightly, saying, "The one who contracted the goblin is Ron. Since you've contracted the ice fox, you should focus on nurturing it." "I am nurturing it well," Luo Jingqing pouted, saying softly, "The ice fox's potential is already at the 10th level of the starry stage, and its realm is at the 10th level of awakening. I'm meditating seriously every day, trying to break through to the extraordinary level with the little ice fox as soon as possible." "Isn't that enough effort?" Yes. Luo Tianyan really had no way to deal with his sister, saying, "You're the most hardworking, is that okay? By the way, brother, didn't you go to the mythical pet store to ask Senior Lu for help in nurturing the pet beasts? How are the Crimson Flame Wolf King and the White Flame Snake being nurtured now?" Luo Jingqing asked curiously. Just as Luo Tianyan was about to explain, the sounds from the enclosure suddenly stopped, and a grayish light rose within the enclosure. "Ron has broken through?" Luo Tianyan's expression was filled with surprise. He immediately unlocked the formation and entered the pet beast enclosure, watching Ron sitting cross-legged on the ground, with the still small goblin excitedly guarding Ron's side. When Ron opened his eyes, the goblin beside him also broke through to the extraordinary level at the same time. Ron's eyes were filled with joy. He had finally broken through. As expected of a core contract, the breakthrough speed is indeed faster, Luo Tianyan exclaimed. The core contract naturally has its advantages, especially for contracted goblins, which have a very clear cultivation path and grow rapidly, making the advantages even more apparent. The goblin's foundation will be unconditionally transmitted to Ron. In fact, Ron himself doesn't even need to participate in meditation. As long as he relies on the goblin's growth feedback, he can naturally break through his realm. The goblin's realm is equivalent to Ron's own level. Ron certainly would not slack off in his training, but what he gained from meditation was almost negligible compared to the feedback obtained by the goblins through reproduction. "Young master, miss." Ron bowed respectfully. "Well done," Luo Tianyan praised, looking at the goblin in front of him, unable to help but say, "The goblins have completely adapted to reproduction and have gained tremendous benefits from it. Due to the existence of the core contract, the potential of the goblins has not been limited, and they now possess the potential of a first-tier day level." Ron patted the goblin's head, his expression a mix of surprise and a bit of embarrassment, saying, "Rather than saying the goblin has adapted to reproduction, it would be more accurate to say, it has become addicted to it." "Gotcha." The goblin displayed a proud expression. For the past few days, it had been immersed in reproduction day and night. It experienced at least 30 instances of reproduction every day, from the initial 6-flavor Remania pill and goji berry essence, to the many bronze and silver level supplements it had now. If it weren't for the goblin's unique talent, which granted it an exceptionally special constitution, it truly wouldn't be able to withstand such high-intensity reproduction. At first, the goblin felt a mix of pain and pleasure, but now it was completely immersed, and if it didn't have at least 50 instances a day, it simply wouldn't feel satisfied. "Gotcha." The goblin proudly gestured, and around it, half of the female beasts were actually in a state of pregnancy, with a good number still in the nursing period, accompanied by a young beast. All these young beasts carried the goblin's bloodline. Despite the many young beasts, none exhibited any goblin traits, directly inheriting the maternal lineage. "Roar!" A female beast suddenly cried out in pain. A young goblin was soon born. "Gotcha." The goblin was very pleased. This little goblin could be considered its first offspring that followed its own race. During reproduction, the goblin's potential had nearly reached the day level, surpassing that of the female beast, so the offspring born was directly of the goblin race. Although it was a young goblin, it was not weak. It would inherit part of the goblin's traits, and even more potential. It would also inherit some characteristics from its mother. It actually gave birth to a young one in goblin form. Luo Tianyan exclaimed, "This little goblin is probably the most talented goblin on Blue Star, aside from you. If it were to be placed in the outside world, many beast masters in academia would likely want to use it as research material." The goblin race is a slave race in the Xia Kingdom, with an extremely large population. Ron's eyes brightened slightly as he said softly, "If we can research a method to make the goblin race stronger, the entire Xia Kingdom will surely be shaken." The two exchanged glances, both sensing the enormous business opportunity contained within. The goblin race was indeed too large, with a population of tens of millions. This was still the result of limiting reproduction, otherwise, the number of goblins would be even more staggering. For such a massive race, even a single-tier increase in individual strength would be an incredibly exaggerated improvement, enough to cause a stir across all realms. I know a professor at Magic City University who studies pet reproduction, Luo Tianyan said seriously. I plan to hand over this first goblin to that professor for research. With that professor's status, a specialized research institute should be able to be established. If real results can be achieved, our Luo family will definitely benefit from it. As the designated young master of the Luo family, Luo Tianyan had not yet fully secured this position. The so-called designation had not yet been finalized. But Luo Tianyan was extremely confident that as long as this research was implemented, the position of young master would immediately become a reality. Perhaps, no research is needed. Luo Tianyan looked into the beast space, where the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged snake were present, and thought, the potential of the reverse flame wolf is at the king level, 6th stage, while the blazing winged snake is at the king level, 7th stage. In the vast Luo family, no one can compete with me. As he pondered deeply, Luo Tianyan's expression changed slightly. He could feel the bloodline power of the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged snake continuously pouring into his soul. The numerous bloodline powers then completely fused with the power from the scarlet flame chicken. Boom! Luo Tianyan's body was completely enveloped by a gray-white cold flame, yet there was no sign of panic on his face, only pure ecstasy. My beast taming talent is finally about to evolve. Ever since discovering the A-level talent Cold Flame, which showed signs of transformation, Luo Tianyan had been eagerly anticipating the moment of true evolution of his beast taming talent. Feeling the transformation of the cold flame, a smile almost escaped from the corner of Luo Tianyan's mouth. Brother! Luo Jingqing was shocked, looking at Luo Tianyan in disbelief, as the incredibly cold flame seemed to become warm. After the warmth, there was an overwhelming heat. Luo Jingqing felt that deep within this blazing flame, there still lay a hint of coldness. This was no longer the characteristic of cold flame. It was a higher-level flame. Boom! Luo Tianyan's realm suddenly broke through. First stage of the Manhwa level. Luo Tianyan felt the heat and cold flames enveloping him, unable to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He couldn't help but laugh. S-level beast taming talent, blazing in flame. It is an extremely rare S-level talent with 2 forms, which can be divided into blazing flame and cold flame. Any one of these forms is of A-level strength. If combined into blazing in flame, it can be considered top tier even among S-level talents. Brother, congratulations. Luo Jingqing sincerely said, you finally evolved into an S-level talent. Thanks to the shopkeeper for helping to cultivate my beasts. Luo Tianyan was in high spirits and immediately summoned his beasts, the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged snake. As the powerful aura of the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged snake erupted, Luo En and the goblin changed their expressions, feeling an immense pressure, as if facing 2 incredibly scorching flames. Young master, is this still the scarlet flame wolf king and the white flame snake? Luo En was shaken, unable to help but say, I've only felt such a terrifying aura once from a top-tier dragon species. Now, the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged snake, even compared to top-tier dragon species, are not far behind. They are only slightly inferior to the golden dragon and the holy dragon, which can be considered quasi-divine dragons. Luo Tianyan sighed. The senior guided the bloodlines of the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged snake, promoting their evolution. With the senior's cultivation methods, I can only look up in admiration, unable to catch a glimpse in my lifetime. Reverse flame wolf and blazing winged snake? Luo Jingqing couldn't help but yearn. I really hope Senior Lu can help me cultivate a beast too. Don't even think about it. Luo Tianyan mercilessly shot her down. Senior Lu's minimum standard for cultivating beasts is a star-level beast master, and you are still a rookie at the awakening level. You should be considering when to break through to the extraordinary level, open a second contract position, and buy beast cubs from the mythical beast shop. Stop scolding, stop scolding. Luo Jingqing pouted, feeling utterly defeated, suddenly saying, by the way, brother, didn't you break through to the Manhwa level? Can't you contract another beast now? I'm not in a hurry. Luo Tianyan shook his head. I just broke through to the Manhwa level, and I haven't even finished cultivating the scarlet flame chicken. After saying that, he directly summoned the scarlet flame chicken. The unremarkable scarlet flame chicken looked even weaker than the goblin, yet its realm had reached the star level, with potential even reaching the Manhwa level. The scarlet flame chicken tilted its head, feeling the momentum of the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged serpent, yet showed no signs of fear. Luo Tianyan crouched down, a gray-white and crimson flame appearing in his palm, which was the S-rank talent Fiery Shadow Flame. Eat it! Luo Tianyan said with anticipation. Devour the Fiery Shadow Flame. The scarlet flame chicken did not hesitate and directly swallowed the Fiery Shadow Flame into its belly, intertwining various, exotic flames around its body, one of which was Cold Flame. Even the fiery shadow flame could not hold out for long against a talent specifically designed to refine. In an instant, fusion. Chirp. The scarlet flame chicken's eyes became clear. The many chaotic gradually fused together with the fiery shadow flame as the core. Boom! Countless flames transformed into feathers on the scarlet flame chicken, which slowly spread its wings, now composed of gray flames. The scarlet flame chicken is evolving. Luo Jingqing was incredibly shocked. Before evolution, the scarlet flame chicken's strength and potential were impeccable. She could hardly imagine what form the scarlet flame chicken would take after evolution. Not enough. Luo Tianyan's face turned pale. The fiery shadow flame was devoured, leaving only a trace of the flame seed. He himself suffered backlash but did not care at all, watching the scarlet flame chicken with fervor, taking out a spatial container filled with various, including a flame ranked among the list, the Crimson Heart Earth Fire. The many were soon completely devoured by the scarlet flame chicken. Whoosh! The scarlet flame chicken flapped its fiery wings and soared into the sky. When the evolution ended, the scarlet flame chicken had fused with numerous, evolving into a brand new life form. Its entire body was gray-white, burning with gray flames, exuding a chilling aura, resembling eerie white bones. Bone Flame Bird. Luo Tianyan trembled greatly and slowly said, Master of the Bone Fire Bird, at the realm of the Dark Moon first stage, with potential at the King third stage. Although it was still not comparable to the blazing winged serpent and the reverse flame wolf, the Bone Flame Bird was cultivated and evolved by Luo Tianyan himself, and its King third stage potential completely exceeded Luo Tianyan's expectations. To allow the scarlet flame chicken to evolve into the Bone Flame Bird, he had expended a significant amount of family contribution points, purchasing worth over 1 million, and he himself had contributed the S-rank fiery shadow flame. To make up for this, he would need a large number of treasures to assist, otherwise, it would take at least several months. Even if I paid such a high price, the Bone Flame Bird I cultivated is still far inferior to the reverse flame wolf and the blazing winged serpent cultivated by my predecessor. Luo Tianyan couldn't help but sigh, thinking, moreover, the fact that I could evolve the Bone Flame Bird was because the scarlet flame chicken had already been cultivated once by my predecessor, possessing infinite possibilities. The deeper I understand, the more I realize how unfathomable my predecessor's abilities are. Mythical Beast Shop. A silver supercar stopped in front of the beast shop. Lu Luochan wore a purple dress with a white long skirt over it, a purple ribbon cinching her slender waist, revealing her fair arms and long legs wrapped in black stockings. Lu Luochan opened the supercar door and walked into the mythical beast shop with some trepidation, only to see Lu Yu sitting leisurely on the sofa, waving naturally. Shopkeeper. Lu Luochan bit her lip and said, Long time no see. Didn't we just see each other a few days ago? Lu Yu smiled and said, Are you looking to cultivate a beast with me? He naturally noticed that Lu Luochan's realm had not changed much, only breaking through to the Dark Moon 7th stage, so she had not opened the 5th contract position. Lu Luochan softly said, Even if I'm not cultivating a beast, can't I come over? Of course. Lu Yu went to the storage room, took out a package, and smiled, I had your clothes dry cleaned after you left them last time. Thank you. Lu Luochan's pretty face flushed slightly, her gentle gaze unconsciously wavering as she put away her clothes and said softly, Sorry to trouble you. No need to be polite. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. His expression was as usual, seeming like just an ordinary interaction. For some reason, Lu Luochan felt a bit lost. Manager, Lu Luochan said softly, I would like you to help me train my 3 subdragon pets, is that okay? No problem, Lu Yu replied readily. Lu Luochan nodded, casting aside her distractions, and summoned her 3 pets. The 3 subdragons all aim to purify their bloodlines and ultimately evolve into true dragons, their basic forms being quite similar. What surprised Lu Yu was that one of the subdragons was actually a flame lizard. Among the many subdragons, the flame lizard was undoubtedly very low tier, with a very thin dragon bloodline. I didn't expect you to contract a flame lizard, Lu Yu said in surprise. This flame lizard is my initial pet, Lu Luochan said softly. When I became an awakened beast master, the conditions weren't very good. However, I don't regret contracting the flame lizard. Lu Yu said nothing and looked at the other 2 subdragons, which were a rock subdragon and a metal giant lizard. Their fierce appearances formed a stark contrast to Lu Luochan's stunning beauty. You've done a great job training these 3 subdragons, Lu Yu praised sincerely. The potential of the flame lizard has actually reached the 10th level of the moon phase, and the potential of the rock subdragon and metal giant lizard has even reached the 3rd level of the sun phase, with their dragon bloodlines exceeding 60%. The so-called subdragons were essentially incomplete lives born from the casual reproduction of true dragons, and they could hardly inherit much of the dragon bloodline. Despite being called subdragons, they didn't even belong to the dragon category. Given the foundation of the flame lizard, rock subdragon, and metal giant lizard, Lu Luochan had managed to train them to such a level which was already quite rare. The manager truly has a discerning eye. Lu Luochan didn't find it strange. With Lu Yu's abilities, it wasn't surprising that he could see through the bloodline concentration and potential levels. What she didn't know was that Lu Yu could not only discern the bloodline concentration but could also identify the various mixed bloodlines within the flame lizard, rock subdragon, and metal giant lizard. In Lu Yu's view, among these three subdragons, the one with the most training value was actually the weakest looking flame lizard. I'll take care of the training this time. Lu Yu waved at the three subdragons and said, just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. The three subdragons were almost uncontrollably drawn away from Lu Luochan's sight. It wasn't until Lu Yu's figure disappeared that Lu Luochan reluctantly withdrew her gaze. She sat on the sofa, slightly melancholic, when she noticed a charming young girl sitting across from the coffee table. The manager is really amazing, right? Li Rui's gentle eyes seemed to contain infinite admiration. He really is amazing. Lu Luochan nodded and said, are you an employee of the mythical beast shop? Yes. Li Rui smiled and said, I've heard the manager mention you. You should be a mentor at Magic City University, right? I really wanted to get into Magic City University when I was in school, but unfortunately, I couldn't meet the standards. Did the manager mention me? Lu Luochan's feelings were somewhat complicated as she looked at the charming young girl and suddenly asked, do you still want to enter Magic City University? I can recommend you. No need, Li Ru shook her head and said, I'm doing just fine now. Even if I don't get into Magic City University, as long as I stay by the manager's side, I'll eventually become stronger. If it weren't for the manager, I definitely wouldn't have been able to stay in Magic City, let alone contract a little willow tree and become a beast master. It seems you're quite satisfied with your current life. Lu Luochan felt a twinge of envy. Then, she was slightly taken aback. Lu Luochan had never thought that, as a mentor at Magic City University, she would actually envy an 18-year-old girl. But then she considered that if she were to stay by Lu Yu's side every day, setting aside emotional factors, with Lu Yu's nurturing ability, he would indeed have a much brighter future than the mentors at Magic City University. Lu Luochan looked at the young girl in front of her and pushed aside her complicated thoughts. This naive girl was clearly not here for those reasons. Li Rui smiled gently, elegantly poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Lu Luochan, softly saying, this is the special tea made by the store manager, prepared specifically for guests. Please enjoy. Lu Luochan took a sip and was immediately shocked by the rich life force contained within, unable to help but exclaim, these few tea leaves actually contain life force comparable to platinum-level resources, or even more precious life force. She was momentarily speechless. These seemingly ordinary tea leaves were equivalent to a platinum-level resource, worth at least several million, yet were merely used as tea for guests. When I previously bought the red carp, the store manager only charged me 3 million, which was practically a gift. Lu Luochan felt a mix of emotions, secretly thinking, the store manager opened this mythical pet shop but doesn't care about costs at all, and hasn't formally established a power. What is his true purpose? Or rather, the store manager's plans are even more profound than I had guessed? Platinum-level resources? Li Rui blinked, a bit embarrassed, and said, I didn't know this tea was so precious. I drink it every day at the store. Even if I don't drink it, the store manager will remind me to. I almost want to quit my job and come work with you, Lu Luochan joked. Li Rui was about to respond when she saw a massive eagle griffin slowly descending, wrapped in a whirlwind, outside the pet shop. She was somewhat surprised. This eagle griffin was clearly a powerful pet, but its appearance felt familiar to Li Rui, and she couldn't help but say, this eagle griffin seems like the whirlwind griffin from the Divine Eagle Empire that appeared on TV. Is a foreigner coming to visit? If it's a citizen of the Divine Eagle Empire, unless it's a contracted whirlwind griffin, they can't bring it into Xia country, Lu Luochan said, her gaze sharpening. Many of Xia country's elites admire the Divine Eagle Empire, so they buy quite a few whirlwind griffins as everyday transportation pets. A fully grown, tamed whirlwind griffin would reach the 10th tier of the Sun phase. If imported from the Divine Eagle Empire, after deducting tariffs and such, it would cost at least hundreds of millions, right? Li Rui recalled what she had heard on TV and couldn't help but exclaim, to use such a pet just for daily transportation without a contract is too extravagant. The extravagance of the upper class is beyond your imagination. Lu Luochan shook her head slightly and said softly, the Divine Eagle Empire also has considerable influence in Xia country. Among them, the dragon riding families especially hold the Divine Eagle Empire in high regard. How could that be? Li Rui was quite puzzled and asked, the three major dragon riding families are already at the pinnacle of status in Xia country. Why should they admire the Divine Eagle Empire? In terms of national strength, although the Divine Eagle Empire is the strongest in Blue Star, our Xia country is not lacking either. The reason is simple. Lu Luochan's expression seemed somewhat mocking as she slowly said, above the Divine Eagle Empire lies the only entrance to the Dragon Realm and Blue Star. The dragons contracted by the three major dragon riding families actually rely on the gifts from the Dragon Realm. Only the Divine Eagle Empire can enter and exit the Dragon Realm at will. Lu Luochan's words significantly impacted Li Rui's worldview. Li Rui's expression softened as she quietly asked, "Sister, how do you know so much?" One of the three major dragon riding families, the Lu family, is my original family. Lu Luochan looked towards the outside world, her gaze filled with complexity. On the back of the Gale Eagle, a stern middle-aged man descended. He was dressed in a well-fitted suit, his angular face suffused with a hint of coldness. "Luochan," Lu Yaohong's eyes fixed on Lu Luochan's face as he said in a deep voice, "Do you dare to ignore the family's orders?" "I am no longer a member of the Lu family," Lu Luochan replied with a bitter smile, her gaze resolute. "The Lu family's orders are useless to me." She looked at the middle-aged man before her with a complex expression. Lu Yaohong was her father's brother, making him Lu Luochan's uncle. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Luochan had never tasted the so-called flavor of familial affection. Even as a discarded child of the Lu family, she had not given up and continued to strive to live. However, Lu Luochan could never have predicted that just when she thought her life was gradually improving and her fate was about to change, the Lu family would find her again. "Shut up," Lu Yaohong scolded. "No matter what happens, you can never escape the Lu family. I give you 3 days. After 3 days, you will return to the family on your own, do you hear me?" His expression was authoritative, his gaze seemed to look down upon her, and his tone left no room for refusal. "I will never return to the Lu family." Lu Luochan's gaze was firm as she said, "I will never obey the Lu family's orders or marry into the Campbell family of the Eagle Empire. I have already been a discarded child of the Lu family. I will not become a pawn in their marriage alliance." "Impudent!" Lu Yaohong's eyes were filled with anger as he coldly said, "As a direct descendant of the Lu family, you have borne many expectations, yet you have only awakened an A-level beast master talent, making your status as a discarded child inevitable. Now, the family needs you to marry into the Campbell family. This is your honor. How ridiculous. Just because I awakened a beast master talent that doesn't meet your expectations, I am to be cast out of the family. Now that you need me to marry, you want to pick up the discarded child again." Lu Luochan said coldly, "If I had awakened an S-level talent, would I still have to marry?" "Naturally, you wouldn't have to marry," Lu Yaohong mocked. "But you are ultimately just an A-level talent, and among A-level talents, you have the most useless dragon wing talent." "A-level talent? I am no longer that." Lu Luochan slightly closed her eyes. Boom! Behind her, a crimson dragon shadow suddenly appeared. The aura of S-level filled the entire beast shop. "This is S-level talent?" Lu Yaohong's mind shook violently, unable to believe his eyes. He exclaimed in shock, "Your beast master talent Dragon Wing has evolved into S-level?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but show a look of wild joy. "Great, wonderful, Luochan," Lu Yaohong said happily, "you are now S-level talent. Our Lu family's new generation is not inferior to the Lu family or the Gu family at all. In this case, the Lu family no longer needs to marry into the Campbell family. As fellow dragon families, the Campbell family of the Eagle Empire is not necessarily stronger than our Lu family. So what?" Lu Luochan looked at him coldly. "Luochan, return to the Lu family." Lu Yaohong laughed heartily. "As long as you return to the Lu family, you will be the next head of the Lu family and will be able to contract a true dragon species. After you left the Lu family, you contracted quite a few sub-dragon species, right? You should know that sub-dragon species are ultimately inferior products, and there is no comparison with true dragon species. Only by contracting a true dragon can you bring your S-level talent to its peak. I have already said." Lu Luochan's gaze remained resolute as she slowly said, "I have completely severed ties with the Lu family." Lu Yaohong's expression gradually darkened as he looked at Lu Luochan with a cold gaze, saying, "Luochan, are you really going to defy the family? Do you think that besides the Lu family, the other two dragon families will let you contract a true dragon species?" Lu Luochan was about to respond. The young shop manager quietly stood beside her. "This guest," Liu said with a light smile, "who told you that only by relying on the dragon clan can one contract a giant dragon species?" Lu Yaohong scrutinized Lu Yu, frowning tightly. "You are the manager of this pet shop?" "That's right," Lu Yu nodded indifferently. Lu Yaohong sneered, "In the Xia Kingdom, if you want to contract a giant dragon species, you can only rely on the dragon clan. You are merely the manager of a pet shop. How could you possibly know the uniqueness of the dragon clan and the true strength of the giant dragon species?" Lu Yu asked in confusion, "Is the giant dragon species really that strong?" As soon as he finished speaking, 3 massive, ferocious giant dragons slowly emerged behind Lu Yu. Lu Yaohong's mind shook violently as he sensed the aura of the 3 giant dragons, observing their forms with disbelief on his face, exclaiming, "Metallic giant dragon, rocky giant dragon, and Fiery giant dragon? Who exactly are you to possess 3 giant dragon species? These 3 giant dragons are not mine, Liu said calmly. Moreover, let me correct you. These 3 giant dragons are not what you call metallic giant dragon, rocky giant dragon, and fiery giant dragon. They are steel giant dragon, earth giant dragon, and skyflame giant dragon. As a member of the dragon clan, I have never heard of the 3 giant dragons you mentioned. Lu Yaohong sneered. You are just trying to create illusions. The names of the dragon species must be recognized by the dragon realm. How can you arbitrarily modify them? Not having heard of them just shows your limited knowledge, Liu chuckled lightly. Manager. Lu Luochan sensed the 3 giant dragon species before her. If it weren't for the existence of the beast contract, she would never have been able to connect them with the 3 subdragons she had contracted. Such majestic and ferocious giant dragons, could they really be the forms that her contracted subdragons were qualified to possess? No need to doubt, Liu smiled. These 3 giant dragon species are all your contracted pets. Lu Luochan came to her senses, murmuring, Steel giant dragon, potential at king level 9. Earth giant dragon, potential at king level 8. Skyflame giant dragon, potential at king level 10. As long as the potential reaches king level, it can be considered a top-tier giant dragon species. A giant dragon species with king level 10 potential is called a quasi-divine dragon. It can stand shoulder to shoulder with golden dragons, holy dragons, and gem dragons. Lu Luochan couldn't imagine that the Skyflame giant dragon was actually cultivated from the fiery lizard as its base form. As for the steel giant dragon evolved from the metallic subdragon and the earth giant dragon evolved from the rocky giant lizard, they also exceeded Lu Luochan's imagination. Initially, she thought that as long as the dragon bloodline could be purified to 100%, even if the potential was only at the solar level, as a giant dragon species, it could possess the incredibly powerful attribute of dragon type, with combat power at least 10 times stronger. Thus, Lu Luochan was satisfied. Feeling the information coming from the contract, her joy and shock were almost beyond words. Impossible. Lu Yaohong frowned tightly, questioning, metallic giant dragon, rocky giant dragon, fiery giant dragon, none of them are top-tier giant dragon species. How could they possibly have king-level potential? You are too shallow, Lu Yu said coldly. The steel giant dragon possesses the bloodline of the divine dragon species steel divine dragon, equivalent to a subspecies born from the reproduction of the steel divine dragon and giant dragon. The earth giant dragon is similar, although its form resembles the rocky giant dragon. It possesses the direct bloodline of the Earth Divine Dragon. As for the Skyflame Giant Dragon, it even possesses the bloodline of the top-tier Divine Dragon species, the Skyflame Divine Dragon. Whether it's the Steel Giant Dragon, Earth Giant Dragon, or Skyflame Giant Dragon, they are all equivalent to the first-generation offspring of the Divine Dragon species. A mere king-level potential is nothing to be surprised about, Liu said with an indifferent expression. Divine Dragon bloodline? Lu Yaohong's expression was shocked, then he said, absolutely impossible. What kind of existence is the divine dragon species, that it would leave a direct bloodline in the human world, and still be the first generation of divine dragon offspring? I never said that the 3 giant dragon species are direct relatives of the divine dragon. Lu Yu said calmly, in fact, these 3 giant dragons with divine dragon blood were merely 3 subdragon species before. I purified the mixed divine dragon blood within them, allowing them to evolve into their current giant dragon form. How could such a thing be possible? Lu Yaohong wanted to refute, but he also sensed that the aura of these 3 giant dragons seemed fundamentally different from that of the rock dragon, metal dragon, and flame dragon. It felt deeper and more majestic. Is there any other explanation besides the divine dragon bloodline? As a member of the Dragon Master family, Lu Yaohong held a deep respect for the divine dragon species. Because of this, he found it hard to argue back. Indeed, this is beyond your imagination, Lu Luochan said in a deep voice, but that doesn't mean the store manager can't do it. When she looked at the 3 giant dragons, her gaze softened. The 3 giant dragons gathered around Lu Luochan, and a vast amount of foundation feedback surged, causing Lu Luochan's realm to directly break through to the 10th level of the Moon of the Abyss. With a slight thought, she recalled the Steel Dragon, Earth Dragon, and Sky Flame Dragon into the Beast Master space. This scene deeply stimulated Lu Yaohong. You actually contracted 3 giant dragon species at the same time? And 3 that are comparable to the direct bloodline of the divine dragon? Lu Yaohong exclaimed. Even a direct descendant of the Dragon Master family who awakened an S-level talent would not have the opportunity to contract a dragon with divine dragon blood. Yet Lu Luochan had contracted 3 at once. Lu Yaohong's heart ached, his expression becoming extremely complex. It's not that I contracted 3 top giant dragon species, Lu Luochan said slowly, rather. The store manager helped me cultivate the 3 contracted sub-dragon species into top giant dragons. She looked at the young store manager beside her, feeling an overwhelming mix of emotions. Just the fact that he cultivated the 3 sub-dragons into top giant dragons was enough to shock her. Moreover, these 3 top giant dragons had at least 50% of divine dragon blood flowing through them. Even if they could not transform into true divine dragons in the future, they would at least have the opportunity to break through the overlord level. Despite achieving such a feat, Lu Yu remained calm, as if he had merely done something trivial. This aura made it almost impossible for Lu Luochan to look away. Luochan. Lu Yaohong could hardly maintain his composure, speaking with great excitement. What your father did back then was too much, but the family is innocent. Even if you resent your father, you are ultimately a part of the Lu family. Consider it an uncle's plea, please return to the family. I can promise that as long as your father steps down, you will be the new head of the Lu family. Is this a ploy to win back Luochan's limitless potential? Lu Yu said with interest, smiling. Luochan, I'm curious about what decision you will make. Feeling Lu Yu's gaze, Lu Luochan suddenly became a bit nervous, unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes. She realized that Lu Yu had a similar experience to her. Lu Yu's answer was suppression, destined to lead to the downfall of the Lu family. So what about her? Lu Luochan shook her head and smiled. Did she even need to think about such a thing? I cannot return to the Lu family. Lu Luochan said firmly, no matter how much time passes, my decision will not change. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Yu couldn't help but applaud, his eyes filled with admiration, and he chuckled, Luochan, you truly did not disappoint me. Lu Yu had high hopes for Lu Luochan. In Lu Yu's view, Lu Luochan's potential far surpassed that of Duan Shanghua. Among the many guests, only Lu Luochan, after contracting the red carp, had evolved into an S-level talent the earliest. Lu Yu was determined to establish his own power, and Lu Luochan was one of the pieces he had identified. If Lu Luochan chose to return to the Lu family, he would have to re-evaluate. Lu Luochan's choice did not disappoint him. Lu Yaohong, furious, said coldly, why are you blocking Luochan from returning to her family? What does it have to do with you? Lu Yu frowned and replied coldly, you can't really think that Luochan's choice to abandon the Lu family is due to my interference, can you? Lu Yaohong was momentarily speechless. He naturally realized that the events of that year had left Lu Luochan completely disillusioned with the Lu family. Even if she became a discarded pawn, she would not care. Luochan, Lu Yaohong said coldly, even if you have the protection of Duke Duan, he is already nearly a cripple and doesn't dare to use the beast space. How much combat power does he still retain? As long as you are willing to return to the Lu family, I can promise, I will never lay a hand on Duke Duan. How about that? Lu Luochan's eyes flickered. She knew very well that with the foundation of the dragon-controlling family, even if Duke Duan was a top-tier monarch with many connections, if the Lu family truly wanted to act against him, Duke Duan would probably struggle to protect himself. Lu Luochan could be willful, but she did not want to implicate that kind-hearted old man. At that moment, Lu Luochan wavered. How despicable. Lu Yu scoffed. He looked outside. An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, looking kind and gentle, walked slowly into the pet shop, accompanied by a half-human tall monkey. Teacher. Lu Luochan's voice trembled slightly. Duke Duan looked at her kindly, his gaze sweeping over Lu Yaohong without pausing, and he slowly bowed to Lu Yu, remaining silent. Principal Duan, Lu Yu said softly, you also cannot withstand the pressure from the Lu family, can you? I am ashamed, Duke Duan said, his face full of shame. No need to be like this. Lu Yu shook his head and smiled, haven't I said it before? There are many things you cannot do, it's just a matter of lacking strength. In the face of the dragon-controlling family, even a 10th-tier monarch must submit. Lu Yaohong said proudly, Principal Duan, I admit your contributions to the Xia kingdom can indeed save your life, but that's all. I have only one request, let Luochan return to the Lu family. It would be beneficial for both you and Luochan. If a 10th-tier monarch is not enough, then, what about a dominator level? Lu Yu asked with interest. Lu Yaohong was taken aback. A dominator-level beast master was already at the very top of the Xia kingdom. Even the 3 major dragon-controlling families only had 1 dominator-level combat power each on the surface. With Duke Duan's crippled body, does he even have a chance to break through to dominator level? Lu Yaohong sneered, even if Duke Duan's beast space is intact and he has no hidden injuries, with his A-level beast master talent, it is almost impossible for him to break through. Lu Yu ignored him and looked directly at the old man. Shopkeeper Lu, Duke Duan said sincerely, please help me cultivate a pet beast. Boom! The beast space appeared, and a towering green tree was revealed, suppressing everything within. I have received your request, Lu Yu said with a carefree smile. He waved his hand gently, and the entire beast space suddenly vanished without a trace. Lu Yu's gaze focused on the half-human tall monkey beside Duke Duan. This monkey had reached the 10th tier monarch level in both realm and potential. Shopkeeper, I beg you, Duke Duan said sincerely. Lu Yu nodded gently. The next moment, the 10th tier monarch monkey vanished without a trace. The beast space and the contracted pet beast lost contact, but Duke Duan showed no signs of panic. He firmly believed that the shopkeeper would not deceive him. It was just that at his level, he could not glimpse the true nature of that astonishing cultivation ability. Even if you can cultivate a dragon species, the beast-controlling space of Duke Duan has long been nearly shattered. What can you possibly achieve? Lu Yaohong said coldly. Shopkeeper. Lu Luochan's expression was complex. Lu Yu did not respond, only immersing his mind into the cultivation space. Time accelerated to the extreme, countless life source powers surged into the body of the giant tree of tranquility, yet it did not enhance the potential of the giant tree of tranquility in the slightest. Instead, the numerous life source powers caused a tremendous change in the realm of the giant tree of tranquility. From the Manhwa level, it directly broke through to the daylight 10th stage. It still did not stop. Breakthrough, king level. After the realm of the giant tree of tranquility broke through to the king level, there were still plenty of life source powers left in the cultivation space. Lu Yu originally wanted to continue cultivating the giant tree of tranquility but was resisted by the tree spirit that emerged from the giant tree of tranquility. Is that so? Lu Yu chuckled in disbelief. He naturally understood the intention the giant tree of tranquility wanted to convey. Immediately, he poured all the remaining life source powers in the cultivation space into Duke Duan's still shattered beast controlling space. Under the full cooperation and suppression of the giant tree of tranquility, Duke Duan's beast controlling space was rapidly repaired, ultimately restored to its original state. This is the beast controlling space of King 10th stage. Lu Yu realized something, secretly thinking, the beast controlling space of King level has already undergone a transformation, gaining the favor of the world's will. Only then can it manifest in the outside world. He was suddenly a bit delighted. This cultivation unexpectedly yielded additional gains. Not a loss at all. All right, Lu Yu said with a light smile, then let's move on to the next one. In the cultivation space, the figure of a monkey appeared. With the numerous source powers, you only need to sequentially raise your potential and level to the overlord level, Lu Yu said casually. Inside the pet shop, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. Lu Yaohong felt something was off. Lu Yu's realm was clearly only at the Manhwa level, yet he could easily collect the beast-controlling space of King 10th stage. Such an incredible ability could only be achieved by an overlord-level beast master with an awakened S-level spatial talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Only with an S-level spatial talent combined with the powerful spatial abilities of an overlord-level beast master could one easily suppress a king-level beast-controlling space. Could it be he is an overlord level? Lu Yaohong was startled by his own speculation and immediately dismissed it. An overlord level beast master at such a young age was absolutely impossible. Lu Yaohong then recalled that Lu Yu had clearly cultivated 3 top-tier dragon species, which was also an incredibly unbelievable cultivation method. Could it be that he can really cultivate Duke Duan's war monkey to the overlord level? Lu Yaohong was filled with doubt, secretly thinking, even if the war monkey could break through to the overlord level, with Duke Duan's nearly shattered beast controlling space, it would definitely be unable to bear it. With this thought, Lu Yaohong felt relieved. He waited leisurely, only to suddenly meet a pair of curious eyes. A solid, intact beast-controlling space slowly emerged. This beast-controlling space re-established its connection with Duke Duan. Feeling the completeness of the beast-controlling space and the growth of the giant tree of tranquility within it, Duke Duan's mind shook violently, exclaiming in shock, the level of the giant tree of tranquility has actually directly risen to King First stage? Duke Duan had previously thought that the giant tree of tranquility could at most be cultivated to the daylight 10th stage and would require at least 7 days. But how could he have predicted that the giant tree of tranquility not only directly broke through to the king level but even his beast controlling space had become intact? The previously shattered cracks had long since disappeared without a trace. This feeling is truly long lost. Duke Duan's expression was complex. The next moment, his pupils constricted. His perception of the war monkey returned once again. Infinite feedback fell into the beast controlling space. The Imperial Star refining method, pre-branded in the beast space, instantly activated. Numerous feedbacks were refined without a trace, transforming into the foundation of the beast space. Boom! Duan Shangwa stood in midair, an unmatched powerful aura suddenly released. A half-human tall, seemingly dwarf-like monkey slowly approached Duan Shangwa. It was as if the most ordinary monkey, yet its aura was as deep as a prison, profound to the extreme. Is this the overlord level? Duan Shangwa looked at his palm in disbelief, murmuring, no wonder, an overlord level beast master can possess a status that surpasses everything. With such terrifying power, all status is merely an accessory. He gently closed his palm, and the surrounding space instantly collapsed. Overlord level. Lu Yaohong felt the change in Duan Shangwa's aura, his face showing a look of shock as if he had seen a ghost, exclaiming, "Weren't you already half-wrecked? How could you possibly break through to overlord level?" Boom! Under the collapse of space, Lu Yaohong felt an immense pressure pouring onto him. As a king-level dragon master, Lu Yaohong could not bear it at all, his entire body slowly sinking under the oppression. Even when Lu Yaohong summoned his beast space, he still could not withstand this spatial suppression. Useless. Duan Shangwa said indifferently, the overlord surpasses the king, even the most basic spatial suppression is not something you can endure. Lu Yaohong gritted his teeth, unable to accept that Duan Shangwa, who had previously been at the mercy of the dragon family, had suddenly undergone a transformation and broken through to overlord level. Even the Lu family would never dare to openly offend an overlord level beast master. The three major dragon families only openly possessed one overlord level combat power. An overlord level beast master could contract 7 pet beasts, all of which could be cultivated to overlord level. It's you! Lu Yaohong looked at Lu Yu in shock, saying, you helped him. But, how could you, a Manhwa level beast master, help Duan Shangwa break through to overlord level? He could not comprehend the vast difference between Manhwa level and overlord level. A Manhwa level beast master was practically like an ant in front of an overlord level existence. Top tier cultivator. Lu Yaohong suddenly recalled those secrets. In the last era of the Beast Empire, cultivators above 7-star level were collectively referred to as top tier cultivators, their status at least comparable to that of a Holy Spirit level. If a top-tier cultivator took action, it might not be impossible. Moreover, Lu Yu had directly cultivated 3 giant dragon species, containing the bloodline of divine dragons. I should have thought of that. Lu Yaohong's expression was complex, yet he firmly believed in his speculation, otherwise, many things could not be explained, and he exclaimed in shock, you are actually a top-tier cultivator. Lu Yu was too lazy to respond, sitting directly on the sofa, calmly drinking tea, and smiling. Principal Duan, how do you plan to resolve this? As soon as he spoke, Lu Yaohong felt the pressure on him suddenly increase tenfold. He could not suppress it and knelt down, his face filled with humiliation. This, Lu Luochan hesitated to speak. Lu Yaohong was from the Lu family of the Dragon Masters, and he himself was a king-level Dragon Master, yet he was kneeling in front of her in utter humiliation. This scene felt like a dream. Duan Shangwa glanced at Lu Luochan, unable to help but sigh inwardly, then said in a deep voice, Lu Yaohong, admit your mistake. Admit my mistake? Lu Yaohong was utterly stunned. What mistake had he made? Lu Yaohong instinctively wanted to refute, but met Duan Shangwa's aged gaze, and his heart trembled violently. He suddenly realized that Duan Shangwa had already broken through. The current Duan Shangwa was an overlord-level beast master, and his status had undergone a tremendous change. Under Duan Shangwa's protection, even the dragon family would not dare to easily offend Lu Luochan. Not to mention, Lu Luochan herself possesses immense potential, having contracted the direct bloodline of 3 divine dragons, and will undoubtedly become a king-level beast master of the 10th rank in the future, with a great probability of breaking through to the overlord level. Lu Yaohong seemed to think of something and looked at the calm young store manager sipping tea on the sofa, his inner tremors growing more intense. As a family of dragon tamers, the Lu family would not fear a newly promoted overlord-level beast master, even if they were reluctant to offend. The foundation of the dragon taming family is not trivial. However, this young store manager is clearly a top-tier cultivator of at least 7 stars. Duan Shangwa's ability to break through to the overlord level is precisely the work of this young store manager. As long as Lu Yu is willing, he could instantly gain a status comparable to that of a national divine dragon in Xia country. That is a national divine dragon. Even the 3 major dragon taming families must bow down to such an existence. If my brother knew that I offended a 7-star cultivator with a status comparable to that of a holy spirit, my head would probably be severed in an instant, and my brother would personally deliver it as an apology. Lu Yaohong felt an overwhelming tremor in his heart. Immediately, he looked at Lu Luochan, his expression becoming extremely complex. A vague realization dawned on him. Lu Yaohong naturally knew that Duan Shangwa regarded Lu Luochan as a daughter. Duan Shangwa's pressure for him to kneel was merely a hope that Lu Luochan could receive a response. Lu Yaohong whispered, "What happened back then?" was indeed the Lu family's fault. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yaohong's body trembled slightly. The Lu family is one of the dragon-taming families, and it is also the source of all Lu Yaohong's glory. For him to admit that the Lu family was wrong was more painful than being killed, but he had no choice but to do so. Lu Luochan stared blankly. The facade of strength she had maintained over the years seemed to be gradually crumbling, tears welling at the corners of her eyes but not falling. "Why aren't you crying?" Lu Yu teased. "I won't cry," Lu Luochan huffed lightly. "I've completely severed ties with the Lu family, how could I still cry?" She no longer looked at Lu Yaohong, truly turning her memories of the Lu family into the past. "That's right," Lu Yu said appreciatively. "I really didn't misjudge you." Lu Luochan's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. Was it praise from the store manager? She found it very gratifying. "You can leave now," an aged voice came. Lu Yaohong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly stood up. Before leaving, he even bowed to Lu Yu, his face filled with accumulated guilt and regret, only to find that Lu Yu didn't even glance at him. Lu Yaohong did not feel humiliated. As a 7-star cultivator, he at least had to convey his apology, even if it was just for show. As Lu Yaohong completely departed, store manager Lu Duan Shanghua said with a complex expression, "I didn't expect you to truly help me break through to the overlord level. Just a casual thing." Lu Yu laughed heartily. Duan Shanghua was momentarily speechless and helplessly said, "To cultivate the Jinkong giant tree to the king level in an instant, and to elevate the potential and realm of the battle ape to the first rank of the overlord level, such incredible cultivation was merely a casual act? I could have simultaneously enhanced the potential and realm of the Jinkong giant tree, but after it broke through to the king level, it expressed a strong desire for me to use the excess source power to repair your beast space," Lu Yu said casually. "As for the battle ape, it already had the potential and realm of a king level 10th rank, I merely cultivated it to the next rank, so it's nothing remarkable." Store manager Lu, "You are being too modest. The potential of the Jinkong giant tree is already at the king 10th rank, and its evolution route is very clear, so there was no need to trouble the store manager to take action personally. I would be very satisfied if the realm of the Jinkong giant tree could be raised to the king level." Duan Shanghua sighed. "As for the battle ape, the gap between the king level and the overlord level is immense. Even if it's just a single step up, it represents a significant leap in realm, completely altering the fate of the battle ape. The cultivation of the Jinkong giant tree and the battle ape is indispensable. If either one is missing, I absolutely could not break through to the overlord level." Feeling the power he now possessed, Duan Shanghua could hardly imagine that not long ago, he was waiting for death to arrive, having long lost hope for the future. With this thought, Duan Shanghua felt even more grateful towards Lu Yu. "No need to thank me," Lu Yu chuckled lightly, "this will come at a cost." Of course, Duan Shanghua nodded seriously. He certainly did not believe that this favor could be offset simply by paying a sufficient price. Duan Shanghua understood well that the mythical beast shop had its own rules. He would not go against them, only follow the rules set by Lu Yu. "And I too," Lu Luochan quickly said. "Shopkeeper, please name your price." After Lu Yu's training, the 3 sub-dragon species contracted by Lu Luochan had undergone earth-shattering changes. The flame lizard evolved into the heavenly flame giant dragon, the rock giant lizard evolved into the earth giant dragon, and the metal subdragon evolved into the steel giant dragon. Not only had their bloodlines been completely purified, evolving into true giant dragon species, but all 3 giant dragon species also possessed the bloodline of divine dragons. Such a transformation, even in her dreams, Lu Luochan had never hoped for, yet it had become a reality. "Our shop does not set a specific price for beast cultivation," Lu Yu said with a faint smile. "The unit price is no less than 10 million, and how much to pay is left to the customer to consider." 10 million? Lu Luochan's expression was strange. This price was too low. Who could believe that with just a minimum expenditure of 10 million, one could hire a top-tier cultivator to specially cultivate beasts for themselves? With the shopkeeper's cultivation, no matter how much money is spent, it probably cannot repay the favor, right? Lu Luochan thought to herself, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and thought, "Fortunately, I signed a special contract with Magic City University, with at least 500 million in salary each year." But even 500 million is far from enough. At this moment, Lu Luochan felt a slight vibration from her phone. As soon as she opened it, she saw a bank transfer notification message, indicating that 1 billion had been added to her account. Teacher. Lu Luochan's mood was complicated. She collected her emotions and swiped her card directly. "Oh, 1.5 billion? Lu Yu was somewhat surprised, thinking, on average, the price for a single cultivation is 500 million, which is directly 50 times the minimum price. Having the power to set prices was truly comfortable. What made Lu Yu feel helpless was that he currently only had the power to set prices in the cultivation sector. As for the sales sector, he still did not have the authority to set prices. However, Liu believed that as long as he further increased his authority, he might also gain the power to set prices for selling beast cubs. Alright, Lu Luochan breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at her remaining balance but felt no regret at all. Lu Luochan knew very well that if she were to cultivate by herself, let alone spending 1.5 billion, even spending 5 billion would not allow her to cultivate a heavenly flame giant dragon, steel giant dragon, or earth giant dragon. Thank you for your patronage, Liu said with a faint smile. Completing the 3 cultivations not only brought in 1.5 billion, pushing her savings over 2 billion. Additionally, Liu also gained 3,000 points, bringing his total points to an astonishing 6,000 points. What a headache, Duan Shanghua said with a helpless expression. Shopkeeper Lu's cultivation is truly extraordinary, even I can't afford the price. No need to feel pressured, Liu chuckled lightly, as long as it exceeds the base price of 10 million. That said, Duan Shanghua did not dare to underestimate it at all. After some deep thought, Duan Shanghua began to swipe his card. As the amount was credited, Lu Yu's mood was incredibly shaken. 5 billion? The balance on the bank card had reached an astonishing 7 billion. Lu Yu never expected that Duan Shanghua would be so generous, directly transferring 5 billion. It is no exaggeration to say that he had never seen so much money. A full 5 billion could theoretically buy 5 pieces of amethyst-level resources. However, amethyst-level resources are valuable but rare. Even at an auction, they might not appear. Even so, in the worst-case scenario, he could still buy 2 pieces of amethyst-level resources. For the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird, and the ancient tree of life, amethyst-level resources would still have considerable effects. Although they couldn't enhance potential levels, they could significantly improve realms. In fact, Lu Yu had previously used several red star-level resources on his pets. Most of the effectiveness had been used to enhance potential levels. As for the improvement of realms, that was just a bonus. Manager Lu, Duan Shanghua's aged face was filled with regret as he said, I currently have only over 5 billion in liquid funds, which is completely inadequate for your nurturing. If you are not satisfied, please allow me some time to gather more. Lu Yu was at a loss for words. Duan Shanghua had paid 5 billion and still felt it was insufficient, hoping for more time to raise funds? No need, Lu Yu shook his head and said, the minimum price is only 10 million. Since you have already paid, I will not charge any more. Manager is generous, Duan Shanghua sighed. He became even more determined in his thoughts. For Lu Yu, the so-called money of Xia country had long lost its meaning. For Manager Lu, as long as he is willing, he could instantly have a status comparable to that of a national divine dragon in Xia country. At that time, no matter how much money it is, it would be within reach. Duan Shanghua thought to himself, but he hasn't done that, clearly having deeper plans, not willing to be beneath the Xia royal family. Many thoughts flashed through Manager Lu. Duan Shanghua's expression became serious, and he said sincerely, actually, I have an unreasonable request. Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. He was still immersed in the joy of having 7 billion in savings and 8,000 points. Please speak. Lu Yu nodded. Duan Shanghua took a deep breath, preparing his words, and said solemnly, 2 days later, the first commercial bank of Magic City will hold an auction. This is a large-scale auction that the first commercial bank of Magic City holds only once every 10 years. Many treasures will be auctioned, and many powerful individuals from Magic City and even Xia country will gather to participate. Lu Yu was a bit taken aback. He knew about the auction's existence, which had been held 10 years ago, and many TV stations broadcasted it, making it a grand event for the entire Magic City. Is Principal Duan going to give me an invitation? Lu Yu chuckled lightly. With Manager Lu's status, you will naturally receive the highest level invitation, allowing you to have a private room at the auction, Duan Shanghua said sincerely. However, what I want to discuss with Manager Lu is not related to the invitation. Principal Duan, please speak directly, Lu Yu nodded. Duan Shanghua said seriously, I hope the pet cubs you nurture can be the finale auction item. At that time, regardless of the final bidding price, the first commercial bank of Magic City will not charge any handling fees and will pass the bidding price directly to Manager Lu. Once he finished speaking, Lu Yu understood. Using the pet cubs as the finale for the auction, Lu Yu began to ponder. He naturally did not doubt the authenticity of Duan Shanghua's words. Duan Shanghua already had a significant stake in the first commercial bank of Magic City. Especially since Duan Shanghua had already broken through to the overlord level, he naturally held considerable influence. I have broken through to the Manhwa level and unlocked the 4th contract position, but I still need 7 pet beast cubs to complete the next stage of the achievement task and obtain the 4th type of SSS level beast taming talent. Lu Yu pondered, directly selling the pet beast cubs to Principal Duan and auctioning them at the Magic City Trading Company would be an excellent decision. Moreover, the conditions offered by Principal Duan are quite generous, and there will be no handling fees. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. All right, Lu Yu nodded, agreeing to the proposal. He felt quite helpless about the business of the mythical pet shop. Although he had gained fame at Magic City University, students there would immediately contract new pet beasts as soon as they broke through their realms. Many experienced beast tamers would even start nurturing pet beast cubs before their breakthroughs. Once they broke through, they would immediately contract the successfully nurtured pet beast cubs. As for the freshmen, they had even less hope. Almost a month into the semester, they had all contracted their initial pet beasts. The system only allows a price of 3 million for pet beast cubs, which is almost like giving them away. Liu shook his head and said, so far, the beast tamers of these pet beast cubs have been quite decent. As for those with poor character, even if they are wealthy, they won't be able to buy the pet beast cubs at 3 million. I have no habit of raising ungrateful wolves. Naturally, they couldn't be bought at that price. But if they were auctioned at a market-appropriate price, that would be pure business. Lu Yu wouldn't mind at all. Manager Lu can understand. That's wonderful. Duan Shanghua sighed. The current auction items for this Magic City Trading Company's auction cannot support the scale of a large auction. If we add the pet beast cubs nurtured by Manager Lu, it would definitely be enough, even exceeding expectations. Previously, Duan Shanghua had been quite troubled. He held a significant stake in the first trading company in Magic City. The auction business was entirely managed by the Duan family. If this large auction failed to meet the required standards, the Duan family would have to bear the responsibility. Receiving Lu Yu's affirmation undoubtedly relieved Duan Shanghua, and he couldn't help but feel excited. He knew very well the incredible potential of the pet beast cubs nurtured by Lu Yu. If they made a grand appearance at the auction, the reputation of the first trading company in Magic City might even surpass that of the first trading company in the imperial capital, gaining greater influence in the business world of Xia country. Manager Lu, Duan Shanghua said sincerely, I wonder if there are any suitable pet beast cubs available now? As long as the manager allows one pet beast cub to be the highlight of the auction, it would make this large auction truly worthy of its name. Since it's a large auction, having only one highlight item won't do. Lu Yu laughed heartily and said, I plan to sell 5 pet beast cubs. I wonder if the first trading company in Magic City can ensure that these 5 pet beast cubs will fetch a corresponding price. As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Duan was taken aback. Then, his aged face was filled with joy. If Manager Lu was willing to entrust all 5 pet beast cubs to the first trading company in Magic City for auction, that would be the best. Duan Shanghua said with excitement, Manager Lu need not worry. With the special nature of the pet beast cubs nurtured by the manager, those powerful beast tamers and top families will definitely be willing to spend billions just to acquire one. That's good to hear. Lu Yu chuckled lightly, then took out 5 transparent containers and handed them directly to Duan Shanghua, saying, although they are the highlight items for the auction, the rules of the pet shop cannot be broken. These 5 pet beast cubs are priced at 15 million. Can Principal Duan accept this? No problem. Duan Shanghua nodded eagerly. 15 million? This small amount of money, many Ninhua-level beast masters probably wouldn't care about it. Moreover, Duan Shanghua was previously a king level, and now has broken through to become a dominator-level beast master, so he wouldn't take this little money seriously at all, and immediately swiped his card. With 15 million arriving, Lu Yu's bank balance hardly changed at all. For 7 billion, an additional 15 million was really not noticeable, just a drop in the bucket. However, the system points directly increased by 1,500 points, reaching an astonishing 9,500 points, just 500 points away from breaking 10,000. Lu Yu was a bit excited, thinking, the most important thing is, as long as I sell 2 more pet beast cubs, I can complete the next stage of achievements and awaken the 4th SSS level beast master talent. After a conversation, Duan Shanghua had already learned about the special nature of these 5 pet beast cubs, revealing an incredibly shocked expression. He then solemnly put away the containers of the 5 pet beast cubs and presented an invitation to the auction. After Lu Yu accepted it, he proposed to take his leave. Watching Duan Shanghua and Lu Luochan depart, Lu Yu immediately opened the system panel. Achievement unlocked. Completed 5 pet beast cultivations. Reward, a random type of red star level resource. Claim reward? Yes/no. As of today, Lu Yu had completed 8 pet beast cultivations, naturally completing the advanced cultivation achievement. The reward was a random type of red star level resource, worth at least 500 points. For Lu Yu, who had 9,500 points, the Red Star level achievement reward was not enough to make him impatient. It wasn't until Duan Shanghua and Lu Luochan left and finished their business discussions that Lu Yu began to formally claim the achievement reward. You have obtained the Red Star level resource Dark Prison Dragon Marrow. Dark Prison Dragon Marrow, a Red Star level resource, formed from the essence of a divine dragon that fell into the Dark Prison, eroded by the laws of the Dark Prison, with the dragon's spinal marrow as the core, ultimately becoming a precious Dark-type, Dragon-type resource. Lu Yu was shaken, thinking, from the system's description, this Dark Prison Dragon Marrow actually condenses all the essence of a divine dragon and also integrates the laws of the Dark Prison? He immediately made a judgment. Among all the Red Star level rewards obtained so far, this Dark Prison Dragon Marrow was probably the most precious. Assessing the rarity of a resource is actually quite simple. Lu Yu directly searched for Dark Prison Dragon Marrow in the system mall and quickly got the answer. Dark Prison Dragon Marrow, 3,000 points. Among the various levels of resources, the price range of Red Star level resources is undoubtedly very large. The most basic Red Star level resource only requires 500 points. The most precious among Red Star level resources, however, is priced at a staggering 5,000 points. It can completely rival the Xian Yao level resources. The Red Star level rewards Lu Yu obtained previously, the Heart of the Demon and True Dragon Blood, were both priced at 500 points. The Stellar True Flame was much more precious, priced at 1,200 points. Lu Yu never expected that this Red Star level resource Dark Prison Dragon Marrow would actually be priced at 3,000 points in the system mall. In terms of value, it's already 6 times that of the Heart of the Demon and True Dragon Blood. Lu Yu was incredibly shocked, thinking, even compared to the Stellar True Flame, it's worth twice as much. He finally realized the value of the word random in the reward section. If I'm lucky enough, could I randomly get a Red Star level resource worth 5,000 points? Lu Yu couldn't help but feel excited, thinking, the Dark Prison Dragon Marrow worth 3,000 points, I really should have claimed it immediately. Now it seems I was really showing off. The rewards for achievement tasks will not include unusable resources. The Dark Prison Dragon Marrow is a Red Star level resource of Dark type plus Dragon type, perfectly matched with the world-destroying Demon Dragon. You kid, you do have a bit of luck. Lu Yu chuckled in disbelief. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon sensed Lu Yu's intent, and its pitch-black dragon eyes were filled with ecstasy. As if to say, is this demon dragon really about to rise? Yes, Lu Yu smiled lightly. You are ready to rise. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was incredibly excited, flying several circles in the Beastmaster space before finally calming down, eagerly waiting for food. This Dark Prison Dragon Marrow definitely belongs to you, no need to rush. Lu Yu said with a smile, of course, I will let you use it, but it won't be in the Beastmaster space. His mind stirred. Cultivation space, activate. The world-destroying demon dragon was directly drawn into it, countless pitch-black source powers filled the space, and the air was suffused with a large amount of dragon blood mist. Under Lu Yu's intent, various dark source powers and dragon blood mist merged into the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. The realm of the world-destroying demon dragon was continuously rising, soon reaching the 10th level of the moon of the underworld. However, Lu Yu did not immediately operate the Emperor Star refinement method, but planned to let the world-destroying demon dragon stay at the 10th level of the moon of the underworld for a while, converting as much source power as possible into nutrients for enhancing potential levels, also to avoid wasting this incredibly precious Dark Prison Dragon Marrow. Then, Lu Yu directly took out the Dark Prison Dragon Marrow and threw it into the cultivation space. It was a small segment of pitch-black dragon bone, emitting a dark light. If one looked closely, they would find that this small segment of pitch-black dragon bone was actually absorbing all light. Even the tiniest particles of light would be crushed under the attraction of the pitch-black dragon bone. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon sensed the strong attraction coming from the pitch-black dragon bone, and even its internal demon dragon bloodline seemed to tremble. The world-destroying demon dragon almost uncontrollably swallowed this pitch-black dragon bone. Boom! After consuming the Dark Prison Dragon Marrow, the surface of the world-destroying demon dragon also acquired characteristics similar to dragon bones, pulling and shattering all light, seemingly transforming into the most extreme darkness. Lu Yu constantly observed the changes in the world-destroying demon dragon through the cultivation space, and was incredibly shocked to discover that at the moment the world-destroying demon dragon swallowed the pitch-black dragon bone, its potential had already risen by 1 level, reaching the 4th level of the Holy Spirit. Slightly taken aback, the potential of the world-destroying demon dragon had actually increased again. 5th level of the Holy Spirit. The world-destroying demon dragon has probably not absorbed even 1/10 of the Dark Prison Dragon Marrow, and its potential level has actually risen by 2 levels? Lu Yu was immensely shocked, thinking, is this the value of a 3,000-point score red star level resource? It possesses such terrifying power. As the beast master of the world-destroying demon dragon and also the controller of the cultivation space, Luyu could clearly perceive the subtle changes in the world-destroying demon dragon. He was astonished to find that after the potential level of the world-destroying demon dragon rose to the 5th level of the Holy Spirit, there was actually no further change. Correspondingly, the world-destroying demon dragon continued to absorb the source power of the dark prison dragon Narrow until it completely integrated the dark prison dragon Narrow into itself. The potential level of the world-destroying demon dragon remained at the 5th level of the Holy Spirit. Suddenly, roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a low roar. Boom! The entire cultivation space seemed to tremble slightly. Boundless darkness engulfed the world-destroying demon dragon. A more mysterious change quietly occurred in the world-destroying demon dragon. This is evolution. Luyu's heart shook violently. In his perception, the life form of the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to be undergoing a transformation. With Luyu's experience as a 7-star level cultivator, he naturally understood that this change was what was known as evolution. Once the evolution was complete, the world-destroying demon dragon would transform into a completely different life form. Up to now, Luyu had seen quite a few evolution scenes. However, he had never experienced the evolution of his contracted pet beast himself. This was because, at the time of his initial contract, the life form of the pet beast was already perfect enough. No matter how much he trained it, it was difficult to break through the current constraints of its life form. Only the world-destroying demon dragon had an initial potential of only the 10th rank of the Overlord. Although it was a demon dragon species, in terms of life forms, it was still far inferior to the purple flame emperor bird and the ancient tree of life. Luyu did not expect that the world-destroying demon dragon would actually undergo its first evolution at this moment. He stood ready, observing the world-destroying demon dragon to prevent any accidents. He did not know how much time had passed until the entire cultivation space was devoid of any source power. The boundless darkness was gradually absorbed by the world-destroying demon dragon. With each bit absorbed, the potential of the world-destroying demon dragon increased by 1 rank. Holy Spirit 6th rank. Holy Spirit 7th rank. It seemed endless. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed. From the extreme darkness, a terrifying demon dragon stretched its body, its size as massive as a mountain, reaching an astonishing 300 meters in terrifying stature. The incredibly fierce black dragon wings spread out, with a wingspan exceeding 800 meters, each black bone spike seemingly containing the ultimate darkness. On the pitch-black dragon head, 2 dark dragon horns that seemed to pierce the heavens displayed the majesty belonging to the demon dragon. Luyu sensed it slightly and immediately showed an expression of immense shock. The potential of this fierce demon dragon had actually reached the terrifying Holy Spirit 10th rank. The world-destroying demon dragon you contracted has used the Crimson Star level resource Dark Abyss Dragon Essence. Its potential has broken through to Holy Spirit 10th rank, successfully evolving into Dark Abyss Demon Dragon. It actually evolved into the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon. This aura is simply too terrifying. Luyu was extremely shocked, thinking, the aura of the evolved Dark Abyss Demon Dragon is already powerful to the extreme. I have a feeling that if the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon encountered the pre-evolution world-destroying Demon Dragon, even if they were both at the same level of the 10th rank of the Moon of the Abyss, it would be instantly killed. The changes brought by each rank increase in Holy Spirit level potential were extremely exaggerated. Moreover, the potential level of the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon had reached the Holy Spirit 10th rank, just 1 step away from reaching demigod level potential. Even if using the same skills, the power would be at least hundreds of times greater than before. Roar! The Dark Abyss Demon Dragon let out a somewhat confused low roar. Luyu was a bit surprised and asked, "You have obtained your true name?" An indescribable, incomprehensible, and unapproachable power suddenly descended into the cultivation space. Within the essence of the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon, a mark was quietly imprinted, which was the true name belonging to the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon. The true name is Nor. Luyu's heart stirred slightly, thinking, this name is not difficult to pronounce. Roar! The Dark Abyss Demon Dragon felt its true name and respectfully watched the flow of that power of law depart. That was the will of the law of darkness. For example, Inu, as the ancient tree of life, could obtain a true name because Inu was born from the law of life, naturally being granted a true name. As for the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon Nor, since its birth, it was the first time it had come into contact with the law of darkness. After being granted a true name, the affinity between the Dark Abyss Demon Dragon and the law of darkness would reach an incredible level. The Dark Abyss Demon Dragon immersed itself in the comprehension of the law of darkness, but suddenly its gaze changed, and the aura on its body became extremely chaotic. Is this unable to suppress its realm? Lu Yu's expression changed slightly as he thought, the dark prison dragon marrow absorbed by Noelle is, after all, a red star level resource worth 3,000 points. I wonder what immense dark origin power it contains. Even if most of it has transformed into potential, allowing Noelle to evolve into a dark prison dragon, the tiny remaining part is enough for Noelle's foundation to reach a level far beyond the 10th tier of the moonlight. Lu Yu quickly deduced and realized that since the dark prison dragon could no longer suppress its realm, it naturally wouldn't force the dark prison dragon to suppress itself. The Imperial Star Refinement Method, activate. Roar! The dark prison dragon's realm broke through in an instant. Daylight first tier. How strong is the foundation of the dark prison dragon Noelle now? Lu Yu's question was soon answered. In just a moment, the dark prison dragon's realm broke through to the daylight 5th tier. Then, it reached the daylight 8th tier, daylight 10th tier. If it weren't for the beast space being only at the moonlight level, the dark prison dragon would probably break through directly to the monarch level. Lu Yu thought in shock. The dark prison dragon breaks through the daylight level and comprehends the Xian daylight level skill Black Prison. Black Prison, Xian daylight level skill that creates a world filled with boundless darkness. The system prompt came. Lu Yu's mind shook violently. Xian daylight level skill, Black Prison? It can actually create a world. Lu Yu exclaimed in shock. Even if this created world can only allow the existence of dark laws, it is still incredibly against the heavens. Lu Yu could fully foresee that when the Black Prison world created by the Dark Prison Dragon descends, whether directly suppressing or imprisoning opponents within the Black Prison, using the power of endless dark laws to crush them, it would be an almost invincible stance. As the Dark Prison Dragon Noelle continues to grow stronger, it will definitely be able to develop even more powerful applications of the Xian Daylight level skill Black Prison in the future, far beyond just imprisonment and suppression. Lu Yu pondered, this is a Xian Daylight level skill capable of creating a world, it can't be that simple? Within his perception, behind the Dark Prison Dragon, a pitch-black point slowly merged into the soul of the Dark Prison Dragon. With a large influx of dark source power, this pitch-black point was continuously expanding. The Dark Prison Dragon's momentum also became increasingly terrifying. The inner world of the Black Prison is truly incredible. Lu Yu shook his head inside. Xian Daylight level skills usually require at least demigod level potential to comprehend. The Dark Prison Dragon, with its Holy Spirit level potential, has grasped the ability of a pet with demigod level potential. No wonder it exudes such terrifying might. Additionally, Lu Yu sensed that the evolved Dark Prison Dragon had, in an intangible way, achieved at least an 80% compatibility with the SSS level talent, Dark Hell. It seems that the timing for forming a core contract with the Dark Prison Dragon is not far off. Lu Yu smiled with satisfaction. As a 7-star breeder, Lu Yu had a profound understanding of the core contract. The so-called core contract only brings more benefits after it is formed when the compatibility is higher. For example, the compatibility between Li Rue and Blood Willow was absurdly high. As soon as they formed a core contract, the beast talent directly evolved to S level. Lu Yu estimated that if the compatibility between the Dark Prison Dragon and the SSS level talent Dark Hell were to increase a bit more, when they formed the core contract and completely merge with the SSS level talent, the Dark Prison Dragon's potential might break through to demigod level. Dark Prison Dragon, Noelle, attribute, Dark, Dragon level, 10-star of the day potential, 10-star of the Holy Spirit talent, 1. Darkborn, 2. Demon Dragon, 3. Holy Dragon skills, 1. Breath of Breaking the Realm, 2. Evil Dragon's Eye, 3. Demon Dragon's Body, 4. Dark Dragon Domain, 5. Soul of the Demon Dragon, 6. Dragon Realm Projection, 7. Dragon Slayer, 8. Black Prison Status, very healthy, contracted. The evolved Dark Prison Dragon shows no significant changes in its attribute panel, only that its level has reached 10-star of the day, its potential has reached 10-star of the Holy Spirit, and it has comprehended a mysterious skill Black Prison. In terms of strength changes, however, it is earth-shattering. Roar! Noelle returned to a height of half a meter, yet its aura remained imposing. Lu Yu released the nurturing space and recalled Noelle into the beast space. Ka the purple flame emperor bird flew over and slowly landed on Noelle's back, comfortably resting. Although it was also very comfortable on the crown of the ancient tree of life, the purple flame emperor bird seemed to prefer resting on Noelle's back. Roar woo woo! Noelle let out a wail. It had clearly evolved into the Dark Prison Dragon. Its strength increased by thousands of times, and it had gained the recognition of the Dark Law, acquiring the true name Noelle. Logically, it should be able to easily overpower the purple flame emperor bird. Why then did it not feel any resistance? Caw! The purple flame emperor bird curled up and looked at Noelle curiously. No matter how strong you become, your true heart will not change. Lu Yu chuckled softly and said, you would never attack your companions, would you? Roar Wu. The dark prison dragon's expression froze. Then, Noel helplessly shook its pitch-black dragon head, affectionately glanced at the purple flame emperor bird, and even extended its fearsome dragon wings, allowing the purple flame emperor bird to rest on it, surprisingly feeling quite content. Magic City University, Principal's Office. 3 vice principals gathered, each sipping tea on the sofa. Their expressions varied. Magic City University has 1 principal and 3 vice principals, totaling 4 leaders. Duan Shangwei is naturally the principal, while Yin Fong, Xan Zurin, and Meng Pingjun are vice principals, serving as Duan Shangwe's aides. Theoretically, once Duan Shangwe steps down, the next principal will be chosen from among the 3 vice principals. All 3 vice principals knew that Duan Shangwe's condition was already very poor, and it might not be long before he chooses to retire or even directly fall. Thus, the struggle for power began. As vice principals and staff of Magic City University, they would not fight too fiercely, but secretly, each was accumulating power for the position of principal. For instance, Xian Zurin and Meng Pingjun had secretly allied with the Lu family. The Lu family, as one of the 3 major dragon-taming families in Magic City, has considerable connections within Magic City University. If they could gain the Lu family's recognition, their position would be basically secured. As for Yin Fong, he was entirely a direct descendant of Duan Shangwe. In this regard, Xian Zurin and Meng Pingjun both scoffed. Duan Shangwe's connections were all prepared for the Duan family. How could he use those connections for you? Yin Fong glanced at the two and continued to drink tea calmly. Although he did not know why Duan Shangwe had summoned the 3 vice principals, he would unhesitatingly agree to whatever Duan Shangwe planned. You are all here. Duan Shangwe walked in, directly sitting in the office chair, looking at the 3 vice principals who had gathered and stood upright, and slowly said, "You should have all seen the previous proposal, right?" Xian Zurin and Meng Pingjun exchanged glances. Meng Pingjun tentatively asked, "Is what Elder Duan mentioned about promoting the new mentor Luyu to the position of full professor?" "Exactly," Duan Shangwe chuckled lightly. "Elder Duan, I disagree." Xian Zurin immediately said, "Why do you disagree?" Duan Shangwe's expression seemed quite perplexed. Yin Fong, however, felt a stir in his heart. As Duan Shangwe's direct subordinate, Yin Fong knew that whenever the old man showed such an expression, it usually meant someone was about to face misfortune. Duan Lao, after all, Luyu is still too young. Even if you clearly state that the other party's training level is extremely high and absolutely capable of holding the position of a full professor, the position of a full professor is, after all, not to be taken lightly. Xian Zurin took a deep breath and said, "Not only does it mean very generous treatment, but even after you retire, Duan Lao, the vacant vice president position will be chosen from among the many full professors. I believe that with Luyu's qualifications, he is completely unfit for the position of full professor." "You make a very valid point." Duan Shangwe nodded and asked, "Do you have any other opinions?" "Yin Fong, what about you? Do you agree?" "I agree," Yin Fong replied immediately. He had a certain understanding of the newly appointed mentor Lu and believed he was a young man with great potential, even exceeding the norm. However, Yin Fong did not expect that Duan Lao would hold such high hopes for mentor Lu, wanting to grant him the title of full professor. An 18-year-old full professor? That seemed too crazy. 1 against, 1 for. Duan Shangwe smiled lightly at Meng Pingjun and asked, "Xiao Meng, what are your thoughts?" Meng Pingjun hesitated. From the information he had, Luyu's combat power was definitely comparable to that of a king. The most important thing was that Luyu was still very young, and his realm was not high. When he subdued the king-level black dragon, he seemed to be only at the 10th level of the starry sky. There was no doubt that Luyu possessed extraordinary talent that surpassed that of the Xia kingdom. If he voted against it, he might offend the other party. Meng Pingjun was already old and could no longer pursue a higher realm. In his lifetime, being able to remove the vice from the vice president title was his greatest pursuit. He truly did not want to offend such a monstrous talent. While Meng Pingjun was hesitating, he met Xian Zurin's half-smiling gaze. He suddenly became clear-headed. The king-level black dragon that Luyu had subdued was from the Lu family matriarch, Su Yaji. Su Yaji herself had become a cripple because of this. Without a doubt, there was already an irreconcilable feud between Luyu and the Lu family. If Meng Pingjun did not express his stance or showed support for Luyu becoming a full professor, would he not be directly opposing the Lu family? If he lost the support of the Lu family, would he still have a chance to compete for the position of president after Duan Shangwe retired? With this thought, Meng Pingjun immediately made up his mind and said, "Duan Lao, I also think it's inappropriate." "Oh?" Duan Shangwe smiled and said, "Please share your reasons." Meng Pengjun steeled his heart and said, Duan Lao, this Lu Yu publicly humiliated our most outstanding freshman Lu Su at the Magic City University campus and forcefully subdued Lu Qing. Even the king-level Black Dragon, which was bound by the core contract of the Lu family matriarch, fell victim to his ruthless hands. Such a ruthless person, even if he does have some ability, how can he hold the position of full professor? Moreover, many of our faculty members at Magic City University, including those at the professor level, have received support from the Lu family. If Lu Yu is promoted to full professor, it may cause discord among the faculty and staff at Magic City University. I urge you to reconsider, Duan Lao. Meng Pengjun finished speaking in one breath, and out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but glance at Xian Zurin, thinking that if these words got out, wouldn't the Lu family strongly support him? At that time, what hope would Xian Zurin have left? Old fox! Xian Zurin cursed inwardly but found that Meng Pengjun had finished speaking, feeling frustrated as he covered his forehead and sighed helplessly. Seeing this scene, Meng Pengjun felt even more triumphant. Your reasons are all quite persuasive. Duan Shanghua nodded and then said, but do you know that the 5 current winners of the special scholarship at Moda University were all trained by Mentor Lu? 5 special scholarship winners? Meng Pengjun gasped, his expression one of shock. He had naturally heard that Moda University had unprecedentedly produced 5 special scholarship students at the same time. Meng Pengjun had even conducted a special investigation and found that they were all true geniuses, even considered monsters of talent. Those 5 students were all trained by Lu Yu? Xian Zurin also felt breathless, thinking to himself, if these 5 special scholarship prodigies are well trained, they will at least become 5 top beast masters, and there's a good chance they could break through to the dominator level, becoming a crucial asset for the Xia kingdom. Such achievements, combined with the cultivation ability shown by Lu Yu, would certainly be more than enough for a full professorship. Not only that, Principal Duan chuckled as he stood up. The aura of a dominator level suddenly burst forth. Xian Zurin and Meng Pengjun were horrified, unable to believe that such terrifying power came from the elderly man before them. Duan Lao, you've broken through to the dominator level? Yen Fong revealed a look of wild joy. Thanks to Mentor Lu, Principal Duan said meaningfully, Mentor Lu, with his astonishing cultivation ability, has trained my contracted beast and even helped it break through to the dominator level. With this opportunity, I have also become a dominator level beast master. Such an extraordinary young man with remarkable achievements, we at Modu Beast Master University must cherish him. Exactly. Yen Fong immediately said, we should indeed cherish him, a full professorship might not even be enough for him. The expressions of Xian Zurin and Meng Pengjun immediately turned even more grim. Not even a full professorship was enough. Were they going to make Lu Yu the vice president? Duan Lao, Xian Zurin quickly said, I agree with your proposal. Since Mentor Lu has such extraordinary cultivation abilities, it was indeed my oversight before. I agree to promote Mentor Lu to the position of full professor. I agree too, Meng Pengjun quickly added. However, he sighed inwardly. After agreeing, he would have to sever ties with the Lu family, but he had no choice. Duan Shanghua was already a dominator-level beast master, which meant that his previous injuries were nothing. His lifespan could reach thousands of years. Unless Duan Shanghua was promoted, it would be impossible to free up a position. Continue to oppose? Unless Meng Pengjun was foolish, he would never dare to go against a dominator. It seems everyone agrees, Duan Shanghua said with a smile. Then it's decided, let Mentor Lu be promoted to full professor and enjoy all corresponding benefits. Also, the research institute that has been vacant should be assigned to Professor Lu. No, Meng Pengjun reflexively wanted to oppose. He naturally knew the location of the research institute that Duan Shanghua mentioned. Duan Lao, the research institute you mentioned was left by the previous president. It's worth a fortune. The previous president was also a dominator-level beast master, and Mentor Lu. Professor Lu is only a star-level beast master. Isn't this a bit of a waste of resources? Meng Pengjun couldn't help but say. He had long coveted that research institute. Unfortunately, without a corresponding research topic, he could only set it aside. Is that so? Duan Shanghua said casually, I've communicated with Professor Lu, and he proposed a research topic that seems to involve studying the powerful ferocious beasts that went extinct in ancient times, even aiming to revive them. Such a topic cannot be researched without a suitable research institute. Meng Pengjun was taken aback. Studying ancient ferocious beasts? Even reviving them? Meng Pengjun was well aware that the so-called ancient era was actually the period after the complete destruction of the Beastmaster Empire in the last epoch, when many races lost the constraints of the Beastmaster Empire and began a time of barbaric evolution. In the ancient period, countless powerful races emerged, and even Holy Spirit-level ferocious beasts were not uncommon, only semi-divine level ferocious beasts could claim the title of emperor. Compared to the ancient period, the current era is simply mild. Such a topic was something Meng Pingjun didn't even dare to think about. Even if it's to scam funding, it doesn't have to be like this, right? Meng Pingjun thought to himself, but he didn't dare to defy Duan Shanghua repeatedly, otherwise, he would be ruining his own future. Professor Lu really has grand ambitions, Meng Pingjun said helplessly. Since that's the case, I agree. The best research institute should naturally be paired with the most beneficial topic for Xia country. I agree as well, Xin Zurin sighed. Since there was no hope of being promoted to the principal, there was no need to offend Duan Shanghua for some benefits, and offending Professor Lu would be even more unwise. Agreed, Yin Fong nodded. Unanimously approved, Duan Shanghua nodded and said, "You may leave." After seeing the three vice principals off, Duan Shanghua revealed a complex expression, filled with emotion. When he communicated with Lu Yutong yesterday, he had consciously inquired about what topic he would want to research if he were promoted to a full professor, and received the answer about researching ancient era ferocious beasts, even reviving the extinct ferocious beasts of that time. Who else but Manager Lu would dare to claim they want to revive the ancient era? Duan Shanghua shook his head, but his eyes held some anticipation, secretly thinking, if the dominant races of the ancient era, or even the holy beasts were to be revived in the present world, what kind of scene would that be? Duan Shanghua pondered for a moment, then wrote his name in the position of deputy director according to yesterday's discussion plan. Immediately, he began to write the application for research funding. Let's apply for 20 billion for now, Duan Shanghua mused, stroking his chin. Mythical pet store. Lu Yu looked at the message sent by Duan Shanghua, unable to contain his surprise and exclamation. The full professor title has been approved? Magic City University has specially approved me for an S-level research institute? Principal Duan even applied for 20 billion in research funding? The title of full professor is equivalent to that of a king. In fact, most full professors at Magic City University are king-level beastmasters, with only a few being sun-level beastmasters. Only Lu Yu is relatively special, having become a full professor at the moon level, and he is still very young. As for the S-level research institute, that is even more exaggerated. The vast majority of full professors' research institutes are actually only A-level, or even just B-level. An A-level research institute, with all its research equipment combined, is worth around 10 billion, all belonging to the assets of Xia country. Unless there are special circumstances, it is not allowed to be damaged. A B-level research institute has research equipment worth less than 1 billion, only able to dabble in minor research projects. An S-level research institute, with its research equipment worth reaching the 100 billion level. Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, looking across the entire Xia country, an S-level research institute can be considered among the top-tier research institutes. Only a very few super-large research institutes affiliated with the National Academy of Sciences, which are SS-level research institutes, exceed S-level, with numerous equipment and research funding reaching the trillion level. Lu Yu also didn't expect that Duan Shanghua would allocate an S-level research institute to him. Research funding, 20 billion. Lu Yu took a deep breath and sighed. I just casually proposed a research project, and they actually applied for 20 billion in research funding for me? From Principal Duan's tone, it seems that the 20 billion in research funding is just the first phase of the funding. Lu Yu indeed discussed a lot with Duan Shanghua yesterday, expressing his desire to research the ancient era, even wanting to revive the ancient ferocious beasts. He truly had considerable confidence. After all, the ancient tree of life possesses an extraordinarily defiant special talent. Gestation. As long as there is a trace of life essence, it can be nurtured. Isn't this just a pure scam for funding? Lu Yu said with a helpless smile. Naturally, he had no psychological burden regarding the 20 billion research funding. If it were another research institute, let alone 20 billion, even if they were given 200 billion in research funding, it would be impossible to revive the ancient era. And Yu has always been somewhat hesitant about the choice of the affiliated race. Although the inherited memories record many life imprints, they may not necessarily be suitable to become an Yu's affiliated race. Lu Yu pondered, perhaps by studying the ancient era, or even the previous epoch, and even the beast races from before the endless epochs, we can find the most suitable affiliated race for an Yu and nurture it. He talked with Duan Shanghua for a long time, mentioning the procurement of research materials and the recruitment of researchers, but after giving some suggestions, he left everything to Duan Shanghua to handle. Lu Yu let Duan Shanghua take the title of deputy director, naturally not wanting to deal with too many trivial matters. As the deputy director, when the research project succeeds in the future, Duan Shanghua would also gain a political achievement, making everyone happy. Tomorrow is the day of the auction. Lu Yu thought for a moment and secretly said, I just need to sell 2 more pet beast cubs to complete the next stage of the achievement task. He naturally attached great importance to the auction. Most importantly, Lu Yu now had a fortune of 7 billion. He certainly wanted to participate in the bidding at this large auction. Even if I have more money, if I don't spend it, it would be meaningless, Lu Yu thought. In the mythical pet shop, Li Rui was doing her daily cleaning, and only after the entire pet shop was refreshed did the little girl begin to meditate. It is worth mentioning that Li Rui's realm had already broken through to the extraordinary level. The blood willow she contracted also broke through simultaneously. Now it was at the extraordinary 3rd stage. The blood willow could draw nutrients from blood, allowing it to evolve infinitely. In addition to absorbing immortal true blood, the blood willow was also analyzing the star vine and star-cutting grass, drawing countless nutrients from them. For plant-based life, sap is naturally equivalent to blood, making it more suitable for the blood willow to study, allowing its evolution to avoid falling into a bizarre and bloody direction. For core contract tree-type plant life to truly possess powerful combat power, it must at least wait until the king level, Lu Yu pondered. Xiao Rui's current combat power relies on her S-level talent to bully other beast masters of the same level. It is almost impossible for her to challenge beyond her level unless her beast talent breaks through to SS level. Li Rui awakened the S-level talent Immortal True Blood, making her equivalent to a blood-type ability user, so her combat power was naturally not weak. In Lu Yu's view, with the extremely high compatibility between Li Rui and the Blood Willow, it would not be surprising if her beast talent underwent another transformation and evolved to SS level. Yang Cheng is here? Lu Yu sensed slightly. Early in the morning, Yang Qing had sent a message conveying the news of breaking through to the star level, indicating that she would come to the mythical pet shop today to purchase and contract her 3rd beast. Outside, Yang Qing looked at the sign of the mythical pet shop, feeling her own realm as a star-level beast master, and with the little skeleton that had just broken through to the star level, she felt quite spirited. When she contracted the little skeleton, Yang Cheng had just broken through to the extraordinary level. In less than a month, she had crossed a major realm to become a star-level beast master. Yang Qing had only awakened the sea-level talent Eye of Data, and in terms of the speed of breaking through realms, even those genius beast masters who awaken A-level talents could not compare. For this, Yang Qing had naturally put in a tremendous amount of effort. For the past half-month, Yang Qing had spent all her time in the slaughterhouse. From the initial killing of chickens, then moving on to pigs and cattle, recently it has even turned to the slaughterhouse of mutated ferocious beasts. With countless mutated ferocious beasts supplying the little skeletons for slaughter, Yang Qing was finally able to break through to the starry level. I, Yang Qing, can break through to the starry level, all thanks to my good luck in contracting the little skeleton nurtured by the store manager. Yang Qing's gaze was deep. He was certainly not ungrateful, knowing that the value of the little skeleton was far beyond a mere 3 million, secretly thinking, even a pet beast cub with king-level potential cannot be compared to the little skeleton. I really don't know how the store manager cultivated it. With an excited heart, Yang Chang walked through the door of the pet beast shop. A charming young girl approached him. Welcome, dear customer. Li Rui, seeing the customer arrive, directly ended her meditation and greeted him gracefully, saying, "May I ask what you need?" Yang Qing was a bit taken aback and said, "Are you a staff member of the mythical pet beast shop? Where is your store manager?" He hadn't expected that the mythical pet beast shop would have staff, especially such a young girl. As the manager of a large pet beast shop, Yang Qing naturally had corresponding business philosophies. He would not hire a young girl as a staff member. Even if she was quite pleasant to the eye, the customers of the pet beast shop would not care about the appearance of the staff. They all had very clear goals. They were either buying pet beast cubs or looking to cultivate pet beasts. If they were to expand their business, it would be something like pet beast boarding. The staff of Yang Qing's pet beast shop, including the hired deputy manager, were all strong men, and all were awakened-level beast masters. Whether in terms of their own strength or the contracted pet beasts, they could ensure the smooth operation of the pet beast shop. "Do you know our store manager?" Li Rui was a bit surprised. She had never seen Yang Qing before. However, looking at Yang Qing's expression, he seemed to be an earlier customer. "I do," Yang Qing smiled and said, "I haven't been here for a while, and the mythical pet beast shop has actually recruited staff, and such a beautiful young girl at that." Despite being contrary to his own business philosophy, Yang Qing wouldn't say much. Li Rui's face turned slightly red. She wasn't quite used to being complimented. "Xiao Rui." Lu Yu walked over slowly, smiling. "You can take a break. I'll handle it from here." "Okay, manager," Li Rui nodded. She then walked over to the sofa and continued her meditation. Yang Qing glanced over and suddenly realized that the aura Li Rui emitted was actually extraordinary. As her meditation progressed, the aura of Blood Willow also flowed out, captured by Yang Qing's data eye. Looking at the data of Blood Willow, Yang Qing was speechless, secretly thinking, extraordinary level 3 Blood Willow? A growth-type talent that absorbs blood for infinite growth? The most terrifying part is that the potential level of Blood Willow has actually reached the Moonlit level 10? Yang Qing compared himself. At the same age, he seemed to have just become an awakened level beast master, having just contracted the initial beast dream bug. I truly am extremely foolish to have looked down on a staff member recognized by the store manager. Yang Qing felt an immense sense of shame, secretly thinking, with the store manager's ability, he can easily create so-called geniuses. A beast master with only awakened sea-level talent, who was lucky enough to contract the little skeleton, actually became complacent and even developed a sense of pride. It's simply ridiculous. From the information obtained through the data it seemed that Li Rui would not take long to break through to the starry level, and she was much younger than Yang Qing. Manager, Yang Qing said respectfully, as you can see, I recently broke through to the starry level and opened the third contract slot. I hope to contract a pet beast cub comparable to the little skeleton, and I hope the manager can fulfill this. Yang Qing promptly reined in his pride, which made Lu Yu regard him with a bit more favor. Yang Qing's talent was not particularly good, but it was definitely not bad either. Although the Eye of Data is only at sea level, in terms of its uniqueness, it can be compared to a B-level talent, deserving of the title genius. The key is that Yang Qing is still young and accomplished, having opened a large pet store, and recently he has broken through to the star level, which is quite normal for someone with his spirit. Lu Yu has always had high hopes for Yang Qing, a young and talented beast master who can humble himself to work as a butcher in a slaughterhouse. This alone proves that Yang Qing's vision is certainly not small. Your speed of breaking through realms is not slow, Lu Yu said with a smile. Contracting a third beast? Of course, you can. Yang Qing's expression was complex. He thought that breaking through from the extraordinary level to the star level in just over half a month was quite fast. Yet Lu Yu's evaluation was merely not slow. When Yang Qing looked at Li Rui not far away, he immediately felt it was only natural. He was certain that before Li Rui became a store clerk, she was probably just an awakened level beast master, yet she shone much brighter than he did back then. Especially the blood-red aura emanating from Li Rui made Yang Qing feel an immense pressure. This was the suppression of beast mastery talent. It meant that Li Rui's beast mastery talent was many times higher than Yang Qing's. Such a genius is just a store clerk. What right do I have to be proud? Yang Qing shook his head, and his expression immediately became resolute. When Lu Yu took out a transparent container, Yang Qing immediately leaned in to examine it closely, his expression slightly astonished. Inside the container was a dim soul, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Yang Qing recognized it. This soul was a weak existence comparable to a little skeleton among necromantic beasts, a wandering soul. Although surprised, Yang Qing did not dare to show any contempt. Having risen to prominence with the little skeleton, how could he look down on a wandering soul that shared its name? The Eye of Data activated immediately. Wandering soul attribute, necromancy level, awakened first stage potential, awakened third stage talent, soul devour, a special growth type talent that can infinitely enhance itself by devouring souls. Devouring souls can level up, increase potential, and comprehend and enhance skills. Skill 1. Soul transformation, status, healthy, uncontracted. Looking at the data of the wandering soul, Yang Qing immediately became excited. It actually has a growth type talent comparable to slaughter. Yang Qing was incredibly shocked, thinking, if I contract the wandering soul, when the little skeleton kills, the dead souls can be completely devoured by the wandering soul, maximizing resource utilization. Realizing this, Yang Qing showed an expression of immense gratitude. He could clearly understand that this incredibly special wandering soul was surely prepared for him by Lu Yu. The soul devour talent possessed by the wandering soul could perfectly combine with the little skeleton slaughter talent, allowing Yang Qing's speed of breaking through realms to increase several times again. Store manager, Yang Qing said immediately, please name your price. A fair price, 3 million, Lu Yu said casually. Yang Qing took a deep breath. With the experience of contracting the little skeleton, he knew that a price of 3 million was practically like giving it away for free, making him even more grateful to Lu Yu. He directly swiped his card for payment. He immediately established a beast contract with the wandering soul. After putting away the wandering soul, Yang Qing's expression became serious. Store manager, do you have services for training beasts? Yes, Lu Yu nodded and smiled. Are you asking me to help cultivate your initial beast? Indeed, I can't hide it from the store manager. Yang Qing smiled and summoned his initial pet, the dream bug, saying solemnly, this dream bug is my initial pet, which I obtained through the sea-level talent Eye of Data. It seems to possess a trace of the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast Dream Butterfly. However, no matter how I nurture it, I cannot awaken that trace of ancient bloodline. Lu Yu took a glance and found that the dream bug was only at the extraordinary 10th level, with potential also at the 10th level of the starry sky. Although it was obtained by picking up a bargain, after all, it was Yang Qing's initial pet, so its potential wouldn't be very high. As for the ancient fierce beast dream butterfly, Liu had heard of it. It was a powerful beast from ancient times on Blue Star, reaching the 6th level of the sun when fully grown. For Yang Qing, who was still an awakening level beast master at that time, obtaining a pet with the bloodline of the dream butterfly must have been something to boast about. However, Liu frowned slightly and said, "Dream butterfly? That bloodline is really too weak." Yang Qing, who had been a bit proud, suddenly became astonished and couldn't find any words to refute. For Liu, a fully grown dream butterfly at the 6th level of the sun probably didn't mean much at all. "Please guide me, store manager," Yang Qing said respectfully, bowing. He had long realized that in front of this young store manager, any arrogance was meaningless. "You have now contracted the little skeleton and the wandering soul, both of which are of the necromancy type, with talents of slaughter and soul devouring. Even if you evolve the dream bug into the psychic type dream butterfly, it will be of minimal help to you," Liu said slowly. "As the little skeleton and wandering soul continue to grow stronger, the dream butterfly will eventually be unable to keep up with your pace and will ultimately be eliminated by you. The only correct nurturing path is to evolve the dream bug into a form that fits your current beast master system." Upon hearing this, Yang Qing's expression changed dramatically. He stared blankly at his initial pet, the dream bug. It was a bug with a phantom-like body, looking somewhat ugly and seemingly weak. However, as his initial pet, the dream bug had accompanied Yang Qing for several years, and they had developed a deep bond. Yang Qing's voice trembled slightly as he said, "Store manager, do you mean to cultivate the dream bug into a necromancy-type pet?" "Exactly," Liu replied calmly. "Whether to cultivate it this way is entirely up to your will. Of course, if you want to evolve it into a dream butterfly, I have no objections and will still help you." He looked at Yang Qing, his gaze scrutinizing. What he said was certainly not false. No matter how it was nurtured, it posed no difficulty for him. However, if Yang Qing did not choose the best nurturing path, the evaluation of him and Liyu's heart would naturally drop significantly. "A necromancy-type nurturing path?" Yang Qing looked at the dream bug with trembling eyes, revealing immense struggle. Necromancy. It was not just a single attribute. It represented true death. For example, the most famous beast in the necromancy category, the bone dragon, is a dragon that, after death, is transformed into a necromantic dragon through the influence of necromantic energy. The little skeleton, even more special, is a necromantic pet born from the death of a human child, also influenced by necromantic energy. As for the wandering soul, it is a form of necromancy that arises after the death of the weakest life forms. Both the little skeleton and the wandering soul are commonly found in the necromantic realm. To cultivate the dream bug into a necromancy-type pet means that the dream bug must be killed once. For any beast master, this is an extremely difficult choice. Store manager, Yang Qing struggled for a long time, seemingly making a certain decision, and said decisively, "Please cultivate the dream bug into a necromancy type. Then you can begin," Liu said calmly. He scrutinized Yang Qing, feeling somewhat emotional. Yang Qing's talent was indeed a bit too low. From a social perspective, the C-level talent data I can indeed rival B-level talent, easily picking up highly potential pet cubs. For Liu, a C-level talent, no matter how special, is still just C-level. The key point is that Yang Qing's beast taming talent data I has a very low compatibility with the little skeleton and the wandering soul, making it practically useless in battle. Once the dream bug is cultivated into a dream butterfly, Yang Qing's beast taming talent will likely struggle to evolve, wasting the special growth talents of the little skeleton and the wandering soul. Only specializing in the necromancy system is Yang Qing's only way out. Necromantic life, even if it has died once, still falls within the realm of living beings. Yang Qing's heart trembled, thinking, it's just a cultivation path, the dream bug can be cultivated to become even stronger, there's nothing to regret. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Qing's hands trembled violently, and he finally took the necromantic blade condensed by the little skeleton. Under the dream bug's adorable gaze, he aimed to pierce the dream bug's head. The anticipated contract rupture did not occur. Yang Qing felt a bit dazed. He couldn't even be sure if he had personally killed the dream bug. In an instant, he was shocked to find that the dream bug's figure had vanished. A good determination, Liu said calmly. Now, the dream bug has two evolution paths. The first, to evolve into a soul-splitting butterfly. The second, to evolve into a direct death moth. Liu looked at Yang Qing with great interest and said, choose. Yang Qing couldn't help but be stunned. Soul-splitting butterfly? Direct death moth? Both are extremely terrifying existences in the necromantic realm. Among them, the soul-splitting butterfly can split souls, creating countless soul avatars, forming a tide of soul butterflies. As Yang Qing knows, 300 years ago, the entrance to the necromantic realm and the divine eagle kingdom opened once, and a king-level soul-splitting butterfly transformed into countless soul butterfly beasts, slaughtering half of the divine eagle kingdom. A large number of king-level beast tamers tried to intervene but were utterly helpless. As long as the soul-splitting butterfly has even one soul butterfly avatar left, it will never fall. In the end, a dominant-level dragon tamer had to step in to completely annihilate that soul-splitting butterfly. As for the direct death moth, it is equally comparable to the soul-splitting butterfly but belongs to a completely different direction, focusing on single-target annihilation. Below the same level, if one cannot withstand the gaze of the direct death moth, they will die instantly. You want me to make a choice? Yang Qing's feelings were complex, thinking, no wonder the shopkeeper said that the dream butterfly with a potential of 6 levels is too weak. Compared to the soul-splitting butterfly and the direct death moth, the so-called dream butterfly can only become food. It's truly ridiculous that I felt so pleased to have picked up the dream bug, possessing a trace of the dream butterfly's bloodline. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Qing's temperament seemed to undergo a transformation. He pondered seriously and finally said, I choose the direct death moth. Oh, Liu said with great interest, tell me your reason. I have already contracted the wandering soul, which has the growth talent Soul Devour, and its future growth path will be necromancy plus mental system. Although the soul-splitting butterfly is extraordinary, its growth path overlaps with that of the wandering soul. Yang Qing said solemnly, in comparison, the direct death moth is purely a necromancy plus dark-type pet, which can complement the wandering soul and the little skeleton, forming a tactical system together. A good reason, Liu chuckled lightly. Then, he opened his palm, revealing a pitch-black moth resting in his hand. Yang Qing's heart shook violently, and the data I instinctively activated. The data of this pitch-black moth surged into his mind. Direct Death Moth Attribute, Undead, Dark Level, Starry 10-Stage Potential, King 10-Stage Talent, Fear of Death. Any being that suffers an attack will uncontrollably immerse in the fear of death until the arrival of true death. Skills, 1. Dark Death Eyes, 2. Pitch Black Wings, 3. Dark Spirit Cocoon, 4. Ultimate Dark Upgrade, Status, Healthy, Uncontracted. The realm has directly risen to Starry 10 stage, and the potential has actually reached King 10 stage? Is this the legendary Direct Death Moth? Yang Qing felt an immense shock as he looked at the pitch-black moth, completely unable to connect it with the dream bug he could not contract, a chasm-like difference. It is said that pets with king-level potential have a chance to gain the favor of the domain will, thus awakening a special talent. I didn't expect the Direct Death Moth to also possess a special talent called Fear of Death. Yang Qing's gaze trembled slightly, thinking, letting enemies perish in fear? Unlike growth-type talents, this is actually a combat-type talent. Although it cannot be compared to growth-type talents, it is still incredibly powerful, enough to make the Direct Death Moth nearly invincible among its peers. Yang Qing had also done his research and knew the uniqueness of growth-type talents, which were not comparable to ordinary special talents. He naturally would not expect the Direct Death Moth to possess a growth-type talent while having higher potential. The Direct Death Moth flew to Yang Qing's side and landed directly on his head. Yang Qing's expression was complex, and in the end, he did not ask whether the knife had completed the transformation into the undead system, but solemnly looked at Liu and said, "Shopkeeper, please name your price. Our shop does not set a fixed price for cultivation." Liu said casually, "Customers can offer any price, as long as it is not less than 10 million. Yang Qing was slightly taken aback. They actually let customers set their own price? 10 million? He was a bit confused. If he could cultivate a pet to King 10 stage potential for just 10 million, the threshold of the mythical pet shop would surely be broken by many families, completely becoming a channel for large families to cultivate pets. If I were to cultivate it, even if I purchased precious resources worth 1 billion, I absolutely could not cultivate the dream bug into a direct death moth. Yang Qing thought deeply. Just the price of a direct death moth cub is at least worth 1 billion. Not to mention, the direct death moth is ultimately cultivated from my initial pet. If I offered too low a price, it would be an insult to the shopkeeper. With this thought, Yang Qing felt a bit embarrassed. Even though he was young and accomplished, it was only in comparison to those in their 20s and extraordinary, starry-level beast masters. Yang Qing's bank card balance was still less than 1 billion. It was only over 80 million. Only paying 80 million? Yang Qing hesitated, as if making a certain decision, and said solemnly, "Shopkeeper, I plan to pay in 2 forms, first paying 80 million in funds, and then transferring my large pet shop to you. Is that okay?" Liu was somewhat surprised. Yang Qing actually wanted to transfer the pet shop? According to his understanding, the large pet shop under Yang Qing's name had been completely bought out, and its valuation was probably close to 1 billion. 180 million? Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, "Of course, that's fine." The base price for cultivation was 10 million, and with Yang Qing paying 80 million, it exceeded the bottom line. As for the large pet shop, it was undoubtedly an unexpected gain. Although this large pet shop was the only asset under Yang Qing's name, Lu Yu took it over without any psychological burden. Yang Qing had contracted the little skeleton, wandering soul, and direct death moth, destined to grow through slaughter. This large pet shop was merely a burden to him. For Lu Yu, this large pet store could become a branch of the mythical pet store, thus achieving a system accomplishment and obtaining rewards. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Lu Yu shook his head and chuckled, thinking, the mythical pet store has been operating for almost a month now. Is it finally going to open a branch? As Yang Qing completed the payment, Lu Yu's system points finally exceeded 10,000 points, 10,800. I've finally broken through 10,000 points. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, thinking, with over 10,000 points, I can carefully select a pet cub with demigod level potential, without having to choose among those with only half-demon first-tier potential. Soon after, Yang Chang went out and returned with various documents, signing the transfer contract with Lu Yu. Achievement unlocked. Own the first branch of a pet store. Reward, a random red star level resource. Claim reward? Yes/no. Claim it directly, Lu Yu said immediately, expectation shown in his eyes. Ever since he obtained the Dark Abyss Dragon Essence, Lu Yu had come to understand deeply that the random red star level reward had a chance of yielding precious resources worth thousands of points. You have received the red star level resource Qinglian Sacred Fire. Qinglian Sacred Fire, a red star level resource, this powerful can only be born in the depths of the blue star's core, in the Qinglian secret realm, taking the form of a blue lotus and containing the essence of the divine. Lu Yu was taken aback. On the blue star, the first was the stellar true flame, the second was the azure sky purple flame, and the third was the Qinglian Sacred Fire. I actually obtained the Qinglian Sacred Fire, which ranks third on the price of Qinglian Sacred Fire in the system mall is 900 points, not much less than the stellar true flame or the azure sky purple flame. Lu Yu took a deep breath, thinking, with this, I have gathered all three of the top on the blue star. The top three on the blue star are all at least comparable to an SS-level beast mastery talent. Lu Yu could fully foresee that after the purple flame emperor bird fused with the Qinglian Sacred Fire, it would become even more powerful. The blue star is a list passed down from the last era. The top three, Stellar True Flame, Azure Sky Purple Flame, and Qinglian Sacred Fire, are all red star level, far stronger than the fourth-ranked Ultimate Demon Flame. Lu Yu pondered slightly, thinking, is there some connection between these three strongest of the blue star? If the purple flame emperor bird were to completely fuse these three, could it create an entirely new supreme? The blue star has existed since ancient times. It is said that the original blue star, as well as the were all created by a god-level beast master before the endless epochs. After creating the various lists of the blue star, that god-level beast master was not satisfied and directly traveled to other realms outside the blue star, walking invincibly for many years, ultimately creating the various realms, which hung high in the sky. As long as one looked up at the sky, even an ordinary person could directly know the contents of the lists. Until the end of the era, many lists disappeared. Some speculated that the fall of that god-level beast master led to the extinction of the lists. However, Lu Yu knew that the beast master empire of the last era had already reached a conclusion regarding the disappearance of the lists. The many lists hanging high in the sky are actually a ritual for cultivating mythical level pets. Lu Yu thought deeply, feeling an immense shock, thinking, countless beings look up to the various realm lists, and the most fundamental spiritual power continuously gathers invisibly, ultimately causing the lists to undergo transformation, even giving birth to a soul. The inheritance of memories is recorded, and the rankings of the various realms have transformed into a special life known as realm rankings, possessing terrifying abilities to control all elements, ultimately contracted by that god-level beast master, becoming a true mythical life. With the end of that era, the realm rankings completely vanished. Even that god-level beast master, who suppressed an entire era, could only become history, a subject of reverence for future generations. The many rankings of the current era are all summaries made later. Through the long passage of time, the blue star has undergone many modifications, with many powerful completely disappearing, while more have quietly emerged between heaven and earth. However, the top three have never changed. The true form of the purple flame emperor bird is the azure sky purple flame, which is second on and it has also refined the first on the stellar true flame. These two terrifying have not completely fused. Entangled with each other, they are distinctly separate. It seems they cannot coexist, repelling each other. If I am not mistaken, as long as I completely refine the green lotus sacred fire, the three types of red star will achieve some kind of balance, thus beginning to fuse. Lu Yu's eyes brightened. The experience of a 7-star level cultivator is not in vain. Although there are no precedents to refer to, Lu Yu can still deduce the possibility of the complete fusion of the three based on his analysis of their characteristics. As Yang Qing left, Lu Yu's consciousness directly sank into the Beast Master space. Within the vastly expanded Beast Master space, the purple flame emperor bird was resting on the crown of the ancient life tree, appearing somewhat lazy. However, Lu Yu knew that the purple flame emperor bird could extract various memories from the. Whenever the purple flame emperor bird was in a resting state, it was actually analyzing the uses of the, which could be considered a unique form of cultivation. As an elemental life, the life form of the purple flame emperor bird is inherently special. If it were not for the world-destroying demon dragon evolving into the abyssal demon dragon, the strength of the purple flame emperor bird would still be in the first position among the contracted beasts of Lu Yu. Ka! The purple flame emperor bird sensed Lu Yu's consciousness and immediately woke from its rest, flying straight up to several thousand meters in the air, its purple wings displaying distinct feathers, faintly shimmering with a sun-like golden-red hue. Lu Yu keenly noticed that the golden red and deep purple were not in a perfectly compatible state. If the azure sky purple flame and the stellar true flame can completely fuse, the potential of the purple flame emperor bird could at least be raised to the 7th order of the sacred spirit, right? Lu Yu pondered slightly, then his thoughts shifted. A blue fire lotus slowly descended, hovering several thousand meters in the air, slowly rotating. If the three strongest fuse into the purple flame emperor bird's true, to what level will its potential rise? 8th order of the sacred spirit? Or 9th order of the sacred spirit? Lu Yu was very much looking forward to it. Ka! The purple flame emperor bird sensed Lu Yu's thoughts and immediately let out a clear cry, swallowing the green lotus sacred fire into its belly. As the green lotus sacred fire entered its belly, deep purple and golden red flames suddenly ignited on the purple flame emperor bird, intertwining yet repelling each other, almost tearing the purple flame emperor bird's body apart. Boom! A blue fire lotus quietly appeared. This sacred fire lotus unexpectedly resolved the repulsion between the stellar true flame and the azure sky purple flame in silence. It has begun to fuse. Lu Yu was incredibly delighted, secretly thinking, my guess was indeed correct. As long as the green lotus sacred fire is added, the most stable structure can be formed. In this way, the repulsion between the stellar true flame and the azure sky purple flame will disappear. The complete fusion of the three red star will undoubtedly result in with terrifying power. Ka! The purple flame emperor bird let out a clear cry, and Boundless transformed into a sea of purgatory flames, surrounding the purple flame emperor bird within. The celestial purple flame, stellar true flame, and Xinglian sacred fire continuously circled and flowed around, as if paint had been poured, causing the base colors of the purple flame emperor bird to constantly change between deep purple, crimson gold, and indigo. This is evolution. Lu Yu's eyes gradually brightened, secretly thinking, in this case, as long as I wait for the three to completely merge, the purple flame emperor bird will evolve into a brand new life form. To ensure the smooth evolution of the purple flame emperor bird, Lu Yu's thoughts remained focused in the beast control space. Even the dark prison demon dragon and the ancient tree of life were keeping a close watch, guarding against any unexpected occurrences. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Lu Yu remained attentive to the beast control space, where the fusion of the stellar true flame, celestial purple flame, and Xinglian sacred fire was progressing smoothly, though the speed of fusion was not fast. The three types of red star levels seemed to be vying for dominance over each other. The stellar true flame represented the scorching heat of the sun, while the celestial purple flame symbolized the fury of the blue star's will. Even the third-ranked Xinglian sacred fire was a mimicry flame born from the Earth's crust. That ultimately gained dominance would greatly determine the life form of the purple flame emperor bird after its evolution. A three-way contest, each vying for dominance. I wonder how much time this will consume. Lu Yu shook his head slightly, but his pitch-black eyes suddenly became sharp as he calmly said, Stellar true flame? Celestial purple flame? Xinglian sacred fire? You want to occupy the dominant position of the final? You are not worthy yet. As his thoughts fell, in the sky above the beast control space, a wisp of deep purple quietly appeared. This flame, seemingly insignificant and gently swaying as if it might extinguish at any moment, emitted a terrifying aura that even gods would tremble before. It was the SSS-level talent, God-slaying heavenly fire. With the God-slaying heavenly fire joining the fray, the Xinglian sacred fire instantly expressed its submission, transforming into a pale blue lotus flower, humbly bearing the God-slaying heavenly fire. The celestial purple flame hesitated for just a moment before circling around the God-slaying heavenly fire, actively embracing it and quietly merging into it. Even the proud and fierce stellar true flame could only submit before the god-slaying heavenly fire. The stellar true flame, carrying the Qinglian sacred fire, followed the pace of the celestial purple flame, with the god-slaying heavenly fire as the core, as if guarding a deity. A brand new flame was being constructed. After a night of vying for dominance, the three had nearly reached a state of complete fusion. The strong suppression of the god-slaying heavenly fire was undoubtedly the final opportunity. This wisp of god-slaying heavenly fire, although not the most original flame, is more than enough to suppress the three red star level. Lu Yu looked at the three, which were circling around the god-slaying heavenly fire for final fusion, and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Boom! As the fusion was completed, a wisp of glowing with purple gold quietly condensed. If the stellar true flame, celestial purple flame, and Qinglian sacred fire all belonged to the category of red star level, then the quietly born purple gold had reached the pinnacle of red star level. It seemed to have stepped into the threshold of the screech. This purple gold suddenly grew wings, transforming into a noble phoenix, soaring into the sky. Endless purple gold flames fell, as if celebrating the birth of the noble phoenix. Potential is Holy Spirit level 10? Lu Yu was taken aback, secretly thinking, no wonder it fused three of the strongest from the blue star, and also incorporated a trace of the original essence of the SSS level god-slaying heavenly fire, directly resulting in a qualitative change, raising its potential from Holy Spirit level 5 to Holy Spirit level 10. The beast you contracted, Purple Flame Emperor Bird, has successfully evolved into Heavenly Fire Phoenix, with potential raised to Holy Spirit level 10. Talent Purple Flame has evolved into Heavenly Fire. The Red Star level skill Purple Flame Domain has transformed into the mysterious Sun level skill Heavenly Fire Domain. Heavenly Fire, centered around a strand of god-slaying Heavenly Fire, it merges Stellar True Flame, Azure Sky Purple Flame, and Green Lotus Sacred Fire, ultimately giving birth to the mysterious Sun level Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire, which contains 4 characteristics: slaying, frenzy, destruction, and sanctity. It surpasses all fires, capable of absorbing and refining all, infinitely enhancing itself. Heavenly Fire Domain, a mysterious sun-level skill that constructs an endless burning domain with Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire, capable of suppressing and incinerating all enemies within the domain. The system prompt arrived. Heavenly Fire Luan Bird? Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire. Lu Yu felt an immense shock, thinking, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird evolving into the Heavenly Fire Luan Bird is undoubtedly a fundamental evolution, constructing the elemental life source, directly transforming from Azure Sky Purple Flame into the mysterious Sun-level Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire. Using the mysterious Sun-level Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire as the source of life, the form of the Heavenly Fire Luan Bird is constructed, with its potential level directly reaching an astonishing Holy Spirit Tier 10. Slaying, frenzy, destruction, sanctity, it actually possesses 4 completely different characteristics? Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of being the after-fusion evolution, indeed different from the born from nature. The naturally born between heaven and earth usually only possesses 1 characteristic. The Azure Sky Purple Flame represents the ultimate destruction, while Stellar True Flame and Green Lotus Sacred Fire represent the most terrifying frenzy and the most gentle sanctity, as if they are 2 extremes. No wonder the Green Lotus Sacred Fire can neutralize the Stellar True Flame and Azure Sky Purple Flame. The Sacred Fire is the most gentle, which can soothe the destructive and frenzied nature of these 2. Lu Yu suddenly had some clarity, thinking, the Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire, however, has fused the 3 characteristics of Stellar True Flame, Azure Sky Purple Flame, and Green Lotus Sacred Fire, and has also acquired a trace of the ultimate slaying characteristic of God-slaying Heavenly Fire. God-slaying Heavenly Fire, but it is an SSS-level beast-taming talent. In Lu Yu's view, the level of God-slaying Heavenly Fire is definitely far beyond the mysterious Sun level. Even if it only acquires a trace of the slaying characteristic, it is enough to make the lethality of Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire reach an incredibly terrifying level. What made Lu Yu even more delighted was that after the Purple Flame Emperor Bird evolved into the Heavenly Fire Luan Bird, it actually caused a Red Star level skill to directly transform into a Mysterious Sun level 1. Mysterious Sun level skill, Heavenly Fire Domain. It is still a domain skill, and the reason for the transformation is very simple. That constitutes the domain has evolved fundamentally from its source. Lu Yu's eyes brightened, thinking, a domain constructed with Azure Sky Purple Flame can only be considered Red Star level. If it is constructed with Emperor Luan Heavenly Fire, it is truly a mysterious Sun level. Whether it is the power of suppression or the ability to burn, it has increased many times. Lu Yu was undoubtedly very satisfied with the evolved form of the Heavenly Fire Luan Bird. Chirp! The Heavenly Fire Luan Bird let out a clear cry. It seemed to sense something. Its clear gaze gathered in the air above the nurturing space. A strand of crimson fire quietly hovered above. This strand of flame looked incredibly ordinary, like a handful of dry grass ignited, producing a strand of mundane fire, with even the color being the most common red. This strand of crimson flame, while gently swaying, seemed to contain two extreme terrifying powers. This is actually the primordial fire that existed in the world before the birth of the realms. Luyu exclaimed in shock. The first flame ignited, leading to the birth of civilization. This is the original civilization fire. At the same time, it is also the end fire that destroys everything. This is the legendary primal divine fire. Centered around the blue star, numerous realms surround it. Among them is the source realm of Endless, named Flame Realm. The ranked in the top 10 on the list of the realms are all located within the Flame Realm. The original divine fire, ranked first on the list of exotic fires across the realms, is also the source of the Flame Realm, representing the world will of the Flame Realm. Whether it is the Flame Realm or the original divine fire, both are external manifestations of the laws of fire. Is the original divine fire descending? Luyu suddenly realized, thinking, it seems that the evolved heavenly fire phoenix has gained the recognition of the fire laws and is about to be granted a true name. Chirp! The heavenly fire phoenix was momentarily stunned, receiving numerous inherited memories transmitted by the original divine fire, with the last trace of the original divine fires will echoing in its mind. Your name is Xylan. As the thought was conveyed, the original divine fire vanished in an instant. A strand of law power quietly merged into the body of the heavenly fire phoenix. Boom! The realm of the heavenly fire phoenix suddenly broke through. Luyu was not surprised and immediately operated the Emperor's Star Refinement method to assist the heavenly fire phoenix in breaking through to the solar level. The foundation of the heavenly fire phoenix was still not exhausted. Solar level 3, solar level 5. Finally, it settled at solar level 7. Although it was not as impressive as the abyssal dragon, which directly broke through to solar level 10, the solar level 7 realm of the heavenly fire phoenix still delighted Luyu immensely. In terms of combat power, it might not differ much. The beast you contracted, heavenly fire phoenix, has successfully broken through to the solar level and comprehended the Shin solar level skill Emperor's Void Flame. Emperor's Void Flame, Shin solar level skill, embodying the will of the Emperor, can transform the source exotic fire into void flame form, directly destroying the enemy's soul. The Shin solar level skill Emperor's Void Flame can actually directly transform the form of the source exotic fire into Emperor Phoenix Void Flame, attacking the enemy's soul directly? Luyu was incredibly shocked, thinking, this level of skill is simply unheard of. In this way, the source exotic fire of the heavenly fire phoenix has two forms, namely Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire and Emperor Phoenix Void Flame. He sighed in admiration. Truly worthy of being a Shin solar level skill, it was indeed powerful to the extreme. If transformed into the Emperor's Void Flame form, it would not only affect the source exotic fire but also change the effects of all the Heavenly Fire Phoenix's skills. It could no longer interfere with reality but would perform the most extreme burning on all souls. Heavenly Fire Phoenix, Xylan, Attributes, Fire Element, Elemental System Level, Solar Level 7 Potential, Holy Spirit Level 10 Talents, 1. Flame Spirit, 2. Emperor Bird, 3. Heavenly Fire Skills, 1. Purple Flame Reverse Feather, 2. Flame Soul, 3. Flame Burial, 4. True Body of the Flame Bird, 5. Heavenly Flame Pilgrimage, 6. Miniature Star, 7. Heavenly Fire Domain, 8. Emperor's Void Flame Status, very healthy, already contracted. The attributes of the Heavenly Fire Phoenix appeared before his eyes. Realm at Solar Level 7, Potential at Holy Spirit Level 10. Luyu nodded in satisfaction, thinking, a total of 8 skills, among which 6 are Red Star level. Moreover, it possesses 2 Shin solar level skills. The evolved Heavenly Fire Phoenix Xylan undoubtedly possessed extremely powerful strength. Xylan, Luyu called out. Chirp! The Heavenly Fire Phoenix softly responded. As an elemental life formed from exotic fire, the true name of the Heavenly Fire Phoenix could only be granted by the laws of fire, representing the recognition of the fire laws. From now on, the Heavenly Fire Phoenix's control over fire would reach another realm, even being able to directly mobilize the power of the fire laws. Except for a very few special lives, to obtain a true name, one must at least possess demigod-level potential. Luyu pondered slightly and chuckled. The Abyssal Dragon, the Ancient Tree of Life, and the Heavenly Fire Phoenix are undoubtedly all within this category of special lives. As the nurturing space faded away, the Celestial Fire Phoenix Xylan reappeared in the Beast Master space, resting gracefully on the crown of the ancient life tree, much like a phoenix perched on a parasol tree, exuding a sense of beauty. Roar! The Abyssal Demon Dragon Noel, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the Celestial Fire Phoenix, suddenly gained insight. Perhaps the strength of the Celestial Fire Phoenix was not much inferior to his own. Noel couldn't help but feel helpless. How long had it been since he evolved into the abyssal demon dragon? The celestial fire phoenix had already caught up. Chirp! The celestial fire phoenix slightly opened its eyes, elegantly raised its head, glanced at the abyssal demon dragon, and then fell back into slumber. Xylan had absorbed too many inherited memories, all from the primal divine fire, representing the ultimate mastery of flame manipulation. If all the inherited memories were fully comprehended, it would mean that Xylan had truly stepped into the realm of the divine. Even if it was just a first step, it was enough to elevate the potential level of the celestial fire phoenix from the 10th rank of the Holy Spirit to a true demigod level. Roar! The abyssal demon dragon snorted. I, Noel, am the most hardworking. The abyssal demon dragon was also immersed in the comprehension of the laws of darkness, but focused on practice. The boundless darkness spread in the corners of the Beastmaster space, and the abyssal demon dragon was completely lost in it. In the mythical beast shop, it's almost time for the auction held by the #1 business in the demon city. Liu glanced at the time and thought, I just need to sell one more beast cub to complete the next stage of my achievement task. Am I running out of time? He couldn't help but sigh. Just as Liu was about to head out, a boy rushed towards him, panting heavily. Jiang Hao stood at the entrance of the mythical beast shop, looking somewhat hesitant. Dingling, are you sure this beast shop can sell me a beast cub that can change my fate? Jiang Hao was quite hesitant, secretly thinking, over the years, I've been frugal, working every day, barely eating and dressing warmly. I even sold the house my dad left me to scrape together over 10 million. Are you sure you want me to buy an initial beast here? What do you know? In Jiang Hao's mind, an ancient small cauldron spun continuously, conveying a very crude thought. In the last era, I was a top-tier beast master at the 10th rank, and a 6-star blacksmith. Would I lie to you? Yes. Jiang Hao felt helpless. Ever since awakening his beast mastery talent, he had discovered the small cauldron in his mind, along with the incomplete soul within it, which he called Dingling. Jiang Hao had heard Dingling's words so often that his ears felt calloused, and he somewhat irritably said, How can you be sure that as long as I can buy a beast in this shop, I can change my fate? I just awakened an F-level beast mastery talent. Every time Jiang Hao thought of his F-level beast mastery talent, he couldn't help but feel sad. During school, Jiang Hao always fantasized about being a prodigy, yet he only awakened an F-level talent, Black Iron. The effect of the Black Iron talent was very simple. It allowed the contracted beast to be covered with a layer of pitch-black iron skin made of the metal component iron. With the strength of metal iron, and just a layer of iron skin, what use was that? A beast that had awakened to the 6th rank could easily pierce through the iron skin's protection. This meant that Jiang Hao's F-level beast mastery talent Black Iron would be completely useless against enemies awakened to the 6th rank or above. After the college entrance examination, although Jiang Hao discovered the existence of the small cauldron and communicated with Dingling, he still directly enrolled in the 6th Vocational School of Demon City to study automobile repair. Recently, after browsing the forum of Magic City University out of curiosity, Jiang Hao, who had originally given up on the Dingling, suddenly became active again, trying various ways to persuade Jiang Hao, stating that as long as Jiang Hao could buy an initial pet from the mythical pet store, he would definitely be able to change his fate. Naturally, Jiang Hao did not listen, but to his surprise, the Dingling bluntly said that if he could not change his fate, it would leave Jiang Hao's mind directly, which made Jiang Hao change his mind. Dingling, how about we just forget it? Jiang Hao hesitated a bit, thinking to himself, with my F-level Black Iron talent, repairing cars is still a promising future. I shouldn't have to worry about employment after graduation. Just think, I still have over 10 million, and when I leave Magic City in the future, I can live quite well in a small city. Why do I have to become a Beastmaster? Are you crazy? Dingling exploded with rage, saying, Do you know that I have pointed you to a clear path now? Don't you want to know the reason? I'll tell you, if I'm not mistaken, the manager of this pet store should also be someone who fell into a deep sleep after the last era ended and eventually woke up. Most importantly, the other party is very likely a top-tier breeder. Top-tier breeder? Is that impressive? Jiang Hao was somewhat confused. You really are ignorant, Dingling mocked. Any top-tier breeder has a status that can be compared to a Holy Spirit-level beast master. Even I can only look up to them. You, a waste with an awakened F-level talent, if you can gain the favor of a top-tier breeder, how hard can it be to change your fate? Wow, comparable to a Holy Spirit level? Jiang Hao took a deep breath, feeling incredibly shocked, and said, Alright, I'll believe you this once. You brat, hurry up and go in. Remember, you must not offend the other party, or I can't protect you. Dingling urged. He actually had one more thing to say, which was that the manager of the mythical pet store, even among top-tier breeders, was definitely not an ordinary person. At least Dingling had never heard of anyone in the last era who could make trash pets like slimes, cotton bugs, and fire chickens gain the favor of the domain will, or even precisely awaken special growth-type talents. Ha! Zhang Hao took a deep breath and stepped into the door of the mythical pet store. Coming face to face was a tall and handsome young man, who was a whole head taller than Zhang Hao, and with his handsome features, Zhang Hao felt a sense of inferiority. "Are you the manager of this pet store?" Zhang Hao quickly asked. "I want to buy an initial pet, is that possible?" Of course. Liu looked at him with interest and said, "Can you explain your needs for the initial pet?" Zhang Hao rubbed his forehead, and the little dingling in his mind was spinning wildly, trembling even more. "Crazy, I've been discovered. What kind of existence is this manager? I thought with my concealment ability, I wouldn't be noticed, but he found me instantly." Dingling panicked, saying, "Damn it, if I had known, I would have let you rot in vocational school, I would never have let you come here. It's over, it's over. He won't pull me out and refine me into a soul servant, right? There's a king-level black dragon soul servant at the entrance of this pet store, and I don't want to be with that black dragon." "You mean, this manager can threaten you?" Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, thinking, "How about I tell this manager about your existence?" "I advise you, you'd better not." Dingling calmed down and snorted coldly. "The existence that has survived to this day from the last era is not easy to deal with, and although the other party has discovered my existence, they have no intention of interfering. Even if you tell him, it probably won't matter." "What do you mean by not wanting to interfere?" "I guess, this manager probably doesn't even care about you." Zhang Hao said mercilessly, "What's so great about a broken cauldron? Hurry up and answer the other party's question." The cauldron spirit was too lazy to respond and said, "This shopkeeper is unfathomable. If you can gain his favor, even if you have a trash F-level talent, changing your fate will be a piece of cake. You better seize this opportunity." Zhang Hao knew that the cauldron spirit's words were almost the truth. After all, he had never seen the cauldron spirit so flustered, nor could he imagine the situation of the cauldron spirit being discovered. He quickly collected his thoughts and looked at the young shopkeeper, saying earnestly, "I awakened the F-level beast taming talent Black Iron, so I want to contract a metal-type cub as my initial pet. Is that okay? F-level? Interesting." Lu Yu chuckled lightly. He naturally noticed the existence of the cauldron spirit, which was an extremely precious purple crystal-level spirit weapon, something that only a 7-star blacksmith could forge. A spirit weapon is a battle tool used by beast tamers, providing varying degrees of enhancement to their beasts and can even be directly used in combat. A purple crystal-level spirit weapon could allow a 10th-tier overlord pet to possess strength comparable to a 1st-tier holy spirit. In terms of status, blacksmiths are considerably lower than beast tamers, but they should not be underestimated. There is also a section for spirit weapons in the system mall, but it has not yet been opened. Even if it were opened, Liu did not plan to exchange for a spirit weapon for the time being, as the pets he contracted were constantly growing stronger, and even if he exchanged for a spirit weapon, it wouldn't be long before he needed to update it. This purple crystal-level spirit weapon small cauldron actually has a cauldron spirit, which must have been forged by a 6-star blacksmith, using their own beast space and even their soul as a sacrifice, transforming themselves into a spirit to ultimately create it. Lu Yu pondered slightly and saw through the cauldron spirit's background. It was just a purple crystal-level spirit weapon, and although it had the potential to become a pet of the object type, Lu Yu was not interested at all. He merely found it amusing. "You actually recognized a F-level talent awakened beast tamer as your master?" He couldn't help but smile. "Interesting?" Zhang Hao's expression froze slightly. "It's over, he's mocking me. Damn it, I don't want to be this pathetic either. And now I've entered the mind of an F-level talent beast tamer. My life is completely over. Even among all the sleeping beings in the last era, I probably fared the worst, right? I don't want to live anymore." The cauldron spirit wanted to cry but had no tears. Liu glanced at Zhang Hao, then took out a transparent container and placed it on the long table. The cauldron spirit quickly said, "This transparent container must contain the cub of the top beast tamer." Zhang Hao nodded and hurried over. This. Zhang Hao was incredibly shocked and blurted out, "This is just an ordinary stone. Is this considered a pet? A stone?" The cauldron spirit was also dumbfounded. It carefully sensed and suddenly exclaimed in shock, "There is actually a faint trace of life energy in this stone. This is not an ordinary stone, it is nurturing life. A stone nurturing life is still a stone, right?" Zhang Hao felt a wave of helplessness and thought, "Cauldron spirit, why not just forget it? Last time I had my eye on a golden battle wolf with a potential of 10th tier starlight, entirely forged of gold, definitely much better than a stone." Short-sighted. The cauldron spirit snorted coldly. "The methods of a top beast tamer are beyond your imagination. 10th tier starlight potential? Golden battle wolf? A top beast tamer can make a 10th tier overlord pet break through to the holy spirit level. If you continue to be so short-sighted, even if it costs me my origin, I will shatter your soul and break free." Damn, You can shatter my soul? Jiang Hao felt a wave of fear but dared not defy the cauldron spirit any longer. Jiang Hao actually knew that if the words of the Dingling were true, then as a master beast master of the 10th rank and a 6-star refiner in life, the other party's experience would definitely be extremely useful. Adjusting his mindset, Jiang Hao dared not express any doubts and quickly looked at the young store manager in front of him, waiting for his answer. This is indeed not an ordinary stone. Liu glanced at Jiang Hao, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate Jiang Hao's soul, directly looking at the existence of the small ding, causing Dingling to tremble involuntarily. This young store manager can not only detect my existence but can also hear our conversation. Dingling felt as if his heart had turned to ashes, realizing that he had no secrets left in front of the other party. Please enlighten me, store manager, Jiang Hao said hurriedly. Jiang Hao looked at the stone in the container, feeling curious. How special could such an ordinary stone be? This stone nurtures a weak life form. This life form is the weakest metal life in the world, known as stone spirit, but it has awakened a special growth type talent called fetal breath. Liu said with a faint smile, casually adding, this stone is equivalent to a breeding ground for the stone spirit. As long as it is in the fetal breath state, the stone spirit can infinitely devour metal resources. Once it has consumed enough metal, the stone spirit will evolve, breaking free from the constraints of the stone womb and revealing its true form. Stone spirit? Fetal breath? Jiang Hao was somewhat dumbfounded. Although he was a vocational school student, he was aware of the existence of stone spirits. The stone spirit clan was indeed the weakest existence among metal life forms, even unable to be classified as metal life. After all, the body of a stone spirit is composed of rock, containing only a small amount of metal elements. As for the stone spirit's talent fetal breath, it completely exceeded Jiang Hao's understanding. What the hell? It really is a growth-type special talent. You brat, hurry up and decide, no matter the cost, you must contract this stone spirit. Do you know how against the heavens a growth-type talent is? This is the rarest pet talent. Dingling's mind was already in an uproar, quickly saying, if you contract the stone spirit, not only can it grow infinitely, but it even has the chance to break through to the master level, and even the Holy Spirit level. Even your beast master talent will be subtly influenced by the stone spirit, ultimately evolving to SS level. That's an SS level talent, damn it. I've searched my whole life and never found a pet with a growth-type talent, yet you, this brat, are so lucky, it's really infuriating. Listening to Dingling's voice, Jiang Hao's body gradually became stiff, but his eyes brightened even more as he hurriedly said, is this growth-type talent really that against the heavens? Why would I lie to you? How could I not have such luck? You, a waste with an F-level talent, actually have the chance to contract a pet with a growth-type talent. It's really annoying. Dingling was extremely unbalanced, angrily scolding, hurry up and ask the price, even if it costs tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. I will do my best to help you get the money. Dingling's existence form was very special, having completely transformed into the spirit of the small ding, no longer in human form, but a true tool spirit. If given the opportunity, the small ding where Dingling resided could even transform into a beast of the tool type, and could contract with a beast master. As for returning to his original form as a beast master, that was simply impossible. In the cataclysm at the end of the era, with Dingling's strength as a master of the 10th rank, transforming into a purple crystal level tool spirit was the only way for him to survive the cataclysm. Even so, after sleeping for countless years, Dingling almost dissipated and was now extremely weak. Tens of billions? This stone spirit, is it really that precious? Jiang Hao couldn't help but gasp, feeling even more intuitively the against the heavens nature of the growth type talent. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and said, shopkeeper, how much for this stone spirit? Not expensive, Liu said with great interest, a mere 3 million. What the hell? Dingling was dumbfounded and said with jealousy, you really have the luck of a dog. This is a stone spirit with growth type talent, and it's only priced at 3 million. But 3 million is not a small amount. Jiang Hao couldn't help but say, don't talk about tens of billions, even if it were 100 billion. You might not be able to buy this stone spirit. Dingling roared, you better remember this, kid. The shopkeeper must have some plans. He might establish a force that will surpass this era. As long as you contract this stone spirit, you will have gained the favor of the other party and become a member of their force. You need to be grateful, or you might not even know how you died. Jiang Hao fell silent. He was still digesting Dingling's words. Shopkeeper, Jiang Hao said seriously, I'll buy this stone spirit. Immediately, he swiped his card and contracted the stone spirit. Feeling the information from the beast contract, Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, it really has the growth type talent fetal breath. Only after truly contracting did Jiang Hao confirm that everything was real. What incredible luck! Dingling said indignantly, if I had your luck, would I have fallen to this state? If I had met this shopkeeper in the last era and contracted a stone spirit, a tier 10 overlord, I would at least be a tier 10 beast master, and I might even have the chance to break through to the legendary demigod level, becoming an invincible existence at the pinnacle of the era. Envying won't help. Zhang Hao said with great joy, Ding Ling, I'm now a member of the force the shopkeeper is preparing. You better show me some respect and stop thinking about shattering my soul. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the shopkeeper's wrath. Ding Ling fell silent. He knew that after revealing this information, Zhang Hao would definitely realize something and understand that Lu Yu was his support. But Ding Ling had no choice. He was more afraid of Zhang Hao offending this incredibly mysterious young shopkeeper out of ignorance than of losing control over him. Once the other party's anger descended, even little Ding might be shattered, and his soul would be tormented. Stop arguing, you two. Lu Yu rubbed his forehead, feeling that they were too noisy, and said, Be quiet. Yes, Zhang Hao quickly replied. Even Ding Ling didn't dare to speak again. Little Ding's main body stopped moving, afraid of making a sound and disturbing the other party. With the 3 million received, Lu Yu's system points increased by 300, becoming 11,100 points. The system prompt followed. Achievement unlocked, sold 20 pet cubs. Reward, random SSS level beast master talent. Claim reward? Yes/no. Claim it directly. Lu Yu's eyes lit up and he said immediately. After a month, he finally sold 20 pet cubs. The 4th SSS level beast master talent awakened instantly. You have awakened the SSS level beast master talent Soul Paradise. As the system prompt came, Lu Yu suddenly sensed a singularity emerging deep within his soul. Boom! With a loud bang, an incredibly vast soul space opened up in Lu Yu's mind, rapidly expanding and tightly integrating with the beast space in his mind. In terms of the vastness of the space, it was completely equivalent to the beast space. This is the SSS level beast master talent, Soul Paradise? Lu Yu was immensely shocked and thought, it can actually construct a soul space, and it seems to be of equal strength to the beast space. Not only that, Lu Yu had a feeling that he could manifest the Soul Paradise at any time to directly suppress his enemies. In the realm of the Soul Paradise, there lies an incomparably vast source of soul power. It is said that once a beast master reaches the divine level, the beast space will transform into a true divine kingdom, also known as the heaven. Lu Yu suddenly realized something and exclaimed in shock, could it be that this SSS level Soul Paradise, in essence, is already comparable to a divine level beast space? Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Yu could basically confirm that the SSS level talent Soul Paradise is a miniature divine kingdom of souls. It is entirely composed of spiritual source power, nearly akin to true illusion. Moreover, it is bound to Lu Yu's beast space, requiring no independent cultivation. As the beast space continues to expand, the Soul Paradise will grow alongside it, until it becomes a true divine kingdom of souls, easily capable of suppressing all realms. If I break through to the divine level in the future, it would be equivalent to having 2 divine kingdoms. In terms of strength, the SSS level Soul Paradise is no less than the Dark Hell, the God-slaying heavenly fire, or even the source of life. Lu Yu took a deep breath and thought, in that case, the 4th beast I contract will definitely be a spiritual type. For spiritual type beasts, if they can reside in the Soul Paradise, they will likely grow rapidly at all times, easily breaking through their potential limits. The key is, my current system points have reached an astonishing 11,100 points. Over 10,000 points are enough to exchange for beast cubs with potential levels far exceeding the Abyssal Demon Dragon, the Heavenly Fire Phoenix, and the Ancient Tree of Life. Lu Yu felt an immense sense of anticipation. As the transaction was completed, Zhang Hao quickly left the mythical beast shop. He held a piece of stubborn stone in his arms, unable to help but grin foolishly. After contracting the stone spirit, Zhang Hao deeply understood that from now on, his fate would be completely changed. The weakest F-level talent? A useless life? All of this would be left far behind. Ding Ling, Ding Ling. Zhang Hao's thoughts sank into his mind, but he found the little Ding was still trembling, helplessly saying, We've already left the mythical beast shop, why are you still not saying a word? You're not scared, silly, are you? You know nothing. Ding Ling came back to his senses and scolded angrily, You, a low-level rookie beast master, could never understand the terrifying nature of that shopkeeper. I feel the shopkeeper is quite friendly, where's the terror? Zhang Hao felt confused and said, Besides, you were scared, silly, yet you still have the face to criticize me? Sometimes, I really envy your ignorance. Ding Ling snorted coldly, but couldn't stop trembling, saying, After you contracted the stone spirit, I sensed that a faintly profound spiritual source power was emanating from that shopkeeper. Isn't it just spiritual source power? What's so special about it? Zhang Hao pouted and said, I have spiritual source power too, it's just a bit weak. Ignorant. You have no idea how profound that strand of spiritual source power is. Before the era of slumber, I was fortunate enough to face a demigod-level spiritual beast master, but in terms of the depth of spiritual power, it still pales in comparison to that young shopkeeper. Dingling's tone was filled with fear and disbelief. That was a demigod-level spiritual beast master, whose spiritual power is absolutely terrifying, capable of constructing an eternally flowing real illusion. That shopkeeper's spiritual power is even more profound. Damn! Zhang Hao was shocked and quickly said, the shopkeeper's spiritual power is even stronger than that of a demigod-level spiritual type? That's too terrifying. I seriously suspect that this young shopkeeper is not from the last era, but a divine beast master from countless eras ago. This shopkeeper probably has deep schemes, having laid out plans for countless eras. Dingling's thoughts trembled continuously, saying, it cannot be completely confirmed yet, but even a hint of possibility is astonishing enough. That is a god-level beast master, a truly powerful mythical existence throughout the endless epochs. The store manager is a god-level beast master? Zhang Hao took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, I actually have the favor of a god-level beast master. But isn't the store manager's own realm at the Manhwa level? Who knows? An existence like the store manager is beyond my speculation. I have been asleep since the last epoch and have fallen to the level of a dingling. That store manager has slept through countless epochs. How could there not be a price to pay? The dingling sighed. However, it seems he has only lost his realm but still retains the characteristics of a god-level beast master. Undoubtedly, as long as that store manager is given enough time, regaining the throne of a god-level beast master would not be difficult at all. The dingling couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There were some things he wouldn't tell Zhang Hao. At the end of the epoch, when facing the calamity of the epoch, countless powerful beings chose to sleep to avoid disaster. Among the many sleeping strong ones, the dingling was one of the weakest, unable to even preserve its own race, reduced to the spirit of a small ding. Those even more powerful beings could not only maintain their own race and talents but even the strongest among them, like demigods, could preserve their own realm. Once awakened, they would be enough to dominate the world as demigods. The dingling fell into a deep sleep at the peak of the 10th level, its body still a purple crystal-level small ding. The dingling was one of the fastest to awaken but faced an incredibly awkward predicament. It even had to humiliate itself by residing in the body of a rookie beast master with an F-level talent. If those stronger old antiques, like the Holy Spirit level or even demigod level, gradually awaken, what advantage do I have left? The dingling pondered silently but suddenly felt much lighter, thinking, the sleepers of the last epoch believe they inherited the will of the last epoch. But if you encounter this young store manager, it couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Holy Spirit level? Demigod level? Facing a god-level beast master who has slept through endless epochs and finally awakened. What qualifications do they have to be proud? Dingling, Zhang Hao suddenly said, the stone spirit I contracted is still at the first awakening level, and its potential is only at the third awakening level. How should I cultivate it? Your awakened beast master talent is an F-level black iron. Black iron is one of the metal-type talents, and among the same attribute beast master talents, it is the lowest existence. The dingling collected its thoughts and explained seriously, black iron, bronze, silver, gold correspond to F-level, E-level, D-level, C-level. Whether F-level, E-level, or D-level, they are all considered low-level talents. For example, the E-level talent copper rust merely covers rust and can infect opponents. In terms of strength, it is about the same as F-level black iron. The D-level talent silver shield is much stronger than black iron and copper rust, belonging to the protective type of beast master talent, with a decent strength. As for the C-level beast master talent golden sword, it is completely different from the silver shield, belonging to the strong attack type of talent. Are you saying I should buy a lot of gold for the stone spirit to devour? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Can I also awaken the C-level talent golden sword? In the beast master world, many mineral resources are still abundant. Although gold is still rare, it no longer has the properties of a metal currency, so its price is not very high. With Zhang Hao's savings, he could still buy quite a bit. Zhang Hao grinned foolishly. I used to fantasize about an S-level talent, but now I realize that if I can get the C-level talent golden sword, I would be incredibly satisfied. C-level talent is nothing. You have contracted a growth-type talent stone spirit, and you're satisfied with just a measly C-level talent? That's simply embarrassing. Dingling chuckled and said, my suggestion is that you directly purchase a piece of platinum-grade metal resource, demon origin iron, and let the stone spirit evolve into the demon system. A stone spirit of the metal system combined with the demon system, with the feedback of a growth-type special talent, can directly evolve your F-grade trash talent into an A-grade magic iron. Demon system? Zhang Hao's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, the demon realm is the public enemy of the 6 nations. How could I dare to contract a demon system beast? Don't you want to get rid of your F-grade trash talent? Don't you want to have the A-grade beast master talent, magic iron? Ding Ling's words seemed to carry an invisible temptation, making one's mind waver. What if it's the demon system? You have already gained the favor of that shopkeeper. Contracting a demon system beast is not the same as siding with the demon realm. What are you afraid of? But, Jiang Hao was extremely shaken but still hesitated. Do you know that shopkeeper also contracted a demon dragon? Ding Ling sneered, is this all the courage you have? You don't even dare to contract a demon system beast? With your kind of waste, do you even deserve to enter that shopkeeper's faction? Ding Ling's words deeply stimulated Jiang Hao. Damn! Jiang Hao's eyes turned red, and he said, what if it's the demon system? I'm going to the Magic City Trading Company right now to buy the demon origin iron you mentioned. Mythical Beast Shop. That little dingling of the purple crystal grade artifact seemed to have sensed a trace of my spiritual source power when I awakened the SSS grade Beast Master Talent Soul Kingdom. Lu Yu showed a contemplative expression and thought, as expected of a powerful being that has slept since the last era after the change of epochs. Such a tiny soul fluctuation can still be detected. Among the many realms, Blue Star is undoubtedly the main world. In terms of size, it is at least 1,000 times larger than Earth in my previous life. Countless powerful realms, such as the Demon Realm, Dragon Realm, and many hidden realms like the Flame Realm and Thunder Realm, all surround Blue Star within spatial rifts. Such a powerful Blue Star naturally has its operational rules. The change of epochs is one of them. Every million years, or even 10 million years, Blue Star will experience an epochal disaster. As long as they are life forms on Blue Star, the vast majority will be completely annihilated under the epochal disaster. Only those who reach the Holy Spirit level and voluntarily fall into slumber can avoid the epochal disaster and survive until the next epoch arrives. A few Overlord level beings, if willing to make great sacrifices, may also hope to survive the epochal disaster. Ding Ling was probably only at the Overlord level in life, which is why he could revive at the beginning of the epoch. Lu Yu pondered slightly and thought, next, there will probably be more powerful beings from the last epoch waking up one after another. To this, he did not care. By the time you wake up, I will probably already possess strength that surpasses the epoch. Lu Yu revealed a slight smile. As a beast master who has awakened 4 types of SSS grade talents, Lu Yu has every reason to be proud. Even if the powerful beings from the last epoch wake up, their strength will surely be greatly diminished. The speed at which these powerful beings recover their strength may not even match the speed at which Lu Yu becomes stronger. He still had this confidence. Then, Lu Yu directly opened the system mall and began searching for suitable spiritual system beast companions. With the SSS grade Beast Master Talent Soul Kingdom, I can completely contract a spiritual system beast cub with demigod level potential. Lu Yu's thoughts stirred. The system mall panel after the search appeared before his eyes. Illusion Butterfly, 10,000 points. Eye of the Demon King, 10,000 points. Mother Tree of Desire, 10,000 points. Heavenly Illusion Spirit, 10,000 points. The Illusion Butterfly is a type of butterfly pet beast, with an ethereal form, highly skilled in the mental realm of illusion. It can even create an eternal, flowing illusion, allowing enemies to live a long life within it, ultimately leading their souls to wither and die. It's a fairly standard mental type pet beast, currently on hold. The Eye of the Demon King is a type of demon mental pet beast, which is actually a split from the original will of the demon realm, ultimately transforming into an eye. A single glance from the Eye of the Demon King can drive opponents into complete madness, leading to the decay of their souls. It can even enslave opponents as servants. The Mother Tree of Desire, a plant type plus mental type, is an almost ethereal plant that feeds on the desires of all beings and can manipulate all desires. In terms of combat power, it seems to surpass both the Illusion Butterfly and the Eye of the Demon King. Unfortunately, the Mother Tree of Desire is a plant type, overlapping with the Ancient Tree of Life. Moreover, as a plant type pet beast, it cannot be easily moved, so I'll pass. The Heavenly Illusion Spirit was originally the spirit of a mysterious artifact, but it underwent some kind of mutation, separating from the artifact to become the Heavenly Illusion Spirit. The mutated Heavenly Illusion Spirit not only possesses the characteristics of a mental-type pet beast but also retains the traits of an artifact spirit, allowing it to have multiple artifact forms. Lu Yu pondered deeply. Aside from the Mother Tree of Desire, which was directly excluded, both the Illusion Butterfly and the Eye of the Demon King were excellent mental-type pet beasts. Once contracted, with the characteristics of the Soul Kingdom, it could be nurtured quickly, possessing strength comparable to the Abyssal Dragon and the Heavenly Fire Phoenix. Whether it's the Illusion Butterfly or the Eye of the Demon King, although both are very powerful pet beasts, they are too standard for the mental type. Among the mental type pet beast cubs retrieved, the Heavenly Illusion Spirit is undoubtedly the most special one, having mutated from an artifact spirit and becoming even more powerful, capable of possessing multiple artifact forms. Lu Yu's eyes flickered. Having contracted powerful pet beasts like the abyssal dragon, his standards for new pet beasts had risen significantly, yet he held a great appreciation for the heavenly illusion spirit, thinking to himself, if I contract the heavenly illusion spirit, it would be equivalent to simultaneously possessing multiple mysterious mental-type artifacts. He immediately made a decision. You have exchanged for the pet beast cub heavenly illusion spirit, deducting 10,000 points, remaining points 1,100. As the system prompt sounded, a pet beast with an ethereal body, shining with brilliant colors, resembling a soft, fluffy ball, appeared in the pet shop. Ling the heavenly illusion spirit slowly opened its eyes, its body gently rubbing against Lu Yu's face like a stress relief toy, expressing its affection. Is this the heavenly illusion spirit? It looks much cuter than I imagined. Lu Yu's eyes brightened, thinking, it seems to be a pure mental entity. From the system introduction, this is the basic form of the heavenly illusion spirit, equivalent to a conventional mental-type pet beast, highly skilled in mental impact, illusion, and object manipulation, but also relatively average. If it transforms into an artifact form, it will briefly gain a physical body and enhance certain traits to an extraordinary level. His thoughts stirred slightly. The data of the heavenly illusion spirit quickly appeared. Heavenly illusion spirit, Tianin, attributes, mental type, artifact type level, Manhwa 10th stage potential, demigod 3rd stage talents. 1. Mysterious spirit, soul body, can devour all mental type resources, even mental entities, for infinite growth. 2. Various forms, can possess multiple artifact forms, maximizing the traits of various artifact forms. 3. Illusion and reality, between illusion and reality, possessing the ability to convert between the two. Skills. 1. Tianin Qin, Xianya level skill, can transform into the Xianya level artifact Tianin Qin. 2. Tianyu Bai, Xianya level skill, can transform into the Xianya level artifact Tianyu Bai. 3. Tianhuan Jing, Xianya level skill, can transform into the Xianya level artifact Tianhuan Jing. 4. Tianma Fan, Xianya level skill, can transform into the Xianya level artifact Tianma Fan. Status, healthy, uncontracted. The initial realm of Tianyu Huanling is actually at the Manhwa 10th level. As for the potential level, it has even reached the demigod 3rd level. Lu Yu took a deep breath. So far, the pet cubs he had exchanged all had an initial realm of awakening 1st level. Even the ancient tree of life was in its seed form at the beginning. He could naturally see that Tianyu Huanling was also in its juvenile stage, yet its realm was at the Manhwa 10th level. With the demigod 3rd level potential of Tianyu Huanling, even in its newly born state, reaching the Manhwa 10th level initial realm seems not surprising. Lu Yu quickly realized. In the system mall, there were even cubs of divine beasts. Some extremely powerful divine beast cubs had an initial realm at the divine level. Compared to that, the initial realm of Tianyu Huanling at the Manhwa 10th level was nothing much. What truly shocked Lu Yu was undoubtedly the talents and skills of Tianyu Huanling. Tianyu Huanling's 3 talents. Shenling is a growth-type special talent. Zhuxing is the core racial characteristic of Tianyu Huanling, allowing for multiple artifact forms. The last one, Xushi, can actually convert between the illusory and the real. This special talent is the most against the heavens. With the special talent Xushi, the spiritual power of Tianyu Huanling can not only become substantial, but even the spiritual body transformed from the spiritual power, as well as illusions, can all be converted into reality. Lu Yu was amazed. Whether it was Zhuxing or Xushi, both were incredibly powerful talents. What surprised Lu Yu was that Tianyu Huanling, with a realm at the Manhwa 10th level, had only comprehended 4 skills. A total of 4 skills, all of which are Xianya level. Lu Yu pondered, corresponding to the 4 forms of Tianyu Huanling, Tianin Qin, Tianyu Bai, Tianhuan Jing, Tianma Fan. The system panel did not provide much introduction to the 4 forms of Tianyu Huanling, but Lu Yu could slightly infer some uses of these 4 forms. Tianin Qin can probably release spiritual power in the form of musical notes or melodies, thereby shaking the will of the enemy. Tianyu Bai can transform spiritual power into text or even paintings. Combined with Tianyu Huanling's Xushi talent, it can convert the power of text and paintings into reality. Tianhuan Jing is undoubtedly the form that maximizes Tianyu Huanling's illusion and illusionary abilities. Tianma Fan, this artifact form, is rather ambiguous. From the name, Tianma Fan should be the most lethal among the 4 artifact forms. Numerous thoughts flashed through. Lu Yu gently embraced the soft, fluffy Tianyu Huanling in his arms and directly established a beast contract with it. With the contract established, Lu Yu directly stored Tianyu Huanling in the Soul Kingdom. Numerous spiritual source powers were easily attracted by Tianyu Huanling, rushing into its body one after another. No matter how Tianyu Huanling absorbed them, even showing an extremely intoxicated and cute expression, the spiritual source powers in the Soul Kingdom seemed endless, with only a small portion being absorbed. Lu Yu vaguely realized, thinking, the volume of the Soul Kingdom is comparable to my beast space. With my current Mingyue level realm, theoretically, the spiritual source power of the Soul Kingdom can fully support 4 spiritual type beast companions. Not only the Soul Paradise, but also the Dark Hell, God-slaying Heavenly Fire, and the Source of Life. These 3 SSS-level beast master talents have become increasingly unfathomable as Lu Yu's realm has improved. No matter how much the Dark Prison Dragon, Heavenly Fire Phoenix, or Ancient Tree of Life absorb, they can only take in a small portion of the source power. Relying solely on the source power from the beast master talents makes it difficult for the pets to grow in a balanced state. Lu Yu pondered slightly and thought, while feeding them the source power, it's best to also incorporate various corresponding attribute resources for the optimal nurturing plan. Ling in the Soul Paradise, the heavenly spirit Tianyin seemed to be full, letting out a burp, its round body swaying slightly, showing a very content expression. Even though it was full, the heavenly spirit still displayed sparkling eyes, constantly fixated on the many flowing pure soul powers within the Soul Paradise. Are you planning to absorb the spiritual source power again as soon as you finish digesting? Lu Yu chuckled. Ling Ling. The heavenly spirit showed an extremely serious expression, its eyes shimmering with rainbow colors, blinking lightly to indicate that the master was completely correct. So you're a little foodie. Lu Yu sighed helplessly, saying, you're quite honest. Ling. The heavenly spirit also sensed Lu Yu's teasing tone and couldn't help but feel a bit shy. The Soul Paradise was an SSS-level beast master talent, and the spiritual source power produced was an incredibly precious resource that could greatly deepen the heavenly spirit's foundation. Simply put, it was just too delicious. It's not that I don't want you to absorb it. Lu Yu laughed, saying, no matter how much you absorb, it's fine. Ling. The heavenly spirit joyfully manifested, resembling a round jelly-like body, affectionately pressing against Lu Yu's cheek, bringing a soft and cool touch. Master. And you looked at the heavenly spirit, her eyes brightening, and softly said, is this little Tianyin? So cute. Ling. The heavenly spirit immediately pounced into Inyu's arms. Lu Yu glanced over, unsure of who was softer between Inyu and Tianyin. It feels like a slime. Inyu exclaimed happily. You're not wrong. Lu Yu laughed. The shape is indeed quite similar, but slimes are water blue, while little Tianyin is iridescent, so there's still a big difference. And you nodded repeatedly, softly saying, little Tianyin is very strong, right? With a demigod level 3 potential and a 10th tier realm, it might even cross a major realm and match the combat power of Brother Noir in Sister's Island. That's quite possible. There's a huge gap between demigod and Holy Spirit levels, almost impossible to bridge. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, saying, moreover, the heavenly spirit's potential has reached demigod level 3. However, if it really comes to a fight, Noir and Xylan would likely have a much higher chance of winning. After all, they also possess Xianya level skills. To some extent, Noir and Xylan's potential levels are already comparable to demigod level 1. The Dark Prison Dragon Noir has comprehended the Xianya level skill Black Prison, capable of creating a dark domain. The Heavenly Fire Phoenix is even more exaggerated, evolving its Purple Flame domain into the Xianya level Heavenly Fire domain, and has comprehended the Xianya level skill Emperor's Illusory Flame. Among the contracted beasts Lu Yu has, only the Ancient Tree of Life's potential level remains at Holy Spirit level 5 and has not comprehended any Xianya level skills. Alright, Lu Yu pinched Inyu's cheek, smiling, I'm getting ready to go out. Oh right. Inyu cooperatively leaned against Lu Yu's palm, softly saying, we need to head to the auction before it starts, or we'll be too late. Xiaorui, take care of the shop, Lu Yu reminded. Then, he walked straight to the entrance of the pet shop. Roar! The black dragon, which had turned into a statue, seemed to come to life in an instant, transforming into a towering giant dragon several dozen meters high, releasing a kingly aura in an instant. Lu Yu casually sat on the back of the black dragon. This king-level black dragon had the duty of being both a guardian beast and a mount. With the dark dragon wings flapping, the black dragon took off at its fastest speed, like a black cannonball, shooting out in an instant. The first commercial establishment in the Demon City. Located in the city center, it was now filled with various supercars and luxury vehicles, along with many mounts and guardian beasts exuding powerful auras, parked alongside the luxury cars. I can sense quite a few king-level auras, and even a few overlord-level ones. Ding Ling couldn't help but exclaim in Jiang Hao's mind, no wonder this large auction is hosted by the first commercial establishment in the Demon City. It's truly bustling. Even overlord-level beast masters are coming to this auction? Jiang Hao exclaimed in shock. Doesn't that mean that even resources of the purple crystal level might appear at this auction? What else could it be? Ding Ling snorted disdainfully. You guys in this era have only just revived for a short time, and many resources are still quite scarce. If it were in my time, when the era had developed to its peak, even Crimson Star-level resources and even mysterious Star-level resources would occasionally emerge. So what? Zhang Hao mocked. If it really develops to that point, this era would be coming to an end soon, right? That's true. Ding Ling was momentarily speechless, sighing. Opportunities and disasters are often two sides of the same coin. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Zhang Hao was astonished. That's the roar of a giant dragon. The Dragon Master family has come too? Ding Ling's perception was sharper. What Dragon Master family? That's the owner of the mythical pet shop coming. The owner. Zhang Hao quickly looked over and indeed saw a pitch-black giant dragon approaching at high speed, exclaiming, "Is that the magic dragon contracted by the owner? Truly imposing. Country bumpkin." Ding Ling mocked. That's a king-level giant dragon species black dragon. Didn't you say the owner contracted a magic dragon? Zhang Hao frowned. What's going on with this giant dragon species black dragon? Moreover, isn't the owner's current realm at the Manhwa level? How did he contract a king-level black dragon? You really are shallow. Ding Ling said mercilessly. Do you remember the black dragon statue at the entrance of the mythical pet shop? Are you saying this king-level black dragon is just the guardian beast of the mythical pet shop? Zhang Hao's pupils constricted. He found it hard to understand. If he could contract a king-level black dragon, he would have no regrets in this life. But for the owner, it was just used to guard the door? The Magic Dragon clan was once expelled from the dragon realm and harbors immense hatred towards giant dragons and divine dragons. Over time, the Magic Dragon clan, residing in the demon realm, became assimilated by the will of the demon realm, embedding their resentment towards divine dragons and giant dragons into their bloodline. Ding Ling said solemnly, a very few magic dragons can even awaken the ability to enslave giant dragons and divine dragons. If I'm not mistaken, that king-level black dragon is actually long dead, its dragon soul forcibly enslaved, reduced to a servant of the magic dragon. This. Zhang Hao was taken aback, suddenly saying, the owner killed a black dragon and enslaved it? But aren't giant dragon species pets exclusive to the Dragon Master family? If nothing unexpected happens, that king-level black dragon is likely the core giant dragon contracted by the king-level Dragon Master of the Dragon Master family. Ding Ling revealed an unabashed mocking smile and said, the dragon realm will not be affected by the changes of the epochs. Each epoch will interfere with the main world of Blue Star. These dragon-riding families are indeed as domineering as ever. Unfortunately, they have offended that shopkeeper, which means they are destined for a bad end. Suddenly, an incredibly profound aura spread through the air. Boom! An elderly man with white hair stood in mid-air. A black dragon hovered in front of the old man, and Luyu stood atop the dark dragon's head. This is. Zhang Hao looked up at the aged figure in the sky, increasingly aware of his own insignificance. It's actually a sovereign-level beast master personally welcoming us. Ding Ling exclaimed. Principal Duan. Luyu stood on the dragon's head and chuckled. Thank you for coming to greet me in person. What trouble is there in this? Duan Shanghua laughed heartily. With shopkeeper Lu here, I must come to welcome you. Thank you for your trouble. Luyu smiled lightly and stepped forward, surprisingly standing in mid-air. Duan Shanghua's expression was astonished. Without special means, unless one breaks through to the king level, beast masters cannot fly. Duan Shanghua carefully sensed and found that Luyu had condensed an extremely pure mental source power, allowing him to easily hover in the air. Shopkeeper Lu's abilities are truly beyond imagination. Duan Shanghua sighed, please follow me. Roar! The black dragon let out a low growl and obediently descended. Many mounts and beasts, feeling the aura of the black dragon, all appeared on high alert. Some timid mounts even curled up in fear, their eyes filled with terror. Having a king-level black dragon as a mount is a luxury even for a sovereign-level beast master. A king-level beast, especially a dragon type, is a formidable force that cannot be overlooked in any family. How could it be insulted as a mere mount? So powerful, Ding Ling marveled. A king-level black dragon as a mount, and a sovereign beast master personally welcoming us. It seems that the shopkeeper's plans for this epoch are already taking shape. As expected of the shopkeeper, Zhang Hao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with longing, and said softly, I actually received the shopkeeper's favor, and even have the chance to join the forces established by the shopkeeper. I advise you not to think too much about it for now, Ding Ling interrupted. From the shopkeeper's plans, if you can't cultivate the stone spirit well, you probably won't qualify to join. Ding Ling, can't you say something nice? Zhang Hao's face turned red, nearly breaking down, and he angrily said, I don't believe it. The stone spirit has awakened a growth-type special talent. As long as I feed it resources step by step, it will grow up sooner or later. You're just lucky, Ding Ling snorted coldly. I know you're very jealous, Zhang Hao mocked, but right now, you don't even count as a beast master. No matter how jealous you are, you can't contract the pets cultivated by the shopkeeper. What the hell? Jiang Hao, you really are despicable. Ding Ling shouted angrily, how did I end up binding my soul to such a thing as you? Jiang Hao felt a surge of pride, then looked back at the incredibly luxurious auction venue, a glimmer of longing in his eyes, and said, when I have money in the future, I want to participate in an auction too. After buying the demon original iron and some other resources, you're already broke? Ding Ling snorted coldly. If it were an ordinary auction, it wouldn't be a problem for you to just watch the excitement. But the auction being held now is a large-scale event that the first business in the demon city can only hold once every 10 years. You simply don't have the qualifications to participate. Lu Yu, under the guidance of Duan Shanghua, walked straight into the auction venue. He took a private elevator directly to the third floor. This is the number 1 private room specially reserved for shopkeeper Lu. Duan Shanghua said softly, please come in. Is it the number 1 box on the third floor? Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. The number 1 box on the third floor was undoubtedly the highest ranking box in the auction hall, reserved only for the most distinguished guests. Good. Lu Yu had no psychological burden and walked straight in. Inside the incredibly spacious box, separated by crystal-clear floor-to-ceiling windows, one could clearly see the entire auction hall through the bright windows. The auction hall was filled with seats, already packed to capacity. Even the many second-floor boxes were gradually lighting up, almost all filled, with vague silhouettes visible. The third-floor box, however, showed no signs of life. Lu Yu casually sat on a sofa made of fierce beast fur. I have already arranged all the matters for the auction, Duan Shanghua said with a smile. During this period of the auction, I will accompany you. How about that? It is my honor. Lu Yu laughed heartily. Outside, a silver-winged subdragon of the 10th rank hovered above the auction hall. On the back of the silver-winged subdragon, Lu Su sat upright, his expression extremely complex, slowly saying, Father, this auction of the first commercial firm in the Magic City is after all the property of the Duan family. Duan Shanghua is on Lu Yu's side. Do we really have to participate in this large auction? Suer, the man with a dignified demeanor, stood beside Lu Su and slowly said, among the 3 great dragon families, the Lu family's foundation is the deepest. Even if Duan Shanghua has broken through to the overlord level, he wouldn't dare to directly offend the Lu family. It's just a large auction. Since Duan Shanghua has sent an invitation to the Lu family as per usual, what is there to be afraid of participating? But Lu Su was still somewhat hesitant. There is no but. The man's tone suddenly turned cold and stern. Since you lost to Lu Yu, you have lost your former pride. But you have already undergone a transformation and refined the 3rd type of S-level dragon shadow talent. In the past, you might have hoped for the family to help you after your defeat. But you will eventually inherit the position of family head. If you have no ability to wash away the shame, what right do you have to aspire to the position of family head? Lu Tianfeng looked at Lu Su, his eyes sharp, revealing a hint of disappointment. Since Lu Su returned to the family, he had not gone to Magic City University even once, losing all his former pride. To help his son regain his spirits, Lu Tianfeng even mobilized the Lu family's intelligence network to find a young store manager who had awakened the S-level dragon shadow talent, kidnapped that genius, seized his S-level dragon shadow talent, and directly transplanted it to Lu Su. Now, Lu Su possessed 3 types of S-level dragon shadow talents. As long as you merge the 3 S-level talents, the SS-level talent that is born will definitely be the top tier, Lu Tianfeng said solemnly. You even have the chance to merge into the legendary SSS-level Beast Master talent. At that time, a discarded child of the family, you could easily crush. SSS-level Beast Master talent. Lu Su's eyes lit up. Legend has it that beast masters who awaken the SSS level talent will surely become gods. If I can awaken the SSS level talent, even Lu Yu will have to crawl on the ground begging for my forgiveness. Exactly. Lu Tianfeng lightly patted Lu Su's shoulder. He was truly a character of a hero, even when his wife became a cripple. After the initial anger, Lu Tianfeng quickly calmed down, as if nothing had happened. This kind of composure was the most terrifying. Lu Yu is just a discarded child of the family. Even if he is contracted with a demon dragon species and possesses combat power comparable to a king level, he poses no threat to the dragon families. Lu Tianfeng pondered. On the contrary, it is Suer who not only has experienced a brutal defeat, but has also dragged Yaji down to become a useless person. Under various pressures, he has even lost the heart of a strong warrior. Only by having Suer personally kill Lu Yu can he wash away the shame and regain his fighting spirit. The success rate of transplanting the 3rd type of dragon shadow talent was originally very low. However, Lu Su succeeded in the transplant. Not only could he form a core contract with the 3rd giant dragon-type pet, but he also had the opportunity to fuse 3 types of S-level dragon shadow talents. If a qualitative change could occur, there might even be a slight chance to glimpse the legendary SSS level Beast Master talent. That is indeed the SSS level Beast Master talent. Lu Tianfeng's gaze was deep, secretly thinking, even a slight chance is worth everything. Lu Yu, as the family's discarded child, just play your last role well and become Sewer's stepping stone. Only under enough pressure can Sewer possibly completely fuse the 3 types of S-level dragon shadow talents. Lu Tianfeng's eyes were filled with expectation. Father. Lu Su revealed a puzzled expression and said, even if this is a large auction, there is no need to specifically have me accompany you, right? Now that you have awakened the 3rd type of S-level dragon shadow talent, you should proceed with the 3rd core contract. Lu Tianfeng said slowly, with the relationship between the Lu family and the dragon realm, plus the 3rd type of S-level dragon shadow talent you have awakened, you should at least be able to contract a top-tier giant dragon type, or even a quasi-divine dragon-level giant dragon cub. But I have not let you contract immediately. Do you know why? Please enlighten me, father. Lu Su said seriously. Since awakening the 3rd type of S-level dragon shadow talent, Lu Su had been eager to contract the 3rd giant dragon type, hoping to cultivate it as soon as possible. This request, however, was rejected by Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng looked at Lu Su and said in a deep voice, because, at this large auction, you even have the chance to contract a dragon-type beast with potential surpassing that of the Golden Dragon and the Holy Dragon. The potential of the Golden Dragon and the Holy Dragon is at the King's 10th level. As long as the bloodline evolves once more, it becomes a true divine dragon type. If the potential is stronger than that of the Golden Dragon and the Holy Dragon, wouldn't that mean at least a overlord-level potential? Lu Su's eyes trembled violently. If he could directly contract a young dragon cub with overlord-level potential, how could he worry that the 3 types of S-level dragon shadow talents could not be completely fused? Lu Su was very excited but couldn't help showing a puzzled expression, saying, this large auction is held once every 10 years. Yet there has never been a young beast cub with such potential. Is there something special about this large auction? Sewer, you should know that every time the end of an era approaches and disasters descend, many strong warriors choose to sleep to avoid the calamities, right? Lu Tianfeng's gaze was profound. The era calamity is the operational law of Blue Star. As long as one is born on Blue Star, or has lived on Blue Star for many years, marked by the will of Blue Star, anyone must face the era calamity. Only near infinite sleep is the only way to avoid the era calamity. Lu Su's expression was serious, but suddenly changed, and he quickly said, Father, do you mean that the strong warriors from the last era have already begun to gradually awaken? I have always wondered why that discarded child Lu Yu could contract a demon dragon type, and even contract an elemental divine bird, and even contract a fairy race with powerful support abilities. Lu Tianfeng smiled and said, only recently, after learning the inside information of the large auction, did I finally confirm that Lu Yu must have had some fortuitous encounter, selecting him as part of the layout from a top-tier cultivator who has been sleeping since the last era. A 7-star cultivator, whose status is even equivalent to that of a Holy Spirit-level beast master. No wonder Lu Yu's strength is so formidable. Not only can he defeat me at a higher level, but even the black dragon contracted by my mother can only die in battle. Lu Su's mind shook violently, unable to help but say, if he has a top-tier beast trainer behind him, then everything makes sense. Ha! How lucky is it that a waste like Lu Yu, whose beast-taming talent has been exploited, can attract the attention of a top-tier beast trainer? Without such luck, a waste like Lu Yu is destined to be trampled underfoot by me. You need not belittle yourself. The layout of that top-tier beast trainer is clearly not just for Lu Yu alone. He has also nurtured 5 beast cubs, which he entrusted to the #1 trading company in the Demon City for auction, as the finale of this large auction. Lu Tianfeng chuckled lightly. If you contract one of them, our Lu family can also connect with that top-tier beast trainer. In the future, if you cultivate a divine dragon species and even overpower Lu Yu, that top-tier beast trainer will surely have nothing to say and will only value you even more. Father is wise. Lu Su's eyes brightened. A top-tier beast trainer can easily support a powerful family, casually cultivating overlord-level beast tamers, and even allowing overlord-level beasts to forcefully break through to the Holy Spirit level. If he could gain the favor of that top-tier beast trainer, or even be accepted as a disciple, Lu Su was completely confident that he could at least achieve overlord level 10 in the future, or even become a Holy Spirit level dragon tamer, surpassing that national guardian divine dragon. Lu Yu, if I can also contract a divine dragon species, what advantage do you have? Lu Su couldn't help but think, if I can gain even more favor from that top-tier beast trainer, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant? With this thought, he became excited. Lu Tianfeng gently patted Lu Su's shoulder and said with a smile, in any case, for this large auction, I will do everything in my power to bid for the beast cub that is most suitable for you among the finale items. Sewer, you must not let me down. Okay. Lu Su nodded heavily. As the silver-winged subdragon landed, Lu Su's gaze suddenly narrowed, his vision occupied by a pitch-black giant dragon. That incredibly familiar pitch-black giant dragon, despite seeing Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su, displayed an extremely indifferent expression. Black dragon. Lu Su trembled slightly and said in a quivering voice, "That is the black dragon contracted by my mother." Lu Tianfeng glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze, seemingly calm, and slowly said, "It seems that my rebellious nephew has also participated in this auction. How dare he enslave the black dragon that is core to my mother's contract?" Lu Su's eyes were filled with hatred as he coldly said, "Father, this black dragon no longer belongs to the Lu family. Why not take action and directly kill it?" "I will not take action." Lu Tianfeng reined in the anger in his eyes but revealed a gentle expression, softly saying, "Sir, the humiliation that the Lu family has suffered can only be cleansed by your own hands. Do you understand?" "I understand." Lu Su clenched his fists, his expression extremely serious. "Let's go." Lu Tianfeng walked straight into the auction venue, led by a bowing manager, to the second box on the third floor. Sitting on the soft and comfortable sofa, Lu Tianfeng looked towards the auction venue and slowly said, "The auction is about to begin." Lu Su was also paying close attention. Below the venue, a stunningly beautiful woman slowly walked onto the auction stage. Dressed in a sexy cheapao, her curvaceous figure was outlined perfectly, seemingly exuding an invisible allure at all times. "Dear guests, welcome to the #1 trading company in the Demon City. I am the auctioneer for this event, Duan Yanen. This auction is a large-scale event held once every 10 years by the #1 trading company in the Demon City, and I hope all guests will not leave empty-handed." Duan Yanen revealed a proper smile, her voice extremely gentle, yet it resonated throughout the entire auction house as she lightly said, "I declare that this auction officially begins." Amidst thunderous applause, the first item for auction was slowly presented. Duan Yanen lifted the red cloth covering it and smiled. "The first item for auction is a villa property near the Beastmaster University in Magic City, with a total area of 825 square meters, complete with a courtyard, garden, swimming pool, and more. The starting price is 80 million, and each bid must not be less than 500,000. Guests, feel free to place your bids." As soon as her words fell, bids began to emerge from the first floor venue. 81 million, shouted a portly businessman. After he spoke, he looked around, seemingly waiting for others to bid. Some scoffed. In the territory of Magic City, especially near the university, to think one could secure a luxurious 825 square meter villa for 81 million was undoubtedly a pipe dream. More guests, however, showed little interest. It was just a villa property. Even if it was exceptionally luxurious, the location was still excellent. In terms of allure, it was far less appealing than those precious resources. 82 million. A clear voice suddenly rang out. The entire venue fell silent. Duan Yanen couldn't help but show a look of astonishment, unconsciously looking up and quickly saying, "Box no. 1, bidding 82 million. Is there anyone who wants to raise the bid?" The only response was silence. 82 million once, 82 million twice, 82 million 3 times. Sold. Duan Yanen concluded the auction with a slightly quickened pace, quickly adding, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box no. 1 for securing this luxurious 825 square meter villa at the price of 82 million. As her words fell, the silence in the venue was gradually broken. "It's actually box no. 1. Isn't box no. 1 of the Magic City First Commercial Bank always vacant? Even the Lu family of the Yulong family can only occupy box no. 2. It is rumored that box no. 1 is reserved for the royal family of the Xia Kingdom. Could it be that the one in box no. 1 is a direct descendant of the Xia royal family? Which prince or princess of the Xia Kingdom could it be? Even if box no. 1 is not from the Xia royal family, it must be a person of high status and power, very likely a powerful beast master. Just a villa property. Who would dare to bid against them? That would be courting death." The noisy voices continued to flow. "In box no. 2. Box no. 1 has actually been activated." Lu Su showed an excited expression and said, "The one in box no. 1 must be that revived top-tier breeder. Yes, the other party has awakened from slumber and probably has no place to stay, which is why they would bid on this property." "Servant." Lu Tianfeng's expression slightly changed as he took out a delicate wooden box from his spatial artifact, the box itself being of extraordinary value. Inside the wooden box was an extremely precious amethyst-level resource. "Please take this resource to the esteemed guest in box no. 1 and say, 'This is a gift from the Lu family,'" Lu Tianfeng said slowly. "In box no. 1. After successfully bidding for the luxurious villa, Liu couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. "Speaking of which, I really do lack a place to stay." Lu Yu's voice was clear as he chuckled. This villa is just the right specification. However, to secure a luxurious 825 square meter villa for only 82 million is indeed a small advantage for Principal Duan. Given the skyrocketing real estate prices in Magic City, especially for luxurious villas near the university, it was certainly not cheaper than commercial properties. This luxurious standalone villa, just in terms of area, was equivalent to 8 mythical pet shops. The courtyard, garden, swimming pool, and so on were calculated separately. Lu Yu took a glance and found that this luxurious villa was very close to the mythical pet shop. As soon as he stepped out of the commercial street, he could reach the villa area. Lu Yu immediately realized that this villa was probably intentionally arranged by Duan Shanghua. If I'm not mistaken, this villa should belong to the Duan family, right? Lu Yu chuckled softly. Manager Lu truly has a discerning eye. This standalone villa is indeed part of the Duan family's property. The villa you purchased is the best in the entire villa area. Duan Shanghua laughed heartily. It's just a villa worth no more than 200 million. For the Duan family, it's nothing. If it weren't for Manager Lu, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the dominator level. The Duan family is currently in a period of continuous expansion, all thanks to Manager Lu. Then I shall not be polite, Lu Yu said with a light smile. Just as Duan Shanghua said, it was just a villa. Moreover, it was in the form of an auction, a half-sell, half-gift donation. Such exchanges of favors need not be taken to heart. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. A servant entered, holding a wooden box, his demeanor respectful. The servant's gaze remained lowered, not daring to look up. What is it? Duan Shanghua slightly raised his eyes, his voice deep. A distinguished guest from Box No. 2 has instructed me to deliver a gift, the servant said, bowing as he raised the wooden box, slowly adding, that distinguished guest said this is a meeting gift from the Lu family. Then accept it, Lu Yu said, revealing an interested expression. As the servant placed the wooden box on the table, he subtly moved his thoughts. A wave of mental energy emanated from him, directly opening the wooden box. Instantly, the entire Tianyi private room was filled with an incredibly pure life aura. It's actually a purple crystal level resource, leaf source crystal. Duan Shanghua's mouth twitched, barely suppressing his laughter, and exclaimed, in the vast Lu family, only a few possess the authority over purple crystal level resources. It seems this leaf source crystal must have been sent by the current head of the Lu family, Lu Tianfeng. This truly is a heavy gift, Lu Yu said with great interest, looking at the upright servant, and said loudly, please tell the guest from Box No. 2 that I am very satisfied with the meeting gift he sent. Yes, the servant respectfully bowed, visibly relieved, and then slowly retreated. Lu Yu casually put away the leaf source crystal. The purple crystal level resource leaf source crystal is a resource suitable for plant type and life type beast tamers. A top level cultivator usually contracts life type beasts to better assist in nurturing them. Lu Tianfeng sending a leaf source crystal logically makes perfect sense. It would definitely not be a mistake. However, Lu Tianfeng would never have thought that the person receiving the leaf source crystal was not the top-level cultivator he imagined, but rather the abandoned child of the Lu family in his eyes. Lu Yu directly handed the leaf source crystal to An Yu. The potential level of the ancient life tree is at the Holy Spirit level 5. A purple crystal level resource cannot raise the potential level of the ancient life tree by even one tier. The only function of this leaf source crystal is to enhance the foundation of the ancient life tree. In Lu Yu's view, every bit of accumulated foundation is crucial. The guests in the third-floor private room are all representatives of prominent families from the Xia country, or they are dominator-level beast tamers themselves, so they naturally can know some information in advance, Duan Shanghua sighed. As one of the dragon-taming families, the Lu family's main house is located in the heart of Modu, and Box No. 2 has always been prepared for the Lu family. Even dominator-level beast tamers can only be in the private rooms after Box No. 3. It seems Lu Tianfeng must have analyzed something but did not connect the top-level cultivator of the auction's finale with Manager Lu. With Duan Shanghua's experience, he naturally saw through Lu Tianfeng's actions. This gift is quite nice, Lu Yu said with a smile. I will eventually express my gratitude to Lu Tianfeng in person. Duan Shanghua couldn't help but chuckle. This Manager Lu really has a twisted sense of humor. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. If Lu Tianfeng were to find out that a piece of amethyst-level resource worth at least 1 billion, incredibly precious, was given as a meeting gift to a discarded child who was sworn enemies with the Lu family, Duan Shanghua couldn't contain his amusement, thinking, even with Lu Tianfeng's almost tyrannical personality, he would surely be furious, right? In the Tianzi No. 2 private room, did that esteemed guest in the Tianyi private room really say they were very satisfied with this meeting gift? Lu Tianfeng exclaimed, his expression filled with surprise. Yes, the attendant replied respectfully. That's wonderful. Lu Tianfeng laughed heartily. Besides that, did the esteemed guests say anything else? They didn't say anything, the attendant replied. Lu Su suddenly asked, can you describe that esteemed guest in the Tianyi private room? Regarding the privacy of the esteemed guest, I must beg your pardon, the attendant said, neither servile nor overbearing. That's fine, you may leave, Lu Tianfeng said. Once the attendant left, Lu Tianfeng's expression slightly darkened. Suer, a top-tier cultivator, their status is at least comparable to that of a Holy Spirit level. Even though our Lu family is one of the dragon sovereign families, we absolutely do not wish to be at odds with them. A piece of amethyst-level resource, no matter how valuable, can only be considered a meeting gift, Lu Tianfeng said solemnly. Remember, you must not have any thoughts of probing. That top-tier cultivator, our Lu family can only befriend. We must never oppose them. Do you understand? I understand, Lu Su quickly replied. He naturally realized the seriousness of the situation. Just like the national divine dragon, which towers above the three major dragon sovereign families, a top-tier cultivator is certainly not someone the dragon sovereign families can afford to offend. There's no need to rush, Lu Tianfeng said calmly, with a light smile. Using the amethyst-level resource Yeyuan crystal as a meeting gift has already left a good impression on that top-tier cultivator. Next, as long as we gradually befriend them, we will eventually establish a stable relationship. Compared to my father, there are still many areas where I need to learn, Lu Su couldn't help but sigh. Sir, I believe that when you ascend to the position of family head, you will surely surpass me, Lu Tianfeng said with a look of satisfaction, slowly adding, my greatest expectation for you now is that after you successfully bid for the final pet cub, you can quickly merge the 3S level dragon shadow talents. Then, you can step on that discarded Lu Yu. Can you do it? Not only that, I will also become the disciple of that top-tier cultivator, making the relationship between the Lu family and that top-tier cultivator even closer. Lu Su's eyes brightened as he said, the Lu family will eventually rise above the Lu family and the Gu family. Perhaps even the dragon sovereign families of the Divine Eagle Kingdom will have to crawl under the might of the Lu family. As for Lu Yu, he will eventually become a stepping stone. I no longer regard him highly. Good spirit, Lu Tianfeng laughed heartily. Even if I were to hand the Lu family over to you right now, I would feel at ease. I have just broken through to the daylight level, and there are still many shortcomings, Lu Su humbly said. The position of family head in the Lu family should only be held by my father. That is the best for the Lu family. Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su exchanged glances, both revealing smiles. It was a harmonious scene of father and son. At the auction venue, several extremely rare platinum-level resources were successively auctioned off for tens of millions. The atmosphere in the entire venue instantly heated up. During this time, the guests in the dizzy private room made several bids, but they were all tentative, not competing too fiercely with the guests in the first floor hall. To be able to enter the dizzy private room, one must at least be a representative of a king-level family. For example, Luo Tianyan represented the Luo family and attended in the Dizzy No. 28 private room. If not from a prominent family, one must at least be at the 10th level of the solar system realm and possess sufficient social status. Guests in the Earth-class private rooms, even if platinum-level resources are rare, have channels to purchase them. Only those precious diamond-level resources can attract guests in the Earth-class private rooms to spend lavishly to bid for them. As for the guests in the Heaven-class private rooms, they have never placed a bid even once. To enter the Heaven-class private room, one must either represent a prominent family like the Dragon Royal family or the Elf family, or have a personal realm of at least the 7th level of the Monarch. For guests of this level, bidding on some amethyst-level resources to cultivate more Monarch-level combat power, or even seeking a breakthrough to the Overlord level, is the only goal. The 3 major Dragon Royal families, the 3 major Elf families, and many prominent families within the Xia Kingdom have already received the information in advance, and will not waste their prepared bidding funds at a large auction. The goal of these prominent families is only the final highlight auction item. The atmosphere in the Earth-class and Heaven-class private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors is somewhat heavy. Only in the 1st floor hall, many guests at the star level, moon level, and even solar level, who possess certain strength and social status, will stir the atmosphere to a fever pitch under the stimulation of the platinum-level resources up for auction. Next, we have a rather special auction item, Duan Yanan said softly. As the item was presented, the red cloth was lifted. Inside the spatial container, many withered bones could be vaguely seen. So many withered bones, there must be at least hundreds, right? Could they be used for the cultivation of necromantic pets? The aura of these withered bones is very weak. According to the stage of the auction, it should be time to bid for diamond-level resources, right? Even if there are hundreds of withered bones, their combined value could never compare to a diamond-level resource. Miss Yanan, stop keeping us in suspense. quickly tell us what the mystery of these withered bones is." A wave of noise arose. It seems that all the guests are quite puzzled. Duan Yin looked at the lively venue, pointed to the spatial container in front of her, and said, "Inside the spatial container, there are a total of 328 withered bones, all of which are the remains of ancient ferocious beasts. These withered bones belong to various species, but without exception, they all possess either strong or weak dragon bloodlines within them. You should have guessed by now, right? That's right. These withered bones are all fossils from the ancient era, belonging to the dinosaur clan." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire venue was in shock. What the hell? Fossils of dinosaurs from the ancient era? The dinosaur clan is said to be the result of the Divine Creation Research Institute of the Beast Emperor Empire from the last epoch. The three most powerful types of dinosaurs, the winged dragon, Tyrannosaurus rex, and sea emperor dragon, are all overlord level 10th tier when fully grown. Fully grown and already at overlord level 10th tier? Isn't that comparable to divine dragons? What do you think? That's the Divine Creation Research Institute. The initiator of the Divine Creation Plan even created a demon god. If these are truly fossils of the dinosaur clan, their research value alone is definitely not inferior to a diamond-level resource. In fact, it could be comparable to amethyst-level resources. Research value? That's of no use to us. I wonder if those prominent families will participate in the bidding? The entire first-floor hall was buzzing with excitement. Duan Yinin was undoubtedly very satisfied with the guests' reactions. In the spatial container, there is one skeleton each of the three strongest dinosaur species, the winged dragon, Tyrannosaurus rex, and sea god dragon. Duan Yinin said softly, "In addition, there are also lower-tier ancient dinosaur remains such as the Stegosaurus, armored dragon, and flame demon dragon. Many ancient dinosaur remains are naturally included. The starting bid is 200 million. Each bid must not be less than 5 million. Guests, please feel free to bid." Duan Yinin looked at the venue. Many guests, despite their enthusiastic emotions, did not place any bids. The starting price of 200 million was enough to scare off most of the guests. Most of the guests in the hall on the first floor did not have such wealth. 250 million. A refined and elegant beast master at the Yao level immediately called out. Lu Yoxin, an associate professor at Magic City University, was naturally very interested in the ancient dinosaur bones. Moreover, among them were the remains of three of the strongest dinosaur species. In terms of value, it might even exceed the starting price by several times. 210 million. A voice rang out. The entire venue fell silent again. The Tanny box is bidding again? That big shot in the Tanny box is actually so interested in the fossils of ancient dinosaurs? The one who started the bidding seems to be Lu Yoxin, the associate professor from Magic City University. Will he continue to compete? Amidst the noise, Lu Yoxin slowly fell silent. He had no confidence to compete with the esteemed guest from the Tianyi box. In terms of financial power and status, he was certainly inferior to the other party. Why bother in vain? If he angered the other party, even if it was just a little anger, he wouldn't even need the other party to speak. There would be plenty of sycophants who would, in order to please the other party, deal with him harshly. 210 million once, 210 million twice, 210 million three times. Sold. Duan Yinin smiled and said, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest of the Tianyi box for winning the bid for the remains of 328 ancient dinosaur species in the space container." So there really was no competition? That's the Tianyi box. Their identity is incredibly mysterious. Who would dare to offend them easily? Not to mention that the starting price was just for the dinosaur remains of 200 million. Even resources worth over 1 billion in amethyst grade would probably see little competition, right? Isn't the #1 auction house in Magic City owned by the Duan family? It seems the Duan family is going to suffer a huge loss this time. Short-sighted. It's just a bit of money. If they can befriend the other party, what does it matter if the Duan family loses tens of billions? As the space container was moved away, the next auction item was presented. This was a diamond-grade metal resource, with a starting price of 90 million, attracting guests from the Dizzy box to join the bidding. 100 million, 120 million, 160 million. In the end, this diamond-grade metal resource was sold for 180 million. Next, there were many diamond-grade resources up for auction. The Tianyi box continued to bid several times, successfully winning the auction without any suspense. That esteemed guest from the Tianyi box seems to have a particular fondness for fire, life, dark, and mental resources. The diamond-grade resource can already rank in the top 50 on the Blue Star list. Other life, dark, and mental resources are also quite valuable. Could it be that the other party has contracted beasts of these four attributes? Many guests were puzzled. They speculated about the identity of the esteemed guest in the Tianyi box. Box No. 2. Damn it! Lusu clenched his fists, his brows furrowed, and said, that top breeder's senior actually values Lu Yu so highly. If nothing unexpected happens, the resources for dark, fire, and life attributes he bids for are all prepared for Lu Yu. Suor, calm down. Lu Tianfeng said in a deep voice, Lu Yu is indeed the one who knows the top breeder the earliest, but you still have a chance. With your 3S level talents, when you visit that top breeder in the future, you will surely be appreciated. Besides, it's just some diamond grade resources. What impact can they have? Father, you are right. Lu Su calmed down and said, it's just diamond grade resources, I can easily obtain them. Even if it was given to Lu Yu, it wouldn't affect anything. However, Father, weren't you using Yi Yuanjing as a meeting gift? If that senior were to give Yi Yuanjing to Lu Yu, wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? No problem. Lu Tianfeng said loudly, after all, it's just a piece of purple crystal level resource. Even if it is really given to Lu Yu, our Lu family is a dragon riding family. In front of that top-level cultivator, we should show generosity. Only then can we better demonstrate the value of cooperation. I see. Lu Su fell into deep thought. As the auction continued, over 100 platinum-level resources and dozens of diamond-level resources were auctioned off one after another. Up to now, not a single item had gone unsold. 3 items were presented to the auction stage in succession. As the red cloth of the first item was unveiled, a bright green strange fire was revealed, constantly rising and falling in its container. Now up for auction is a purple crystal level strange fire. This is the first strange fire, the bright green poison flame, ranked 10th on the Blue Star strange fire list. Duan Yinan chuckled, the bright green poison flame is the only poison type strange fire on the Blue Star strange fire list. I won't elaborate too much, as I'm sure everyone knows the value of the bright green poison flame. The starting price is 800 million, and each bid must not be less than 50 million. The venue fell silent. The starting price, 800 million. Given the value of the bright green poison flame, this starting price is quite normal. However, none of the guests in the first floor hall could afford it. Indeed, the bright green poison flame ranks 10th on the Blue Star strange fire list. Among purple crystal level strange fires, it ranks at the bottom, but it is by no means something that ordinary star level, dark moon level, or even sun level beast masters can afford to bid on. Many guests couldn't help but look towards the Tiani box. That mysterious noble guest seemed very interested in strange fires. Would they participate in the bidding? 1 billion. A voice rang out. The entire venue shook. That noble guest in the Tiani box has indeed placed a bid. A guest exclaimed. 1 billion. A bidding voice came from box 2. 2 billion. The Tiani box bid again. 5 billion. A dignified voice came from box 18. 2 billion. As the Tiani box placed another bid, the venue fell silent. The bright green poison flame, ranked 10th on the Blue Star strange fire list, a purple crystal level strange fire. The price of 2 billion had already reached the peak. 2 billion once, 2 billion twice, 2 billion 3 times. Sold. Duan Yinan declared, congratulations to the noble guest in the Tiani box for winning the bright green poison flame. Immediately, Duan Yinan unveiled the second red cloth. Inside the container, a deep purple strange fire swayed slightly, seemingly releasing a rumbling thunder, as if it wanted to completely shatter the spatial container. Ranked 6th on the Blue Star strange fire list, the purple cloud thunder fire. Duan Yinan said gently, this strange fire doesn't need much introduction. The starting price is 1 billion, and each bid must not be less than 50 million. 2 billion. A gentle voice came through. Although the tone couldn't be distinguished, it directly offered a bid of 2 billion. The noble guest in the Tiani box has bid again. Duan Yinan's eyes brightened. The Tiani box has directly bid 2 billion. Are there any other guests who want to bid? 2 billion. The dignified voice from box 18 rang out again. 8 billion. That gentle voice came again. The Tiani box bids 8 billion. Duan Yinan said excitedly, the price is 8 billion. Are there any other guests who want to bid? 8 billion once, 8 billion twice. Sold. Duan Yinan immediately said. With both purple crystal level strange fires being auctioned off to the Tiani box, Duan Yinan lifted the third red cloth. Instantly, the entire venue trembled. It's actually the evil demon flame, ranked 4th on the. This is the top tier purple crystal level. If it undergoes further transformation, it could even rival the third-ranked Qinglian Holy Fire. This auction truly lives up to its reputation. To catch a glimpse of the legendary evil demon flame in person, this trip is worth it. Many guests were extremely excited. On the top 3, and are all legendary, and it's impossible to encounter them. Even the 4th-ranked evil demon flame is nearly a legend, especially since the end of the last era, when the demon realm opened to the world. On the vast, most of the demon power has been devoured by the demon realm. The evil demon flame, based on demon power, is nearly extinct on the current. It can only be born in the depths of the demon realm with a very small probability. Many scholars even claim that the evil demon flame can be removed from the. No one could have predicted that the evil demon flame would appear at this large auction. Fourth on the evil demon flame. Duan Yinen glanced at it and quickly withdrew her gaze, not daring to look any longer. According to legend, the evil demon flame can burn all souls and easily create a realm of demon flames. Starting bid is 2 billion, and each bid must increase by no less than 100 million. Duan Yinen quickly said, "Please, guests, place your bids." 3 billion. A familiar gentle voice came again. 1 billion. In box 18, Duguzhang frowned tightly and directly raised the bid. As a 10th-tier king-level powerhouse, Duguzhang's beast-taming talent is the A-level Moonflame. All 6 of the contracted beasts he has are fire-type. He came to this auction specifically to bid for. Although the king-level fire-type beasts he contracted cannot directly refine, he can allow his contracted fire-type pets to gradually comprehend the flame laws of and slowly absorb the flame source power emitted by. Duguzhang never expected that the distinguished guests in Box Tianyi would continuously participate in the bidding, seemingly wanting to acquire all 3 incredibly precious purple crystal level. "Have you found out?" Duguzhang looked at the guard beside him and said coldly, "Who exactly is in Box Tianyi?" The guard was sweating profusely and whispered, "I only found out a little." "Speak." Duguzhang's expression was cold. The distinguished guest in Box Tianyi is suspected to be the provider of the auction's finale item. The guard trembled as he said, "There are rumors that the finale items of this auction are all highly potential pet cubs. So, the guest in Box Tianyi is very likely to be a top-tier breeder who has been sleeping since the last era." "What did you say?" Duguzhang's expression changed drastically as he grabbed the guard by the neck and violently lifted him up, his body burning with an incredibly cold moonlight flame. "Master!" The guard's face was filled with pain. "Are you sure the other party is a top-tier breeder?" Duguzhang was extremely furious and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? If a top-tier breeder competes with us, the entire Dugu family might be completely destroyed under their wrath. Do you understand the seriousness of the situation?" He casually threw the nearly unconscious guard aside, his face filled with panic. As the current head of the Dugu family, even though there is a supreme-level combat power left by an ancestor in the family, Duguzhang couldn't imagine the devastating consequences if the Dugu family offended a top-tier breeder. 7 billion. A voice came again from Box Tianyi. Duguzhang remained silent for a long time, ultimately not daring to raise the bid again. 7 billion once, 7 billion twice, 7 billion 3 times. Sold. Duan Yanin exclaimed excitedly, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest in the Tianyi private room for bidding 7 billion for this precious evil demon flame." The price of 7 billion slightly exceeds the value of the evil demon flame. Duguzhang pondered for a moment, suppressing the pain in his heart, and took out a container, within which was a dazzling golden, gently swaying. Duguzhang took a deep breath, handed the container to the attendant, and said solemnly, "Deliver this to the esteemed guest in the Tianyi private room, and say it is an apology." "Do you understand?" "Understood." The attendant slightly bowed. However, his eyes trembled continuously. He knew that the esteemed guest in the Tianyi private room was clearly an 18-year-old youth. The Lu family of the Dragon Emperor clan and the Dugu family, a dominant family, had successively sent gifts and apologies. In terms of value, they were all absurdly high. Tianyi private room. Luyu looked at the 4 types of in the container. He couldn't help but smile. Jiao Green Poison Flame, Purple Sky Thunder Fire, Evil Demon Flame. Luyu was in a great mood, secretly thinking, as for the 4th type of, it turns out to be the Ditsung Jin Rongyan sent by Duguzhang, the head of the Dugu family, as an apology, ranked 7th on the blue star list. He directly put away the 4 types of. In the beast space, Chirp the heavenly fire phoenix made a clear cry. It directly devoured the 4 types of purple crystal. As the purple mist continuously absorbed and refined, many impurities were expelled, such as the extreme poison of the Jiao Green Poison Flame and the demonic essence of the Evil Demon Flame, which were directly rejected. The source of the heavenly fire phoenixes was the Xianyao Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire. Powers like extreme poison and demons were unnecessary for the Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire. The extreme poison, thunder, metal, and other sources were directly transformed into a crystal stone. No. Luyu's mind moved slightly, handing the demon crystal to the dark prison demon dragon. Roar! Noel was very pleased and directly devoured the demon crystal. Luyu couldn't help but chuckle. Noel was indeed simple-minded. The demon crystal expelled by the heavenly fire phoenix was also delicious. As for the other resources he bid for, he distributed them one by one to his contracted beasts. The entire beast space was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Manager Lu, Duan Shangwa said with a smile, "It seems Dugu Zhang has found out something, so he didn't dare to compete with you." "I don't mind the normal bidding at the auction," Liu said casually, smiling. "If Dugu Zhang wants to apologize to me and I refuse, he would be even more anxious, right? It's better to accept it directly. It would put him at ease." With Manager Lu's vision, he indeed wouldn't care about a little competition, Duan Shangwa sighed. He knew that the pet cubs Lu Yu sold were worth much more than purple crystal resources. The selling price was only 3 million, almost like giving it away. How could he care about a little money? "I do need some different," Lu Yu said casually. The resources used by his contracted beasts were mostly, and the importance of resources could not be ignored. For example, the 4 types of refined by the Heavenly Fire Phoenix could greatly enhance the Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire after refinement. The level of the Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire was Xian Yao. Ordinary resources might not have much effect. The Evil Demon Flame, Sung Jin Rongyan, Purple Sky Thunder Fire, and even the Jiao Green Poison Flame ranked 10th, were all born on Blue Star, essentially sharing the same source as the Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire, and could instead achieve effects close to resources. As the fused increased, Lu Yu could even foresee, when the Emperor Phoenix Heavenly Fire was fully completed, the potential level of the Heavenly Fire Phoenix will also break through the Saint Spirit 10th stage, truly reaching the demigod level. 3 types of purple crystal level. The final transaction price, 8.5 billion. Before this, Lu Yu also bid on several diamond-level resources, and a luxurious villa, 328 ancient dinosaur remains. The total price is nearly 10 billion. However, Lu Yu's balance is only 7 billion. Theoretically, it is simply not enough to pay. Yet Lu Yu doesn't care at all. His demeanor remains unchanged as he chats and laughs with Duan Shangwa. This large auction, even the finale item, was directly provided by him. Compared to the finale item, some purple crystal level resources are simply nothing. As long as he waits for the auction to end, he can deduct it from the transaction amount. Next, Lu Yu even made multiple bids. He consecutively bid on 2 types of Dark System purple crystal level resources, 3 types of Life System purple crystal level resources, and 2 types of Mental System purple crystal level resources. The total price exceeds 17 billion. Is this what it feels like to spend money? Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, secretly thinking, "I actually spent 27 billion without realizing it." Such a huge amount of funds, if used to cultivate a genius with S-level talent, could completely nurture them to the King 10th stage step by step. Yet Lu Yu is indifferent. The Heavenly Fire Phoenix Xylan, the best growth route right now is to absorb all on the Blue Star list, perfecting the flame origin to the extreme. The Dark Prison Demon Dragon Noel, if it absorbs many different characteristics of Dark System and Dragon System resources, can also perfect Noel's origin power, thus allowing its potential level to break through to the demigod level. As for the ancient life tree Anyu, purple crystal level life system resources are ultimately just icing on the cake. What Anyu truly needs is undoubtedly an extremely precious red star level resource, comparable to Dark Prison Dragon's essence. Only then can the potential level of the ancient life tree reach the same level as the Heavenly Fire Phoenix and the Dark Prison Demon Dragon. The Heavenly Guardian Phantom? Little Tianyin doesn't need too much cultivation for now. Purple crystal level mental system resources, combined with the origin power of the Soul Kingdom, are enough to continuously enhance Little Tianyin's foundation. For Little Tianyin, breaking through the day level is not difficult at all. Once she breaks through, her strength may even surpass Xylan and Noel. Lu Yu pondered deeply. After winning these purple crystal level resources, Lu Yu asked Duan Shangwa to try to gather the powerful from the Blue Star list, and even from the list of various realms. In addition, there are also those precious resources of different characteristics from the Dark System, Dragon System, and Life System. In Box No. 2, Lu Su has been closely watching the progress of the auction. A total of 3 types of purple crystal level, 2 types of purple crystal level Dark System resources, 3 types of purple crystal level Life System resources. A total of 8 purple crystal level resources, worth over 20 billion. Are these resources all prepared for Lu Yu? Lu Su clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. That top cultivation master actually has such high hopes for a mere discarded piece. Lu Tianfun's expression was also extremely solemn. From beginning to end, as long as it was the bid from Box No. 1, he had never competed. Although the Lu family also has a considerable demand for Fire System, Dark System, Life System, and Mental System purple crystal level resources, especially for the 3 types of purple crystal level, Lu Tianfeng was very tempted. The contracted pet he has is a red dragon from the royal family, which evolved into a crimson flame giant dragon after bloodline regression, with both realm and potential at the King 10th stage. If he had the 3 types of purple crystal level, the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon might even have the chance to break through to the Overlord level. Even so, Lu Tianfeng had no intention of competing. He was afraid of provoking the top cultivation master's displeasure, thus putting the Lu family in opposition to him. A total of 8 types of purple crystal level resources. Lu Tianfeng's gaze was solemn as he slowly said, "Without a doubt, these resources are all prepared for Lu Yu. If Lu Yu becomes that senior's disciple, then these 8 types of purple crystal level resources would make complete sense." Damn it! A despicable discarded child can actually become a disciple of a top-tier nurturing master? Lu Su seethed with anger, but more than that, he couldn't hide his jealousy, coldly saying, "Lu Yu, you really are lucky. If Lu Yu becomes the disciple of a top-tier nurturing master, our Lu family cannot easily take action against him before we completely establish a good relationship with that top-tier nurturing master." Lu Tianfeng glanced at Lu Su and said solemnly, "Suer, you usually have a calm demeanor, but at critical moments, you can't control your emotions. You need to learn to endure. Between the Dragon Clan and a despicable discarded child, I believe that top-tier nurturing master will definitely make the right choice." All right, Lu Su gradually calmed down. Deep inside, however, boundless jealousy was churning. Lu Tianfeng patted Lu Su's shoulder and looked out through the floor-to-ceiling window at the auction venue. "The finale auction item is about to make its appearance," Lu Tianfeng said slowly. At the auction venue, many guests were wide-eyed. As expected of the first commercial firm in Magic City, the large-scale auction held once every 10 years has actually featured 37 types of purple crystal level resources. Who is the esteemed guest in Box Tianyi? They directly bid on 10 extremely precious purple crystal level resources. The other esteemed guests in the Tian character boxes seem to be intentionally avoiding bidding conflicts with Box Tianyi. Those in the Tian character box are either representatives of major forces or king-level beast masters, and even a few overlord-level figures are actively avoiding them. This is simply unprecedented. These 10 types of purple crystal level resources, in terms of value, add up to at least over 30 billion. Yet the esteemed guest in Box Tianyi only spent over 20 billion to acquire them all. Wait, in past large-scale auctions, the evil demon flame was always the finale item. The auction has progressed to this point, and there hasn't even been a finale item yet. What the hell? The evil demon flame, ranked 4th on the second only to the Qinglian sacred fire, can't even be the finale item? The entire venue was in an uproar. Duan Yinan maintained her composure, revealing a slight smile, but inside, she was overwhelmed with shock. She had just learned about the finale auction item and took a long time to digest the shock in her heart. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and slowly said, "Dear guests, the regular auction segment has ended. What is about to be presented is the finale auction item of this large-scale auction. There are a total of 5 finale auction items. Now, we will begin bidding on the first finale auction item." As her voice fell, many guests were fixated, staring at the auction stage. Several guests even stood up in excitement. Most of the guests in the first floor hall didn't even have the qualifications to bid on purple crystal level resources, let alone the finale auction items that were clearly worth far more than purple crystal level resources. This did not hinder their curiosity about the preciousness of the finale auction items. As the red cloth was unveiled, many guests showed deep astonishment. What is this? A worm? Didn't they say the auction for the finale item was starting now? What the hell is this worm? Using a worm as the finale of the auction? The guests present were dumbfounded. With their experience, they simply couldn't comprehend the situation at that moment. In the right-side seats of the first floor hall, a young man was incredibly astonished. Luo Beiqian looked at the worm in the container on the auction stage, and that sense of familiarity grew stronger. "Dad," Luo Beiqian's voice trembled, "is that worm the one from the mythical pet shop? Is there any other possibility?" Luo Yan's expression was filled with shock, yet his lips curled into an indescribable bitterness. "Wasn't it said that the price for this earthworm pet beast is only 3 million? Luo Beiqian's face froze, and he stammered, "Why has it become the finale item of the auction? The highest transaction price for the previous items even reached over 4 billion. Is this earthworm's value even higher?" Since attending the auction, Luo Beiqian had gained a lot of knowledge and witnessed many incredibly precious amethyst-level resources. Luo Yan had even spent 30 million to acquire a very rare pet beast, Rock Soil Affection, which had a clear evolution path and could potentially evolve to the 10th tier of the Sun phase. Luo Beiqian had begun to imagine how glorious it would be after contracting Rock Soil Affection at school. But when he saw that familiar earthworm on the auction stage, appearing as the finale item, Luo Beiqian truly realized what he had missed. Beiqian. Luo Yin gently patted Luo Beiqian's shoulder, his expression complex as he said, "If you hadn't done something foolish back then, perhaps you could have contracted this earthworm. At a price of 3 million, you could have contracted a pet beast cub worth at least several billion. This would have been the greatest opportunity of your life, but you missed it." Luo Beiqian's body trembled, his teeth clenched tightly. Yet no matter what, he could not suppress the regret in his heart. A pet beast cub worth several billion. Luo Beiqian murmured, "If I could contract it, I could at least become a king-level beast master in the future, right? Such a high-priced pet beast cub is usually only qualified to be bid on by overlord-level beast masters or those great families that have existed for hundreds or even thousands of years." Luo Yin shook his head and said, "If you could contract it, I wouldn't be surprised if you became an overlord level in the future. Old man, is there any chance to make it right?" Luo Beiqian gritted his teeth. "Impossible." Luo Yin said solemnly, "You must not entertain any thoughts of making it right, and definitely do not disturb that shopkeeper at the mythical pet store. Do you understand?" Luo Beiqian lowered his head and agreed. His tightly clenched fists and trembling body revealed his emotions. What rock-soil affection? The evolution path to the 10th tier of the sun phase? Luo Yin lamented, "I could have contracted a heavenly rock true dragon." Dear guests, Duan Yan'an revealed a faint smile and said softly, "As you can see, the first finale item is an incredibly precious pet beast cub with limitless potential." The guests exchanged glances, feeling it was absurd and utterly bewildered. An earthworm. Incredibly precious, limitless potential? Dear guests, please remain calm. Duan Yan'an noticed the many skeptical gazes but was unfazed, chuckling lightly. This earthworm, since it can serve as the finale item of this large auction, is certainly not an ordinary existence. This earthworm carries a trace of the heavenly rock true dragon's bloodline. From box 57 on the second floor, a voice of doubt arose. "Miss Duan, indeed, the bloodline of a true dragon can be compared to that of a divine dragon. Especially in this current era where true dragons have long since vanished, this trace of the heavenly rock true dragon's bloodline is undoubtedly extremely rare. However, if it is just a trace of true dragon blood, how can it qualify to be the finale item?" From box 69, another voice chimed in. "Miss Duan, may I ask what the potential level of this earthworm-shaped pet beast cub is? If it does not have overlord-level potential, it cannot qualify as the finale." Potential level? Duan Yan'an said with a hint of a smile, "I can tell you plainly, this earthworm pet beast cub has a potential level of Awakening Tier 1. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire venue erupted. Awakening Tier 1 potential, becoming the finale item at a large auction? Is the Magic City Trading Company out of their minds? Are they trying to play tricks on all the guests present? The box with the Earth character and the box with the Heaven character are both occupied by those who wield immense power. How dare the Magic City Trading Company offend us like this? I thought this earthworm had some special quality. What bloodline of the heavenly rock true dragon? Its potential level is only awakening stage 1, isn't that just pure garbage?" In the Earth character box No. 69, a voice filled with suppressed anger rang out. "Miss Duan, are you toying with us? Please calm down." Duan Yan'an remained composed, chuckling lightly. "Let me finish speaking." She surveyed the surroundings, her calm demeanor gradually silencing the venue. Even the guests in the Earth character box ceased their questioning. Do you all know that the bloodline of the heavenly rock true dragon is comparable to that of the top divine dragons? If we talk about potential levels, the potential of the heavenly rock true dragon must be at the Holy Spirit level. Duan Yan'an said softly, "Such a powerful bloodline, how could it be contained within an adult mudworm that has only awakened to stage 1? By common sense, even a trace of the heavenly rock true dragon's bloodline would be enough to burst the mudworm's body apart." Many guests showed thoughtful expressions. They had not had time to consider this before, but now, hearing Duan Yan'an's words, they suddenly understood. Right, how could a mudworm carry the bloodline of the heavenly rock true dragon? Logically speaking, even a trace of true dragon bloodline would be enough to create a sub-dragon species with daylight-level potential. Could this mudworm have some special quality? At this moment, "Miss Duan, please stop keeping us in suspense." A calm voice came from the Heaven character box No. 3. Duan Yan'an's expression suddenly became serious. She knew that the esteemed guest in Heaven character box No. 3 was a true overlord-level beast master. In the entire Xia country, an overlord-level beast master had already reached the pinnacle. Even the head of the dragon riding family, Lu Tianfeng, could not hold an equal status with an overlord-level beast master if he left the territory of the Magic City. In the world of beast taming, strength is ultimately respected. In fact, this mudworm cub comes from the hands of a top-tier breeder. That trace of heavenly rock true dragon's bloodline was forcibly implanted into the body of the mudworm cub by that top-tier breeder. Duan Yanin said slowly. Indeed, a top-tier breeder. A shocked voice came from Heaven character box No. 3. Forcibly implanting true dragon bloodline. Such breeding techniques are truly hard to believe. However, I am puzzled as to why that senior would implant such a high-level bloodline into a mudworm. Naturally, only this mudworm can bring the bloodline of the heavenly rock true dragon to its fullest potential. Duan Yanin lifted the container holding the mudworm, her voice gradually rising, excitedly saying, "Dear guests, this mudworm is by no means an ordinary existence, but one of the highest potential pet cubs of this era. This mudworm, seemingly unremarkable, has been favored by the will of the realm, awakening a special growth-type talent, bloodline purification. The growth-type talent bloodline purification can infinitely purify the bloodline until the concentration reaches 100%. What seems like a trace of the heavenly rock true dragon's bloodline can be infinitely purified, allowing the mudworm to continuously evolve into a ground dragon, an earth dragon, and even evolve into a true heavenly rock true dragon. I won't elaborate too much on the uniqueness of the growth-type talent. This mudworm, which has awakened the growth-type talent bloodline purification, has a starting bid of 5 billion, and each bid must not be less than 100 million. I invite all guests to bid freely." This speech completely ignited the entire auction venue. The overwhelming amount of information left many guests feeling bewildered, confused, and shocked. It was silent for just a second. 5 billion. The Earth character box No. 69 immediately placed a bid. 6 billion. 6. 5 billion. 7 billion. The bidding price seemed to rise without limit. Inside the venue, Luo Beiqian took a deep breath, suddenly recalling the store manager's earlier account, feeling an uncanny familiarity. The initial price was merely 3 million. Now, the bids from various big shots were soaring, almost reaching the astronomical figure of 10 billion. "Dad!" Luo Beiqian's expression was filled with immense bitterness as he softly said, "Let's go." Luo Yan glanced deeply at the container on the auction stage, where the earthworm lay, and in just a few days, the earthworm that was priced at 3 million had its value skyrocketing to nearly 10 billion, giving him a surreal feeling. The departure of the father and son, Luo Yan and Luo Beiqian, went unnoticed among the excited guests. All the guests' attention was focused on the earthworm, filled with endless fervor. No one cared about the potential level of the earthworm itself anymore. Awakening level 1? So what? Whether it was the special growth-type talent or the perfectly compatible Tianyan true dragon bloodline, both were enough to make the earthworm's value reach an incredibly exaggerated level. Box No. 2. Lu Su's eyes were completely red. Special growth-type talent, bloodline purification, Tianyan true dragon bloodline? With the combination of both, this earthworm will definitely evolve into a true Tianyan true dragon, comparable to top divine dragon species and top demon dragon species. Lu Su stared intently at the earthworm on the auction stage, his body slightly trembling with excitement as he said, "The third S-level dragon shadow talent I awakened is the earth-type geomancy dragon shadow. If I can contract this earthworm and it evolves into a Tianyan true dragon in the future, my geomancy dragon shadow talent will also evolve to SS level. If I can strongly merge the SS level dragon shadow talent with the holy dragon shadow and golden dragon shadow, the probability of awakening an SSS level beast master talent will increase many times." "Sure," Lu Tianfeng said solemnly, "no matter the cost, we must win this earthworm at the auction." At this moment, the bidding price for the earthworm had already reached 8.9 billion. Such an exaggerated price was only being contested among the distinguished guests in box No. 1. Lu Su looked around the venue, his eyes filled with determination, and suddenly declared, 10 billion. The venue fell silent. 10 billion. Such a high price could even buy a piece of Crimson Star level resources. As for Xian Yao level resources, in this era, unless among many realms, it was impossible to find Xian Yao level resources. The initial spiritual energy revival of Blue Star did not meet the birth conditions for Xian Yao level resources. Only those powerful realms, like the Demon Realm and Dragon Realm, had a very few Xian Yao level resources. Even so, a price of 10 billion was already incredibly outrageous. The previous finale items at the Magic City auction had never reached such a sky-high price. Has the Lu family started bidding too? Right out of the gate, it's 10 billion, truly wealthy and extravagant. This earthworm is destined to evolve into a true dragon species. As a dragon-riding family, how can the Lu family resist such temptation? Even if they go bankrupt, the Lu family will still bid for it. It seems the Lu family is determined to have it. However, the dragon-riding families participating in this large auction are not just the Lu family. Box No. 7. Lu Yaohong was on a call. A phantom image unfolded before him. In the image, a dignified and handsome middle-aged man looked shocked and excited. Brother, if our Lu family can purchase this earthworm and evolve it into a Tianyan true dragon, the structure of the three major dragon riding families in Xia country will be completely changed. At that time, not to mention the three major dragon riding families in Xia country, even among the top 10 dragon riding families in Blue Star, the Lu family will take the lead. Lu Yaohong's expression was fervent as he said, I apply to activate the family's emergency plan, to expedite the sale and transfer of all assets, to gather all funds as quickly as possible. This heavenly rock true dragon can only be owned by our Lu family. Yao Hong, you did well. Lu Nan, the head of the Lu family, couldn't help but take a deep breath and said solemnly, I will gather the funds as quickly as possible. By then, the funds you bid with will reach at least 30 billion. You can bid freely. The future heavenly rock true dragon can only belong to our Lu family. Do you understand? I understand, Lu Yaohong replied immediately. As the communication ended, Lu Yaohong, with an inexplicable smile, said loudly, as a dragon ruling family, is the Lu family being too petty? They only offered 10 billion and dare to dream of winning the future heavenly rock true dragon? Lu Yaohong, what do you mean? Lu Tianfeng's cold voice came from box no. 2. I advise you not to interfere in this auction. Your Lu family is not worthy of owning a top-tier true dragon species. Why should I listen to you? Lu Yaohong sneered, I bid 15 billion. The entire venue was shocked. 15 billion? Such a sky-high price was astonishing. What shocked the guests even more was that the once closely knit dragon-ruling families, which had only a little competition, were now clashing head-on over the bidding for a mudworm. The esteemed guest in box no. 7 bids 15 billion. Duan Yinan showed an excited expression and said, is there any higher bid? 15 billion once. 15 billion twice. 16 billion. Lu Su quickly raised his bid. He gritted his teeth, his expression extremely grim. When attending the auction, the Lu family had only prepared 20 billion. Throughout the auction, the Lu family had not made any bids. According to common sense, with 20 billion in funds, it should be enough to bid for a divine dragon species pet. It must be known that due to the proud nature of the dragon race, a true divine dragon species would not easily form a contract. To contract a divine dragon species, the baseline is an S-level beast master talent, and it must be a core contract. Looking at the three major dragon ruling families, the younger generation of the Lu family had no one with an S-level talent. As for the Gu family's younger generation, only one direct descendant had awakened an S-level talent and had core contracted a top-tier giant dragon species. Even if they won the bid, they could not immediately contract it. Only Lu Su had an S-level talent Earth Vein Dragon Shadow, which could be core contracted again. But Lu Su never expected that the pet cub, as the finale auction item, was not some so-called divine dragon species, but a lowly mudworm. Even if this mudworm had endless potential and could evolve into a heavenly rock giant dragon with Holy Spirit level potential, it was still just a weak mudworm that anyone could contract. Due to the growth-type talent bloodline purification, it could even feed back to the Beast Master, purifying their Beast Master talent as well, ultimately evolving to SS level. Whoever could bid for this mudworm could ensure their family's prosperity for thousands of years. 20 billion? Completely insufficient. Only increasing the bid by 1 billion? It seems. Your Lu family hasn't prepared much funds at all. Lu Yaohong laughed wildly. If you really have no money, then just withdraw from the auction. I bid 20 billion. Damn it. Lu Su was furious. But suddenly, a wave of powerlessness surged over him. It seems he has already investigated. Lu Tianfeng frowned and said, Lu Yaohong should know that we only prepared 20 billion. Father, Lu Su gritted his teeth and said, what should we do now? Continue bidding, Lu Tianfeng said solemnly, for the heavenly rock true dragon, any so-called assets can be mortgaged or abandoned. As the current head of the Lu family, Lu Tianfeng naturally had the authority to make decisions. 20 billion. Duan Yanan's voice trembled slightly. She had hosted many auctions but had never seen such a sky-high price. 20 billion once, 20 billion twice, 20 billion 3 times. The small hammer was raised, about to fall. 22 billion. Lu Su gritted his teeth. Oh, are you going to mortgage your assets? Lu Yaohong seemed to tease, but his brows were tightly furrowed. He had been aggressively raising the price to force Lu Tianfeng to give up the bidding, but he didn't expect Lu Tianfeng to be so resolute. The funds prepared by the Lu family were only 20 billion. Bidding up to 22 billion meant Lu Tianfeng had made a decision. He was determined to acquire this mudworm. Even if it meant mortgaging assets, he had to win this mudworm. Lu Yaohong showed no sign of retreat and immediately said, 24 billion. Lu Su hesitated. He had never managed such a huge sum of money. Leave it to me, Lu Tianfeng said in a deep voice. The Lu family's liquid assets cannot be more than ours. The only possibility is that the Lu family has also decided to sell or mortgage their assets. Father, Lu Su took a deep breath and said, if I can contract this mudworm, I will definitely evolve it into a Tianyan true dragon. Even the Lu family will only become a vassal of our Lu family. I believe in you. Lu Tianfeng revealed a slight smile and said, competing for family assets? Among the 3 great dragon families, our Lu family's assets are the largest. 26 billion. Lu Tianfeng said in a deep voice, Lu Yaohong, do you want to continue competing? Why not compete? Lu Yaohong shook his head and said, head of the Lu family, I respect you, but the Tianyan true dragon can only belong to the Lu family. His eyes were filled with determination. Among the 3 great dragon families, the Lu family was already in decline. In the younger generation, both the Lu and Gu families had direct descendants awakening S-level beast taming talents. Only the Lu family had not produced a single S-level talent in the new generation. Lu Luochan's beast taming talent had evolved to S-level, but it was contrary to the Lu family's interests. Behind Lu Luochan was the hegemonic beast master Duan Shanghua, and even more so, the incredibly mysterious shopkeeper. Thinking of that shopkeeper, Lu Yaohong felt a shiver. No wonder he can casually cultivate 3 top dragons with direct bloodlines of divine dragons. The top breeder who can cultivate mudworms must be that shopkeeper. Lu Yaohong pondered, secretly thinking, as long as I win this mudworm, I can exhaust resources to cultivate an SS-level talent beast master. At that time, the Lu family's power will reach its peak. No matter what, this mudworm must be won. With this thought, Lu Yaohong said in a deep voice, 30 billion. After speaking, he couldn't help but look hopefully at the venue, hoping Lu Tianfeng would retreat. 30 billion. This was already the limit of funds that could be raised in a short time. If he raised the price again, he would have to directly mortgage assets to the number 1 business in Magic City. For a dragon family to bid to the point of mortgaging assets, this was undoubtedly undignified. 31 billion. Lu Tianfeng sensed Lu Yaohong's wavering and mocked, Lu Yaohong, you're still not qualified. In box no. 7. Lu Yaohong felt powerless. His gaze was somewhat dazed. At that moment, the communication rang. Yaohong. Lunan said in a deep voice, I told you, no matter the cost, we must win this bid. What are you hesitating for? Seeing his brother's disappointed gaze, Lu Yaohong suddenly woke up. The Lu family has no way out. Lu Yaohong said softly, the current Lu family has even fallen to the point of needing to form alliances. If we continue to decline, we might be abandoned by the dragon realm. No matter the cost, we must keep the Tianyan true dragon in the Lu family. Lu Nan looked deeply at Lu Yaohong. Then, the communication was cut off. Lu Yaohong looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression gradually becoming resolute as he said in a deep voice, 35 billion. It seems the Lu family is determined to compete at all costs, Lu Tianfeng said slowly. How about this? I can promise that in the future, the Lu family will support the Lu family. Furthermore, the first generation of direct descendants from the Tianyan True Dragon will be unconditionally gifted to the Lu family. With such conditions, how about we get the Lu family to withdraw from the bidding? The same conditions can be offered by our Lu family. Lu Yaohong immediately replied, how about the head of the Lu family withdraws from the bidding instead? Stubborn. Lu Tianfeng snorted coldly, 36 billion, 37 billion, 38 billion. Lu Tianfeng and Lu Yaohong continued to raise their bids. The auction price kept soaring. Before long, it reached 45 billion. At this point, both Lu Tianfeng and Lu Yaohong had slowed their bidding frequency. From initially raising the bid by 10 billion each time, it gradually changed to 5 billion, then 3 billion, and finally to just 1 billion each time. 51 billion, Lu Tianfeng said in a deep voice. Lu Yaohong's expression turned extremely grim. The communication was opened. We can't bid any further, Lunan said, frowning tightly, and finally sighed deeply. In terms of industry, the Lu family ultimately cannot compare to the Lu family. Excluding those immovable core industries, 51 billion is the limit for our Lu family. Are we really going to just give up like this? Lu Yaohong's expression was pained. In terms of determination, we simply cannot compare to Lu Tianfeng. Lunan shook his head. I received news earlier that Lu Su seems to have obtained the 3rd type of S-level dragon shadow talent. If Lu Su can contract the mudworm and evolve it into the Tianyan true dragon, he himself will undergo a transformation. Therefore, Lu Tianfeng's determination cannot be shaken. The 3rd type of S-level dragon shadow talent? Lu Yaohong's voice trembled slightly. Is Lu Su's talent really that extraordinary? The rise of the Lu family is unstoppable. Lunan shook his head, lamenting, we cannot compete any longer. let's just give up on the bidding. Yes, Lu Yaohong, though unwilling, could no longer raise his bid. The guest in box No. 2 has bid 51 billion. Are there any other guests who wish to continue bidding? Duan Yinan's pretty face was filled with excitement as she said, 51 billion once, 51 billion twice, 51 billion 3 times. With the fall of the small wooden hammer, bang, deal, Duan Yinan exclaimed excitedly, congratulations to the guest in box No. 2 for winning this incredibly precious pet cub mudworm, which is destined to evolve into the Tianyan True Dragon and possesses the growth-type talent Bloodline Purification. In box No. 2, Lu Tianfeng represented the Lu family and signed the industrial mortgage contract. With the additional transfer of 20 billion funds, they finally gathered enough for 51 billion. Even as the head of the dragon-raising family, Lu Tianfeng felt a pang of pain. Many of the mortgaged industries, if gradually sold off, could at least convert to 40 billion in funds. Lu Tianfeng's mood was extremely complex, yet he still appeared calm, thinking, now mortgaged to the number 1 business in Magic City, it can only offset 31 billion. Father, Lu Su directly contracted the mudworm, and feeling the information from the contract, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. It truly is the special growth talent Bloodline Purification. A strand of Tianyan True Dragon's bloodline can be continuously purified until it evolves into a true Tianyan True Dragon. Is this the technique of a top-tier breeder? Lu Tianfeng sighed, that senior is truly unfathomable. His complex feelings quickly became clear. Then, Lu Tianfeng's voice resonated throughout the entire venue. Lu Su has indeed contracted the mudworm, which is a growth-type talent Bloodline Purification and can evolve into the Heavenly Rock True Dragon. Lu Tianfeng said loudly, this 51 billion is truly worth more than its price. Miss Duan, please thank that senior for me, for nurturing such a monstrous pet cub. If there were any guests who had doubts during the auction, with Lu Tianfeng's words, there was no longer a shred of uncertainty. What a terrifying depth of strategy. In box 7, Lu Yaohong snorted coldly, clearly mortgaging a large number of assets, feeling the pain, yet still wanting to use this auction opportunity to get close to that top breeder. In the communication screen, Lu Nan said solemnly, Lu Tianfeng is indeed a formidable character. Under Lu Tianfeng's management, the Lu family has been on the rise. Now that Lu Su has contracted the mudworm, the Lu family's momentum is completely unstoppable. If only our Lu family could mortgage more assets, it would be great to compete with them. Lu Yaohong sighed. This auction has 5 major highlight items. This mudworm is just the first highlight item. We still have a chance. Lu Nan said solemnly, for the upcoming highlight items, we must at least secure one. Even though there are 5 items, the cub that can evolve into a Heavenly Rock True Dragon is only the mudworm. Lu Yaohong said helplessly, the upcoming highlight items may not necessarily have dragon bloodline cubs. So what? Lu Nan said coldly, what dragon master family? In the end, they are just puppets of the dragon realm. If we can contract a cub comparable to the Heavenly Rock True Dragon, even if it's not of the dragon lineage, what does it matter? As long as we possess enough power, even if we abandon the name of the Dragon Master family, it would be worth it. Elder brother. Lu Yaohong's expression changed drastically. He had always known that his elder brother's character was extremely indifferent and decisive. But Lu Yaohong never expected that Lu Nan would be willing to abandon the name of the Dragon Master family. I won't mention today's words to anyone, Lu Yaohong immediately said. No problem. Lu Nan said solemnly, I cannot be present at the venue today, so I will have to rely on you to make the decisions. I hope you won't disappoint me. As the communication ended, Lu Yaohong knew that Lu Nan would not contact him again and would try to raise funds to minimize the family's losses, also to acquire more funds. In box 1, the final price actually reached 51 billion. Duan Shanghua expressed a deeply emotional expression, saying, it even attracted the bidding from the 2 major Dragon Master families, causing the final price to soar. He naturally understood the logic of the auction. No matter how high the potential of a pet cub, if the guests participating in the auction did not have enough funds prepared or were not interested in the pet cub, they could not bid too high. Manager Lu. Duan Shanghua took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, is the bidding between the Lu family and the Lu family part of your plan? Who knows? Lu Yu chuckled lightly. He was actually quite shocked by the final price of 51 billion. What surprised Lu Yu even more was that the mudworm was actually contracted by Lu Su. It seems that this has seized the 3rd type of S-level dragon shadow talent. Lu Yu revealed a somewhat amused smile, secretly thinking, my dear brother, just struggle as much as you want. If you can truly merge an SSS-level beast master talent, perhaps I will praise you a few times before ruthlessly seizing it. As for Lu Su contracting the mudworm, Lu Yu didn't care at all. He was even somewhat pleased. An SSS-level Beast Master talent is not so easily evolved. Although he was looking forward to it, Lu Yu also knew. Even if Lu Su contracted the Mudworm and evolved it into a Heavenly Rock True Dragon, the probability of him merging an SSS-level talent would definitely not exceed 5%. Is the second highlight item arranged? Lu Yu chuckled lightly. It's all arranged. Duan Shanghua's expression was hesitant as he said, the second featured auction item is also of dragon lineage. Among the three great dragon families, the Lu family cannot participate in the bidding. Only the Lu family has the capability to bid. In this case, the final price will definitely not be too high. Lu Yu casually replied, isn't there still the Gu family? But the Gu family hasn't come. Duan Shanghua frowned and said, I sent an invitation to the Gu family, and they clearly stated that they would not attend. The Gu family will definitely come. Lu Yu remained calm and said, perhaps they are already here. Bang! In the first floor hall, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open. An elderly man with a composed demeanor slowly walked into the venue. Several attendants surrounded this elder like stars surrounding the moon, offering him a chair. Gu family head, the boxes on the second and third floors are now fully occupied. The attendant, sweating profusely, quickly said, you can only sit in the first floor hall to participate in the auction. No problem. The elder frowned slightly but said nothing, sitting down in the chair with an imposing presence that felt out of place among the many guests in the first floor hall. Duan Yinen's expression also tightened. She truly did not expect that this person, who had at least been in the VIP box before, would actually take a seat in the first floor hall. Wow, it's actually the current head of the Gu family, Gu Zongming. Such a big shot, sitting in the first floor? It is said that the Gu family declined the invitation, and the boxes on the second and third floors are already full. The key point is that this large auction has a top-tier breeder providing the featured item. Even Gu Zongming wouldn't dare to act recklessly and must follow the rules. Whispers filled the air. Gu Zongming furrowed his brows and glanced around indifferently. He did not exude any imposing aura, yet the entire venue fell silent. Then, Gu Zongming looked at the auction stage and said in a deep voice, I apologize for coming unannounced. Miss Duan, may we begin the bidding for the second featured item? All right. Duan Yinen snapped back to reality. As the red cloth covering the second item was unveiled, many guests were astonished. Isn't this the most common snake-type pet, the Qingfeng snake? The potential level of the Qingfeng snake is only awakening level 3. What potential level? Even earthworms can evolve into true dragons. This Qingfeng snake must be extraordinary. Gu Zongming also saw the Qingfeng snake and couldn't help but frown. However, he did not raise any questions, merely watching Duan Yinen quietly. Duan Yinen felt immense pressure, facing the head of a dragon family, especially one as renowned as Gu Zongming, who was the oldest and most powerful among the three great dragon families. There were rumors that if he were not needed to oversee the Gu family, Gu Zongming could break through to the Dominator level at any time and head to the Dragon Realm. Dear guests, this Qingfeng snake is also from the hands of that top-tier breeder. This Qingfeng snake has also awakened the growth-type talent Bloodline Purification. Duan Yinen took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and said excitedly, within the body of the Qingfeng snake lies a trace of Gangfeng Divine Dragon bloodline. The Gangfeng Divine Dragon is a top-tier divine dragon species of the wind element, reaching the Holy Spirit level when fully grown. This means that the Qingfeng snake can infinitely purify its bloodline and ultimately evolve into the true divine dragon species Gangfeng Divine Dragon. Starting bid is 5 billion. Each bid must not be less than 100 million. Guests, please feel free to bid. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Zongming's gaze instantly became incredibly fiery. This is actually no less than the offspring of the Tianyan True Dragon. He was extremely excited. The current Gu family was in a transitional phase. The second generation had no one to carry the burden, and only among the younger third generation had an S-level talent emerged. If we can win the bid and hand it over to the A-level talent direct line of the clan, we could cultivate the legendary Gale Wind Divine Dragon, evolving the Beast Mastery talent to SS level. Gu Zongming thought to himself, in that case, I can also lay down my burdens and break through to the Overlord level. 10 billion. Lu Yaohong's voice suddenly rang out. Gu Zongming's expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice, young one from the Lu family, are you bidding against me? Uncle Zongming, Lu Yaohong laughed heartily, this auction has already seen 2 dragon species and true dragon species cubs. There will surely be more opportunities ahead. Why not let it go this time and wait for the next grand finale item? Sharp-tongued, Gu Zongming snorted coldly. With his experience, he naturally understood that the arrival of the Gu family had probably been anticipated by Principal Duan and even that top breeder. The next grand finale item at this auction would definitely not feature any more dragon cubs. 20 billion, Gu Zongming said coldly. Before coming here, he had already instructed his family to quickly sell off some assets. This time, Gu Zongming was determined to win. In terms of foundation, the Gu family was not inferior to the Lu family, only slightly weaker than the Lu family. Now that the Lu family had withdrawn from the bidding, it was just the Lu and Gu families competing on their foundations. 30 billion, Lu Yaohong said loudly. He looked at the green wind snake in the container, his eyes filled with eagerness, ultimately evolving into the wind-type Gale Wind Divine Dragon. Lu Yaohong's son had just awakened the A-level talent Hurricane. As long as he could win the bid, it would definitely be allocated to his son. With this thought, Lu Yaohong became even more resolute. 35 billion, 40 billion, the bidding price continued to soar. In the vast auction hall, only the voices of Gu Zongming and Lu Yaohong echoed continuously. Whether it was Gu Zongming or Lu Yaohong, they were both betting the entire foundation of their dragon-riding families. Even an overlord-level beast master could not compete with them. Soon, the bidding price reached 50 billion. Such a high price was already close to the limit. 51 billion. A smile unconsciously appeared on Gu Zongming's aged face. He knew that when bidding for the mudworm, Lu Tianfeng's bid of 51 billion had caused the Lu family to withdraw directly. Gu Zongming was using the same trick again, seemingly confident of victory. 52 billion. Lu Yaohong took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. He had just received a communication from Lu Nan, and the funds prepared by the Lu family, along with the assets that could be mortgaged, totaled exactly 51 billion. After discussing with Lu Nan, they decided to use personal assets. Lu Nan contributed 3 billion, and Lu Yaohong contributed 2 billion. Lu Yaohong's budget was 56 billion. Old man, even if the Gu family's prepared funds are higher than mine, so what? Lu Yaohong sneered, thinking, if you win the bid for the green wind snake, it can only be decided by the family. But if I win it, it will definitely be contracted by my son. What right do you have to compete with me? 52 billion. Duan Yinan exclaimed, this price has already exceeded the previous grand finale item. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 53 billion, Gu Zongming said in a deep voice. He looked coldly at the VIP box number 7, his gaze icy and solemn. He naturally knew Lu Yaohong's intentions, but he also had his own reasons for needing to win the bid. If the Lu family won the green wind snake, and Lu family's direct descendant Lu Su had also contracted the mudworm, in the future, the Lu family would control the Gale Wind Divine Dragon, while the Lu family would suppress the world with the Tianyan True Dragon. Among the three great dragon-riding families, what position would the Gu family have left? Old dog. Lu Yaohong cursed inwardly, then said, 54 billion, 55 billion, 56 billion. Lu Yaohong's expression was conflicted. This was already all the budget. Lu Yaohong nervously stared at Gu Zongming, hoping that the other party wouldn't raise the price. Gu Zongming seemed to sense Lu Yaohong's gaze, a hint of a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he slowly said, 57 billion. Lu Yaohong felt a wave of helplessness. 57 billion. He simply couldn't come up with that amount. This old dog has been stuck at the king level for at least 200 years. Lu Yaohong thought bitterly, 200 years without advancing in rank means he hasn't consumed resources, so who knows how much wealth he has accumulated. With the Gu family's foundation, combined with this old dog's 200 years of wealth accumulation, there's no way to compete. 57 billion once, 57 billion twice, 57 billion 3 times. Duan Yinan raised the wooden hammer and then struck it down, saying, deal. Congratulations to the head of the Gu family for winning this extremely precious pet beast cub, the Qingfeng snake. The Qingfeng snake, extremely precious? Gu Zongming's expression was strange, but he still smiled and said, then I thank you all. He immediately stood up and followed the attendant to the side hall, but did not choose to mortgage any properties. With Gu Zongming's 200 years of accumulation, he could still come up with over 30 billion. Correspondingly, the properties that the Gu family originally intended to mortgage would now be transferred to Gu Zongming's name. With over 30 billion in cash, he could directly leverage at least 40 billion worth of family assets. This would further expand Gu Zongming's influence within the Gu family. Why hesitate? Little dog, dare to compete with me. Gu Zongming's aged face couldn't help but relax. With the transaction completed, Gu Zongming did not linger for a moment and directly left with the container for the Qingfeng snake. Given Gu Zongming's status, he couldn't even stay in the auction hall for a minute. Box No. 5. Lu Shui, exuding a sense of sensuality and restraint, couldn't help but show a contemplative expression. With the natural spirit Little Deer evolving into a life source spirit and activating the bloodline of the ancestral spirit, Lu Shue's status in the family skyrocketed, and she was directly appointed as the young head of the family. According to the original trajectory, Lu Shue was supposed to marry into the royal family of the spirit ancient kingdom. She had to marry a spirit prince. Even the contracted Little Deer, to ensure the purity of the bloodline, had to return to the natural spirit royal family and marry a brother within the royal family. But now, there were no more worries. The young head of the spirit family naturally could not participate in such a marriage. A life source spirit with the bloodline of the ancestral spirit was even more noble than the direct descendants of the royal family. How could she be sent back? This large auction was also Lu Shui representing the Lu family, the Tianyan True Dragon, the Gangfeng Divine Dragon. Clearly all come from Master Lu's hand. Without a doubt, Master Lu is that mysterious top breeder. Lu Shui shook her head, thinking Master Lu was aiming to completely change the landscape of the entire Magic City, even Xia country. She vaguely sensed something, that Master Lu might truly be laying out a plan. I have reported all the details of this auction back. Lu Shui showed a thoughtful expression, thinking, the cubs of the Tianyan True Dragon and Gangfeng Divine Dragon naturally cannot compete with the Dragon Royal family. Next, if there are other pet beast cubs, I could participate in the bidding. She looked towards the auction venue. The red cloth was lifted. Lu Shui once again showed a look of surprise. A seedling of a locust tree? Lu Shui wondered, could it be that this locust tree seedling has also awakened the growth-type talent bloodline purification? But plant-type pet beasts don't have bloodlines at all. The third featured auction item. Duan Yanan said excitedly, a seemingly ordinary locust tree seedling, yet it has awakened the special growth-type talent engraving. Under the cultivation of that top breeder, this locust tree seedling has engraved an incredibly complete evolution route capable of evolving from a locust tree seedling, continuously evolving, ultimately evolving into the legendary spirit mother tree. Lu Shue's mind was shaken. This seedling of the locust tree can actually evolve into a mother tree of the elves? Lu Shui trembled all over, her eyes behind the thin-framed glasses filled with shock. The mother tree of the elves is the origin of the elven ancient kingdom, the mother goddess of all elven clans. Even the original ancestral elves were created by the mother tree. If the locust tree seedling truly evolves into the mother tree, the entire elven ancient kingdom will fall into madness. The beast master who contracts the mother tree of the elves may rise to become the new king of the elven ancient kingdom. Lu Shui was acutely aware of what a mother tree of the elves truly meant. It could even create a more powerful elven ancient kingdom. Without a moment's hesitation, she directly relayed the message to the head of the Lu family, Lu Yun. The communication rang. Shuer. Lu Yun could hardly contain his excitement, his voice trembling as he said, no matter the cost, even if it means the Lu family has nothing left, we must mortgage all our assets, whether core or peripheral, to the Magic City Commercial Bank, and secure the seedling of the mother tree of the elves. In Lu Yun's eyes, what was a locust tree seedling? This was clearly a juvenile mother tree of the elves. Yes, Lu Shui replied respectfully, though her feelings were extremely complex. In her impression, Lu Yun had always been a figure of immense composure and strategic thinking. Now, however, he seemed like a gambler, excited, trembling, and frantic. The other two major elven families, the Bai family and the Su family, are also participating in this auction. In terms of determination, the Bai and Su families will not be any less than our Lu family. We must secure the seedling of the mother tree of the elves at all costs. We cannot let it go to them. Lu Yun gradually calmed down and said slowly, the three major elven families are, to put it bluntly, vassals of the elven ancient kingdom. If we can cultivate the legendary mother tree of the elves, our status will completely reverse. At that time, the entire elven ancient kingdom will become the foundation of our Lu family. For this goal, no matter the cost, it is worth it. Shuer, do you understand? I understand. Lu Shue's expression was serious. She naturally knew the stakes. Unlike the dragon family, although the dragon realm was powerful, it was located outside of Blue Star. The elven ancient kingdom, however, was situated on Blue Star and was adjacent to the Xia kingdom. Marriages between elven families and the elven ancient kingdom were common. The three major elven families had long wanted to break free from the control of the elven ancient kingdom. There was no doubt about it. Now was the best opportunity. At the venue, the locust tree seedling destined to evolve into the mother tree of the elves. Duan Yanan's gaze seemed to flow 3 times, passing over box 5, box 10, and box 15, slowly saying, the starting price is 5 billion, and each bid must not be less than 100 million. Guests, feel free to bid. Despite this, no one in the first floor hall or the second floor boxes made a bid. Everyone knew that the mother tree of the elves could only be secured by the three major elven families. Any bid from other guests would be a provocation to the elven families. 20 billion, Lu Shui immediately called out. 30 billion, in box 10, Bai Qiqi directly placed a bid. 40 billion. In box 15, Su Yuqin raised the bid again, smiling as she said, "Shuer, Qiqi, why don't we let Anne take it, how about that?" Lu Shui ignored her, resolutely raising the bid to 50 billion. From a generational perspective, Su Yuqin was indeed Lu Shui and Bai Qiqi's aunt, and they would usually pay their respects when they met. At this moment, however, it had no effect. Neither Lu Shui nor Bai Qiqi showed any intention of conceding. 60 billion, Bai Qiqi said in a low voice. These two little girls are truly merciless. Su Yuqin said coldly, 70 billion, 80 billion, 90 billion. Lu Shui and Bai Qiqi continued to raise the bid. Su Yuqin said coldly, 100 billion. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire venue erupted. Many guests seemed to just realize what was happening. Every time the price increases, it's by 10 billion? The auction price of 100 billion. The entire Su family's assets combined are only worth a little over 100 billion, right? This means they are mortgaging all the family's assets, including the core industries, to the number one commercial bank in Magic City. In past large auctions, the final price of the top items didn't even reach 10 billion. And this auction has actually reached over 100 billion? Insane. Truly insane. Duan Yinan was extremely excited and quickly said, "The esteemed guest in box 15 has bid 100 billion. Are there any other esteemed guests who wish to continue bidding?" In box 5, Lu Shui was drenched in sweat, her thin shirt soaked through, revealing a hint of purple. Such a massive amount of money was for a single auction. It was a ruthless challenge to Lu Shui's psychological endurance. 110 billion, 115 billion, 117 billion, 120 billion. The bidding continued to soar. As Lu Shui called out the astronomical price of 120 billion, Su Yuqin seemed to lose all her strength, her eyes vacant as she slumped on the sofa. Her open collar was glistening with sweat. She couldn't care less. The number one commercial bank in Magic City has only estimated the Su family's many assets at a total of 120 billion. Su Yuqin pressed her lips together tightly and said weakly, "Among the three major elven families, the Su family's foundation is the weakest. Even if we bet the entire family, can't we compete?" As the bidding price soared again, it actually reached 130 billion. In box 10, the fervor on Bai Qiqi's pretty face gradually faded. 130 billion was already the limit for the Bai family. In terms of foundation, is it still not as good as the Lu family? Bai Qiqi couldn't help but shake her head. She looked deeply at the young sapling of the locust tree, feeling a vague sense of shattered faith. For the three major elven families, the mother tree of elves was the god of faith, and the ancestral elves were the messengers of the gods. From now on, the Lu family will be the legitimate heir of the elven families. Bai Qiqi's mouth was filled with bitterness as she whispered, "Not just the elven families, even the royal family of the ancient elven nation will have to hold the Lu family in utmost reverence." I heard that the natural elf contracted by Lu Shui has even returned to the ancestral elf bloodline and evolved into a source elf. Her gaze shifted to the Tiani box directly opposite. The top cultivator awakened in the last era has easily stirred the winds and clouds of the entire Xia country, and even the ancient elven nation cannot escape. The entire beast-taming world may be on the verge of a change. Bai Qiqi flashed a moment of realization, her emotions complex to the extreme. At the venue, 130 billion. The esteemed guest in box 5 has bid 130 billion. Duan Yinan unconsciously tightened her legs, overwhelmed with excitement, and said, 130 billion once, 130 billion twice, 130 billion three times. Sold. As the small wooden hammer fell, the transaction was completed. Huff, huff, huff. Lu Shui closed her legs, curled up on the sofa, gently wiped the fragrant sweat from her body, and couldn't help but gasp, whispering, "From now on, as the Lu family of the elven families, we will be left with nothing and must start over." 130 billion. Only by selling all of the Lu family's assets could they gather enough. When the transparent container was presented, Lu Shui couldn't help but reveal a genuine smile, softly saying, "So what? The future Lu family will rise above the three major elven families and even the royal family of the ancient elven nation. What the Lu family has paid is merely the accumulated assets over hundreds of years." In Lu Shui's view, this was undoubtedly extremely worthwhile. Bang! The box door opened. Lu Yun walked in slowly, having obtained the joint consent of the clan elders to mortgage the entire Lu family's assets to the first commercial bank in the Magic City. With the signing of the agreement, the vast Lu family, accumulated over hundreds of years, was reduced to nothing. Inger, come here, Lu Yun said, taking the delicate young girl's hand gently. This future elven mother tree will be entrusted to you for the contract. Lu Shui was somewhat surprised. The girl before her was named Lu Ying, a collateral bloodline of the Lu family, yet she had awakened the S-rank beast-taming talent tree source. Normally, awakening an S-rank beast-taming talent would qualify even a collateral bloodline to be considered a young master. However, Lu Ying's S-rank talent tree source could only contract with plant-type beasts and could not form a contract with elves, which contradicted the principles of the elven family. Who would have thought that Lu Ying would contract the seedling of the elven mother tree? Lu Shui pondered deeply, thinking, with the elven family's faith in the elven mother tree, only Lu Ying, who awakened the S-rank talent tree source, would be qualified to contract the elven mother tree, right? As Lu Ying contracted the seedling of the locust tree, Lu Yun immediately purchased a large amount of resources according to the evolution route and directly fed them to the locust tree seedling. As the light blossomed, the seedling gradually evolved. This is the elven tree, Lu Yun exclaimed excitedly. It is said that if the branches of the elven mother tree take root in the ground, they will transform into a lower-level elven tree. As long as the elven tree evolves a few more times, it will evolve into a true elven mother tree. Elven tree. Lu Ying held the container, her eyes dreamy. Return immediately, Lu Yun said solemnly. The elven tree must take root as it grows. With the status of the elven mother tree, Lu Yun would naturally not allow the future elven mother tree to be completely bound to a beast space. It could only be planted in the ancestral land of the Lu family, which was the best choice. In box No. 4. A stunningly beautiful girl was leisurely sitting on the sofa. Opposite her, an old man wore a look of shock, and the invisible aura he exuded indicated that he was a genuine overlord-level figure. The old man's name was Zhuo Lu, a second-tier beast master at the overlord level, who had a core contract with a powerful weapon-type pet earth fiend sword spirit and had once slain an overlord-level evil eye demon. In the entire Xia country, Zhuo Lu was a well-known strongman. Yet, in front of the stunning girl, he appeared quite respectful, as if he were a guardian. Princess Qinji, Zhuo Lu said with a tone full of admiration, the true dragon species, the divine dragon species. Now, even the elven mother tree is to become the finale auction item. The methods of that top breeder are truly unfathomable. In the previous era, besides beast masters, there were many auxiliary professions, such as weapon refiners and formation masters. However, among all these professions, the status of breeders was the highest. Xia Chenji's eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. In this era, the inheritance has been severed. Only the formation master path has been passed down, but it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even within the royal family, there is only one 7-star formation master, whose status is far inferior to that of a 7-star breeder. Moreover, that top breeder seems to be more than just 7-star. Zhuo Lu's feelings were complex. The 7-star formation master cultivated by the royal family had a status comparable to that of a 10th-tier overlord, and even the royal family had to treat him with respect. Now, the top breeder in the auction house was said to be more than just 7-star? It should be noted that an 8-star breeder's status far exceeds that of a Holy Spirit level, barely comparable to a demigod-level beast master. It truly seems that the world is about to change. Zhuo Lu sighed inwardly, then looked at the stunning girl before him and couldn't help but ask, why doesn't Princess Chenji make a bid? With the royal family's financial power, it shouldn't be a problem to bid for the true rock dragon, the Gale God dragon, and the elven mother tree, right? No matter if it's the heavenly rock true dragon, the Gale wind divine dragon, or the mother tree of spirits, as long as they are adults, they are all at the Holy Spirit level, especially the growth-type special talent, which can allow the beast master who contracts with them to undergo a complete transformation. If one can auction it down, given time, the strength of the royal family of the Xia kingdom will surely surge significantly. However, the stunning girl before me has yet to place a single bid. Zhuo Lu was quite puzzled. Uncle Zhuo, haven't you realized yet? That senior is not just here to drive up the price, but also to lay out a plan for the dragon and spirit families. Xia Chenji's gaze was deep as she softly said, not only that, but that senior's target is likely the ancient spirit kingdom behind the scenes, and even the dragon realm. No matter how high I bid, what does it matter? If I disturb that senior's plans, it will only lead to unnecessary offense and ill will. Laying out plans for the ancient spirit kingdom, and even the dragon realm? Zhuo Lu's breath quickened. It wasn't until he reached the highest echelons of the Xia kingdom that he realized how deep the nation's foundation was. The ancient spirit kingdom, once one of the 7 nations, though it has declined, if it were to mobilize its many resources, it could still stand firm against one of the 6 nations. As for the dragon realm, it is one of the most powerful realms among many. Within the dragon realm, there are even slumbering demigods and true deities. Zhuo Lu couldn't imagine that the senior's plans actually involved the ancient spirit kingdom and even the dragon realm. What a grand scheme this is! The plans of such a senior are beyond our imagination. Xia Chenji gently shook her head and slowly said, even I, as a princess of the Xia royal family, am probably part of the other party's plans, right? It makes sense, as that senior's awakening places in the Xia kingdom. How could there be no plans? Perhaps the entire Xia royal family is also part of the other party's scheme? This. Zhuo Lu's expression changed dramatically, unable to help but exclaim, even the Xia royal family dares to lay plans? Why wouldn't they dare? Xia Chenji revealed a slight smile and said, compared to the end of the last era, the Beast Empire at its peak, do the 6 nations of this era truly instill awe in those real powerhouses who have avoided the calamities of the era and have been sleeping until now? It is said that the Beast Empire of the last era was the most powerful empire among the last 10 eras. Zhuo Lu sighed. I can't imagine how the Beast Empire could be so strong. However, such a powerful empire could not withstand the calamities of the era and ultimately perished. Do you know that the Beast Empire possessed a national guardian tree? That national guardian tree filled the entire territory of the Beast Empire with an incredibly rich spiritual energy, leading to the emergence of countless precious resources and many secret realms of inheritance. Xia Chenji softly said, as that national guardian tree broke through to the demigod level, the Beast Empire directly ruled the entire Blue Star, initiated the god-making plan, and even aimed to step into the starry sky. That national guardian tree is the fundamental reason the Beast Empire could be so powerful. National guardian tree? Zhuo Lu pondered slightly, shocked. Could it be the legendary Star Sacred Tree? Exactly. Xia Chenji shook her head and said, throughout countless eras, the Star Sacred Tree has only appeared a handful of times. With the arrival of the calamities of the era, the Star Sacred Tree could only vanish and cease to exist. At this moment, at the auction venue, the 4th and final auction item gradually revealed its true form. It was a seedling of a pine tree. It looked unremarkable. With the mother tree of spirits as a precedent, no one dared to have a shred of doubt. This pine tree seedling also possesses the growth-type special talent, engraving, but it is slightly different. Duan Yan'an softly said, the evolution route that this pine tree seedling engraves is not the mother tree of spirits, but the legendary Star Sacred Tree. In ancient texts, it is recorded that where the starry sacred tree takes root, the spiritual energy will completely revive, transforming into a sacred domain. The starting bid is 5 billion. Each bid must not be less than 100 million. Esteemed guests, feel free to place your bids. As the words fell, Zhuo Lu's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. It really is the starry sacred tree. Xia Chenji pressed her lips together, but her eyes gradually brightened, seemingly containing some strange color, slightly moist, and she couldn't help but say, sure enough, am I also part of that senior's plan? Then, Xia Chenji looked towards the venue, her voice like silver bells, slowly ringing out. 100 billion. The entire venue was stunned. Insane. The base price is 50 billion, and they directly bid 100 billion? The 3 great elven families, in order to bid for the sapling of the elven mother tree, bid over 100 billion, I can understand. But what is going on with this box 4? Who can compete with that? Box 10. Bai Chi was still thinking that, despite missing the elven mother tree, spending hundreds of billions to buy this sapling of the starry sacred tree and cultivating it in the future would make the Bai family the holy land of the entire Blue Star. Until she heard Xia Chenji's bid of 100 billion, she could only helplessly lie down again, choosing to give up this auction. Aside from the contract with the elven mother tree, nothing else could make the elven families exhaust everything. Box 15. I can only give up. Su Yuqin sighed helplessly. The esteemed guest in box 4 has bid 100 billion. Is there any guest willing to bid higher? Duan Yan'an's face was flushed, yet she was completely unaware, excitedly saying, 100 billion once, 100 billion twice, 100 billion 3 times. Deal. Box 4. A very serious expression appeared on Xia Chenji's stunningly beautiful face. The initial form is the most inconspicuous small pine seedling, the first evolutionary form is the space tree, and thereafter it will continuously evolve into the space giant tree, the azure sky ancient tree. The final form is the starry sacred tree, with potential at the 3rd tier of the Holy Spirit. Xia Chenji was reviewing the documents, slowly saying, what a perfect evolutionary route. The resources required for each evolution can be traced in this era. If I am not mistaken, this Holy Spirit level starry sacred tree evolutionary route was likely personally improved by that senior after awakening. It is even possible that this is the evolutionary route that senior researched alone. After she finished reading the evolutionary route of the elven sacred tree, her heart was filled with reverence for that mysterious top-tier cultivator. As a direct princess of the Xia kingdom, Xia Chunji began learning various knowledge from a young age, including those scattered legacies left over from the epics. Xia Chunji is a true genius. She has mastered 3 auxiliary profession legacies and has achieved success in all. Her cultivator level is 3 stars, formation master 4 stars, and weapon refiner 4 stars. As a 3-star cultivator, Xia Chenji could vaguely sense how perfect the evolutionary route of the elven sacred tree truly is. Princess Chenji, Zuoqiu Lu said slowly, this future starry sacred tree, His Majesty should allow you to contract it, right? What's wrong with that? As long as the starry sacred tree matures, it will be at the 3rd tier of the Holy Spirit. It can transform the entire Xia kingdom into a sacred domain. Xia Chenji smiled and said, as long as I establish a core contract with the starry sacred tree, I might even surpass my elder sister in the future and inherit the throne of the Xia Emperor. The starry sacred tree has no flaws except for being unable to move and cannot be stored in the beast space. Zuoqiu Lu fell silent. He had watched Xia Chenji grow up. Xia Chenji's talent was something Zuoqiu Lu had never seen in his life. At the age of 6, Xia Chenji awakened her beast taming talent. SS-level spatial talent, deep space domain. A common beast master, pursuing a growth-type special talent pet, is nothing more than wanting to evolve into an SS-level talent. However, the SS-level beast mastery talent, Xia Chenji was born with. Xia Chenji was also born into royalty, surpassing countless others in talent, family background, and appearance. Even in terms of strength, Xia Chenji almost stands at the pinnacle of the Xia kingdom. Any type of spatial talent is an extremely special existence, capable of combining with the beast mastery space. Even without contracting any pets, one can continuously expand the beast mastery space. This year, at 21 years old, since awakening the SS-level talent deep space domain, Xia Chenji has never had a day of slack. She has already expanded the beast mastery space to the king's 10th stage. According to the original trajectory, Xia Chenji should contract a dominant level pet with 10th stage potential, breaking through to the dominant level at the fastest speed. For an SS-level talent, breaking through to a dominant level beast master is hardly a challenge. With the princess's talent, even if she doesn't contract the starry sacred tree, she can still break through to the Holy Spirit level in the future, right? Zuoqiu Lu's gaze was deep as he spoke softly. Did the princess not say that she would personally go to the alien battlefield in the future to sweep away all alien races? If she contracts the starry sacred tree, she can never leave the imperial capital. Uncle Lu. Xia Chenji's gaze slightly condensed, and she said solemnly, contracting the starry sacred tree is the glory of the Xia kingdom. It is absolutely not a sacrifice. Can you understand that? Yes. Zuoqiu Lu gently closed his eyes, recalling the bold words of the adorable little girl from more than a decade ago, and finally could only sigh softly, I understand. In the vast Xia kingdom, no one is more suitable than Xia Chenji to contract the starry sacred tree. This large auction has 5 final auction items, and the starry sacred tree is only the 4th. Xia Chenji smiled wryly and said slowly, Heavenly Rock True Dragon, Gale Wind Divine Dragon, Mother Tree of Elves, Starry Sacred Tree. I am now very curious about what kind of heaven-defying pet cub that Senior will arrange as the final highlight of this auction. Zuoqiu Lu was shocked. He suddenly realized, with the status of the Starry Sacred Tree, it is not even the final highlight of the auction. Dear guests, the next item for bidding is the last highlight of this auction. The last highlight is also a pet cub that has awakened the growth-type special talent engraving, capable of engraving any evolution route. Duan Yan'an gasped lightly and smiled. It is worth mentioning that this pet cub has not yet engraved any evolution route, possessing infinite evolution possibilities, whether it is a divine dragon, true dragon, demon dragon, or the mother tree of elves. No matter which evolution route is chosen, one can request that top breeder to personally engrave it. Moreover, one can meet that top breeder in person. This auction item has no starting price, no price increase standard. Dear guests, please feel free to bid. The entire venue shook. 30 billion. Su Yuqin immediately bid, her face full of excitement, saying, if there is a second mother tree of elves, it can only belong to the Su family. 40 billion. Bai Qiqi was equally thrilled. She thought there would be no chance left. If she could choose an evolution route, she would naturally choose to evolve into the mother tree of elves. 50 billion. Lu Yaohong's lifeless eyes seemed to regain vitality. Among the 3 great dragon families, the Lu family has the Heavenly Rock True Dragon, and the Gu family has the Gale Wind Divine Dragon. If the Lu family can also have a Gale Wind Divine Dragon, the balance among the 3 great dragon families of the Xia kingdom cannot be broken. Lu Yaohong said excitedly. Suddenly, a voice like silver bells quietly rang out. 100 billion. The entire venue fell silent. They actually raised the price to 100 billion again. Box no. for had already bid 100 billion when bidding for the starry sacred tree, right? Who on earth is it? Even the three great dragon families would never be able to come up with 200 billion unless they mortgaged the core industries of their entire family. In box no. 4. Can one really choose the evolution path at will? Xia Chunji's eyes brightened slightly, and she couldn't help but exclaim that senior's cultivation methods are truly unfathomable. The most important thing is, as long as we bid for this final auction item, we can personally meet that senior. With that cultivator senior's layout, they probably wouldn't want a second elven mother tree to appear, nor would they want the three great dragon families to maintain their balance. Zuoqiu Lu pondered. It seems the other party has long anticipated that the royal family would attend the auction, and the last two final auction items are prepared for the Xia Kingdom's royal family. Uncle Lu, you guessed correctly, Xia Chunji said softly, so, the last final auction item can only belong to the Xia Kingdom's royal family. Moreover, I am very curious about that senior. At the auction venue, the bidding of 100 billion is still not the limit. 110 billion, 115 billion, 120 billion. Su Yuqing pressed her lips tightly. At this moment, the bidding once again reached the Su family's limit. The next moment, 130 billion. Bai Qiqi slowly placed her bid, coldly saying, the Su family can be discarded along with the Lu family by the Elven family and the Dragon family. In box no. 7. Lu Yaohong had completely lost hope. When the bidding reached 100 billion, the Lu family was directly out of the game. The Lu family simply couldn't come up with that much money, nor did they have the courage to mortgage all their assets. Faced with Bai Qiqi's mockery, Lu Yaohong couldn't respond at all. Yes, the Lu family is about to be expelled from the Dragon family. Lu Yaohong murmured, his eyes vacant. Whether it's the Lu family or the Gu family, they will cultivate top-tier true dragon breeds and divine dragon breeds. Only the Lu family, still complacent with top-tier giant dragon breeds, is destined to be eliminated by the times. Suddenly, 150 billion. Xia Chenji spoke slowly. Bai Qiqi's expression instantly turned astonished. At a price of 150 billion, it had far exceeded the Bai family's limit. She slumped helplessly on the sofa, unable to stop herself from pinching her fair thigh, the pain flooding her mind. Bai Qiqi, you really crack me up. Su Yuqing's ruthless laughter echoed. What can you do with a bidding price of 150 billion? Even if you sold the entire Bai family, it wouldn't be worth that much. Bai Qiqi was already too exhausted to respond. The entire venue fell unusually silent. Only Duan Yanan's voice echoed throughout the hall. 150 billion once, 150 billion twice, 150 billion three times. Deal! Duan Yanan exclaimed excitedly, congratulations to the esteemed guest in box no. 4 for successfully bidding for the final auction item. This large auction has now concluded. As the declaration fell, many guests finally seemed to awaken from a dream. Box no. 4 has spent 250 billion just on bidding. Who on earth is this? I'm afraid only the Xia Kingdom's royal family, who holds all power and wealth, could mobilize such a vast fortune? If it's the Xia Kingdom's royal family, everything makes sense. It's truly incredible that even the royal family has come. In box no. 1. Manager Lu. Duan Shanghua took a deep breath and slowly said, the total auction amount for the 5 pet beast cubs as the final auction item is 488 billion. After deducting the 27 billion spent by Manager Lu, there are still 461 billion. Okay, Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Such a vast fortune is enough to purchase at least 10 pieces of Red Star level resources. Of course, given the preciousness of Red Star level resources, they cannot be bought at the first commercial bank in Magic City. In the vast Xia Kingdom, only the Xia Kingdom's royal family, which gathers all wealth, power, and resources, can collect the incredibly precious Red Star level resources. As for the Xianyao level resources, even the royal family of the Xia Kingdom has no stock. Since we've made money, let's prepare to spend it. Lu Yu showed an interested expression, looking at Principal Duan, and chuckled. That little princess of the Xia royal family can be brought over. Xia Chunji walked slowly into the Tian-Yi private room, holding a transparent container. Her gaze, which could amaze anyone, quietly flowed in the room. She first nodded slightly to Minister Duan, and finally fixed her gaze on Lu Yu's face, a hint of undisguised astonishment flashing across her features. She truly did not expect that the incredibly mysterious top breeder was such a young and handsome youth. However, Xia Chenji had no doubt that the person in the Tian-Yi private room, who could make Minister Duan vaguely take a back seat, could only be that top breeder. No wonder Principal Duan was on the verge of a great limit but suddenly broke through to the overlord level. It seems it was the work of this senior. Many thoughts surfaced. Senior. Xia Chenji slightly bowed. Her demeanor was graceful and elegant. You bid on the last featured auction item. Lu Yu smiled lightly and said, Have you thought about which evolution route to choose? The final featured auction item, the young beast cub, had no attributes at all, and even its life form was an incredibly fragile embryo. Paired with the engraving talent, it had infinite possibilities. Xia Chunji was slightly taken aback. She was destined to contract the starry sacred tree. What kind of evolution route to choose, she simply could not decide. Does the senior have any suggestions? Xia Chenji could only ask. I see your realm is already at the king level 10, yet you haven't contracted any young beast cubs. You must have awakened the space system beast controlling talent, right? Lu Yu chuckled and said, why not choose from the space system, with the final evolution form being a Holy Spirit level space beast? What do you think? From the moment he saw Xia Chenji, he vaguely sensed a restrained sharpness about her, never imagining that she would choose to contract the starry sacred tree. Indeed, the starry sacred tree could transform a force or even a nation. It could revive spiritual energy and elevate a planet. Lu Yu could also choose to contract the starry sacred tree but directly gave it up. The starry sacred tree, which could only take root in the outside world, was only suitable for developing forces, nothing more. Of course, if the starry sacred tree were planted in the Xia kingdom, given time, the pattern of the 6 nations would surely be rewritten. A space beast with Holy Spirit level potential? Xia Chenji's eyes flickered slightly. She raised her head slightly, meeting Lu Yu's interested gaze. Xia Chenji could not describe what kind of eyes they were. Just for a moment, she seemed to see an endless dark hell, flames emitting an incredibly terrifying temperature, saw the vast illusory divine kingdom, and the endless brilliance of life falling. She could not describe her feelings. She suddenly felt that the senior's eyes were so profound, as if everything in the world was light as a feather to him, yet he could freely transcend it. If I contract the starry sacred tree, I would be imprisoned in the imperial capital for life, unable to battle foreign races, and unable to witness the senior's transcendent stance. Xia Chenji's feelings were complex, and she then softly said, Senior, do you have any suggestions? Lu Yu was very interested. The deliberately released gaze gradually retracted. He was still quite interested in Xia Chenji. Princess Chenji could be considered the pearl of the Xia kingdom. Besides the first princess, who was destined to inherit the throne of the Xia emperor, Xia Chenji was the most talented among the royal princes and princesses of the Xia kingdom. I will give you 3 choices. Lu Yu smiled lightly and said, Void-devouring ancient beast, Rift god wolf, Azure sky divine dragon. Choose. Xia Chenji's mind was shaken. Among these 3 evolution routes, the void-devouring ancient beast feeds on realms and can even swallow entire realm spaces. The rift-breaking divine wolf is a member of the ancient divine wolf clan, known for its terrifying spatial destruction power. As for the Azure sky divine dragon, it is the top-tier divine dragon species of the space system. Looking across the entire dragon realm, it can be considered one of the strongest dragon clans. Among them, the void-devouring ancient beast reaches the Holy Spirit 4th stage when fully grown, while the rift-breaking divine wolf reaches the Holy Spirit 3rd stage. As for the Azure sky divine dragon, it only reaches the Holy Spirit 2nd stage when fully grown. Lu Yu looked at Xia Chenji with a hint of amusement. He was curious about what choice this reserved and sharp Xia Chenji would make. Xia Chenji pondered slightly, as if making a decision, and slowly said, I choose the Azure sky divine dragon. Oh, Lu Yu was somewhat surprised and smiled. Can you tell me the reason? Xia Chenji organized her words and said solemnly, the senior is auctioning the young of the heavenly rock true dragon and the gale wind divine dragon, which must be part of a plan for the dragon realm. And then, Lu Yu expressed some appreciation. The dark abyss demon dragon Noel, as a demon dragon species, naturally feeds on dragons, especially since Noel has comprehended the red star level skill, dragon realm projection. Lu Yu will inevitably walk to the opposite side of the dragon realm in the future, so he naturally needs to plan ahead. If possible, the stunning princess before him might just become a part of that plan. Xia Chenji's expression gradually became resolute, and she slightly bowed, saying, Chenji is willing to be the senior's chess piece. Even if the potential of the Azure sky divine dragon is at the bottom among the 3 evolution routes I provided, the appreciation in Lu Yu's eyes became even more intense. Xia Chenji smiled sweetly and said, does the potential gap between the void-devouring ancient beast, the rift-breaking divine wolf, and the Azure sky divine dragon hold any significance for the senior? You are very clever. Lu Yu chuckled lightly and said, it seems I did not misjudge you. Then, he subtly moved his thoughts. The transparent container in Xia Chenji's arms floated directly in front of Lu Yu. Using the Emperor's Star refinement method, he inscribed the evolution route. Immediately, an A4 paper, along with the container, returned to Xia Chenji's arms. Xia Chenji took the A4 paper, glanced at it, and was instantly filled with deep shock. The initial form is the void-breaking lizard. The first evolution form is the fragmenting subdragon. followed by the fragmenting flying dragon, the town-breaking divine dragon, the azure sky divine dragon. The final form is the void realm azure dragon, with a potential of Holy Spirit 10th stage? Xia Chenji's voice trembled slightly as she exclaimed in shock. The resources needed for this evolution route can actually be easily found. A naturally born potential of Holy Spirit 10th stage for a dragon species, even in the dragon realm, cannot be found. She was very clear that as long as the initial potential reached the Holy Spirit level, it was already a top-tier divine dragon species. The top divine dragon species in the dragon realm has a maximum potential of only Holy Spirit 3rd stage. Void Realm Azure Dragon. Xia Chenji's feelings were incredibly complex. Indeed, a pet beast cub with a growth-type talent theoretically has infinite potential. In reality, as long as it breaks through to the Holy Spirit level, that is the limit. Especially with inscription and bloodline purification, such growth-type special talents are even more so. Xia Chenji could not imagine that Lu Yu could inscribe such a high-level evolution route. The potential of the final form could even reach Holy Spirit 10th stage. If the senior is willing, perhaps even the evolution forms with demigod-level potential can be inscribed on it? Xia Chenji couldn't help but think. This evolution route, Lu Yu said casually, smiling, are you satisfied? The evolution route of the Void Realm Azure Dragon has already exceeded my imagination. Xia Chenji shook her head slightly and said softly. She was extremely confident that as long as she contracted the void-breaking lizard in the container, with the potential of the Void Realm Azure Dragon, even if the final form of evolution required various Red Star-level resources, the Xia royal family would definitely not be stingy, only seeking to cultivate it. Then you can contract it, Lu Yu said casually. Xia Chenji extended her delicate, fair hand, but it trembled slightly. She was already a king-level 10th-tier beast master, yet she felt incredibly nervous at this moment. As the contract was established, she sensed the thoughts transmitted by the Void Lizard. Endless ripples stirred in Xia Chenji's heart. When the Azure Dragon of the Void Realm descends, the 6 nations will regard the Great Xia as supreme. Xia Chenji's eyes brightened, secretly thinking, in the future, I will work with the Azure Dragon of the Void Realm to completely pacify the battlefield of the alien races and sweep away all foreign threats. This. Duke Duan hesitated. Whether it was the starry sacred tree or the Azure Dragon of the Void Realm, both were undoubtedly related to the fate of the Xia Kingdom. However, Lu Yu made a decisive decision, directly allowing Xia Chenji to contract the Void Lizard. However, even if the royal family of the Xia Kingdom knows, they certainly won't offend Manager Lu, right? Duke Duan thought to himself. As for Princess Chenji, she won't face any punishment. All right. Lu Yu clapped his hands and smiled. Since your contract is complete, we should discuss some serious matters. Please speak, senior. Xia Chenji's expression was respectful. You should know that I made quite a bit of money at this large auction. Lu Yu revealed a hint of a smile and said, the royal family of the Xia Kingdom should have quite a few Crimson Star level resources, right? I plan to purchase some, if that's alright. Senior can write down the resources you need on a list. I will personally deliver the various resources to you at that time, Xia Chenji said softly. Besides Crimson Star level resources, do you also need Purple Crystal level resources? In terms of resource completeness, the Xia Kingdom ranks among the top 2 in the 6 nations of Blue Star. Purple Crystal level resources? Lu Yu glanced at Duke Duan. The Purple Crystal level resources he needed had already been entrusted to Duke Duan for collection. Manager Lu, the Purple Crystal level resources you need should all be in the Xia Kingdom's treasury, Duke Duan quickly said. When you entrusted me, I was also preparing to go to the treasury for exchange. Then let's compile a list together. Lu Yu had no objections. He took out an A4 sheet of paper and wrote down many of the resources he needed, trying to keep the total price below 46 billion. The exotic fires listed in the Blue Star exotic fire rankings must be included, whether platinum, diamond, or purple crystal level. As for Stellar True Flame, Song Tian Purple Flame, and Qinglian Sacred Fire, there's no need to write those down. Exotic fire resources are much rarer and more precious than fire-type resources of the same level, especially Stellar True Flame and Song Tian Purple Flame, which are nearly extinct on Blue Star. List 2 or 3 types of Crimson Star level Dark-type resources. As for Dragon-type resources, there's no need. The Xia Kingdom's Crimson Star level Dragon-type resources are probably all used to nurture that National Guardian Dragon. Life-type Crimson Star level resources must be listed in greater variety. The potential level of the ancient life tree is still at the 5th tier of the Holy Spirit, far behind other pets. At the same time, we need to avoid the resources required for the Starry Sacred Tree's evolution. As for mental-type resources, Crimson Star level resources are no longer very effective for the Heavenly Illusion Spirit, so let's just choose 1 or 2 of the most common ones. Lu Yu pondered. Crimson Star level resources in the system mall cost at least 500 points. If in the Xia Kingdom, the market price is at least 20 billion, and there's a price but no market. Lu Yu calculated slightly. A life source crystal has a system price of 600 points. In the Xia Kingdom's market, it's about 30 billion. 1 point of system points is roughly equivalent to 50 million. Lu Yu thought for a moment. The more precious the resource, the greater the conversion ratio. If exchanging for the rarest Crimson Star level resources, perhaps 1 point of system points could be converted into 100 million in funds. Even so, Lu Yu was very satisfied. By selling 5 pet cubs through the auction house, he could already earn 1,500 points. With an additional 460 billion in funds, it's equivalent to thousands of points. Adding the two together equals over 10,000 points. I will sell the pet cub directly to Principal Duan, which is like winning once. Lu Yu was in a great mood, secretly thinking, after the auction, with over 400 billion in huge funds, buying the red star level resources is like winning a second time. Soon, a list was presented. Xia Chunji took a glance and immediately noticed that many resources were valued at over 400 billion according to their prices. I will exchange this resource list from the National Treasury using my authority, Xia Chunji said softly. At the latest, in 3 days, I will personally deliver these resources to the senior. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Yu laughed heartily, then stood up and said, Principal Duan, since the auction has ended, I will take my leave now. Outside the auction venue, the entire Xia country is about to undergo a complete transformation. Lu Tianfeng revealed a very complex expression, sighing, that senior's methods of cultivating pet beasts are simply too extraordinary. Not to mention the Tianyan True Dragon and the Gangfeng Divine Dragon, they can even cultivate the Spirit Mother Tree and the Star Saint Tree, which are capable of changing the entire Xia country and even the pattern of the blue star. The news of this auction will likely sweep across the entire Xia country at the fastest speed and even spread to the other 5 major countries. Lu Su also sensed something, speaking solemnly, Father, I hope to cultivate a true Tianyan True Dragon as soon as possible. Can we communicate with the ancestors of the various families in the Dragon Realm? The ancestral families in the Dragon Realm have almost detached from their families. They won't get involved unless it's a matter of family survival. Lu Tianfeng chuckled lightly. However, since the Tianyan True Dragon is related to the rise of the Lu family, the ancestors will likely not refuse to send back precious resources from the Dragon Realm. The Lu family is currently somewhat impoverished. They have mortgaged a large number of assets, and their liquid funds are nearly exhausted. Although there are still many resources left in the family treasury, it is very difficult to purchase resources externally. Moreover, even if all the resources in the family treasury were used to cultivate earthworms, it would not be possible to cultivate them to their limits, let alone evolve them into a Tianyan True Dragon. Furthermore, even after evolving into a Tianyan True Dragon, it would only reach the potential of the Holy Spirit level. In terms of realm, it would still lag behind and would require a large amount of resources to allow the Tianyan True Dragon to quickly cross the juvenile and growth stages, ultimately reaching adulthood. As a dragon-riding family that has lasted for 1,000 years, the Lu family naturally has its own heritage. Many ancestors of the Lu family, after going to the Dragon Realm, broke through to the Overlord level and even transformed themselves into dragon bloodlines, gaining incredibly long lifespans. It was precisely because they changed their bloodlines that many ancestors detached from the Lu family and completely became vassals of the Dragon Realm. Logically speaking, these ancestors of the Lu family should not care about the prosperity of the Lu family. However, the Tianyan True Dragon is a top-tier true dragon species, and even in the Dragon Realm, it is the highest bloodline. Obtaining support from the Dragon Realm would be easy. Moreover, many ancestors of the Lu family are merely vassals of the Dragon Realm. As long as Lu Su cultivates the Tianyan True Dragon, even if he goes to the Dragon Realm in the future, he will be able to hold a highly respected position. The Black Dragon. Lu Su's eyes flickered as he saw the king-level Black Dragon among the many mounts and pet beasts, resembling a ruler. A surge of nameless anger suddenly arose. The Black Dragon contracted by my mother has actually become a mount. Lu Su said softly. Let's go. Lu Tianfeng said slowly, now that Lu Yu has gained the favor of that top-tier cultivator, remember not to conflict with him, understand? Understood. Lu Su said coldly, once I cultivate a true Tianyan True Dragon and gain its senior's recognition, I will definitely tear Lu Yu to pieces. By then, perhaps that senior will even personally intervene to restore my mother's beast space. As long as you understand, Lu Tianfeng said slowly, that senior, even the royal family of the Xia kingdom must treat with respect, absolutely cannot offend. Lu Su nodded. The silver-winged dragon flapped its wings and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Imperial capital. Xia Kingdom Imperial Palace. In the continuous palace complex, a spatial rift quietly opened. From the spatial rift, Xia Chenji and Zhuqiu Lu slowly walked out. A noble woman with a sharp aura, dressed in black armor, hovered in midair, her gaze cold and fierce. "Your Highness the Grand Princess," Zhuqiu Lu said respectfully. "Sister," Xia Chenji greeted leisurely. "Father sent me to take over the starry sacred tree," Xia Qiu said coldly. "You have already contracted the Azure Dragon of the Void Realm, so the starry sacred tree should naturally be handed over to other princes and princesses for contracting." As soon as the words fell, a dominating aura suddenly erupted. "Does the Grand Princess want the sixth brother to contract the starry sacred tree?" Xia Chenji's expression remained unchanged as she said slowly, "Indeed, the sixth brother has awakened an A-level spatial talent and has now cultivated to the Manhwa level. However, the third sister possesses an S-level spatial talent and has already reached the daylight level. Father said he has his own decisions to make." Xia Qiu's eyes suddenly turned extremely cold, saying, "You just need to hand over the starry sacred tree. The rest has nothing to do with you. Is that so?" Xia Chenji said calmly, "Why did father tell me that if I do not choose to contract the starry sacred tree, the second choice is the third sister?" Her gaze was indifferent, seeing through Xia Qiu's actions. The royal family of the Xia kingdom holds all the power of the Xia kingdom. As the Grand Princess, Xia Qiu is also the most talented person of this generation in the royal family. She is almost universally recognized as the next Xia Emperor. The position of Xia Emperor is not only a symbol of power but also represents supreme strength. Once ascended, it can gather the national fortune of the entire Xia kingdom. Within the borders of the Xia kingdom, the strength of the Xia Emperor is comparable to that of a 10th-order Holy Spirit. In Xia Qiu's view, she will eventually ascend to the throne, controlling all power and possessing unparalleled might. However, the situation is different now. In terms of potential, Xia Chenji, who has also awakened an SS-level talent, has contracted the young Azure Dragon of the Void Realm, destined to become a Holy Spirit-level beast master in the future. In contrast, although Xia Qiu also has an SS-level talent, her probability of achieving Holy Spirit level is only 10%. So far, the Xia Kingdom has produced quite a few SS-level talents. However, those who can ultimately become Holy Spirit level are few and far between. As far as Xia Qiu knows, those Holy Spirit level beast masters have cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years before finally breaking through. Xia Qiu cannot wait that long. Ascending to become the Xia Emperor, nurturing beasts with national fortune, and utilizing the beast master space is the fastest path. "Chenji," Xia Qiu said coldly, "do you want to be my enemy?" The sixth prince is her own younger brother. As for the third princess, she is Xia Chenji's sister. If the third princess contracts the starry sacred tree, and Xia Chenji contracts the Azure Dragon of the Void Realm, as long as Xia Chenji wants to ascend, Xia Qiu truly cannot imagine what she would use to compete with her. "What if I become your enemy?" A hint of disappointment flashed in Xia Chenji's eyes as she said, "Sister, you want to ascend to the throne simply out of a desire for power, a desire for strength. On the battlefield against foreign races, there are always tens of thousands of Xia Kingdom soldiers sacrificing their lives. No one remembers their names, but you cannot see those at all, only the power before you. If I ascend to become the Xia Emperor, I will definitely eradicate all foreign races." Her gaze flickered, resolute to the extreme. At this moment, in the sky above, a figure of immense nobility, enveloped in an overwhelming aura, slowly descended. "Xia Emperor." Zhuqiu Lu's expression was respectful as he bowed. "Father Emperor." Xia Qiu bowed respectfully. A hint of panic flashed across her slightly lowered head. This once proud Grand Princess was now in disarray. Isn't father currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the spirit level? Xia Qiu's emotions gradually sank to the bottom, thinking, could it be that father truly intends to instruct Xia Chenji to let the third princess Xia Yi form a core contract with the starry sacred tree? The royal family of Xia has ancestral teachings. After ascending to the throne, once the emperor's beast master level breaks through to the spirit level, he must pass the throne down. Only in this way can the Xia royal family continuously produce spirit-level beast masters, allowing Xia to maintain its status as one of the 6 great powers of Blue Star. The current Xia Emperor has been stuck at the Dominator level for 10 years. A year ago, he even announced his seclusion. Everyone knows that when the Xia Emperor ends his seclusion and breaks through to the spirit level, he will inevitably decide the next candidate for the Xia Emperor. Thus, many princes and princesses began to compete for the throne. As the first princess, Xia Qiu was the most outstanding among the many princes and princesses in terms of qualifications, strength, and talent. Many ministers and princes believe that Xia Qiu will definitely succeed to the throne of Xia, until the news broke that Xia Chenji had bid for the starry sacred tree at a large auction. Xia Qiu was completely panicked. If Xia Chenji contracts with the starry sacred tree, the throne of Xia will be almost within reach. With the fortune of the Xia nation nourishing it, the starry sacred tree can break through to maturity, which is the third tier of the spirit level, at the fastest speed. Until another piece of news came that Xia Chenji actually gave up the contract with the starry sacred tree and instead contracted with the young of the void realm Azure Dragon. This made Xia Qiu see hope again. As long as her younger brother, the sixth prince Xia Yuchang, forms a core contract with the starry sacred tree, Xia Qiu can naturally succeed to the throne of Xia. When Xia Qiu breaks through to the spirit level, she can pass the throne to Xia Yuchang, and everyone will be happy. The current Xia Emperor Xia Qiming slowly descended from the sky. It seemed as if countless true dragon auras surrounded the Xia Emperor. Each strand of true dragon aura represented a thread of national fortune, containing the thoughts of countless people. In the Xia Emperor's eyes, there seemed to be an unparalleled majesty, slowly sweeping over Xia Qiu's face, but a trace of disappointment flashed by. Xia Qiu's heart sank. Under the Xia Emperor's majesty, she suddenly felt breathless, struggling to hold on. Her perfect, heroic face was covered with fine beads of sweat. Sure. The Xia Emperor suddenly sighed and said slowly, "Is this throne of Xia really worth you doing this?" Xia Qiu's expression changed drastically. From her understanding of her father, the Xia Emperor was not angry, but merely sighed, clearly disappointed in her to the extreme. "Please punish me, father." Xia Qiu quickly bowed. Her expression was sincere to the utmost. "I will not punish you." The Xia Emperor shook his head and said, "The starry sacred tree is related to the national fortune of Xia. Naturally, the first choice for contracting the starry sacred tree is Chenji. The second is Year, and only then is Yu Chang. Chenji has already contracted with the Void Realm Azure Dragon, so the starry sacred tree must let Year contract. Do you have any objections, father?" Xia Qiu took a deep breath and said slowly, "The starry sacred tree has a growth-type talent engraving, which can allow a beast master's talent to transform and ultimately evolve into SS level. If Yu Chang contracts with the starry sacred tree, he will definitely evolve an SS level spatial talent in the future. Why can't we choose Yu Chang? You know Yu Chang's erratic personality, don't you?" The Xia Emperor snorted coldly. Even if Yu Chang awakens an SS level spatial talent, he must not contract with the starry sacred tree. Not to mention, the beast master talent that Yu Chang has awakened is only a level. Xia Qiu was at a loss for words. How could she not understand her own younger brother? Among this generation of princes and princesses, Xia Yuchang has the worst reputation, known as the leader of the four young rascals of the capital. With Xia Yuchang's status as a prince, the first princess, who is in her prime, is still his own sister. Who in the entire capital would dare to provoke him? Please think it over, Father Emperor. Xia Qiu still refused to give up. Even though the Summer Emperor was disappointed in her, the choice of the throne was not something he could decide alone. "Qiu'er, you truly disappoint me." The Summer Emperor slightly closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear looking, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know that the young Azure Dragon of the Void Realm contracted by Chenji has potential even higher than the starry sacred tree, capable of reaching the 10th rank of the sacred spirit when fully grown?" This, a 10th rank sacred spirit when fully grown, and it's a dragon. How is that possible? Xia Qiu's mind was shaken, and she couldn't help but say, even those long-hidden divine dragon clans only occasionally give birth to a few adult divine dragons of the 8th or 9th rank of sacred spirit. As for a 10th rank sacred spirit, it is almost impossible to be born in the entire dragon realm. Sister, what you think is impossible is merely due to your limited understanding. Xia Chenji's eyes flickered as she slowly said, with that senior's nurturing methods, it is beyond your imagination. Even if the potential is at the 10th rank of sacred spirit, to that senior, it would be as easy as pie. Xia Qiu fell silent. Xia Chenji's words left her feeling bewildered. That was the potential of a 10th rank sacred spirit. Looking at the royal family of Xia, they couldn't even find a contracted beast with the potential of a first-rank sacred spirit. If a young beast with the potential of a sacred spirit could be so easily nurtured, why would she desire the throne of the Summer Emperor so desperately? As the eldest princess, even with her SS-level talent Holy War, she could only contract a beast of the 10th rank potential, the End of Days black armor. The pitch black armor she wore was the very embodiment of the End of Days black armor. Even the current Summer Emperor, her father Xia Qiming, had contracted a young beast with core potential that was also at the 10th rank. Breaking through to the sacred spirit level would possess enough power to change the world's landscape. Whether it was the starry sacred tree, the mother tree of elves, the true dragon of heavenly rock, the god dragon of Gale, or the azure dragon of the void realm, all were the same. The Summer Emperor looked deeply at Xia Qiu, could only sigh slightly, and finally turned his gaze away, saying, "Year, come here." Yes, a stunningly beautiful girl, not yet 15 years old, walked out from the corner of the palace. She was the third princess of the Xia royal family, Princess Xia Yi. Xia Yi was pure-hearted and had never left the palace. Since awakening her S-level beast-taming talent Congeal Void at the age of 5, she spent her days meditating for 8 hours and learning various knowledge, leading a monotonous yet fulfilling life, her thoughts incredibly pure. She looked anxiously at the scene and softly said, "Sister Chiu, Sister Chunji, and Father Emperor, can you all stop arguing?" "Little sister." Xia Chunji gently hugged Xia Yi, feeling her heart soften, and said softly, "We are not arguing, okay? It's just that Sister Chiu made a small mistake, and Father Emperor is teaching her, it's nothing." "Really?" Xia Yi blinked slightly, reaching out to hug Xia Chunji's slender waist, giggling, "Father Emperor told me that I can finally contract a beast, and it's the one Sister Chunji personally brought back." "Sister Chunji, where is my beast? Let me see it quickly. Don't be in such a hurry." Xia Chunji showed a gentle, helpless smile and said softly, "I can let you see it now, but you must promise not to touch it randomly." "Got it." Xia Yi rubbed her cheek against Xia Chunji's, then reluctantly let go. "So obedient." Xia Chunji immediately took a young pine seedling out of her spatial container. The Summer Emperor's gaze swept over the young pine seedling but could not discern anything unusual. It looked just like an ordinary young pine seedling. It wasn't until the Summer Emperor used the national fortune to forcibly probe the attributes of the young pine seedling that he discovered it indeed possessed the growth-type talent Engrave, clearly marking the evolution route of the starry sacred tree. It truly is an incredible cultivation method. It has actually engraved the evolution path of the starry sacred tree. The starry sacred tree can benefit the entire planet, allowing spiritual energy to revive and the planet to ascend. Under the holy domain, it will accommodate all living beings to thrive, being the most benevolent divine tree. The Summer Emperor couldn't help but sigh. Is it the top-tier cultivator who has been sleeping since the last era? Perhaps there is some arrangement, but it currently seems beneficial for Blue Star, and even more so for the Summer Kingdom. That senior must be planning for the Elven Ancient Kingdom, and even for the Dragon Realm. At present, befriending that senior is the most advantageous choice. As the ruler of the Summer Kingdom, the matters he had to consider far exceeded ordinary imagination, bearing an incredibly heavy responsibility. If not for generations of Summer Emperors exhausting themselves for the Summer Kingdom, today's Summer Kingdom would not have grown from a weak nation to one of the 6 great powers. Even among the 6 nations, the Summer Kingdom could rank in the top 2. "Ha, a little tree." Summer Night's eyes widened as she approached the pine seedling, the pine needles swaying gently, and she exclaimed, "Oh, I seem to hear the little pine tree calling me." Summer Chinji's gaze sharpened, a look of surprise fleeting across her face, and she said softly, "This is a sign of your high compatibility with the little pine tree. It seems that Night is destined to contract with the little pine tree." "Really?" Summer Night was very pleased, quickly picking up the container and joyfully saying, "It really feels like a special kind of intimacy." "Sister Chinji, can I contract with the little pine tree now?" "Of course you can," Summer Chinji replied gently. Summer Night's eyes sparkled as her spirit power at the daylight level 10 slowly touched the branches of the pine seedling. The pine seedling gently swayed, seemingly responding to Summer Night, easily forming a contract. With Night's pure character, it's no wonder she can have such a high compatibility with the seedling of the starry sacred tree. Summer Chinji chuckled, "Father, it seems Night is more suited to contract with the starry sacred tree than I am." The Summer Emperor was very pleased, looking at the seedling planted in the ground, a look of hope flashing across his face. Once the starry sacred tree grows, the entire Summer Kingdom will undergo a transformation, becoming a true holy domain. "Father, these are the various resources needed for the evolution of the starry sacred tree." Summer Chinji handed over an A4 sheet, saying softly, "As long as we feed the various resources in order according to the evolution path, this pine seedling can evolve into a true starry sacred tree." The Summer Emperor took it and glanced at it, completely shocked. The total value of the many resources adds up to only equivalent to 5 pieces of red star level resources? The Summer Emperor's expression was one of immense shock, unable to help but exclaim, "The potential of the National Guardian Dragon alone consumed more than 10 pieces of red star level resources just to break through from the Dominator level 10 to the Holy Spirit level 1, costing tens of billions. This evolution path, directly enhancing from Awakening level potential to Holy Spirit level 3 potential, only requires 5 pieces of red star level resources. This evolution path was specially customized by that senior," Summer Chinji said slowly. "With that senior's ability, this evolution path must be the optimal choice, with almost no waste of resources." "Incredible," the Summer Emperor marveled. As the ruler of the Summer Kingdom, He thought he had seen countless legacies in many historical records of eras, yet he had never heard of a cultivator achieving such a level. Send the order down. The Summer Emperor looked at the pine seedling planted in the ground and said solemnly, immediately retrieve the various resources from the national treasury. I want to see the true starry sacred tree take root in the Summer Palace today, creating an unparalleled holy domain. By the order of the Summer Emperor, the speed of resource mobilization was naturally astonishingly fast. Many resources were quickly transported out from the national treasury. The pine seedling evolves into the starry sacred tree, requiring a total of 62 pieces of black iron level resources, 52 pieces of bronze level resources, 9 pieces of purple crystal level resources, and 4 pieces of red star level resources. These numerous resources must be used in combination to maximize their effectiveness. The Summer Emperor showed a look of shock and couldn't help but exclaim, that senior truly put in great effort. Ultimately, the special growth type talent engraving can only engrave the evolution route. As for how to combine the various resources among the many evolution routes, only a top-tier cultivator, consuming a great deal of energy, can conceive the evolution route to the most perfect degree. When the Summer Emperor first learned that the top-tier cultivator was suspected to have been in slumber since the last era, making various arrangements, he had doubted the other's stance. Now, many of those doubts had directly dissipated. Just from the evolution route, the Summer Emperor could clearly feel the goodwill conveyed by that senior. With the input of numerous resources, the pine seedling eagerly absorbed them, continuously reorganizing a large amount of resources within its body, maximizing their effectiveness. As the light of evolution suddenly shone brightly, the pine seedling directly evolved into its first form, the space tree. At this moment, the space tree seedling had already reached half a meter in height. So amazing! Summer Night was very surprised. She could clearly feel the joy coming from the space tree. With the successful evolution, the attributes of the space tree also changed to space type and plant type. The compatibility increased once again. Niter, Summer Chenji said slowly, immediately convert the beast contract into a core contract. Can you do it? Summer Night nodded repeatedly. She was a bit nervous. The method of converting to a core contract was something any beast master would have some knowledge of. However, the vast majority of beast masters would never use it in their lifetime. For royal family members, the core contract was a required course. The higher one wished to ascend, the more resources were needed. Only by focusing on cultivating a single pet through the core contract could one better break through realms. As for the fact that the single pet under the core contract could not match the numbers of other beast masters, this issue was nothing to royal family members. Just like Summer Chiao and Summer Chenji, these unparalleled prodigies with awakened SS-level talents, the pets under the core contract would definitely possess the potential of a Dominator Tier 10. Even at the next level, with awakened S-level Beast Master talents, the pets under the core contract would still have potential higher than a Dominator Tier 1. It must be noted that even Lu Su, the young master of the Dragon Clan, who awakened 2 types of S-level talents, had a pet under the core contract that was nearly a top-tier giant dragon of the Monarch Tier 10. In terms of value, it was only 1/10 of the potential of a Dominator Tier 1. For instance, even if a top-tier giant dragon gathered 10 to attack, when facing a pet with the same level of Dominator Tier potential, it could only be swept away. The space tree. Summer Chiao's expression was stunned. The Summer Emperor did not let her leave, and she naturally did not dare to make any moves, feeling extremely complicated. Looking at Summer Night's innocent and carefree expression, she suddenly felt that her own actions seemed somewhat ridiculous. With Summer Night's pure character, even if she contracted the starry sacred tree, she would absolutely not interfere in the struggle for the throne. Chenji's goal has always been to battle on the alien battlefield, to sweep away all alien races. Summer Chiao took a deep breath, feeling extremely dejected, so Chenji gave up contracting the starry sacred tree and instead contracted the young of the void blue dragon. The position of Summer Emperor is merely a constraint for Chenji. After all, the Summer Emperor cannot easily leave the imperial capital. If I hadn't made any coercive moves, she might have even given the throne to me? With this thought, a trace of regret surged in Summer Chiao's heart. Immediately, her gaze became resolute. Regret? Compromise? Summer Chiao's gaze was cold and resolute as she thought, the position of Summer Emperor can only be fought for by oneself, not obtained through charity. If I can earn the recognition of that senior breeder and have them help me cultivate a pet beast, there might still be a chance to compete for the position of Summer Emperor. Numerous thoughts flashed through her mind. Summer Chiao reined in her gaze and looked at Summer Night and the spatial tree before her. It's done! Summer Night cautiously transformed the contract, fearing to damage the naive consciousness of the spatial tree, only to find that the tree's consciousness was very intelligent and actively assisted in the contract transformation. The core contract was established. Immediately, numerous resources were again. The spatial tree evolved once more, transforming into a spatial giant tree. Although still in its juvenile stage, it had directly surged to 5 meters tall. Its potential was at the 10th tier of the sun phase, and its level was at the 10th tier of the extraordinary. Summer Night exclaimed in surprise, puzzled, "It seems my beast-taming talent is about to undergo a transformation?" Chen Ji. The Summer Emperor's eyes brightened, and he immediately said, "Continue to invest resources." Okay. Summer Chen Ji's gaze was solemn. The next evolutionary form had the potential of the 10th tier of the Overlord. If Summer Chen Ji had not participated in the auction, the pet beast cub she wanted to contract would actually be at this level. However, a pet beast cub with the potential of the 10th tier of the Overlord, especially one that must be of the spatial type, was not so easy to find, which was why Summer Chen Ji had not contracted a pet beast cub until now. With a large amount of resources, including several purple crystal-level resources, the form of the spatial giant tree changed once again. The canopy, displaying a turquoise color, seemed ready to pierce the heavens. The evolved azure ancient tree had reached an extremely exaggerated height of over 100 meters. Summer Chinji even felt that the spiritual energy around her seemed to have become much denser. "Ah!" Summer Night exclaimed, "It seems my beast-taming talent is evolving." The surrounding space seemed to solidify. As the sacred domain gradually unfolded, all space became solid, and even Summer Chinji felt for a moment as if she had stopped, unable to move. SS-level beast-taming talent, condensed space sacred domain. Summer Chinji activated her talent, breaking free from the solidified space, and exclaimed, "This beast-taming talent is no less than my deep space domain." The condensed space sacred domain contains the mystery of space solidification. The Summer Emperor's eyes were filled with satisfaction as he smiled. As for the deep space domain, it leans more towards the profundity of space. The two SS-level beast-taming talents are indeed on par. My talent is finally on the same level as Sister Chenji and Sister Chiu. Summer Night said with a beaming smile, "Thanks to Little Song, my talent could evolve." Saying this, she gently hugged the azure ancient tree but couldn't fully wrap her arms around it, so she could only lean against the trunk, her small face pressed tightly against it. Even her rosy little mouth was unconsciously pouting, looking quite adorable. The potential of the azure ancient tree is already at the 10th tier of the Overlord. Summer Chenji said solemnly, "The next evolutionary form is the legendary Star Sacred Tree." The Summer Emperor did not dare to be negligent and carefully checked the remaining resources, ensuring there were no omissions. After confirming everything was in order, he sequentially fed the numerous resources to the azure ancient tree. Despite having absorbed a large amount of resources, the azure ancient tree seemed completely unsatisfied, still greedily absorbing more resources. Black iron level, bronze level, silver level. Among them, there were also 4 red star level resources. As the numerous resources were consumed, it was already night. The entire imperial capital, at this moment, was as bright as day. The Star Sacred Tree towered into the clouds, reaching a height of over 10,000 meters, its canopy nearly obscuring half of the imperial capital, covering the night sky in starlight, yet strands of light continuously fell. Countless spiritual energies were absorbed by the Star Sacred Tree, only to be metabolized and released in an instant, transforming into even purer spiritual energy. Even the power of space was absorbed by the Starry Sacred Tree, immediately becoming more solid and heavy. As the denser power of space spread out, it seemed that even the surrounding gravity underwent a slight change. It really evolved into the Starry Sacred Tree. Xia Chenji exclaimed in shock, saying, "Its potential is at the 3rd tier of the Holy Spirit level, and its realm is King level 10. Even Yi-Er has broken through to the King level. As long as Yi-Er's realm also reaches King level 10, the Starry Sacred Tree can directly break through to the Overlord level. This is the Starry Sacred Domain." Xiao Huang felt the changes around him and couldn't help but say, wherever the Starry Sacred Tree's domain reaches, it will be covered by incredibly pure spiritual energy and more solid space. Gradually, the revival of spiritual energy and the elevation of planets will become inevitable. The Starry Sacred Tree. Xiaoqiu stared blankly at the towering Starry Sacred Tree, witnessing the ancient tree of the azure sky evolve into the Starry Sacred Tree, and sensing the changes in the Starry Sacred Domain over the entire imperial capital. His heart was completely filled with shock. The realm of the End Black Armor is Overlord level 2, but when facing the Starry Sacred Tree, I can't help but feel an invincible sensation. Xiaoqiu gently touched the End Black Armor on his body, a hint of bitterness appearing at the corner of his mouth as he softly said, "Is the potential of the 3rd tier of the Holy Spirit level really that much greater than the 10th tier of the Overlord level? Even though there is a significant gap in realms, I can only feel my own insignificance." Suddenly, boom! The heavens seemed to tremble. This this. Xiao Huang's expression changed dramatically as he soared into the sky, standing tens of thousands of meters high, gazing southward. In the distant southern land, a colossal ancient tree exuding an extreme life force pierced the clouds. That is the mother tree of the elves. Xiao Huang's heart shook violently, exclaiming in shock, "The Lu family of the three great elven clans has actually evolved a true mother tree of the elves?" No, with the Lu family's foundation, they definitely couldn't produce 5 pieces of Crimson Star level resources. So, there can only be one answer. The three great elven clans united to bring the mother tree of the elves back to the world. Rumble. The heavens shattered. A deep blue eye slowly opened. Is this the will of the blue star? Xiao Huang was immensely shocked, and from that deep blue eye, he actually saw a hint of joy. The majestic will of the blue star was actually delighted and jubilant. Wow, infinite source power began to pour down. This is the blessing of the blue star consciousness. Xiao Huang bathed in it, and as the emperor of the Xia kingdom, whether it was the starry sacred tree or the mother tree of the elves, both were rooted within the Xia kingdom, so he naturally received a share of the reward. The overlord level realm broke through in an instant. Holy Spirit level. Xiao Huang felt the infinitely expanding beast control space, and within that space, his contracted beast also broke through to the Holy Spirit level, giving him a dreamlike sensation. Xiao Huang contracted a beast with a potential of Overlord level 10, with attributes of space and artifact control, named Void-Cutting Ancient Sword. The bottleneck of the Holy Spirit level took Xiao Huang 10 years to overcome, even spending several months in seclusion, relying on the national fortune of the Xia kingdom, but he could not break through it. With the blessing of the blue star arriving, both Xiao Huang and the Void-Cutting Ancient Sword instantly broke through to the first tier of the Holy Spirit level. This powerful feeling, Xiao Huang couldn't help but feel a bit intoxicated. As the emperor of the Xia kingdom, as long as he was within the borders of the Xia kingdom, he could possess strength comparable to the 10th tier of the Holy Spirit level. However, the national fortune of the Xia kingdom was ultimately an external force. Now, the Holy Spirit level realm completely belonged to him. The starry sacred tree, the mother tree of the elves. Xiao Huang's gaze shifted back and forth between the two towering divine trees in the north and south, sighing, "These two Holy Spirit level divine trees are like two nodes, completely connecting the northern and southern regions of the Xia kingdom." Faintly, a resonance began to form, allowing the spiritual energy within the Summer Kingdom to truly start its revival. The acceleration of the spiritual energy revival process brought joy and excitement to the will of Blue Star. Thus, blessings were bestowed. According to ancient texts, the revival of spiritual energy in each era is divided into 3 stages. So far, across the entire Blue Star, whether in the 6 kingdoms or the Beast Empire located in the wilderness, all belong to the first stage of spiritual energy revival. The Summer Emperor showed a contemplative expression, secretly thinking, with the resonance of the starry sacred tree and the elven sacred tree, the imperial capital and the demon city have reached the second stage of spiritual energy revival. When the pure spiritual energy spreads, it is only a matter of time before the spiritual energy of the entire Summer Kingdom reaches a balance, becoming the most refined nation of spiritual energy on Blue Star. The Summer Emperor couldn't help but smile. During his reign as the Summer Emperor, he would lead the Summer Kingdom, and even Blue Star, in the revival of spiritual energy. This achievement was enough to be recorded in history. In the ancestral hall of the Xia family, the name Xia Qiming would be second only to the founding emperor of the Summer Kingdom, using the imperial capital and Blue Star as nodes. Isn't that too coincidental? Was this also within the expectations of that senior? The Summer Emperor seemed to think of something, his gaze gradually becoming solemn, secretly pondering. It makes sense. With the ability of a top-tier cultivator, how could they not calculate the nodes of Blue Star's spiritual energy revival? What exactly is that senior planning? Does he want the entire Blue Star to enter the third stage of spiritual energy revival ahead of time? The Summer Emperor was extremely shocked. The end of the last era was precisely in the third stage of spiritual energy revival. It was the era of extremely pure spiritual energy that created the immensely powerful Beast Empire. The Summer Emperor collected his thoughts, his gaze shifting to the palace below as he gradually descended. "Father," Xia Yi rushed over, excitedly saying, "I just received the blessing of the will of Blue Star. My current realm is already at the 10th stage of Monarch. And, as long as the starry sacred tree absorbs the power of Blue Star's blessing, it will soon break through to the Overlord level." The corners of the Summer Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. If the starry sacred tree broke through to the Overlord level, Xia Yi, as the core contracted Beast Master, would surely break through as well. A 15-year-old Overlord level Beast Master? The Summer Emperor sighed. Compared to Xia Yi, his breakthrough to the Holy Spirit level seemed insignificant. As the spiritual energy of Blue Star continues to revive, the potential level of the starry sacred tree will also rise. The Summer Emperor looked at Xia Yi with gentle eyes and said softly, in the future, the starry sacred tree may even break through to the demigod level. At that time, Year might become the first being in this era to break through to the demigod level. The Summer Kingdom will have to rely on you to protect it. Okay. Xia Yi grinned and said, in the future, both I and little Son will protect the Summer Kingdom well. Father, have you broken through to the Holy Spirit level? Xia Qiu couldn't help but ask. She keenly sensed that the Summer Emperor's aura seemed to have transformed. Connecting it to the blessing of Blue Star, she could almost confirm that the Summer Emperor had indeed broken through. That's right. The Summer Emperor spread his arms, the might of the Holy Spirit level unabashedly released, boldly declaring, 3 days from now, I will abdicate the position of Summer Emperor and decide on the next candidate for Summer Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Qiu and Xia Chunji both changed their expression slightly. Mythical Beast Shop. The blessing power of the will of Blue Star directly descended upon the Beast Shop. The revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star could be attributed to the Starry Sacred Tree and the Elven Mother Tree. Lu Yu, as the cultivator who nurtured the Starry Sacred Tree and the Elven Mother Tree, could be said to have made a tremendous contribution, accounting for at least 60% of the credit. If it weren't for the evolution route he formulated and the special growth talent he bestowed, engraving, the Starry Sacred Tree and the Elven Mother Tree would never have appeared in the world. Lu Yu bathed in the extremely pure source power. The beast space was expanding wildly. Mingyue 5th stage, Mingyue 7th stage, Mingyue 10th stage. In just a moment, Lu Yu's beast master space expanded to the limit of its current realm, 1,000 square kilometers. The blessing of the Blue Stars will is actually the source power of the Blue Stars domain. In terms of rank, the Blue Star surpasses the Demon Realm and the Dragon Realm. Using the source power of the Blue Star to expand the beast master space is undoubtedly an extremely wasteful act. Lu Yu's eyes brightened slightly, and he immediately mobilized his mental source power to gather the many blessings, secretly thinking, if it were an ordinary beast master, they could only use it to expand their beast master space or enhance their pet strength. But I am different. In my beast master space, there is a mysterious resource, the domain crystal core. With the source power of the Blue Star, I can completely melt the domain crystal core and fully integrate it into the beast master space, thus allowing my beast master space to achieve domain elevation. Why did Lu Yu go to such lengths to arrange the Starry Sacred Tree and the Mother Tree of Elves, accelerating the recovery of spiritual energy in the Blue Star? This is the answer. As the many powers of the domain transformed into blessings and descended, Lu Yu would also receive a great opportunity. The numerous pure powers of the domain merged into the core of the beast master space, that one domain core. As soon as he touched it, this mysterious resource domain core melted away rapidly like ice, continuously absorbed by the beast master space. Lu Yu's realm did not break through. However, the beast master space continued to expand. 5,000 square kilometers, 10,000 square kilometers, 30,000 square kilometers. Finally, it settled. 100,000 square kilometers. With the realm of Mingyue 10th stage, the area of the beast master space has reached an incredibly exaggerated 100,000 square kilometers. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, secretly thinking, the area of my beast master space is equivalent to 10,000 times that of a beast master of the same level. Truly worthy of a mysterious resource. Just to fully absorb it requires the source power of the Blue Star as a neutralizer. But all of this is worth it. 100,000 square kilometers. For an ordinary king of 10th stage, the size of the beast master space is also exactly 100,000 square kilometers. The area of Magic City is 600,000 square kilometers. Lu Yu felt very pleased, secretly thinking, my beast master space is already equivalent to 1/6 of Magic City. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. With the complete integration of the domain core, in addition to the change in volume, Lu Yu's beast master space seemed to undergo a deeper transformation. He focused his thoughts. A beast master space quietly appeared in the pet shop. In the very core of the space, a verdant ancient tree could be faintly seen. Clearly, this manifested beast master space in the outside world belongs to Lu Yu. Numerous spatial source powers were bestowed upon Lu Yu. He suddenly felt that even a 10th stage king level pet could engage in physical combat with him. Not only is the volume equivalent to a 10th stage king, but after the elevation of my beast master space, it actually possesses characteristics comparable to a king level? Lu Yu was extremely shocked. Records about the domain crystal core are extremely rare. Lu Yu only knew that the domain crystal core is a very precious spatial system mysterious resource. In the system mall, it is priced at 50,000 points. Undoubtedly, even among mysterious resources, the domain crystal core is one of the most precious. Is this the domain elevation? Lu Yu pondered for a moment, but suddenly thought of something, secretly thinking, no, Domain elevation is just one reason. Additionally, I have also received the favor of the Blue Star's will. Only by combining the two can I achieve the manifestation of king-level space at the Manhwa 10th stage. To allow the Beast Master space to manifest in the outside world, there are two conditions. First, it must meet the strength standard. Second, the favor of the domain's will. Lu Yu suddenly realized. It seemed that he had unknowingly fulfilled both of these conditions at the same time. I originally thought that the transformation of the Beast Master space would be the greatest gain from this revival of spiritual energy. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, secretly thinking, I unexpectedly received the favor of the Blue Star's will and gained the ability to project the Beast Master space in advance. He felt it slightly. The Beast Master space, constantly suppressed by the ancient Tree of Life, could even overpower an ordinary king-level beast at the 10th tier in terms of strength. If I break through to the sunlight level, and the Beast Master space expands tenfold again, I could easily shatter the Beast Master space of a king-level beast at the 10th tier. Lu Yu was quite satisfied. Immediately, he focused his thoughts. In the next moment, Lu Yu looked at the standalone villa ahead, casually took out the key, and opened the villa's door. This is teleportation. He couldn't help but smile. Once he could project the Beast Master space, not only could he directly suppress through space, but he could also easily teleport. The coverage range of the Beast Master space was the limit of distance for a single teleportation. With Lu Yu's strength in the Beast Master space, he could easily teleport to 1/6 of the Demon City. The Beast Master space at the Overlord level, besides projection, suppression, and teleportation, can also bear all the damage endured by the Beast Master. Lu Yu's eyes brightened as he pondered. Moreover, it can completely merge into the body and soul of the Beast Master, granting incredibly powerful combat power, comparable to that of a space-type beast, easily allowing control over space to kill enemies. Master! And you suddenly appeared, her pair of stunning eyes sparkling as she looked at the luxurious and grand villa hall, exclaiming, Is this our new home? Yes. Lu Yu smiled and said, This villa is very close to the mythical pet shop, so we won't have to sleep on the sofa at the pet shop anymore. Are you happy? And you nodded excitedly, then suddenly said, But sleeping on the sofa isn't so bad. She felt a bit nostalgic. Then let's choose a room, Lu Yu said casually. He directly released the Dark Prison Demon Dragon, the Heavenly Fire Phoenix, and the Heavenly Guardian Illusion Spirit. Although among the contracted beasts, only in you, as a split body of the ancient Tree of Life, had a form similar to that of a spirit, the necessary sense of ceremony still had to be maintained. Roar! The Dark Prison Demon Dragon was very excited. Indeed, its true size was already extremely exaggerated. If the Dark Prison Demon Dragon Noah revealed its true dragon form, the entire villa would seem small. With the Crimson Star level skilled Demon Dragon body, it could freely control its size. As a result, Noah's size usually maintained at half a meter tall, resembling a young demon dragon, with a very restrained aura. Lu Yu naturally chose the master bedroom on the second floor, while the Dark Prison Demon Dragon Noah chose the adjacent secondary bedroom. The Heavenly Fire Phoenix Xylan slowly pushed open the door to the secondary bedroom and chose to stay in the same room as Noah. You all have a good relationship, Lu Yu said with satisfaction. Noah was initially quite happy but suddenly made a bitter face. Faced with the Heavenly Fire Phoenix, Noah couldn't refuse. And you? Lu Yu smiled and asked, Aren't you going to choose? And you hesitated a bit and said softly, I want to be in the same room as the master. Is that okay? At this point, she already showed a pitiful expression. It was simply adorable. Of course. Lu Yu's heart softened, and he helplessly said, But with more than a dozen rooms in the villa, isn't that a bit wasteful? In the future, when I give birth to my kin, I can let them come and stay. And Yu's eyes brightened. Then let's forget it. Lu Yu quickly shook his head and sighed. Let's get ready for bed. And you beamed with joy, excitedly hanging on Lu Yu's back as they walked into the luxurious yet cozy master bedroom. After washing up together, and you rolled around excitedly on the soft big bed. Master, this bed is so comfortable. And Yu's eyes lit up as she patted the space beside her, saying, Master, come up quickly. Coming. Lu Yu had no choice but to lie down, feeling the girl's delicate body, like a little snake, tightly embracing him. He gently pinched in Yu's soft, pretty face and smiled. You should go to sleep early. And Yu closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her pretty face buried in Lu Yu's embrace soon fell into a dream. In the Demon City, the Lu family, the mother tree of the elves towered into the clouds, rooted in the ancestral land of the Lu family. In an invisible way, the mother tree of the elves seemed to resonate with the starry sacred tree. Countless spiritual energies were purified, becoming even more refined. In the process of the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, the mother tree of the elves was also an indispensable part. Lu Ying stood under the mother tree of the elves, enveloped in an endless pure life aura, resembling a holy maiden of the god of life, incredibly sacred and noble. Lu Ying's realm had already reached the 10th level of the sunlight. With the blessings of Blue Star falling, both the mother tree of the elves and Lu Ying simultaneously broke through to the king level. Especially the mother tree of the elves, which had absorbed a large amount of precious resources, had long accumulated endless foundation, and with Lu Ying's realm breakthrough, it faced no further restrictions, directly reaching the 10th level of the king. Under Lu Ying's intention, 3 emerald fruits condensed on the treetop. That is, the elven fruit. Lu Ying exclaimed, his face filled with excitement, saying, the legendary ancestor elf was born from the elven fruit. Ancestor elf. Lu Shue's expression was complex. The life source elf she had contracted stood right beside her. Within the little deer, there was an extremely pure bloodline of the ancestor elf. However, no matter how pure the bloodline, as long as it was not 100%, it could not become a true ancestor elf. On the treetop of the mother tree of the elves, there were 3 elven fruits that could nurture 3 offspring of the ancestor elf. Lu Ying felt the intention of the mother tree of the elves, slightly pursed her lips, and said softly, the ancestor elf is divided into many attributes. The 3 offspring of the ancestor elf nurtured by these 3 elven fruits are of the wind, wood, and water attributes. As for the potential level, it should be the first level of the Holy Spirit. Lu Ying was somewhat stunned and questioned, isn't the legendary ancestor elf of the potential of the 10th level of the Holy Spirit, and the attribute is life? Sorry, Lu Ying said softly, that is the top level ancestor elf, and the life attribute is equivalent to the support attribute. Even if the mother tree of the elves wants to nurture, it would suffer great damage. If it were to nurture 3 top-level life attribute ancestor elves at the same time, the mother tree of the elves would probably wither completely. I hope the family heads can understand. After saying this, she sincerely bowed to the 3 family heads of the elven families present. The 3 family heads, Lu Yun, Bai Qian, and Su Yao, quickly avoided it. Lu Ying now had contracted the mother tree of the elves. They dared not accept Lu Ying's bow. The ancestor elf of the life attribute has a potential of the 10th level of the Holy Spirit, which is the top-level racial form among the ancestor elves. Lu Shue's eyes brightened. The bloodline possessed by the little deer was precisely that of the life attribute ancestor elf. In the future, if the little deer purifies the ancestor elf bloodline to 100%, it can evolve into the top-level ancestor elf. Lu Shue thought to herself, however, with my ability, I cannot achieve this. I need to continue accumulating foundation and wealth, go to the mythical pet shop, and seek help from Master Lu to cultivate the little deer. With this thought, Lu Shui immediately felt much more relaxed. Master Bai, Master Su, Lu Yun said sincerely, you have also heard that it is not that we do not want to nurture the life attribute ancestor elf. To express my apologies, let you choose first from the ancestor elves nurtured by these 3 elven fruits. No worries, no worries. Bai Qian is a charming woman, and she quickly said, the potential of the ancestral spirit is at the Holy Spirit first level, which has already far surpassed the value of 2 pieces of red star level resources. In the future, our 3 great spirit families must watch over and assist each other, jointly protecting the growth of the spirit mother tree. How can we let this create any rifts between us? That's right, Su Yao said solemnly, our 3 great spirit families are merely vassals of the ancient spirit kingdom and the Xia kingdom. Now that the spirit mother tree has taken root in the Lu family, it is indeed a great opportunity to break free from the control of the ancient spirit kingdom. We must continue to work together. Then let the 2 family heads choose first. Lu Yun shook his head and smiled, but couldn't help feeling a bit fortunate. Fortunately, since he took over as family head, he has been vigorously developing the economy, allowing the Lu family's economic foundation to surpass that of the Su and Bai families. In this way, the Lu family could successfully bid for the spirit mother tree. If the Lu family's foundation were a bit weaker, I fear it would be my Lu family now, humbly seeking cooperation, right? Lu Yun's eyes were clear. Ever since he returned with the seedling of the spirit mother tree, Bai Qian and Su Yao, the heads of the Bai and Su families, had come directly to seek cooperation, each offering 2 pieces of red star level resources, and with the large amount of resources prepared by the Lu family, the highest it could reach was only purple crystal level, with a total value equivalent to 1 piece of red star level resource. Only by combining numerous resources could they evolve into the true spirit mother tree. The conditions from the Bai and Su families were actually quite simple. First, the 3 great spirit families would form an alliance. Second, the ancestral spirits born from the spirit mother tree would be taken by the Bai and Su families, each taking 1. Then I will choose the wood system first, Bai Qian said with a smile. Su Yao cursed under his breath at the old woman, secretly regretting missing the opportunity. For the spirit families, the ancestral spirit of the wood system is definitely the most compatible. Then my Su family will choose the wind system, Su Yao quickly said. No problem, Lu Yun nodded and said, Inger, when will these 3 spirit fruits truly mature and give birth to the ancestral spirits? Originally, it was about 10 days, Lu Ying said softly. Now that the spiritual energy of Blue Star has revived, it will take about 5 days to give birth to the ancestral spirits. After that, before the spirit mother tree grows to the Holy Spirit level, it is best not to give birth to any more ancestral spirits, otherwise it will affect the foundation of the spirit mother tree. It only takes 5 days, Lu Yun exclaimed in amazement. Wait a minute. Bai Qian's eyes widened in shock. The spiritual energy of Blue Star has already revived? Yes, Lu Ying pointed to the north and said softly, the starry holy tree has taken root in the imperial capital, and the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy will attract the will of Blue Star to bestow blessings. The heads of the 3 great spirit families originally thought that it was the cultivation of the spirit mother tree that made the will of Blue Star rejoice and leap. In the eyes of the spirit families, the spirit mother tree is the only true god in the world. It is only natural for the spirit mother tree to take root in Blue Star and for the will of Blue Star to bestow blessings. They never expected that the will of Blue Star bestowing blessings was actually after the birth of the starry holy tree and the spirit mother tree that the spiritual energy of Blue Star began to revive. The concentration of spiritual energy in the magic city has at least increased several times. Su Yao seriously sensed the surrounding spiritual energy, which had indeed become much denser, and suddenly showed a shocked expression, saying, I thought it was released by the spirit mother tree, but it turns out it was the revival of Blue Star that made the spiritual energy so dense. The revival of spiritual energy is divided into 3 major stages. It should be in the 2nd stage now, right? Bai Qian took a deep breath and suddenly thought of something. Shocked, the starry holy tree, the spirit mother tree. Was that senior's layout truly so well planned? With the revival of spiritual energy entering the 2nd stage, the difficulty for those old antiques who have been in the Overlord 10th level for many years to break through to the Holy Spirit level will be reduced by many times. Perhaps, they will all break through to the Holy Spirit level one after another. I just received news. Many of the side descendants in the family with awakened F level and E level beast mastery talents have at least evolved their beast mastery talents by 1 level. Lu Yun's voice was low, the shock in his eyes lingering as he slowly said, even. Across the entire magic city, a large-scale evolution frenzy of beast mastery talents has begun. Moreover, many ordinary people who have not awakened any talents have suddenly awakened their beast mastery talents in the wave of spiritual energy revival. Is this the revival of spiritual energy? Bai Qian's expression was complex as she softly said, just in the 2nd stage, it has changed the fate of countless people. The entire Xia country will probably be immersed in the frenzy of beast mastery. Currently, the areas where spiritual energy has revived should only be the imperial capital and magic city. Lu Ying, in sync with the mother tree of elves, softly said, among them, the level of spiritual energy revival in the imperial capital is significantly higher than in magic city. After all, the source of the revival of spiritual energy is that starry holy tree. The mother tree of elves can only share the ability to purify spiritual energy by resonating with the starry holy tree. The revival of spiritual energy is an unstoppable trend. Su Yao's eyes were clear as he said solemnly, given time, the spiritual energy of the entire Xia country will completely revive and enter the 2nd stage. At that time, the national strength and fortune of Xia country will rise steadily. However, it will inevitably arouse suspicion and hostility from the other 5 countries and the ancient elven nation. Is it a prosperous age, or a chaotic age? Lu Yun's gaze was heavy as he slowly said, in any case, the 3 major elven families must prepare early. Outside the wilderness of Magic City, amidst the endless stench of blood, brutality, and darkness, a broken coffin, engraved with countless ancient totems, pierced through the darkness and slowly emerged. Crack! The decayed coffin lid was suddenly lifted. A handsome young man slowly stood up from the coffin. The young man floated in mid-air, feeling the rich spiritual energy around him, and couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. I, Sitahan, the 7th Prince of the Beastmaster Empire, a dignified Holy Spirit level Beastmaster, yet I can only transform into a blood clan to survive the calamity. When the calamity struck, I transformed my bloodline into that of a blood clan and have been in slumber until now. How long has it been since the epic calamity passed? From the concentration of spiritual energy, it seems to have just reached the 2nd stage. During this period, Holy Spirit level Beast Masters are probably extremely rare. My current realm is only Dominator level 10th stage, and I need to take it slow. Thoughts flashed by. The figure of the handsome young man slowly faded away. But he did not notice that thousands of meters above him, an ominous old man slowly opened his eyes, his pupils filled with a cold intent to kill. In the imperial capital, the royal palace, under the starry holy tree, A dragon, entirely azure and exuding a sacred aura, slowly spread its azure wings, radiating unmatched dragon might. Then, the body of the azure sky dragon continuously shrank. It transformed into a height of less than half a meter. Azure Sky Dragon. Xia Chenji's eyes brightened as she gently stroked the head of the Azure Sky Dragon, joyfully saying, with a potential of Holy Spirit 2nd stage and a realm of King 10th stage, given time, breaking through to Dominator level will be effortless. After consuming a large amount of resources, she finally evolved the Azure Sky Dragon. The joy in Xia Chenji's heart was almost indescribable. Under normal circumstances, even as a princess with an awakened SS level talent, the highest potential beast she could contract would only be Dominator 10th stage. Compared to the Azure Sky Dragon with Holy Spirit 2nd stage potential, there was almost no comparison. The Azure Sky Dragon is not yet in its final form. The Emperor of Xia looked at the Azure Sky Dragon, revealing an extremely satisfied expression. He was very clear about what the potential of Holy Spirit level truly meant. Although the void-cutting ancient sword of the Summer Emperor contract has already broken through to the Holy Spirit level, it merely forced its way to that level by surpassing the limitations of its potential. The potential of the void-cutting ancient sword remains at the Dominator 10th stage. If it cannot continue to enhance its potential, the realm of the void-cutting ancient sword will forever be stuck at the 1st stage of the Holy Spirit. The void-cutting ancient sword does not possess a growth-type special talent. Instead, it has awakened a main combat-type talent, with an absorption efficiency for resources that is only 1/10, or even less, than that of the Azure Sky Divine Dragon. This means that to enhance its potential and realm, the resources required for the void-cutting ancient sword will be more than 10 times that of the Azure Sky Divine Dragon. The gaze of the Summer Emperor shifted between the starry holy tree and the Azure Sky Divine Dragon, revealing a hint of complexity in his expression, which soon turned resolute as he thought, the future of the Summer Kingdom ultimately relies on you too. He had made his decision. The realm of the void-cutting ancient sword would remain at the 1st stage of the Holy Spirit. Allocating the many precious resources for the use of the starry holy tree and the Azure Sky Divine Dragon was the best choice. If the Azure Sky Divine Dragon evolves once more, it will possess the potential of the 10th stage of the Holy Spirit and could govern a spatial domain. The Summer Emperor expressed a sense of nostalgia, sighing, unfortunately, the many resources required for the evolution of the Azure Sky to the Void Realm, although they can be found in the world today, are lacking several types in the current national treasury. It's all right, father. Xia Chenji pursed her lips and smiled. I am already very satisfied with the form of the Azure Sky Divine Dragon. The potential of the 2nd stage of the Holy Spirit is already on par with the National Guardian Dragon. By the way, the Summer Emperor suddenly said, I heard that the senior has the intention to purchase resources from the royal family? Yes. Xia Chenji was slightly taken aback, then quickly understood. As the ruler of the Summer Kingdom, many things could not be hidden from the other party. That senior's methods are truly unfathomable. I suspect that this senior is by no means an ordinary top-tier cultivator, at least an 8-star cultivator, with a status comparable to that of a demigod. The Summer Emperor's expression became extremely serious as he slowly said, since the senior has the intention to purchase resources, we must do our best to accommodate. Does that senior have a list of resources? Yes. Xia Chenji gently nodded, then took out an A4 sheet of paper and solemnly handed it over. After the Summer Emperor reviewed it, he couldn't help but smile and burst into hearty laughter. That senior is truly a remarkable person. The Summer Emperor laughed heartily. None of the resources overlap with what the Starry Holy Tree and the Azure Sky Divine Dragon need. I have received the goodwill conveyed by this resource list. Issue a decree that all resources in the treasury that are still in stock shall be retrieved. Yes. Xia Chenji revealed a hint of a smile. She had originally planned to use her authority to purchase resources for Lu Yu. Now that the Summer Emperor had given the order, it would naturally go smoothly. That night, Xia Chenji received containers of various resources. I heard that the senior's spokesperson opened a pet shop near Magic City University? The Summer Emperor suddenly spoke, revealing a look of deep emotion as he softly said, that young man named Lu Yu is truly fortunate to have gained the favor of that senior. I heard that Lu Yu was initially one of the heirs of the dragon riding family, a discarded child of the Lu family. After becoming that senior's spokesperson, he soared to great heights. Spokesperson? Xia Chenji was somewhat taken aback. She then took the information handed to her by the Summer Emperor. Her expression grew increasingly serious. The manager of this mythical pet shop, Lu Yu, is not the spokesperson of that senior. Xia Chenji said solemnly, this young manager is that senior himself. What? The Summer Emperor's eyes widened in shock. Xia Chenji looked astonished. She could fully understand the Summer Emperor's shock. When the calamity of the era descends, no matter how strong one is, if they cannot leave Blue Star and venture into the starry sky, even if one escapes into other realms, they will still be locked onto by the will of the blue star, unable to evade disaster. Only by choosing to sleep can one survive the calamity. After the era changes, many powerful beings gradually awaken. In the eyes of the Summer Emperor, Lu Yu is undoubtedly a powerful being who has awakened from slumber after the era's calamity, and he is also a top-tier nurturing master. From the information obtained, Lu Yu, as the abandoned child of the Lu family, is undoubtedly contradictory. Father, Xia Chunji revealed a contemplative expression and slowly said, "Actually, there is another possibility." "You mean?" The Summer Emperor vaguely sensed something, but he could not remain calm. "That's right," Xia Chunji said solemnly, "that senior must have reincarnated, surviving the era's calamity, but through reincarnation, living a second life." The Summer Emperor said in a deep voice, "This is a miracle that only a demigod-level beast master can achieve. The rules of the Blue Star are extremely complete. They even gave birth to the rules of reincarnation. However, the reincarnation rules of the Blue Star are still very immature, almost in their infancy. Only by breaking through to the demigod-level beast master can one vaguely touch the essence of the Blue Star and utilize its reincarnation rules. With the abilities that Senior has displayed, at the very least, they are an 8-star nurturing master. With the capabilities of an 8-star nurturing master, breaking through to demigod level is not difficult at all," Xia Chunji said slowly. "Now, only reincarnation can explain this. I have seen that Senior. Their realm is indeed at the Manhwa level, but their aura is extremely profound." In her mind, she unconsciously recalled Lu Yu's eyes, which contained an ultimate darkness, an endless terrifying divine fire, a deep spiritual soul, and an incomparably vast vitality. It was precisely because she felt so many incredible sights that Xia Chunji made up her mind to become Lu Yu's pawn. "Wait," the Summer Emperor suddenly said, "if it is reincarnation, how could that Senior awaken their past life memories in the first stage of spiritual energy revival?" Xia Chunji showed an incredibly complex expression and softly said, "What if that Senior was not just at the demigod level before reincarnation?" The Summer Emperor couldn't help but be stunned. Not just at the demigod level? Above the demigod level. An incredibly terrifying thought flashed through the Summer Emperor's mind. He felt his heart tremble and his soul shudder. "No need to say more," the Summer Emperor said solemnly. "That Senior granting opportunities to my Summer Kingdom is the honor of the Summer Kingdom. No matter what, we must not offend them. If that Senior has any requests, we must do our utmost to fulfill them." Xia Chunji gently nodded. "Now, my Summer Kingdom possesses the Star Sacred Tree, the Mother Tree of Elves, and the Azure Sky Divine Dragon. The spiritual energy within the Summer Kingdom will gradually revive until it completely reaches the second stage of spiritual energy revival." The Summer Emperor's expression was serious as he slowly said, "Whether it is the other 5 nations, the ancient elf nation, or even the powerful sacred beast empire that can only be countered by uniting the 6 nations. Once they react, the Summer Kingdom will become the target of everyone. Whether the Summer Kingdom will welcome a prosperous era or a chaotic one depends on whether we can withstand the pressure." "Father, I just saw that Senior seems to have made some arrangements. Many students from Magic City University have contracted the beasts nurtured by that Senior, and their potential is no less than that of the Star Sacred Tree and the Azure Sky Divine Dragon," Xia Chunji said softly. "Perhaps we can follow that Senior's arrangements and use the many talented beast masters nurtured by that Senior as the core to counter the pressure from the other 5 nations, the ancient elf nation, and the sacred beast empire." "That works." The Summer Emperor revealed a hint of a smile. He naturally also noticed that the most outstanding students at Magic City University were all nurtured by that Senior. The Summer Emperor could even foresee that as those talented students gradually grow, even without the Star Sacred Tree, the future Summer Kingdom will stand at the pinnacle of the 6 nations. "Send the order down," Emperor Xia slowly said. "The funding for the 3 top universities, Magic City Beast Master University, Imperial Capital Beast Master University, and First Beast Master University, will be directly increased tenfold." Magic City, Lu Family, Heavenly Rock True Dragon. Lu Su looked at the true dragon before him, its entire body a dusty yellow, each scale seemingly composed of countless rocks, exuding endless dragon might, and couldn't help but show a look of wild joy, excitedly saying, "Potential at Holy Spirit level 2, Realm at Sun level 10. It actually evolved into a Heavenly Rock True Dragon." An elderly man with a weathered face couldn't help but show a look of shock. On the old man's face were covered with brilliant golden scales, and the skin exposed by his ancient robe was also covered in dazzling golden scales. Even the palms under his sleeves had taken on the form of dragon claws. This old man was one of the ancestors of the Lu family, Lu Zhencheng. Hundreds of years ago, Lu Zhencheng was also the head of the Lu family. After going to the dragon realm and facing the limit of his lifespan, Lu Zhencheng transformed his own bloodline into a dragon-human hybrid, gaining a long lifespan. To this day, Lu Xincheng had already broken through to the Overlord level. There were quite a few Overlord-level Dragon Masters like Lu Xincheng in the Dragon Realm. 5 pieces of Red Star-level resources. Lu Xincheng revealed a solemn expression and slowly said, "The price you need to pay is that the Heavenly Rock True Dragon must go to the Dragon Realm before breaking through to the Overlord level. Do you understand?" "Of course." Lu Tianfeng quickly replied, "The Ancestor is willing to bring 5 pieces of Red Star-level resources across realms, and the price is just to go to the Dragon Realm. The younger generation is naturally extremely grateful." Lu Xincheng glanced at Lu Su and couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that after hundreds of years, the Lu family would have such a monstrous descendant." He sensed very clearly. Within Lu Su's body, there were 3 types of innate sources. Among them, 2 were S-level. The third Beast Master talent, Earth Vein Dragon Shadow, evolved into the Heavenly Rock True Dragon and directly transformed into the SS-level Beast Master talent Earth Dragon Domain. Lu Xincheng could already foresee that in the future, Lu Su would use Earth Dragon Domain as the core to completely merge the 3 Beast Master talents, and there would definitely be another transformation. Truly a monstrous talent. Lu Xincheng exclaimed, "Even in the Dragon Realm, this is an unparalleled gift." "Ancestor," Lu Su respectfully said, "once I break through to the king level, I will definitely bring the Heavenly Rock True Dragon to the Dragon Realm. Please rest assured, Ancestor." Lu Xincheng slowly nodded and then said, "This Heavenly Rock True Dragon should have come from the hands of an 8-star level breeder. The Lu family must establish a good relationship with that top breeder and must not become enemies. In the future, if we can guide it to the Dragon Realm, the gods and dragons will also bestow rewards. Do you understand?" "Yes," Lu Tianfeng said solemnly, "I have already discovered the residence of that senior. At that time, I will personally bring a piece of Red Star level resource to request that senior to take Sur as a disciple." "Ha, a good decision." Lu Xincheng laughed heartily, but it sounded like a giant dragon's roar, saying, "Since that's the case, I won't stay on Blue Star any longer. After transforming into a half-dragon bloodline, I can only maintain the bloodline concentration by being in the Dragon Realm, otherwise, it will gradually degenerate. Tianfeng, if you transform into a dragon bloodline in the future, you probably won't want to leave the Dragon Realm either." A Dragon Realm stone quietly shattered. Lu Xincheng's figure slowly disappeared. "Dragon bloodline, huh?" Lu Tianfeng's gaze darkened, and he sneered, saying, "What so-called ancestor? You've long lost the pride of the Dragon Master family. Sur, with your talent, even if you go to the Dragon Realm, many gods and dragons will have to respect you. At that time, you must not lose your pride and submit to those gods and dragons. You must know, you have a core contract with a top true dragon species." "Father, I won't." Lu Su revealed a hint of pride and smiled. "The so-called ancestors have cultivated for 1,000 years in this world, yet they are merely at the Overlord level. When the Tianyan True Dragon grows up, I will undoubtedly become a Saint Spirit level Dragon Master. At that time, I will rise above all the divine dragons. The glory of the Dragon Master family will reach its peak. You have such pride, I can rest assured as your father." This time, evolving the Tianyan True Dragon consumed 4 pieces of Red Star level resources, but there is still one left. Lu Tianfeng's face was filled with satisfaction as he smiled. "If I am not mistaken, that senior should have already checked into the villa for the auction. If we bring a piece of Red Star level resource to visit, that senior will surely not refuse to take you as a disciple." He glanced at the horizon. The sun was rising. It was already morning. Inside the villa, on the soft big bed, Luyu gradually woke up, sleeping so comfortably. Luyu stretched lazily, revealing a satisfied expression, secretly thinking, as expected of the big bed in a luxury villa, it is indeed much more comfortable than the old sofa in the pet shop. He was immensely grateful for having purchased this luxurious villa at the price of tens of millions. For Luyu now, tens of millions was nothing at all. In Luyu's arms, a stunningly beautiful girl curled up like a little cat. Beneath her messy silk nightgown, the girl's nearly perfect figure was faintly outlined, her white as jade slender arms gently resting against Luyu's chest. "Master!" The girl let out a soft murmur. Luyu shook his head and chuckled, feeling a bit gratified. The time spent together had gradually warmed in Yu's originally desolate and lonely heart. Even in Yu's sleeping posture had become more obedient. "Little lazy bug," Luyu chuckled, "aren't you getting out of bed?" The moment he opened his eyes, and Yu woke up. She was just pretending to be asleep. And Yu is not a lazy bug. And Yu buried her head deep into Luyu's embrace, her soft body wriggling, and softly said, "Master, can we sleep a little longer? But we have guests coming." Luyu sensed and naturally discovered a stunning figure outside the villa, smiling. "If Yu wants to continue sleeping, then go ahead." And Yu nodded repeatedly. When Luyu got up to wash up, she covered her beautiful face with the thin silk quilt. and you took a deep breath, and her pretty face turned slightly rosy. Luyu quickly finished washing up, changed into a set of clothes, and walked straight to the first floor hall. Knock knock knock. The doorbell rang. Outside the villa, Xia Chenji tried to keep her expression as calm as possible. As the villa door opened, Luyu smiled warmly. Please come in. Xia Chenji followed Luyu and sat down on the luxurious sofa in the villa. Then, she took out a space container. Senior. Xia Chenji's expression was extremely serious as she said, inside this space container are the many resources you want to purchase. Among them, there are a total of 8 pieces of red star level resources. Additionally, from the blue star, from the 5th ranked bone dragon cold fire to the 100th ranked beast king fire, all have been gathered. A list was placed on the table. Luyu took the space container and checked the list, revealing a hint of a smile. Not bad. Luyu chuckled lightly, satisfied. You did well. The list Xia Chenji handed over was exactly the same as the one he had written down earlier. He naturally guessed that, given Xia Chenji's princess status, she could not have gathered so many resources in such a short time. There was only one possibility. That extremely noble Xia Emperor must have personally ordered the treasury to easily mobilize many resources. The total value of the resources is 410 billion, and I have already contacted the first business in Magic City, Xia Chenji said softly. Since it's a transaction, it should be so. Luyu had no objections. He calculated slightly. After deducting 410 billion, he still had about 50 billion. Luyu checked his account and immediately found that the First Commercial Bank of Blue Star had already transferred the auction funds. The balance in the account, plus the original 7 billion, directly became 68 billion. A balance of 68 billion is secondary. Luyu pondered slightly and thought to himself, the total of 8 pieces of red star level resources is what truly matters. In the spatial container, there were 2 types of red star level dark system resources, Abyss Black Gold and Dark Beast Core. Abyss Black Gold can only be born in the abyss of the demon realm. It contains extremely pure dark power and is even infused with a trace of the abyss demon god's aura. Luyu thought to himself, as for the Dark Beast Core, it is the beast core of the Holy Spirit level demon Dark Demon, which is the most difficult to absorb and utilize. However, with Noel awakening the growth type special talent Dark Lineage, all dark system resources can be perfectly absorbed, so there's no need to worry. In the system mall, the price of Abyss Black Gold and Dark Beast Core was around 800 points. The royal pricing of the Summer Kingdom was 40 billion. Together, these 2 red star level dark system resources amounted to 80 billion. The various resources almost encompass the entire ranking of Blue Star. However, the most precious is only the 5th ranked Bone Dragon Cold Fire, which is a purple crystal level resource. The total price of all that does not exceed 30 billion. Luyu felt the many floating in the container and couldn't help but reveal a slight smile, thinking, a total of over 90, worth as much as a red star level resource. For the Tianhua Luan bird, its effect can be comparable to a very precious Xianyao level resource. As a 7-star level breeder, Luyu could vaguely sense the incredibly subtle connections between these. If all were fused, perhaps they could directly communicate with the will of Blue Star. There is only one red star level spiritual resource, called Soul Source Crystal, with a system price of 600 points. Luyu pondered, this Soul Source Crystal can only increase the foundation of Tian Yu's illusion spirit, but it cannot enhance Xiao Tianyin's potential. However, other contracted pets have resources, so I can't be biased. After some contemplation, Luyu's thoughts gathered at the core of the spatial container. Endless vitality permeated. Just the slight aura that escaped seemed capable of turning 1,000 miles of barren land into a sacred domain of life. A total of 5 pieces of red star level life system resources. Luyu's eyes brightened slightly, thinking, Mugwa Crystal and Holy Deer Horn, both priced at 500 points. The other 3 pieces of red star level life system resources are each more precious than the last. Heart of the Ancient Tree is the Ancient Tree crystal core left behind after a Holy Spirit level Ancient Tree withered. After years of sedimentation, the life essence contained within is even purer. The system price is 1,000 points. Water of the River of Life, a drop of water from the River of Life. In the area of the River of Life, a drop of River of Life water is considered a Xianyao level resource. Once collected, the water of the River of Life will uncontrollably drain the source of life. Even so, it is still an extremely precious red star level resource. The system price is 1,500 points. The third red star level resource is also the most precious one. Mythical Sand, with a system price of 2,500 points. Before the Endless Era, there was a mythical ancient tree on Blue Star, and many divine beasts were its dependents. Mythical sand is an ordinary grain of sand beneath the roots of the mythical ancient tree, yet it has been nourished by endless years, containing not only endless life essence but also infused with a trace of the mythical ancient tree's original aura. 3 pieces of red star level resources: Heart of the Ancient Tree, Water of the River of Life, Mythical Sand. This is the evolution resource that Lu Yu prepared for the Life Ancient Tree. In the Beast Master space, Lu Yu quietly condensed a phantom wood bud crystal, Holy Deer Horn. Instantly crushed, it turned into powder, falling onto the roots of the Life Ancient Tree. Ha! And you slowly appeared, surprised, and said, "Master, are these resources all for me? Absorb them well." Lu Yu showed a gentle expression and said softly, "The resources I prepared for you are not just these." And Yu's eyes sparkled, nodding repeatedly, "And you will definitely not waste Master's resources." She immediately merged into the body of the Life Ancient Tree. Suddenly, the aura of the Life Ancient Tree quietly surged. The powder of wood bud crystal and Holy Deer Horn, along with a large amount of pure life source power, gradually integrated into the body of the Life Ancient Tree. The potential of the Life Ancient Tree was also continuously increasing. Holy Spirit Level 6, Holy Spirit Level 7, Heart of the Ancient Tree. A section of the tree heart, shimmering with emerald light, quietly pressed against the trunk of the Life Ancient Tree. In an instant, it merged. As the heart of the ancient tree was absorbed, the potential level of the Life Ancient Tree actually increased again, reaching Holy Spirit Level 9, Water of the River of Life. A drop of emerald green water slowly dripped down. It directly merged into the root system of the Life Ancient Tree. The potential level of the Life Ancient Tree suddenly rose to Holy Spirit Level 10. Holy Spirit Level 10? Not enough. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. He clearly sensed that the drop of River of Life water had not been completely absorbed. A grain of deep brown gravel quietly appeared. As the gravel fell into the root system of the Life Ancient Tree, it was as if raindrops fell into the sea, instantly merging with the surrounding earth. An endless source of life power transformed into nutrients absorbed by the Life Ancient Tree. Moreover, an incomparably vast and ancient source power surged into the soul of the Life Ancient Tree. Boom! The entire Beast Master space trembled instantly. To break through the potential level of the Life Ancient Tree to demigod level, the last piece of the puzzle is still missing. Lu Yu's gaze was firm, thinking, after the Beast Master space fused with the domain crystal core, it still achieved a domain upgrade, transforming into the embryonic form of a domain. If the embryonic form of the domain is completely bound to the Life Ancient Tree, it can allow the Life Ancient Tree to achieve its final transformation, evolving into a higher life form. The Life Ancient Tree swayed freely. Countless roots crazily spread beneath the entire ground of the Beast Master space. With the power of the embryonic form of the domain, combined with 5 pieces of red star level life resources, a glimmer of expectation flashed in Lu Yu's eyes as he slowly said, "The potential level of the Life Ancient Tree will definitely break through to demigod level." Based on the embryonic form of the domain, integrating the heart of the ancient tree, wood bud crystal, and Holy Deer Horn, providing a large amount of life source power. Additionally, the River of Life water and mythic gravel transformed the root system of the Life Ancient Tree. All the pieces of the puzzle for the evolution of the Life Ancient Tree were completed. Boom! The potential level quietly broke through. Demigod Level 1. As for the realm, it had long reached the limit of Moonlight Level 10. After accumulating endless foundation, it naturally broke through. Sunlight Level 3, Sunlight Level 6, Sunlight Level 10, instantly reaching the limit of the realm. Lu Yu keenly sensed that a trace of mythic aura seemed to have stained the trunk of the Life Ancient Tree. In the Beast Master space, transformed into the embryonic form of the domain, every inch of space was tainted with life source power. Beneath the ground, it was even filled with roots. The beast you contracted, Life Ancient Tree, has successfully evolved into Life Divine Tree, with potential at demigod level 1. The red star level skill life fruit has transformed into the mysterious sunlight level skill mythic fruit. The Life Divine Tree has broken through to sunlight level, comprehending the mysterious sunlight level skill master of the domain. The system prompt sounded. Lu Yu couldn't help but show a delighted expression. The evolved Life Divine Tree seems to have undergone little change in form, yet it is imbued with a hint of mythological aura. Normally, for the ancient life tree to evolve into the divine tree form, it must create a kin and, after countless years of faith, can it acquire a mythological aura. However, Lu Yu forcibly endowed it with a mythological aura using mythological sand and gravel, allowing it to evolve into the Life Divine Tree. The potential level is demigod first tier. It appears to be just 1 tier higher than the Holy Spirit 10th tier, but it is a fundamental change. At the moment of evolving into the Life Divine Tree, and you infused many insights into the red star level skill life fruit, evolving it into a mysterious star level skill, Lu Yu felt quite gratified. The original Life Ancient Tree could forge the red star level resource life fruit. The evolved Life Divine Tree, however, forges the mythical fruit, which is a genuine mysterious star level resource. Looking across the entire blue star, only the Life Divine Tree can forge mysterious star-level resources. Domain Master, mysterious star-level skill. Domain Master can merge any domain. It can also impose endless suppression, allowing the domain to temporarily upgrade. After breaking through to the day level, and you comprehended another day level skilled Domain Master, Luyu checked it out and found that this skill is also auxiliary, but it targets the Beast Master space. Can merge any domain. Does this mean it can directly devour other Beast Master spaces, allowing my Beast Master space to grow infinitely? Luyu's heart trembled, instantly realizing how astonishing this mysterious star-level skill is. Moreover, as the Domain Master, and you can also temporarily upgrade my Beast Master space. My Beast Master space is now equivalent to the King level 10th tier. If it upgrades again, wouldn't that be equivalent to the Overlord level? Luyu couldn't help but exclaim, delighted. Truly a mysterious star-level skill, it is indeed incredibly powerful. Life Divine Tree, and you, attributes, life system, plant system level, day level 10th tier potential, demigod 1st tier talents, 1. Divinity, 2. Nurturing, 3. Kin skills, 1. Plant growth, 2. Life domain, 3. Law command, 4. Ancient tree projection, 5. Star cutting grass, 6. Thousand Star Vine, 7. Life Guardian, 8. Mythical Fruit, 9. Domain Master status, very healthy, already contracted. Luyu took a glance at the attributes of the Life Divine Tree. Immediately, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. In the Beast Master space, the height of the Life Divine Tree has already reached an exaggerated 50,000 meters. The current Life Divine Tree truly showcases the aura belonging to a divine tree. In the villa's living room, after putting away many resources, Luyu asked Xia Chenji to wait for a moment. Xia Chenji naturally had no objections and calmly enjoyed her tea in the living room. What kind of tea is this? It actually contains such rich life source power. Xia Chenji showed a look of surprise, carefully discerning it, and after comparing it with ancient records, she exclaimed in shock, This seems to be the legendary Thousand Star Vine? Could it be that Senior Lu has contracted a Thousand Star Vine? No, the Thousand Star Vine belongs to a special plant system and can only master one skill. Senior Lu shouldn't have contracted it. She had many thoughts. Ultimately, she reached a conclusion. It seems that Senior Lu must have cultivated a Thousand Star Vine, but did not contract it. He simply collected the tender leaves of the Thousand Star Vine to serve as tea for guests. Xia Qinji sighed. The Thousand Star Vine. Even Overlord level and Holy Spirit level Beast Masters would yearn to contract a Thousand Star Vine. Yet Senior Lu directly cultivated a Thousand Star Vine, just to collect tea leaves for guests. What kind of vision is this? Xia Qinji secretly marveled, saying, It must be that before Senior Lu's reincarnation, he was in existence above demigod. Just a Thousand Star Vine. What does it matter if it has the potential of a Holy Spirit 10th tier? Even with semi-divine potential, I'm afraid it won't be taken seriously by Senior Lu. She didn't know that in Luyu's beast-taming space, dozens of starry vines were planted. Collecting a few tender leaves wouldn't affect anything. At this moment, Luyu slowly opened his eyes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Luyu smiled lightly and said, I'm very satisfied with these resources. If Senior Lu is satisfied, the royal family of Xia country is also honored, Xia Chunji said softly. I hope that in the future, the royal family of Xia country can continue to cooperate with Senior Lu. Of course, Luyu chuckled. Xia Chunji took a deep breath and said slowly, Since the resources have been delivered, I will take my leave now. Oh, Luyu sensed slightly and smiled. Is it because I haven't been a good host that you're in such a hurry to leave? Of course not. Xia Chunji was slightly taken aback. She sensed outside the villa and immediately noticed the arrival of Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su. Xia Chunji understood Luyu's meaning and smiled lightly. Since Senior Lu has said so, I will stay a little longer. She vaguely sensed that a good show was about to begin. A hint of curiosity flashed in Xia Chenji's eyes. After Luyu's reincarnation, he was actually stripped of his innate source by the Lu family. What kind of attitude would he have towards the Lu family? Knock, knock, knock. The doorbell rang. Outside the villa, the silver-winged dragon lay on the ground. After pressing the doorbell, Lu Tianfeng immediately bowed and said, I am Lu Tianfeng, the current head of the Lu family from the dragon taming family. I have long heard of your esteemed name and specially brought a heavy gift to visit you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Su immediately opened the treasure box and said loudly, This red star-level dragon resource, Crimson Gold Dragon Essence, please accept it, Senior. Creak. The villa door opened. Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su instantly looked up. Their expressions of surprise and respect suddenly became stiff. You come to visit. I naturally have no objections. Luyu chuckled and walked straight to Lu Su, taking the treasure box containing the Crimson Gold Dragon Essence, and laughed loudly. Why bring such a precious gift? He couldn't help but sigh. the Lu family really is generous. This Crimson Gold Dragon essence is from a Holy Spirit level 5th tier divine dragon, the Crimson Gold Dragon, which, after its fall, formed this Crimson Gold Dragon essence after countless years of nurturing in the dragon realm. The system price is 3,000 points. The value of the Crimson Gold Dragon essence is no less than that of the Dark Prison Dragon essence. It seems that the Lu family has already communicated with the ancestors of the dragon realm. I wonder what price they paid to exchange for so many red star level resources. Lu Yu pondered slightly, thinking, as expected of the dragon realm, they are indeed wealthy. Red star level resources are nothing at all. Even Xian Ya level resources, in the vast dragon realm, there must be quite a few. He directly put away the Crimson Gold Dragon essence. Lu Yu didn't care where this Crimson Gold Dragon essence came from. As long as it was in Lu Yu's hands, it belonged to him. Lu Su's expression was stiff, his body trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to explode, only gritting his teeth, suppressing the raging fury in his chest. Lu Yu. Lu Tianfeng forced himself to calm down, his slightly trembling fingertips revealing his emotions, not at all calm, and slowly said, "Please let that esteemed senior show himself." Lu Yu, aren't you just relying on the fact that you became that esteemed senior's disciple? Lu Su finally couldn't maintain his arrogance and shouted angrily, "I have already cultivated the true dragon of Heavenly Rock, which is no less than the demon dragon species you contracted. Whether it's beast taming talent or contracted pets, I am stronger than you. I came here this time to ask that esteemed senior to take me as a disciple." "What? You want to take me as your master?" Lu Yu's expression was filled with doubt, his gaze shifting as if assessing Lu Su, and then he shook his head and said, "Lu Su, you are too useless, unworthy of being my disciple." "Lu Yu, do you dare to play me?" Lu Su, unable to contain his anger, said coldly, "I want to be the disciple of that top-tier nurturing master." "What are you, Lu Yu? Just someone lucky enough to have caught that master's attention. Yet you not only fail to cherish it, but you also dare to forge that master's name. Have you misunderstood something?" Lu Yu suddenly revealed a cold expression and said icily, "The master you imagine has always been just one person, and that is me, Lu Yu." Lu Su was completely stunned. He could not understand why Lu Yu could be so arrogant. Did that master really indulge him so? "Speaking of which, I am very satisfied with the welcome gift you sent. Last time it was just a piece of purple crystal level resource, but now you have sent a precious red star level dragon type resource." Lu Yu's eyes were filled with mockery as he laughed. "Am I not the discarded child of the Lu family? Why are you trying so hard to please me?" As his words fell, Lu Tianfeng's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Many clues seemed to connect. Lu Tianfeng had suspected that Lu Yu was the top-tier nurturing master, but he could not imagine how Lu Yu, at the age of 18, could achieve such incredible feats and nurture heavenly rock true dragons, gale wind divine dragons, starry holy trees, so many extraordinary pet cubs? In this era, the inheritance of nurturing masters had long been severed. Even if we assume that the inheritance of nurturing masters had not been severed, how could an 18-year-old youth comprehend the vast ocean of nurturing knowledge? The key point was, Lu Tianfeng did not dare to think deeply. Young Lu Yu had been the one he personally extracted the source of talent from. A top-tier nurturing master, yet a discarded child of the Lu family. Such deep-seated hatred, how could it possibly be resolved? Lu Tianfeng knew that the top-tier nurturing master was not only a guest of the Duan family but had also gained the friendship of the royal family of the Xia kingdom. A top-tier nurturing master, as long as he made a statement, could easily offer a reward comparable to heavenly rock true dragons and gale wind divine dragons as a bounty. With such a heavy reward, let alone a master-level beast master, even those powerful hidden families would be driven by profit, eager to see the Lu family perish in an instant. A top-tier nurturing master can easily destroy my Lu family as long as he pays a price. Lu Tianfeng's mind gradually sank to the depths. If Lu Yu is the top-tier nurturing master, then he cannot possibly be a person of this era. Wait, young Lu Yu was much more precocious than his peers, seemingly born with knowledge. Could it be that he awakened memories of his past life? Many clues were completely connected. In this way, everything made sense. Lu Tianfeng's heart was no longer filled with doubt. In the moment when fear and regret surged, Lu Tianfeng's expression suddenly turned cold, shattering all fear and regret. Even if you are a top-tier nurturing master, what can you do? Lu Tianfeng's eyes gradually became indifferent, filled with endless killing intent, and he said coldly, "Even if your ability to nurture pets is extraordinary, you are still just a Mingyue-level beast master. Lu Yu, how dare you openly admit your identity, truly seeking death? Even if I have to flee to the dragon realm after this battle, I will crush you with overwhelming force. Are you unwilling to admit your mistakes, and instead want to erase them?" Lu Yu revealed a hint of a smile, but it was extremely cold, and he slowly said, "Lu Tianfeng, when you extracted my source of talent, did you ever think about now? Since you want to make a move, then be prepared. After today, the Lu family will be completely destroyed. You want to destroy the Lu family? Lu Tianfeng's expression was filled with an indescribable coldness as he slowly said, Lu Yu, you have no chance left. After all, you are about to die here. Boom! A massive beast controlling space suddenly appeared. Roar! The crimson flame dragon spread its wings and let out a deafening roar. This crimson flame dragon had reached the 10th level of the King realm, its size incredibly enormous, towering over 100 meters high, with endless crimson flames burning on its body, as if it could block out the sky. The heavens were stained red, and endless flames fell like a rain of fire. The crimson flame dragon was brutal and fierce, carrying an almost tangible dragon might as it crashed to the ground. Lu Yu, as a moonlight-level beast master, what qualifications do you have to speak so boldly in front of me, and even threaten to destroy the Lu family? As your elder, I will teach you one thing now. In the world of beast taming, strength is ultimately paramount. Lu Tianfeng revealed an extremely cold expression and sneered, do you know that a king-level 10th tier beast controlling space has already adapted to the external pressure, can suppress at will, and can easily teleport? A moonlight level 10th tier? Just an ant. Boom! Under the explosive rain of fire, Lu Tianfeng's figure vanished without a trace. The next moment, Lu Tianfeng appeared beside Lu Yu, his body engulfed in crimson flames. With a core contract, he broke through to the king-level 10th tier, even able to temporarily borrow the power of the beast. The crimson flames on Lu Tianfeng's body were precisely the red dragon flames from the crimson flame dragon, filled with terrifying burning power. Die! Lu Tianfeng's expression was incredibly indifferent as he said, only by dying can you allow the Lu family to continue to exist. Boom! The red dragon flames suddenly crashed down. Is it dead? Lu Tianfeng was about to show a smile when he felt a cold gaze coming from not far away. Is the king level 10th tier very strong? Lu Yu's gaze was solemn. The next moment, an even more solid beast controlling space suddenly appeared. Teleport? Suppress? Lu Yu's speech was very slow. An endless chilling voice suddenly exploded in Lu Tianfeng's ears. Lu Tianfeng, do you still want to struggle? Lu Yu's gaze was cold as he directly grasped Lu Tianfeng's neck, indifferently saying, look forward to Lu Su, this waste, becoming a Holy Spirit-level beast master, thus allowing the Lu family to completely revitalize. In the end, at the peak of its glory, I will personally destroy it. Is this future unacceptable to you? Ha, ha. Lu Tianfeng's face turned red. He could hardly imagine why Lu Yu possessed such terrifying power, able to summon the beast-controlling space and teleport with ease. This was clearly a characteristic of the king level. An 18-year-old king-level beast master? Roar! The crimson flame dragon roared. Wrapped in endless crimson flames, it suddenly charged forward. A king-level 10th tier crimson flame dragon is what gives you the courage to strike at me. Lu Yu said coldly, the top dragon species that your Lu family prides itself on is nothing more than food for feeding the demon dragon to me. Boom! The dark abyss demon dragon crashed down. The endless realm of darkness directly suppressed the crimson flame dragon. Ha, ha! Lu Tianfeng gasped for breath, but his eyes were filled with endless rage and killing intent. The king-level 10th tier beast-controlling space crashed toward the dark abyss demon dragon. Lu Yu. Lu Tianfeng's face was filled with defiance as he roared, you should die. Did I allow you to interfere with the dark abyss demon dragon's feeding? Lu Yu's gaze was solemn. Within the beast-controlling space, the life divine tree swayed slightly, filled with the endless source power of the realm. The realm was being upgraded. Shatter, Lu Yu said coldly. Lu Tianfeng's eyes widened as he suddenly saw two beast-controlling spaces collide violently. Boom! This king-level 10th tier beast-controlling space shattered in an instant. No, it's impossible. Lu Tianfeng was casually thrown to the ground, his face filled with despair as he looked up at the sky. His king-level 10 tier beast space shattered with a thunderous crash under the collision of Lu Yu's domain. Countless fragments of space were gradually devoured by the upgraded domain. You are not king level. Lu Tianfeng's breath weakened rapidly as he exclaimed in shock, your beast space is clearly at the overlord level 10 tier. If it weren't for that, my beast space wouldn't have shattered so easily. King level? Overlord level? Lu Yu shook his head and said slowly, I'm just at the Manhwa level 10 tier. However, having devoured your beast space, I can indeed break through. Xian Yao level skill, master of the domain. It was as if it was swallowing everything. As he absorbed numerous fragments of space, Lu Yu's beast space began to expand. 300,000 square kilometers, 600,000 square kilometers, 1 million square kilometers. Finally, it stabilized at 3 million square kilometers. Yaori 3rd tier. As Lu Yu's realm changed, Lu Tianfeng's breath fell to the extreme. The beast space shattered and was completely devoured. Lu Tianfeng's realm continued to plummet. Yaori level, Manhwa level, star level. In the end, he couldn't even maintain the awakened level. Roar! The dark prison demon dragon revealed its terrifying dragon body, over 1,000 meters long, its eyes cold as it looked down at the crimson flame giant dragon, suddenly gripping the giant dragon's wings tightly. With a tearing sound, the crimson flame giant dragon was completely immobilized under the suppression of the dragon dark domain. With a rip, it was directly torn in half by the dark prison demon dragon. Scarlet dragon blood continuously spilled out. The life force gradually diminished. Crack! The dark prison demon dragon suddenly stuffed half of the crimson flame giant dragon's body into its massive mouth. It chewed continuously, revealing an incredibly satisfied expression. Lu Tianfeng watched this scene in horror, feeling an unbearable pain in his heart. The crimson flame giant dragon had accompanied him for decades, yet it had now become the blood food of the demon dragon right before his eyes. Even Lu Tianfeng himself had completely become a useless person. How does it feel to be a useless person? Lu Yu looked down at him coldly and said, Lu Tianfeng, you will not die now. You must witness the downfall of the Lu family with endless regret before you die. Lu Tianfeng's expression froze. He slightly raised his head, only to meet a pair of cold eyes. Every word Lu Yu spoke felt like a sharp knife, deeply piercing him. The only regret I have now is that when I extracted the source of talent, I shouldn't have considered so-called family ties. I shouldn't have left you a way out. Yet there was not a trace of regret in Lu Tianfeng's eyes. Instead, he revealed a mocking expression and laughed. Had I known this, I should have crushed you like an ant. You dare to talk about family ties? Lu Yu curled his lips into a cold smile and said slowly, useless. Lu Tianfeng's expression changed drastically, unable to maintain his calm any longer, gradually revealing humiliation, hatred, and a sense of powerlessness. No matter how Lu Tianfeng argued, he could not change one fact. He had already become a useless person. From a king-level 10-tier beast master, he had turned into someone whose beast space was shattered, and with the core contract broken, even his beast taming talent had become severely damaged, never to become a beast master again, completely reduced to a useless person. Even the core contract's crimson flame giant dragon had now completely fallen, becoming food for the dark prison demon dragon. Half of the crimson flame giant dragon's body had already been eaten by the dark prison demon dragon, yet it was still not satisfied. Then, the dark prison demon dragon lifted the other half of the crimson flame giant dragon's body and, in front of Lu Tianfeng, began to gnaw on it like a chicken leg, revealing a satisfied expression. This scene gradually came into Lu Tianfeng's view. He clutched his chest tightly, feeling as if he couldn't breathe. Don't worry. Lu Yu revealed a faint smile and said slowly, the crimson flame dragon you take pride in will not only become food for Noel but will also be reduced to a servant, offering its loyalty. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed. Lu Tianfeng's expression froze slightly. He recognized that sound. It was indeed the roar of the crimson flame dragon. The crimson flame dragon is not dead? Lu Tianfeng couldn't suppress a surge of joy as he saw the crimson flame dragon emerge from the pool of blood, its crimson dragon eyes never glancing at him but instead focused on the dark abyss demon dragon, as if worshipping a deity, prostrating on the ground with utmost respect and devotion. At this moment, he wished more than anything that this was all a dream. Even if he became a useless person, Lu Tianfeng would not regret it. He was a true hero at heart. To fight for the position of family head, he could even scheme against his own brother and sister-in-law. He could even forcibly extract his nephew's innate talent to ensure Lu Su had a stronger beast-taming ability. The death of the Crimson Flame Dragon had long been something Lu Tianfeng had come to terms with after becoming a beastmaster, but he could never bear to witness the Crimson Flame Dragon reduced to a humble servant. The dignity of being a beastmaster was now thrown to the ground, ruthlessly trampled by Lu Yu. Ugh! Lu Tianfeng knelt on the ground, letting out an anguished roar. All the composure he had as the head of the Lu family, the so-called hero's heart, could no longer be maintained at this moment. Lu Tianfeng. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You can only rage helplessly now." Lu Yu. Lu Su looked at the spreading pool of blood and the kneeling Lu Tianfeng, suddenly awakening. But he couldn't understand why his father had personally intervened yet still ended up in such a situation. "You are very afraid." Lu Yu slowly walked towards Lu Su. With each step he took, the fear on Lu Su's face intensified. He had witnessed Lu Tianfeng's defeat, watched the fall of the Crimson Flame Dragon, and seen Lu Tianfeng become a useless person. Until the Crimson Flame Dragon was reduced to a servant, Lu Tianfeng's mentality completely shattered. Yet Lu Su had never made a move. He had not yet emerged from the shadows of the past. Now, the shadows in his heart had multiplied several times. Lu Su found it hard to contain his fear, instinctively retreating. But he suddenly realized that Lu Yu's figure had already vanished without a trace. Teleportation? Lu Su's heart raced with alarm. He could no longer afford to be afraid. The beast-taming array activated. A true dragon, entirely yellow like countless rocks, exuding immense majesty, emerged from the beast-taming array. It was the Tianyan True Dragon. Luyu, I really have to thank you. Lu Su forced himself to calm down, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly said, if it weren't for you putting the Tianyan True Dragon's offspring up for auction, I wouldn't have been able to contract such a powerful true dragon species. The Tianyan True Dragon of the 10th rank, in terms of realm and potential, will never be inferior to your demon dragon species. Is that so? Luyu seemed to hear a huge joke, the smile at the corner of his mouth expanding, eventually turning into uncontrollable laughter. He looked at Lu Su as if he were a clown amusing him. Tianyan True Dragon? Luyu gradually approached. Roar! 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 The Tianyan True Dragon kept growling. From its initial majesty, it gradually became timid, ultimately begging for mercy. It couldn't help but prostrate on the ground. At this moment, the Tianyan True Dragon no longer possessed the powerful majesty of a top true dragon species. It seemed to have transformed back into a worm in a container, weak to the extreme. Little worm. Luyu chuckled. Do you want to be my enemy? Roar, roar. The Tianyan True Dragon was about to shake its head. It suddenly sensed Lu Su's intent, its body gradually stiffening. Tianyan True Dragon. Lu Su's face was flushed, filled with extreme anger and humiliation that overwhelmed his heart. He had never imagined that the proud Tianyan True Dragon would show such a weak demeanor in front of Luyu. Lu Su felt that his dignity had been trampled once again. The core contract quietly emerged. I command you with the core contract to forcibly kill Luyu. Lu Su shouted coldly, appearing almost mad. You actually used the core contract's forced command? Luyu revealed a hint of coldness. Whether it was the Beast Master contract or the core contract, both were relatively advantageous to the Beast Master. The forced command was the key. Among them, a regular Beast Master contract only had one chance for a forced command. Even the core contract only allowed 3 chances for a forced command in a lifetime. Once activated, the contracted beast could not refuse at all. Each activation of a forced command consumed the essence of the contract and was absolutely irreparable. Once the chances for commands were exhausted, the contracted beast could break free from the contract at any time. Luyu did not expect that Lu Su would be crazy enough to use one of the only 3 contract commands. Roar! A hint of pleading flashed in the eyes of the Tianyan True Dragon. Then, it uncontrollably transformed into determination and killing intent. Luyu was somewhat moved. He naturally knew of the existence of forced commands, but he would never use them. In Luyu's philosophy, the relationship between a beast master and their beast was truly equal. He looked down on someone like Lu Su, who twisted the will of the Tianyan True Dragon with the power of the contract. Lu Su, Luyu shook his head and said, a waste like you really has no qualification to be a beast master. Beast master? Lu Su sneered, I am a noble dragon master. Roar! The Tianyan True Dragon charged uncontrollably. Endless rock source power formed the Tianyan Dragon Domain, Earth Dragon Domain. Lu Su extended his hand and said coldly, with the Red Star level skill Tianyan Dragon Domain and the SS level talent Earth Dragon Domain, can you break it? Luyu, your death is at hand. My foolish brother. Luyu couldn't help but shake his head and said slowly, dual dragon domains? So what? Roar! The Dark Abyss Demon Dragon suddenly descended. The Endless Dark Dragon Dark Domain forcibly suppressed down. Boom! The Earth Dragon Domain shattered in an instant. The Tianyan Dragon Domain was completely submerged by darkness. There is a gap even in the Dragon Domains. Luyu said coldly, Noel, it's time to end this. The Dark Abyss Demon Dragon's gaze was cold, filled with endless evil intent. Evil Dragon's gaze. Roar! A breath was exhaled. The space shattered, and the domain vanished. Endless darkness surged in. Dragon breath? No, this is. Lu Su showed a look of terror. Boundary-breaking breath. Luyu's gaze was sharp. Under the terrifying dragon breath, the Tianyan True Dragon was instantly on the verge of collapse. Teleport. Luyu's figure disappeared and instantly appeared beside Lu Su. He suddenly raised his palm. A slap fell. Slap! Lu Su was directly sent flying several dozen meters. He covered his swollen cheek, looking at Luyu with eyes full of resentment. Not far away. Sewer! Lu Tianfeng shouted in despair, run away. When the Tianyan True Dragon appeared, Lu Tianfeng had a premonition. Indeed, the Tianyan True Dragon was a top-tier true dragon species, with a potential of second-tier Holy Spirit, and had awakened the Red Star level skill Tianyan Dragon Domain, capable of crossing a major realm to fight above its level. However, the Tianyan True Dragon's realm was only at the 10th level. Even if it crossed a major realm, it was equivalent to a top-tier dragon species at the 10th level of the king. With a realm of the 10th level, it could rival the red flame giant dragon at the 10th level of the king. This was enough to illustrate just how powerful the potential of the Tianyan True Dragon truly was. However, when facing the Dark Prison Demon Dragon, even the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon falls in an instant. Even if the Heavenly Rock True Dragon were to battle, what could it do? The gap in strength is simply too great. Yet, in Lu Tianfeng's heart, there remains a glimmer of hope. The Heavenly Rock True Dragon. It is a top-tier true dragon species. Perhaps it could create a miracle? A miracle? Lu Tianfeng was filled with despair. Even the Heavenly Rock True Dragon, when confronted by Lu Yu's Dark Prison Demon Dragon, was utterly powerless and easily defeated. Escape? Lu Su was stunned. He looked at the severely injured, completely unconscious Heavenly Rock True Dragon and felt as if the world was collapsing around him. To allow the earthworm to evolve, he had consumed at least 5 pieces of Crimson Star level resources to evolve into a top-tier true dragon species, and his mindset had become arrogant. But how could he have imagined that the Heavenly Rock True Dragon would appear so insignificant before the Dark Prison Demon Dragon, easily crushed? Heavenly Rock True Dragon. Lu Su dared not hesitate. He knew deeply that the Dark Prison Demon Dragon was a true demon dragon species. It feeds on dragons. Could it be that even the Heavenly Rock True Dragon would become food for the Dark Prison Demon Dragon? The Beast Control Array appeared, instantly retracting the Heavenly Rock True Dragon. Lu Yu, however, did not interfere, coldly watching Lu Su take back the Heavenly Rock True Dragon and then crush a teleportation stone. As long as Lu Yu wished, he could forcibly suppress the space with the embryonic form of the realm, blocking the teleportation. But he did not do so. My foolish brother, although I could easily kill you here, wouldn't that be too boring? Lu Yu revealed a meaningful smile and said lightly, only by witnessing the downfall of the Lu family with regret and hatred, will you head to the Dragon Realm? That is your future. Lu Yu had many plans for the Dragon Realm. Lu Su was just one of them. However, Lu Su, you truly do not deserve to contract the Heavenly Rock True Dragon. Lu Yu shook his head slightly and said softly, when we meet again in the Dragon Realm, I will personally take away your beast control talent and sever your core contract. A waste like you possessing the Heavenly Rock True Dragon is merely an insult to it. From the moment he decided to bid, Lu Yu had anticipated this. The so-called auction is just that. The highest bidder wins. Lu Yu exchanged a young beast for a large fortune. It was an equivalent exchange. Correspondingly, like Shen Yanyan and Du Ruoyan, who purchased slimes and cotton bugs at an incredibly low price of 3 million in the mythical beast shop, they were forever indebted to endless kindness, a debt they could never repay in their lifetime. These two models can only be said to have their own advantages and disadvantages. In the future, if anyone dares to challenge me with the beasts I have nurtured. Lu Yu's gaze turned cold, a hint of chill passing through as he thought, then I can only help you sever the contract. In the standalone villa, this senior Lu is truly a remarkable talent, completely beyond reason, Xia Chunji said with an incredibly complex expression, sighing. At the 10th tier of the Manhwa level, he can actually create a beast control space comparable to the 10th tier of a monarch. Did he forcibly upgrade the beast control space? In Senior Lu's beast control space, there is actually a divine tree rooted, seemingly even more advanced than the Star Saint tree and the Elf Mother tree. With the divine tree suppressing it, he even used special means to upgrade the beast control space again, directly comparable to the 10th tier of a overlord, perhaps even exceeding it. Just relying on the beast control space, Senior Lu was enough to suppress everything. The demon dragon contracted by Senior Lu seems to wield the ultimate dark source power, perhaps already recognized by the dark laws, obtaining a true name. Whether it is the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon or the Heavenly Rock True Dragon, they are also weak before that demon dragon. I originally thought that by contracting the Azure Sky Divine Dragon, my combat power at the Monarch level would be comparable to that of a Dominator level, and that would already be very strong. However, compared to Senior Lu, I am still far behind. In this battle, Senior Lu didn't even use his beast taming talent. Numerous thoughts intertwined continuously. She slowly walked over. Senior. Xia Chunji glanced at Lu Tianfeng, her eyes somewhat complex. As the head of the dragon taming family, the Lu family, Lu Tianfeng had always been synonymous with strength. Throughout the Xia kingdom, he held immense prestige. If it weren't for seeing it with her own eyes, Xia Chunji truly couldn't imagine that Lu Tianfeng would become a useless person. Princess Chen Ji. Lu Tianfeng's expression changed slightly, and he said, have you been here all along? Yes. Xia Chenji nodded slightly. Then why didn't you take action? Lu Tianfeng frowned tightly and said, my Lu family, as a dragon taming family, pays how much tax to the Xia kingdom every year? The ancestors of the Lu family have made great contributions to the Xia kingdom on the battlefield against foreign races. Is the royal family of the Xia kingdom really going to stand by and do nothing? In terms of contributions, How can your Lu family compare to Senior Lu? Senior Lu has cultivated the seedlings of the starry holy tree and the elven mother tree, allowing the Xia kingdom to enter the second stage of spiritual energy recovery. Such achievements can benefit countless generations and be recorded in history. Xia Chenji revealed a hint of sarcasm and slowly said, "Your Lu family, as a dragon taming family, what contributions have you made? How much sense of belonging do the three major dragon taming families have towards the Xia kingdom? I'm afraid you have never considered yourselves as people of the Xia kingdom, but rather as people of the dragon realm, right?" Lu Tianfeng's expression froze. He had intended to use his power to coerce Xia Chenji, not seeking her help, but hoping the royal family of the Xia kingdom could remain uninvolved. However, Lu Tianfeng never expected that Xia Chenji's stance would be so clear. Moreover, representing the royal family of the Xia kingdom, she firmly stood by Lu Yu's side. Lu Tianfeng's mood gradually sank to the bottom. "Senior." Xia Chenji looked at Lu Yu and suddenly said, "The matter of destroying the Lu family, the royal family of the Xia kingdom is willing to take care of it." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianfeng's expression changed drastically. He panicked. With the power of the royal family of the Xia kingdom, destroying the Lu family would definitely be a piece of cake. Does the Xia kingdom really want to do this? Lu Tianfeng said angrily, "Aren't you afraid that the three major dragon taming families will unite and cause complete internal strife in the Xia kingdom?" At this point, Lu Tianfeng could only be helplessly furious. Even threats felt incredibly pale. "You can certainly try. The three major dragon taming families? Even if they unite, what can they do? I tell you, my father has already broken through to the Holy Spirit level and will soon abdicate the throne." Xia Chenji's gaze turned slightly cold as she slowly said, "If at such a critical moment, the three major dragon taming families dare to cause trouble, under the seal of national fortune, the three major dragon taming families won't even be able to communicate with the dragon realm. Can you afford such a price?" Lu Tianfeng felt bitter and utterly hopeless. If the passage to the dragon realm were sealed, the last retreat of the three major dragon taming families would be completely lost. This was something he could not accept. "I appreciate Princess Chenji's kindness," Lu Yu chuckled and said, "but there's no need. It's just a Lu family, easily destroyed. Why involve the royal family of the Xia kingdom? Does Senior want to personally destroy the Lu family?" Xia Chenji was taken aback and quickly said, "However, the royal family of the Xia kingdom will always be watchful and supportive, absolutely not allowing any accidents to happen." "I appreciate your concern." Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Then, he casually picked up Lu Tianfeng. Under the awe-filled gaze of the crimson flame giant dragon, he climbed directly onto the dragon's back along the red dragon wing. "Senior," Xia Chenji suddenly said, "may I accompany you?" For some reason, she suddenly felt a surge of impulse. Senior Lu must be going to confront the Lu family this time. Xia Chenji was very eager to see for herself what terrifying power Lu Yu would display when he destroyed the Lu family. One Lu Tianfeng, one Lu Su. I'm afraid it can only show Elder Lu a glimpse of his true power, right? Xia Chenji suddenly thought, within the Lu family, there is a dominant ancient dragon. Can a dominant dragon allow Elder Lu to enjoy himself? Come up. Lu Yu laughed loudly and said, "How can the fall of the Lu family be without an audience?" "Yes." Xia Chenji nodded slightly. Immediately, she climbed onto the back of the crimson flame giant dragon, standing somewhat awkwardly behind Lu Yu, her feelings hard to describe. As expected of the demon dragon, not only does it feed on dragons, but it can also forcibly enslave the dragon race. Xia Chenji was slightly shocked, thinking, the crimson flame giant dragon, a top-tier dragon species of the king level, which Lu Tianfeng has a core contract with, has actually become a servant, a mount. Roar! The crimson flame giant dragon let out a low roar. Endless crimson flames surged, soaring into the sky.